At 2 a.m., the first thing the CEO did upon returning home was to divorce you, throwing out 20 million for you to leave. Without hesitation, you signed the divorce papers and walked away. Outside, you immediately called Baichi. Bro, how are you doing? Baichi replied without thinking. I'm in the middle of a team fight. You cut him off, joking casually. I got divorced. Baichi's voice rose an octave. Why did you get divorced? Weren't you and the beautiful Bai doing fine just a couple of days ago? You sighed and said, her first love came back. Baichi was worried and asked, Bro Ling, where are you now? You gazed into the vast night, your tone calm. By the river. With a thud, Baichi jumped out of bed, pulling up his pants as he said, send me your location. I'm coming to get you right away. Bro Ling, hang in there, don't do anything stupid. You chuckled lightly. Alright, then added, don't tell anyone about this, it's embarrassing. Baichi assured you. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, I won't tell a soul. After hanging up, Baichi kicked Ling Wei, who was lying on the bed watching an idol drama with her but in the air. Wife, I need to go out for something. Ling Wei's beautiful face was full of annoyance as she glared at Baichi and started complaining. Are you going out drinking again? If not, why the hell did you kick me? Everyone else is full of energy every day, but you? You're emotionally unstable at the drop of a hat. No wonder people say you should pick a good day to get married, because there are no good days after marriage. Baichi adjusted his pants, ignoring Ling Wei's complaints. As he put on his jacket, he explained, no, Ling Mo got divorced. I'm going to keep him company. Ling Wei suddenly leaped up from the bed, grabbing Baichi's collar, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Are you serious? She asked. Baichi nodded vigorously. Yes. Oh, I forgot, he told me not to tell anyone. Ling Wei immediately picked up her phone and started scrolling through her contacts, casually remarking, it's fine, I don't count as an outsider. Baichi was speechless. She didn't even care about her image just to get the gossip. But don't tell anyone else either. Ling Wei didn't even look up. I'll only tell my best friend. Don't worry. On the other side, you gazed melancholically at the river as a white Toyota quietly pulled up beside you. The door opened, and Baichi jumped out of the driver's seat, carrying a pile of takeout. He said to you, Brother Ling, I got your favorite skewers and beer. Should we eat here or go to my place? No need to trouble yourself. Let's just stay here. You replied. You took the beer can Baichi tossed to you, popped the tab, and took a couple of gulps. The icy, sharp taste dulled a sharp pain in your chest. The two of you sat on the riverbank, drinking beer and eating skewers, neither speaking for a while. After a long silence, Baichi turned to look at your handsome yet sorrowful profile and asked, Brother Ling, are you really not going back? You smiled bitterly. What's there to go back to? The moment Lu Ziyu returned, she couldn't wait to divorce me. Should I just cling on? Baichi hesitated. But you've given so much to the Bai family these past 5 years. You can't just walk away with nothing. You shook your beer bottle lightly and said calmly, she offered me 20 million as compensation. I didn't take it. Baichi nearly jumped up in anger. 20 million? She's treating me like a beggar. The Bai group is worth 1 billion. And the Bai family has about 500 million in real estate and cash, all of which you helped them build. Without your crucial help during that crisis, the Bai family would have gone bankrupt long ago. Jining Yan's approach means she's only paying you back 5 million, which probably doesn't even cover the interest. You shake your head. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't want to drag this out with them. Our Lin family once owed a debt of gratitude to old Master Bai. Consider this repayment, and from now on, I have no further ties with Jining Yan. Baichi's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. He took out 2 more beer cans and started drinking. You took the beer can and drank in silence. After finishing the drinks, Baichi called a designated driver and took you home. Baichi couldn't hold his liquor well, just a few beers got him tipsy. Slurring his words, he put his arm around you and started singing loudly in the living room. A knock came at the door, and Baichi opened it to find Auntie Li from upstairs standing there with a displeased look. Xiao Bai, what's with all the howling in the middle of the night? Baichi grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Auntie Li, my buddy here just went through a breakup, and I'm trying to cheer him up. Auntie Li peeked inside, caught sight of you, and her eyes lit up with obvious admiration. My, what a handsome young man. Why don't you come over to my place tomorrow? My daughter just returned from abroad. Baichi picked up a pack of snacks from the coffee table and handed it to Aunt Li, saying cheerfully, Auntie, this is for your grandson. Take care on your way. With that, Baichi slammed the door shut. You sit on the sofa, quietly watching the commotion before you, recalling a saying, marriage is like a fortress, those outside want to get in, those inside want to get out. And some try their hardest to push their daughters in. You don't take Aunt Lee's words seriously. If she knew you were nearly 30, penniless, and divorced, she would have surely run away long ago. There's no way she'd introduce her daughter to you. Back in the guest room, gazing at the lonely moonlight outside the window, you send Jining Yan a message. Meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 8 a.m. Bring all the necessary documents and materials. Exhaustion washes over you like a tide, and you feel weary. Closing your eyes, you fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Ji Ningyan has just returned home. Opening her phone and seeing your WeChat message, she suddenly feels angry. She was the one who initiated the divorce and acted cold-hearted. Why does it now seem like the roles have reversed? Her face flushes red with frustration. Feeling as though her proud dignity has been wounded, she tosses her phone aside in irritation. For some reason, ever since bringing up divorce, she had been feeling her heart trembling uncontrollably. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off the bad mood. The alcohol hadn't worn off yet, and her stomach felt worse than usual. Drowsy, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, Ji Ningyan realized she'd forgotten to set an alarm. It was already past 9 a.m. Damn it, the appointment was at 8, and you were someone who never ran late, likely arriving half an hour early. By now, you'd probably been waiting for her for 2 hours. Ji Ningyan hurriedly washed up and rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance. As she walked from the car toward you, you didn't even glance her way, instead staring fixedly at the bureau's doors and saying loudly, "Did you bring all the required documents and materials?" Your coldness left Ji Ningyan with an inexplicable discomfort. Ji Ningyan extended her pale jade-like hand with the divorce agreement and said softly, "Let's re-sign the divorce papers." You were puzzled. Why? I've already given up all assets. What more do you want? Ji Ningyan flushed at your words and awkwardly explained. Lin Mo. Don't misunderstand. I know you're unhappy with the asset division. You can state your demands. I'm not as heartless as you think. You took the agreement, skimmed through it, and found it laughable. The compensation amount had changed from 20 million to 50 million. What did this mean? Even though she had Lu Ziyu now, she still seemed to feel guilty for wronging you. You sneered as you closed the agreement and mocked. Miss Bai, you don't seem heartless, if anything, overly sentimental. Why must you say such harsh things? Ji Ningyan was overwhelmed with shame from your sarcasm. You said disdainfully, I want nothing. I said I'm cutting all ties with your Bai family. Bring yesterday's agreement. I, Lin Mo, don't need your pity. Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip, saying awkwardly, fine, Lin Mo, this is your own choice. Don't say I gave you nothing when the time comes. She turned back to the car, took out yesterday's 2 agreements, and signed her name on the documents. You ignored her and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau alone. Ji Ningyan watched your tall figure recede, feeling an odd sense of unfamiliarity. She remembered all these years you had silently accompanied and protected her. Yet now you walked forward without a care, no longer concerned about her well-being. The two of you queued to get a number. When it was your turn at the counter, the staff processed your paperwork and informed you that you'd need to go through a 1-month divorce cooling-off period before officially receiving the divorce certificate. You simply nodded without saying a word. After completing the formalities, you didn't even bother to say goodbye to Ji Ningyan and turned to leave immediately. Ji Ningyan froze for a few seconds. Then, disregarding decorum, jogged after you. Lin Mo. You stopped and asked impatiently, what now, Miss Bai? Hesitation flickered in Ji Ningyan's watery eyes as she said awkwardly, could we keep our divorce quiet for now? I'm worried it might affect Bai Corporation's reputation. And Grandpa's health. You narrow your dark eyes, your gaze filled with mockery. This woman's face is plastered with 2 words, selfish. Back then, to make you wholeheartedly serve the Bai family, she made empty promises, saying she'd be with you once the company was on track. Now, she's breaking her promise and abandoning you for her so-called white moonlight. Even today, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she still asks you to consider the Bai family's reputation. Worrying about Grandpa's health is just an excuse you've long seen through Ji Ningyan's mercenary nature. But Grandpa truly treated you well, and with the old man just out of the hospital, you can't bear to upset him. You reply coldly, I understand. Lin Mo and Ji Ningyan hesitate to speak further, while you wait expressionlessly in silence. She takes out a check from her small bag and hands it to you. Take the money. You need it to live. Wherever you go next, I can write you a recommendation letter. Ji Ningyan, do you really think I, Lin Mo, am so incapable that I can't earn money, find a job, and would starve without your charity? Do you look down on me so much? In your eyes, I'm worthless and just a freeloader, right? Ji Ningyan was startled by your anger and took a step back, stammering, that's not what I meant. Xiao Mo took the check, tore it up viciously, and raised it in the air in front of Ji Ningyan. He glanced at Ji Ningyan, and in his eyes was deep disappointment. Without the slightest bit of lingering, Xiao Mo turned around and left with quick steps. Looking at Xiao Mo's determined back, Ji Ningyan couldn't say what she felt in her heart. She got back into the car in frustration and leaned against the window, her whole body seeming to come undone. Xiao Mo's words reminded her of something from long ago. Ji Ningyan remembered that when Xiao Mo was in college, he was a famous talent in the computer department. When he was in his sophomore year, Several top large companies in Cloud City had already thrown an olive branch to Xiao Mo in advance. Cloud City University. As the best university in Cloud City and one of the top 10 in the country, the leaders hoped that Xiao Mo would stay and teach at the university, but Xiao Mo rejected them all. His startup is going strong and is bent on realizing his entrepreneurial dream with a full plan to go public. Xiao Mo. It's genius. Ji Ningyan had never been a very talented person, and she had to put in 10 times the normal amount of effort in order to achieve good results. This was not the case with Xiao Mo. He achieves his best results in only a tenth of the time it takes a normal person. The light of a genius can't be hidden. There is no lack of bull in this world, and the top companies in the mall are all digging in to try to grab Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan's own qualifications were mediocre, and she didn't understand the world of geniuses. She would get attention because of this good skin given by her parents, the position of the president of G Group, and Xiao Mo's strong support. Ji Ningyan did not realize that Xiao Mo has been paying for her for too long, giving up his career, giving up his ego, and wholeheartedly circling around her, but she takes everything for granted, and also looks down on Xiao Mo because of it, thinking that he's no good and doesn't get ahead. She just realized that in these 5 years together, she didn't seem to really understand Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan stared blankly out the window at the street scene that swept by so quickly, her delicate eyebrows and eyes, revealing loneliness and despondency. The phone rang. It's Lu Ziyu calling. Chapter 7 Partner? Shen Lingyun sets up Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan adjusted her emotions and pressed the answer button. Lu Ziyu's concerned voice came out. Ningyan, are things done? Ji Ningyan hummed. It's already in the divorce cooling off period, and you can officially get a license after 30 days. That's good. Ningyan, you mustn't be soft-hearted. Everyone knows that you have a husband who eats soft food. Yesterday at the banquet, there were already several people who intentionally brought up this matter. They all want to see you laugh, saying that you are raising a gigolo. You are the president of the G Group. The lifeblood of the G clan is in your hands. You can't carry this kind of blackmail. It will have an impact on both you and the reputation of the G clan. I understand. Ji Ningyan immediately interrupted Lu Ziyu's exhortation. She had been in the mall for a long time, so how could she not understand the reasoning? She is the president and the face of the business. In the age of the internet, she understands the importance of personal IP. Key's traditional building materials-based business in the past has reached the end of its development, and it is difficult to take it to the next level. Currently Key's intends to enter the beauty industry, which is a $100 billion market in China and is Key's focus for the next 5 years. She, as a rare and beautiful president, is more likely to display strong personal charisma and create a beautiful image of an independent woman to attract female users. How does it make the majority of female users feel to have a female president who advocates independence and sobriety, but keeps a soft-boiled gigolo for a husband herself and looks like a relationship brain? Ji Ningyan said softly, "Thank you for the reminder. I won't forget my mission." Lu Ziyu's voice also became gentle and considerate. You just divorced. The mood is not too good. Right. My friend opened a hot pot store, where the Sichuan and Chongqing flavors of spicy hot pot is very authentic. I will take you to try. Good. Ji Ningyan agreed. Xiao Mo was sitting in the cab in a somewhat irritable mood. He didn't want to tangle with Ji Ningyan at all. He would have preferred Ji Ningyan to be a bit more desperate and completely break off this farce. But now, what was Ji Ningyan's slimy attitude? You're divorced and you're still shoving money at him. Do you really think he's a pimp? Sympathy? Deficit? Regret? He doesn't need to. Rotten feelings are like overnight moldy food. Rotten inside and out. You'll go through your guts if you eat it. There's no way he's turning back. But Ji Ningyan is again worried about the corporate image, and raised the grandfather as a backer. There may be a follow-up pull. Nowadays, Xiao Mo is somewhat annoyed with the setting of the divorce cooling off period, an extra 30 days, once the trouble arises, and then have to labor to deal with it. He felt annoyed. Ding! The cell phone beeped. Xiao Mo saw the avatar of Lonely Shadow at the window flashing. Brother Xiao, are you there? Looking for you for something. Dinky? A look of surprise flashed under Xiao Mo's eyes. They don't seem to have been in touch for a long time. Shen Lingyun was Xiao Mo's junior high school sister. Her poor family and constant malnutrition made her thinner than the average student, and she was often bullied by the bad girls at school. Xiao Mo stumbled upon her being bullied by a few girls on the rooftop once and saved her. In order to protect her, Xiao Mo asked her to follow him and lied that he was her cousin, and no one dared to bully Shen Lingyun from then on. Shen Lingyun had thus become Xiao Mo's little follower. She didn't have money to eat meat. She was skinny and small, like a bean sprout, and Little Do Ding was the nickname Xiao Mo gave her. Xiao Mo's family is doing well and has some pocket money, so he brings her breakfast every day and supervises her nutritional supplementation. Junior high school graduation. Shen Lingyun said his parents' work changes, went to the capital. When the high school coursework pressure, the two only occasionally in WeChat and Penguin have communication. The year Xiao Mo graduated from college, Shin Lingyan entered a large company, and gradually broke contact. Xiao Mo scrolled up through the chat logs. He's in the habit of backing up his chats. Shin Lingyun's last message stopped 5 years ago. At that time, she told Xiao Mo that she got into a big group by luck, and said that she was going back to Yunchang on vacation and invited Xiao Mo for dinner. Xiao Mo agrees and tells her about his upcoming marriage and invites her to come to the wedding banquet. Shin Lingyun replied after half an hour, saying that she was temporarily called by the leader and assigned a business trip, so she couldn't come to Cloud City, and she also had the means to participate in Xiao Mo's wedding, and expressed her regrets. She said a few words of blessing to Xiao Mo and excused herself as busy, not replying to WeChat again. On the day of Xiao Mo's wedding, Shin Lingyun asked Ling Wei to bring 10,000 yuan of share money, but Xiao Mo confiscated it. After that, there was no word from the girl. Her presence in WeChat is very low, and she hardly sends out a few friend circles throughout the year. When she first entered the workplace, Xiao Mo was worried that she didn't understand the human world and called her a few times. Shin Lingyun just made a few perfunctory sentences and hung up the phone on the pretext of being busy. Xiao Mo was so worried about Ji Ningyan's affairs at that time that he often had his days and nights turned upside down, had poor rest, and had limited energy. Besides, he didn't want to intrude too much into the lives of other girls. Slowly, Xiao Mo didn't call Shin Lingyun anymore. Unexpectedly, Shin Lingyun now took the initiative to contact him. Seeing the message from his old friend, Xiao Mo was still very happy. Xiao Mo hurriedly returned a yes. I'm going to start my own business in Cloud City, and I'd like to take care of it, so I'll invite you to dinner. Xiao Mo curled his lips. This girl, who grew up as a tomboy, now speaks with a straight face. Xiao Mo did like this refreshing and non-abrasive way of communicating without so much bending and twisting. Xiao Mo, is that a begging attitude? Sparse window lone shadow, hee. Big brother, you have covered me for so many years, and now my little sister is in trouble. You as a big brother, there is no reason not to lend a helping hand, right? She also has an emoji of Doraemon reaching out with a round hand. It looks lovely. Xiao Mo, okay, tell me, how can I help you? Sparse window lone shadow, finding an office, buying office furniture and equipment, recruiting talent, building a team. All of these should be big brother, you help me think of ways. Xiao, what kind of program do you do? Lone shadow and sparse window, still under examination. Xiao Mo was happy. If you don't have anything, you'll have to come up with someone. Xiao Mo, purses Lonely shadow, no. I have a few projects in the selection. These years in the group work earn some money. To rely on the big brother to help me gatekeepers. I pay. You contribute. We start a business partnership. Xiao Mo looked at the screen and was speechless for a while. Where's this big loser coming from? How did he get lured into becoming a startup partner in a purse company when he just said yes? Sparse window lone shadow, it's so happily settled. My flight is tonight. Wei Wei will pick me up. Let's get together for a late night snack then. Xiao Mo was even more speechless. He happens to be staying at the Whitechapel house on loan. Shin Lingyun asked Ling Wei, her best friend and Bai Chi's wife, to pick her up. Is she coming to Ling Wei's house too? What's going on here? Cooperation in one step? For some reason, Xiao Mo developed a feeling of being set up. Miss Shin Lingyun, Chapter 8. Shin Lingyun, you are quite capable of fooling people. Xiao Mo read the chat log back and forth a few times. He always felt that everything was too much of a coincidence. He was kicked out of Ji Ningyan's house yesterday and borrowed his buddy's house. And today Shin Lingyun said she wanted to come to Cloud City to start a business? There's definitely a ghost here. Xiao Mo nonchalantly forced the question. Xiao Mo, little doubting. I've noticed you've grown. Lonely shadow in a sparse window. What kind of skill? The skill of entrepreneurship? Be subtle. Boss, don't praise me so directly. I'll be embarrassed. Blushing emoticon. Xiao Mo, the ability to fool people. Lonely shadow in window? Xiao Mo, even your boss dares to snub you now, right? Lonely shadow in sparse window. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Cat covering mouth in shock emoticon. Xiao Mo, explanation equals cover up. On a private jet, Shen Lingyun, who was gloating over her own little cleverness, was so frightened that she almost rolled off the leather luxury seat when she saw Xiao Mo's message. He, won't find out, will you? Shen Lingyun's intestines were green with remorse. When Xiao Mo asked her about her business venture, she should have made up one and dealt with it first. The reason she said she was still examining it was because she was worried that Xiao Mo would reject her on the grounds that she didn't understand. She knew that Xiao Mo had plans to start a business this time out. She was going to see what kind of project Xiao Mo was doing first, and then she pushed the boat out and said she was also interested in doing this piece. In that case, wouldn't she rightfully follow Xiao Mo? However, Shin Lingyun had overlooked one point. What kind of person comes all the way from the capital to Cloud City to start a business without even choosing a good project? Xiao Mo was originally top smart, thoughtful and very logical. A quick glance reveals the logical holes in it. How dare she pull a little stunt in front of him? Shin Lingyun bit her nails and muttered, I've really lifted a stone and smashed my own foot. What next? She knew Xiao Mo's nature very well. Xiao Mo moved true love to Ji Ningyan, wholeheartedly paid for 5 years. At this moment must be gloomy. All thoughts of a state, commonly known as death of the heart. The probability of her confessing to Xiao Mo right now being successful was very low. Xiao Mo's wounded heart should not be able to accommodate another relationship in the short term. Even if he knew of her love for him, he would only reject it, wouldn't he? How can two people cultivate a relationship when they create a disconnect? Shen Lingyun understands Xiao Mo. He is very slow to warm up emotionally. She wants to stay with Xiao Mo and simmer the soup of love in a small fire. Now it looks like the plan is afraid to go down the drain. Shin Lingyun's pair of small white and tender hands covered her showy face and kept murmuring, What to do? I'm not going to die before I get out, am I? The flower I've been crushing on for years has yet to bear fruit, and is about to be ravaged and withered by reality again? Shin Lingyun's assistant, Zhao Shirao AI, narrowed her eyes and watched with interest as her boss Sama was in a hurry. This shopping mall in the thunder and wind of the female bully. At this time like a love sinus beginning to open the little sweet girl, anxious to go round and round, the small mouth constantly muttering to themselves. This strong contrast made Zhao Shirai find it interesting. She really wanted to know what kind of high-quality male could make this Beijing Circle Miss and Group heiress move her heart. Although I know nothing about the man, it must not be someone from her current circle, judging by Missy's behavior over the past few years. Maybe some kind of childhood friend, doll's marriage, or a white moon during the study period. Only years of white moonlight could be so lethal as to make Missy go back to her country without a second thought, right? Zhao Shirai clenched her small fists in excitement and brainstormed a love drama. It is also divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part being romantic youth and the lower part being a long goodbye reunion. Zhao Xia AI rubbed her fists and jumped into action. She had accumulated 20 years of experience in reading novels and watching dramas, and she was eager to personally go on the field and act as a military advisor for Shin Lingyun. However, Shin Lingyun did not take the initiative to ask her, so Zhao Shirai still did not dare to talk too much. Zhao Xiao AI said tentatively, Sister, our plane, there are still 2 hours to go. Do you have anything to prepare? Shin Lingyun waved her hands repeatedly. No, don't bother me first. I'm dealing with a very important matter. What is it? Shin Lingyun, I'll find something. Zhao Shirai asked with concern. Looking for what? Shen Lingyun didn't answer and muttered secretly in her heart. Find an excuse. Fortunately, in the next second, Shen Lingyun saw Xiao Mo's message sent. Xiao Mo, little Do Ding, is it that Ling Wei tipped you off that you knew I had plans to start a business, and you wanted to come and help me, and that's why you purposely said you wanted to come to Cloud City to start a business? Otherwise, why did you have to come here today when I was just talking to Bai Chi about starting a business yesterday? Shen Lingyun was in hot tears. This brainstorming, Shen Lingyun gave Xiao Mo full marks. Excuses were made for her. It seemed that she was such a good friend in his heart with a heavy heart. Shen Lingyun replied in a hurry. Lonely Shadow, the boss is really wise and smart, and he can see things clearly. I can't hide my little sister's little mind from Big Brother's fiery eyes. Xiao Mo, humph. Less ass-kissing. Sparse window lone Shadowell, Brother Xiao. I'll show you the cards. Things are like this. I have some problems at work, and the leaders above do not deal with. Cannot stand the anger. I resigned. I also have 5 years of experience in the company. The hands of a bit of savings. I think there is no project can do a do. It just so happens that yesterday Wei Wei told me that you have the intention of re-establishing the business. I am not thinking of coming to hold your thighs. Xiao Mo, really? Lonely shadow in a sparse window, 1,000 times true. Truer than real gold. My heart can be seen by the sun and the moon. Shen Lingyun's mouth was full of words, and by this point, she felt that she had already gotten it 10 out of 10. To say she doesn't get along with her leaders, makes sense too. She is the vice president of the group, and the president is her dad who pushes for marriage all day long. Father and daughter are on the verge of turning against each other over the marriage rush. It took a few minutes before Xiao Mo replied. Xiao Mo, Xiao Ding. Starting a business is hard and the probability of failure is high. I have been out of society for more than 2 years. The market is changing rapidly. I can't guarantee that my project will be successful. I think it's better for you to find a stable job. Lonely Shadow, Aya. Brother Xiao, just let me try. This way, I'll give myself half a year as a vacation. If I fail, I'll go to work. What if I succeed? There was another silence on Xiao Mo's side. Shen Lingyun's cell phone rested against her pretty, delicate little chin, humming a song in her mouth as she patiently waited for his reply. She knew that with Xiao Mo's character, she definitely didn't want her friend to accompany him on his adventures and suffer with him, but he will fully respect his friend's ideas. With his own words having come to this point, Xiao Mo definitely wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, Xiao Mo agreed. Xiao Mo, well then, I'll find a restaurant at night, pick you up, and we'll discuss the business venture in detail afterward. Lonely shadow in sparse window, yes, I am at your service. Little sister, at the boss's disposal. Cat salutes emoticon. Inside the cab, Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyan's messages and the various cute emoticons, unconsciously curving his lips. Shen Lingyan has always been a very sweet girl. No matter how much suffering there is in life, she is always strong, optimistic and positive. Xiao Mo is a very sentimental person. Although he and Shen Lingyun hadn't seen each other for many years, the friendship had always been there and wouldn't fade with time and distance. Xiao Mo was looking forward to the evening's reunion. He looked out the car window at the street scene and pondered in his heart where he would go to set up a reception banquet for Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun shouldn't have returned to Cloud City for 10 years. Xiao Mo thought she might be shocked when she saw the changes in Cloud City. Then her little mouth blared. The corners of his lips couldn't help but rise. The car passed by Yufui Pinpot, a new Sichuan and Chongqing flavored hot pot restaurant. The red hot sign is eye-catching. Xiao Mo suddenly saw Lu Ziyu's luxury car parked at the door. At that exact moment, there was a red light and the cab stopped at the intersection. Xiao Mo watched Ji Ningyan walk down from Lu Ziyu's luxury car, her slender white hand holding Lu Ziyu's arm tightly. Chapter 9, Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu are in a pair. Xiao Mo pulls the plug. Lu Ziyu carefully arranged the broken hair scattered on her shoulders. Ji Ningyan raised her eyes, her red lips lifted, and softly said thank you, with infinite tenderness in the bottom of her eyes. The two walked into the fondue restaurant. Xiao Mo's heart suddenly tightened. Ji Ningyan had never treated him with such gentleness. Her gaze, too, rarely lingered on him. To her, he was nothing more than an instrumental man for rushing the wedding, a cow and horse to revitalize the Ji family, a servant to take care of the living and eating. There is no more use for it, so you just throw it away like garbage. He never had a place in Ji Ningyan's heart. In her heart, she has always been thinking of Lu Ziyu, the white moonlight. Only, Xiao Mo did not expect that Ji Ningyan would not even leave the last vestige of decency. Going into the divorce cooling-off period, he was still her husband in name only, although they are married by contract. Xiao Mo is Ji Ningyan's officially declared husband, and has repeatedly dealt with debtors, shareholders, suppliers and journalists as the Ji family's son-in-law. Now that they're not officially divorced, Ji Ningyan already can't wait to, publicly, go out with Lu Ziyu. She really didn't care about the eyes and opinions of the onlookers, and she didn't care about Xiao Mo's self-esteem that she had trampled into the dirt. Xiao Mo turned his head, recalling Ji Ningyan looking at Lu Ziyu's tender eyes. Xiao Mo's heart was sore. Married for 5 years, Ji Ningyan had always been cold to him. Only when he begged him to save the Ji family would he speak warmly and softly to him. Xiao Mo opened Ji Ningyan's dialogue box in WeChat. Scroll up to see the chat logs. Ji Ningyan's reply was always a few words. Got it. Okay, come back later. You eat first. The more Xiao Mo looked at his heart, the colder it became. She's still really perfunctory for 5 years. Xiao Mo recalled the chat he had just had with Shen Lingyan. Although they are friends, they seem to always have endless things to say, and they can talk for a long time about a small thing, and they don't need to have too many worries when they talk, and they can talk about any topic. It was a trust and understanding that stood the test of time. It's the like-mindedness and heartfeltness of a confidant. Once upon a time, Xiao Mo thought that to love someone was to think of the other person wholeheartedly. He doted on her, pampered her, and carried all her burdens on his thin shoulders. He thought he was her safe haven, giving more than he had to without feeling bitter or tired. Only now did Xiao Mo wake up to the fact that love is never a one-sided give and take. Whether it's family, friendship or love, any good relationship runs both ways. The light is green. The car restarts. Xiao Mo didn't look back again. The sunlight fell on his handsome side, and the warmth seemed to erase some of the sadness and despondency. Xiao Mo once again opened Shen Lingyan's dialogue box, his slender fingers tapping rapidly and typing on the screen. Xiao Mo, Cloud City may have rain in the next few days, and you should prepare some thick clothes for spring to prevent sudden temperature drop. You don't need to bring cold medicine or anything, we have it on our side. And prepare some cool oil on the road to prevent motion sickness. Shen Lingyan replied in seconds and sent a mischievous received emoticon. Xiao Mo pulled the blackout of Ji Ningyan's WeChat and then put away his cell phone. In the future, his time and energy will be reserved for those who deserve it. Xiao Mo's heart seemed to have removed a big stone and felt very relaxed. Ji Ningyan took Lu Ziyu's arm and walked into the hot pot restaurant. The two walked into the box. After taking his seat, Lu Ziyu's dark eyes behind the lenses revealed deep feelings and said curtly, Ningyan, I remember that you love spicy food. When you were a child, you just couldn't get enough of it. I specially brought you to this store. My friend invited the master from the Sichuan and Chongqing side. The flavor is especially authentic. Ji Ningyan smiled. Ziyu, thank you for taking the trouble. Lu Ziyu poured her tea while smiling and said, what do you mean? Taking care of you is the right thing to do. Why are you still polite with me? Ji Ningyan guffawed. She gazed down at the genmeica in front of her. For some reason, looking at the clear tea soup, she thought of Xiao Mo again for no reason. She did used to have no spice, but after she took over Ji, she was overworked and had irregular diets, and sometimes had stomach aches. Xiao Mo was afraid that she would fall sick, so he supervised her meals on time, and the standard of her diet was controlled very strictly. She has 2 deficiencies in qi and blood, and Xiao Mo even forbids her to eat spicy and greasy, and her diet is mainly light. For this she complained quite a bit. Ji Ningyan was puzzled in her heart. Did she think of him because Xiao Mo resented him for restricting her diet? You're not such a small-minded person yourself. The spicy red oil hot pot was served with a great aroma. Ji Ningyan, however, had a feeling of discomfort. Ningyan, try the beef here. It's all flown in from abroad, tender and delicious, Lu Ziyu said, while using his chopsticks to shuck a slice of beef ribs and put it in Ji Ningyan's bowl. Ji Ningyan frowned. What's the matter? Don't you like beef? Lu Ziyu asked strangely. Ji Ningyan didn't say anything. She has a slight cleanliness fetish and can't accept food that has been picked up by someone else's chopsticks. In the past, Xiao Mo had used communal chopsticks to lay out food for her. Lu Ziyu had grown up with her, so he naturally knew her habits. The only possibility was that Lu Ziyu didn't take her habits to heart at all. Lu Ziyu looked at Ji Ningyan's displeased face and slammed his head. Ningyan, look at me. I've been so busy with domestic business lately that I've forgotten your habits. I'll change my chopsticks. No need. I'll do it myself. Ji Ningyan reluctantly smiled. She had some mixed feelings. Lu Ziyu had grown up with her since childhood, doting on her, and the two were very close. He was also the only boyfriend she had ever officially dated. All those years he was out of the country. Ji Ningyan hadn't forgotten him for a moment. Ji Ningyan had decided from a very young age that Lu Ziyu would be her lifelong companion, and she wanted to be with him forever. It was also because of this reason that made Ji Ningyan's determination to give up Xiao Mo even stronger. Strangely enough, when Lu Ziyu wasn't by her side, she always remembered his goodness. But when he returned home and the man was right in front of her, she didn't seem to feel the same way she did at first. Ji Ningyan didn't understand why. Could it be because Lu Ziyu had left her behind to go abroad and was nowhere to be found, creating a gap in her heart? However, Lu Ziyu had already explained the matter. He was pressured by his family to go abroad to study, and was also put under house arrest by his housekeeper, with his cell phone taken away so that he couldn't contact her, and could only fight for his freedom by completing his studies as soon as possible. The Ji family used to be considered a wealthy family. Ji Ningyan was strictly educated since she was a child, and she could understand Lu Ziyu's inability to do anything. But why did she think of Xiao Mo so often when she was alone with Lu Ziyu? Ji Ningyan absent-mindedly ate the hot pot. Lu Ziyu, in an attempt to be courteous, used the public chopsticks to repinch some ingredients for her. Ningyan, come on, eat more, don't stay in shape. I like whatever you look like, as long as you're happy. Before the words were finished, he heard Ji Ningyan hiss and spit out the meat in her mouth. She covered her mouth and said angrily, "Why did you serve it to me when it was so hot? I got burned." Lu Ziyu froze. Ji Ningyan was at least an adult. How could she not even know how to try the temperature of the food first? A 27-year-old who comes to eat hot pot and gets burned by meat. No one would believe it, right? Ji Ningyan was acting like a giant baby. Lu Ziyu was furious in his heart, but the idea of getting Ji Ningyan prevailed when he saw Ji Ningyan's beautiful and noble yet charming pretty face. He had to apologize. "I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean it. I wanted you to eat more good." Ji Ningyan put down her chopsticks angrily. "Forget it, my stomach is a little upset too. I don't want to eat." She knew exactly why she was burned. Because these 5 years, there was Xiao Mo's care. The porridge and water that Xiao Mo brought to her, the food that was pinched into her bowl, was always just the right temperature for her mouth. Lu Ziyu sent Ji Ningyan back to the villa. Chapter 10. Ji Ningyan was upset and pushed open Xiao Mo's bedroom door. Ji Ningyan's face was pale as she reluctantly said to Lu Ziyu, "Ziyu, I'm sorry, I'm in a bad mood today. I didn't mean to get mad at you. I'm spoiling your fun." Lu Ziyu hurriedly held Ji Ningyan's tender shoulders and said with concern, "Ningyan, I won't blame you for what you did to me. I only hope that you can pull yourself together as soon as possible. Ji Clan is still waiting for you to take it to the sky." He had grown up with Ji Ningyan and knew Ji Ningyan's thoughts too well. When Ji Ningyan heard the word Ji, she immediately put away all her afflictions and nodded her head firmly. "I understand. I'll adjust my emotions as soon as I can." Lu Ziyu saw that Ji Ningyan really had no intention of inviting him into the room, and said a few words of concern and left. Ji Ningyan returned to the villa. Wu Ma walked over, a notepad in her hand. "Miss, you're back. I went home today to pack up my things and found this. Mr. Xiao gave me a handwritten copy last year, but I'm old and confused, and when I was busy, I forgot. What's this?" Ji Ningyan took the book and flipped it open. It was densely written inside. Wu Ma explained, "It's Mr. Zhao's dietary regimen based on your health. and he said that if he has something to go out and doesn't make it home in time to cook, he'll let me use these formulas to get it for you. Ji Ningyan looked at Xiaomo's pale and powerful handwriting and recorded the details extremely carefully, including Ji Ningyan's taste, physical condition, and will also adjust the ingredients and cooking methods according to the 24 seasons and weather changes. Wu Ma said happily, the formula for the sobering soup is also here. Miss, even if Mr. Xiao is not here, I can still take care of you, don't worry. Ji Ningyan impatiently interrupted Wu Ma's ramblings. Alright, I know, go and cook me a bowl of stomach-warming congee. I'm not feeling well after eating spicy today. Wu Ma grew up watching Ji Ningyan, and in her heart, she always felt that Ji Ningyan was a child, and nagged a few more times. Miss, why are you eating spicy again? Didn't Mr. Xiao say he wouldn't let you eat spicy food? Ji Ningyan was furious, then Xiao Mo even said he wouldn't let me eat greasy food. Why do you still make donuts for me to eat in the morning? Wu Ma was dumbfounded. She knew that she was not as attentive as Xiao Mo, and serving Ji Ningyan was not as proper as Xiao Mo. Fearing that Ji Ningyan would take it out on her, Wu Ma hurriedly slipped away to the kitchen in a burst of trotting. Ji Ningyan took long strides and walked up to the second floor, turning her head to look. Xiao Mo's room, at the end of the building. That was originally the storage room. Ji Ningyan froze slightly as she walked to the door of the room. She felt a little strange. Why would she let Xiao Mo stay in a room converted from a storage room? She pondered for a long time before remembering the situation. The villa was a bar mitzvah gift from mom and dad, and she had always lived alone. There are a dozen rooms, but each has a set purpose. Gym, dance studio, check room, study, office. There's even a nursery and a playroom for the kids. The master bedroom was where Ji Ningyan lived, and the guest bedrooms, 3 in total, were for Ji Ningyan's parents, siblings, and friends to stay when they came over. When Xiao Mo was ready to move in, Ji Ningyan didn't want to change the layout of the rooms, so she vacated the storage room in the corner of the second floor, redid the decoration, bought furniture, and converted it into a bedroom for Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan told Xiao Mo at the time that she would redecorate the guest bedroom after a while and then give it to Xiao Mo so that he could live more comfortably. But she just drew a pie for Xiao Mo and didn't put it in her mind at all. All she thought about was making Ji's business bigger and stronger, and never cared about Xiao Mo's death. How could she spare her precious time and energy to decorate Xiao Mo's room? So, Xiao Mo lived in this bedroom converted from a storage room for 5 years. In fact, Ji Ningyan knew in her heart that there was another bedroom on the 3rd floor, and the level of luxury was on par with her master bedroom, but that was reserved for Lu Ziyu. She doesn't want Xiao Mo to live there, so she lies that it's where she keeps her belongings from her childhood, her precious memories. Xiao Mo didn't ask much and gladly accepted her arrangement. Ji Ningyan felt intense discomfort in her heart. However, now that Xiao Mo left, Ji Ningyan called out to Wu Ma to move to the villa and also gave Wu Ma a guest bedroom. Is Xiao Mo treated worse than a real nanny? Is she really that bad for Xiao Mo? Even though it's a storage room conversion, I did spend a lot of money on decorating and furniture. I'm not really shortchanging him. Ji Ningyan reassured herself. Her hand pressed on the doorknob and with a creak she pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. The room was small and contained only a few simple pieces of furniture such as a closet, desk, and bed. There was a lamp over the bed, some books arranged on a desk, and some stationery. All items are neatly arranged. Ji Ningyan pulled open the closet, in which hung a few sets of daily clothes, black, white and gray and other common casual models, and at the bottom placed a few sets of cotton home clothes. A few of the clothes had even faded in the wash. The only 2 suits I've ever looked at were the ones I wore when I got married, and the other was the one I wore when I went out to socialize. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Mo has $50,000 in pocket money every month. She had thought that Xiao Mo must know how to enjoy himself when he became a riceworm at home and was lazy. However, in Xiao Mo's room, there was nothing of value except simple clothes and books. He led an ascetic-like life. Did he take something valuable with him? Unwilling to do so, Ji Ningyan called for Wu Ma. Mrs. Wu, did Xiao Mo come back today? Did he take the stuff away? Wu Ma respectfully replied. Mr. Xiao called today and asked me to pack up his laptop, and he called for a same-city delivery to come and pick it up. He only took the computer? Yes, and a handbag with a few books and notepads. Nothing valuable. Wu Ma replied honestly. Okay, I get it. You're out. Ji Ningyan felt a bit of a headache and pressed her slender fingers against her temples. How could things be different from what she had imagined? Ji Ningyan didn't believe it as she pulled open all the drawers and cabinet doors. Only a few cheap everyday items. In the drawer of Xiao Mo's desk, Ji Ningyan found a sketchbook. Inside are some sketch portraits. Every single one of them is her. What does he mean by that? Ji Ningyan recalled the words Xiao Mo said last night. We have been together night and day. Can't you feel my affection for you? Ji Ningyan couldn't tell what was going on in her heart. She threw her sketchbook to the floor in anger. What era is this? Who do you think you're playing for? You can't even go out and fight for me, so why are you playing the lover boy for me at home? Ji Ningyan's chest rose and fell dramatically, and she felt like her lungs were going to explode. She picked up her cell phone and made a voice call to Xiao Mo, only to find that Xiao Mo had already blacked her out. Ji Ningyan was on fire and disliked a phone call. Just after the call was connected, Ji Ningyan broke into a fit of rage. Xiao Mo, what exactly do you mean? Deliberately living in such poverty, no bitterness, hard to eat. Do you want to be self-motivated, or to win my sympathy? How old are you to still play this game? Don't you think you're very childish and boring? Chapter 11. Ji Ningyan, you have no right to boss me around. Xiao Mo had just stepped into the gate of the neighborhood. Ji Ningyan's phone call came through. Xiao Mo frowned at the familiar string of numbers on the screen. He didn't want to have any more contact with Ji Ningyan, but he had to answer it again. After all, they are still in the marriage period, are legally married. Xiao Mo cannot play disappear without reason. He had thought that Ji Ningyan had some details of the agreement to change. Who knows? The call just went through. Ji Ningyan then split her head and gave him a scolding. Xiao Mo all gave an angry laugh. He used to only think that Ji Ningyan was cold in nature. How come he didn't know that she was so unreasonable? Xiao Mo's brain was buzzing with pain from her noise. He walked to the secluded gazebo in the neighborhood, sat down on a stone bench, and asked Ji Ningyan rhetorically without slowing down. Ji Ningyan, I should be asking what you mean, right? We've already signed the divorce papers, and you're harassing me on the phone all day long when you have nothing to do. What are you up to? On the other end of the phone, Ji Ningyan was stunned for a few seconds. In the past, Xiao Mo was obedient to her and always spoke so considerately and gently. However, since she brought up the divorce, Xiao Mo's tenderness has never returned, and his speech is always insinuating and pinched. Xiao Mo continued, and what no bitter hard food? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. When this matter was mentioned, Ji Ningyan's temper came back. She said in annoyance, I'm standing in your bedroom right now. Yes, Xiao Mo. I admit that I've been busy with work in the past and have been a little neglectful of you, but I give you $50,000 a month for living expenses. Do you have to live like a refugee? You're doing this so that one day I'll see this and feel bad in my heart and feel guilty towards you, aren't you? Only then did Xiao Mo understand what Ji Ningyan said last time. No pain, hard to eat, self-touching. He couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Ji Ningyan's chatter. Ji Ningyan, don't be too good at brainstorming. The kind of life I lead is my own choice. I practice the principle of minimalism. What does it have to do with you? People don't need too many things in the first place. Clutter affects one's judgment. Just enough clothes to wear. I'm not relying on my face to eat. Do I have to dress up as a flower butterfly every day to cater to your peculiar tastes? Ji Ningyan's face turned red as he mocked her. Although the previous Ji family had assets of over $100 million, there was still a gap between it and a true powerhouse. It's the Lu family that's the most prestigious in the area. Lu Ziyu is a typical upper-class elites. Social etiquette, art collection, tasting culture are all proficient. These were all things Lu Ziyu had taught Ji Ningyan. Even during the 5 years that Lu Ziyu had been abroad, Ji Ningyan had etched these habits into her bones, trying to cultivate herself into a person of refined taste. She had never thought that someone would be like Xiao Mo, who had money and still had to live a hard life. She didn't understand Xiao Mo's concept. Ji Ningyan lowered her eyes and looked at the sketchbook on the table. What about your sketchbook? You drew so many portraits of me, pretending to be affectionate, because you wanted to move me, right? Hearing her mention those portraits, Xiao Mo's heart ached like pins and needles. In the end, it's a woman who is loved with all her heart. There was a time when Xiao Mo's eyes were full of this woman, and there was no place for other women in his heart. His cell phone album used to be piled high with pictures of Ji Ningyan. Even the cell phone wallpaper, computer wallpaper, and the background of the circle of friends are all artistic portraits of Ji Ningyan. During the 2 years that Xiao Mo was at home, Ji Ningyan was always busy with work and socializing, and the two of them spent very little time together. Xiao Mo was always thinking about her. Having learned to sketch for a few years as a child, he put his thoughts to pen, depicting his wife's likeness with a single stroke. Xiao Mo, who was immersed in love, even such a small act, felt happiness from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, Ji Ningyan found this sketchbook, and her first reaction turned out to be that she thought Xiao Mo was pretending to be affectionate, in order to move her. Xiao Mo smiled to himself. After 5 years together, what kind of person was he in her mind? Xiao Mo looked at the greenery outside the gazebo, casually picked a leaf to play with and said coldly, it's just practicing. I have other sketchbooks with drawings of my grandparents, parents, friends, and my grandpa's rhubarb. It's just that I had Mrs. Wu send those drawings back to me. Ji Ningyan's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock. She never expected this to be the case. Xiao Mo took all the other portraits with him, even the portrait of the earth dog over at the old mansion. The only one who left hers here. Did Xiao Mo mean that in his heart, she was inferior to Big Yellow? That dirt dog? Ji Ningyan was so angry that she was shaking and tears were spilling out of her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Mo. I said, why did you leave this behind? So you did it to humiliate me. Xiao Mo didn't want to continue to wrestle with her. She wasn't reasonable at all. She made his true feelings worthless and portrayed him as a scheming, small-minded villain. Such a woman is not worth keeping. Xiao Mo said coldly, enough, Ji Ningyan. I don't mean anything else. I don't need those things in the bedroom. You ask Wuma to pack them up and throw them away. This matter will be closed. Okay? Ji Ningyan, however, refused to give up. Xiao Mo, by what right do you say you're tying the knot? You're still my husband in name. You move back to the villa for me now. Don't go outside and act all pathetic, as if my Ji family has treated you poorly, so that people will chew on you. Xiao Mo retorted with a cold smile. Mr. Ji, don't forget, we have entered the divorce cooling off period. I will soon not be your husband, nor your employee. Your bossing around doesn't work on me. Xiao Mo. You, Ji Ningyan was almost pissed off by Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo said sarcastically, also, your relationship with Lu Ziyu isn't enough for people to chew on? The topic is already explosive enough. What are you asking me to move back for? To watch you and Lu Ziyu make out? Am I a part of your play? Ji Ningyan pressed her violently heaving chest and forced down her anger. Xiao Mo, don't go too far. Ziyu and I are innocent. Don't slander me. I'm not interested in your relationship with Lu Ziyu. I wish you 100 years of happiness and an early birth. Xiao Mo finished speaking and hung up the phone decisively. Ji Ningyan continued to dial. Why did Xiao Mo black out her phone number too? Ji Ningyan couldn't get through on the phone and sat alone in Xiao Mo's chair, sulking. Her pretty white face was colored with red from her sulking, and her almond eyes were glistening with aggravated tears. However, when she saw those books about Chinese medicine and diet on Xiao Mo's desk, her heart was touched. In those past years, Xiao Mo was sitting in such a small space, gnawing on raw and difficult books one by one, just to condition her body. He knew her tastes, preferences and habits well. However, Ji Ningyan knew nothing about what Xiao Mo's preferences were. Chapter 12, Farewell to the Past. Xiao Mo gets a new life. Although Ji Ningyan was cold in nature and didn't like to smile or talk, she wasn't usually an unreasonable person. At least, in life, she doesn't just snap at people. Thinking about her attitude towards Xiao Mo just now, Ji Ningyan's cool and beautiful melon face showed a few moments of shame. All along, it seemed like only when she faced Xiao Mo would she vent her heart's dissatisfaction with impunity. Xiao Mo has taken care of me for years, after all, and it's not like he hasn't paid his dues. Was I too much for him just now? Is it because Xiao Mo used to be so obedient to me, able to tolerate all my bad moods, that I can't help but lose my temper when I face him? Ji Ningyan also wanted to call Xiao Mo and ask him to move back in and not disgrace the Ji family outside, thinking that Xiao Mo might be angry and couldn't possibly care about her. Ji Ningyan only put down her cell phone resentfully. She stood up and looked around the small and humble bedroom again, imagining Xiao Mo's life living in such a cramped space. An inexplicable feeling of irritation surged through her, making her uncomfortable. She didn't ask Wuma to throw away Xiao Mo's things. She just quickly walked out of Xiao Mo's room and went back to her own bedroom as a way to escape her inner turmoil. After Xiao Mo pulled the blackout on Ji Ningyan, he felt that the world was cleared. He didn't want to deal with her nonsense anymore. The more she humiliated him with impunity, the more it seemed like his past sincerity was a joke. He won't be the clown in the relationship anymore. Xiao Mo took the elevator up to the door of Bai Chi's apartment and rang the doorbell. The door opened. The house was decorated with lights, long ribbons pulled through the air, and white and purple beaded balloons floating. Xiao Mo was wondering why he was doing the banquet setup. Two excited shouts were heard. Happy birthday! Bai Chi and Ling Wei both suddenly jumped out from behind the door, scattering gold dust and flowers in the air with their hands and shouting loudly. Xiao Mo was full of surprise. Today is not my birthday. Divorce is a new life. Bai Chi carried a charcoal burning fire pit and placed it at Xiao Mo's feet. Come and cross the fire pit to get rid of the bad luck. Ling Wei, on the other hand, took the water-soaked pomelo leaves and slapped them on Xiao Mo's clothes, chanting, sweep the pomelo leaves, drive away all the bad luck, demonic green tea and white lotus, quickly retreat. I'm in a hurry. Xiao Mo's entire great speechlessness. These two, a combination of East and West, have too many mixed beliefs. Xiao Mo knew that they were also doing him a favor and went through the process as the two requested. Bai Chi bites the blowing dragon and excitedly declares, after this hurdle, in 2025, our brother Xiao will never divorce again. Phew. Xiao Mo said helplessly, we're still in the divorce cooling off period, and we can't do the divorce procedures until a month. The corners of Bai Chi's mouth twitched, forcing him to salvage his honor and blow the blowing dragon again. In 2025, our brother Xiao will only get divorced once. Phew. Xiao Mo knew that they were just afraid that he would feel bad in his heart and deliberately made the atmosphere lighter. Xiao Mo himself is a person who can take what he can get, coupled with the company of his best friend. Xiao Mo felt better with a warmth in his heart. After tossing and turning for a while, Bai Qi and Ling Wei finally finished the ceremony and made Xiao Mo sit on the sofa. Xiao Mo said to them, "Little Do Ding is coming to Cloud City. You guys know that, right?" Ling Wei replaced a pomelo leaf and was sweeping Bai Qi's bad luck, casually answering, "I know. I'll pick her up later. She's staying at my place tonight." White Child pinched her lightly on the back of her hand. Ling Wei's eyes glared and she said fiercely, "Why are you pinching me?" White Child desperately gave her a wink. Ling Wei scolded angrily, "What the hell? I cramp ah? A moment to take the bottle of water to give you smoke a smoke?" White Chick sighed helplessly. Xiao Mo didn't pay attention to their interaction and looked at his cell phone by himself. He said in a faint voice, "Little Doubting wants to stay at your place, so I'll go find a hotel to stay at, and let her have the guest room, just so I can go out for the evening and rent an apartment early." Ling Wei bit the tip of her tongue and began to regret it, and it was only then that she figured out what Bai Qi meant. She shouldn't have said anything about Shen Lingyan wanting to stay over first. Should have waited for the evening when everyone was drinking and eating and getting midnight, then logically all stayed at the house. Don't feelings develop over time? Now, Shen Lingyan people have not yet come. Xiao Mo will have to go out to find a place to live. Shan Lingyun will kill her. Shirachi stared at her with a great, "You're the smart one," or hopeless look on his face. Seeing that Xiao Mo was about to book a hotel, Ling Wei had an idea and hurriedly said to Xiao Mo, "Brother Xiao, if you ask me, don't rush to book a hotel first. Isn't Lingyun coming to Cloud City because of our group of friends? We should drink all night tonight and not get drunk." Xiao Mo thought about it and it seemed to make sense. He agreed. "Well then, I'll look for another house tomorrow, and tonight I'll take the couch and give the guest room to Little Bean." He was still in the habit of calling Shen Lingyun by her nickname. Ling Wei's face opened up with a smile, and with the joy of being reborn after the robbery, she said, "I'll go buy some food. You guys chat. Saying more is wrong. Not saying anything is good." Ling Wei left the apartment as if she had fled. Xiao Mo sat in the living room with Bai Qi, drank 2 beers and talked about the planning of the business. Xiao Mo said, "Intends to first take a few small programs to do the single. A month there are 50, 100, 000 subsidized life, and then start the business." Bai Qi did not oppose. Patted his chest. "Promise, Brother Xiao, the need for money despite the openings. Although we are not rich, hundreds of thousands are out." "Really not? I go to beg my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Will fully support you to start a business." Xiao Mo smiled and said thank you. He doesn't need to borrow money to start a business just yet. It was just that he envied Bai Qi and Ling Wei's marriage. The two have been classmates since childhood, growing up together, and are considered childhood sweethearts. They are all only children. Bai Qi's father is a university professor. His mother is a high school language teacher, and Ling Wei's parents' hometown is in the northeast, doing business on this side of Cloud City. Before the wedding, Bai Qi's parents thought that they could not treat their daughter-in-law badly, and took out $688,000 in cash, $1 million apartment and a $300,000 plus car as a bride price. Ling Wei's parents were also very generous, giving $1 million in cash and a set of stores as a dowry. The rent for the stores is over $20,000 a month. The young couple do not have to work. Home tinkering with an online store. From Ling Wei parents cooperate with the factory to take goods. Online store income plus store rent. A month of 30,000 to 40,000. The days of the beautiful life. Don't look at Ling Wei as having northeastern blood and a short temper. She was also just loud, and she was usually as good as honey with Bai Qi. The two families also took turns returning for New Year's Eve, and never turned their backs on trivialities in a negotiated manner. The couple has a good relationship. Family ties are harmonious and they have already planned to have children next year. This is the life Xiao Mo dreamed of. Although he used to have entrepreneurial pursuits, his heart still longed for a cozy home. When Ji Ningyan gave him her promise, he had planned to have 2 children with Ji Ningyan. A son and a daughter are best. He couldn't have envisioned a cozy life as a family of 4. Unfortunately, the person Ji Ningyan wanted to spend her life with was not him. Xiao Mo could only wish Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu an early child over the phone. The restaurant is booked. Ling Wei went to the airport to pick up Shen Lingyun. Bai Qi and Xiao Mo went to the restaurant first. Chapter 13, Shen Lingyun's first encounter with Xiao Mo. Her heart has light from now on. Airport. Shen Lingyun wore a mask and sunglasses, a trench coat jacket, wrapped tightly, and came out of the airport. Despite being wrapped up tightly, Shen Lingyun's fashionable and beautiful appearance and temperament still attracted a lot of attention from passers-by at the airport. The little assistant, Zhao Shirai, followed behind Missy with her bag. Shen Lingyun turned around and explained a few words to Zhao Shirai, who dragged her suitcase and took a taxi to the hotel. Ling Wei excitedly waved her hand at Shen Lingyun. "Bow, here, Wei Wei, long time no see. Shen Lingyun warmly embraced Ling Wei. Ling Wei spat. It's not because you're heartless. All day long you excuse yourself to be busy and don't come back to Yuncheng to see me. It's always me who goes to the capital to look for you. Shen Lingyun coaxed her. Alright, don't be angry. Am I not here now? Ling Wei whispered. Bibi, is that for me? You're here for your Xiaomo. You bad woman who emphasizes sex over friends. What did you say? Nothing. I said get in the car. They're all at the restaurant. Ling Wei raised a big bright smile, following Ling Wei to the car. Shen Lingyun threw off her hat and mask and sighed in relief. Back in Cloud City, how do you feel? Ling Wei asked smilingly as she hit the steering wheel. Shen Lingyun raised her eyebrows, the corners of her lips lightly raised. It feels so good. Ling Wei was full of anti-smiles. Your white moonlight is back to being single. Your dead heart is alive again. Can it feel bad? Shen Lingyun's beautiful peach blossom eyes glared at Ling Wei with a smirk, but she didn't deny it. Go find your MO. Don't discharge on me. Ling Wei smiled and flirted. I'll give you the bottom line. According to my family's confidential information from Xiao Baibai, Xiao Mo is contractually married and guarding his body. You're blessed. Shen Lingyun snapped. Any more nonsense and I'll rip your mouth off. He. Ling Wei smiled full of concern. But why don't you tell him about your identity and want to spend time with him as an ordinary person? Could it be that you don't think you're good enough for him with your status as a daughter of a powerful family in the capital? Speaking of this, warmth flooded the bottom of Shen Lingyun's bright eyes. When I met him, I was a special needs student, poor at the bottom of the social ladder, and he never disliked me. He's not a person who dislikes the poor. Now, he's just divorced, and I don't want my family background to pressure him, and I'm afraid he'll turn away from me because of the status gap. Ling Wei cocked her head in thought. She felt that Shen Lingyun's idea was also reasonable. Shen Lingyun is the eldest daughter of the Shen family, one of the 4 major families in the capital, but she was abducted and sold as a child and suffered a lot as a child. And only after graduating from junior high school was she found by her family and picked up in the capital. Her true identity was not revealed to any of her classmates. Only Ling Wei knew. Bai Qi also learned about Shen Lingyun's true family background only after he married Ling Wei. Xiao Mo had just been dumped by Ji Ningyan now and had nothing. If he knew that Shen Lingyun was a famous daughter of a famous family in the capital, he was bound to develop an inferiority complex, and it would be very difficult for the two of them to develop a relationship. Ling Wei patted her chest and assured, I know. Don't worry, I have the tightest mouth. I'll keep your secret. Shen Lingyun looked out the car window. Toward evening, the streets were lined with traffic and neon lights flashed, decorating the bustling city like a dream. Having not returned for 10 years, Cloud City was already a bit of a stranger to Shen Lingyun. While the people on the street were in a hurry, Shen Lingyun was caught up in her own emotions, and everything around her seemed to become untrue. She had fantasized about reuniting with Xiao Mo countless times, and at this moment she was more apprehensive than any imaginable moment. In her previous imagination, her heart was sour and bitter when she re-encountered the married Xiao Mo, but now that Xiao Mo is back to being single, she suddenly doesn't know what kind of posture to face him. Ling Wei noticed that Shen Lingyun's mood was not right and asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Shen Lingyun pursed her lips and said softly, I am a little nervous in my heart. Ling Wei, why? Shen Lingyun, it's like I don't know how to face him. There's a feeling of near hometown cowardice. The old driver Ling Wei was happy. Harm, you literary youth. The mind is delicate. If I and my home little white, a long time goodbye, that is a small goodbye to a new marriage. Hold the head to nibble, and then go home to fight 300 rounds. Shen Lingyun retorted. Thank you. Very practical advice that definitely won't make me look like a hooligan. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Ling Wei patted the steering wheel. I can't imagine that our Missy would also have times when she's not confident. You don't have to worry too much. After so many years of bonding, it's natural to be close when you meet. Shen Lingyun hummed, looking at the lights outlining the outlines of the skyscrapers. Her thoughts flew to the year she first met Xiao Mo. At that time, Shen Lingyun, because of the family's poverty, perennial malnutrition, height than the same age as a head shorter. After entering middle school, the skinny girl was bullied by the bad girls in her class. They forced her to write homework for them, pass answers on tests, and often found excuses to beat her. Even though Shen Lingyun had tried very hard to imitate the handwriting of these bad girls to prevent the teacher from finding out that she had written her homework on their behalf, the homeroom teacher approached those girls to talk to them because they had answered the questions too correctly. They thought Shen Lingyun was the one who snitched and blocked her on the rooftop to beat her up, to strip her naked to take videos and post them online. Shen Lingyun was trembling with fear, crying and begging them to stop. She begged, but it just turned these bad girls on even more. He happened to meet Xiao Mo, who came to the rooftop to watch the sunset. What are you guys doing? Who told you to bully her? Xiao Mo rebuked in a cold voice. A few bad girls didn't care and taunted Xiao Mo, relying on the unspoken campus rule that boys can't hit girls with their hands. Yo, isn't this the first in grade of the second year? What? You still want to heroically save a girl? We're stripping her. Are you going to strip us? Come and beat us if you can. Xiao Mo didn't pay any attention to their taunts, striding over, grabbing the girls' school bags and retreating to the edge of the rooftop, lighter in hand. I don't beat up girls, but I could burn all your textbooks and test papers, and I'll see what you tell your parents when you get home. How dare you? The female in charge was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xiao Mo dumped the book on the ground and directly lit a test paper. You're crazy. The girl ran over and vigorously pushed Xiao Mo away. Xiao Mo cupped the burning paper in his hand and smiled. As long as I see you guys bullying her, I'll burn all your books and test papers. And when the teacher asks, I'll tell you all the things you've done, and you'll be waiting for the disciplinary action. A few of the girls were also bullies. Seeing that a boy had come to protect Shen Lingyun, he didn't dare to continue to make trouble and left with hatred. Xiao Mo walked to the corner and looked at the thin little girl who was unclothed and desperately trying to cover her body with her school bag, and took off her jacket and wrapped it around her. What's your name and which class are you in? Xiao Mo asked with concern. My name is Shen Lingyun. From the first year, 5th class. Shen Lingyun lowered her head, sobbed, and answered Xiao Mo's question in a small voice. Do they often bully you? Xiao Mo asked again. Shen Lingyun nodded and said timidly, they forced me to do their homework for them, and when the teacher found out, she beat me. Xiao Mo patted her head. My name is Xiao Mo. I'm in the 2nd year, 1st class. How about this? From now on, if you follow me, just say that you're my cousin. I'll cover you. Shen Lingyun raised her tearful eyes in surprise. Her family was poor. She was born thin, and everyone looked down on her. How could anyone want to offer to protect her? Through the hazy tears, she saw Xiao Mo's clear and warm face, a smile like a ripping warm sun, illuminating the dark corners of her heart. From that day on, there was light in her heart. Chapter 14, Ji Ningyan sees Shen Lingyun being intimate with Xiao Mo. Inside the upscale Western restaurant, Xiao Mo actually didn't really like Western food, but only to pick a secluded place for easy conversation. He planned to take Shen Lingyun to eat all the newly popped up delicacies in Cloud City again starting tomorrow. Xiao Mo remembers that it is Ji Ningyan who loves to eat Western food and taste red wine, and Xiao Mo even went to learn Western food practice for her. Can't use it now either. The elegant seats on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, beautifully decorated. The atmosphere is romantic. Usually more couples come here to date card. The 4 of them were a gathering of old friends, and a better fit. Xiao Mo and Bai Qi took their seats and waited for Ling Wei to pick up Shen Lingyun. Bai Qi looked at Xiao Mo, only to see his slender fingers, rhythmically knocking on the desktop, seemingly a little anxious. Bai Qi knew clearly that although Xiao Mo didn't say much, inwardly he was full of anticipation for a long goodbye reunion. He poured some red wine for Xiao Mo and deliberately stirred up the conversation. Brother Xiao, you say, after not seeing you for 10 years or so, what has little doubting grown into? Xiao Mo glanced at him in surprise. She's Ling Wei's best friend, and you as Ling Wei's husband, how could you not have seen her picture? White Child was dumbfounded. Good lord, the logical thinking skills of a genius are hard to fool. Bai Qi struggled for a moment before thinking of an excuse. How could they show me their women's chat records? I also haven't seen her since I graduated from middle school. Do you think she'll still look like she did when she was a kid? With short hair, like a wild boy? In fact, Bai Qi knew that Shen Lingyun had grown into a big, watery beauty from the tomboy she was. He said this on purpose to arouse Xiao Mo's curiosity, but Xiao Mo didn't seem to care about that. It's fine to look like anything, as long as it's her. Xiao Mo picked up his wine cup and took a sip, answering in a faint voice. Aren't you curious if she's changed at all? White Child asked. Xiao Mo shook her head. The most important thing for a girl is her inner self. I don't really care about appearance and all that. He thought of Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan was 100% beautiful woman in the eyes of outsiders, with a dazzling appearance. She is as cool and noble and beautiful as an orchid in an empty valley. It's just a shame that she doesn't have a soul to match her appearance. She gave Xiao Mo unrealistic empty promises while playing marital mental derailment with her own white moon Luziyu. Xiao Mo retrieved his thoughts. To him, Ji Ningyan was already in the past, and he wouldn't look back. Xiao Mo recalled Shen Lingyun's middle school appearance. He remembers her looks well. Her features were exquisite, and her eyes were born especially beautiful, with those dark and clear pupils as bright as the stars in the sky. However, she was particularly thin at the time, with hardly any flesh on her face and short hair like the boys, and looked like a clean-cut little boy. Since having Xiao Mo's protection, Shen Lingyun's character slowly became lively and cheerful, with a big grin and a personality similar to that of a boy. Although Shen Lingyun had never posted a selfie in her circle of friends, Xiao Mo guessed that she might not be confident enough in her looks, but Xiao Mo felt that she should be just as cute as when she was a child. As he was thinking about it, he heard a commotion coming from the 1st floor. Look, a big beautiful girl. It's beautiful. I haven't seen anyone this beautiful since I was a kid. Is it a star? Hurry up and search. Xiao Mo looked through the railing of the second floor and followed the sound. A beautiful and stunning figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. The girl was dressed in a goose yellow dress. Her waist was stuck very thin. Her figure was slender and moving, revealing glistening shoulders and a pair of white straight long legs. The delicate color set off her skin as if it were glistening white and delicate jade, with a pink and moving luster. Her delicate gooseneck face, with features carved like a work of art, gave her a bright and eye-catching luster like a jewel, especially the pair of bright and agile peach blossom eyes. Eyes flow, like stars, like autumn water, beautiful and heart-stopping. Ordinary people are very difficult to master goose yellow, easy to show skin black, show earthy, but this girl's curvaceous figure and delicate muscles are like snow, so she can completely master this delicate color, not only make a big splash, but also present a kind of spring-like warm and bright. Xiao Mo had been with Ji Ningyan for 5 years, and Ji Ningyan was already considered a top beauty, but when he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was like an exiled fairy, pure and absolutely stunning, he also felt that she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of her. If Ji Ningyan was compared to this beauty in front of her, she seemed to be a few points behind. Maybe it's a real star. How can a normal person be so beautiful? Xiao Mo thought. He withdrew his gaze, but unexpectedly, that beautiful woman walked up to the second floor and rushed over to Xiao Mo and Bai Chi's table. Brother Xiao, you're rusty after so many years of absence. You don't even greet me when you see me. Shen Lingyun smiled and stood in front of Xiao Mo, ranting softly. Xiao Mo's pupils quaked. He didn't even react, staring at her in bewilderment. He hadn't expected that Shen Lingyun had changed so much that she was completely unrecognizable. You are little. Xiao Mo bit his lip, unable to say the word doubting. Where is Shen Lingyun? Still a little beaner. Up close, she has a nosebleed-inducing figure. In front of her, the peaks to the point of exaggeration, but the waist is amazingly thin, so that people cannot help but worry for her. That slender and soft waist limbs will be difficult to bear the weight of the snowy mountains and break. Xiao Mo was embarrassed to the core. It was true that he didn't recognize Shen Lingyun, and now it's embarrassing to call her by her nickname. Shen Lingyun had long anticipated that Xiao Mo would have such a reaction. Her slender white jade hand pulled open the seat and sat beside Xiao Mo, saying with a smile, "Fade. Feelings fade. Meet greetings do not greet. Also do not invite me to sit down. Combined do not want to invite me to dinner." Saying that, her peach blossom eyes, which were slightly upturned and seemed to be happy, daintily glared at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he was looked at by her. He hurriedly adjusted his mind. How do you cope with the fact that your childhood playmate has grown up to be a woe-is-me siren? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Xiao Mo poured Shen Lingyun some red wine and then shoved the menu into her hands. Where are the words? It's just that I didn't expect you to change so much, and I didn't dare to recognize you for a while. This meal is on me. Feel free to order whatever you want. Shen Lingyun's pink lips curved up gently. Good, then I'm not polite. Ling Wei parked her car and walked up. Shen Lingyun had already ordered her food. All four were junior high school classmates and had a nice chat about some of the things they did when they were studying. The kind of barrier between Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun at first sight quickly disappeared, and they were still as close as before. Halfway through the meal, Shen Lingyun received a message from Special Assistant Zhongwei that there was an urgent matter at the branch that needed to be reported. She must talk to Zhongwei on the phone as soon as possible. You guys eat slowly. I might still be a bit airsick. I'll go to the balcony to get some air, Shen Lingyun said with a smile. I'll accompany you. Xiao Mo worried that she was uncomfortable and hurriedly stood up. Shen Lingyun's pair of small white glistening hands pressed Xiao Mo's broad shoulders, pressed him back to the chair and said with a smile, I don't need you to accompany me. I'm not a child anymore, and there's no one to bully me on the rooftop. So stay here. I'll be back soon. Alright then. Xiao Mo picked up the jacket that was resting on the chair and handed it to her. It's windy outside. Put some on. Don't freeze. Aha. Shen Lingyun took the jacket, draped it over her shoulders, and left with quick steps. Xiao Mo never expected that just across from them in the elegant seat, across the romantic starlight wall, Xiao Mo's every move was captured by Ji Ningyan. Chapter 15. Ji Ningyan's jealousy vessel turned over. Ji Ningyan's slender jade fingers pinched the wine glass, so angry that her body was shaking. Although, from her perspective, she couldn't see Shen Lingyun's appearance and only saw Xiao Mo pulling and tugging with a woman. But just by looking at the woman's back and snow-white, elegant swan neck, it wasn't hard to guess that it was a great beauty with not bad looks. Ji Ningyan felt like her entire body was going to explode. She and Xiao Mo just went to the Civil Affairs Bureau today to do the divorce process. Still in the divorce cooling-off period. Did Xiao Mo hook up with another pretty girl so soon? Lu Ziyu wondered at her sudden anger, watching her body shiver and squeezing the crystal goblet so tightly that she was about to break it. Jack, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Lu Ziyu asked with concern. He reached over to probe Ji Ningyan's forehead temperature. Ji Ningyan, however, impatiently pushed him away and said coldly, "I'm fine." Lu Ziyu wanted to say something else, but he saw Ji Ningyan's pretty face turn red, biting her lower lip, standing up, pinching her wine glass, and angrily walking towards the screen. "Ningyan, where are you going?" Lu Ziyu hurriedly followed. It was only when he rounded the starlight wall that Lu Ziyu could see that it was Xiao Mo sitting across from him. Lu Ziyu accompanied Ji Ningyan to eat hot pot at noon, making her very unhappy, and at night, he thought to give up the crime and come to a high-grade Western restaurant to create some romantic atmosphere and cultivate feelings. "I didn't expect to run into Xiao Mo here." Lu Ziyu frowned and whispered to Ji Ningyan, "Ningyan, I'm sorry, I didn't know these party poopers were here. Do you need me to call the boss to come and kick them out?" Ji Ningyan ignored Lu Ziyu's words. She walked quickly to Xiao Mo and scolded him in a stern voice. "Xiao Mo, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Mo raised his eyes, surprised at how Ji Ningyan could be here, and he was even more confused as to what Ji Ningyan was talking about. He said with quite a bit of boredom, "Ji Ningyan, why do you always start off with such inexplicable remarks every time? Is there something you can't just say?" Ji Ningyan was holding a breath in her heart, this iceberg appearance of a cool beauty. At this moment, the anger in the bottom of her eyes was close to spraying onto Xiao Mo's face. She angrily accused Xiao Mo. "Xiao Mo, we haven't officially divorced yet. Your side can't wait to hook up with other women, or in public, pulling and pulling. Where do you let my Ji Ningyan's face go?" Only then did Xiao Mo figure out that Ji Ningyan was talking about him and Xinlingyun. "You're dating Lu Ziyu here. Who are you to accuse me?" Xiao Mo glanced at her in disgust. "Ji Ningyan, get it straight. You're the one who has an incestuous relationship with him. I'm just here partying with my friends." "Don't spit blood. Party with friends? Do you think I'm blind? I could see clearly from over there. You guys were almost hugging each other. Do you want you to go down to the room and roll into the same bed before you're willing to admit that you cheated on your wife?" Ji Ningyan's anger went to her head, her face reddened, and she insulted Xiao Mo verbally. Lu Ziyu saw that her voice had already attracted some customers in the store, and there were even people who raised their cell phones to try to take pictures, so he immediately called the waiter to stop the others from taking pictures. "Ningyan, no need to be annoyed with this kind of person. Let's go." Lu Ziyu pulled Ji Ningyan's arm and tried to pull her back to her seat. Although he was intent on intervening in Ji Ningyan and Xiao Mo's marriage, he wanted to cut corners and steal Ji Ningyan across the board. But he's not stupid. No matter what, it was Ji Ningyan who was at fault first, and if things got out of hand, it would only embarrass him and Ji Ningyan, and possibly affect the reputation of the Lu and Ji families. Lu Ziyu felt strange that Ji Ningyan, who was always calm and rational, how did she act like an unreasonable child at this moment, completely unable to make sense? Ji Ningyan pushed Lu Ziyu's hand away and questioned Xiao Mo with tears in her eyes. "Xiao Mo, yesterday you were saying that you have feelings for me. Today you turn around and make love to other women. Are your feelings that worthless?" Xiao Mo was also annoyed and stood up, pointing at Lu Ziyu and retorting sternly, "Ji Ningyan, you're the one who found the person. You're the one who wanted to divorce the marriage. I didn't look for your trouble. So what kind of victim are you pretending to be in front of me?" "You." Ji Ningyan couldn't speak. She couldn't argue. She just felt her heart inexplicably clogged, sour, and burning with nameless fire. Ling Wei couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, pointing at Ji Ningyan's nose and cursing. "Ji Ningyan, can you show some face? It's you who cheated on your husband within your marriage and cuckolded him. Don't give me a hard time here. No one eats this from you. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. I'll also send the video of you causing trouble to the internet." The female president of G Group dumped her original husband who has been with her for 5 years in order to climb up to the rich and powerful. "Do you think you'll be on the news headlines? Wife, calm down. There's no need to pay attention to these psychopaths." Bai Qi tugged on the hem of Ling Wei's shirt. It sounded like he was trying to persuade a fight, but in actuality, he was also watching the fun and deliberately satirizing Ji Ningyan. President Ji was furious. Tears of aggression and anger kept welling up under her eyes. Xiao Mo not only flirted with other women, satirized her, and trolled her, but also allowed his friends to humiliate her in every way. Where has the Xiao Mo who favored her and protected her from before gone? Has his heart been stolen by that beautiful woman just now? Anger and jealousy. Ji Ningyan lost her mind and raised the wine glass in her hand, trying to pour the wine on Xiao Mo's face. Xiao Mo's quick eyes and hand snatched the wine glass and threw it on the ground with a snap. The wine glass shattered in response. Ji Ningyan stared blankly at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo asked angrily, "Ji Ningyan, have you made enough of a scene? You know exactly what you've done. I won't indulge you again and again. To tell you the truth, I have a full recording of you mentioning divorce to me last night. If you continue to harass me and my friends here, I'm not afraid to reveal all the ugly things you did with Lu Ziyu." Xiao Mo pulled the recorder out of his pocket and dropped it on the dining table. Originally, he planned to make a formal confession and wanted to keep a souvenir. The recorder and video recorder were prepared, but he did not expect to become the evidence of Ji Ningyan's cheating. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ziyu hurriedly dragged Ji Ningyan out of the restaurant with coaxing and tricking, and drove her home. Xiao Mo felt spoiled and cursed the bad luck, sat down and drank several glasses of red wine to himself. Shen Lingyun had already finished her phone call. When she saw the conflict over here just now, she didn't come over and only returned to the table after Ji Ningyan left. Shen Lingyun's small hand rested on Xiao Mo's shoulder and softly asked, "Brother Xiao, was that your wife just now?" Xiao Mo's heart was clogged with panic, tilted his head and poured red wine into his belly, wiped his lips, and said irritably, "No, ex-wife, the divorce agreement was signed. The process is gone, just in the divorce cooling off period, and has not yet formally received a divorce certificate. He really does not understand. He has agreed to divorce and give up the throne. Ji Ningyan has also found a man of his choice. Why do you still want to pester him?" On this day today, Ji Ningyan never stopped. Shen Lingyan's peach blossom eyes flickered and she deliberately put on a guilty look. Did I make her misunderstand? Chapter 16, Xiao Mo. Will you come back? Xiao Mo patted the small, soft, warm hand she placed on his shoulder and comforted her. Don't pay attention to her. It's her own neurosis. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Lingyun smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Mo shouted for the waiter to pay the bill and said to Shen Lingyun and Bai Qi Lingwei, "Let's party somewhere else. This place is too obscure." Bai Qi proposed at the right time. "Then let's go eat at home. Wei Wei and I will go to that big stall we often go to buy some late-night snacks, drink and jerk skewers, and buy 2 pairs of poker to play, and let's duel until dawn." Bai Qi and Lingwei sent Xiao Mo Shen Lingyun to the downstairs of the neighborhood, and the key was thrown to Xiao Mo. "Take Lingyun up there and sit for a while. We'll be back soon," Bai Qi yelled. Lingwei immediately said wisely, "There may be more people today, and we may not be that fast. We may have to queue up. You guys chat first." "Got it," Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. Seeing Lingwei's face full of anti-smiles, Shen Lingyun secretly gave Lingwei a thumbs up behind Xiao Mo. Lingwei gave her a flying kiss. White Child kicked the gas and sped off in his car. Xiao Mo led Shen Lingyun up the stairs and into the apartment's living room. "I didn't eat well earlier, so let's get drinks and snacks to pad your stomach." Xiao Mo took out strawberry juice and orange-flavored cupcakes, carefully pulled open the pull ring of the Easy Open can, and placed them on the coffee table in front of Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun smiled as she sipped her juice and asked, "Brother Xiao, it's not bad that you're the one who covered me for 2 years in junior high school and you still remember my tastes?" Xiao Mo smiled and nodded his head. "That's for sure. Important things, won't forget." Shen Lingyun blinked. "Then I'll quiz you. The time and place where you first saw me, the character scene. Tell me in detail." Xiao Mo smiled faintly and reported the exact year, month and day, as well as the names of the girls who had bullied Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun was so surprised that she opened her mouth wide. "You really remembered. Underestimate me." Xiao Mo opened the refrigerator again and got himself a can of beer. Shen Lingyun snatched his beer and stuffed it back into the refrigerator, muttering, "Why are you always drinking now?" "No drinking. It's bad for your health," Xiao Mo protested. "Just got here and you're minding me." "Must. I'll manage your affairs." Shen Lingyun proudly threw a can of grape juice to Xiao Mo. In the past, they all drank only when they needed to socialize, and Xiao Mo usually didn't drink much. In the past 2 days, it was really disturbed by Ji Ningyan's heart, and only then did he want to drink a little. Now, the right to drink was taken away by Shen Lingyun. He also had to accept the grape juice. Xiao Mo waited for Shen Lingyun to sit down and deliberately said, "Then I have to manage you too. It's the end of May. It's not officially summer yet. There's a big temperature difference between day and night. Why don't you wear pants?" "Shen Lingyun?" Xiao Mo picked up his cell phone. "I'll send a message to Bai Qi and Lingwei and ask them to buy you a pair of bottoms back." Shen Lingyun looked down at these legs of his, slender, straight, powdered, and glowing with the warmth of beautiful jade. She is most satisfied with her own legs, not unaware of the killing power of these legs. When she was at the office, she wore professional suits that were either long pants or knee-length wraparound skirts, and very rarely short skirts. It was because she had come to Cloud City to meet Xiao Mo that she had purposely changed into a slightly shorter skirt to expose her legs. This guy Xiao Mo, even if he doesn't know how to appreciate it, he has to force her to wear long pants? What was even more outrageous was that Shen Lingyun saw Xiao Mo reach out and take a cuddle quilt from the sofa, unwrap it and shake it into a small quilt to cover her. "I'm not cold." Shen Lingyun's pretty little face had resistance written all over it. "No, you're cold." Xiao Mo walked over. "My grandpa used to have old cold legs that were frozen out. You can't be careless." "Shen Lingyun," she mentally spat. "You bean, don't you know how to take a look? Take a look. I can't believe you're empty-eyed." However, Xiao Mo really did not look away, grabbed the pillow quilt, and wrapped up Shen Lingyun's white and long legs, wrapped like a dumpling. Xiao Mo clapped his hands. "This way you won't catch a cold." Shen Lingyun was speechless. The Colors Show project. Failure. Xiao Mo just wanted to ask if Shen Lingyun had found a good house. If he hadn't found a good house yet, he planned to take Shen Lingyun out for a stroll. Unexpectedly, the cell phone rang hypnotically. Surprisingly, it was Ji Ningyan again. Xiao Mo recognized her alternate number. Xiao Mo hung up the phone. Ji Ningyan, however, called again. Xiao Mo pulled the plug on her alternate number. She called him on Wu's mom's cell phone. Xiao Mo was annoyed by her noise and picked up the phone, asking in annoyance, Ji Ningyan, what more do you want? You're already harassing me for the third time today. I'll call the police if you keep this up. Unexpected. Surprisingly, Ji Ningyan did not indiscriminately give Xiao Mo a scolding like the previous 2 times. There was no sound on the other side of the phone. Xiao Mo felt strange. A few seconds passed before a low sob sounded. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan's voice was light, like a bubble that would burst at any time. Will you come back? All your things are still here. Move back. Don't be outside. Xiao Mo was really feeling that Ji Ningyan was sick, princess sick. She grew up as the daughter of a wealthy family and was so beautiful that she was considered a proud daughter of heaven. This feeds into her narcissistic personality, always thinking that everyone in the world should be around her, constantly pleasing her and paying for her. Xiao Mo didn't want to break up with her. Ji Ningyan, stop it. Since you've already chosen to divorce, decisively separating is the best outcome. What is it that you're not willing to repeatedly entangle? Ji Ningyan couldn't speak. Xiao Mo coldly said, for the past 5 years, you were the only one in my heart and eyes, and I was dedicated to forming a family with you. As a result, you suddenly said you want to find your white moonlight, want to divorce me. Okay, you have no place for me in your heart. I let go. I give way. I net out of the house. I'm nearly 30. Nothing. You think I'm not bad enough? Do you want me to throw myself into the river for you? Or do you think I should wag my tail at you? Shen Lingyun was on the side, and when she heard Xiao Mo say these words to Ji Ningyan, her heart churned with jealousy. She really wanted to grab her cell phone and throw it off the balcony to keep Xiao Mo from tangling with that woman. But she was still too much of a friend to meddle in such matters. Xiao Mo was going to hang up. However, on the other end of the phone, Ji Ningyan's pleading voice accompanied by crying rang out. Xiao Mo, will you come back? Let's have a good talk. Chapter 17, Xiao Mo goes back to Ji Ningyan. Shen Lingyun opens jealousy factory. Xiao Mo did not expect that the high-minded and proud Ji Ningyan, divorced, would still beg him in such a soft tone. In the past, as long as she cried, Xiao Mo would soften his heart and feel so sorry for her that he would agree with her on any request. But now, Xiao Mo has seen the true face of this woman's selfishness and self-interest, and will not be impressed by a few soft words from her. Xiao Mo's tone was cold. Ji Ningyan, it's already pointless for you to say this. I don't have anything to talk about with you. After the property division is done, you don't still want me to pay for the divorce, do you? Ji Ningyan looked like she didn't hear Xiao Mo's mockery. She said to herself, Xiao Mo, all your things are here. The bedroom is still maintained as it was. Nothing has changed, right? You're just getting angry with me. You don't really want to leave, right? Xiao Mo replied, you're the one who kicked me out. Does it matter if I want to leave or not? It's not like that. Xiao Mo, will you come back? You come back. Xiao Mo felt that she was not in the right state. How much did you drink? Is Wu Ma at home? Ji Ningyan, however, did not reply, but only kept her voice low and kept repeating the words just now, asking Xiao Mo to come back. Xiao Mo didn't believe her bull *******. A woman who decisively abandoned him for white moonlight could never have killed herself for him. Xiao Mo didn't believe that anything would happen to Ji Ningyan, but those things he had put in the villa. Ji Ningyan had already found excuses to make trouble twice today. Tell her to throw it away and she won't. And every now and then she has to find an excuse to take the piss. Xiao Mo didn't want to plant a time bomb there. He still felt the need to go back and deal with it. Fine. I'll come over now, Xiao Mo said in a cold voice. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Mo put on his jacket, but ran into Shen Lingyan's complicated eyes. Xiao Mo explained. She didn't know what stimulated her and drank a lot of wine, so I went back to take a look and brought back all the stuff on the way. Don't blackmail me. You're worried about her? Shen Lingyun asked, tilting her head. Xiao Mo shook his head. How can that be? Wait for me for a while. I'll be back soon. He turned and pulled open the door to his room and walked right out. Shen Lingyan's clear peach blossom eyes showed a look of resignation. Could it be that Xiao Mo really loves Ji Ningyan that much? That woman is excessive and desperate. Xiao Mo still can't let go of her? Shen Lingyun's heart was bubbling with acid. She traveled a long way to find Xiao Mo, but Ji Ningyan can still call him away with a single phone call. Does she have half a place in Xiao Mo's heart? She skimmed her small mouth and watched Xiao Mo leave in a furious fufu. What Shen Lingyan didn't know was that Xiao Mo didn't go back because he was worried about Ji Ningyan. He was feeling that Ji Ningyan was too annoying. He went to fix this mess. Half an hour later, Bai Qi and Ling Wei returned with a large pile of takeout boxes. The two were excited when they received a call from Xiao Mo asking them to buy bottoms for Xin Lingyun. Have they fast-forwarded to the pants-wearing part? Bai Qi and Ling Wei purposely dawdled outside for a while before returning home. As a result, after the two of them entered the door, they unexpectedly found Xin Lingyun curled up in the corner of the sofa like a little pitiful person, drinking mulled wine alone. There was also a small quilt wrapped around his legs. Lingyun, why are you alone? Where's Xiao Mo? Ling Wei put the takeout box in her hand on the coffee table and looked around. Curious. Xin Lingyun's pretty little face was dyed scarlet by the wine, and her little mouth muttered aggressively. His ex-wife called to make a scene, as if she had drunk a lot of wine, and he was uneasy and went back to the villa to see her. What? Ling Wei and Bai Qi shouted in unison. Shen Lingyun said sourly, it's only been 1 day since the divorce was filed, and they're so attached to each other. Pulling back and forth, I think the two of them are definitely going to rekindle their old feelings. I'd better go back earlier, so as not to make a fool of myself here. Hiss. Ling Wei and Bai Qi huffed backward. This young lady who chases her love for thousands of miles is so jealous. It feels like this house is so full of acid you could open a vinegar factory. They both felt helpless. They had been milling around outside for so long just to give Xiao Mo and Xin Lingyun time to be alone. In the face of a beautiful woman like Xin Lingyun, who was so charming and in love, Xiao Mo wrapped up her beautiful legs that she purposely exposed to him, then left her alone in the room and ran back to see his ex-wife by himself? Great. It's a titanium straight man. We're hopeless. Bai Qi is Xiao Mo's good buddy. His heart is definitely toward Xiao Mo. He hurriedly explained for Xiao Mo. It's not what you think. Old Xiao, this person I understand. He doesn't seem to have any feelings for that white lotus anymore. He is just sentimental. Easy to be soft-hearted. When that white lotus cries, he definitely can't just sit back and watch. Ling Wei gave him a kick. Donate your mouth if you can't talk. Don't stop here to blah blah. I'm wrong, wife. I'll send a message to Xiao Mo now and tell him to come back quickly. Bai Qi was afraid of receiving a beating from his daughter-in-law and quickly walked towards the balcony. Ling Wei put her arm around Xin Lingyun and comforted her. Brother Xiao is not the kind of person who can't make sense of things. You trust him and leave it to him, okay? Xin Lingyun grunted, puffed out her little cheekbones, and puffed out as she drank. Who doesn't know how to drink? I'm going to get myself drunk. I'm going to drink until I get alcohol poisoning, until my stomach bleeds, and I'll be sent to the ICU, so you guys can call him later and see if he comes back. I'd like to see if he only has that Ji Ning Yen in his heart, or will he be worried about me dying too? Ling Wei was speechless. High-end female competition often takes the most unpretentious approach. She drinks, I drink, and then watch Xiao Mo happily choose between the two. Ling Wei was sweating for Xiao Mo. She went along with Xin Lingyun's words, and after coaxing her for a while, she finally subsided. Xin Lingyun flew back from abroad yesterday, traveled a long distance of more than 10 hours, and drank wine. Feeling tired at the moment, fell asleep on the couch without realizing it. Xiao Mo returned to Ji Ning Yan's Jiangwan villa. Standing at the door, the smart device scans your face directly to unlock the door. Xiao Mo did not expect that someone as vigilant as Ji Ning Yan would not delete his unlocked image and fingerprints after the divorce. He walked into the living room. A strong odor of alcohol came to the surface. Several open bottles of wine and liquor were on the table. Ji Ning Yan's slender figure was devoid of its former nobility. Covered in alcohol, her skin flushed red, and she leaned drunkenly on the sofa. Hearing the ringing, she looked at Xiao Mo with drunken eyes, realizing that it was Xiao Mo who had returned. She seemed a bit agitated and struggled to sit up, going to pull the hem of his coat. Xiao Mo stuck his hands in his pockets and indifferently lowered his eyes as he coldly looked at her. Xiao Mo. Ji Ning Yan just said 2 words. Her tears fell, her tone sad. You came back. You can't bear to part with me, right? I knew you would come back. Xiao Mo. Don't go. Xiao Mo was puzzled by her actions. Yesterday, in front of Lu Ziyu, her ex-boyfriend, she made all kinds of disparaging and humiliating remarks about Xiao Mo, and she had to get a divorce. Today, however, she acted as if she was obsessed with him, as if his departure had been a great shock to her. Those who didn't know might think that it was Xiao Mo who had abandoned her. Xiao Mo felt that Ji Ning Yan was playing him. To put it nicely, it's hard to let go of his deep love. To put it bluntly, Ji Ning Yan was treating him like a licking dog, and wanted to be tethered to his side so that he could continue to serve her. Chapter 18. Ji Ning Yan. Are you eating from the bowl and watching the pot? Stop it. Xiao Mo didn't want to give Ji Ning Yan space to play, and didn't bother to look at this feigned pitiful look of hers, and said coldly, I'm coming back to pack up my things, so that those cheap objects don't get in your way. Ji Ning Yan, however, did not die. Her plain hand tightly clutched the hem of Xiao Mo's coat, her tone of sorrow. Xiao Mo, don't leave. Will you move back? We're still like old times. Her eyes are very beautiful. The pupils of her eyes are dark and full of tears, like the white mist that does not blow on the surface of the lake all year round. It looks pathetic and is very easy to be touched by the heart. Xiao Mo had once sunk into her gentle, sad eyes, moved by her tears, feeling that her relationship with him was that of a fish out of water. In hindsight, Xiao Mo felt more like crocodile tears. He resented her irresponsibility and use of the terror offensive to gain sympathy. More than anything, I hate the fact that she's now flipping and flopping like a repeater and doesn't know what she's talking about. Xiao Mo poked her face without mercy. Ji Ningyan, what the hell are you talking about? You're asking me to move back in. What about Lu Ziyu? I live on the second floor. He lives on the third floor, right? You're quite good at thinking. Ji Ningyan was violently stunned. She then remembered Lu Ziyu, her eyes foggy and confused, and muttered a repetition. Lu Ziyu, and Lu Ziyu, right? You move back. Lu Ziyu, what to do? She was actually thinking hard about it. Xiao Mo was again exasperated by her and laughed. He towered over her, coldly looking at her pathetic appearance and said mockingly, Ji Ningyan, to be honest, although you betrayed your marriage, broke your promise, and abandoned me for Lu Ziyu, I think that, for you to think about him for so many years, you can be called dedicated and deeply in love, and I don't really blame you too much. As a result, you are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, white moonlight and spare tire. You want both? Xiao Mo's sharp words, like a pot of cold water pedaling down, made Ji Ningyan wake up a bit. She said dreamily, it's not like that, Xiao Mo. I didn't want you to leave, and I missed the days when we struggled together. But then, how did it all change? I want to take Ji to a higher position, and Ziyu will give me the resources. Xiao Mo felt sick. He coldly pushed Ji Ningyan's hand away. I'm not interested in hearing this from you, and don't you dare think about both. It's none of my business what you think or do. I just came here today to pack up my things, and we're done for good from now on. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan wanted to say something else. She'd had too much to drink, and her body lurched and rolled onto the carpet, hitting her head on the coffee table. Unconscious, Xiao Mo squatted on the ground to check her injuries. It's not a bad knock, it should just be the drunkenness. Xiao Mo patted her face, but she fell to the ground without moving. Xiao Mo frowned in disgust as he picked her up in a horizontal hug, striding up the stairs and into the bedroom, dropping her on her own bed and pulling the covers over her. Mrs. Wu, Xiao Mo shouted. Wu Ma, who was hiding in the doorway of the guest room and peeking, immediately trotted over. Mr. Xiao, what are your orders? Xiao Mo went to wash his hands by the sink and calmly said to Wu Ma, take care of your young lady, don't let her catch a cold. She didn't drink too much. You cook the sobering soup according to the recipe I gave you, and you will be able to slow down in half an hour after drinking it. Also, you be a witness. I didn't do anything to her. If anything happens to her, don't blame it on me. But, if Miss blames it, how can I say it? Wu Ma still wants to argue. Xiao Mo shook his cell phone. You let her look at the surveillance herself. I have a backup here, and she can't rely on you. Okay, got it. Wu Ma replied resentfully. She had originally thought that Ji Ningyan was drinking at home over Xiao Mo's departure, and that with Xiao Mo coming back now, the two might be able to get back together. Who knew that Xiao Mo had absolutely no intention of making up? After Xiao Mo instructed, he went to the utility room on the first floor to find a few cardboard boxes, went to his room, and packed everything. He hailed a cab to come and put the modest luggage in the tailgate. Then he pointed to a cardboard box at the door and said to Wu Ma, it's full of notes and books. It's useless. Throw it away or burn it for me. I'm too lazy to move it. Wu Ma nodded. After Xiao Mo left, Wu Ma opened the cardboard box and carefully rummaged through it. It turned out that the useless things in Xiao Mo's mouth were all notes he had written with his own hands, information collected for Ji Ningyan's body conditioning. Wu Ma didn't dare to throw it away directly, so she had to put it aside and wait for Ji Ningyan to wake up to deal with it. After 0, Ji Ningyan, who had drunk the sobering soup, gradually regained consciousness. She struggled to sit up, covering her groggy head. Mrs. Wu, here you are. Miss, are you better? Eat something. Wu Ma brought up a bowl of green vegetables and lean pork porridge. Ji Ningyan waved her hand. My head hurts. Did Xiao Mo come back just now? That is true. Wu Ma nodded awkwardly. Ji Ningyan's eyes lit up. Where is he? Did he move back in? Wu Ma replied bitterly. Moved, yes, but not moved back. Moved away. He took everything with him. What? Ji Ningyan couldn't believe it. Wu Ma dragged in the cardboard box she had left at the door and opened it to display it to Ji Ningyan. Miss, Mr. Xiao still has some things left here. See if there's anything important. Jinny walked out of bed and leaned over to rummage through the box. Seeing those materials he had organized for her, as well as the sketchbook, a glimmer of hope rose in the bottom of Ji Ningyan's eyes. She picked up a notepad. He's betting against me. All this stuff, and he's going to come back for it, right? 5 years of companionship. This feeling, Ji Ningyan does not believe that Xiao Mo can easily cut down. Even on the night of the divorce filing, when he mistakenly thought she was with Lu Ziyu, He was still making his feelings known to her. But Wu Ma ignored Ji Ningyan's messy emotions, sighed, and told the truth. No, Mr. Shaw said they were useless and told me to throw them away or burn them. Ji Ningyan's white face flushed red. The notepad in her hand, too, seemed to turn into rolling coals of fire, mocking her self-righteousness. Yes, she had already filed for divorce. Why should Xiao Mo still obey her like he did in the past? Alright, stop it. Burn all these. Ji Ningyan waved her hand in annoyance. Wu Ma held the box and walked out, muttering in a low voice, wasn't it you who told me to say it? Speak the truth, and you don't like to hear it. In the end, it's still blaming me, a bitter old woman. Ji Ningyan suddenly called out to Mrs. Wu, forget it, put these things in Xiao Mo's former room, I'll deal with them after a while. Got it. Wu Ma was afraid that Ji Ningyan would have any more instructions and hurriedly ran away holding the cardboard box. Ji Ningyan sat dejectedly on the bed, her body leaning weakly against the bedside. Consciousness faded back into clarity as she remembered the full segment of last night. At that time, in the restaurant, she saw Xiao Mo flirting with a strange beauty. Xiao Mo personally poured wine for the woman, helped her cut the steak, and even gave her his jacket to wear. Xiao Mo never treats other women like this. What was even more irritating was that Ji Ningyan realized that when Xiao Mo was with that woman, the smile under his eyes was thicker and more concerned than when he was with her before. Ji Ningyan was overcome with jealousy and anger and made a scene in the Western restaurant. After Lu Ziyu sent her back, she found an excuse to support Lu Ziyu, but because of her boredom, she borrowed alcohol to dispel her sorrows. She drank glass after glass, and by the end of the day, actions were no longer controlled by her brain. The fact that she would cry on the phone and beg Xiao Mo to come back was a completely unconscious act and not her true will. What's wrong with me? I really can't bear to see Xiao Mo leave. Or is it my competitive spirit that doesn't want to lose to other women? Ji Ningyan felt like she had found the answer. She had resented Xiao Mo's lack of advancement for a long time. Lu Ziyu was the white moonlight she had longed for, with better personal abilities, a better family background, and a wider network of contacts that could help the Ji family boost their resources. It was impossible for Ji Ningyan to suddenly give up Xiao Mo, even if it is a bit of a holdover. It can only be described as a habit of getting along and will mean nothing else. Ji Ningyan is the daughter of the Ji family, and has been taught since she was a child to excel and get A's in her studies. She must have been unwilling to lose to another woman, driven by a sense of entitlement, like the resentment of having something she doesn't want taken away from her by someone else. To do something as humiliating as what she did last night. Only, Xiao Mo's degree of desperation was beyond her expectations. Does he really not have any feelings for her anymore? Ji Ningyan shook off these mixed thoughts, rubbed her hands on her rolling cheeks, and comforted herself. Alright, it's all in the past. I should be happy to have left Xiao Mo, this unthinking soft rice man. I don't want to be bothered by these trivialities anymore. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Ziyu, asking him to have lunch with her tomorrow at noon, going to their old favorite restaurant. For her, cultivating a relationship with Lu Ziyu and helping Ji get 2 big engineering orders to take Ji to the next level was the most important thing right now. What is Xiao Mo's company and care? Xiao Mo moved his stuff back to Bai Chi's apartment. Chapter 19 Shen Lingyan brainstorming. Xiao Mo must be interested in me. After entering the door, he saw Shen Lingyan falling asleep on the sofa with that quilt still covering her legs. Ling Wei, on the other hand, was sitting on the sidelines watching TV with a smelly face. Xiao Mo carried the cardboard box in and asked Ling Wei curiously, how did she fall asleep? Wasn't she going to have a late night snack and talk all night? Ling Wei's face didn't look too good. You still have the nerve to say that. People come all the way from the capital to see you. And you? Your ex-wife called away with a single phone call, leaving Ling Yan here alone. Brother Xiao, if you ask me, you're not doing the right thing with this. Xiao Mo smiled and took off the jacket that was stained with the odor of Ji Ningyan's perfume and casually threw it in the trash can. He explained to Ling Wei, no matter, that woman has been going crazy and playing drunk, and Ling Yan came over to play, so I didn't want any of this to affect her. I've taken care of it. Really? Look, didn't I move everything back? That woman has no more excuses to find things. Xiao Mo's tone was filled with dislike for Ji Ningyan. Once upon a time, he appreciated Ji Ningyan's strength and independence, felt sorry for her as a weak woman carrying the burden of the Ji family, and mistakenly thought that Ji Ningyan trusted and relied on him wholeheartedly. But since Ji Ningyan filed for divorce, Xiao Mo completely saw the true face of her hypocrisy and selfishness, and didn't have half a bit of attachment to her, and even regretted that he had ever had feelings for a woman like her before. Xiao Mo sat next to Shen Lingyun and rubbed her hair. Hey, little girl, get up. What happened to the promised long talk? Ling Wei grunted. Xiao Mo looked at her. What's wrong? Ling Wei, the assistant, is very dedicated. The bottom of the eyes are full of gossip fire, but the surface is still I don't even want to say you let me say I only say reluctance. Brother Xiao, the matter of your divorce, Bai Chi and I didn't tell the outside. You know, our two mouths have always been very tight. Yesterday, Ling Yun talked to me, heard that you came here, and also wanted to start a business. She guessed that you have a marital situation, afraid that you can't think of anything, specially came to accompany you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you go away like that, anyone will think you're a big fan of color. Tomorrow you have to make it up to Ling Yun. Xiao Mo smiled up. Well, I know. He stood up and carefully picked up Xin Ling Yun in a horizontal hug. The girl's body was fragrant and soft, and there was a nice smell on her, like a mixture of floral and milky scent. Unlike artificial perfumes, it was her unique scent that wrapped around the tip of Xiao Mo's nose. In Xiao Mo's heart, there was a slight touch. He carried Xin Ling Yun back to the guest room and gently placed her on the bed, carefully covering and tucking her in. Shen Ling Yun's small, restless hand reached out from under the covers. Xiao Mo put her back under the covers and she reached out again, insisting on putting her hand outside. It's still the same as when I was a child. I like to beat the quilt. Xiao Mo muttered. Shen Ling Yun's face was warm, but her small hands were cold and clammy. Xiao Mo clutched her small, white, soft, boneless hand in his palm. You silly girl, why are you angry? How could I possibly disregard my friends for that kind of heartless woman? I'll send her away, and she won't even bother us in the future, and I'll have a clean slate myself. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's sleeping appearance and smiled as he whispered. When he was in middle school, Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun's relationship was so good that he let Shen Lingyun call him brother, and the two were inseparable, closer than the relationship between a brother and sister. Now, when she heard that he had an accident, Shen Lingyun immediately rushed over from the capital and wanted to accompany him to start a business. How could Xiao Mo not be touched by this thick affection? After warming up her little paw, Xiao Mo tucked her back under the covers. This time, Shen Lingyun didn't hit the covers and slept peacefully. Xiao Mo touched her head lovingly. I haven't come back for so many years. Tomorrow you will take you to play. No more anger. Here, don't say anything as if you promise. The only sound in the room was Shen Lingyun's even breathing, like gentle waves, slightly undulating. Xiao Mo left satisfied. Hearing the loud sound of the room door closing, Shen Lingyun's beautiful peach blossom eyes opened in the darkness and winked wryly. She had thoroughly figured out Ji Ningyan's routine. Playing the poor. Who doesn't know how? Not to mention I'm carrying an assist here. Shen Lingyun was very satisfied with Ling Wei's performance just now. Shen Lingyun's fingertips chucked. Xiao Mo's broad palm was warm and dry, and the touch and temperature seemed to remain on her skin. Shen Lingyun curled her lips. Xiao Mo has always been a man with a great sense of boundaries and full respect for the opposite sex. It would make sense to say that not letting her sleep on the couch and carrying her into the bedroom was out of concern for her friend, for fear of her catching a cold. But why was he still warming her hands himself? Why isn't he holding any other woman's hand but mine? This speaks volumes about. He's definitely got a thing for me. From now on, his hand can only be held by me, a woman. His hands are so warm, and he was warm when he carried me in just now. It's so cold to sleep alone. I want to cuddle. He must be very comfortable to hold. Shen Lingyun's thoughts were heavenly and kept fantasizing. In the end, she drew up a few catchy names for her and Xiao Mo's child and figured out where the crib would be placed before she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Even her dreams were extraordinarily sweet. Xiao Mo casually took a shower, changed his clothes, and threw the clothes from earlier into the trash again. He lay down on the couch in the living room and reached over to turn off the light. Moonlight poured in from the balcony, as still as water. Xiao Mo's troubled heart gradually calmed down. He messaged a few friends and asked them for a favor, which they readily agreed to. Next, Xiao Mo checked the surveillance of Ji Ningyan's home. He doesn't have permission to cancel the surveillance yet. The security systems of Ji Ningyan's villa are all firewalls reinforced by Xiao Mo, so if he wanted to hack in, it would be without difficulty. But he also doesn't have a penchant for prying into his ex-wife's private life, and he's only checking out the surveillance in case there's any dead space that wasn't captured, for fear of getting into a dispute, and to be prepared ahead of time. Determining that Ji Ningyan didn't have any points that could blackmail him, Xiao Mo turned off the surveillance. He shouldn't be logging on to check the surveillance for a while. Today, he also made it clear to Ji Ningyan that when she sobered up, with her kind of arrogant character, it would be impossible for her to beg him to go back. Next, just be patient and wait for 29 days to get your divorce papers and end this wrong marriage. The plan to start your own business is about to be pursued. Xiao Mo rolled over. The cold touch of Shen Lingyan's small hand was still lingering in his palm. Xiao Mo thought, this girl may also have cold hands and feet due to insufficient qi and blood. Tomorrow buy some medicinal herbs to make soup for her. Next day, Xiao Mo got up early. He made an appointment to see the house with a friend who was an agent. Chapter 20, Renting a Room. Xiao Mo starts a new life. 3,000 words. Regardless of how good the relationship with Bai Chi was, it was impossible for Xiao Mo to harp on his house for too long. After all, Bai Chi is married and it's inconvenient to have another big man in the house. Besides, looking at other people's young couple day by day honey, their own and nearly 30 years old still being divorced widowed old man. The heart is more or less not a taste. Xiao Mo changed his clothes and went out the door. Shen Lingyan heard the sound of the gate locking and knew that Xiao Mo had gone out, and immediately climbed up in a flash and sent a direct message to her assistant. For Shen Lingyan's drinking capacity, the 2 bottles of beer she drank yesterday were no big deal at all. Ever since she knew that Xiao Mo was getting married, every time it was late at night, the thought of the man she had secretly loved for 13 years, warming up with his arms around another woman, would cause her heart to ache like pins and needles. The pain accumulated day by day, and the fragile little heart in Shen Lingyan's chest was stabbed into a honeycomb coal. On sleepless nights, she would often have a glass of red wine and use the alcohol to enhance the quality of her sleep. Yesterday until now, she's just pretending to be drunk. However, she was really forgetting about Zhao Shirai in the hotel. Shen Lingyan is full of her white moonlight. What Shen love? Zhao what love? Cannot even think about it. At the moment, Zhao Shirai was sitting on the sofa in the hotel, nodding and dozing off. When Shen Lingyan's message was sent, Zhao Shirai bounced up, nervousness written all over her round face. Oh my god, why did I fall asleep? I said I'd wait for Missy to come back. Zhao Shirai felt very guilty. Last night she found an idol drama to watch and waited for Shen Lingyan's order. I didn't realize that the sleepyheads were acting up and falling asleep against the couch. When she saw that it was already daybreak and knew that Shen Lingyun had not returned for the night and had not contacted her, it occurred to her that there might have been some progress. Zhao Xia AI was full of anti-smiles, and her guilt disappeared without a trace. She leaned in close to the handset of her cell phone to listen to the voice text. Shin AI, everything is going well on my side. You'll stay at the hotel for now and wait for me to make arrangements. You have to help me contact some people. Tell them that I'm coming to Cloud City to do some business, and I may ask for their help at any time. In addition, you also have to help me look at some office rooms. I need to rent office space. Shin Lingyun sent a bunch of business cards. There are also a lot of requirements regarding office locations. Zhao Shernai's temples throbbed with pain. Isn't this Zhong Wei's job? I'm just a weak, helpless and pathetic little assistant in life. Zhao Shirai is privately lively and not exactly socially awkward, but when it comes to socializing in the workplace, she feels suffocated. According to reason, this time Shin Lingyun came to Yun City. She should definitely bring special assistant Zhong, who had superb working ability and rich experience in the workplace. It is a pity that Mr. Shin has only her white moonlight in his heart, and has never been close to men. Out of the company and Zhong's special assistant pressure simply nothing to communicate. The heavy responsibility then fell on the shoulders of Zhao Shirai. The little wretch, Zhao Shernai sighed. It's true that the president is in love and Shin Ai is suffering. She called Zhong Wei. Hey, what's up? Zhong Wei's hoarse voice rang out. Zhao Shernai was speechless for a moment. What's going on here, Mr. Chung? Zhao Shirai asked timidly. Assistant Zhong, am I disturbing you? Zhong Wei was succinct. Jet lag. Sleep. Zhao Xia AI then remembered that it was still night on the M side. She also didn't want to disturb Zhong Wei's rest, but she really couldn't handle these things, so she had to report Shen Lingyun's request stiffly. Zhong Wei listened patiently and said, send it to me. I'll handle it. Also, you follow Mr. Shin around. If you can't handle similar problems, I'll assign an assistant to you. Zhao Shirai, huh? Zhong Wei, problem? Zhao Shirai, no need for now. Thank you, Special Assistant Zhong. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Shernai spat. And an assistant? Missy wants to be her white moonlight's assistant. I'm Missy's assistant, and now you're sending me an assistant. Infinite condom, right? Zhong Wei's ability to work can't be described, and it was all done in 10 minutes. Sending a voiceover. I have already made arrangements. When Mr. Shen has a need, just contact them directly. Mr. Shen's itinerary they will keep it confidential. The writing room I'll have someone pick the right one. Send the proposal to Mr. Shen, and Mr. Shen will decide. Zhao Shernai's heart blossomed. Look at Special Assistant Chung. She's a great worker. She's a soft little cutie, so she might as well lie down on her lap. Zhao Xiao AI finished reporting to Shen Lingyun, then sent a few sets of daily outfits to Shen Lingyun using same city express delivery. Then, Zhao Shernai hugged a bunch of snacks and happily watched the idol drama. Xiao Mo arrived at the agreed location and met his high school classmate Deng Cheng. Brother Xiao, long time no see. Tung Chung greeted enthusiastically. Deng Cheng's academic performance is average. The family is not good. High school graduates directly out of work. Dry housing agency this business. Xiao Mo started his business during his university days, and later became the son-in-law of the Ji family, and had a bit of a network, helping Deng Cheng to introduce a lot of customers. Deng Cheng invites Xiao Mo to dinner a few times a year to thank him for his help, and the two have a good relationship. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Xiao Mo cut to the chase. Did you find a suitable listing for the request I sent you yesterday? Well, There is. It's right around here. Have a cup of coffee and something to eat first. Then I'll take you there. Deng Cheng pulled Xiao Mo toward the cafe. Xiao Mo excused himself. No need. Just take me directly to see the house. It's best to sign the contract now and move over later. Deng Cheng froze. Is it so urgent? Is it a friend? Or a relative? I live by myself, Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. What? Deng Cheng was shocked. In Cloud City, which classmate didn't know that Xiao Mo was the husband of Ji Ningyan, the daughter of a powerful family and one of Cloud City's 3 golden flowers? How did you end up out renting your room? Deng Cheng didn't believe it and laughed awkwardly. Brother Xiao, you're joking with me, right? Your father-in-law's family's business is so big that they have several villas. How could you possibly come out and rent an apartment to live in? You must be kidding me. Xiao Mo shook his head. I'm not lying. It's me who lives. Had a fight with your wife? Deng Cheng asked with concern. After yesterday's incident, Xiao Mo felt that there was no point in him hiding the divorce when Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu were out in public holding hands. However, Ji Ningyan had emphasized that he should not tell anyone else, and he still chose to keep his word. Xiao Mo smiled faintly and made an excuse. I'm working on a new project, and I want a clean environment, so I just want to find a place to be alone and focus on writing code. Deng Cheng sked. Brother Xiao, don't blame me for not reminding you that work is important, and conjugal love is even more important. A certain big brother. Do software that genius? Know it? Not as the development of software closed for a small half a year. Come back to find that his wife rolled up the money and ran away. People and money are empty. As he spoke, he realized that Xiao Mo's face did not look right. Deng Cheng muttered in his heart. It can't be true that the couple's relationship is in trouble, right? He once again laughed dryly twice, and turned his words around. However, it's a blessing in disguise. Didn't people later rely on healthcare products to rise again? Go go go. I'll take you to see the house. Deng Cheng mumbled the advertisement slogan of no gifts for this year's festival and took Xiao Mo to look at a few apartments in the neighborhood. Xiao Mo fell in love with a clean and tidy, simple decoration. He did not like too complicated style. 100 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, river view, rent 4,000 yuan a month, 3 deposit. It's not easy to get such a price in the city, and it's mainly due to Deng Cheng's familiarity with the owner and his help in cutting the price. Xiao Mo signed up to pay the deposit. Deng Cheng wants to waive his brokerage fee. Xiao Mo disagrees and Deng Cheng offers to buy him dinner again. Xiao Mo said, no need. I have something to do at noon. Let's meet again next time. Deng Cheng agreed. Xiao Mo walked out of the neighborhood with a somewhat heavy heart. In the beginning, selling the company cheaply to pay off the Ji family's debts, and from that money, it wasn't impossible to take out a portion of it to buy a house and a car, and keep a security for himself. How could he be so stupid as to put everything he had on the line for the sake of repaying a favor and sympathizing with Ji Ningyan? After thinking about it, Xiao Mo found the answer. Elder Ji had been a great benefactor to the Xiao family and was a family friend of Xiao Mo's grandfather, and Xiao Mo trusted him. Xiao Mo has helped the Ji family so much. Ji's group can create glory again. He has the most credit. Even if outsiders seem to think that Xiao Mo has contributed the most money and effort, he should take the shares. It's just a matter of how many shares are allocated. Ji Ningyan, however, hid it from the old man and tried to send him away with $20 million. Her double betrayal in relationship and money makes Xiao Mo question life. Xiao Mo remembered the mess Ji Ningyan made last night. She pulled the hem of Xiao Mo's coat, crying and begging, saying all the soft words, but all of them were playing the emotional card, wanting to take advantage of Xiao Mo's softness of heart, and continue to let Xiao Mo serve her as a cow. Loyalty is not on the table, interests are not on the table, and names are not on the table. She's still the same person she was back then. All she does is paint big pictures and doesn't want to give him any real benefits at all. Xiao Mo shook his head. This heartless woman really has the word selfish etched on the top of her head. Xiao Mo came to the market in the south of the city, just after 8. The streets were bustling with people. At the barbershop down the street, the Tonys are lined up in 2 lines and are listening to the leader playing chicken. On the other side of the salon, uniformed beauticians sing and dance to hear me say thank you. The old people in the park began to walk, play chess and tai chi, and the square dance music of the Amazons got high. In front of the breakfast stalls, the stall owners are skillfully busy, the hot air rising from the steamer basket, wrapped in the aroma of buns, steamed buns and donuts, filling the air. Commuters who had bought breakfast, carrying it, were in a hurry to catch the bus. The booth yells on and on. The whole street is human. Xiao Mo liked this ordinary and cozy life. In the past, he used to come to the market every morning to purchase the freshest and tastiest ingredients for Ji Ningyan. Then, he would be busy in the kitchen for a long time, meticulously preparing 3 meals a day for Ji Ningyan, as well as additional nourishing medicinal meals. Now, he had already left Ji Ningyan, this selfish woman, behind. Xiao Mo picked a fatty turtle in front of the stall selling aquatic products, intending to go back and make red roast for Bai Qi. Picked another sea base. Ling Wei loves steamed sea base. Then he bought ribs, chicken and pineapple, intending to make wuxi ribs and 3 cups of chicken, as well as pineapple fried rice for Shen Lingyun. Picked some more fresh veggies. Xiao Mo remembers that Shen Lingyun has a special love for sweets, and passing by the cake stall, he weighed another 2 pounds of cupcakes of different flavors. Xiao Mo carried a large pile of ingredients, hitchhiked back to Bai Qi's apartment, and turned into the kitchen to get busy. Chapter 21 Xiao Mo. The house I rented is across the street from you. 4,000 words. Bai Qi and Ling Wei, who were sleeping, were woken up by the aroma that filled the room. Bai Qi inhaled. Honey, doesn't it smell like braised foot fish? It smells so good. Ling Wei, why do I only smell steamed sea base? Bai Qi exclaimed. Egu, you're blessed with a mouthful of food. Old Xiao himself cooks. His cooking is no less than a 5-star chef. Ling Wei climbed up and peeled the doorway to take a look. Xiao Mo was fully concentrating on handling the ingredients. Ling Wei get inside. Hubby, have you noticed that from the day before yesterday to now, time seems to have gone much faster all of a sudden? White Chill yawned. What do you mean? Ling Wei, if you ask me, it should be that the male and female main characters of our world meet, their relationship develops, and they start to push the main line, and we NPCs follow suit, so time naturally passes quickly. Clam? Bai Qi thought for a moment. If that's the case, I hope that after the male and female main plots are pushed through, I'll be given $100 million for this godly helper, so that I can be wealth-free. Ling Wei scoffed. Don't even think about it. My heroine is a big lady in the capital circle and your hero is still upgrading. Bai Qi was unconvinced. What do you know? Don't you know that Xiao is adopted? Maybe it is some kind of luxury family lost young master. Surely must have a big identity. You wait, I buy shares put here. The two nestled in bed fighting. Xiao Mo made the meal and cleaned up the living room and dining room again before calling them up. Shen Lingyun opened the door and stretched, her voice also lazy. I slept so well last night, I didn't even hear Xiao cooking. Xiao Mo was serving the dishes on the table one by one and said to Shen Lingyun with a smile, you are tired from running a long distance. Pay attention to rest. Ling Wei gave Shen Lingyun a contemptuous look. Believe you damn it. Last night on the sofa, when Xiao Mo was talking, Shen Lingyun's long curly eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up a long time ago. It was because she wanted Xiao Mo to carry her into the house, where she pretended to be asleep. Shen Lingyun winked at Ling Wei, signaling her not to break it down. The two girls helped set up the dishes, and Bai Qi helped serve the food. The dishes are ready, colorful and fragrant. Xiao Mo greeted everyone to eat. White Flax had drooled. I love eating braised wangbeos. It smells so good. Old Xiao, you're such a good cook. I want to marry you. Xiao Mo served Shen Ling in a bowl of soup and squeezed Bai Qi in passing. So I practiced cooking hard just to marry you? I'm a little too miserable. White chick, cough cough cough. Shen Lingyun's soup had just been brought to her mouth, and when she heard this, she directly choked on the soup. Don't talk nonsense while eating. Xiao Mo glared fiercely at Bai Qi and handed a cup of water to Shen Lingyun. White chillos, I'm to blame for this? However, for the sake of this bowl of fragrant and confused braised turtle, Bai Qi inwardly forgave Xiao Mo, who valued color more than friends. Bai Qi reached out his chopsticks for a piece of turtle shell. His favorite thing to eat is skirts. Who knows? Xiao Mo was quick on his feet and caught his chopsticks. Whitechapel, what for? Xiao Mo, Lingyun loves this. You eat the other meat. Bai Qi was anxious. Isn't there still several pieces there? You said this was specially made for me to eat. Lao Xiao, you can't be like this. Xiao Mo refused to back down. There are only 6 pieces in total on the skirt. Lingyun is a guest. Let the guest eat. The white slacks wanted to cry. The skirt is the essence of the snapper. Lao Xiao, do you still remember that you are the guests and I am the host? This guest of yours is riding on my head as host. Bai Qi hung his head and withdrew his chopsticks. Xiao Mo took a clean bowl and used a knife to pick those skirts into the bowl and pushed it in front of Shen Lingyun. Thank you brother Xiao. Shen Lingyun smiled and curved her nice peach blossom eyes and said sweetly. The white flax had skulked and sulked. Shen Lingyun secretly gave him a 1. White Slack shook his head. Shen Lingyun made another 2 and Bai Qi still shook his head. Shen Lingyun opened her 5 fingers before Bai Qi reluctantly agreed. Xiao Mo gave Shen Lingyun a few more pieces of ribs. His wuxi pork ribs are saucy red in color, glistening with oil and sprinkled with fragrant white sesame seeds. Shen Lingyun's small mouth was oily and she was particularly happy to eat. After eating, Ling Lei grabbed the dishes and washed them. Xiao Mo proposed. Lingyun, where do you want to go? I'll take you out for a walk to see the changes in Cloud City. Yes. Shen Lingyun happily agreed. She went to change her clothes, a casual white sweatshirt, for fear that Xiao Mo would reintroduce the matter of old cold legs. Shen Lingyun obediently put on long pants. Xiao Mo asked Bai Qi to borrow a car. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Mo would not look for a friend to borrow a car, which is considered a social subterfuge, but it was hard to get a taxi during rush hour, and he didn't want Shin Lingyun to follow him and squeeze the bus. Bai Qi is generous to his friends, and again, when he opened his online store, the decoration of the store, the design of the independent website, including customer service, intelligent hosting program, are all free to help him do, at least to help him save more than 100,000 yuan. Borrowing a car is just a matter of words? However, Whitechapel's head shook into a propeller. Xiao Mo said, when we come back, you'll send it for maintenance again. It's not that bad. Bai Qi opened the car maintenance app in his phone. No way. It's all been arranged. Don't believe you see. He waved his cell phone screen from Xiao Mo's eyes. Xiao Mo was dissatisfied. Lying to hell? Don't you have the maintenance date written here? Today last month? The White Qi has a cry in his heart, and he can see it so quickly. What unusual vision. He didn't know what excuse to make. Luckily, Ling Wei washed the dishes and came out to help with the mending. Brother Xiao, today we're going back to my parents' side. We need to use the car, so please bear with us. Xiao Mo didn't suspect anything and took the key of the small electric donkey and left with Shin Lingyun. When they both went out, Ling Wei curiously asked Bai Qi, why don't you lend them your car? Bai Qi heatedly smiled, tightly wrapped his arms around Ling Wei's waist, and astringently said, you're silly, wife, little electric donkey, hold tight. Cultivate feelings how fast. Ling Wei's fingertips poked Bai Qi's forehead. Okay, husband, I didn't even think of. She pulled out her cell phone and asked curiously, hubby, Lingyun said she discussed with you and transferred the money to you. Why did she transfer $50,000 over? What's up? The white flaxseed was speechless. Wasn't he discussing with Shin Lingyun? Asking Xiao Mo to make him 5 portions of braised turtle as compensation? Good lord, is that how she understood it? 50,000 to compensate for his broken young heart. Bai Qi tearfully asked Ling Wei to return the money. The world of the rich is unimaginable. Xiao Mo and Shin Lingyun put on their helmets and got on the small electric donkey. Sit tight, hold on tight and be safe, Xiao Mo urged. Shin Lingyun was waiting for these words. Her arms tightly wrapped around Xiao Mo, and her soft little hands were restless, placing them unceremoniously on his firm abs. It feels so good in your hands. Xiao Mo searched. He said the words did not ambiguous is to let her grasp his clothes? This girl how the whole person is attached to his body? Are you nervous? Shin Lingyun suspected that his small action of touching his abs had been discovered by him, and intentionally put on a little pitiful look and began to talk nonsense again. Yeah, I've fallen on a battery bike before and it hurt like hell. It's in the back of my mind. Xiao said. Then why don't we just take a cab? Where was Shin Lingyun willing to let go? No, I'll just get used to it. Where do you want to go to play? Shopping malls, Netflix hitting places, or going to a amusement park? Xiao Mo asked. Shin Lingyun thought for a moment. Where did you go this morning? Xiao Mo replied. I went house hunting and rented an apartment. Shin Lingyun smiled and said. Then go take a look in the house you rented. What's there to see then? Xiao Mo felt strange. Shin Lingyun said. Let's find a place to sit first, and I'll take my time to think about where to go and play. Xiao Mo thought it made sense and rode the small electric donkey, taking her to the newly rented apartment. Parking his car, Xiao Mo swiped his card at the entrance of the neighborhood and entered. Shin Lingyun followed him to the entrance of the third building and deliberately said in surprise, Aya, do you live here? What floor? 502. Xiao replied. Shin Lingyun cracked up with joy. That's really a coincidence. The house I rented happens to be in this neighborhood as well, and moreover, it's right across the street from you. Xiao Mo, really? Such a coincidence? When did you rent it? Shin Lingyun explained seriously. After you left last night, I thought I couldn't stay at Ling Wei's house all the time, so I asked a friend over here to help me choose the house. Efficient, right? With that, she exclaimed. I didn't realize it was right across the street from you. What a coincidence. Xiao Mo looked toward the opposite building. Which one do you live in? Right there. Shin Lingyun's slender white fingertips drew a large circle. Ha? Where? How many buildings and floors? Xiao Mo asked in confusion. There it is. Can't you see it? Shin Lingyun stomped her foot. Xiao Mo was speechless. Shin Lingyun's that circle, afraid to draw than the Monkey King framemaster are bigger. The whole neighborhood of buildings are circled by her. Let's not talk about this. Shin Lingyun pushed him. You'll know later. I'm so tired. You quickly take me up to sit down. Good. Then if you need to clean, I'll come over and help you with the sanitation, Xiao Mo said, taking Shin Lingyun up the elevator and into the newly rented apartment. How did he know that Shin Lingyun didn't rent a room at all? And it was completely an impromptu decision to see him living here. Your side is in good condition too. It's quite clean and the decor is in a minimalist style. To your liking, Shin Lingyun sighed as she sat on the soft sofa. Xiao Mo pulled open the curtains to let the sunlight in and said casually, "After so many years of not seeing you, you know what style I like again?" Shen Lingyan just hemmed and hawed, fiddling with the pillow in her hand, and did not retort. In fact, Shen Lingyun had paid attention to Xiao Mo's dynamics over the years. He doesn't post many friend circles, almost all of them are about family life, taking pictures of the home, of food, of work, all of it has to do with Ji Ningyan. Little did he know that every one of his seemingly happy pictures had been a sharp knife to her heart. Xiao Mo lowered his head to inquire about what delicious and fun attractions there were in the neighborhood. Shen Lingyun took the opportunity to pull out her cell phone, quickly opened a dialog box, and dumped a location over. Lone Shadow and Window, Water Salts is your property, right? Help me check if there is a house for rent directly across the street from 502 in Building 3. 3 minutes later, the other party sent information on all available apartments in the 8 buildings across the street from the 3 buildings. Sure enough, checking from the property system is just as fast. Shen Lingyun is not looking for an agent, but a property developer. Win a handful and go to sleep. Information on renting an apartment is here. Shen Lingyun was not satisfied that none of them seemed to be directly opposite 502. Lone Shadow and Sparse Window, you're not meeting my requirements. I want to be able to see 502. Win a handful and go to sleep. Missy, what are you doing? Lonely Shadow and Sparse Window, I came over here to start my own business, and my partner just rented 502 for an office, and I need to supervise the work next door. Shen Lingyun started babbling again. She rarely lied before. Now, in order to chase Xiao Mo, he had to make up some reasons to make his behavior seem reasonable. The lies are getting better and better. Win a handful of sleep, air, that only 601 has the clearest view. That is a set of model rooms. If you want to give you directly to live, has been cleaned. The other guy sent a video that was taken when it was first completed. The balcony of Building 8, 601, is aligned with the balcony of Building 3, 502, and the view from upstairs is unobstructed from the inside if the curtains are not drawn. Sparse Window Lone Shadowwell, I bought this suite. The follow-up arrangements for the assistant to go through the home purchase process. You go busy. Win a handful and go to sleep. Boss Atmosphere, give you 95% discount. In the future please Missy more care. Do not say, I game to open. The other party's processing speed. Shen Lingyun is very satisfied, and also intends to send some gifts to thank. What's this guy's name? Though, she only knew that it was the son of the owner of Xingtai Real Estate, surnamed Zhang, and she had seen him a few times at banquets before. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Shen Lingyun never wasted her energy on insignificant things, so let Zhong Wei handle it. After the house was taken care of, Shen Lingyun greeted Zhao Shirao AI and asked her to dock the person in charge of purchasing the house. Xiao Mo happened to have finished checking the information, raised his eyes and said to her, I've looked for a few places that netizens recommend is more fun. Bought the tickets, let's go now. Shen Lingyun asked curiously, you're staying right here in Cloud City, so why do you need to check the guide? Haven't you ever been there? Xiao Mo's eyes dimmed. For the first 3 years of their marriage, they had to juggle cleaning up the Ji family's mess and taking care of Elder Ji, who had become a vegetable. How do you have time to go out? In the past 2 years, it was not easy for the Ji family's debts to be paid off, and the company's business expanded, but Ji Ningyan began to leave early and return late, and spent very little time at home, not to mention accompanying him on trips. He had thought it was because Ji Ningyan was a workaholic. Seeing her out and about with Lu Ziyu the whole day, Xiao Mo realized that just because he wasn't the one in her heart, everything she did was wrong, and naturally she didn't want to be alone with him. Xiao Mo put away his bad mood and smiled to cover it up. I came from studying programs. I'm more of a homebody, and I rarely go out during the week. Shen Lingyun guessed the real reason and deliberately changed the topic. Yeah, then let's go out and have fun today. Chapter 22, Taking Couples Photos, Feeding Cotton Candy, Shen Lingyun's Carefulness, 3,000 words. Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun went to a few Netflix hit spots. Xiao Mo had sort of seen Shen Lingyun's ability to take pictures. She was so excited that she dragged him around and took at least 100 pictures. She didn't seem to have much interest in the entertainment and just liked to take pictures. Xiao Mo suggested that she take some single photos of her, which she decisively refused. You don't trust my photography skills? Don't worry, I won't photograph you as a meter for. Xiao Mo teased. Shen Lingyun's little brain desperately shook. What's the point of a single photo? We came out to play together, so of course we should take a group photo and display it in the living room and above the bed. This is the only way to reflect the preciousness of friendship. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and cavemen? Shen Lingyun perked up. Xiao Mo was defeated by her strange logic. She always had some pie-in-the-sky idea. Xiao Mo himself was not very fond of taking pictures, and in order to accommodate Shen Lingyun's reluctant business, he felt his expression was a bit stiff. Shen Lingyun, however, was very satisfied, and after each photo was taken, she would zoom in to admire it, reciting words under her breath. This one looks good. How handsome. Wow. Your angle shot is just perfect. Look at this expression. Z. It's a shame you're not going to make a movie. Xiao Mo was speechless as Shin Lingyun admired the photos with a mesmerized face. Is he that good? Xiao Mo remembered that when he was with Ji Ningyan, she always had a poker face, no expression, and didn't like to take pictures, let alone take pictures with him. Her eyes were always looking away, distracted. Once, when the two were at home for their anniversary, Xiao Mo prepared a table of dishes. Ji Ningyan ate sullenly. Xiao Mo was so immersed in the joy of his wedding anniversary that he didn't notice Ji Ningyan's coldness towards him. He lifted his cell phone and snapped a picture of her. Ji Ningyan froze for a few seconds and said angrily, "What are you filming me for?" Xiao Mo was surprised. "Don't you like taking pictures?" No. Ji Ningyan lowered her head to take a small sip of soup and casually responded. He thought Ji Ningyan was like any other girl, very much in love with beauty and didn't like the death angle of straight men taking pictures. He showed Ji Ningyan the cell phone screen. "I've learned some photography skills online. I don't take ugly pictures. You don't have to worry. How about we take a picture together?" Xiaomo wanted to keep a souvenir. Ji Ningyan looked at her beautiful image on the screen, her melon face written with displeasure. "Regardless of whether you shoot well or not, I don't like taking pictures. Usually, for the company's publicity, I often have to take all kinds of portraits, and I have to face the reporters' cameras. I'm already very tired of it, so don't give me any more trouble." Xiao Mo looked at her impatient expression and put away his cell phone with disinterest. Since then, he rarely took pictures of Ji Ningyan. Even when the two were spending time together on a date, he only photographed the food and the restaurant environment, not much more Ji Ningyan. However, when he sent Ji Ningyan back to her bedroom last night, Xiao Mo unexpectedly saw that there was a photo embedded in the storage compartment above Ji Ningyan's bed. It's a picture of her with Lu Ziyu. The two stood in the university campus. Ji Ningyan snuggled beside Lu Ziyu's body. Her posture was intimate, her eyes were gentle, and her pretty face was hung with a happy smile. The angle of the photo is so hidden that you have to stand against the window to see it. Xiao Mo normally wouldn't enter Ji Ningyan's bedroom, and he had never known about the existence of this photo. Now he realized that it wasn't that Ji Ningyan didn't like taking pictures, she just didn't like that the one she was with was him. Knock, knock. What are you thinking? Shen Lingyun watched Xiao Mo daze and hooked her finger, gently knocking on his head a few times. Xiao Mo came back to his senses and smiled. "Nothing, thinking about something about starting a business." Shen Lingyun feigned anger. "No way. Workaholic. It's rare for me to come back. How can you not accompany me properly? You have to make it up to me." Xiao Mo smiled and asked, "What compensation do you want?" Shen Lingyun pointed to the self-service camera on the side of the road that took big headshots and said with a smile, "You shoot this with me." Xiao Mo was filled with embarrassment. "Don't want it, right?" Shen Lingyun stomped her foot, her tone unforgiving. "To shoot," Xiao Mo pleaded. "I'm almost 30 years old, not a teenager. People will laugh at me if I shoot this kind of thing." Shen Lingyun skimmed her small mouth and said unhappily, "It's about to be shot. You have no sincerity to compensate me at all." Okay, I was wrong. Go shoot, go shoot." Xiao Mo was afraid that she would get really angry. Shen Lingyun smiled smugly and dragged Xiao Mo into the self-service camera. "Pick a nice pose. You like this? Beckoning cat, scissor hands, compare hearts, pay respects." Shen Lingyun fiddled with Xiao Mo's arm and gave him all sorts of childish-looking poses. Xiao Mo watched helplessly as she busied herself and tossed around happily, and was too embarrassed to refuse. It wasn't that he was averse to having his picture taken, he just thought it was something that student parties liked, and he felt like he was already an uncle and looked a bit for old age. Shen Lingyun was the kind of person who must do what she thought of, and Xiao Mo couldn't go back on his promise to compensate her. Fortunately, Shen Lingyun tossed and turned for a while, adjusted a satisfactory look, and pressed the shooting button over and over again. The photos came out. Shen Lingyun stuffed a set to Xiao Mo, holding the photos himself, gorgeous in appreciation. "Little ancestor, will this satisfy you?" Xiao Mo said with a bitter smile. "It's okay. I want marshmallows. Let's go." Shen Lingyun hurriedly put away the photos, pulled Xiao Mo's arm, and ran towards the cotton candy stall. Xiao Mo, a straight man like Xiao Mo, didn't even realize that Shen Lingyun, the Grinch, took the photo with the same styling as he posed for. In accordance with the standard of a couple's photo, Shen Lingyun came to the stall selling cotton candy and spent $20 on a rainbow cotton candy. Big, soft, colorful marshmallows are as fluffy and soft as clouds. Shen Lingyun's eyes went straight. "It's beautiful," she couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Mo felt strange. "Haven't you ever eaten this before?" Shen Lingyun shook her head. "I rarely come out to play." Xiao Mo was puzzled. Why? After she was found by her family and picked up in the capital, in order to be able to adapt to the life of the upper class as soon as possible, In addition to the heavy schooling, she began to study a variety of high-end courses: dance, etiquette, social etiquette, culture and the arts. People are almost exhausted. After high school, she had to prepare herself to take over the family business, again with a variety of management classes and getting into the ground floor to hone her skills. People are so exhausted. Where do they find time to come out and play? When she adapts to her work, she thinks about coming back to Cloud City to find Xiao Mo, confess to him, and date him. Suddenly, I received the news that Xiao Mo was getting married. During those years of heartbreak, Shen Lingyun put all her energy into her work, not to mention having no time to go out and play. Shen Lingyun retrieved her thoughts. Her pretty little face reappeared with a bright smile. Her slender white jade fingers gently pulled off a piece of colorful cotton candy and stuffed it into Xiao Mo's mouth. Is it delicious? Shen Lingyun asked with a smile. Well, sweet, Xiao Mo answered truthfully. However, this stuff looks good and tastes good, but it actually has flavors and colors in it. It's very unhealthy, so it's best to eat less. Yeah, Shen Lingyun pulled a piece of cotton candy and put it into her mouth, smacking it twice, then throw the whole marshmallow in the trash. Xiao Mo became even more embarrassed. Don't get me wrong, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Shen Lingyun clapped her hands and laughed. The boss who sells cotton candy earns money. We taste the sweetness of cotton candy, and we are not subjected to additives that harm our health. 3 in 1. Isn't that great? Xiao, but you've increased the workload of the cleaners. Shen Lingyun looked like she had intruded and scratched the back of her head. I was wrong. What about this? Why don't I help out when the cleaners come over to make up for my mistake? Xiao Mo smiled and pulled up her hand. Don't. It's the same old rule. 3, 2, 1 run quickly. The two hurried as far away as they had in junior high school when they ducked security to sneak out for a roadside snack. Ha ha ha. Shen Lingyun laughed cheerfully. Consider it exercise. Xiao Mo felt that Shen Lingyun and Ji Ningyan were really two extremes. Shen Lingyun is always so cheerful and optimistic no matter what kind of environment she is in. She has her own set of logic, and whether what happens is good or bad, she always manages to coax herself out of it. This enthusiasm is like a small glowing sun, which can also be infected by those around us. Ji Ningyan, however, always looked like a big iceberg, hard to please, and would always get angry over small, inconsequential things. Xiao Mo had thought that Ji Ningyan was bothered by the Ji family's affairs, and he was very sympathetic to her, and would coax her in different ways, hoping that she would cheer up and not carry all the pressure on her. Who knew she just simply resented him? Had he known that Ji Ningyan was thinking like this, Xiao Mo wouldn't have rushed up to be a licking dog for her. Let's go play over there. I want to pinch pottery, Shen Lingyun suggested, pointing to the pottery museum not far away. Good. Xiao Mo accompanied her into the pottery museum. For some reason, Xiao Mo always felt as if there was a pair of eyes that had been staring at the two of them. The feeling that someone is watching from the shadows is uncomfortable. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun, who was concentrating on kneading pottery on the side, and asked softly, have you ever felt as if someone is following us? Shen Lingyun's clear peach blossom eyes picked. Where is it? Xiao Mo, it's just a feeling. Shen Lingyun shook her head. I didn't feel it. Saying this, she brought her delicate little nose close to Xiao Mo and said petulantly, my sweat is dripping down, so help me wipe it off. Xiao Mo took a look, probably because there were more people in the pottery museum and it was hotter than outside. Shen Lingyun's bare forehead and the tip of her small nose rose in a thin layer of sweat that shone brightly. He took a tissue and carefully wiped away Shen Lingyun's sweat. The girl squinted her eyes and looked docile, like a kitten whose fur had been jerked smooth. Half an hour later, Xiao Mo made a medium-sized coffee mug that looks pretty good. After firing it, he hand-painted a cartoon design of a cute cat and gave the cup to Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun pushed that she did not have the talent to pinch pottery and pinched a love heart and gave it to Xiao Mo. I made it so ugly. Throw it away, Shen Lingyun said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Xiao Mo held the heart she had made that was a bit one-dimensional in color and shape, shook his head and said, I'll take it back and put it on my desk. I think it's quite pretty. Anymore, it was a gift from Shen Lingyun to him. Xiao Mo cherished the gifts given to him by others, no matter how expensive they were. Unlike Ji Ningyan, all the gifts Xiao Mo gave her, she let Wu Ma put them in the utility room and didn't even bother to look at them. After 3 hours of shopping, Shen Lingyun shouted that she wanted to go back. Chapter 23, Xiao Mo. I like you and want to be with you forever. 3.4k words. Xiao Mo looked at the time. It wasn't yet 4 in the afternoon. Are you tired? Shen Lingyun was fiddling with the giraffe balloon in her hand. I'm not tired. Still, I don't really like to come out to play. There are too many people. I want to go back to my apartment earlier. Besides, don't we still have to start the business plan to launch? Xiao Mo slapped the balloon in front of her. You're the one who said come out to play and don't think about work. How come now you've turned into a workaholic again? He. I make all the rules. We women are so fickle. Shen Lingyun flirted, her ponytail swaying. The two returned to the neighborhood. Xiao Mo made a phone call to Bai Qi and asked him to help send the stuff over. Bai Qi had already forgotten about the lie he had pulled with Ling Wei about going to his in-laws' house and agreed with his mouth full. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mo asked Shen Lingyan if she wanted to sit at his place, but Shen Lingyan shouted that she wanted to go home. Xiao Mo looked at her face of excitement and felt puzzled. Newly rented apartment. Is it that glamorous? Why is she so happy? Soon, Xiao Mo understood the reason. He had just returned to his apartment when he raised his eyes and saw Shen Lingyan happily waving her hands on the balcony across the street, greeting him. Brother Xiao. Here. I'm here. She was full of smug smiles. Xiao Mo walked out onto the balcony and waved at her. Having said hello, Xiao Mo had thought it was over. Who knew that the guy was addicted to the game and continued to wave his hands at him before circling them around his lips. Can you see me talking? She said slowly, using her mouthpiece. Xiao Mo nodded. Shen Lingyun was even happier and continued to say wordlessly. Then that's how we communicate. Xiao Mo smiled helplessly. This girl, why is she like a child? Xiao Mo remembers that in junior high school she liked to play the walkie-talkie game, designating where Xiao Mo would stand, and then she would speak in a low voice, making Xiao Mo repeat the words or sentences she said. When Xiao Mo was able to hear, she took a step back and spoke in an even smaller voice, until Xiao Mo couldn't hear well enough to repeat her words. Counting her as a winner would make her especially happy. She would also gloat and tell Xiao Mo that she was in the last position and told him a secret, but he couldn't hear it. Xiao Mo was not a very gossipy person himself. He thought that since Shen Lingyun purposely made it impossible for him to hear, she must not want to say it, or she was tricking him, and it was useless for him to ask, so it was never asked. Xiao Mo never understood where the fun point of this game was, but Shen Lingyun liked it so much that he often played with her after school. Judging from the current situation, Shen Lingyan should be having a renewed addiction to walkie-talkie games. The coffee Xiao Mo ordered arrived. He walked back to the balcony with the coffee in his hand and raised the paper cup at Shen Lingyun, signaling for her to get takeout as he ordered her a cup as well. Shen Lingyan happily took the coffee and went back to the balcony, raising her cup at Xiao Mo. Come on, cheers, she mouthed, her clear, soft little face all excited. Xiao Mo took out his cell phone and dialed the voice call over. Student Shen Lingyun, how long are you going to play? 20 minutes have already passed. Shen Lingyun's pink little mouth pouted, said unhappily, oh, feelings faded, now smacks me annoyed. I must be your most don't good friend in reality. Perfunctory or lazy perfunctory. You busy your chant, do not have to pay attention to me. I stand here by myself. When I save enough disappointment, I will leave by myself. Xiao Mo laughed and shook his head. You ghost girl, where did you learn the yin and yang? Shen Lingyan acted more and more vigorously, white as jade goose egg face, full of aggression and despair. Body also seems to be a weak willow, a look of heartbreak. Anyway, you have other sisters to shush you and make you happy. What am I? Just your dispensable online friend. Xiao Mo was amused by her diabolic possession performance. Where did you learn all those words? All those sets of words? Shen Lingyun knew that Xiao Mo, a straight man, an old employee of the steel mill, could not be ruffled in the short term, and she answered with a smile. Just kidding. Well, I'm here to see the sights, so go about your business and leave me alone. Xiao Mo was wondering what kind of scenery she was looking at over here. The river view is on the other side. From her current position, she could only see the inner structure of the neighborhood and his room. However, Xiao Mo did not ask more questions. He felt that Shen Lingyan's freshness for this balcony was strong, so let her be. He sat on the couch and contacted a few friends. Last night he approached his friends in the circle to take some orders for websites, apps, and small programs to do, and asked them to help him ask around. There has been a response today. After talking for about 10 minutes, Xiao Mo finalized 2 orders, a more complex website design and a small program design and maintenance. The commission is $200,000. Such a project, if outsourced to a web company to do, the price is at least 300,000 yuan or more. The cycle is also 2 months to start. Xiao Mo does it himself, earns a little less, then rushes the work and works overtime to finish it in a month. He didn't have much money left on him. Most of the living expenses given by Ji Ningyan were used to buy herbs and ingredients to condition her body. The rest of those, Xiao Mo basically gave to his foster mother to subsidize the household. After paying the rent today, he'll have just over $20,000 on his card, without taking private orders subsidized to earn money. Even life is worrying. The plan to start a business is even more impossible to talk about. Xiao Mo's refusal of the $50 million offered to him by Ji Ningyan was not a matter of willfulness, but the result of deep thought. After taking the money, the ones he did for the Ji family in the first place would only be worth this $50 million. The Ji family had tangible help for the Xiao family, a life-saving favor. This account was not clear, and they would always use this to morally kidnap Xiao Mo as the child that grandpa picked up. Grandpa used to run a medical clinic, but after that setback, which almost cost him his life, he didn't dare to continue practicing medicine and opened a pharmacy instead. Xiao Mo's adoptive parents, in the piece of running a medicine store, is also not very attentive. Prophet Sloppy is truly an ordinary family, and the G family's business has been growing like wildfire in the past few years. The G family's assets exceeded $1.5 billion, and it has already been ranked among the powerful families. Now, Ji Ningyan is back with Lu Ziyu, hitching a ride with a $10 billion powerhouse like the Lu family. In case the Ji family had a stroke of luck one day and wanted to settle the score with the Xiao family, what would the Xiao family have to pay back? If you don't return this favor, the two families are bound to tear each other apart. Xiao Mo himself was not afraid of wearing shoes even with bare feet. If he was cornered by Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu in Yun City, he could go to other cities to develop. But he didn't want to involve Grandpa's family. Giving up the $50 million given by Ji Ningyan is the wisest choice. Xiao Mo's 5 years of payment, even if it pays off Master Ji's favor, the two don't owe each other. Xiao Mo didn't think it was that hard to start over. At least you know how to code and have a skill. Even if your business fails, it's okay to go and work as a programmer. You won't starve to death before you're 35. The doorbell rings. It's Whitechapel coming to deliver the luggage. Xiao Mo retrieved his thoughts and opened the door. Bai Qi said that Ling Wei went to sit on Shun Lingyan's side, and flirted with the fact that they were destined to rent a house in the same neighborhood, or face to face. Xiao Mo smiled without saying anything. Whitechild sat for a while and then left, anxious to get back to his promotion fight. Xiao Mo turned on his computer and prepared to start working. He chose a song to listen to at random, then signed the e-contract with the gold owner and started communicating with the person in charge of the other party to organize the requirements. Ling Wei chatted with Shun Lingyan for a few moments, and seeing that she wasn't in much of a mood to kibitz, she left early. Shun Lingyan stood alone on the balcony and watched Xiao Mo working in the living room. Xiao Mo was very serious when he worked. He was already handsome. The contours of his side face were as clear as a carving, and his temperament had a kind of calmness and aloofness beyond his age. It mesmerized Shun Lingyan. It's true that serious men are the most handsome. I'm going to be here every day to watch him work. How come he looks so good looking? His hands are also so looking. They don't look like a keyboard player at all. They look like a pianist's hands. Shun Lingyan's pair of small white tender hands, cupping her pretty face, gazed dully at the man across from her who was concentrating on his work. She felt that Xiao Mo was good everywhere and was about to charm her to death. Soon, however, she was in a state of anxiety. When she went out to play today, she deliberately made intimate gestures many times, holding Xiao Mo's hand and leaning her face toward his shoulder. Surprisingly, he was indifferent and simply believed that the two were just good friends. Shen Lingyun was so angry that her nose was smoking. Who's a nice guy to make friends with you like that? Iron Man Xiao Mo. Titanium Steel Straight Man. No, Iron Ju sure. Specializing in triathlon, representative works of how steel is made. When is this guy going to realize she has a crush on him? Shen Lingyun remembered that in middle school, many times after school, she had pestered him to play the walkie-talkie game. Every time he couldn't hear Shen Lingyun's voice at the end, he would simply admit defeat. It was clear that the rules of the game set by Shen Lingyun were that as long as the person listening asked questions, the person speaking had to answer truthfully. However, he never asked what that secret was that Shen Lingyun said at the end. He also didn't realize that she hadn't made a sound at all when she said that. Shen Lingyun's emotions seemed to rise and fall like waves. She thought mournfully, maybe he'd never guessed the secret she was talking about. I like you and want to be with you forever. River Bay Villa. Ji Ningyan was furious in his office. What level are you at? Your strength and technique are off. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. The massage technician stood up hastily and left the office. She was still spitting in her mind. What a difficult customer. Clearly she was the one who had asked for an odd amount of things, and then somehow ended up losing her temper. Wuma stood warily in the doorway, whispering a reminder. Miss, do I need to call another technician over for you? Ji Ningyan pressed her hands on her swollen temples and said angrily, no need. 1 and 2 are all losers. I don't know how they got mixed up with the qualifications. Wuma didn't know what to say. Go away. It's useless for you to be here. I don't need you to care. Ji Ningyan said in a good-natured manner. Wuma was relieved and ran back to her room upside down, closing the door behind her for fear that Ji Ningyan would take it out on her. Ji Ningyan has a migraine, which is aggravated during menstruation, and in the past it was Xiao Mo who helped her massage and cooked her medicinal kanji to regulate and relieve it. Now, Ji Ningyan had driven Xiao Mo away, but she herself had gotten a backlash and an unbearable headache. Wuma helped Ji Ningyan to call 3 massage technicians. She all disliked this and that and drove them away. In the past, Ji Ningyan was just cold and icy, and she was not so angry with outsiders for no reason. However, after last night, when she bitterly begged Xiao Mo to stay, but Xiao Mo left in a desperate manner,
Ji Ningyan seemed to have suffered a major blow and her temperament became temperamental.
Wuma doesn't want to be a gun target.
Ji Ningyan felt a splitting headache and was about to lose sight of the words on the computer screen.
After 2 years of conditioning,
her migraines were rare. Even with occasional seizures, the extent was drastically reduced,
and with the unique techniques Xiao Mo would use to massage her head,
the pain was quickly relieved.
And at the moment, her head hurt like never before. She felt like it was going to explode.
Ji Ningyan fished out the painkillers from the drawer and took 2 of them.
The phone rang. It's Ding, the private investigator Ji Ningyan worked with. Xiao Ding, sister. The information you wanted about Xiao Mo and that woman has been found out and sent to your mailbox. Chapter 24. Ji Ningyan doesn't want Xiao Mo to take back his love. Ji Ningyan opened the email and downloaded the attachment.
In the attachment is the photo Xiao Ding stole.
About Xiao Mo and that girl.
The girl's bright smile appeared in front of Ji Ningyan's eyes. The girl looked to be in her early 20s.
Her skin was full of collagen,
and she was stunning enough without makeup.
Plain. She has a lot of intimate behavior with Xiao Mo.
She likes to hold Xiao Mo wherever she goes, or pull Xiao Mo's hand, and she will also be pampered and ask Xiao Mo to help her wipe her sweat.
Xiao Mo's attitude towards her was very indulgent and full of favor. Ji Ningyan's pupils quake.
She was surprised at the pure and bright beauty of the girl in front of her,
and was also jealous of the girl's closeness to Xiao Mo.
And even more so because of Xiao Mo's ambiguous attitude towards the girl. She felt a sourness in her heart.
Ji Ningyan opened the file to view the findings. Tiny's voice continued to come through. Sis, this girl is called Shen Lingyan. She is an orphan, adopted by an old couple. Her family has always been quite poor. She was Zhao's junior high school classmate. When she was bullied by a few bad girls, Xiao saved her. After that the two of them called each other as cousins. It should be because Xiao was afraid that she would be bullied again. That's why he said so. After Shen Lingyan graduated from junior high school, she was lucky enough to be subsidized by a rich merchant and went to the capital to study. Funded by a rich businessman? Ji Ningyan's pretty face was like ice. Feeling that she had caught some key information, she sneered. Surely not a good thing. Only relying on a few looks to be a mistress for a rich man, right? Ji Ningyan was already furious. The sour feeling in her heart increased when she heard that Shen Lingyan and Xiao Mo had a deep bond in middle school. She hadn't even noticed that she, who had always been a stickler for connubiality, would speculate about another woman with the utmost malice. Xiao Ding tone embarrassed. Sister, she is not a junior. Indeed, as a poor student received a scholarship. She reads especially good grades, is a senior student of the capital university, junior into the Hongxing Group internship, from the grassroots, outstanding performance, soon became a manager. Whether it is learning or workability, are very good. The more Ji Ningyan listened, the more annoyed she became. I can't imagine that this mistress is actually a graduate of a prestigious university. 100 billion scale group company executives. Ji Ningyan had always been a mediocre talent who had no talent and could only rely on hard work to maintain good grades. Facing a genius schoolmaster like Shen Lingyan, Ji Ningyan had a strong feeling of being inferior to herself. She hated feeling like this. In fact, part of the reason why Ji Ningyan would have all sorts of dislike for Xiao Mo was because she had once been jealous of Xiao Mo. She had read the planning that Xiao Mo had done and was amazed by the talent that flowed between his lines. She also watched him write all sorts of complicated code, things she felt she could never learn in her life. In front of a radiant genius like Xiao Mo, Ji Ningyan often felt inferior. Later on, seeing Xiao Mo stay in the kitchen all day, circling around the pots and pans, she felt an inexplicable pleasure in her heart, as if Xiao Mo's self-abasement could alleviate her low self-esteem. Ji Ningyan interrupted Xiao Ding's report. Is that all you found out? Xiao Ding nodded. That's pretty much it. Her experience isn't complicated. She recently came to Cloud City, probably for a vacation. The houses that she and Xiao rented are all in the water elegance Xiaozhu. I know. Ji Ningyan hung up the phone. Just a working social animal. What can you do if you're good? A cow or a horse at the bottom of the hierarchy? Do you really think you can change your fate by studying? Dreaming? Ji Ningyan's beautiful eyes narrowed, flashing with a cynical light. She needed to balance her inferiority complex by belittling Shen Lingyan. However, how could she know that the information of the capital circle's eldest lady could be found out at random? Shen Lingyan's real identity. Shen family side has long been well hidden. After Shen Lingyan entered the company management, all the information has a special person to maintain, to protect the security of Miss Shen. Ji Ningyan thought she knew the truth, and seeing that Shen Lingyan was just an orphan adopted by a poor family, she arrogantly thought to herself, what right did this woman have to compare herself to her? For better or worse, she was the eldest miss of the Ji family, and had grown up as the daughter of a powerful family and a proud daughter of heaven. She couldn't afford to steal a man from an orphan girl. Thinking about last night when she was drunk, she cried and begged Xiao Mo to stay. Xiao Mo not only rejected her request, but also mocked her. Ji Ningyan's face couldn't help but burn. She never wanted to do something so humiliating on her own again.
Ji Ningyan browsed through all the photos. Then the delete button was pressed. She resented seeing Xiao Mo getting close to other women. Perhaps it was the superiority of her status and position that made Ji Ningyan relax a bit, and her headache was slightly relieved. She began to organize her thoughts. She felt like she'd become a little out of sorts since the day of her divorce. She disliked Xiao Mo's lack of advancement and thought that Xiao Mo would continue to pester her and beg her, and also wanted to enjoy a soft meal and a superior life as the son-in-law of the Ji family. But all the imagined things didn't happen. Xiao Mo refused the compensation she offered and simply signed the divorce papers and moved out that night. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Xiao Mo who had a withdrawal reaction, but her instead. What the hell is wrong with me? Ji Ningyan recalled the time when she had just married Xiao Mo, facing difficult shareholders and vicious debtors. She was in intense fear every moment, and she was so dependent on Xiao Mo that she didn't even dare to go out alone, thirsting for Xiao Mo's protection. At that time, she and Xiao Mo were almost inseparable. When the crisis was lifted, she jumped into Xiao Mo's arms and cried, saying so many words of gratitude and from her heart. But in her heart, she always thought that this contractual marriage was Xiao Mo's way of repaying the Ji family's favor. Everything Xiao Mo had given was a matter of course. She had never really thought of Xiao Mo as a husband. Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu were childhood sweethearts. From the time she was 3 years old, Lu Ziyu doted on her and took care of her. She would drape herself in a bedsheet as a wedding dress, fantasizing about growing up to be a bride for Lu Ziyu. This obsession lasted 24 years. Even if Lu Ziyu chose to leave the country when the Ji family was in trouble and had no news, Ji Ningyan had never really suspected him. Deep down, she believed that Lu Ziyu had a hard time, and she always believed that Lu Ziyu was the only one for her in this life. After 5 years of marriage, she was not close to Xiao Mo. She thinks that being close to other men is a betrayal of Lu Ziyu and a desecration of her sacred love. It was precisely because she had Lu Ziyu in mind that she couldn't wait to file for divorce with Xiao Mo after he returned to China. However, the events of the past 2 days had left Ji Ningyan in a daze. Is it true that two people who spend a lot of time together will fall in love over time? And I've developed feelings for Xiao Mo as well? His leaving was the result I wanted. So why is it so hard on my heart? When he made his feelings known to me, I obviously resented him for being a soft touch. So how could I still feel such a strong touch in my heart? Ji Ningyan was unwilling to admit that after Xiao Mo's confession, it seemed like greed had risen in her heart. She suddenly didn't want Xiao Mo to take back all her love. Chapter 25 Ji Ningyan's Heartache. Did Xiao Mo really put her down? 3K words. Ji Ningyan recalled Xiao Mo's sarcastic words last night. Says she eats from the bowl and thinks about the pot. Wants both the white moon and the spare tire. Ji Ningyan realized that Xiao Mo seemed to be right. She couldn't let go of Lu Ziyu and didn't want Xiao Mo to leave. The headache hit once more. Why must you make choices in life? She thought irritably. She had been in a relationship with Lu Ziyu for more than 20 years. How could she easily part with it? Why was Xiao Mo so greedy that he couldn't honestly stay by her side even without his status as a contracted husband? Is fame that important? Putting all the fault on Xiao Mo, Ji Ningyan's psychological burden was significantly reduced. The phone rang. Looking at the cell phone screen on the word mom, Ji Ningyan had a burst of panic. It rang about 10 times before she pressed the answer button. Hey, Mom, you damned girl. What have you been doing? Why don't you answer my call? Phone Liping's sharp voice came out of the earpiece, and Ji Ningyan felt that it was about to cut through her eardrums. Ji Ningyan reluctantly explained. I was just doing a program, and my phone was on silent. Phone Liping's tone was annoyed. Not to mention this, let me ask you, I called Xiao Mo, why didn't he answer? Ji Ningyan froze. You called Xiao Mo? What is it? Phone Liping was unforgiving. What I'm talking about now is why he didn't answer my calls. Eat our G families, drink our G families, now he can't even find him for a little thing. What's the use of having him as a punk? Ji Ningyan was clear that Xiao Mo should have not answered the phone call from her mom because she had mentioned divorce. Currently the two are in the divorce cooling off period. Ji Ningyan do not want to make trouble. Did not tell mom about the divorce. She explained, Xiao Mo had something to do at work in the past 2 days, so he probably wasn't paying attention. So tell me if you have anything. Phone Liping was dissatisfied with this explanation. He has work to do? Daughter, don't protect him. He's a man who surrounds himself with pots and pans. Where does he get work? My G family's waste of a son-in-law. The famous soft rice man. Who in the whole of Yun City doesn't know that? Ji Ningyan cupped her cell phone with one hand and pressed her temples with the other. By Phone Liping, her headache worsened once again, as if all the blood vessels inside were insanely swollen and throbbing, about to explode. Phone Liping had long disliked Xiao Mo's lack of ability and looked at him all day long. Phone Liping is not well born. Originally Ji Ningyan father Ji Weijia's secretary. Cultural level is not high, and workability is also sloppy, but she was good looking, would come to things, and always treated Ji Weijia in a gentle and considerate manner, soon letting her boss fall into her tenderness. At that time,
The Ji family's business did not do so big. The family background is thin. The luxury family marriage such a thing do not even think about. Ji Weijia manages the company under a lot of pressure and just wants to find a gentle and considerate wife. Feng Liping then relied on the child in her belly to rise to the top and become Mrs. Ji. After giving birth to Ji Ningyan, she gave birth to 2 more sons in succession to perpetuate the Ji family's lineage. Since then, Feng Liping has exposed her shrewish and snobbish nature, and no longer pretends to be a gentle little sheep. Ji's business is getting bigger and bigger, and Feng Liping's vanity is expanding. She likes to compare herself with some upper-class rich too, seeing that other families' son-in-laws are powerful young masters with hundreds of millions of dollars of family assets, or managers with outstanding abilities who can help their family's company's performance to multiply a few times. She is envious in her heart, and every time she comes back from the tea party, she will make all kinds of disparaging remarks about Xiao Mo. She was not highly educated and used all the insulting words she usually accumulated from watching TV and reading novels on Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan said patiently, "Mom, what's the point of talking about this? Can you tell me what you're looking for Xiao Mo for and I'll fix it for you?" Feng Liping spread her anger for a while, and her anger was weakened by a few points, and she said in a good-natured manner, "The water pipe in the bathroom at home is broken. It keeps leaking. I called Xiao Mo to come and fix it. He actually didn't answer my call. Look at this loser. What a great treason." Ji Ningyan replied with dissatisfaction. "What are you looking for Xiao Mo for this trivial matter? Just call out a maintenance man." "Hey, what are you saying?" Feng Liping got angry. "Don't you need money to call out for a repairman? If you have a free lunch at home, do you need to spend money to hire someone outside? Besides, those who do maintenance are very sneaky. The charges are not transparent, and they don't move, saying that there is a problem here and there, so they may fool you out of thousands of dollars." Ji Ningyan interrupted her. "Mom, you don't even care about the hundreds of thousands of dollars for one of your bags. Why can't you part with these thousands of dollars?" Feng Liping immediately broke her defense when she heard this, and her voice rose another octave. "You dead girl, you dare to criticize your mom, right? I buy bags for hundreds of thousands of dollars. What I buy is face. I party with those broads. Do I take a cottage bag to make people laugh? That's socializing. It's for networking. Do you understand?" Ji Ningyan muttered in a small voice, "Those broads of yours, they all drink afternoon tea and play cards together, and you still keep losing money. What kind of connections are they? What did you say? You dead girl. Say it again." Feng Liping took out a soprano-like air, and her soprano voice was deafening. Ji Ningyan didn't dare to go against Feng Liping and quickly said, "I know, I will find a way to help you out." Only then was Feng Liping satisfied. "Hurry up and let Xiao Mo come and fix the water pipe. Don't just eat without doing anything. Our Ji family doesn't keep idle hands." Hanging up the phone, Ji Ningyan's head was still buzzing, and Feng Liping's caustic words echoed in her mind. The ideal son-in-law in Feng Liping's mind is Lu Ziyu, a wealthy young man from a $10 billion family. Even if it wasn't Lu Ziyu, it would at least take a young master of a powerful family worth billions of dollars to be worthy of marrying her daughter. Feng Liping couldn't look at Xiao Mo from the beginning. Back then, if it wasn't for the Xiao family falling on hard times and Ji Ningyan not being able to marry into a wealthy family, she wouldn't have thought of honoring any marriage contract for her daughter. When the Ji family has passed the difficult time, Feng Liping is looking for Xiao Mo's faults for 3 days, wanting her daughter to divorce him, moving to give Ji Ningyan on the tightrope curse, constantly in her ear chanting about Xiao Mo's incompetence. Ji Ningyan covered her face with her hands, thinking in pain. In the beginning, Xiao Mo clearly did so much for the Ji family, and I was grateful to him. Why did I dislike him like that later? Is it because my mom has been counting Xiao Mo's faults? She was even more annoyed that Xiao Mo had blacked out her phone number and WeChat, and even if she ran to Xiao Mo's newly rented neighborhood, Xiao Mo was afraid that the door wouldn't even let her in. Where was she going to find Xiao Mo to come home and fix the plumbing? The beep sounded. It's an official message from Penguin. Ji Ningyan then remembered that in order to receive Xiao Ding's emails, she had logged into her private Penguin number that she hadn't used much in a long time. She took a look at her friends list and found Xiao Mo's ID was lit up. He's on the line. Probably Ji Ningyan's private Penguin account hadn't been used for too long and Xiao Mo had forgotten to delete it. Xiao Mo's avatar was a landscape photo, blue sky and white clouds. Nothing special it seemed, but Ji Ningyan remembers that it was the day Xiao Mo helped her to get rid of all the shareholders and succeeded in securing the position of president of Ji Group. At that time, she was so emotional that she jumped into Xiao Mo's arms and said many heartfelt words of gratitude. Ji Ningyan recalled the day Xiao Mo had wrapped his arms around her, gently stroked her hair, and whispered in her ear with soft but firm words, "Don't be afraid, I'll always protect you." The feeling he gave her at that time was immensely reassuring. Ji Ningyan tapped into Xiao Mo's space. The space is not dynamic. There are a few albums from college days and startup team, which are some photos with classmates and colleagues. The most updated album is the one named Lumberjack. which means family. There are a lot of photos of Xiao Mo and her life related to it. The greenery on the workbench welcomes the sunshine, the well-prepared afternoon tea, the romantic candlelight dinner, the cup of steaming hand-ground coffee for the late-night work, the dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. Ji Ningyan still remembered that she didn't like Xiao Mo taking pictures of her and lost her temper once. And since then Xiao Mo didn't take many pictures of her. Occasional shots, at most, would be of her fingertips, or the corner of her skirt, while filming scenes of her life. Ji Ningyan looked at the photos and her mood became even more complicated. These scenes, if she hadn't seen the photos taken by Xiao Mo, she would have long forgotten about them. Were there that many memorable details of their lives together? Ji Ningyan closed Xiao Mo's space. Maybe, he's just too idle from staying at home to have time to toss this around. Put that energy into a career and it would have taken off long ago, wouldn't it? After all, it's still not upwardly mobile and self-indulgent. Ji Ningyan felt a pang of disgust for no reason. She didn't realize that her emotions nowadays rose and fell like a roller coaster. Nor did she realize that her thoughts were chaotic like a firecracker. As if a little bit was going to explode when she came across Xiao Mo's business. She tried to close the penguin when she looked over her shoulder and saw the music track that Xiao Mo was playing. Like the wind, driven by curiosity, Ji Ningyan wanted to hear what Xiao Mo was listening to and peek into his current feelings. A sad melody spreads through the room as a low, melancholy song plays. Like the wind, you're close to the clouds are falling. You're rolling in 1,000 waves. I ducked and barged in. Aren't you like the wind? The invasion rustled, and then declaring it clear again. It's like the two of us were never in love. Ji Ningyan's heart suddenly tightened. This song, to describe her in Xiao Mo's current state, seemed more than apt. Many questions welled up in Ji Ningyan's heart. Did Xiao Mo really love her that deeply? Has Xiao Mo really put her down now? The mixed emotions were like a large pile of crazy vines that tightly wrapped around Ji Ningyan, causing her to feel incomparable pain. Should she call Xiao Mo? She's not sure. She suddenly realized. She was the one who filed for divorce. The one who didn't want to end the relationship. Surprisingly, was also her. Ji Ningyan thought to herself, if she let go of her pride, and then coaxed him and begged him, are they ever going to get back to their old relationship? Her mind was a jumbled mess. Only the mournful song could be heard echoing through the room. Like the wind, you left without a word. I like the way it ended. It doesn't look like anyone ever owes the other. Xiao Mo spent nearly 2 hours to complete the communication with the 2A parties. Chapter 26. Xiao Mo refused Ji Mother's excessive demands. Xiao Mo organized all the requirements into a document. He stretched, intending to rest for a while. It was only when he looked at his cell phone that he realized that Ji Ningyan's mother, Feng Liping, had called him dozens of times. Still in the divorce cooling-off period, he and Ji Ningyan's divorce has not been shown to both parents. Xiao Mo didn't intend to make too much of a mess now. Ji Ningyan divorced Lu Ziyu for him and played drunk to get him back. Xiao Mo felt that this matter was already very undignified. If we add Ji Ningyan's spirited and difficult mom, we don't know what kind of a mess it's going to be. Xiao Mo returned a call to Feng Liping. As a result, just after connecting the phone, he heard Feng Liping cursing. Good you Xiao Mo. Now that you've hardened your wings, you dare not answer my calls? Xiao Mo exhaled in annoyance. This mother-in-law of his, her qualities are like a runaway from home, and she always speaks in insinuations and clips. In the past, every time she went back to her mother's house with Ji Ningyan, Feng Liping would say something sarcastic about Xiao Mo. In the past, Xiao Mo thought that Feng Liping, in addition to her love of money, vanity, and hard-to-hear speech, there is nothing too much, so she tolerated it. However, now that Ji Ningyan had mentioned divorce, Xiao Mo was not willing to continue to endure her spilling. Xiao Mo said in a faint voice, I'm busy. Say something. Don't talk about useless things. Feng Liping did not expect Xiao Mo to say this, and her voice rose another octave. Yo, you busy? What are you busy with? A guy who lives off his wife's earnings? Xiao Mo, then you should leave it alone. I'll hang up if it's okay. Feng Liping, the water pipe at home is broken. You hurry back to fix it. The bathroom is leaking. Xiao Mo, wouldn't you call a repairman if the plumbing broke? Feng Liping got angry. You've been eating idly at home for so long that you can't even fix a water pipe? Xiao Mo cold voice, no. I have to catch up with the project. At most I will help you make a phone call to call the repairman to come to the door. The price you talk to him yourself. When she heard that she had to pay for it, Feng Liping immediately blew up. Xiao Mo, you are really useless. My daughter is at least a famous big beauty in Cloud City. How many powerful men have stepped through the threshold to beg for marriage? How come she married you? A man with no ability? Xiao Mo's eardrums were about to explode from her shrill voice that seemed like a rooster crowing. Xiao Mo laughed coldly and sarcastically. Have you read too much cool literature and hallucinated? Why did you and your daughter come to beg me to fulfill the marriage contract back then? Have you forgotten? You,
Foam Liping had never lost a fight and naturally refused to admit defeat. She just didn't expect the always meek Xiao Mo to fight back and didn't play well for a while. However, by the time she had brewed her emotions and wanted to continue her output, Xiao Mo had already hung up the phone. Call again and there's no answer. This side Foam Liping was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. On Xiao Mo's side, he was quiet for years and was leisurely sipping tea. Party A is scheduled to call the deposit tomorrow. 30% deposit. There are $60,000. Can ease Xiao Mo's economic crisis. After dealing with today's work, Xiao Mo noticed that penguin music had already played like the wind for the third time. He didn't seem to emo much in the first place, but the system thought he emoed and went crazy recommending all sorts of late-night emo gods to him. Xiao Mo closed penguin music. He doesn't want to listen to songs that are too sentimental. Although 5 years of dedication was let down, the true heart was trampled on. The wounds in the heart cannot be healed so quickly. But Xiao Mo was not willing to wallow in the hurt of self-hatred either. He will go forward and never look back. Xiao Mo closed the computer and stood up, only to realize that Xin Lingyan's delicate and lovely figure was still on the opposite balcony. He walked over and waved at her. Xin Lingyan's beautiful peach blossom eyes immediately lit up, grinning with her small mouth, revealing her neat little silver teeth as she greeted him with gusto. Xiao Mo laughed. This girl, haven't you had enough? Xiao Mo turned around and went into the living room, pulling up the curtains. Xin Lingyan pretended to look at the scenery on the balcony, but was actually spying on Xiao Mo as he worked. Zhao Shernai kept chanting behind her. Sis, I've changed the sheets and covers for you. I'll get you another set tomorrow if you're not used to sleeping. The clothes are hanging in your closet. Everyday wear, pajamas, and bathrobes, so see what else you need and I'll go shopping. Snacks are in the kitchen locker. You can see them when you pull open the door. They're all arranged by category. Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. Alright, why are you even more verbose than the Tang monk? Chanting makes my head swell. Zhao Xiaoai didn't dare to resist on the surface, but in her heart, she secretly spat. Didn't you ask me to come here to set up the apartment? You think I'm nagging again? Is it because my voice is too loud that you are looking at your lover boy? Please, Mr. Shen, don't be too in love. Shen Lingyan suddenly saw Xiao Mo's figure appear on the balcony and waved to greet her. She immediately perked up. Who knows? The next second, Xiao Mo turned around and entered the living room, mercilessly pulling the curtains shut. Shen Lingyun's entire great speechlessness. You're a big man. What's with the curtains in the living room? Are you afraid of a pervert spying on you? It's so cheap. It's not like you're missing a piece of meat by looking at it. Shen Lingyun was madly dissing Xiao Mo in her heart. It wasn't as if she had a peeping Tom fetish. After so many years of not seeing his beloved, it was normal to miss him too much and want to see him more often. Without waiting for Shen Lingyun to finish spitting, the doorbell rang. Xiao Mo's tall and handsome figure appeared in the surveillance. Shen Lingyun did not react for a moment, and with a twitch in his brain, he asked, Do, what? Xiao Mo smiled. I'm done. I came up to see you. Open the door. Shen Lingyun, oh, coming right up. She pressed the smart lock switch, estimating that Xiao Mo should have entered the elevator, and she immediately pulled Zhao Shirai towards the bedroom. Zhao Shirai asked in bewilderment, Sis, what are you doing? Shen Lingyun replied without thinking, He's coming, so hurry up and hide. With that, she pulled open the closet door and shoved Zhao Shirai inside. Stay here for a while, I'll let you out when he's gone, and don't make a sound. Shen Lingyun closed the closet door after she finished speaking. Zhao Shirai was completely speechless. You're afraid your lover will come to check up on you? I'm not a man. What are you hiding, my lady? Wouldn't it be alright if you said I was a best friend or a cousin? I, the bitter little assistant, was issued another King Next Door experience card by Missy. Zhao Xiaoai thought that what Shen Lingyun was hiding was nothing else but her own intelligence. Shen Lingyun, however, paid no attention to Zhao Shirai mental activities, and after hiding Zhao Shirai, she hurriedly straightened her clothes, retied her ponytail, ran to the door, and opened the door for Xiao Mo in a hurry. Chapter 27. Ji Ningyan was furious that Xiao Mo was actually in Shen Lingyan's apartment. Xiao Mo stood in the doorway, looking at Shen Lingyan's panting and flustered appearance, and asked in confusion, Why are you in such a hurry? Of course Shen Lingyan couldn't explain. She was afraid that Xiao Mo would find out that she was hiding a woman in her room. She smiled and said, The doctor said that office-sitting social animals like me need to exercise more for their health. Xiao Mo walked in and asked curiously, You went to the doctor? What's the problem? Shen Lingyan scratched the back of his head, and began to talk nonsense again. Before the physical examination package sent at the company, there is nothing wrong. The doctor said I am very healthy. Just, saving for a rainy day. That's a reasonable argument. Xiao Mo stood next to the sofa and surveyed the interior. Luxuriously decorated and also very neat and tidy. It looked like it had been carefully cleaned. He was going to come over and help clean up. Seeing how clean it was, There was no need for him to help. Xiao Mo patted the backrest of the luxurious leather sofa. This apartment of yours? So nicely decorated. The rent isn't cheap, is it? Clam? Rent? It's okay, not much money. Shen Lingyan opened up to help Xiao Mo boil water and make tea. How much? That? You guess. Shen Lingyun hemmed and hawed. She was asking Zhao Shurai to follow up on the purchase process, and didn't even know what the rent was over here yet. She was afraid that if she said too much, Xiao Mo would say that she was being ripped off and would have to go to the landlord to settle the score. She was afraid that if she said less, Xiao Mo would think that there was a trap in it, and she would have to read the rental contract. Any way you look at it, it looks like something that's going to wear off. Xiao Mo did not have Shen Lingyan so much small mind. He frankly said, my side of the rent is $4,000. Found a friend who is an agent. Take the preferential price. Your side how to say more than 5,000. Ha ha ha, guessed it right. It's 5,005. Shen Lingyan opened her 5 white glistening fingers and said triumphantly. The bedroom door was left open, and Zhao Shurai, who was hiding in the closet, heard this middle-aged statement from Missy, and for a moment didn't know where to start spitting. What the hell is she so proud of? You've had a crush on someone for over 10 years, and now they're coming to sit in your apartment, all alone and dry, so you just keep talking rent with him. Ironically, you'll be chatting about your feelings in no time. Shen Lingyan didn't know that Zhao Xiao was secretly dissing her. She still knew Xiao Mo better. It's easy to get along with Xiao Mo. Just talk about things and answer what you ask. As for cultivating feelings, still have to take my time. Xiao Mo watched Shen Lingyan take out the tea leaves from the coffee table drawer and go to wash the teacups again, so he hastened to stop it. No, I've had tea at home, and you've had a long day, so rest. Oops, this tea I brought back from the company. It's said to be a gift set. It's quite expensive. Try it, Shen Lingyan said attentively. What kind of tea? Xiao Mo took a seat on the sofa. Shen Lingyan's hand that was holding the tea gave a slight lurch, and she secretly spat in her heart that this was the tea that Zhang Xiao had sent along when he handed over the key to Zhao Shurai. It was just a gift boxed set with no name, and Shen Lingyun usually drank less tea, so she didn't know what kind of tea it was. Shen Lingyun repeated the trick. Guess. Xiao Mo looked at the shape of the tea leaves and the tea broth. Oolong tea? Shen Lingyun clapped her little hands. Right. Brother Xiao was really knowledgeable and guessed right again. Xiao Mo. That's a hard compliment. Zhao Xiao was in a hurry in the cabinet. If Missy continued to boast like this, Sima Zhao's heart was going to be exposed. She hurriedly sent a message to Shen Lingyan. Sis, when Zhang Xiao delivered the tea, he said that this is song seed no. 1, and that a kilogram costs up to $1 million. So don't talk nonsense. Shen Lingyun took a look at the WeChat message. $1 million a kilo. What's all the fuss about? It's for Xiao Mo to drink, not for anyone else. So what's the heartache? Xiao Mo held up his teacup and sighed. This tea tastes good. Where did you buy it? Shen Lingyan calmly put away her cell phone, smiled and took out the tea box and placed the 2 tails of tea in front of Xiao Mo. You like it? Take it. I don't drink tea anyway. Xiao Mo also didn't expect this tea to be this expensive. He nodded and accepted it. I bought some coffee online. I'll send you some over when it arrives. Yeah, it just so happens that I have a coffee maker, Shen Lingyun said. Xiao Mo looked at the time and asked, is there nothing wrong with you staying over here? Will a person be scared? Afraid of what? Shen Lingyun asked curiously. Xiao Mo patiently explained, it's not that I'm afraid of anything specifically. It's just that I've heard that when a girl moves to an unfamiliar place, she will have an inexplicable sense of fear. He was worried that Shen Lingyun was afraid and didn't go into too much detail. For example, some girls would be afraid of unclean things in the apartment, like PPO or something like that. There are also some that can be afraid of mice. Shen Lingyun cocked her head and asked, then what if I'm scared? Are you going to stay with me? Xiao Mo was straightforward in nature and didn't realize that Shen Lingyan was flirting with him. Nodding honestly, I'm working late tonight, so if you're scared, I'll bring my computer over and work in the living room. Shen Lingyan waved her hand. No need. I'm not that timid. You'd better go back and rest. Staying up all night is not good for your body. The two were talking when Xiao Mo's cell phone rang. Looked down. Xiao Mo felt a throbbing pain in his temples. It was Ji Ningyan's alternate number again. All of her alternate numbers, all of which Xiao Mo helped her with. The last 4 digits of the tail number of the main number were her birthday, and the tail numbers of the alternate numbers were connected. The last alternate number was blacked out and she called a different one. Seeing Xiao Mo's face look bad, Shen Lingyan also guessed a few things. She suggested, go get a new number tomorrow, so that she doesn't keep calling to harass you. Xiao Mo sighed and shook his head. Changing numbers won't solve the problem. They're all in the same circle. She can ask around and get my contact info anytime she wants. I'll see what she's up to. It rang a dozen times before Xiao Mo reluctantly pressed the answer button. Ji Ningyan's cool voice came out. Xiao Mo. It's me, Ningyan.
Xiao Mo was nonchalant. I know it's you, that's why I don't want to answer it. G Ninja. Xiao Mo, what the hell is wrong with you? It's the divorce cooling off period and you're calling 800 times a day. What the hell do you want? Through the cell phone receiver, one could feel Ji Ningyan's embarrassment. After a few seconds of silence, Ji Ningyi said, Xiao Mo, my mom wants us to go back for a meal tomorrow. Why don't you accompany me home? Xiao Mo immediately understood her intentions. It was nothing more than Feng Liping calling her side to make trouble, and she couldn't resist the pressure to come to him. Xiao Mo said coldly, don't think I don't know what your mom is looking for me to go back for. Put away that little bit of caution of yours, okay? Stop treating me like a cow or a horse. Shen Lingyun asked curiously, looking for you for what? Xiao Mo replied with his hand over the receiver. Her mom told me to go back and fix the plumbing. Couldn't spare the money for a repairman. Shen Lingyun said disdainfully, Shay, does she think you're Super Marley? Xiao Mo. On the phone, Ji Ningyan's helpless voice came through with a few hints of pleading. Xiao Mo. I know this is difficult for you. I'll hire a repairman to take care of the plumbing. However, my mom is already a little suspicious of our marital status, and I don't want her to know for a while. Xiao Mo laughed coldly. Your mom suspects that there are problems in our marriage. Isn't that just what she wants? Hasn't she long wanted to replace me as a useless son-in-law? Why should I go back and act for her? Ji Ningyan was anxious. Xiao Mo, don't say that. My mom didn't mean that. Xiao Mo poked through her lies. Don't take me for a cutie pie. You guys, playing around? What did she explain to you on the night of the wedding? You think I don't know? Ji Ningyan's pretty face reddened fiercely. Xiao Mo's words embarrassed her. On the night of the wedding, Xiao Mo was feasting guests in the hall of the old mansion, but Feng Liping pulled Ji Ningyan to the backyard and cautiously urged, you mustn't let Xiao Mo touch you. Our Ji family has a heavenly favor to their Xiao family, and it's Xiao Mo's responsibility to fulfill the marriage contract. If you let Xiao Mo touch you, your whole life will be over. You know? At that time, Ji Ningyan only had Lu Ziyu in her heart, and she had no intention of developing a relationship with Xiao Mo, and it was impossible for her to get close to Xiao Mo. She didn't think carefully about Feng Liping's reason for saying this. Now that Xiao Mo said it to his face, Ji Ningyan realized that Feng Liping's meaning was to let her stay ice cold and clean, so that it would be convenient to dump Xiao Mo and catch a golden son-in-law in the future. Ji Ningyan muttered, Xiao Mo, don't misunderstand. My mom is just straight from the heart. Xiao Mo once again interrupted her sophistry. Ji Ningyan, let me state once more, I've divorced you. What your mom is has nothing to do with me. Also, your family, please take care of them yourself and don't cause me any trouble. Ji Ningyan heard Xiao Mo's such a merciless refusal. She didn't know what to say, yet she was unwilling to hang up the phone just like that. She had to make a killer move. Xiao Mo, come back with me. Grandpa wants to see you. Suddenly, Ji Ningyan heard a female voice, speaking delicately. Brother Xiao, my feet hurt. She heard Xiao Mo's nervous voice ring out again. What's going on? Let me see. A rustling sound rang out, like the movement of skin rubbing against couch and clothing. Ji Ningyan could even brainstorm images like that. The female goblin with a scourge face, peach blossom eyes containing flirtatious spring, rested her white and small feet on Xiao Mo's legs, hooked up the crystal lovely toes, and pampered him to let him check out her snow-white ankles. Isn't that a blatant seduction? The woman added. I think I chafed my skin from wandering around too long this afternoon. It hurts. Indeed. This location is a bit red and swollen. Xiao Mo asked with concern. Do you have a band-aid at home? I'll get it for you. Ji Ningyan felt like she was going to explode. Listening to that voice that was so delicate that it could drip water, one could also guess that it was that demonic spirit Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo was actually at her house? Ji Ningyan became furious and rushed the cell phone microphone and cursed. Xiao Mo, you really don't know shame. We haven't officially divorced yet, and you go to a woman's house to spend the night. Can you afford me like this? Chapter 28, Shen Lingyun's T-words, crying Ji Ningyan. Xiao Mo was stunned by Ji Ningyan's yelling. He really didn't understand what kind of mindset this woman was in, lashing out at him. He had repeated many times over the past few days that he and she were divorced. Don't say that he and Shen Lingyun were only close friends. Even if there was any ambiguity, it was not something she, Ji Ningyan, could manage. The only explanation was that Ji Ningyan felt that Xiao Mo's behavior was a provocation to her. Having been together for 5 years, Xiao Mo understood Ji Ningyan very well. She's an extremely narcissistic woman. She always felt that everything she gave for her was deserved, and Xiao Mo's love for her was treated as her private property. Even if she dumped Xiao Mo, she would never allow Xiao Mo to give this selfless affection to other women. Xiao Mo's heart was a deeper disappointment towards Ji Ningyan. She had never given Xiao Mo the respect she deserved. Xiao Mo responded indifferently. Ji Ningyan, don't you want me to go back to my mother's home with you? Is this your attitude of begging? Ji Ningyan's anger was in full swing and her tone was sharp. Don't you change the subject. Yes, I am begging you. That's also because we are husband and wife. I am begging you to go back to my mother's house with me. I didn't expect you to be such an unloving person. 2 days ago you confessed your love to me. Today you can't wait to climb into another woman's bed. Is your love so worthless? Ji Ningyan has always considered herself a traditional-minded woman who attaches great importance to spiritual relationships and believes that love is sacred. Only if both souls resonate with each other will she be willing to have a physical relationship with her partner on her wedding night, pursuing a spirit-flesh mingling. Even if she and Lu Ziyu childhood sweethearts, and 3 years in love, she is also scrupulously bottom line, strictly maintained the distance, at most only held hands with Lu Ziyu. In her perception, Xiao Mo hadn't even officially divorced her yet, so she couldn't wait to run to another woman's apartment to spend the night. An unashamed behavior. She was angry to the point of being tongue-tied. Xiao Mo laughed back in anger. He found Ji Ningyan's words really comical, but if she had any logic at all, she couldn't say something so ruinous. Xiao Mo didn't intend to show her mercy. He said word for word, Ji Ningyan, if you want to settle scores, then listen carefully. First, I didn't have an inappropriate relationship with anyone. My friend just rented an apartment. I came over to see if there were any abnormalities. It's not as unpleasant as you think. Secondly, you said yourself, you and I are contractually married, not a real couple. I, as the party who has signed the divorce agreement, was netted out of the house. I am the victim. You want to divorce me for the sake of Lu Ziyu. Before informing me, you guys openly go out in pairs, and now it is even more so, letting Lu Ziyu board the house. You condemn me. Are you good at it? Ji Ningyan was dumbfounded by Xiao Mo's dislike. Xiao Mo was telling the truth. There was no way she could argue with that. Xiao Mo added, you're at most my ex-wife. You're not qualified to interfere where I am and who I'm dating. If you don't want to make it too embarrassing, you'd better shut up. Ji Ningyan was silent. However, he heard Shen Lingyan humming softly again on the other end of the phone. Ji Ningyan heard innocence and cowardice in Shen Lingyun's voice. Brother Xiao, don't fight with your ex-wife over me. It'll break her heart. Xiao Mo sneered. It's none of your business. She's just going crazy on her own. Ji Ningyan heard Shen Lingyan's tea talk and heard Xiao Mo go and call her crazy in front of her. She was completely furious. Shen Lingyan is green tea to this extent. Can't Xiao Mo see it? So patronizing and saying they're just friends? The corners of Ji Ningyan's eyes were red. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was a little choked. But she couldn't get mad enough and picked out some nasty words to curse. Xiao Mo, as long as we haven't gotten a divorce license, we are legally married. She's talking to you in such a tone and you're still siding with her. To say that there's no illicit relationship between you two, who would believe it? You don't take me for a cutie. The two of you are performing in front of me. Xiao Mo, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless and nasty man, as well as your concubine, seducing a married man. Shameless mistress, Xiao Mo retorted. Ji Ningyan, I have the recording on. As the president of G Group and the company's image spokesperson, are you sure you want to abuse me and my friends with such unpleasant words? A big president who advocates women's independence, making yellow rumors about another girl. If you dare to keep cursing, I'll dare to put you on tomorrow's entertainment headlines. It just so happens that I still have a few tens of thousands of dollars in my card. I'll vote Shake Plus for you, so that the majority of netizens can see your true colors. Xiao Mo, you. Ji Ningyan didn't expect Xiao Mo to use such tactics against her for Shen Lingyun. She was so angry that tears were welling up in her eyes. I don't know if it was because of Xiao Mo's counterattack or because Xiao Mo was too close to another woman. Xiao Mo didn't want to continue to tangle with her. I can go back to see Grandpa tomorrow, at 10 a.m. I'll be at the door of your parents' house on time. If you want to make the trick realistic, you'd better not be late. And even more so, don't bring your white moonlight, or else, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Without waiting for Ji Ningyan to reply, Xiao Mo hung up the phone. Ji Ningyan sat in front of her desk, looking at the blacked-out cell phone screen, tears of aggrieved tears falling down one by one. How could she not have thought that Xiao Mo, who used to treat her with obedience and extreme favor, would now be this cold and heartless to her? She also remembers that in the past, when she stayed up late working, Xiao Mo would thoughtfully cook nourishing soups or medicinal kanji for her to prevent her from being overworked. Sometimes she cooks her delicious sugar water to quench her cravings. He would give her a therapeutic head massage every time she had a migraine attack from fatigue. But now what? She was in the stage of menstrual cramps, accompanied by severe migraines, and he didn't care, and was deliberately angry with her. She's whispered and begged him to come back and he says so many hurtful things. The more Ji Ningyan thought about it, the sadder she felt. She thinks it's all Shen Lingyun's fault. Without Shen Lingyun's seduction, it was impossible for Xiao Mo to change his heart so quickly. She became more and more cynical about Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo hung up and threw the phone away in annoyance.
The reason why he agreed to go home with Ji Ningyan was that apart from visiting his grandfather, he also wanted to make things clear to Ji Ningyan and her difficult mom, face to face. At the very least, they can't be allowed to continue harassing him. Otherwise, if they made a few scenes a day like this, like a big opera, Xiao Mo wouldn't be able to do anything. Shen Lingyan put on a few guilty looks. Brother Xiao, is it because of me that she's angry again? Xiao Mo lazily replied. I don't care if she's angry or not. I don't have anything to do with her right now. It's none of my business if she's angry. With that, he smiled and asked, did you just do that on purpose? Shen Lingyan knew that he was referring to her deliberate display of tea ceremony. She smiled cheekily. She was yelling at you. She could hear you clearly without putting you on speakerphone. I'm not going to let her have a good time. Xiao Mo gently slapped the back of Shen Lingyun's head. Grinch, you don't mind, do you? Shen Lingyun asked tentatively. Xiao Mo said frankly, what do I mind? I was going to say well done. Ji Ningyan's arrogance could be beaten down by Shen Lingyan in a few words. Xiao Mo also felt quite relieved. Xiao Mo stood up, walked over to the locker, pulled open the door, and took out the medicine box. The moment his hand touched the medicine box, Xiao Mo was disoriented for a moment. He recalled that over the past 5 years, he had been the one to take care of Ji Ningyan when she had any minor ailments or illnesses. He also specially prepared a medicine chest for her, worried about her cold and fever, menstrual cramps, migraine and other attacks. The medicine he personally prepared. And now, he and Ji Ningyan not only face divorce, but also have to attack each other with the most unpleasant words. Although it is not really a couple, but also once accompanied each other night and day, is the most intimate partner, now become an enemy. Xiao Mo heart has indescribable melancholy. Chapter 29, The Happiness of a Good Night. Shen Lingyun raised her eyes to look at him. His tall frame was enveloped by the warm orange light spilling from the ceiling. His expression sad and looking so lonely and forlorn. Shen Lingyun felt heartbroken. She didn't want to see Xiao Mo grieve for that selfish woman Ji Ningyan. Bai Qi is Xiao Mo's best brother. Xiao Mo's things Bai Qi this basically understand. Regarding Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan's marriage, Shen Lingyun had inquired about it from Bai Qi's wife, Ling Wei. After the events of the past 2 days, Shen Lingyun more deeply realized Ji Ningyan's selfishness and ruthlessness. Anymore, Xiao Mo had helped the Ji family through a difficult time and had accompanied and cared for her for 5 years. Even a cat or a dog has feelings, right? Ji Ningyan not only love half a point do not read. For the white moonlight dumped Xiao Mo, let Xiao Mo net, but also do not hesitate to use the most unpleasant words to insult Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun could guess what Ji Ningyan was thinking. She had never given Xiao Mo any respect, moving around and calling out to her, usually treating her as a servant. When she saw someone coming to grab it, it was as if Xiao Mo was her private property, and she was hogging it. Xiao Mo's contribution to the Ji family, Ji Ningyan did not mention a word about it, which is nothing more than her belief that the Ji family has already taken off, looking down on Xiao Mo and denying the contribution he once made, or, because Xiao Mo has seen her most wretched appearance, her heart resentment, do not know the benefactor has become an enemy. Shen Lingyan silently watched as Xiao Mo flipped out the band-aid and walked back to her. She gently advised, Brother Xiao, let bygones be bygones. What are you still going back over there for? And why do you need to find unhappiness for yourself? Xiao Mo shook his head. Grandpa has always been good to me. His old man was discharged from the hospital. I definitely need to go and have a look. Besides, the matter of my divorce with Ji Ningyan, paper can't wrap fire. Sooner or later, they have to know about it. I'm going this time. I'll have a chance to give Grandpa a preventive shot, lest the old man be overly stimulated and affect his health. Well, then be careful yourself. No matter what they say or do, you don't generalize with them. The body is your own. The parts are very expensive. There is no place to match. If you are angry, Shen Lingyun admonished Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo smiled. Come on, stick your foot out. I'll put a band-aid on it for you. Zhao Shernai hid in the closet and secretly pulled the door open a crack. The words of Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun in the living room. She had heard them all in her ears. What a great play. My God, this man has an ex-wife, or the contractual marriage kind, and now he's pulling the strings. What kind of doggone mansion drama is this? Look at Missy's tactics. It's simply the chosen female contender, walking the green tea's way. Let the green tea have no way to go. Missy the T-words. I an outsider listening to all feel the blood to the brain. That woman called Ji Ningyan. I'm afraid she's so angry that her nose is smoking, right? What? This man looked at Missy's delicate feet and had to pinch her little feet and personally put a band-aid on them? Is the next episode not passable? Hurry up and let them be together. For God's sake. Faithful women have been meat and vegetables all their lives, and I just wish that the CPM high-on comes true for a long time. However, the scene in the living room was not at all what Ji Ningyan and Zhao Shuai had imagined. Shen Lingyan just pulled up the pants leg a little bit, revealing the ankle position for Xiao Mo to see. Xiao Mo leaned over and carefully put the band-aid in place of the wound.
Shen Lingyun hadn't even taken off her shoes, so where was she like what Zhao Shirai had brainstormed? After applying the band-aid, Shen Lingyun said thank you. Xiao Mo stood up. It's late. I should get back. You get some rest.
Shen Lingyun raised her eyes and asked,
what are your arrangements for tomorrow?
I went over there and came back to work overtime to earn some extra money first.
Otherwise,
there is no startup capital for the business project.
Xiao Mo replied. Aren't you considering looking for investment? Shen Lingyun asked. Xiao Mo shook his head. He didn't consider going looking for investment for the time being. First, it is difficult to get investment when the conditions are not right and you are on your own and the so-called project is still only an idea. The internet has grown by leaps and bounds, and investors have been scared of getting screwed over the past few years and have become significantly more cautious. The time when you could raise tens of millions of dollars by relying on PPT to draw a pie is long gone. On the other hand, if you go to talk about investment at the stage when the project is just starting, the conditions offered by the other party will be very harsh, and the probability is that you will be doing it for someone else. Either the founding team will lose its autonomy and be reduced to a toolman, or the whole startup team will be kicked out. None of this was the result Xiao Mo wanted to see.
He explained briefly.
Of course Shen Lingyun understood the relationship here.
She just wanted to see if Xiao Mo had mature ideas or was the kind of impulsive and reckless person who would pat his head and decide.
Xiao Mo's answer satisfied Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun handed the tea box on the table to Xiao Mo. Okay, then tomorrow when you come back, we'll have dinner together and discuss in detail the plan to start the business. Good. Xiao Mo left Shen Lingyun's apartment. With a bang, the closet door opened,
and Zhao Shirai rolled and crawled out of it.
Ouch. It's suffocating me. Sis, can you get me a bigger place next time? I can hide in the bathroom. Zhao Shirai spat. Shen Lingyun awkwardly twisted her ponytail with her fingers. It was an emergency situation. Didn't think much of it. Why don't you say I'm your cousin? It makes more sense that way, Zhao Shirai suggested.
Shen Lingyun was full of nervousness.
No.
He often came to my house to play in junior high school.
He knows me well. A cousin suddenly appeared. He will be suspicious. If he goes to check on me, and give him the chance to find out my identity, it will be troublesome. Zhao Shirai didn't understand, but didn't dare to ask. Is it something unseemly for the first lady of the famous Shin family in Kyoto? However,
Missy has her own considerations for everything she does.
People at the top of the pyramid like Shen Lingyun didn't need her, a small assistant, to ask about things. Zhao Xiaoai picked up her bag. Sister, I'm leaving first. Change your clothes and put them in the dirty clothes basket. I'll wash them for you tomorrow when I come. And, okay, I know. Why are you nagging me more than my mom? WeChat me if anything happens. Shen Lingyun pushed Zhao Xiaoyi out the door.
She rushed to the balcony.
Watching Xiao Mo enter the bedroom,
he waved at her. She cheered up again with a big smile and said goodnight to him silently with her mouthpiece.
She felt very happy. Lying on the bed, Shen Lingyun was particularly happy, her fingertips gently stroking the band-aid at the ankle position. She felt, for the first time in 10 years apart,
so close to her crush. She closed her eyes and recalled the scene just now when Xiao Mo was near her.
Even breathing is close at hand. Next day, 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Mo appeared at the entrance of Yunding Mountain Villa on time. Hentang Villa is an upscale residential area in Cloud City, where you can enjoy the bustle of the city while having a peaceful living environment. The villa where Ji Ningyan's parents currently live is worth about 100 million. 2 years ago, Xiao Mo supported Ji Ningyan to sit firmly in the position of president. According to common sense, should first return Xiao Mo take to them 15 million, and then in accordance with the shares to Xiao Mo count dividends. But Feng Liping offered to buy the villa. Chapter 30, Xiao Mo's dislike. Mother-in-law Feng Liping breaks the great defense. It's not good to live over at the old mansion. The feng shui of the previous house was bad. Otherwise, my Ji family wouldn't have suffered such a great disaster. Ji Ningyan approached Xiao Mo for a discussion. It was also at that time that Ji Ningyan painted a cake for Xiao Mo, and after the company was on track, the two were together. Since they are going to be husband and wife, a family, Xiao Mo did not want to go overboard with each other, and thought it was proper to honor his parents. He readily agreed to buy the villa at Hentang Manor for Ji Ningyan's parents first. Who would have thought that the delay, the money and the shares were not mentioned and both disappeared, and now the marriage is gone. There was only one expired promise from Ji Ningyan, like a moldy rotten cake, which made Xiao Mo feel sickening when he thought about it. Xiao Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. So, they've been treating him like an outsider all along. Ji Ningyan had a long memory this time and was not late. Walking slowly, she wore a set of white professional suits, a new spring and summer model of a certain luxury product, with a slender figure and an extraordinary temperament. She saw Xiao Mo's tall and handsome figure from a long distance away and surreptitiously gauged his expression. However, Xiao Mo didn't pay attention to her, or maybe he was ignoring her on purpose.
There was a time when Xiao Mo's eyes were always on her, and every time she wore new clothes, Xiao Mo would look at her with an appreciative and fond gaze. Nowadays, Xiao Mo's eyes would not linger on her. Xiao Mo. Her eyes still couldn't help but light up as she approached Xiao Mo. Today is cloudy. The wind has picked up. Xiao Mo wrapped a black trench coat, looks handsome and calm. Xiao Mo said absently with his hands in his coat pockets and his eyes on the gravel road in the neighborhood. Come on in. He turned and walked through the gates of the residential neighborhood. Ji Ningyan had thought that after meeting her, Xiao Mo's heart would evoke past feelings and would not be so cold to her. Who knew that Xiao Mo was still ruthless and uncaring today? Ji Ningyan felt annoyed. She quickly caught up with Xiao Mo and pulled his arm, questioning him in a cold voice. Xiao Mo, do you have to be like this with me? At least we've lived together for 5 years. A sale is not a good thing, right? Xiao Mo lowered his eyes and looked at Ji Ningyan's glowing white hand, which clutched his sleeve tightly, and he was very disgusted in his heart. He clearly remembered that this hand held Lu Ziyu's arm every day, and the owner of the hand would still look at Lu Ziyu with that tender gaze. The two kissed and were intensely affectionate, and the owner of that hand was now pulling at him, tangling with him. It made him feel intensely sick. Don't touch me with this hand you're holding Lu Ziyu with. Xiao Mo coldly pushed Ji Ningyan's hand away, his eyes filled with contempt. Ji Ningyan, which act are you playing now? Buying and selling is not benevolence and righteousness. This phrase is not appropriate to use here, is it? Even if you treat our marriage as a sale, you betrayed your marriage for your ex-boyfriend and abandoned the person who has been with you for 5 years. What benevolence and righteousness do you have to talk about? Ji Ningyan was even more embarrassed when she heard Xiao Mo mocking her and her face turned red. Xiao Mo is a genius and an all-rounder, and was the city's top student during the college entrance exam period, scoring 141 points in language. Ji Ningyan's language achievement, to be worse than Xiao Mo a big cut. Before the company meeting, answering reporters' questions of the manuscript, our Xiao Mo helped modify the embellishment. Xiao Mo often catches her speech impediments. At this moment, Xiao Mo's condemnation of her betrayal of her marriage and her contempt for her lack of ability made Ji Ningyan so ashamed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. But Ji Ningyan in the end is the female president of the group of companies that manages $1 billion in market capitalization, and her emotional management is still over the top. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions as she spoke slowly. Xiao Mo, I know that you have a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of resentment towards me, but today back here at my parents' place, can you put those emotions away and not let them see the problem? Xiao Mo looked at her strangely. You're the one who wants to divorce. Are you still afraid that your parents will see the problem? Ji Ningyan explained with a red face. I'm just afraid that Grandpa is worried. Xiao Mo gave her a cold look and looked away. Got it. He had long since seen that Ji Ningyan was afraid of being read by phone liping. She had always been quite afraid of her knife-mouthed, knife-hearted mom. It was nothing more than the fear that Xiao Mo would not cooperate with her in her act, and she raised her grandfather again. Xiao Mo was too lazy to argue with her. He walked ahead, unwilling to walk side by side with Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan did not force herself, lowered her head and quickly followed Xiao Mo's steps. Just as he reached the door, he heard phone liping's shrill voice coming from the house. Yo, isn't this the most capable son-in-law in our family? Now he's busy at work, and my mother-in-law can't help him, and he doesn't even come to fix the broken pipes in the house, and he doesn't know how much money he can earn if he's busy like this day after day. Ji Ningyan's face darkened as she listened. Phone liping's words were undoubtedly an attempt to embarrass Xiao Mo in front of the entire family. Xiao Mo, however, was full of unconcern as he stepped into the living room and sat down on the sofa by himself. Phone liping was angry at Xiao Mo's indifferent attitude and continued to output behind Xiao Mo. I went to a reunion yesterday. A few old classmates with average family conditions. Son-in-laws are quite capable. One of them is a doctor who stays in the ocean and earns 2 million knives a year, and the other one is an executive of a state-owned enterprise, with an iron rice bowl, which is not bad. Another is a businessman. The national chain store opened more than 100, only 30 years old. The family has more than 100 million. People are starting from scratch. Oh, our family, this baby son-in-law, in addition to cooking, do not know what else will be. Ji Ningyan hurriedly walked over, pulled phone liping's corner, and said in a low, blushing voice, Mom, it's rare for us to come back, so don't say these things. Phone liping saw that Xiao Mo didn't respond, and was originally about to give in. The thing about arguing is that both sides have to be evenly matched, you and me, for it to be fun. It is not much fun if you don't respond like Xiao Mo, as if you are punching on cotton. However, when Ji Ningyan persuaded her so, phone liping came back with vigor. Her voice once again raised an octave, exerting her powerful strength like a soprano singer as she continued to attack Xiao Mo. What's wrong with me saying a few words? Those classmates of mine, their families are afraid that they don't have more than $1 million, and their daughters don't look very good. How excellent are their son-in-laws? What about you? Dead girl, You're a famous beauty in Cloud City, one of the 3 golden flowers. Our G family is also a prestigious family in Cloud City, but our son-in-law is a man who relies on his wife to support him. How can this be? Can't I just say a few words and still have to provide for this loser? Ji Ningyan was a bit anxious. Phone Liping humiliated Xiao Mo in such a snarky manner. In case Xiao Mo quit and showed his cards and came out with everything, it would be another big trouble. Mom, will you stop this? Ji Ningyan begged in a low voice. Phone Liping was about to have a fit, but she heard Xiao Mo retort quietly. Since your G family is incapable of climbing up the ladder, it means that the ones with good conditions can't see you, and in the eyes of others, you're the trash. The one who should be ashamed is your G family. What's it to me? In the past, when Xiao Mo came back, he didn't respond much to Phone Liping's attacks, letting her go and scolding her, and after scolding her, she would be demoralized. But now, being mocked by Xiao Mo in a conspiratorial manner, Phone Liping's face couldn't hang on and instantly broke the defense. Chapter 31 Ji Ningyan helped Xiao Mo speak. When Ji Ningyan and Xiao Mo had just walked in, Phone Liping was dressed in gold and silver, sitting at the dining table, holding an exquisite coffee cup to play the elegant noblewoman. Hearing Xiao Mo dislike her words, those resentments against him in her heart erupted like a volcanic eruption. Phone Liping simply stopped pretending, put down the cup, stood up prancingly, walked quickly to Xiao Mo, and pushed hard on Xiao Mo's shoulder. Her willowy eyebrows went up, her eyes rounded, her voice grew sharper and her tone more agitated. Xiao Mo, you useless thing, how dare you call my daughter trash? My daughter will become the laughingstock of others, and it's not because you dragged her down? Look at your own poor appearance. Even if you don't usually look in the mirror, there's always a P-bar in the house, and when you go to the restroom you can look down and take a look at what kind of demeanor you have. I am laughed at outside every day, all because of you, this loser. Phone Liping had a few good looks when she was young, otherwise she couldn't have given birth to a great beauty like Ji Ningyan. She would have been well maintained, and at nearly 50 years of age, she was still in style, but at this moment, her face was distorted by anger and her features were almost shifted, glaring fiercely at Xiao Mo like an evil spirit from hell. It was really as ugly as it could be. Xiao Mo turned his back to Phone Liping. His eyes were blinded and he let her magic attack. His face was full of indifference. He had his eyes glued to an outdoor variety show on the TV, watching it with great interest. This indifferent attitude made Phone Liping even more furious. She wanted to continue insulting Xiao Mo, but Ji Ningyan couldn't listen anymore. Although in Ji Ningyan's heart, with Phone Liping's attitude is very different. Both feel that Xiao Mo nesting at home is a sign of no talent. However, Ji Ningyan's hatred towards Xiao Mo was far less than Phone Liping's. Moreover, Ji Ningyan knew in her heart that she was the one who begged Xiao Mo to come today. In the past, Xiao Mo looked at her face. No matter how hard Phone Liping said, he endured it and did not say a word, maintaining the apparent harmony of this family. And today, Xiao Mo's feelings for her had changed skyward. Phone Liping continued to stir up her nose and insulted Xiao Mo with vicious and unpleasant words. So maybe Xiao Mo would break the pot and reveal all about the divorce. In that case, today's meal will definitely not be eaten and war is bound to break out. What kind of reaction her parents and grandfather would have, Ji Ningyan didn't dare to imagine. Ji Ningyan hurriedly pulled Phone Liping to her side to prevent her from continuing to make physical attacks on Xiao Mo. Mom, you don't say so, Xiao Mo Mom, you don't forget, in the time when we owe debts, it is Xiao Mo who helped us to pay back the money. Jis can successfully turn around the losses into profits and expand the scale. Xiao Mo also contributed a lot of force. These 2 years he is indeed at home. Maybe he is tired and wants to take a break. You don't say this about him. Once Phone Liping heard this, she became even more irritated and pointed at Xiao Mo's back and roared, "Daughter, I don't like to hear your words. Our G family has today. With him a keyboard beggar has what to do. The money he took at the beginning. He was just lucky. Happened to be engaged in the internet industry, that small broken company to sell more than 10 million. People do not say it. Standing on the wind, pigs will fly. Isn't he the pig that took off with the wind and fell to his death once the wind passed? Otherwise, how come he hasn't made a second company all these years? Our G family's development is because we have a big family with a deep heritage, and even someone as incompetent as him can come in and do something." Ji Ningyan was so anxious that she defended. "Mom, you can't say that. Xiao Mo back then. Without merit there is also hard work, right?" Phone Liping snorted. Spittle sprayed out. He has a P of hard work? If he wasn't such a waste, but for a capable son-in-law, our own family might have already become one of the 4 major families in Yinchang, with a company market capitalization of $10 billion, as opposed to still struggling on a billion-dollar scale. Ji Ningyan was afraid that Xiao Mo would get angry, and she knew very well that she could not continue to break up with Phone Liping. This mom of hers, with her smart mouth and vicious talk, the more she argued, the more the other side got up to it. She could only say, "Mom,
count on me to beg you to stop talking. It's not easy for us to come back. Grandpa's condition has just stabilized, and you're making the house a mess. Do you want to piss Grandpa off? Hearing Ji Ningyan lift up the old master, Fong Liping didn't dare to say anything. In this family, Fong Liping, who gave birth to a daughter and 2 children, has always been lawless and hated to walk horizontally. The only one who was a bit scornful of the old man, not only because the old master was the former head of the family, but also because Fong Liping knew that the old master was holding a sum of antiques worth over $100 million, but did not let them know where the antiques were stored. None of them would be able to find out where that treasure was if the old man spilled his hand. Fong Liping grumbled, turned around and went into the kitchen to yell for the nanny to heat up the food. Ji Ningyan walked beside Xiao Mo with a face full of black lines and pleaded in a low voice, Xiao Mo, don't be angry. Grandpa is in the backyard to take a break. Let me take you to see Grandpa. Xiao Mo raised his dark eyes and looked at Ji Ningyan. Seeing her white pretty face written with nervousness and guilt, Xiao Mo only felt amused. The conversation between Ji Ningyan and Fong Liping just now, he had heard it clearly in his ears. However, he knew that Ji Ningyan was not saying these words because she really thought in her heart that he had merit, much less out of gratitude to him. She's just trying to put things to rest. Xiao Mo almost laughed out loud when he heard her phrase. There is hard work even without credit. In order to protect her, Xiao Mo has gone head-to-head with difficult debtors several times and almost lost his life. In order to fill the gaping hole in Ji's deficit, Xiao Mo led his partners to work day and night to develop new projects, taking the profits from online projects to support Ji's operations during that period. The longest overtime, Xiao Mo continuous half a month of intense work, less than 2 hours of rest every day. When I finished the project, I directly fainted and was sent to ICU by my colleague, and the doctor said that I was overworked and almost died suddenly. By now, Xiao Mo's internet department built in Ji's group, with only about 30 employees, has an annual profit of more than $80 million, and is one of the important sources of Ji's profits. These payments, in Ji Ningyan's mouth, just a lightly written hard work, can erase all the contributions Xiao Mo has made to the Ji clan. Ji Ningyan looked at Xiao Mo's eyes filled with indifference and mockery and couldn't help but feel a little weak as she hurriedly explained. Xiao Mo, when I said those words, I was trying to get my mom to stop arguing. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Mo smiled faintly. Ji Ningyan, don't fool me with this nonsense. You're a person. If you have any merits, filial piety counts as one. Other than that, I can't see it. Ji Ningyan's face turned red at his sarcasm. She didn't know that at the very beginning, Xiao Mo's appreciation and trust in her came from the recognition of her filial qualities. Xiao Mo was an orphan, adopted by the Xiao family, with a particularly heavy attachment to his family in his heart. He was also a child with traditional concepts and a focus on filial piety. He saw that Ji Ningyan was filial to both her parents and her grandfather, and he also saw that she used her weak shoulders to try to carry the mess her father left behind. Xiao Mo then thought in his heart that Ji Ningyan's character was good, trusted her, appreciated her, and gradually developed compassion and affection for her. At this point, Xiao Mo already understood that everything stemmed from a misunderstanding. Just because a person is dutiful is an excellent quality, it doesn't mean, however, that the person will remain faithful in the marriage or that she won't be ungrateful. Xiao Mo stood up and walked towards the villa's back garden. Ji Ningyan quickly followed. Xiao Mo stopped her with a cold voice. I'll go see Grandpa myself. Ji Ningyan didn't dare to mess with Xiao Mo now, so she could only compromise and prayed in a low voice. Alright, when you see Grandpa, what words should be said and what words shouldn't be said? I'm sure you have a sense of proportion. Xiao Mo disliked her with a cold smile. You don't have a sense of proportion in what you should do and what you shouldn't do, so why are you here to demand that I have a sense of proportion? Chapter 32. Ji Ningyan felt guilty, but Fong Liping scolded Xiao Mo for being a white-eyed wolf. Xiao Mo's words were like a pot of cold water splashing down on his head. Ji Ningyan froze in place awkwardly. Her slender white jade hand, which was originally intended to pull Xiao Mo's arm, at this moment stopped in the air like a sudden power outage. Xiao Mo's words shouldn't have done. Ji Ningyan can guess that it refers to her improper relationship with Lu Ziyu. Ji Ningyan wanted to explain that she and Lu Ziyu were not what Xiao Mo imagined, at least at her current stage. She and Lu Ziyu were just friends with a better relationship, not explicitly a romantic relationship. However, she couldn't speak. She had, after all, decisively chosen to divorce Xiao Mo after Lu Ziyu returned to China. These words sounded like sophistry, and every time she emphasized them, they were met with Xiao Mo's insinuating sarcasm, and she wasn't about to make a fool of herself anymore. Ji Ningyan lowered her slender black eyelashes and said with a disheveled look, Xiao Mo, 1,000 mistakes are considered to be my fault. If you are angry at me, don't hurt Grandpa. Xiao Mo was again amused by Ji Ningyan's words. He realized that the woman was really good at turning black and white. Ji Ningyan,
You're saying this as if I'm a heartless and unfilial granddaughter-in-law who doesn't even care about the old man's health for the sake of his own selfishness. I've noticed that you've always had amnesia. During these 5 years, when Grandpa was bedridden, who was the one who didn't move an inch to wait at his bedside? Was it the weak you? Your dad who runs away from difficulties? Your mom who only curses all day long? Or your 2 unproductive younger brothers who only know how to eat, drink and have fun? Xiao Mo's stern tone caused Ji Ningyan to take a step back in fear. Ji Ningyan was speechless. During these 5 years, it was indeed Xiao Mo who personally took care of his grandfather's food and drink. At that time, the Ji family was facing a bankruptcy crisis. The old man was admitted to the ICU with a cerebral hemorrhage, and after he was out of danger, he fell into a severe coma due to severe head damage and became a vegetable. Ji Ningyan's father, Ji Weijia, can hardly bear the series of blows, unwilling to face reality, hiding in the old mansion. In the wine drunkenness, Ji Ningyan was a filial daughter and insisted on saving her grandfather, but at that time, faced with the harassment of her creditors and shareholders, she was unable to take care of herself, and her spirit almost collapsed. So how could she have the energy to take care of her old man? A snob like Fong Liping, when the old man was the head of the family, she served good wine and good food, and pretended to be a good daughter-in-law every day. When the old man was in a coma, Fong Liping was worried about spending money and did not want to hospitalize the old man at all. If it was not for the batch of antiques in the old man's hand, Fong Liping estimated that she would have long ago pulled out the oxygen tube for the old man. Without Xiao Mo, it would have been impossible for the old man to recover. The doctor had said that Elder Ji's condition was so bad that he might never be able to wake up, and told the family to be prepared. Ji Ningyan suffered bad news blow. He nearly fainted. Coupled with the pressure of the company, she was very sick. A small half-month lingering bed. Fong Liping is only worried about that batch of antiques, fearing that such a large amount of wealth of the Ji family will not disappear. It is impossible for her to personally take care of the old man. Only Xiao Mo was bold and meticulous. He found an ancestral medical book from his grandfather's old mansion, and according to some methods recorded in it, he boiled tonics for the old man, together with special massage techniques, to repair the intracranial trauma of his grandfather, stimulate the nerves, and help recovery. Surprisingly, treatments like Xiao Mo's, which were originally hopeless and desperate, worked. Elder Ji's health is getting better every day and he is able to be awake for about 10 minutes a day. After the Ji family survived the crisis, a caregiver was hired for the old man, and some of the work of feeding him fluids and changing his clothes and bedding no longer needed to be done by Xiao Mo himself. But Xiao Mo wasn't comfortable completely handing the old man over to someone else. In order to prevent long-term bedridden muscle atrophy, to help the old man do limb flexion and extension, leg massage and other rehabilitation training, are completed by Xiao Mo personally. 3 years later, Grandpa was awake longer and longer, able to eat on his own, and gradually able to get out of bed. Ji Ningyan's beautiful white melon face revealed a strong color of shame. During that time in the past, all she could think about was Xiao Mo's lack of progress, believing him to be self-indulgent, fearing that he would pester her, and feeling disgusted with him. She had forgotten everything he had ever done for the Qi family. However, after Xiao Mo gives up his property and compensation and decisively leaves, Ji Ningyan remembers his dedication. Strictly speaking, Xiao Mo was Ji Ningyan's grandfather's lifesaver. Without his careful care, Elder Ji would still be a vegetable now, and might even have passed away. Thinking of this, Ji Ningyan lowered her head, her tone soft and full of guilt. Xiao Mo, it's me who owes you. Don't worry, our divorce cooling-off period hasn't passed yet. I'll give you the compensation you deserve. Xiao Mo thought to himself that her so-called compensation was nothing more than money. At first, he was given $20 million, but later, probably because he felt sorry for him, it was increased to $50 million. Now, presumably, he thinks he's owed something about his grandfather and will bid up to $70 or $80 million. It's really hard on her. Xiao Mo didn't even bother to look at Ji Ningyan and didn't bother to reply. Striding towards the garden, Ji Ningyan hung her head and returned inside the villa's living room. Her father, VJG, happened to be coming down the stairs. He was 5'8" and was born handsome when he was young. Although he turned 50 this year and wrinkles crept in the corners of his eyes, he could vaguely see the elegance of that year and was quite suave. Ji Ningyan's skin and face shape resembled Fong Liping, and her features and figure were more like Ji Weijia. Seeing Ji Ningyan return to the living room, Ji Weijia casually asked, "Ningyan, you're back. Where's Xiao Mo?" "He went to find Grandpa," Ji Ningyan replied in a low voice. She tried to sneak into the study, not wanting to answer her parents' questions lest she reveal herself. Fong Liping was sitting in the living room. When she heard her husband ask about Xiao Mo's whereabouts, she couldn't wait to vent the fire she had just held. She came to her senses, straightened her back, and immediately rose to her high note. "How dare you mention Xiao Mo? This grandpa who doesn't earn a penny and lies at home eating soft rice is already on the verge of writing on my head. Just now I just said a few words about him, and he was all over me, as if he wanted me, his mother-in-law, to die immediately. If you say that again, he's going to yell at you, his father-in-law, too. Our G family has raised him for 5 years, and now we have raised him to be an enemy. No wonder people say that if you are gracious with rice, you will have a grudge with rice. This is a typical example of how a big favor becomes a grudge. A white-eyed wolf in the flesh. Chapter 33. Ji Ningyan realized that she had been misunderstanding Xiaomo. Although Ji Weijie is Feng Liping's husband, his character is completely different from Feng Liping. At least he was raised by Master Ji himself, and graduated from a major university. More or less some cultured. Ji Weijie understood Feng Liping's personality that liked to chew the cudgel and move right and wrong, and didn't take her words to heart. He walked over to the couch and sat down, taking the hot tea handed to him by his nanny and taking a sip, rather helplessly. Liping, it's a rare trip for the child to come back, so you should say less. Feng Liping's eyes glared fiercely as she said angrily, "Hey, I find you a strange person. It was Xiaomo who was the one who was treasonous and bullied me as his old mother-in-law, and you're even siding with him? What do you mean? Now that you dislike me, you want to kick me out of the house too, right?" Ji Weijie felt an intense headache when he heard her shrill voice and odd logic. Feng Liping has a special skill. The words that come out of her mouth are so black and white that she makes it sound like the whole world has wronged her. Ji Weijie did not bother to pay attention to Feng Liping's words. The grace is big to become hatred. Where did the Ji family get their favor from Xiaomo? It was obvious that Xiaomo had helped the Ji family. Feng Liping actually had the nerve to call Xiaomo a white-eyed wolf. How much Xiaomo had done for the Ji family in the first place? Ji Weijie, as a business manager, knew it by heart. Without Xiaomo stepping up to the plate and saving the day, that mess simply couldn't be set right. The biggest debtor has already looked for people in the underworld, threatening that if they don't pay back the debt, they will let all the men in the Ji family disappear, and all the women will be dragged off to pick up customers to pay off the debt. Without Xiaomo's great help, how could Feng Liping's life as a broad wife be peaceful in these years? However, in these 2 years, Xiaomo stayed at home and revolved around pots and pans and women, and this old husband was quite dissatisfied in his heart. Ji Weijie knew that Xiaomo had given up his career in order to condition Ji Ningyan's body, but he doesn't understand. Ji Weijie was very flirtatious when he was young, and there was more than just one woman. Feng Liping, who married Feng Liping just to pass on the family name. He really didn't understand Xiaomo's deep feelings. Ji's group continues to expand. Xiaomo, as the eldest son-in-law, should bring the Ji family to greater heights, rather than hiding at home in his children's home. Ji Weijie drank 2 mouthfuls of tea, put down the tea, and annoyingly scolded Feng Liping. "That's enough. You feel honored to be yelling like a trumpet all day long about this crap at home, don't you? Well, it's my fault again. My daughter talks about me, my son-in-law scolds me, and my husband counts my faults. I can't stay in this house anymore." Feng Liping made a show of bawling. "What the hell do you want? It's annoying, you know?" Ji Weijie's mood became bad. Feng Liping instantly changed her face and viciously said to Ji Ningyan, "Daughter, you listened to mom and didn't let that poor man touch you, right? You hurry to dump him, and go find a broad young man, or else find a capable one who can revitalize our Ji family is also fine. Mom, Dad, I'm going upstairs, yell for me at dinner." Ji Ningyan listened to them arguing and heard Feng Liping chanting for her to get a divorce. She felt like a migraine was coming back. She simply ducked into her bedroom on the 2nd floor. Standing in front of the window, Ji Ningyan relied on the windowsill, her jade fingers pressed against her distended temples, her expression despondent. She looked away from her grandfather, who was sitting in a rocking chair on the lawn, talking his heart out to Xiaomo. The old man was in good spirits and was full of smiles. Xiaomo's arrival obviously made him feel heartfelt happiness. When Grandpa was young, he was also a powerful figure in the shopping mall, and he always made a clear distinction between grudges. He likes Xiaomo so much, which means that he remembers Xiaomo's goodness in his heart and recognizes Xiaomo's character. If Xiaomo was really as bad as my mom says, how could Grandpa be so attached to Xiaomo? I seem to have really misunderstood Xiaomo. Even if he doesn't have higher ideals and enjoys a cozy home life, that's no reason for me to sweep him off his feet. After all, he's done so much for the Ji family, for Grandpa, and for me. Ji Ningyan suddenly realized that the contempt and misunderstanding she had always had for Xiaomo seemed to come from the tightrope her mother had been reading in her ears for years and years, rather than Xiaomo himself. Her mind was in turmoil and the guilt was growing. The headache worsened, constantly tormenting her fragile nerves. Xiaomo came to the lawn and sat beside Elder Ji, chatting with him. It was cloudy when I arrived, and now the sun is surprisingly out. The old man sat in a rattan chair, the light warm sunshine sprinkled on him, each silver hair shining with soft luster. The forehead wrinkles hid the vicissitudes and wisdom.
Grandpa took Xiaomo's hand, his weathered old face filled with a loving smile. Good boy. You came to see Grandpa. Grandpa's heart is happy. During this period of time, Grandpa wanted to go and talk to you, but he was afraid of disturbing your little couple's two-person world. After Ji Laozi woke up, he spent a lot of time lying in bed every day, and he liked to watch TV and read all kinds of news and information on his cell phone. Some of the vocabulary reserved for young people's feelings, and he understands it, with his hip ideas. Xiao Mo smiled reluctantly and didn't answer. Before Lu Ziyu appeared, he did hold a happy heart and waited for Ji Ningyan to come home every day. The brief moments together in his busy life also made him feel cozy. It was a pity that Ji Ningyan's attitude towards Lu Ziyu made Xiao Mo wake up to the fact that in the past, it was all wishful thinking on his part. Xiao Mo changed the topic. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Mentioning this, Ji Yinghua said cheerfully, much better. I'm so strong now that I can walk up 3 flights of stairs in one breath without any trouble. A few of my old friends who are about the same age as me are not as strong as I am now. Children, said really want to thank you. If you do not help me every day to do leg massage, I certainly cannot recover to the extent of the present. Saying that, Ji Yinghua supported Xiao Mo's hand and stood up shivering. Grandpa will give you 2 steps. In fact, Xiao Mo could see that the old man's physical condition was not as good as he said, and his legs and feet were still a little shaky when he walked. Grandpa just didn't want him to worry. Xiao Mo didn't break down the old man's well-intentioned lie, and carefully supported him, walking a small half-circle in the garden. After Ji Yinghua sat down, he patted the armrest of the seat and said with bravado, not only can I run and jump, I can also sing opera. I will give you an performance. With that, the old man struck a pose and babbled and sang Peking opera. After singing a short section, he was short of breath and couldn't help coughing. Xiao Mo was busy helping him pat his back. Grandpa, you sing very well, but you should also pay attention to combining labor and rest. Don't get tired. Cough cough cough. Ji Yinghua coughed a few times and said with a smile, you kid, you just know what you're doing. Sweet, filial, there aren't many good kids with good behavior like you in modern society. Xiao Mo smiled and did not reply. Ji Yinghua suddenly pulled Xiao Mo's hand and asked with concern, child, why do I feel that you have something on your mind? You look worried this time when you came here, and you're thinner and more emaciated than the last time I saw you. What's going on? Chapter 34 Elder Ji's Care for Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo didn't expect that the old man's eyes were like a torch, and that he had noticed that he had lost weight and emaciated. He usually maintains a healthy diet and exercise, but it's been hard for him to get divorced from Ji Ningyan these days. On the surface he's very spontaneous and takes what he can get. In fact, it was impossible for him not to be sad after so many years of sincere and misplaced affection. In the dead of night, the hurt inside was like a blunt knife cutting his flesh, leaving him in agony and emaciated. Hearing his grandfather ask this, Xiao Mo felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. He poured all he had for Ji Ningyan and the Ji family, and in the end, in exchange for his mother-in-law Feng Liping's insults and contempt, Ji Ningyan's betrayal and dislike, they never cared about him, as if they would only see him as a money-making machine. After the value is drained, it is discarded as scrap. But Xiao Mo didn't want to complain. He preferred not to worry his concerned grandfather. Xiao Mo thought that perhaps this bad relationship between him and Ji Ningyan was his robbery, so that he would learn not to trust others lightly and leave a way out for himself in everything. Thus, Xiao Mo smiled faintly and prevaricated. It's nothing, Grandpa. I've been losing weight recently. Ji Yinghua's eyes glared. Don't you dare lie to me. You have this body, firm and good-looking. What are you losing weight for? Xiao Mo had to make up. I have a friend. Want to shoot a commercial. He cannot afford to spend millions of dollars to invite the star. Said let me help shoot. Forget it. Your old man also know that the camera fat 10 pounds. Must be slim. I'm not in order to look good on camera? Ji Yinghua narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Xiao Mo. Obviously, he didn't believe the claim, but he didn't break it down to his face. He just looked at Xiao Mo heartily and said in a slow voice, Son, I feel sure you've been wronged. Only you won't say anything for fear I'll worry. I'm well aware of the situation of our Ji family. Why Kid is a man with a good heart and ability, but his mom brought him up too spoiled when he was a kid. He has a particularly high self-esteem and prefers to run away when things get tough, making it difficult for him to pick up the slack. Feng Liping, spicy character, selfish and narrow-minded, a belly of curved intestines, just know how to calculate their own family. Wei Jia kind of liked to escape the character, but also cannot control Feng Liping. Let her make a demon. In those years when I was lying in a hospital bed, they thought I was in a coma and couldn't hear, and they dared to say anything in front of me. I know that they didn't pull out my oxygen tube because of the antiques I was holding, or they would have killed me long ago. Unfortunately, I had a brain hemorrhage at that time, otherwise I would have had to take those antiques out and sell them, and it's impossible for you,
a young man just out of society, to carry the G family's debt. I also know that you have done a lot for the G family, but Phoneliping has been comparing you to others, secretly saying a lot of bad things about you, and always urging Ningyan to divorce you. I'm too old to care so much, and Wei Jie is not willing to kick Phoneliping out considering that she has given birth to a daughter and 2 children in our family. Xiao Mo, you're also a member of our G family now. If your mother-in-law says or does anything, don't take it personally, we won't get on her bad side. If you really can't stand it, I will defend you even if I have to spell out this old life. Xiao Mo still felt relieved in his heart when he heard it. I didn't realize that Grandpa had been in a coma for many years, but he actually understood everything that Phoneliping had done in the dark. With a clear-eyed person, Xiao Mo wouldn't have to suffer so much, at least when he officially divorced Ji Ningyan in the future. There was Grandpa who could do him justice, lest their mother and daughter turn right and wrong and pour dirty water on him. Grandpa, I'm really fine, Xiao Mo said. Ji Yinghua's dry and withered hand patted the back of Xiao Mo's hand and said to Xiao Mo in a serious tone, Xiao Mo, although you and Ning Yan got married for the sake of a wedding, you have feelings for each other. Grandpa is not old and blind. I can see that. Grandpa knows you. You've been a good boy since you were a child, and you can't be faulted. Ning Yan is not as good as you in every way, but she is not bad-hearted and is a good filial child. She may be stubborn and doesn't know how to express her feelings. You've been good to her, and she must know in her heart everything you've done for our G family. My only worry now is that Phoneliping is always nagging next to Ning Yan's ears, destroying your young couple's relationship. The old man's words kind of hit the nail on the head. Xiao Mo actually understood that Phoneliping had a great deal of credit behind Ji Ningyan's attitude of such dislike towards him, but it makes no sense to attribute blame in this way. In the end, Ji Ningyan was choosing to betray her trust for the sake of her white moon Lu Ziyu. She didn't have any affection for Xiao Mo either. It was impossible for Xiao Mo to forgive her. He didn't want to irritate the old man right now, which is why he chose to hide the truth about the divorce. Grandpa, I know, don't worry, we'll take care of our own matters. Xiao Mo played a taiji and was vague. Grandpa came close to Xiao Mo and said mysteriously, Kid, I'll tell you, that batch of antiques in my hand is worth more than $100 million, and the antique thing will be worth more and more. None of them know where I hid them. I intend to leave them all to you after I die. If they are ungrateful and bully you, you can take the inheritance I gave you and run away without sharing a dime with them. Xiao Mo was startled. He knew that the old master had this batch of antiques, but he didn't realize that the old master was going to leave all this treasure to him. He was very touched in his heart, but there's no way he's going to accept it. Xiao Mo smiled and excused himself. Grandpa, no need. I've restarted now. I'll have my own business. You don't have to worry about me. Ji Yinghua smiled mysteriously and wryly, like an old boy, and whispered to Xiao Mo, I've already made my will. My child, I know my body well. I don't have many years left. If I leave, Wei Jie doesn't care about anything. Ning Yan is foolish and filial. This family will be held by Phoneliping. She will bully you. Xiao Mo patted the back of his grandfather's dry and warm hand. Grandpa, it's not easy for us two masters to see each other. Let's not talk about all this unhappiness. I'll sing an opera for you. Well, sing me an opera. I love to hear you sing. Grandpa clapped his hands and said happily. Xiao Mo Cheng sang a segment of Farewell My Concubine. He knew that his grandfather loved to listen to the opera, and had once learned a few famous sections, although the singing was not very professional, but still decent, and his grandfather liked it very much. Xiao Mo knew very well that even if his grandfather really left that batch of antiques to him, Phoneliping would not stop. With Phoneliping's kind of wealth-loving character, if Xiao Mo took this wealth, she would have to fight Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo helped the Ji family just to return the old man's favor. He would not accept the wealth. Sang a couple of operas for Grandpa and coaxed the old man to be happy. Ji Yinghua stood up. Good boy, you've worked hard today. It's almost time to eat. Go and accompany Ningyan. Grandpa is going to take a nap now. Xiao Mo nodded. The old master called for the servant, Uncle Chen, and helped him back to his room on the 3rd floor. Nanny Lima came to call Xiao Mo for dinner. Xiao Mo withdrew his concerned gaze and walked back to the living room with a wooden face. He had expected to hear those vitriolic curses from Phoneliping. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped into the living room, he heard Phoneliping's warm and attentive voice ring out. Aya, Ziyu, what are you doing here? Come in and sit down. Chapter 35 Lu Ziyu arrives. Phoneliping satirizes Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo followed the voice and looked over. Lu Ziyu, who was in a straight suit and had an elite look from head to toe, carried a gift box in one hand and stuck the other hand in his pocket. Standing in the doorway with a fake smile on his face, Phoneliping burst into a trot, attentively ran to Lu Ziyu's side, full of enthusiasm and heaps of smiles. That smile seems to be brighter than spring flowers. The tone is incomparable concern. Ziyu, why didn't you tell Auntie that you were coming? so I could prepare some of your favorite dishes. Lu Ziyu looked at the smiling phone Liping and smiled. Auntie, I just returned to China not long ago. I've always wanted to come and see you and uncle. Isn't it true that, as soon as I was free I came over? Didn't disturb you guys, right? Don't bother. Ziyu, you're saying this, I've watched you grow up since you were a child. You're like family, you can come over anytime you want. Lu Ziyu handed the gift box in his hand to Phone Liping and said curtly, Auntie, this is the 1,000-year-old ginseng I bought specially for you to replenish your body. Phone Liping was overjoyed, but pretended to excuse herself. Ziyu, just come, what gifts are you bringing? You are too polite. Come on in, just in time for dinner. Lu Ziyu glanced at Xiao Mo and walked to the table to take a seat as if no one else was there. Look at his smug look, and Phone Liping's enthusiasm and attentiveness towards him, as if he should be the rightful son-in-law of the family. Xiao Mo knew that Lu Ziyu had deliberately come to demonstrate. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Lu Ziyu took the initiative to provoke him, mockingly looking at Xiao Mo Dao. Yo, Xiao Mo is here too. Auntie, I didn't know that Ning Yan and Xiao Mo also came back to see you. It seems that I came at a bad time. I'll leave first. I won't disturb your family gathering. He pretended to stand up, but Phone Liping pressed him down on the chair. Phone Liping sneered. Ziyu, don't go. You are our family's honored guest. The ones who should go are certain people who eat idle food. She said this while gouging Xiao Mo fiercely with a knife in her eye. Xiao Mo didn't bother to theorize with her. He planned to leave straight away. However, Ji Ningyan's panicked voice could be heard ringing out. Ziyu, what are you doing here? Xiao Mo raised his eyes. Ji Ningyan looked nervous, took long strides, and hurriedly walked down from the second floor. She stood in front of Lu Ziyu. Didn't I tell you I had something to do today? Why would you? Lu Ziyu wore a smile and said thoughtfully, I didn't do it on purpose. I thought you were busy today and I took the time to come and see Auntie. And I didn't expect you to come back. He reached over to take Ji Ningyan's hand. Ji Ningyan hurriedly dodged. We're having a family gathering today. You go back first. I'll discuss the company's matters with you later. Lu Ziyu didn't force it. Instead he made a very genteel appearance and said to Phone Liping, I'll leave you then, Auntie. I'll come back to see you some other time. Phone Liping got angry. She pulled Lu Ziyu's arm and sternly reprimanded Ji Ningyan. You damned girl. What's wrong with you? Ziyu came here with great difficulty. How can you let him go back? What kind of person kicks a valued guest out? Ji Ningyan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. She had promised Xiao Mo that she would never let Lu Ziyu appear. She didn't expect Lu Ziyu to come to her parents' house by himself. Mom, I'll explain to you later. Listen to me first, okay? Ji Ningyan begged bitterly. Phone Liping huffed. Not good. If you keep talking, see if I don't slap you to death. She looked at Lu Ziyu and immediately changed to a smiling face, her tone becoming gentle again. Ziyu, stay here at ease. Don't you love dompa pork? Auntie is now personally cooking it and making it for you. You wait here. Mom. Ji Ningyan was anxious, but she couldn't do anything about Phone Liping. Ji Weijia hates dealing with disputes. He's been pretending to watch TV and has been playing dead next to him for a long time. At this point, Ji Weijia knew that if he didn't open his mouth, war would really break out at home. He had to stand up and say, alright, all of you should stop talking. Ningyan and Xiao Mo made a rare trip back, and Ziyu hasn't been here for a long time, so let's all sit down together and have a nice meal. Xiao Mo felt that it was about time to see this farce. In a cold voice, he said, since your family is here, I'll leave you alone, lest anyone say that those who shouldn't have left have gone and those who shouldn't have stayed have stayed. After saying that, Xiao Mo didn't care about their astonished eyes and walked out of the villa with large strides. Xiao Mo, wait for me, I'll go with you. Ji Ningyan picked up her bag and quickly chased after her. Lu Ziyu didn't expect Ji Ningyan to leave him behind and walk away directly. His face instantly became ugly, the black eyes behind the lenses of his glasses showing a grim light. Phone Liping muttered, this dead girl, she has no eyes at all. She turned her head to curry favor and said to Lu Ziyu, Ziyu, don't pay attention to these trivial matters. I've already told Ningyan to get that soft-eating loser out of the house as soon as possible. He won't be in your way anymore. Lu Ziyu had long known that Ji Ningyan had mentioned divorce, and he said with a faint smile, Auntie, Ningyan definitely has her own plans, so don't worry about such trivial matters. Good, Ziyu, you still know what you're doing. I'll go make you some dompa pork now. Lu Ziyu smiled perfunctorily. His family was full of top-notch chefs, and he wasn't the least bit interested in a half-assed cook like Phone Liping. He had originally planned to embarrass Xiao Mo and get out himself. Who knew that Ji Ningyan had actually followed Xiao Mo and ran away? He couldn't help but wonder if Ji Ningyan had developed some feelings for Xiao Mo. He's going to have to act soon. Xiao Mo walked out of the garden of the villa and quickly walked towards the gate of the neighborhood. Xiao Mo, wait for me. Ji Ningyan jogged to catch up with Xiao Mo, panting sharply. Don't be angry.
This time it is really a coincidence. I didn't ask him to come. Xiao Mo stood still.
Ji Ningyan nearly bumped into his tall body and stared at Xiao Mo's face in surprise.
Xiao Mo said to her expressionlessly, I promised you to come back to see Grandpa, and I've already done it. Your mom couldn't wait for me to leave. Your dad made peace with it, and Lu Ziyu being your husband is what everyone wants. Now that you and I are divorced, why bother? In the future, I won't come back, and it's as you and your mom want.
Xiao Mo, I don't mean that.
Ji Ningyan still wanted to explain, and she didn't know where to begin.
Lu Ziyu's appearance did make the scene extremely embarrassing, especially Feng Liping's attitude towards Lu Ziyu and Xiao Mo was simply a world of difference.
How could Xiao Mo not feel angry and aggrieved by this? Ji Ningyan struggled internally for a few seconds and begged in a low voice. Xiao Mo, it's me who didn't make the arrangements. It's only right that you blame me. I just hope we don't make our relationship so hard.
Xiao Mo sneered and turned his head away. Alright, don't say these meaningless words. Go back and greet your honored guests and find a repairman to fix the plumbing earlier. All of your Ji family's affairs have nothing to do with me.
After saying that, Xiao Mo didn't even look at Ji Ningyan again and left with quick steps.
Ji Ningyan looked at Xiao Mo's departing back, and somehow, her heart was indescribably sour. Xiao Mo had thought that Feng Liping was attentively greeting Lu Ziyu, the golden son-in-law in her heart,
and had little time to make a demon, so he could be quiet for a while. Who knew that just as I got into the cab, my mom's phone call would come? Xiao Mo wrinkled his eyebrows. Feng Liping wouldn't have gone to his mom to complain, would she? Chapter 36, Grandpa's Calamity Back Then in Elder Ji's Favor. P.S. Family Line readers reflect depressing. This book from 41 chapters Shaoshan love sweet cool. Adoptive parents' repentance become good. Face villain. Like this book readers can again adhere to a moment. According to Feng Liping's nature, it was really possible that she had approached Xiao Mo's adoptive mother, Xiao Yalan, to accuse her of all her grievances against Xiao Mo. It's not the first time. Feng Liping probably made Xiao Mo look extremely bad again. Xiao Mo felt a headache. Although Xiao Yalan is not as upside down and selfish as Feng Liping, but she's also an articulate person, not very reasonable. Xiao Mo felt that this time, Feng Liping had pulled Xiao Yalan to intervene, and things would become very troublesome. The phone rang like a death knell. Xiao Mo didn't want to answer it at all. The big brother driver, however, thought that Xiao Mo hadn't heard and kindly reminded him, Boy, your cell phone is ringing. Answer it. Xiao Mo covered his forehead with his hand, adjusted his emotions, and pressed the answer button. Without any courtesy or transition, Xiao Yalan's reprimanding voice came. Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you? Your mother-in-law called to complain. She said that when you came home for dinner today, your eyes had grown over your head, looking down on their Ji family, not only counting her out, but also scolding her family's honored guests, embarrassing them, and asking me if I have you as a son-in-law like this? What the hell is going on? Xiao Mo's heart was clogged with panic, so he had to say, Mom, I can't explain it to you on the phone. Xiao Yalan, how can it not be explained? You speak slowly. Explain to me one question at a time. I just don't believe there's anything that can't be explained. Xiao, I'm in a cab. Not so much. Xiao Yalan froze for 2 seconds and said, Okay, then you come home now. Tell me clearly face to face. People are suing to the home. I as your mom, can I not care? Xiao Mo was helpless. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be there in about half an hour. Hurry up. Your father and I are at home. Tell us the situation. We need to give the Qi family a piece of our mind. Xiao Yalan hung up the phone after saying that.
Xiao Mo looked at the slowly receding street scene outside the window and thought to himself,
if this matter is ambiguous, I'm afraid it will be endless.
According to Feng Liping's kind of character that is only concerned about the chaos in the world,
I'm afraid that it will be made known to everyone. In the end, it's him who's embarrassed.
He had to make a decision about whether or not to make a break.
The driver thoughtfully asked, Are you going somewhere else, young man? Gotta give me the address. Xiao Mo spoke out the address of his family's pharmacy.
I did not expect. More than 40 years old driver brother, but laughingly pulled the box.
You go here
This drugstore I know very well. When I was young there is a cold fever, come here to see a doctor.
Used to be a medical center. An old Chinese doctor opened. His medical skills and medical ethics are not to speak of. Just a pity. And then encountered the matter. Was screwed up.
The medical center are smashed.
Almost gave his life. Really poor. Xiao Mo's eyes darkened when he heard his big brother driver talk about this. And he couldn't help but pull open the floodgates of memories. Grandfather Xiao Jinan knew some medical skills.
And in his early years,
he opened a medical center.
And his business was not bad. And he had a good reputation in this area.
And as a result,
I made a lot of money and bought 2 houses. Elder Ji was also cured of his persistent illnesses because Xiao Jinan gave him prescriptions to regulate his body, sparing him the pain of being plagued by chronic illnesses for many years. It was only then that the two became close friends.
Xiao Jinan's wife died early, only one daughter, as the pearl in the palm of his hand, extremely favored, which also developed Xiao Yalan's savage and capricious character. Taking advantage of the fact that his family has a little money, Xiao Jinan recruited a door-to-door son-in-law, Wu Guodong, and wanted the child born to Xiao Yalan to be surnamed Xiao as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yalan was unable to have children due to health reasons. One day, Grandpa carried a baby home, saying that he had picked up an abandoned baby in the mountains on his way to practicing medicine, and gave it to Xiao Yalan to raise. Since Xiao Yalan could not bear children herself and lost the right to be a mother, she cherished this heavenly baby extraordinarily and doted on it as if it were her own son. Who knows, when Xiao Yalan was 30 years old, for reasons unknown, she suddenly became naturally pregnant and gave birth to a son. She immediately changed her attitude. She felt that her son was a true heavenly blessing and named the child Xiao Tianxi. For the adopted Xiao Mo, Xiao Yalan is far less attentive than before. Xiao Yalan and Wu raised 2 children, usually is not particularly biased. Food and clothing were not a lot of Xiao Mo. Only, Xiao Mo could feel that after Xiao Tianqi was born, Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong's minds were on his younger brother, and he, himself, became an outsider. Even if Grandpa repeatedly emphasized that Xiao Yalan and his wife should be nicer to Xiao Mo and not be suspicious because Xiao Mo was picked up, still, there was no radical improvement in the two families. Grandpa's accident was exactly the year Xiao Yalan was pregnant, and Xiao Mo was only 7 years old. One day, Grandpa was treating a patient at the medical center. A group of large, fierce men rushed into Grandpa's medical center carrying a stretcher. They rested the dead man on the stretcher in the center of the lobby and loudly cursed Grandpa for being a quack, saying that he had cured people and wanted him to pay for his murder. Xiao Mo was outside playing in the yard. When he heard the argument and ran over, he saw the group holding up sticks and started smashing without explanation. Medicine cabinets were pushed over, bottles and jars smashed to smithereens with a sharp, ear-splitting shattering sound, and herbs were scattered all over the place. The entire medical center was smashed. The group of villains were not yet relieved. The leader of the group, a man with a face full of flesh, fished over Grandpa and pressed him to the ground, punching and kicking him. Patients and families have long since fled. A few young assistants and pharmacists were also scared white, hiding in the corners, not daring to say anything and shivering. There were a lot of people around the outside of the medical center watching, but none of them were willing to step forward. Xiao Mo instantly reddened his eyes when he saw his most beloved grandfather being bullied, and he didn't know where the courage came from. He rushed over with all his strength, pushed those people away with all his might, and opened his arms to block in front of his grandfather's body. "What are you doing? Don't hit my grandpa. I'll get the police uncle to arrest you." However, the strength of one child is like a mantis in front of multiple strong adults. "Where did you come from, little brat? Get out of the way or I'll beat you up too," the men screamed menacingly, and the nearest tattooed man kicked Xiao Mo to the ground. "Son, leave me alone and go." Grandpa's voice trembled. Xiao Mo stubbornly crawled over and shielded Grandpa with his skinny body, and Grandpa had to hold him in his arms. "Please, please, beat me, spare my grandson," Grandpa begged with red eyes. "Roll your mom, you old bastard, and this little, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with us?" The tattooed man cursed and slapped Xiao Mo's head. Xiao Mo only felt pain as if his head was going to explode. A heavenly spinning, almost fainted. Those relentless punches and kicks landed on the heads and bodies of grandparents and grandchildren. The pregnant Xiao Yalan hid in the backyard and secretly reported to the police, but did not dare to show her face. Cowardly Door's son-in-law, Wu Guodong, stood on the side without saying a word, letting those people smash and smash. Xiao Mo's body ached all over, and he could only grit his teeth and carry on, hoping that he could block more punches and kicks for Grandpa. Can't remember how long it was before those demonic assholes were finally gone. The medical center is in a mess all over the place. Xiao Mo's body is scattered like severe pain. Grandpa was even beaten all over the body, fainted. In fact, those people are all gangsters, and the little brother who died, didn't die from taking drugs from an outside source, but was beaten to death in a gang firefight. Only, before his death this man once came to the medical center to see a skin disease and took 2 pairs of Chinese medicines. Those bad guys are just pure blackmail on Grandpa. Reported to the police. The police arrested a few typical ones, locked them up for a few days, criticized and educated them, and released them again. These people didn't leave Grandpa alone. In the long time since then, they came to make trouble almost every day, beating and intimidating Grandpa. Xiao Yalan was so scared that she nearly had a miscarriage, and even though Grandpa emptied his savings and sold all his properties to compensate for the loss, it was to no avail. At that time counted the rich and powerful Old Master, knew about this matter, and hastened to spend money to find a relationship, to intervene to make things right. Those people only let Xiao Jinan go. Jinghua also borrowed a large sum of money for Grandpa to buy a house and reopen a new store, so Grandpa's family got through the hard times.
Chapter 37. Ji Ningyan's feelings totally changed towards Lu Ziyu. After that, Xiao Jinan did not dare to open a medical center to practice medicine and opened a pharmacy instead. Those people didn't come back to make trouble. Although, after the incident, there are rumors that it is Xiao Jinan kind-hearted, often give patients a free clinic, but also for the patients to popularize some healthcare knowledge, affecting the business of the Cloud City Mansion Lu family's private hospitals, the Lu family to find someone to do. But such rumors have not been confirmed. The pharmacy has arrived. Xiao Mo stepped out of the car and looked up at the traditional Chinese signboard. The solid hall. On the first floor are stores, with old facades, tattered medicine cabinets, and a glance at the head of the store, where the pharmacists, two middle-aged women, are dozing and gossiping. The second floor is a residence, where Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Yalan live with their younger brother. An ordinary pharmacy that was extremely mediocre in every way. Grandpa was very sick after that disaster, and he rarely cared about the store afterward. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong, both of whom do not have much talent in business and are not very hard-working, like to play mahjong. It would be nice to barely keep the pharmacy running. You don't make much money all year round. Xiao Mo knew in his heart that with such a family situation, coupled with the fact that he was an orphan by birth, Feng Liping had long disliked him to the extreme. In the beginning, if it was not desperate, Feng Liping such a snob, dead will not let her daughter marry a poor man like him. In fact, Xiao Mo didn't bother to climb up to the Ji family. If it wasn't to repay Elder Ji for saving his life back then, and to appreciate everything he did for Grandpa's family, Xiao Mo wouldn't have been able to sell his life for the Ji family. Xiao Mo smiled to himself. He was a man who would repay favors and never liked to owe favors. Now, the grudge is cleared up for the best. It was a pity that the Ji family's favor had been returned, but the Xiao family's nurturing favor was still unknown. From the birth of her younger brother Xiao Tianqi, Xiao Yalan's parenting of Xiao Mo was no longer unconditional. She saw that Xiao Mo was especially smart and always instilled in him that he should study hard and get into a good university, so that he could soar in the future and repay his parents for their upbringing. My younger brother eats and drinks all day long because he's too young to know any better. Xiao Mo, however, has to soak in books all day long, must take first place, and has very little time for fun, because he's the older brother. He's got to pick up the slack in the Xiao family. Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan contract marriage these 5 years. Time and energy money are hitched over there to the Xiao family only from the cost of living out of $1 million or so. This was far from what Xiao Yalan expected. Xiao Mo had originally planned that after he was officially with Ji Ningyan, she would calculate the shares to him on a pro rata basis, and the annual dividends Xiao Mo would use to give back to the Xiao family. How do you know that Ji Ningyan painted a cake for a few years? A sentence, do not think of progress. He kicked him out of the game. If she knew he was an Edison, Xiao Yalan would have to settle the score with him, like to those tight ban incantations that Xiao Yalan chanted next to his ears. Xiao Mo had a headache. Xiao Mo suddenly felt that in his life, it was as if he had to pay off his debts since he was born, living a very tired and exhausting life. Without much thought, he took a deep breath and stepped into the pharmacy, going up the stairs to the second floor. After Xiao Mo left, Ji Ningyan stood in the neighborhood with an indescribably complex mood. The cold pool-like watery eyes were flooded with sorrow. Ji Ningyan did not know why. She suddenly felt very heartbroken for Xiao Mo. He promised to come to see Grandpa and not to say anything about the divorce. I dumped him. He must have resentment and aggression in his heart. But my mom humiliated him like that. He didn't even turn his face. But I didn't expect Lu Ziyu to suddenly appear. He's done everything he's promised me, and he's always been a man of his word. But I haven't done a single thing I've promised him. If it were to be me in his place, having once given so much, only to end up being disliked and demeaned by my mother-in-law in this way, could I be as stoic as he is? Ji Ningyan understood that her arrogant nature would not be able to withstand such an aggravation. The guilt in her heart towards Xiao Mo increased. Ji Ningyi coldly grimaced and walked back to the villa. Lu Ziyu thought that she had changed her mind and hurriedly stood up, wanting to hold her soft and slippery little hand. Ningyan, you're back. I was waiting for you to eat. Ji Ningyan dodged it and said with an ugly face, no more food. Ziyu, come out with me. I have something I want to say to you. Lu Ziyu's heart thumped. Ji Ningyan ran out after Xiao Mo and came back alone. Her face was still so dark. It was definitely nothing good. You're not going to blame him for Xiao Mo leaving, are you? Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng Liping hurriedly jogged over and pushed Ji Ningyan. You damned girl. Who are you giving a stinky face to? Ziyu hasn't been here for so long. It's rare that he comes over once, and you're just going to give someone a face dump? Saying that, Feng Liping turned to Lu Ziyu with a smile on her face. Ziyu, this girl is young and doesn't know any better. I said her, don't take it to heart. Ji Ningyan didn't know why, but seeing her mom groveling to Lu Ziyu but speaking all kinds of cold words to Xiao Mo made her very uncomfortable. Although, Lu Ziyu was her white moonlight, but Fong Liping being Xiao Mo's mother-in-law. Such a difference in treatment made Ji Ningyan's heart surge with a nameless fire. What made her even more dissatisfied was that Fong Liping always tried to manipulate Ji Ningyan's thoughts and actions on the pretext that she was young. Ji Ningyan said angrily to Fong Liping, "I'm almost 30 years old.
Or am I a child? Am I your toy doll? Mom, you can't control me for the rest of my life, can you?"
Fong Liping was stunned by Ji Ningyan's words. "You kids." Without waiting for her to finish,
Ji Ningyan turned to Lu Ziyu and glared at him. "You come out with me. You must give me a reasonable explanation for this incident today." Ji Ningyan turned and walked out. Lu Ziyu knew he couldn't hide and pretended to comfort Fong Liping. "Auntie, don't get angry over this little thing. You won't be pretty if you get angry and grow wrinkles.
I'll coax Ningyan a bit, and I'll be back to dine with you soon." Fong Liping pulled Lu Ziyu's hand and said in a low voice, "Ziyu,
Ningyan is contractually married to Xiao Mo.
She's still a yellow-bloomed girl. She hasn't been touched by a man.
She doesn't know about feelings. Don't blame her. When she comes back I'll scold her and it'll be fine."
Lu Ziyu held Fong Liping's well-maintained hand, smiled and squinted his eyes as he softly said,
"Auntie, I know all that. Don't worry. I will be good with Ningyan." Lu Ziyu walked out of the villa and went to the garden to look for Ji Ningyan.
Ji Weijie saw Fong Liping looking at Lu Ziyu's back in a reluctant manner and said in a good-natured manner,
"Don't go too far. No matter what, Xiao Mo is our family's nominal son-in-law. Even if you have the intention to set up Ningyan and Ziyu, you still have to wait for Ningyan to get divorced, right? What are you doing now? Aren't you afraid that people will say that our Ji family is unkind and unrighteous, that our daughter is a womanizer?"
All the attentive enthusiasm on Fong Liping's face was gone,
and she glared fiercely at Ji Weijie.
"You shut up. It's our good fortune to be able to climb up to such a powerful family like the Lu family.
It's not easy for Ziyu to come back. Why don't you firmly grasp this golden son-in-law and waste your time on that dangler Xiao Mo?"
Knowing that his wife was unbelievable, Ji Weijie didn't say much and turned around to go upstairs. Not wanting to hear her raucous words, Lu Ziyu quickly caught up with Ji Ningyan, his tone still the same tenderness and coaxing favor from his past relationships.
"Ningyan, look at you. Why are you playing with my temper too?"
Ji Ningyan looked at his lean handsome face written with deep love and doting, but was surprised to find that her feelings towards Lu Ziyu seemed to have completely changed. "It's not at all what it was when we first fell in love."
Chapter 38, Lu Ziyu's flowery words to coax Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan intended to have a direct showdown with Lu Ziyu. She questioned coldly, "Ziyu, in front of my parents and Xiao Mo, I can't tell the truth, and it's to save face for you and me, but Xiao Mo is gone, and I'm not acting with you anymore. Yesterday on the phone,
I told you clearly that I'm going back to my mother's house with Xiao Mo today and asked you not to come over."
"What do you mean now?" Lu Ziyu saw that Ji Ningyan was really angry and panicked to find an excuse. "Ningyan, don't be angry. I didn't listen clearly yesterday. I thought you guys were going back to the old mansion." Ji Ningyan was amused at Lu Ziyu's excuse. Does he think she's retarded?
Anger surged to her heart. Ji Ningyan's pretty white face instantly reddened with anger,
glaring at Lu Ziyu in irritation. "You're just like my mom. In your hearts, I, Ji Ningyan, am a brainless 3-year-old, aren't I? How can you make up such a poor lie?"
"I've already said that Xiao Mo and I are coming to see Grandpa.
Even if Grandpa is at the old mansion and we go back, my parents are definitely going to be over there as well."
"You're lying to hell with this kind of lie."
Lu Ziyu was speechless for a moment as he watched Ji Ningyan get angry.
He and Ji Ningyan grew up together, and Ji Ningyan trusted and worshipped him to the point of blindness. In the past, even if he had said the sun was square, she might have considered whether there was such a cold doctrine.
And now, Ji Ningyan really didn't seem to be as good a liar as she used to be.
Lu Ziyu maintained his smile, but in his heart, he was calculating what Ji Ningyan really meant.
Ji Ningyan continued to glare at Lu Ziyu.
"I made it very clear to you that I need to finish dealing with Xiao Mo before I can officially be with you." When the divorce was finalized,
Xiao Mo didn't ask for anything and I already felt guilty inside. He promised to come back to see Grandpa, accompanied me in this drama.
My mom insulted him with all kinds of degradation.
He didn't turn his face. He did enough. To this day, he suffered so much, yet he's still willing to help me hide it, for the sake of Grandpa's health. But you came here to deliberately embarrass him. What do you want him to think? What do you want me to think? It's hard on my heart, you know?" Ji Ningyan's emotions were very emotional, and as she spoke, crystal tears flowed out of her cool almond eyes. A few days ago, she was incomparably disliking Xiao Mo. However, so many things had happened in the past few days that had stirred the lake of Ji Ningyan's heart. She saw the humble bedroom transformed from a utility room where Xiao Mo had lived for 5 years, saw the information Xiao Mo had organized for her, the sketched portraits he had drawn, and today saw the way Xiao Mo was treated in the Ji family, and the way her grandfather treated Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan found herself seemingly caught in a huge fog. She's starting to lose sight of what's going on and can't tell right from wrong. But one thing was clear to her.
Xiao Mo wasn't at all what her mother had said, an unmotivated waste of space who only knew how to eat soft food. At least, Xiao Mo's love for her was real, and so was his dedication. Xiao Mo's situation is already difficult. Lu Ziyu has to come and bully him. The more Ji Ningyan thought about it, the angrier she became. Lu Ziyu held Ji Ningyan's jade hand, but she shook it away with force. "Don't you touch me." Ji Ningyan's residual anger remained. Lu Ziyu had already thought of what to say and made a look of deep affection, softly explaining, "Ningshan, I admit that it was my fault for acting without authorization this time, but I also care too much about you. You and Xiao Mo, after all, have 5 years of marriage. I'm worried that you can't let go of us being separated for so many years. I was under house arrest abroad, and there wasn't a moment when I didn't want you. Now it's hard for my family to loosen up. Your side is still not divorced. How can you let me not worry? Not nervous?" Hearing Lu Ziyu make this deep confession, Ji Ningyan's heart softened. After all, it was a relationship that had grown up together, and she had waited for him for so many years, so how could it disappear so easily? However, Ji Ningyan was not willing to easily forgive Lu Ziyu. She turned her back and said unhappily, "I know all that you said, but I don't want you to interfere in my affairs. I said that I will handle the divorce with Xiao Mo. If you interfere again, I will reconsider our relationship." Lu Ziyu panicked. He didn't want to lose Ji Ningyan. His feelings for Ji Ningyan were real. She was his favorite. When he first abandoned Ji Ningyan, it was the Ji family that had fallen on hard times, and Lu Ziyu didn't want to carry this huge burden. He was originally an illegitimate child, and his mother could only be considered the second house of the Lu family, far less powerful than the first house. After his half-brother, Lu Tianming, the eldest young man of the Lu family, took power, he directly hollowed out Lu Ziyu's mother and son, and took away the already pitifully small number of shares in their hands. In fact, Lu Ziyu mother and son he can only receive a few tens of millions of pocket money from the Lu family every year. Lu Ziyu, in addition to being an idle playboy, where is the actual control of the Lu family's business? Even if it was a marriage, those really powerful girls would not look at him as a vain male son. According to the development of Ji's group today, it was already the best resource that Lu Ziyu could match. He's trying to use Qi to take off against his big brother's suppression, not to mention the fact that he still had real feelings for Ji Ningyan. It was impossible for him to give up Ji Ningyan. Lu Ziyu coaxed Ji Ningyan, "Ningyan, don't get angry over these small things. Let's not talk about this. I'm still looking for you today. There's something very important. Xingtai Real Estate's $1 billion investment in the vacation resort project is about to start bidding." On Mr. Zhang's side, "I've made a good greeting. As long as your side's bid comes out, we'll have a high possibility of taking the project." Ji Ningyan heard this and asked strangely, "A vacation resort? But what you said last time is not this project." The last project. Lu Ziyu knew in his heart that there was no way it would fall on Ji's head. That was just a pie he drew for Ji Ningyan. He knew Ji Ningyan. This woman didn't have much intelligence but had great ambition. If Xiao Mo hadn't given Ji a good foundation when he revitalized the Ji clan, based on Ji Ningyan's ability alone, it would be good if she didn't put the company out of business. Lu Ziyu is to use this big cake, set Ji Ningyan's ambition, and then in the name of love and marriage with her, step by step to swallow the Ji family, and then go to negotiate with his own father, to get more shares of the company of his own family, to realize his business planning. Lu Ziyu approached Ji Ningyan, gently holding her cold jade hand and coaxing her. Yes, the $10 billion scale CBD business district development that we talked about last time was not implemented that quickly. Besides, even if Mr. Zhang and I have a good personal relationship, it's not possible to hand over such a big project to a new partner. Let's first strive for the vacation resort project, and if this project is completed to Xingtai's satisfaction, then we'll strive to eat the $10 billion cake. Ji Ningyan felt that Lu Ziyu had a point. She always felt overwhelmed by the operational side of the company. Ji family's main business is building materials. In the past few years vigorously developed construction projects. Ji Ningyan very much hoped to quickly expand, but Xiao Mo always said that the Ji family's ability to eat too large a single will be a problem. Ji Ningyan did not share the same philosophy with Xiao Mo and gambled with him, so she did not allow Xiao Mo to participate in the offline business. At that time, she felt that Xiao Mo's opposition to her expanding her business was due to Xiao Mo's low birth, a poor and sour spirit, and lack of ambition, not having the ability to take risks or bring Ji's to greater heights. Hearing Lu Ziyu talk about the cooperation of the new project, Ji Ningyan's guilt for Xiao Mo and her heart lessened by a few points. What am I doing? Why was Xiao Mo's emotion moved? No matter how much he's done for me, he's always been a no-good man, so how could I get upset over a man like that? Only Lu Ziyu's ability and connections can bring Ji to glory. The great beam of the Ji clan rests on my shoulders. Should I give up the Ji clan for the sake of my children's love? No, I'm the daughter of the Qi family. I can't forget my mission. She let Lu Ziyu hold her cold hand and lowered her eyes.
You're right. I'll rush the bid out as soon as possible, and I'll trouble you to greet Mr. Zhang sighed. Chapter 39 This account. We have to settle it with the G family now. Lu Ziyu softly coaxed her. That's right. Be good. Let's go back and eat. Don't let Auntie worry. After dinner I'll go back to the company with you and discuss the bid. Ji Ningyan woodenly followed Lu Ziyu back. She lowered her eyes and gazed at the gravel road beneath her feet, her mind in turmoil. What she should be thinking about is how to make a good bid for a partnership with StarTech to take G to the next level. If we get the $10 billion CBD Business District construction project, the G family is going to soar. Isn't that her greatest desire? But why is her mind filled with Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo's determined but forlorn back as he left was like a thorn in her heart, causing hidden pain from time to time. Xiao Mo walked into the living room on the second floor. The living room was small, decorated and furnished as it had been nearly 20 years ago, with an outdated and stale air. On the dark brown leather sofa filled with signs of wear and tear sat the two families, Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong. Xiao Yalan was watching TV and getting high on melon seeds, while Wu was looking down at his head and swiping short videos on his cell phone. Seeing Xiao Mo walk in, Xiao Yalan blackened her face and said angrily, Xiao Mo, you've always been the most understanding and the one who saves me the most. How could you be so uncaring today and offend all of the G family's honored guests? Don't you know the situation of our Xiao family? Those powerful and rich people. Where can we afford to offend them? Xiao Mo smiled bitterly. In the end, it was still because of Lu Ziyu that Feng Liping made this call to accuse him. Wu Guodong liked to be a peacemaker and said with a smile, Don't stand. It's not easy for your son to come back. Sit down and talk. I'll go and cut some fruits for you. Don't you go. Xiao Yalan frowned. Let's settle this matter of Xiao Mo first. Xiao Mo, tell me clearly what's going on. Otherwise, how can I explain on the G family side? They will say that I didn't discipline my son well. Xiao Mo sighed. When Ji Ningyan filed for divorce, Xiao Mo had also naively thought that after signing the divorce agreement and agreeing to leave the house, this matter would be considered to have come to an end. He had nothing else in mind but a quiet divorce. No matter how much he was hurt from that relationship, Xiao Mo felt that time would heal everything and he would move forward. Only now did he realize that things were far from what he thought they were. Marriage is not about two people. It's about two families. The elders of the Ji family and the Xiao family were going to get involved, one by one. And Xiao Mo's head was going to explode from all the noise. And that's just the appetizer. The divorce has not even been officially announced, and there's already been a lot of fuss over trivial matters. Xiao Mo sat down on the worn-out single sofa and prepared for his mom's stormy baptism. Today I went back. Feng Liping picked all kinds of wrongs, put me down from head to toe. After that, Lu Ziyu came over. She greeted Lu Ziyu attentively, and disliked me for being nosy, so I left. Xiao Mo said faintly, Xiao Mo. Why are you calling your mother-in-law by her first name? That's not polite. But who is this person? Xiao Yalan frowned, seemingly unable to recall who Lu Ziyu was. Wu couldn't help but ask, this Lu Watyu, why does it sound familiar? Xiao Mo smiled lightly. He is Ningyan's ex-boyfriend, the second youngest member of the Lu family, and what Feng Liping considers to be the best son-in-law. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong's faces changed. They realized that things were not what they thought they were. Even if the two of them didn't have much business talent, they weren't cuties. The meaning of Xiao Mo's words was clear to them as soon as they heard it. Xiao Yalan was silent for a few minutes before asking, listening to what you're saying, the Ji family doesn't think they dislike us and are planning to kick you out and climb up the Lu family's ladder, right? Xiao Mo nodded, almost like this. Ji Ningyin has already mentioned divorce with me? Our agreements are signed, currently in the divorce cooling off period. Xiao Mo had originally kept his word and did not tell anyone else about the divorce, much less Ji Ningyan's grandfather and parents. However, Ji Ningyan repeatedly reneged on her promises and even let Lu Ziyu embarrass him to his face. There was no need for him to hide it for her anymore. What? You're all divorced? Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong exclaimed in unison. They couldn't believe the sudden turn of events. Xiao Mo didn't say anything and waited for them to digest the shocking news. Xiao Yalan quickly calmed down. She immediately sought out the crux of the problem. Xiao Mo, if you didn't do anything wrong and the Ji family asks for a divorce, they should give us some compensation, right? How much are they planning to offer? Xiao Mo's eyes darkened, and there were a few moments of sadness in his heart. After all, it's a foster mom, not her own. Ji Ningyan wants to make up with her ex-boyfriend. Feng Liping belittles him and Lu Ziyu bullies him. He had suffered so much, but Xiao Yalan didn't care about him in the slightest, and only cared about how much money he could get. But Xiao Mo didn't complain either. It was already a great favor that Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Yalan were able to raise him, so how could he ask for more? Xiao Mo calmly said, Ji Ningyan intended to give me $50 million, but I didn't ask for it. We owe the Ji family 2 favors, so consider it returned. What? You didn't ask for a penny? What about the money you took over in the first place?
It's the $15 million you sold the company for.
It's gone too? Xiao Yalan's eyes widened. Xiao Mo let out Xiao Yalan completely collapsed. How can you child be so stupid?
You then fulfill the marriage contract rushing.
Is to repay the G family's favor?
You also help them run the company.
We do not owe them anything.
They should give us that $15 million.
And the divorce should also be paid as compensation. What about delaying your youth for 5 years? At least $80 million. Let's do it this way. We won't leave until we pay $100 million. Xiao Mo was speechless.
He thought that perhaps the decision to let Xiao Yalan deal with phone liping was the right one. At least they are half-assed and evenly matched when it comes to dealing with people.
So they can boogie. Xiao Mo doesn't want money.
He just wants to be cleaner and be able to start his business without worrying.
Letting Xiao Yalan deal with phone liping was considered a defense strategy. Instead, it was Wu Guodong who said something decent. Yalan. Xiao Mo was kicked out by Ji Ningyan.
It must be very difficult for him in his heart.
Can you wait a few days before saying anything about the money you want?
You let the kid have some peace and quiet.
Xiao Mo. You haven't eaten, have you? I'll go and order you a bowl of fried noodles.
It could be that the status of a door-to-door son-in-law has some resemblance to what happened to Xiao Mo when he was kicked out.
Wu was filled with sympathy for Xiao Mo. He stood up, intending to go and place the noodles for Xiao Mo. Xiao Yalan, however, slammed the table. No, this account, I'm going to settle it with the Ji family now. Chapter 40, Parental Requirements.
Wu Guodong looked at his wife's furious appearance.
Fearing that it would cause trouble again, he busied himself. Wife, let's wait for the kids to finish eating before we talk about anything. Also, they have a big family over there. What are we going to settle the score with them? Seeing Wu Guodong's fossilized appearance, Xiao Yalan became even more furious and glared and chided. Listening to you, are you letting us, Xiao Mo, suffer a dumb loss and work as a cow and horse for them for 5 years for nothing, without a penny? Wu, I didn't mean that. Xiao Yalan, then what do you mean? Why are you turning your elbow outward? I mean to take the long view. Xiao Yalan, count your head account. Didn't you hear what Xiao Mo said? Divorce agreement are signed. Into that what? Cooling off period. Isn't that what calms you down?
Xiao Yalan, now it's a cooked duck flying.
People and money are empty. How can I be calm?
Xiao Mo covered his face with both hands and rubbed his swollen temples.
Xiao Yalan wanted nothing more than money, not justice for him at all.
And Wu's dissuasion was only because of his character's wimpiness,
not daring to get into trouble, and not considering his feelings.
Xiao Mo couldn't help but think that if it was his younger brother Xiao Tianqi who had been wronged like this, they definitely wouldn't have thought about money first and would have taken it out on his brother anyways.
Xiao Mo smiled bitterly.
Who let him be abandoned by his parents as a child raised by no parents?
If Grandpa hadn't been kind enough to pick him up, and if Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong hadn't raised him, he might have become a lonely ghost long ago. Xiao Mo doesn't want to get involved in these things. He patiently said, Mom, Dad, the money from the Ji family side is not that good.
I'm giving up all my property and compensation to save myself from future trouble.
If Ji Ningyan really marries Lu Ziyu, and with the Lu family's power, I'm afraid they'll come after you.
Wu Guodong was shocked when he heard it and touched his already Mediterranean brain,
busy saying to Xiao Yalan, Wife, my son is right. Don't forget,
when they came to smash our father's medical center, some people said that it was the Lu family who ordered them to do so,
and now it's even more important not to offend them.
Xiao Yalan was so angry that her nose was smoking.
What then? Are we just going to eat a dumb loss? Xiao Mo comforted her. Mom, don't worry, I've already started my business. This year I'll take some private orders to subsidize my family. You give me 3 years, I'm sure I can make the company work.
Xiao Yalan stared at Xiao Mo with complicated eyes, moved her lips, hesitated, and still spoke from her heart.
Mo, don't lie to Mom. I know what kind of job you have. You study computer out. You are a code writer. I have seen it all in the short video. Programmers like you. You can't find a job at 35 years old, and those big factories come out to start their own business. One by one, they are in debt for millions and millions of dollars. Where is it so easy? Without waiting for Xiao Mo to explain, Xiao Yalan sighed and spat with a sad face. Mom knows that you are a filial good child. In the past you took the living expenses from the Ji family, every month to call the money back. That money I used to buy a house for your brother, paid the down payment, and every month to pay back 20,000 mortgage. As you know, we are not capable of making much money from the drugstore, and your brother's brain is like ours. He's not good at studying at all. Our whole family is counting on you to make a living, and now you've been working for the Ji family for 5 years, and you haven't gotten a penny back. Capitalists can't squeeze people like that. No, I still have to find them to ask for a statement. When Xiao Yalan said this, Wu had been secretly pulling on her sleeve, signaling her not to tell Xiao Mo about buying a house for Xiao Tianji alone. Xiao Yalan, however, didn't care and annoyingly pushed Wu's hand away. What's wrong with you? Wu didn't dare to say anything. In fact, Xiao Mo knew all of these things, just that he didn't say them out loud. Xiao Tianji grew up pampered and spoiled, feeling that the whole world should be centered on him, belonging to the kind of people who have to send out a friend circle to share even the smallest thing. Xiao Yalan bought him a house, and the first thing he did was to send a friend circle. He didn't even shield Xiao Mo. This matter, Xiao Mo did not feel much in his heart. At a very young age, Xiao Yalan had instilled in him the idea of repaying the Xiao family for their nurturing. If they were blood brothers, they could still complain that their parents were biased, but Xiao Tianxi was the root of the Xiao family, and he, Xiao Mo, an adopted son, did not even have the qualifications to count. Xiao Mo stood up. Mom, you can handle it however you like. I have things to do. No, you can't leave. Later I'll ask Feng Liping for money. I'm not sure of the situation without you. Xiao Yalan hurriedly pulled him back. Xiao Mo said, I still have a list in my hand to work on, so I'll go back to work first. Xiao Yalan heard that he had something serious to do, did not block. Then, that's fine. I'll find a few more sisters to get together and ask the lawyers to see how I can ask them for more compensation. Xiao Mo hurried downstairs, but he heard Wu call out to him. Azumi, wait. Xiao Mo stood still at the stairway on the first floor. Wu Guodong ran over upside down and wiped the sweat on his bare head with his sleeve before handing the bag he was carrying to Xiao Mo. Mo. A few days ago when I went back to the old mansion to see your grandfather, the old valley next door sent some dried goods. Take them for you to replenish your body. Xiao Mo took a look at the dry goods in the bag. It's all the usual cheap stuff like fungus, tea tree mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. Xiao Mo knows that the financial power of the family is controlled by Xiao Yalan. Wu did not even have a few pocket money, usually want to buy more than a pack of cigarettes or struggling. These may be Xiao Yalan to give him food. He saved himself to give Xiao Mo, always thinking of him. Xiao Mo said gratefully, thank you dad. How is grandpa's health? Wu Guodong shook his head. Your grandpa has been so senile lately that he can't remember a lot of things. He also always calls you young master, always asking, has young master come back yet? I don't know if he's watched too many TV dramas. Xiao Mo also sighed. Although the Ji family had helped grandpa to have surgery by the best brain specialist some years ago, grandpa's health was getting worse by the year. I will go back to see his old man when I have time, Xiao Mo said. Wu wanted to say something, his lips moved, but did not say it. A trace of imperceptible sadness showed in his eyes. Finally, he patted Xiao Mo's shoulder with a bit of curtness in his tone. Mo, no matter what, you're a child of our Xiao family. Mom and dad don't have much ability, so I'll ask you to take care of them more in the future. Xiao Mo smiled. Dad, don't worry, the project on my side will soon take off. I won't let you and mom suffer. Well, dad knew you understood. Wu Guodong's tone was pleased, but there was a look of shame on his face. Xiao Mo didn't think twice about it, carried the bag of cheap dry goods, and got on the bus. Arrive at the terminal, ride back, and wander aimlessly around the city, where in the big city is his home. There is no house that belongs to him and no one who really holds him. Chapter 41, Shenlingyan creates fate, 3K words. When the bus passed by the pharmacy again, Xiao Mo looked at the dilapidated facade and his thoughts returned to the year he was 7 years old. He remembers the evening when grandpa was pulled away in an ambulance. His parents told him to stay in the medical center and not to go to the hospital so as not to cause trouble for the adults. The young child, standing helplessly in the middle of the wrecked house, tried to hold up the heavy medicine cabinet with his thin arms, and with all his strength, the cabinet did not move. His tears wouldn't stop flowing and his heart was filled with fear. Fear that grandpa will never wake up again. I'm afraid the family will fall apart from now on. He cried as he used his little hands to pick up the pieces of the medicine jar on the floor. Both hands were cut by the ceramic pieces of blood. He did not know the pain. Just like a clockwork robot, kept tossing the pieces of the medicine pots, trying to put them back together into their original form. He thought that once he put together the potion jar, time would rewind and everything would be back to the way it was. At that time, he had a simple wish in his young heart, incredibly longing to grow up quickly, preferably into a big hero with godly powers like in the cartoon, able to protect the dearest people, no longer letting their loved ones be bullied by the bad guys. It is also out of gratitude to Master Ji for his righteousness in saving his life, out of the childhood desire to guard a home urgently. When the Ji family was in trouble, Xiao Mo put his life on the line to guard the Ji family and protect Ji Ningyan. In the end, it was replaced by being disliked and swept away. Xiao Mo retrieved his thoughts, the bus restarted, and the front of the pharmacy faded back out of sight. Xiao Mo took one last look back. The poor, helpless child who had been there disappeared from his sight. Along with it goes the obsession of the heart. Xiao Mo knew that all the grudges should have stayed yesterday. Even if he was carrying a debt from the time he entered the Xiao family, the debt would always be paid one day. He should start living for himself. Shenlingyan sat on the sofa of her apartment,
her pretty little face written with sorrow. She was holding a sunflower disc in her hand, and with her slender white fingers, she was picking petals one by one to tell her fortune. He likes me. He likes her. He likes me. Pick a piece. Read a sentence. Throw a piece. The coffee table is littered with sunflower petals. Shen Lingyun's watery peach blossom eyes were filled with sadness and uneasiness at this time. That her, obviously referring to Ji Ningyan. Zhao Xinai watched from the side with her jaw dropped. Is the end of love metaphysical? This morning, Miss Shin was quite normal, ate breakfast, opened her mailbox, checked the office information sent by others, and carefully selected the office space. She wanted to wait for Xiao Mo to come back to have lunch together. As a result, Xiao Mo went back to his mother's home with Ji Ningyan, and has not returned until now, and the message has not returned one. Shin Lingyun slowly became frantic. Why isn't he back yet? It can't be that he regrets it, right? Gosh, I've heard that a lot of couples don't divorce once their parents and family and friends make peace during the divorce cooling off period. No way, no way. Then I won't have a chance. I've waited 13 years. I can't just get out of the game. For God's sake, God's milk. God, Jesus, Buddha, who's going to save me? Shin Lingyun's pair of small white tender hands frantically grabbed her hair. Zhao Shirai wondered if Missy was trying to take the route of getting stronger the bolder she got, abusing her hair so much, but she knew very well that men don't really like it when women become bald. This way, it won't work. She hurriedly stopped Shin Lingyun. Sister, calm down first, there might be something delayed. Think of the good in everything. Maybe she died in a car accident. What? Shin Lingyun's pupils quaked. It occurred to Zhao Xiaoai that she had forgotten that Xiao Mo probably rode in the same car as Ji Ningyan. This is not a good topic. Zhao Xinai said wisely. I'm making it up. Sis, I think the atmosphere between them is definitely tense. Think about it. What kind of situation would make a person not have time to reply to a friend's Weibo? That's definitely when there's a fight. Zhao Shirai felt her reasoning was positively evil. Shen Lingyun, however, disliked it slyly. Then what if it's a time of male love? Zhao Shirai's entire body was bad. She realized she seemed to have a talent for being able to talk the day away. This is not a quality expected of a good assistant. You know, Missy hasn't smiled in a while, and she's adding fuel to the fire? Zhao Shirai is dying. Sister, I read a lot of urban novels. Usually in a family like this, the hero always has a shrewd, tricky and snobbish mother-in-law, a nappy-headed old man who loves to take advantage of the cheating everywhere, a vampire brother-in-law who is good at eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and a vampire brother-in-law who is not opinionated but never trusts his own husband's wife, who bullies and oppresses the hero at every turn. But very soon, the hero is going to have his own big chance, transform into a dragon, face the ex-wife's family and meet Miss True Love, his own great chance, transformed into a dragon, beat his ex-wife's family in the face, and meet his true love. Missy, Shin Lingyun cricket, can you read less flunky articles? What's a girl like you doing reading these male-oriented cool articles every day? That, brushed the novel tweets, a little on the head, just looked at a few eyes. Zhao Xiao Ai's round face was filled with embarrassment. Sister, I'll order takeout for you to eat. Wait for Xiao to come back. Zhao Shirai had already been kind enough to call Xiao Mo brother Xiao. Shin Lingyun shook her head. She finally let go of her dark, beautiful hair and turned to pull out the sunflower she had stuck in the vase and began the petal fortune-telling. That one little elfin, lively, lovely petal gave its life for Missy's love. Raiding the shoots, Zhao Xiaoai could only secretly pray that Xiao Mo would be able to hurry back before the eldest lady went crazy. He likes her. He likes me. Seeing Shin Lingyun tearing to the last petal, her mouth was so happy that she couldn't close it, but she didn't expect that the white jade finger gently rubbed, and another piece came out. It turns out that the last two petals are stacked on top of each other. Zhao Shirai. Shin Lingyun quietly looked at the last petal and gently picked it off. Mumbling, he likes her. Zhao Xia Ai gazed at the bare disk of flowers and thought about how to comfort Shin Lingyun. However, he saw Shin Lingyun clicked and directly broke off the sunflower's disc, and said with firm eyes, he likes me. Shin Ai, look, I've done the math. He likes me. It's God's will. Zhao Shirai was dumbfounded. Holy days, Providence, my life is in my hands. At this moment, Zhao Xia Ai felt that she was in a doggerel romance novel about an overbearing female chief forcing love, and the words floating all over the screen must be, man, you can't get away with it. Shin Lingyun was in a good mood and stood up with a smile. Shin Ai, have you bought any groceries yet? I'm going to get ready to cook and ask him to come over for dinner later. Zhao Shirai face was full of sorrow. First of all, you didn't ask me to go grocery shopping. Secondly, don't the heroes and heroines in idol dramas just fall in love every day and do nothing else? Why do you have to cook yourself? Zhao Xia Ai thought on second thought. If Missy doesn't cook, she will have to cook. Then she'd better buy groceries. She was just about to get up when she heard Shin Lingyun say excitedly, Xiao Mo is back.
Shin Lingyun ran to the balcony with gusto and waved enthusiastically at Xiao Mo. However, Xiao Mo only smiled perfunctorily,
then sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the computer.
He seems to be staring at the computer.
Shin Lingyun dialed a voice call over.
Xiao Mo, however, chose to hang up. Shin Lingyun? A text message came in from Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, stay up all night and get fired up. Your voice is muffled. Send a message about it.
Shin Lingyun thought to herself that he probably didn't want to talk because he was in a bad mood.
Otherwise, what's a muffled voice? She remembered the second year of junior high school once together to review. Happened to be the flu season. The two were infected with the virus. Throat burning. Speak with Donald Duck like quack quack quack. The two also nagged the whole night at. Shin Lingyun thought about it and started typing. Lonely shadow and sparse window. Where were you just now? Xiao Mo, went to Ji's house.
Then my mom called me back and went over to the pharmacy to take a look.
Lone shadow and sparse window. Have you eaten yet? Xiao Mo, I don't want to eat anything on fire. I'll cook some instant noodles for dinner later.
Shin Lingyun rolled her eyes.
Instant noodles still don't burn?
It seems that his bad mood would be caused by both parents blaming him.
Lonely shadow and sparse window, you're catching up on projects? Sean Mo, aha.
Lonely shadow, you can tell me more about the plan to start the business.
Xiao Mo, not so fast.
My house is not small.
I want to directly convert the living room into an office,
and do not need so much manpower in the early stage.
The system development, testing, maintenance I try to do it myself.
Part of the work can be outsourced to find a team of previous cooperation. I'll just hire a young girl to be my assistant,
and see if I can recruit a programmer fresh out of school. It's hard to recruit for a startup, so let's take a step and see what happens. Shin Lingyun's jealousy came back. She felt bubbly with acid. And he's going to recruit a young girl to work from home and be his assistant? Nothing to make a coffee, pound a shoulder and pinch a leg, serve tea and shush. After a while, the project is not yet done, and feelings are cultivated. It's too dangerous, probably because she was looking at Shin Lingyun's somewhat despondent expression. Zhao Xia AI couldn't help but sing a sentimental love song on the side, counting the circles of years. Blah blah blah, dense is my pride. Blah blah blah, it's a shame I never had anyone to play it with.
She also sang while scattering sunflower petals,
fully engaged in matching Shin Lingyun's BGM.
Shin Lingyun was about to be pissed off at her and couldn't help but spit.
What are you singing if you don't remember the lyrics? Besides, I'm not even talking about it yet.
You're not allowed to sing this unlucky song.
You sing me good luck. Zhao Shirao AI. Shin Lingyun, you clean up these petals for me. Excuse me. Dropping the phrase I'm going to buy groceries, Zhao Shirai slipped away. Shin Lingyun hummed. She knew the song and it had a very sad lyric in it.
The most poisonous hatred in the world
is to have a destiny but no destiny. Shin Lingyun didn't believe it. If we don't have opportunities, we create them. If there's no destiny, we make destiny. It's not a full moon, a gurgling mountain spring, a bright starlight, a bright blue sky. Sent you to me? Sparse window lone shadow, what else to hire? I'll be your assistant. I'm obedient and hardworking, and my salary is still low. Mr. Xiao, think about it. Xiao Mo, how dare I really invite you? You are a senior talent of Hengxing Group, and you come out with a starting salary of $1 million a year. So stop it. Lonely shadow and sparse window, I'm coming over to talk to you now. Chapter 42. Shin Lingyun got the key to Xiao Mo's apartment. Xiao Mo returned a good. Shin Lingyun was overjoyed and ran upside down towards the elevator. Zhao Shirai hadn't actually gone grocery shopping yet. She's standing in the hall on the first floor checking the menu. Zhao Shirai don't see themselves eating round and fat, but her cooking level is very general. Purely by the night 8 writers to take orders to eat late night snacks long meat. She had no idea what she was going to cook for her future aunt. A search on the internet brings up a bunch of weird recipes. What fat loss meals, fitness meals, muscle building meals. There are also quite a few that are pregnancy preparation meals. Zhao Shirai's little chubby hands, resting on her chin, pondered. Isn't it a bit of a fast pace to make pregnancy preparation meals for them now? It's slightly abrupt. Just as she was pondering, Zhao Xiaoai saw Shin Lingyun slipping on a pair of sandals and running out of the elevator with a clatter. Her nice peach blossom eyes were full of broken bright smiles, and her lips were full of anticipation as she ran towards the building across the street. Inexplicably, a sentence floated in Zhao Shirai's mind. On the day of the wedding, she ran off to the White Moon. It turns out that a woman running to the White Moon is so urgent. Zhao Xia AI had brushed up on more book-pushing videos and phrases, substituting herself for the male lead, and was already getting angry. Shen Lingyun, I want to ask you, what exactly do the 3 years I've spent with you count as? Shen Lingyun, what do you owe me to pay back? Zhao Shirai was almost on the verge of growling out. The 3-year period has come and gone. The Dragon King has returned to his throne, and I, Zhao Shirai, will become the master of this world. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. A message from Missy.
I don't need you to buy groceries. Go back to your apartment and rest. I'll call you if something happens. Zhao Shirai instantly woke up. How did you get the wrong script for the male version of Dragon Aotion? Am I not the assistant of a sweet and spoiled 1v1 romantic drama? The heroine's spunky, pathetic, smart and beautiful little assistant? Zhou Xinei was happy to be able to take a vacation. She pulled a miniature telescope out of her shirt pocket, intending to go back to her apartment and spy, scratch that, on CP Online. Hey. Zhao Shirai took advantage of the opposite side's inattention, squatted down, and slowly moved to the balcony. Why does it feel like Voldemort in a game of chicken? She couldn't think twice about it, and lifted the miniature binoculars that barely covered the range of her eyes and watched in excitement. Xiao Mo stood up and went to open the door. It's coming. Open the door a wallop and just kiss it. It doesn't matter who thumps who, as long as someone kisses on the mouth. Why are you still chatting? No. Which puffer wrote the script for our world? Can you make up plots or not? So angry. Can't even hear what they're saying. Zhao Shirai couldn't get high on CP and was so angry that her chubby little cheeks were bulging. However, she saw that Missy's expression was excited, so she guessed that something good was going on. Shen Lingyan stood at the door of Xiao Mo's apartment, rubbing her hands together excitedly and ringing the doorbell. Xiao Mo pulled open the door and let Shen Lingyan in. Why don't you install a smart lock? How convenient to open the door remotely. Shen Lingyan asked. Xiao Mo smiled and said, too lazy to get it. Besides, that thing isn't very secure. The spare key is in the storage basket on the shoe cabinet by the door. Get it yourself. Shen Lingyan? Xiao Mo explained. No one usually comes to my apartment, so you take a key for easy access. When he finished, he sat down on the couch and opened a document in his computer to browse for customer requirements. Shen Lingyan was messed up in place. Her small white hands shivered as she picked up the spare key in the storage basket, and it was as if a million gorgeous ceremonial flowers were blooming one after another in that little heart in her chest. He gave me the key to his apartment? At the risk of asking, is it the key to your heart? Shen Lingyan realized that it was no wonder that some people liked to say greasy earthy love words. It's a real head-turner. Xiao Mo turned around to see her standing there dumbfounded, thinking it was because she didn't have any shoes to change and casually said, you come straight in. Just moved in yesterday. Nothing is ready. Later I'll go and buy you a pair of slippers to put here. You see what else you need to buy? Tell me. I'll buy it back together. Shen Lingyan's small face was red, and her heart blossomed as she stood in place. Look at her in this position. All have spare keys and special slippers now. She was indeed the future mistress of the house. Shen Lingyan scanned the room and secretly thought, just this home. It's too simple. Turn around and give him a top luxury apartment. Come in. What are you waiting for? Xiao Mo didn't understand. Oh, here I am. Let me see the layout of the room. Shen Lingyan ran over with a smile. Xiao Mo was surprised. What's there to see here? Shen Lingyan, let's see if it's suitable for the office. Xiaoma, that's right, too. You'll see. Shen Lingyan secretly rolled her eyes. Straight men are too simple-minded to be really gullible. Shen Lingyan pretended to be unaware and sat down next to Xiao Mo on the sofa, her white and smooth jade arm pressed against Xiao Mo's arm. Xiao Mo was even more puzzled. The sofa place is huge. Don't you get hot sitting so close? Shen Lingyan? She bit her pink lip and spat darkly. I knew some people were single on merit. How do you flirt with a straight man? Is there any kind internet user out there who can give me a tutorial? You talk to him about sensitive topics. He'll talk to you about the impact of Trump being in office on the international situation, right? However, Shen Lingyan had no demands on Xiao Mo. She thinks that straight men are cute in their own way. There are many types of straight men, and Xiao Mo belongs to the category of warm straight men and is a man of action. He's the kind of guy who will get you medicine when you say you're not feeling well, and will pour hot water and tuck you in. He won't be flowery, but he will care with real action. Luckily he's not one of those note men where you say you have a cold and a fever of 39 degrees 8 and he replies awesome 666. Shen Lingyan squinted her eyes and smiled heatedly. I came to see your work. What kind of documentation are you working on and what kind of projects are you taking on? Xiao Mo was completely confused about Shen Lingyan's thoughts. He thought, you read the document, just read the document. Why do you smile so thief? Xiao Mo felt that this ghost girl just wanted to laugh at him. Shen Lingyan was a very smart girl, and always came first in her studies. In math and subs, they both basically got perfect scores. But Shen Lingyan's English was so good that every time Xiao Mo did reading comprehension, she snickered beside her. When Xiao Mo realized that he had made a mistake when he matched the answers, Shen Lingyan smiled and knocked him on the side, pointing out his mistakes, and saying something about going against the current and not advancing, and that the English of the second-year students was not as good as that of the first-year freshmen. Angry Xiao Mo drove all night practicing English reading comprehension. The painful memories were activated and Xiao Mo glared at Shen Lingyan. What do you want? Hey! Shen Lingyan knew that Xiao Mo must have remembered the fear of being dominated by her English talent in the past, and she collected her immodesty and said seriously, "Did you think I was joking when I said I'd start a business with you? I've been at Hangxing for the past few years. I've worked hard. I've saved up $6 million, $2 million to buy a house for my parents. Filial piety, right? $1 million I'll keep for myself as a dowry. That's reasonable, isn't it? The rest of the $3 million, I use it to start a business with you. Bicycle into a motorcycle, in order to no longer be ravaged by the capital, to become the capital themselves. No problem, right? You can't turn me down." Chapter 43, Shen Lingyun's teasing Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo looked at her pretty little face, red, peach blossom eyes written with anticipation of the stars, breaking the white glittering delicate fingers to settle accounts with him. Feeling that she was very cute, he couldn't help but scratch her delicate little nose. "This $3 million also do dowry well. Don't take it to me to start a business. There is no guarantee to start a business. Hit the water, you will cry." Xiao Mo also casually flirted, but Shen Lingyun wrinkled her little nose in defiance. "For a dowry, or for you, what's the difference between giving it to you now? You have to go through the motions, don't you?" Shen Lingyun stretched her neck and said, "I don't care. I just want to start a business. This is my dream. Showdown with you. I'm coming to Cloud City. The office has been chosen. I can take you to see it later." Xiao Mo looked at her in shock. "Picked out an office so quickly?" Shen Lingyun hummed from her small nose and said smugly, "Right, surprised at how efficient I am, aren't you? You think I treat entrepreneurship like a house? I have a complete plan." Xiao Mo, "Oh, tell me about it." Shen Lingyun, "Good lord, the teacher didn't say anything about a temporary spot check. Not prepared at all." Shen Lingyun began to talk nonsense. "When I take you to see the office later, I'll tell you about my great plan. Now it's almost 1 in the afternoon. I'm hungry. I need to eat. You eat with me." Xiao Mo was even more surprised. "You haven't eaten yet?" Shen Lingyun rubbed her little tummy. "That's for sure. Having said that, I'm a workaholic. When I do business planning, it's day and night, sleep and food, touching the heavens and the earth." Xiao Mo, "Where did you learn to use idioms like that?" Shen Lingyun patted Xiao Mo's shoulder with her small hand. "Hey, boss, you went back today. You didn't suffer much, did you? You are now going to divorce. Your mother-in-law's side to take the piss out of you. Your adoptive mother's side is also not good to account for. In your stage of the man, the life is the most bitter. Just like the workplace of the middle leadership, that is subject to all the plywood gas, who have to step on a foot. Everything is your fault." Xiao Mo smiled awkwardly. "No, you muddy girl, are you deliberately coming to stab my heart?" Shen Lingyun rested a pair of small hands on Xiao Mo's shoulders, her pretty pointed chin against the back of her white tender hands, blinking her eyes quickly twice. Her long, curly eyelashes flapped like butterfly wings, and in her bright pupils was a wry smile. "I'll take you to a nice place to feel at home." "Ha, where are you taking me?" Xiao Mo asked warily. This Grinch, there are so many ideas. Xiao Mo feels unable to defend himself. Maybe at some point he will be set up by her. We'll know when we go." Shen Lingyun pouted her little mouth and complained. She leaned very close, her pretty little face colored with a faint scarlet. Her breath had a warm sweetness, and when she spoke her chin rhythmically and lightly pressed against Xiao Mo's shoulder. "Girls, so fragrant? The floral mixed with the creamy flavor somehow makes you feel a little bit on top, as if you can't help but want more after smelling it." Xiao Mo was a bit surprised. He's a standard IT geek who usually has little contact with women. Ji Ningyan's body always had the flavor of perfume. Although it was high-grade goods, the aroma was light, and there was a kind of coldness that rejected people, unlike Shen Lingyun, who seemed to carry her own body fragrance, and was born with a kind of seductive feeling. Moreover, Shen Lingyun's eyes are so beautiful, the pupils are clear and bright, and her lips are pink and moist. This girl is foully beautiful. Xiao Mo had a strange feeling. He struggled internally for a moment. Shen Lingyun was his best friend. He couldn't have evil thoughts about his friend. He stood up in a hurry. "Good, let's go now then." He took long strides and walked alone to the door to change his shoes. Shen Lingyun was speechless for a while. She had just winked and discharged at him and clearly saw him blush. His dark eyes, which were as quiet as deep pools, seemed to ripple. Aha! He was aroused by her. Although, Shen Lingyun still didn't know if Xiao Mo had feelings for her that went beyond friendship or not. But looking at his look of embarrassment at being teased, Shen Lingyun had a bit of mischievous pleasure. "Humph, man, you managed to get my attention." Shen Lingyun was very pleased with herself, shaking her head and sitting on the sofa, humming to herself. "Hey you, that's you, please come close to my arms. Don't pretend you don't care. You clearly moved." She hummed softly. Xiao Mo was at the entrance hall and didn't hear the question. "What are you singing?" Shen Lingyun jumped up with a smile and walked over to Xiao Mo, patting his shoulder with her small hand. "I'm singing We Are the Successors of Communism." Xiao Mo, she sang as she crossed her arms across her chest with the righteousness of a catcher. It was as if the person who had evil intentions just now and kept hitting straight balls to tease Xiao Mo was not her at all. Let's go. Xiao Mo took the key. Xiao Mo pulled the door open and walked ahead. Shen Lingyun closed the door to her room and followed behind Xiao Mo, secretly poking and prodding a million horses inside. I have the key to his apartment. Will I come or will I come or will I come tonight? Hey, man, you can't get away with it. Xiao Mo turned around violently and found Shen Lingyun's small hand covering her mouth with a bad smile of a little white rabbit trying to eat the big bad wolf, not even paying attention to the road, and with a bang, her head melon hit Xiao Mo's chest. Shen Lingyun, ow. She covered her forehead and said with a puff of anger, why did you suddenly stand still? Good you Xiao Mo. You've learned a bad lesson. You engage in sneak attacks, Xiao Mo. Seeing her pretty little face wrinkled into a bitter melon, Xiao Mo came closer to her and said softly, get your hands off me, let me see if it's bruised. Shen Lingyun was simply fine, and when she saw that Xiao Mo cared about her, she was immediately possessed by Dayu and started humming. Hiss, hurts. Xiao Mo looked at her forehead. There was a small piece of inconspicuous redness on her white skin. It shouldn't have been hit too hard, probably because her skin was too delicate. Xiao Mo comforted her. It's nothing, it'll be fine in a while. You need to watch the road when you walk. Shen Lingyun got pretentious. Humph. It was obviously you who suddenly turned around and made me bump and hurt myself, and now you're still backtracking. Xiao Mo was happy and ruffled the broken hair on her forehead. Okay, I'll treat you to coffee as my atonement. Shen Lingyun was overjoyed. Another date for a cup of coffee by Pitfalls. Coffee is something that tends to give you heart palpitations if you drink too much of it. Find a secluded cafe later and sit in the corner and drink it. When I finished drinking, I took my brother's hand and asked him to listen to my heart panic. Xiao Mo curiously watched Shen Lingyun snicker with a small blush as he couldn't help but ask, where exactly is this place you said you were taking me? Why does something feel wrong? Only then did Shen Lingyun put away her overly rich little expression and said with a straight face, you'll know when you go. Chapter 44, wants to see you. Just wants to see you. Presumably, the cleaners were doing some sanitation, and the elevator stayed for a while on each floor. Xiao Mo waited for the elevator with Shen Lingyun. Watching the elevator numbers slowly climb, Xiao Mo was afraid that Shen Lingyun would be anxious to wait and said to her, why don't we take the stairs? Shen Lingyun was instantly energized. Stairs are good. The black goo and spooky atmosphere can be an excuse to pretend to be scared and lean in closer, then deliberately pretending to be afraid of ghosts. The slightest noise rushed to hug him, wooing his head into his arms. Hugging and hugging the feeling does not come? Shen Lingyun turned into a delicate and soft little goblin in seconds, humming pretentiously. Taking the stairs is fine. It's just, the hallway is so dark. I'm a little scared. Xiao Mo flicked her head. You were quite bold when you were a kid. Why are you afraid now that you've grown up instead? It's okay, we have good lighting here. It's bright. With that, he pushed open the door to the building. Shen Lingyun felt the sunlight shining in the window of the building. It was called a bright. It was vampire sunshine to the extent that it was all going to evaporate. It was simply going to flash her eyes. Xiao Mo smiled and said, look, it's bright isn't it? There's no need to be afraid at all. Shen Lingyun. Straight men. What an amazing creature. Zhao Shirai, who was peeping from the balcony with her mini binoculars up, stomped her feet anxiously when she saw that they were delayed in coming out. Why isn't it out yet? It won't be in the hallway or elevator just. So bold? Aha, don't go to the elevator. Come back to the bedroom. What can't my distinguished VIP see? However, soon she saw Shen Lingyun following Xiao Mo and walking out from the building. Clothing. Neatly. Zhou Xin Could it be that after disappearing for so long just now, you guys were really waiting for the elevator and ended up taking the stairs? Surprise, surprise, excitement. Zhao Shirai was speechless. No wonder Missy flew all the way back from overseas and said she wanted to work on a big project. Getting Xiao Mo, a straight man of steel, to move his heart is the hardest project in the world, isn't it? Zhou Shinoa moved back to the couch and turned on the TV, sighing as she ate her chips. Ugh, this progress, when will I get high on CP? Baby's heart is suffering. Xiao Mo had wanted to drive a small electric donkey. Shen Lingyun dragged Xiao Mo to the bus. As soon as the two men got on the bus, the entire bus was shocked. Is this the face value you see everywhere on the street? It's some kind of new capitalist star, isn't it? Come out for a movie, or a vlog to experience life? There were even a couple of young girls, looking left and right for the camera. It wasn't rush hour and there were still seats on the bus, so Shen Lingyun pulled Xiao Mo to sit down. Do you remember? We used to take this bus and go to the library together. Xiao Mo nodded. Remember, you're taking me to the library? Shen Lingyun said. How can that be? You just come with me. Are you still afraid that I will abduct and sell you? Xiao Mo laughed. I'm so old. How much can selling me be worth? Little boys are only. Speaking here, Xiao Mo suddenly stopped. He remembered that Shin Lingyun was abducted as a child. That life must have been a nightmare for Shin Lingyun. Xiao Mo hurriedly changed the topic. Or the bus is cheaper. For so many years the fare has been $2, and there has been no price increase. Shin Lingyun was happy. She knew that Xiao Mo didn't want to touch her sadness. But the twist, it's too raw, isn't it? The main one has no words for hard conversation. Shin Lingyun took out her cell phone and sent a message, then smiled and said to Xiao Mo, "Don't worry, it's 20 minutes away. You'll be so happy when you get there." When she finished, she hummed a song under her breath and looked out the window to herself, seemingly admiring the street scene outside the car window. The sunlight poured through the car window onto her delicate googly-eyed face, creating a faint halo of light that made her skin look whiter and brighter. Curly lashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings, and her fingers rested on the railing, her delicate fingertips snapping gently to the rhythm. "She's as beautiful as a painting." Xiao Mo heard her humming the melody. It is a popular song on the short online video platform. "Want to see you just to see you. The future is past. I just want to see you." Through 1,000 million timelines, clinging to each other in a sea of people. Xiao Mo also thought the song was pretty good. Shin Lingyun seems to be having a good time. Xiao Mo felt that although he hadn't seen him for so many years, his feelings with Shin Lingyun hadn't changed, and they were just as good as they were in middle school. Spending time with her was always relaxing and enjoyable, and the days I remember spending together seemed like sunny days. Shin Lingyun's voice was getting lower and lower, singing the last line of the chorus. "It's almost inaudible." Xiao Mo said to her, "You like to sing? Accompany you to the KTV in the next couple days and call out to Bai Chi and the two of them." Shen Lingyun blinked. "It's okay, I just like to hum a couple of lines when I'm not doing anything, and I don't have to go to a KTV on purpose." In her heart, she thought that Xiao Mo would definitely not guess the purpose of her singing the song. Enlightenment is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Better to wait until he gets his divorce papers and play straight ball to confess. Hinting at such things, he couldn't understand. LOL. Life is not easy. Lingyun sighs. Xiao Mo looked at her disappointed and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you used to staying in the capital and not used to this side of Cloud City?" "Actually, there are many fun places over here, such as..." Shen Lingyun looked at him speechlessly. "I want to take you as my man. You just want to be my guide." She had a small internal freak out. However, Shen Lingyun had never known how to write the word give up. Sincerity is the key to success. As long as she perseveres, there will always be a joint burial. Suddenly, an electric car came out of the intersection and almost collided with the bus. The bus driver braked sharply and the body jerked. A powerful thrust came from the right side, and Shin Lingyun's body tilted and crashed into Xiao Mo. Ouch! Her forehead hit Xiao Mo's shoulder and she retched in pain. Man's bones are so hard. Shin Lingyun was in real pain this time. Tears were spilling out, rubbing the corner of her forehead pitifully. "Did the bump hurt you? Let me see," Xiao Mo said nervously. "Poof." Shin Lingyun grunted like an aggrieved kitten. He gently set aside Shin Lingyun's hand and checked the redness on the corner of her forehead for her. "It's still really swollen. I'll get a medicated oil and rub it for you, and then I'll put an ice pack on it and you'll be fine." Shin Lingyun hadn't had time to reply. One of the girls behind them suddenly broke defense, pointing at Xiao Mo, and outputting a burst at her guy. "Look at their boyfriends. Look at you." The boy was not happy. "What's wrong with me? Did I treat you badly? I'm just not as handsome as others, so how can you blame me? Take it up with my mom." The girl glared at him and counted. "Is that what I'm talking about? I'm talking about people's actions. Listen to your girlfriend like to sing. You have to take her to the KTV, unhappy. Take her to play in the Netflix attractions, head hit as small as a fingernail cap like redness and swelling. Or to take a magnifying glass to see people and ice compresses and medicinal oils. When have you cared about me?" Chapter 45, Xiao Mo goes home with Shin Lingyun. 3K words. The boy looked at Shin Lingyun. "I thought to myself, if I had such a beautiful girlfriend, and she spoke in a delicate and soft manner, I would treasure her too. It's easy for me to be yelled at by your ass day in and day out, isn't it?" The boy stretched his neck to express his dissatisfaction. "How can you be so spoiled when you've been in a relationship for a few years? Maybe he's married. This is outside the talk of a mistress. Only spoiled. Girl, you fart." The boy pointed to their hands and said, "I'm serious. Look, he has a ring on his ring finger and the girl doesn't." Shan Lingyun, Xiao Mo. That girl is really tough. A slap on the head of the boy. Scolded, "You give girls yellow rumors, right? Even if what you say is true, people can talk about too. It's their ability to get married and have a girl to accompany him on the bus. Much more than you, Xiao Mo." What kind of bizarre statements are these? He was helpless, too. He can't just explain it to everyone. "I used to be in a contract marriage. Now I'm divorced but still in the divorce cooling off period. Theoretically I'm divorced. I just haven't gone through the process yet legally. I'm single." He surreptitiously removed the ring and slipped it into his pants pocket, next to an old man watching the fun. cheerfully said, young man, you this broken mouth, as much as say other people do not like to hear, you get beaten really not wrong. Yes, I'll beat you to death to rid the people of evil. The girl showed her lion's roar and superb fighting skills, and chopped her head against the guy. However, the beating wasn't a real one. The girls didn't hit hard. The thunder and the rain was mainly a deterrent. Except for the bitter face of the boy who had been hit, the busload of people watched the farce and laughed. Shan Lingyun, seeing that she had arrived at the station, hurriedly pulled Xiao Mo out of the car and moved away from the battlefield to avoid being affected. Let's run, she said with a grin. Arriving at the street corner, Shan Lingyun stopped and Xiao Mo suddenly explained, that's not my wedding ring, Shan Lingyun, Xiao Mo seriously said, when it was a contract marriage. The wedding ring is their family out of the banquet after the guests. That night her mom took the ring back. This is to negotiate the project, a supplier to send samples. He said this platinum ring pattern is our country's traditional pattern of auspicious clouds, meaning that the family is happy and well-being. I see this meaning is quite good. It has been worn. The diamond ring, which he bought with the intention of giving it to Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan gave him a divorce agreement. Xiao Mo directly threw that ring in the corner of the drawer to eat dust. Shen Lingyun laughed her ass off. She's happy. Why is he explaining this to me? That means he has me in his heart. Care about me. Afraid I'll get the wrong idea. Of course she understood why Xiao Mo would wear such a plain ring. He was orphaned and went through that big disaster when he was 7 years old and almost lost his family. He longed for a secure home more than anyone else. Shen Lingyun patted Xiao Mo's shoulder. It doesn't matter. It's our own business. What are we afraid of others gossiping about? It's not your fault. Xiao Mo, I was afraid that you wouldn't be happy to hear that kind of unpleasant words. Shen Lingyun, hey, I'm fine. Come on. I'll take you home. She pulled Xiao Mo toward the crowd. Xiao Mo then realized that what Shen Lingyun had brought her to was the snack street outside the 3rd middle school. This is, wondered Xiao Mo. Here we are. This is it. Let's see if we remember. Shen Lingyun's slender white jade finger pointed at a store in front of her. Xiao Mo raised his eyes to the signboard before he remembered that this was actually a small noodle shop run by Shen Lingyun's adoptive parents. Xiao Mo still remembers the kindly old couple. Shen Lingyun's adoptive father Yuqing Shan, not tall, coarse black skin, is a hard-working honest man, smiling all day long. Adoptive mother, son Xiao Yun, is gentle and handy, cooks delicious meals and speaks softly, a gentle and virtuous wife. When Shen Lingyun was 3 years old, she was sold by traffickers to a shrewish and tough widow in the countryside. The widow, surnamed Zhang, bought Xiao Lingyun on the cheap to match her mentally challenged and stupid son with a baby. Little Lingyun is smart and understands things early. Widow Zhang mistreats her by making her help with the housework, not giving her food, and beating her. Yu Qingshan's 2 families were neighbors of Zhang widow, and when they found out that she was abusing Xiao Lingyun, they went to the police station in town to report her, and Zhang widow was arrested and educated, and since then she has tightened up a bit, but she insists that little Lingyun was born to her dead second sister, and there's nothing she can do about it since she can't find any evidence of the sale of children. After a few months, Widow Zhang was traveling with her stupid 8-year-old son when the bus she was on had an accident and rolled off a cliff, killing both mother and son. Yu Qingshan and son Xiaoyun saw that Xiao Lingyun was lonely and adopted her. Xiao Lingyun has a high IQ and originally had memories, but because when she first arrived, Widow Zhang mistreated her, grabbing her head and slamming it against the stove in order to make her obey. Xiao Lingyun was given a mild concussion and lost some of her memories. She only remembers her name. She can't remember her parents' names or where her home is. The 2 Yu Qingshan families used to have a son, who lived to the age of 2 and died of a genetic disease. The tide of grief overwhelmed them and the couple was dragged into an abyss of pain. Son Xiaoyun was very sick and spent the whole day in tears. Yu Qingshan experienced the pain of losing his son and was also heartbroken. But the family savings were emptied by the hospital, and he still had to do hard labor to earn money. Because of a genetic disorder, they were not able to have any more children, and this matter has always been on their minds. They understand what children mean to a family. Although they liked Xiao Lingyun, they did not force her to change her last name, thinking that maybe someday her parents, through the information of the Public Security Bureau, would be able to find her and recognize her. Shen Lingyun after the examination of the Key Junior High School, the old couple came to the city from the countryside. At first it was a stall selling fruit, relying on people hardworking and enthusiastic, doing business in good faith, and slowly earned a little money. Before opening a noodle shop, Xiao Mo thought to himself that all these years, Shen Lingyun had not mentioned her real parents, so he should not have found any relatives. He smiled and said, I came here before. The store changed owners. The owner said, Uncle and Aunt went to the capital with you, not open the noodle shop. I thought they had been in the capital. Shen Lingyun hemmed and hawed. It was picking them up to go there for a while, but they weren't used to it, wanted to come back, and were still thinking of going back to their old jobs, so they let them be. Xiao Mo took a look at the noodle shop. It was clean but there was not a single customer inside. He wondered if it was because it was not at mealtime. Sun Xiaoyun enthusiastically walked out of the noodle shop and greeted Xiao Mo with a smile. Xiao Mo, I haven't seen you for so many years. You've grown so big. You've grown so much. Don't just stand there. Come on in. Your uncle heard that Lingyan brought you here and made your favorite pickled vegetable beef noodles. Xiao Mo was pulled into the noodle shop by Sun Xiaoyun and pressed into a seat. Yu Qingshan came out with a steaming bowl of pickled beef noodles and placed it in front of Xiao Mo. Here, boy, taste your uncle's handiwork and see if it's regressed. Sun Xiaoyun handed over a pair of chopsticks. Why don't you eat here tonight too? What do you want to eat? Tell uncle and aunt. We'll make it for you. Your uncle is a better cook than me now. Yu Qingshan rolled up his sleeves. His dark face smiled with layers of wrinkles, and enthusiastically said, Mo. I am now a master at making Buddha jumping wall, so I'll show you my hand tonight. Aromatic pickled vegetables and beef noodles in front of the eyes. Steaming hot air in front of Xiao Mo dents open. The old couple of loving and caring eyes, in front of Xiao Mo gradually blurred. That feeling of being thought of, valued, and cared for, however, became clearer and clearer. Xiao Mo's heart was full of emotion. Is this what home feels like? No matter how stormy it is outside, when you come home, you can experience the peace and warmth, a haven for the soul, not a place to make war. Xiao Mo also remembers that when he was very young, he got sick once on a snowy night with a high fever and had to be sent to go to a tertiary hospital for treatment. The snow blocked the road, could not drive. Wu Guodong and Xiao Yalan took turns to carry him, walked for a long time to the hospital. He also remembers that when he was 5 years old, he was scolded by a bear for picking up a wild child. He fought with the other guy, and his teacher called his parents. Wu rushed to the school, first bowed and apologized to the teacher, then pointed at the bear child's nose and scolded him. Remember, Xiao Mo is my family's child. If you call him a wild seed again, I'm not finished with your family. Xiao Mo also remembers that the year Xiao Yalan was pregnant, there were a few big kids in their teens on the street scaring him, saying that Xiao Yalan didn't want him after she gave birth to her son, and that he was going to turn into a little beggar who went to the garbage heap to snatch food from the stray dogs. Xiao Mo is not afraid of suffering, but he is afraid of being abandoned and never seeing his grandfather and parents again. He hid in the courtyard alone and cried for a long time, and was discovered by Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan, with a big belly, copied the broom and went after those bear children. You little brats, Azumi will always be my son. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Mom and Dad obviously doted on him then, but then a brother was born. The blood of Mom and Dad. Everything has changed. The heat steamed, and Xiao Mo's eyes reddened. Shen Lingyan's small white hand pushed him. Eat quickly, or the noodles will pile up. Xiao Mo made an excuse and said with a smile, I was wondering why there are no customers today. Yu Qingshan replied, business is difficult now. Fewer customers, normal. As he was talking, a man in his mid-20s walked in. Boss, a bowl of fried noodles. Yu Qingshan waved his hand. I'm sorry, the store is closed today. Xiao Mo, didn't you say business is hard? How do you drive customers away? The customer wasn't happy either. Why is he eating? Yu Qingshan said cheerfully. This is my daughter and son. Today is a family meal. Customer, yo, the owner is so thoughtful. Come on, I'll eat somewhere else. The customer is gone. Sun Xiaoyun pushed Yu Qingshan in the back. Yu Qingshan turned back in disbelief. Sun Xiaoyun frowned and glared, signaling with her eyes. How do you talk? What daughters and sons? Isn't it obvious that this is a daughter and future son-in-law? Yu Qingshan suddenly realized and hurriedly looked for a remedy. Mo. Never mind the rest. Since you were a child, your aunt and I have loved you. Good grades, good looks, polite, understanding, filial piety, everything. We, have long considered you as a family. Sun Xiaoyun, yes, family. Xiao Mo looked at the old couple's excited expressions, as well as Shen Lingyan's face with a bad smile. Something always felt wrong. Before he had time to mull it over, he heard Shen Lingyun chuckle. Hurry up and eat. I'll show you the office afterward. It's all done. Chapter 46. Within 3 days, G's going to be in big trouble. Xiao Mo asked Shen Lingyun vigilantly, did you choose an office? In what location? How much is the rent? How much is the property utilities? And did you pay the deposit? Shen Lingyun said, don't worry about it. I'm not a child. I've got it all worked out. You'll see it later. You'll be satisfied. Xiao Mo gave her an uneasy look. Although, Shen Lingyun had experience as an executive in a large company, but working for a big company with a big back, there is an abundance of resources to be dispatched. Now come to start a business, but it is like a guerrilla war, full of hardships and crises. A shortage of funds is a major problem, and every investment needs to be carefully calculated. Outsiders see the glitz and glamour of entrepreneurial success, In fact, the pre-startup period is extremely difficult. The rent of office space, staff salaries, equipment purchases, every expense makes the capital reserves quickly shrink, always worrying about the break of the capital chain. That feeling of walking on thin ice is something only entrepreneurs know best. This is the reason why a lot of managers coming out of big companies declare failure in less than a year of starting their own business and are still in debt.
There are also many potholes in renting an office.
And Xiao Mo was worried that Shen Lingyun would be cheated. But he did not discourage Shen Lingyun.
Just in case something goes wrong, figure it out.
There are some potholes on the entrepreneurial road that you have to step over yourself to understand.
Xiao Mo drank 2 mouthfuls of noodle soup and the aroma was overwhelming.
Yu Qingshan and Sun Xiaoyun brought out another bowl of braised beef noodles from the back kitchen for Shen Lingyun,
as well as some small dishes and marinated beef for them.
The older two served the food,
gave a few instructions, and went to the back kitchen to work on dinner.
Shen Lingyun stirred the noodles with her chopsticks and pretended to say to Xiao Mo without thinking,
"When you went back to Ji's house today, you still haven't told me the specifics." Xiao Mo didn't lift his head,
shivered his noodles and replied in a faint voice,
"Didn't you guess all that? That won't do. Don't try to pull the wool over your eyes. Xiaoma, there's nothing to say. It's all just bull asterisk 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 asterisk."
Shen Lingyun was unforgiving.
"I want to hear it." "Okay." Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with her,
and briefly told Feng Liping about the time she made a disparaging remark about him,
Lu Ziyu's sudden arrival,
and how Feng Liping flattered Lu Ziyu and disliked him.
Shen Lingyun was very angry. "Is this how your ex-wife's family treated you?" Xiao Mo shook his head. "Not before."
At the beginning of the good voice,
all kinds of warmth. At that time I still have a little effect on the Ji clan.
Ji's bigger. Their mother and daughter slowly become empty-minded, coupled with the Lu family's second youngest return to the country, thinking of climbing the high branch.
"Find an excuse to kick me away,"
Shen Lingyun asked with a puff of air.
"Aren't you angry that they are so ungrateful?" Xiao Mo smiled faintly. "What's the use of being angry?"
"Blame myself for not seeing their family's face earlier, except for Grandpa Ji who was sincere to me.
Everyone else was using me,
and kicked me out when they felt I had no more use for them.
Anyway,
I went over to help the Ji family in order to return Grandpa Ji's favor. Without Grandpa Ji's help, when I was 7 years old, we might have lost our family.
You, people are good. Grace is grace. Revenge is revenge. If it were me,
they mother and daughter treat me like this.
Absolutely will not let them feel better." "Maybe you are," Shen Lingyun said,
but swallowed the latter half of her sentence. She wanted to say that Xiao Mo was choosing not to care because he had feelings for Ji Ningyan,
but she didn't want to validate this.
Shen Lingyun pouted her cute little mouth, her face grim as she stuck her chopsticks into the noodles.
Xiao Mo teased her. "The noodles didn't mess with you. Why are you taking it out on them?"
Shen Lingyun was unconvinced.
"But you've suffered so much. Don't you mind?" Xiao Mo still shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I'm gullible myself,
and I'll bear the consequences myself."
Shen Lingyun, "So you're just going to let them go for nothing and watch them soar?" Xiao Mo calmly said. "No, Ji's situation. No one knows better than me. Ji's family has a thin heritage, shallow ability, but great ambition,
always wanting to reach the sky in one step. Ji Ningyan is mediocre in all aspects.
That Lu Ziyu doesn't have any real skills.
After a few years of mixing with prestigious schools abroad,
only theory, not enough practical experience,
only talk about things on paper.
Ji Ningyan is putting her hopes on him. Ji's future can be imagined." The bottom of Shen Lingyun's eyes flashed with surprise. "So, you didn't move on the surface, but secretly did the investigation?" Xiao Mo's expression was still calm. "Wait and watch the show. In less than 3 days, they're going to be in big trouble." "Yo, still hiding the bottom card?" Shen Lingyun cheered up.
"Not much of an undercard.
Ji's online business of the core team, I set up.
I stayed at home these 2 years.
In fact, the main business of the line. Are I in the gatekeeper? There are problems with the team will directly contact me."
Just Ji Ningyan was management of the matter to get burnt out. She is not clear about the situation here.
"We'll only look at the income statement. And Ji's offline business. Major decisions. I have participated."
But Ji Ningyan does not understand the importance of being a leader.
Strategic thinking ability. Analytical judgment ability.
She always thought that she had to do a lot of things to reflect the hard work of a manager. Shen Lingyun suddenly asked,
"Then why are you staying at home and not going to the company to participate in management? You are not in that position. What's the use of doing more? It's still not a person leaving the tea cooler?" Xiao Mo's handsome face flushed, unable to answer. In the first 3 years of his marriage to Ji Ningyan,
Xiao Mo had to participate in the company's team building and project management, deal with all kinds of difficult debtors and shareholders, and also take care of the sick old man. So he was busy as a gyroscope, and he had very little time to spend with Ji Ningyan every day. He saw Ji Clan on the right track and was worried about Ji Ningyan's health, which is why he thought of treating her a little better and helping her to regulate her body.
Xiao Mo has always wanted a warm home. At that time, I got along well with Ji Ningyan, and I didn't want to see her suffer from chronic illness, and I also listened to her promise that I wanted to have children with her. How naive and childish these thoughts seem now. Xiao Mo didn't have the heart to answer. Shen Lingyun, however, got angry and snapped her chopsticks on the table. Oh, I know. You look at someone's pretty face, you have bad thoughts about them. You don't get your career going, you go home and circle around someone else, and in the end, someone else kicks you out. You deserve it. Xiao Mo was filled with embarrassment. That's a lot of cursing. A computer science student himself, he rarely touches people and has a genuine friendship with friends such as Whitechapel. The startup was successful in 1 year, and the people on the startup team bonded with him and were loyal to him. He is a genius in his own right, and everywhere he goes outsiders are holding him up, and those corporate executives are sucking up to him and trying to poach him. He has not been beaten by society, nor has he seen the evils of the human heart, and is full of the simple camaraderie of people in the ivory tower. In middle school he protected Shin Lingyun and took care of her. She was his best friend. He also faced of course that if he gave to Ji Ningyan, he would be able to give back accordingly. Xiao Mo retrieved his thoughts. He thought that Shin Lingyun, as a close friend, saw that he was angry and felt bad for him, and hastened to coax her. I was wrong. It's my brain. Don't be angry. About to get angry. Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes were rounded. Her soulful eyes were full of anger, like a little cat that had exploded, but there was a trace of imperceptible aggravation hidden in the bottom of her eyes. The person she put on the tip of her heart had suffered so much elsewhere, and what was even more irritating was that he had truly loved that green tea girl. Shin Lingyun felt like she couldn't speak and would explode the next second. Eat noodles, Xiao Mo advised with a smile. He picked up a slice of beef, but realized he couldn't move his chopsticks. Shen Lingyun used her chopsticks to tightly clamp Xiao Mo's chopsticks. Chapter 47, Shen Lingyun's jealousy vessel turned over again. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Shen Lingyun, humph. I want this piece. She picked up the slice of meat on Xiao Mo's chopsticks and stared at her beautiful peach blossom eyes, as if demonstrating, and used her chopsticks to slowly put the slice of meat into her small mouth and chewed it vigorously twice. Xiao Mo replaced the slice of beef. As a result, Shen Lingyun clipped away again. I want this piece too. Next, Xiao Mo realized that whichever slice of beef he pinched, the petulant and capricious little ancestor in front of him pinched away whichever slice of meat. Xiao Mo smiled helplessly. Ancestor, do you still let me eat? Don't let it. Shen Lingyun glared at him with a foo-foo of anger. I won't let you eat. Don't you love to cook for the green tea lady? Don't you dote on the green tea lady? You let her cook you dinner. Not my parents. Not a bite of meat to give you. Starve you to death. Are you liking my bowl? Here you go. The meat is for you too. Xiao Mo simply took his bowl of pickled beef noodles and pushed it in front of Shen Lingyun before putting all the marinated beef into the bowl. Shen Lingyun looked at the two huge sea bowls in front of her and was so angry at this straight man that her liver hurt. You're not angry this time, right? Xiao Mo asked with a smile. Who said that? I'm still pissed. Shen Lingyun deliberately knitted her pretty eyebrows into a ball. Her small mouth pouted. Even her cheeks puffed up, and her fried look was adorable. Xiao Mo casually said, you used to be the same. You would get angry somehow and couldn't be coaxed anyway. When? You give me an example. One time after school in junior high, you said you wanted to eat spicy hot pot. I went to buy it. The boss hadn't made it yet. You got angry and left. I asked you about it afterward. You said you suddenly didn't want to eat it. Do you remember that? Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. Of course she remembers. She would get angry that day because during the cooking of the spicy hot pot, the class flower of Shen Lingyun's class ran over and handed Xiao Mo a pink envelope. It was rumored that it was Xiao Mo who often came to Shen Lingyun and was looked at by the class flower in her class. Shen Lingyun had thought that Xiao Mo would refuse. Who knows? He pinched the envelope and did not say anything. Shen Lingyun thought that he accepted the pursuit of the class flower and directly ran away in anger. At that time, Xiao Mo was still carrying 2 packing boxes of spicy hot pots and went around looking for her. Shen Lingyun tapped the sea bowl in front of her with her chopsticks and asked without any good humor, Then do you know why I was angry that day? Xiao Mo shook his head. After it happened, he even made it a point to ask Bai Qi why the girls were suddenly angry. White Chill offers insight. It's possible that the team she's rooting for is losing, or that a favorite game team is playing a fake game internationally. Xiao Mo felt very unreliable, but he never came up with an answer either. Bai Qi added that it is probably the girl's physiological period mood fluctuations. Do not care. Xiao Mo looked up the strategy on the internet and brought brown sugar water to Shen Lingyun the next day, and Shen Lingyun was 10,000 faces confused. Shen Lingyun saw that he hadn't come up with an answer by now and reminded, the day you did, you collected something, do you remember? Xiao Mo thought back carefully and let out an "oh." Shen Lingyun looked at his dawning realization and thought that he understood that she was jealous at that time. Her upturned peach blossom eyes, watery, looked at him. As a result, Schamer said. I remember receiving a letter from a woman in your class the other day and then you got angry. Were you on bad terms with her?
Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes to the sky.
Sort of. Why did you accept someone's letter? That's a love letter, don't you know? Xiao Mo said.
I wanted to return it to her, but she ran off after delivering it, so I couldn't go after her.
And there was still spicy hot pot cooking in the pot. Shen Lingyun disliked. I don't believe it. Has spicy hot pot saved your life? Do you have to keep it? Xiao Mo was full of puzzlement. It is you who want to eat spicy hot your request and a lot.
Do not allow to put onions, do not allow to put cilantro, also do not allow to put spicy.
I do not look at the boss will forget. The next day I returned the letter to her. I don't know why, but after listening to this purely straight male speech of his, Shen Lingyun's heart was inexplicably sweet.
It was then that she ran off by herself to sulk in the corner of the playground.
Not only was she jealous,
that class flower had once bullied her, and she thought that Xiao Mo was also looking at the class flower's good looks and wanted to go out with her. At that time, Shen Lingyun was young and would only hide in a corner and cry when she was wronged. Look at Xiao Mo carrying the spicy hot pot to find her.
Anxious and sweating, afraid that she lost it, she unconsciously subsided and didn't bring it up again. It turned out, right then, that Xiao Mo didn't like the class flower at all, but stupidly stayed in front of the stall for her sentence about wanting to eat spicy hot pot. Shen Lingyun happily pushed the bowl of beef noodles in front of Xiao Mo. I remember she was the best looking girl in our class. Xiao Mo frowned. I don't think she's good looking.
Shen Lingyun twisted her fingers in her ponytail, but the boys all say she's pretty.
Xiao Mo said frankly. You're much better looking than her.
Shen Lingyun cracked up with a smile.
So good at talking. Reward you with a bottle of Coke. She got up and went to the refrigerator to get a Coke,
sending a message to Zhang Xiao from StarTech Real Estate in the process. Sparse window loan shadow. Don't want the office you looked at in the morning. Help me choose one across the street from G's group.
All other conditions remain the same. Speed. Settle within 30 minutes. Win a handful and go to sleep. Why across the street from G's? What's there to see with their small family? Shen Lingyun did not reply and took 2 bottles of ice Coke and sat across from Xiao Mo with a smile. Come on. Celebrate the success of our venture. Cheers, Xiao Mo. Celebrating success before it's even started? However,
he had long been accustomed to Shen Lingyun's jumpy brain circuits and did whatever she wanted,
as long as she was happy. 2 minutes later,
Shen Lingyun received a reply from Zhang Xiao.
Win a handful and go to sleep. Missy, I've already picked out the office as you requested, and I'm sending you the photos now.
Lonely shadow and sparse window, good. Shen Lingyun viewed the photos of the office and felt satisfied. Lonely shadow and sparse window, good.
Let's go here. Winning a handful of sleep, okay? This office building is my friend's. Wait for the signing of the time. I bring him together.
Sparse window lone shadow, no problem.
Win a handful and go to sleep. When's the signing? Sparse window lone shadow, you wait for my notification. Wins a handful and goes to sleep, okay?
The other end of the network.
Zhang Mingyang lay on the large comfortable bed, took a look at Shen Lingyun's reply, and his curiosity went through the roof. He was a rich and powerful young man born with a golden key. Who in Cloud City wouldn't want to climb into the Zhang family's relationship?
But in front of the capital circle's great lady, he could only be a groveling little brother. He wondered what Missy was doing by leaving her position as the company's vice president unoccupied and suddenly running to Cloud City to rent a super small office of 300 square feet.
This toenail-sized area. I'm afraid it's not as big as the toilet in Missy's house, right? Moreover, Missy had specified that she wanted to rent an office across the street from G's. Who the hell is in Keys? Can it be that Ji Ningshan, the president of the G clan, is Missy's best friend? Zhang Mingyang couldn't suppress his curiosity and sent a message to ask. Win a handful of sleep. G's president Ji Ningyan is very good, capable and pretty. Is she a friend of yours? It took a few minutes before Shen Lingyun replied. Lonely shadow and sparse window. Is she pretty? Am I the only one who thinks she's average? Zhang Mingyang jumped up from the bed in an energetic manner. Why does that sour tone sound like there's a story there? Chapter 48 Ji Ningyan. The hatred of taking away her husband is not shared.
Zhang Mingyang saw Shen Lingyun's WeChat message and was so excited that his heart was pounding. Although a small family like G's, the Zhang family did not put it in their eyes.
However, Zhang Mingyang had also heard some of Big Beauty G's flamboyant news.
When G clan faced a bankruptcy crisis, it was Ji Ningyan's husband who came out to carry the debt pressure.
Zhang Mingyang didn't know much about Xiao Mo,
only that he was a genius who was said to look like a movie star,
but didn't have much of a family background. Recently,
Zhang Mingyang heard that the bastard son of the Lu family had returned and sent several gifts over to put in a good word for the Ji family.
Lu Ziyu and Ji Ningyan were also seen pairing up at the banquet. Now with this performance, Zhang Mingyang deduced that Ji Ningyan might be trying to kick the original partner and get together with Lu Ziyu.
Combine that with Missy running to Cloud City and renting an apartment across the street from a certain apartment. Inexplicably get a super small office,
claiming to start a business. to be across the street from Ji, but so hostile to Ji Ningyan. Zhang Mingyang deduced that Missy might be running towards Ji Ningyan's husband. That's interesting.
Zhang Mingyang pushed his sleeping wife.
Wife, you know what? Our Zhang family's great opportunity has come. What the hell? What are you dreaming about in the middle of the day? Oh Ing,
the second miss of the O family, rubbed her sleepy eyes and spat.
Zhang Mingyang said excitedly, which family in Aryan City doesn't want to climb the high branches of the capital?
Now there's a good opportunity for me to perform in front of Miss Shin.
As long as I do well in this matter, the Shin family will definitely consider cooperating with us, and by then, we're going to be the one powerful family in Cloud City. Oh Ying rolled over. Yeah, I'll go back to sleep and renew this dream you were talking about.
The Zheng family is tens of billions of dollars in size.
So what can they do to climb the high branches of the Shin family in the capital? Zhang Mingyang, however,
ignored it and quickly pressed his hands on the cell phone screen,
looking for his assistant to ask for Xiao Mo's information. 3 minutes later, he got the full profile of the man. Ha, look at my ass-kicking prowess.
Zhang Mingyang said prettily, win a handful of sleep. I also think that Ji Ningyan is quite general.
Looks just moderate, right? Fame or blown out.
Win a handful and go to sleep. Her abilities are ordinary. And Ji's development over the past few years has not been largely due to her, but rather to her husband.
Xiao Mo. Winning a handful of sleep. Speaking of Xiao Mo,
that's really a rare genius.
When I was studying, I became famous in the circle. At that time, my family wanted to do online mall. I also thought to visit him, get acquainted.
Maybe there is a chance of cooperation, but when I came back from a business trip,
he sold the company cheaply, chose to get married, and after that, they are all laying the foundation for Ji. We all feel sorry.
A genius trapped in the siege of marriage.
Sparse window lone shadow. You are right. Xiao Mo is my current partner. At the moment he doesn't know my identity. I am working with him as a classmate. When we meet later, please help me to keep it a secret.
Winning a handful of sleep, no problem.
Don't worry, Missy, I'll get it done.
Zhang Mingyang knows that as long as he can make this good relationship, Missy will be happy and may approve a big project for the Zhang family.
So the Zhang family's big chance will come. My good big son, Daddy is going to take off this time.
Zhang Mingyang grabbed the baby in the hugging quilt and gave it a kiss.
3 seconds later, the baby's loud cry rang out. Good big son, Daddy went out to earn you milk powder money. Zhang Mingyang hurriedly slipped away.
Only his wife's angry roar sounded behind him.
Surname Zhang, you bastard. My mother just put the child to bed. Come back here.
Shen Lingyan was very dissatisfied when she saw Zhang Xiao's message praising Ji Ningyan.
She hates this woman. Although,
Ji Ningyan did look beautiful. She was a heartless green tea that hurt Xiao Mo.
When Xiao Mo told Shen Lingyan that he was getting married,
Shen Lingyan chose to give her blessing despite her heart being like a knife.
At that time, Shen Lingyan only felt regret and heartache, and did not hate Ji Ningyan. Who knew that Ji Ningyan got Xiao Mo but didn't cherish it?
Shen Lingyan now felt hatred when she heard the 3 words Ji Ningyan.
The hatred of taking away your husband is not shared. It should be known that back then,
Shen Lingyan desperately completed the study tasks given by her family in the hope of adapting to the life of a rich family's daughter as soon as possible, but also in order to be with Xiao Mo in the future. She was afraid that the elders in her family would mind Xiao Mo's origin. After Shen Lingyan was picked up and returned to the capital,
every once in a while when she chatted with Xiao Mo online,
she would try to find ways to inquire if Xiao Mo had a favorite girl.
Xiao Mo had always said no,
and his life was also dominated by studies and physical training, with little contact with girls.
Shen Lingyun was also relieved.
It stayed that way until her junior year. She completed her basic coursework in various classes with the demeanor of a full-blown celebrity daughter and an internship in the family business. Everything on track as she goes after her love.
As a result, she went to find Xiao Mo and heard the news that Xiao Mo was getting married. At the time, she felt like a game top laner out on the battlefield, fighting and preparing for victory. Look back at the stolen home,
sending that message of feeling that Ji Ningyan was average.
Shen Lingyun was secretly happy in her heart. Xiaoma asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." "What? Did I break the law by laughing?"
Shen Lingyan rested her hands on her cheeks and looked at Xiao Mo with a smile.
Xiao Mo shook his head.
He just felt that Shen Lingyun was really especially sunny and it felt good to be with her.
Unlike with Ji Ningyan, who was always on edge, the other party always had a cold face and would get angry over the smallest things. 5 years. 5 years. This went on for 5 years. How did I get through those 5 years? Xiao Mo himself was somewhat surprised. Why had he been with Ji Ningyan for so long and never noticed anything different about her? Maybe it was because he had been raised with strict requirements by his adoptive mother. His life was always so heavy and depressing, and he had gotten used to it. But then he saw Shen Lingyun looking down at WeChat and smiling. Shen Lingyun felt that Zhang Xiao was very uptight and complimented Xiao Mo for these few sentences, which was deep in her heart. After instructing Zhang Xiao to remember to keep it a secret, Shen Lingyun put away her cell phone and said to Xiao Mo, "Alright, eat up, let's head out to see the office." Good. Xiao Mo had just stood up when his adoptive mother, Xiao Yalan, called. Mo. I asked my friend who is a lawyer, although you signed the divorce agreement, but did not formally receive the license, we can back out. I'll go to help our Xiao family to fight for some benefits. At least let them compensate us $70 million, Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. You handle it. However, he heard Wu's disgruntled voice coming from the other end of the phone. Money, 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 all you know is money. Have you fallen into money? Xiao Yalan was not happy. Hey, I'm doing this for our Xiao family. What are you whining about? Xiao Mo was afraid of their quarrel and hurriedly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Shen Lingyun cocked her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mo smiled. My mom is looking for compensation from the Ji family. Let her toss it around. Let's go. Shen Lingyun knew that Xiao Yalan had a powerful mouth. Letting her deal with Xiao Mo's shrew-like mother-in-law would probably be a good show. In the drugstore, Xiao Yalan was calling Xiao Mo when Wu Guodong suddenly whined, which made her feel dissatisfied. Chapter 49, Xiao Yalan's remorse. Ji Ningyan disciplined by grandpa. What do you mean? I asked the Ji family for money. Or is it my fault? You and your son are holy fathers, aren't you? Wu gave her an annoyed look and ignored her. Sitting angrily on the living room sofa and smoking a stuffy cigarette, Xiao Yalan irritatedly pawed at him. Don't you throw your face at me? Speak clearly. Wu just couldn't help himself. When he was young, he became a door-to-door son-in-law to the Xiao family because his family's condition was bad and he wanted to pay for his younger siblings to study and have a way out of the house. Figuring that the Xiao family gave him that money to support his family. Though he was weak and timid, he was extremely concerned about his family. Xiao Mo was raised by him since he was a child, so how could he not have feelings? What's more, he had been ridiculed by others for years as a door-to-door son-in-law, and could well empathize with Xiao Mo's situation of being kicked out by the Ji family. For the first time in his life, Wu Guodong counted up Xiao Yalan. Look at what you've done. Azumi divorced. Did he do it voluntarily? Isn't it obvious that the Ji family unloaded on him and kicked him out? He's supposed to be a good kid who understands and values his feelings. Being treated like this, you think he's not upset? He's not aggrieved? And you're still here to reprimand him. It's all about money, 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 money. Have you thought about how he feels? Xiao Yalan was stunned by Wu's words. Feng Liping spoke harshly when she called to complain. Xiao Yalan had never lost a fight in her life, but she was bullied by Feng Liping, who was even more mouthy. And she was so angry in her heart that she vented it all at Xiao Mo just now. She didn't seem to think that the one who would have the hardest time with this divorce thing would be Xiao Mo. After all, it was his marriage and he gave the most. Xiao Yalan's tone softened. I am also thinking of fighting for some benefits. Wu grunted coldly and complained. You're usually pretty smart. Why are you confused now? Why doesn't Azumi want compensation? He's a cutie. Is that so? Don't you know what kind of virtue Feng Liping has? Eat a mouthful of her family's rice. She can quarrel from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Take a bag of her family's rice. She can hold up a machete and chase you 10 streets. If Mo took tens of millions of dollars from her family, she'd fight with the Xiao family. Even if it wasn't the Lu family that smashed the clinic back then, the Lu family isn't to be messed with, and they already have mob power. So what do we have? Our father is confused. It's hard for us to carry rice, and Tin Shi is good at nothing but eating, drinking, and playing, so how can we compete with others when we're all old and sick? Azumi didn't do this to protect us, and now you blame him. Xiao Yalan's face was reddened. I didn't blame Mo. I just spoke in a hurry. Wu couldn't hear her sophistry and pointed at her nose, cursing her. Fart. All these years, you can't move your mouth without money. Forget about you counting me every day. I'm your husband. Blame me for being incompetent. I'll admit it. But is your son also your earner? If it's not for your Xiao family to return the favor, why would a child go to fill a hole for the Ji family? You ended up getting yourself killed, and you're blaming him? Can't we, as parents, do justice to our children without even a word of comfort? I just caught up with Azumi. I wanted to say something heartfelt to him. I don't even have the face to say it. In the end all I could say was please take care of him in the future. I'll be a foster father as a beggar. Wu Guodong said while slap his own old face. Xiao Yalan was completely dumbfounded by Wu's scolding. Ryoga mumbled. Guodong. I don't mean that either. We are not capable. And Tianqi is not intellectually capable either. Mo is the only one in our family who is capable. I don't want to be strict with him and make him a bit of a success in the future. I'm doing it for his own good too. Wu Guodong sneered. Bah, you're doing it for yourself. Don't think I don't know. You're afraid that Mo will have the ability to forget the favor of our upbringing, and you knock him down from time to time. But don't you know what kind of character Mo has? That you raised him? Is he that kind of ungrateful person? Your hammering and suspicion like this will only push him further away.
Xiao Yalan was silent for a while. She pulled out her cell phone and called Xiao Mo again. Mo, your father caught 2 fish. I'll make fish soup tonight. Why don't you come back and eat with us? No, Mom, I have something to do today. You guys eat. Xiao Mo politely refused. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Yalan's face was gray and disheveled. Wu sighed. See, it's a raw deal after all. It's all your fault. Xiao Yalan said remorsefully. You're right to scold. It's all my fault. I'm always afraid that Mo isn't biological and won't be filial to us in the future. It's me who didn't consider the child's feelings. Wu didn't want to talk to her. He stubbed out his cigarette, went to the storage room, got his fishing gear, and went out fishing. Xiao Yalan was left alone, guiltily flipping through the photos on her cell phone of her 2 children when they were young. Guodong is right. Mo has been wronged. I should help him ask for a statement from the Ji family, and the compensation must also find a way to help him get it. I can't let the child suffer for nothing. Xiao Yalan rubbed her face, took a few deep breaths, pulled out her cell phone, and got into a fighting stance, ready to deal with Fengliping, the shrew, the Qi family villa. After dinner, Fengliping attentively requested to send Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu out. An old but majestic voice came from the hallway. Ningyan, you stay, I have something to say to you. Ji Ningyan looked up, only to see Elder Ji's face full of gloom. Standing on his crutches at the entrance of the stairs, his gaze sternly sweeping over Lu Ziyu. Ji Ningyan was afraid that her grandfather would find something different, so she hurriedly whispered to Lu Ziyu. Ziyu, go ahead. I'll meet you later. Lu Ziyu knew that the old man had a strong character and his heart was toward Xiao Mo, so he was definitely hostile to him. Lu Ziyu didn't want to cause any trouble, so he said to Ji Ningyan, I'll wait for you in the car, and hurriedly left the villa. Ziyu, I'll give you a ride, and the tonic wine I prepared for you, bring it. Fengliping carried the packed wine altar and curtly chased after her. Ji Yinghua's face was full of gloom, his withered and pale hand holding a walking stick as he took the stairs one step at a time and stood in front of Ji Ningyan. Having recovered from a serious illness, the old man's face was haggard, but his eyes were still unruffled. Ji Ningyan lowered her head. Grandpa, what are you looking for me for? Ji Yinghua's eyes flashed with anger, and she questioned in a cold voice. Today it was you and Xiao Mo who purposely came to visit me, so why did Xiao Mo leave and this one surnamed Lu stayed here to eat? You give me a reasonable explanation. Chapter 50, Xiao Yalan threatens Fengliping. Ji Ningyan was shocked in her heart and was filled with shame. Grandpa, I'm just partying with my friends. Xiao Mo he had something to do and left early. Ji Yinghua looked coldly at her granddaughter. Ningyan, you've learned to lie now. Ji Ningyan hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Ji Yinghua's cane disliked the ground, and he angrily rebuked Ji Ningyan without mercy. I'm not old enough to be confused. I know that you grew up with the kid surnamed Lu and have a good relationship, but don't forget that back then, when our Ji family was in trouble, this kid surnamed Lu decisively abandoned you and left for another country. It was Xiao Mo who saved the Ji family. If Xiao Mo hadn't carried the Ji family's weight, would you be able to be as comfortable as you are today as your female CEO? Ji Ningyan blushed and explained. Grandpa, I'm friends with Ziyu. Don't misunderstand. Misunderstanding? Ji Yinghua sneered. That snobbish mom of yours, driving her own son-in-law away and going all out to appease the brat surnamed Lu. Do you think I don't know what she's thinking? Ji Ningyan was dumbfounded. Ji Yinghua had a gloomy face and advised in a serious tone. Ningshan, Grandpa sees that you are pure in nature, and that's why he spoke kindly. I have taught you since you were a child that you should know how to be thankful, and our Ji family's ability to get through this difficult time is all due to Xiao Mo's support. If you greedily believe in a man's flowery words and do something to apologize to Xiao Mo, I will expel you from the Ji family. Our Ji family does not have such a watery and ungrateful girl. Grandpa, Ji Ningyan blushed in defense. I'm only close to Ziyu because he promised to introduce me to some important contacts, and I'm doing it for the sake of Ji. Don't talk so grandiose. Ji Yinghua angrily interrupted. Xiao Mo has laid a good foundation for Ji clan. As long as it develops steadily, what kind of high branch do you presume to climb? Compared to other people's tens of billions of mansions and hundreds of billions of plutocrats, we are just small businessmen, and the mall is all about the exchange of benefits. So what kind of strength do we have to match up with others? With just a few words from the Lu kid, others will be able to look up to us. So don't treat the powerful and the wealthy as if they were little darlings. Ji Ningyan was scolded so much that she couldn't wait to drill a crack in the ground, cowering and not daring to raise her head. Ji Yinghua said, you turned back in time. There is still room for redemption. Grandpa does not want you to make mistakes again and again. Ji Ningyan thought to herself that she had already mentioned divorce to Xiao Mo, and sooner or later Grandpa would have to know. She whispered, Grandpa, in the beginning, Xiao Mo was to repay your kindness to the Xiao family. Xiao Mo and I are merely contractually married, with no emotional foundation. Nonsense. Ji Yinghua was so angry that he continuously disliked his cane on the ground several times and cursed under his breath.
What contractual marriage? You think this is a feudal society? What favor to return? I've said long ago that you can't expect to repay a favor. Even if I want to return it, I should let that old man Xiao Jinan serve me. How can I let Xiao Mo return it? If I hadn't had a brain hemorrhage and was unconscious, I wouldn't have let you do this. If you don't have feelings for Xiao Mo, you delayed someone's youth for 5 years. Do you have the face to say such things?
Ji Yinghua coughed violently in his rage.
Grandpa, I was wrong. Don't be angry.
Ji Ningyan was busy admitting her mistake.
Ahem. Ji Yinghua gradually calmed down, coldly looking at Ji Ningyan.
I know that your mom has always wanted that batch of antiques in my hands, as well as the land plot of the old mansion. That's right. In this era of sudden change, any business empire has the possibility of tipping over.
Only the antiques and the land will be more and more valuable. If you and Xiao Mo have a child, I'll leave you the antiques and the land plot. Otherwise, none of you will get it.
Ji Ningyan mumbled.
Grandpa, I know. In fact, Ji Yinghua has already made a will. The antiques are left to Xiao Mo.
The land is not dealt with for the time being. Now that his body is not working, and he does not have real power in his hands, he cannot tell the truth for fear that Feng Liping will go to Xiao Mo's trouble. After Ji Yinghua finished speaking, he did not look at Ji Ningyan again and turned around to slowly walk up the stairs.
Feng Liping, who was hiding in the doorway and eavesdropping,
began to panic a little when she heard Ji Yinghua say this. The antiques and the land were worth more than $200 million, and there was no way Feng Liping would let this piece of fat meat fly.
Just as she wanted to rush in and look for Ji Ningyan,
she received a call from Xiao Yalan.
Feng Liping thought that Xiao Yalan must have come to apologize, and before she could put up a fight, she was scolded by Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan, Feng Liping, you have the nerve to call and complain?
You and your daughter want my family Xiao Mo to leave the house in order to climb up to the young master of the Lu family.
You have crossed the river to break down the bridge, and you are also the first to complain. Are you doing anything human? Feng Liping was scolded. Xiao Mo divorced her daughter? How come she doesn't know? Feng Liping walked into the living room, looked at Ji Ningyan, covered the phone and asked, Daughter, you want to divorce Xiao Mo? Mom, how did you know?
Ji Ningyan was scolded by her grandfather and was having a hard time in her heart, so she subconsciously said it when asked by Feng Liping.
Xiao Mo is a netizen? Feng Liping pursued. Ji Ningyan nodded.
I was willing to give him $50 million in compensation,
but he didn't ask for it. Feng Liping was surprised and delighted. The happy thing is that the daughter really divorced Xiao Mo, and Xiao Mo even gave up all her property. The worry was that in this way, with the old man's stubborn donkey-like character, the antiques and land in his hands would probably not really be given to them. Feng Liping's mind turned electrically.
At the moment it was better to deal with the Xiao family first,
and say the rest later. Feng Liping coldly grunted. Xiao Mo eats soft food all day long. My daughter doesn't want to live with him anymore. What's the problem?
You go home and educate your own son properly. Don't come out and disgrace yourself. Feng Liping became more and more spirited as she got older, and she never met an enemy in a fight. But today, against the equally spirited Xiao Yalan, she could not take advantage.
Xiao Yalan cursed loudly. Feng Liping, I warn you, don't bully my son just because your family is rich and powerful. Divorce is fine.
My son has helped your family so much.
$100 million compensation. Call my son's card. Otherwise, I'm not finished with you. Feng Liping roared. You Leonize me, right? $100 million. You want to be beautiful.
Your son has been eating soft rice in my house for 5 years.
I won't give a dime.
Xiao Yalan laughed loudly.
Fine. Feng Liping, if you don't give it, I'll post the phone recording online, so that everyone can see how your G family bullies us city folk.
Feng Liping, I will find someone to delete the post if you post it. Just your family of poor people still want to start a public opinion war.
Dream on. I let my daughter to buy water army. All net storm death you. Xiao Yalan, I'm so scared. Let me tell you. Feng Liping, you can only bully my son for being kind and benevolent. I am not easy to bully. You love to buy whatever you want to buy.
You drive me crazy. I'll set myself on fire in front of your G group.
I'll see what you do with your reputation. Feng Liping was stunned.
She was accustomed to splashing around and had always been a bully,
never expecting Xiao Yalan to be even more spirited than her. If Xiao Yalan was so hardcore, Feng Liping couldn't do anything about her.
Feng Liping had to be soft. Don't argue.
I'll ask my daughter what's going on and reply to you later.
She hung up hastily. Then, Feng Liping took Ji Ningyan's hand and asked,
Good daughter, have you gotten a license with Xiao Mo? Ji Ningyan shook her head. It's still in the divorce cooling off period.
Feng Liping's eyes rolled. In this case, you don't get a license with him first.
You find an excuse to consume.
When we borrow Ziyu's resources to take off,
you and Ziyu make a meal out of it, and we climb up to the Lu family, and then it's not too late to kick Xiao Mo out. Chapter 51, Ji Ningyan sees phone Liping's shamelessness.
Ji Ningyan looked at phone Liping's sinister face in surprise and asked incredulously,
Mom,
how can you say that? It's already unfair to Xiao Mo if I want to divorce him.
and you actually want me to. Ji Ningyan was too ashamed to speak. Phone Liping glared at her.
This is the best way. How about this? You go and get pregnant with Zayu's child. Then coax your grandfather that you're pregnant with Xiao Mo's child.
So he'll give you the antiques and the land, and then you'll kick Xiao Mo's ass.
Ji Ningyan was so shocked that she took a step back. She couldn't imagine that such shameless words would come out of her mother's mouth.
Phone Liping came over to pull her,
but she shook her off with force.
Mom, are you crazy? Why can you even say such words?
For the past few years, you've been chanting in my ears for me to divorce Xiao Mo for the sake of Ji's future. I'm already an ungrateful person according to Grandpa,
and you're actually asking me to.
Ji Ningyan felt doubly humiliated. Tears came out of her eyes, and she ran out of this villa as if she had fled. Her heart was in turmoil and her tears kept flowing along the way. She felt like she was her mother's puppet. And what did her mother think of her?
Ji Ningyan, when she said those words, is it possible that in her mother's mind,
she is a lowly woman who is indiscreet,
unloving, and willing to sell her body for wealth and status?
Nix,
what's wrong with you?
Lu Ziyu saw Ji Ningyan running out crying from a distance and hurriedly stopped her. Ji Ningyan shook her head and just wept silently. She also didn't understand how things had come to this.
Lu Ziyu carefully put her coat on. Get in the car first. I'll send you home. The bid thing. I'll do it when I get back. Ji Ningyan choked. Regardless, she had the weight of Ji on her shoulders, and she couldn't delay Ji's development for her personal emotions.
Lu Ziyu consoled her. Your task now is to take the cooperation project of Xingtai Real Estate.
Don't even think about anything else. Ji Ningyan nodded woodenly. Wu took the fishing gear and went fishing,
but forgot to bring the erbium. He turned to go back to his room to get it.
In the doorway of the living room, Xiao Yalan was heard on speakerphone cursing with phone Liping.
Wu Guodong is a little worried that his wife cannot cope with phone Liping.
That's shrew. Wu's scalp tingled when he thought of that shrew's face. Unexpectedly,
Xiao Yalan claimed that she wanted to go to the entrance of the G group to self-immolate, immediately pinching phone Liping 7 inches.
When Xiao Yalan hung up the phone, Wu Guodong happily walked in and said, Honey, you were so good just now.
You were this. He gave a thumbs up.
Xiao Yalan said proudly, that's for sure. I can't let the Ji family bully our son for nothing. I will definitely seek justice for our son. Xiao Yalan was different from phone Liping. Xiao Yalan is a typical knife mouth, tofu heart.
Although she had selfishness and was also afraid that Xiao Mo would forget the favor of raising him,
she had raised Xiao Mo. After all,
she had deep feelings before she could be awakened by a few words from Wu Guodong.
Phone Liping, however, is a profit-oriented villain who can sell her daughter for glory if necessary. Xiao Yalan looked towards the kitchen, remembering that a long time ago, when Xiao Mo was small,
he often took the initiative to do household chores and help cook and wash dishes.
She had back pain,
which was so unbearable that she needed to stay in bed whenever it rained or clouded. Xiao Mo would follow the recipe given by Grandpa and make Ganjiang Ling Zhu soup for her to get rid of the cold and dampness in her body and relieve the pain.
Xiao Yalan's heart was filled with guilt. How could she forget that such a good boy needs care too? Just because he knows how to behave? Is it possible that the phrase bloodline can negate the child's years of dedication and the 27 years of mother-son love? Xiao Yalan rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was going to do a fight, and said boldly to Wu, Hubby, you'll send a message to Mo later. Tell him not to be afraid of their Ji family. We don't owe them anything anymore. What they owe us, they must settle it. Mom will back him up. Wu Guodong cheerfully said, Okay, wife, you are too open-minded. Mo must be very happy to know that you support him so much. 360-second voice messages from Wu. Xiao Mo listened carefully. He didn't expect that Wu Guodong and Xiao Yalan would actually defend him like this. Xiao Mo was still touched in his heart, especially since they supported him in tearing it up with the Ji family. It also made him less scrupulous. He followed Shen Lingyun to the CBD business district and stood in front of the entrance of a high-grade office building. Xiao Mo was surprised to find that this building was actually across the street from Ji's group. You chose your office here? Xiao Mo was shocked.
Shen Lingyun waved her small hand and said with a smile, That's right, I think here. The feng shui is good. Just pick it.
Xiao Mo was embarrassed. But aren't we too close to Ji? He actually didn't really want to be influenced by Ji Ningyan,
and wanted to stay away from her so that he wouldn't be entangled.
Shen Lingyun smiled wryly. Looking for a filler?
Sort of, but Ji's development has been very strong in the past few years.
Doesn't that mean this is a feng shui treasure? Xiao Mo.
It made so much sense that he couldn't even argue with it.
Shen Lingyun went on to say, This is an office building that my friend's friend bought, and it can give us a discounted price, which is a good deal. As he was talking, Zhang Mingyang came over on his little yellow bike. This startled Shen Lingyun.
Shen Lingyun thought to herself,
This prince of Xingtai Real Estate, it's too plain. How come the car doesn't even open? Sweeping a small yellow car to come?
Zhang Mingyang saw Shen Lingyun and Xiao Mo and greeted them enthusiastically. The little yellow car stopped to the side and jumped down, his face full of attentiveness. Big. Zhang Mingyang had just opened his mouth to call out Missy, but suddenly he was embarrassed. He almost forgot that Miss Shen is now pretending to be a civilian playing foster care and can't expose her identity. Zhang Mingyang was full of smiles and said wisely, "Big sister." Xiao Mo saw that he was at least 30 years old and Shen Lingyun was only 26, so he simply did not understand why he called Shen Lingyun big sister. Girls care the most about age. Xiao Mo was afraid that Shen Lingyun would be unhappy, but he did not expect Shen Lingyun to greet him with a smile on her face.
That, Xiao Zhang, let me introduce you. This is my good friend and partner, Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun tried very hard to recall Zhang Xiao's name and really couldn't recall it. Zhang Mingyang turned to Xiao Mo. Duh. Suddenly it was awkward again. What should I call Missy's intended? Great aunt? The point is that the raw rice isn't cooked yet.
Zhang Mingyang's words turned.
Oh, big brother, Xiao Mo. No, you look 30-something and call us 20-somethings big brothers and sisters?
Zhang Mingyang hurriedly shook Xiao Mo's hand and cordially introduced himself.
Hello brother Xiao, I'm Mingyang, take care. Shen Lingyun got excited. Yes, Mingyang, we're very good friends. Maybe we know the name and won't wear it out. Xiao Mo shook Zhang Mingyang's hand while falling into silence in this weird atmosphere. Shen Lingyun and this friend, why did she seem a bit unfamiliar? Besides, according to Shen Lingyun,
this Zhang Mingyang's friend, who owned office buildings in the CBD in the center of the city,
was probably a family man.
Why are you so curt with him?
A commoner? This guy doesn't like Shen Lingyun, does he? Chapter 52, Xiao Mo doesn't want others to snatch Shen Lingyun. To think that this man might like Shen Lingyun.
Xiao Mo was inexplicably a bit upset in his heart.
Zhang Mingyang was very sensible and took the initiative to say, I'm going to go call my friend,
so you guys can talk. He was afraid Missy would think he was a light bulb and scrambled to the curb to look around.
Xiao Mo took the opportunity to pull over Shen Lingyun and asked in a low voice, Lingyun, this person, shouldn't he like you?
Shen Lingyun secretly felt funny when she looked at him in a serious manner.
She deliberately cocked her head. Curious, huh? So what? Xiao Mo's expression was serious, so he wants to chase you? Shen Lingyun was amused by his appearance. What's wrong with wanting to chase me? Is it weird? Am I ugly? And no one likes me? I don't mean that. Xiao Mo explained. I do think that, in matters of feelings, don't make a hasty decision. It's better to examine clearly.
Shen Lingyun suddenly wanted to tease him and stabbed his waist with her elbow,
deliberately saying, I've scouted him out, and I think he's pretty good. So why don't you help me out with an idea? Xiao Mo was silent. His face didn't look too good,
and he pursed his lips without speaking. Shen Lingyun stirred her nose and came closer to him,
smiling badly. If I get together with him, I won't be able to play with you every day in the future. Xiao Mo's face darkened even more,
and the light in the bottom of his eyes dimmed.
He looked away and said in a hushed voice, That's as it should be. You don't mind? He snatched your best friend away from you?
Shen Lingyun moved over to look at him, her peach blossom eyes overflowing with laughter.
Xiao Mo finally thought of an excuse. I do think that he is a bit old.
Shen Lingyun laughed loudly.
Where? He's just a bit anxious looking. He's only 26 years old like me. Not as old as you, Xiao Mo. This boomerang hit Xiao Mo in embarrassment.
Shen Lingyun was afraid that he would take it seriously and said with a smile,
You fool, you want to chase me just because you're a guy, huh? Do you think I'm a RMB that everyone likes? This friend of mine is already married and has children. Xiao Mo didn't know why.
But when she heard that Zhang Mingyang had gotten married and had children, the big stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground and she was inexplicably relieved.
After so many years of hoping,
Shen Lingyun came back with great difficulty. He didn't want someone to snatch Shen Lingyun away from him so quickly. Shen Lingyun disliked his pretty little face and winked,
asking mischievously, What? Don't want to lose me as your best friend do you? Admit it. Xiao Mo smiled. I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated, and I'm helping you to keep an eye on you.
Shen Lingyun gave a sound,
and lengthened her tone. So it's like this. Then thank you brother for helping me to gatekeep. Why don't I tell everyone tomorrow that I want to go on a blind date, so that my friends and family can introduce more quality men to me, and brother can help me to gatekeep. Xiao Mo popped her on the head, saying goodbye to entrepreneurship and having two minds can't work.
Shen Lingyun made a face at him.
If you're jealous, and you're being tough? Why don't we just hang him and beat him for 3 days and see if he admits it? Xiao Mo was afraid that Shen Lingyun would be overly concerned and quickly changed the topic. Let's go see if Mingyang's friends have arrived yet. Zhang Mingyang happened to shout, Coming, this way. A BMW X7 was parked in a curbside parking space.
The cab came down to a young man of 24 or 25, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and flowered pants, with a pair of flip-flops on his feet, lazily walking over. This dress,
It's not local at first glance. He walked over to Zhang Mingyang, pulled out a set of keys from his pocket, and said in Cantonese, "I'm here. Are you renting a room? I'm here. Are you renting a room?" Zhang Mingyang hurriedly introduced them. "These are my two best friends, Xiao Mo, Shen Lingyun. It's their business venture they want to rent an office. This is my friend Chen Jiaxing, from his hometown in Guangdong province." Shen Lingyun and Xiao Mo looked at each other. No wonder the dress is so casually slick. Chen Jiaxing, not much of a talker, waved his hand and continued speaking in Cantonese. "Follow me, Lai, follow me." The four came to the 12th floor. Xiao Mo asked Shen Lingyun in surprise, "How did you choose this place?" Shen Lingyun was not sure. "It was arranged by Zhang Mingyang." She asked strangely, "Is it bad here?" 12, I think that's a pretty good number. Xiao Mo didn't say anything. The 12th floor, which happened to be where Ji Ningyan's office was located. This set of offices, wouldn't it be directly opposite Ji Ningyan's office? Xiao Mo had such a bad time with Ji Ningyan that he really didn't want to see her again. However, he thought that Shen Lingyun shouldn't know where Ji Ningyan's office was either, and he couldn't blame her. How could he have known that Zhang Mingyang had deliberately arranged for this floor in order to curry favor with Missy and meet her request of seeing Ji? Shen Lingyun put her hands behind her back and strutted around the office like a leader. Xiao Mo also scanned it. Finished, approximately 300 square feet. Turnkey office with general manager's office, finance room, conference room and public office, etc. Very suitable for startup companies. Shen Lingyun was very satisfied. "It's very nice here. I like it a lot." Xiao Mo gently tugged at her. "Lingyun, with such a large office, the rent isn't cheap. Let's reconsider." Shen Lingyun was puzzled. "It's cheap. My friend gave me a discounted price." Chen Jiaxing nodded. "Yes, the rent is 3,000 yuan a month. No need for a deposit. Just pay the rent monthly." Xiao Mo, 3,000? $10 a square foot? Xiao Mo suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. The CBD business district downtown is $70 to $80 a square foot at Cloud City's market rate, even at a discount. This kind of well-furnished office cannot be rented for less than $20,000 a month in this area. I can't believe you got $3,000. Zhang Mingyang's brain was alive, seeing that Xiao Mo's face was full of shock, fearing that he would be skeptical. He explained, "It's like this. In fact, this building are Jiaxing. Most of the office rooms have been rented out. The price is according to the market price of $90 to $100, but 12 is his birthday, but also his lucky number. So this floor is intended to be self-use. Si Lingyun's sister is my friend only to give you with the price. Mean on the line." Shen Lingyun nodded in satisfaction. "That's right." Xiao Mo felt as if the office had been rented like a pie in the sky. Xiao Mo signed a contract with Chen Jiaxing for a 5-year lease and paid 1 month's rent. Shen Lingyun clapped her hands happily. "Alright, now that this is our home base, let's start naming the company." Zhang Mingyang was shocked. "You haven't even named the company yet? It's really over the top." Zhang Mingyang did not dare to say much about Missy's nurturing game. He muttered inwardly. Legend has it that the great lady of the famous Shen family in the capital has outstanding abilities and is a stunning iceberg beauty, and it is true that when he saw her before, she was as cold and unattainable as the stars and moons in the sky. Now in order to chase after her husband, how did she become a soft and perky little cutie? The power of love is truly unfathomable. After signing the contract, Zhang Mingyang thought about pleasing Missy and purposely introduced his and Chen Jiaxing's new project to Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun. "Brother Xiao, sister Lingyun, Jiaxing and I are currently tossing around a vacation resort project, investing $1 billion. The family sees that the two of us have nothing to do and give us practice. Would you like to give us some pointers?" Chapter 53 New Offices and $1 Million Projects. Xiao Mo looked at Zhang Mingyang's face full of bashful attentiveness, and the whole thing was shocked. A $1 billion vacation resort project? Still just practicing? Which rich and powerful family are these two, coming down to the earth for training? Chen Jiaxing didn't say much and directly pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Zhang Mingyang said, "Let's look at the project plan together." Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo with doubtful eyes and said to Zhang Mingyang, "Introduce yourselves." Zhang Mingyang hurriedly nodded. Right. Brother Xiao, I'm a family business. My parents do real estate. Xingtai Real Estate. I don't know if you've heard of it." Xiao Mo never expected that this groveling little brother in front of him would be the crown prince of the Xingtai Group. The market value of Xingtai Real Estate is over $30 billion, and in the real estate industry of Cloud City, it is already considered to be the top 3. Ji Ningyan has always been very hopeful that Ji's can cooperate with Xingtai Real Estate, but suffered from the lack of referrals and could not get on this line. Zhang Mingyang added, "Jiaxing's family is in the restaurant business and has opened thousands of chain stores across the country, and his parents only recently planned to invest in the real estate industry and bought some properties for him to manage. As well as this project,
in the hope that he can have his own business and not play games at home all day. Chen Jiaxing was not happy. Hey, why is it that I play games all day long? Not you who stabilized me? How come I'm the one who plays games all day? Aren't you the one who finds me? Zhang Mingyang laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, don't care about the details. These are not important. Brother Xiao, let's look at the project plan. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun awkwardly. Although, when he was at G's, he helped them sort out their offline business. Xiao Mo had some understanding of the building materials industry. But how can he talk about guidance when he has absolutely no experience in running a project with such a large investment? Shen Lingyun, however, was full of concern and said, we don't have much to do today, so you can help them take a look. It's good for young people to be down to earth. We have to support it. Xiao Mo, why do you make it sound like he's higher in status than the crown prince of Xingtai? Zhang Mingyang soon realized that the office was turnkey, but there was no office equipment. At least the computers were not yet in place. He scratched his head awkwardly. This can't be read right now, or I'll call out for a batch of computers to come over. Xiao Mo was speechless to this kind of rich second generation born with a golden key. The home investment of $1 billion is just a practice program. There are no computers hooked up to a USB drive to look at the project, and you have to bring in a bunch of computers at the drop of a hat. Xiao Mo thought about it and said in a deep voice, I don't know much about the construction and operation of the vacation resort. I can say something about my own opinion. I think that in terms of publicity, we still need to pay attention to online construction, such as building official accounts in mainstream social media, building independent websites, and the production of small programs. Zhang Mingyang concurred. Right. Brother Xiao is right. I also have such thoughts. Like us in the real estate industry, many of us despise online development. I think my father's generation relies too much on traditional channels of publicity. These are already very old. Those outdoor billboards, wall ads, TV media ads, how many people still go to see them now? Xiao Mo said something about online building and promotion strategies. Zhang Mingyang listened happily and nodded frequently. Chen Jiaxing didn't have much of an expression. A yawning look. Probably investing in the project of the vacation resort was indeed his parents' wish and he wasn't interested. Zhang Mingyang said, let's do it this way, Brother Xiao. Anyway, you are also entrepreneurial, and have enough experience in online construction and promotion. I'll take $1 million out, and you'll be responsible for the online construction for me, and I'll apply for the promotion fee when the time comes, and I'll arrange for the operation manager to negotiate with you for the specific commission. Xiao Mo frankly said, it doesn't have to be that much. These small projects that I just mentioned, if it's all inclusive, about 800,000 is enough. Zhang Mingyang laughed. For the extra 200,000, you can design an avatar for me. It should be wild and cool, so that I can pretend in front of my friends. Xiao Mo, look at his stance. He's trying to finalize the collaboration. 3 words cost this man $1 million? Sure enough, it's a rich kid's brain. Chan Kahing suddenly said, hey, you punk are on the news. Zhang Mingyang, huh? Did the paparazzi catch me when I crashed my car just now? I'll go. I'm done. Those fans of mine, they're going to cricket me online again. Xiao Mo opened his cell phone to take a look. Dulin pushed this news. It turned out that Zhang Mingyang had come in his Lamborghini, for some reason, used the gas as a brake and crashed head-on into a greenbelt, where an assistant was helping him with the aftermath. Things are on the hot seat. No wonder he just came over on a little yellow bike. Xiao Mo guessed he must be an only child. Otherwise, with his kind of ability, how can his parents be assured of handing over $1 billion project to him? Shen Lingyun suddenly coughed twice and looked at Zhang Mingyang with a slightly cold tone. Mingyang, today I'm very grateful for your help in fixing the office. And thank you for Xiao Chen's support. I see that it's not early. We won't delay you. You guys go back to eat. Zhang Mingyang winced. Nice guy. He only thought of flattering Missy's sweetheart, so that he could climb the relationship with this future aunt of the Shen family. How could he forget that Missy was still in the pursuit stage, and that she was renting an office for a 2-person world? What are he and Chen Jiaxing, the 2 NPCs, dancing here? $1 billion project is just practice for both of their young masters. How could she look at a big lady of the Beijing circle? Zhang Mingyang immediately said, yes, oh, my mom just now called me back for dinner on WeChat. I have to go. He pulled Chen Jiaxing outside. Chen Jiaxing was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand Zhang Mingyang's maneuver. Walking to the door, Zhang Mingyang thought of something and folded back, pulling out 2 golden invitations from his shirt pocket and respectfully handing them over. Brother Xiao, Sister Lingyun, tomorrow is my son's full moon wine, so I'd like to ask you two to honor me with your presence. Xiao Mo was not very fond of such social occasions and hesitated, not accepting. Shen Lingyun also disliked attending similar events. She was just about to refuse, but she heard Zhang Mingyang say with a smile, my son's full moon wine, also invited a lot of local celebrities, such as the young master of the Liu family, the first lady of the Ji family, will come over. It's very lively. You too. Shin Lingyun's face turned cold and she immediately took the 2 invitations. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, right? We will definitely be there. Then our family looks forward to your arrival. Zhang Mingyang pulled Shen Jiaxing and walked away happily. Once they left, Xiao Mo couldn't help but ask Shen Lingyun, how do you know them? Shen Lingyun raised a bright smile. When I was working at Hengxing Group, I had to deal with some real estate companies, and that's how I met them. Xiao Mo felt that she had a point. Xiao Mo sighed. This friend of yours is quite righteous. Shen Lingyun, why? He's willing to do such a big favor when you've left his job. He's pretty attached to you. Shen Lingyun poked his face with her finger. Hey. I said I'm an ordinary friend. What more do you want? I didn't mean that. Xiao Mo explained. That's what you mean. Shen Lingyun intimately pulled at the corner of his coat, her peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, her tone so gentle that it dripped water. These are connections, and people are only asking for help because they see that I have a certain connection with Hengxing. In terms of friendship, you come first in my heart. You are my best friend. Chapter 54. What Ji Ningyan wants, only Lu Ziyu can give. Xiao Mo was embarrassed by her watery and charming eyes and smiled, patting the back of Shen Lingyun's head. Zhang Mingyang helped to find an office and casually promised 1,000,000 orders to him, for which he would have been grateful. But gratitude is gratitude. He still didn't really like other people being near Shen Lingyun. That's how they got along in middle school. The two are very close, talk about everything and are always so happy when they are together. But whenever a third person shows up, no matter whose friend it is, the atmosphere becomes subtle and awkward. Over time, neither one of them was very comfortable with other people, and if one of them was called away by someone else, the other one would get angry. However, in middle school, it was mostly Shen Lingyun who was angry with Xiao Mo, because when they were together after school, doing homework, and reviewing their homework, Shen Lingyun would almost never bring any other friends over, and it was Xiao Mo who was often called by others to play ball. Shen Lingyun's voice interrupted Xiao Mo's memories. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Tomorrow night we'll go to drink full moon wine. Xiao Mo frowned. I don't really like going to these kinds of events. Can I not go? Shen Lingyun shook her head. Absolutely not. I want to go. You accompany me. Xiao Mo was helpless. Okay. Shen Lingyun tugged on his shirt. Dress formally tomorrow. Be handsome enough. Handsome enough to shake the center and shock the entire audience. Do you have a suit? Xiao Mo, yes. Shen Lingyun beamed. Humph. You're not allowed to wear the wedding set. Xiao Mo was puzzled. Why? I only have that suit that's more expensive. Shen Lingyun was not happy and gave him a blank look. Not allowed is not allowed. Where are the many reasons? Xiao Mo thought to himself that maybe she wanted him to say goodbye to the past and not look back. And agreed. Shen Lingyun smiled. Leave it to me. I'll borrow a set back for you. Xiao Mo, good. He knew Shen Lingyun's nature very well. If she wants to do something, she has to do it. And she can't be pulled back by 9 cows. I'll see what else I need to buy. In addition to computers, printers and other basic office equipment. A bookshelf over here. A flower stand over here. Some cute little ornaments over here. Maybe we should get a couple of cats and dogs to liven things up a bit. It's too cold right now. Xiao Mo felt that this girl was not starting a business. It was like playing house. However, for the orders and profits at the beginning of the business, Xiao Mo was not worried now. Even if we don't talk about the $1 million commission program that Zhang Mingyang said, I asked my friend to help put out the news before, and today, people in the circle have already started to contact Xiao Mo to discuss cooperation. Some company executives offered $2 million a year to poach him. Some of his bosses knew he was going to start a business and offered to work together, just taking some outsourcing orders to do. The profit is also enough to support the initial operation of the company. Shen Lingyun clapped her small hands and traveled between desks. Xiao Mo raised his eyes and casually looked out the window. Toward evening, it was already light and the city was bustling at night. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. The office across the street lit up, and Ji Ningyan's tall and beautiful figure appeared in the window. Seeing the figure that had once haunted him, Xiao Mo lost his concentration for a moment. He didn't expect to be able to see Ji Ningyan so easily in his new office, the place where his career set sail. His 5 years of dedication to Ji and Ji Ningyan were fresh in his mind, and Ji Ningyan kicked him and couldn't wait to run to his own white moonlight. That kind of ruthlessness was even more heartbreaking to him. Genuine mispayment and regret. His mood was indescribably mixed. Shen Lingyun followed his gaze and saw Ji Ningyan's slender figure leaning on the window, her beautiful melon face written with sadness. Only then did Shen Lingyun understand why Xiao Mo had been attracted to Ji Ningyan. Not only is she beautiful, she has both feelings of strength and vulnerability in her at the same time. As if fragile glaze, there is a cool and charming sense of brokenness that is very heartbreaking. Shin Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's lost and thought that he was unforgettable to Ji Ningyan's old love. Suddenly jealousy surged and gently pushed him.
Xiao Mo lowered his eyes. Instead, he saw the kitty, full of aggression, explode in place. Go away, I hate you, Xiao Mo. You just said I was your best friend? You're so quick to change your mind? Shin Lingyun no longer cared about Xiao Mo and stomped out the door. Xiao Mo shouted, Lingyun, where are you going? Go home. I don't care about you. Goodbye. Dropping these words, Shin Lingyun ran into the elevator.
Xiao Mo followed him over and watched the elevator doors close in front of him. He was again rendered speechless by this girl's whole.
You say she's unreliable, but she also explains everything, tells you exactly where she's going, her next decision, and says a polite goodbye. You say she's reliable, but she somehow got angry and ran away. Xiao Mo returned to his office and watched from the floor-to-ceiling window as Shin Lingyun ran out in a fufu of anger. Still the same little girl who liked to sulk back then. He wondered ruefully which part of the process was wrong and had made her angry again. A minute later, he received a message from Shin Lingyun. Come on down. I'll meet you at the intersection and go back to dinner together.
Xiao Mo curled his lips. This girl's temper always comes and goes.
I don't know why she's angry, but it's clear that she's gotten herself together again. Xiao Mo turned off the lights, locked the office door, and went downstairs to the intersection.
He pulled up the kitten who was crouching on the ground gamely drawing circles with a tree branch.
Where I did not do well. You say, I will change? Xiao Mo asked bluntly.
Shin Lingyun puffed up her small cheeks,
but didn't say the exact reason. Just said perfunctorily, you'll find out later, without getting into all this unhappiness. My parents have made your favorite dishes. Let's go to dinner. Xiao Mo agreed.
Ji Ningyan leaned alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her delicate brows written with sorrow.
Returning from her parents' home,
she was reprimanded by her grandfather,
taunted by Xiao Mo,
and embarrassed by her mother. She was in a terrible mood.
At the moment,
she had to steel herself to catch the bid for the vacation lodge.
She wasn't very confident that she could eat a project of that size, but this time, Lu Ziyu assured her that as long as she made a good bid, she would be able to secure cooperation, and she couldn't afford to drop the ball at the critical moment. Ji Ningyan suddenly realized that in the past 5 years, the company's big projects were all completed by Xiao Mo taking the initiative to cooperate with her. Xiao Mo is usually the one who can give constructive advice, and the implementation of the project is often executed and followed up by Xiao Mo himself. It had become a habit for her to rely on Xiao Mo. Now that she was going to be working on such a large project on her own, she was apprehensive. Lu Ziyu's phone call came. Ningshan, let me tell you a good news. Tomorrow night,
the Crown Prince of Xingtai Real Estate is holding his son's full moon wine at the Rongting Hotel.
And we've been invited. I'll accompany you. Really? Ji Ningyan was pleasantly surprised. At the last dinner party, Lu Ziyu was introduced to her by Zhang Jingsheng, an executive of Xingtai Real Estate.
Zhang Jingsheng is the cousin of the chairman of Xingtai Real Estate, belonging to the minority shareholders with some real power. But it's nothing compared to the Crown Prince who is going to inherit tens of billions of dollars of family fortune. Ji Ningyan didn't expect that the Crown Prince would invite them to the child's full moon wine.
Lu Ziyu said softly,
I had General Manager Zhang say a lot of good things about you in front of the Crown Prince. He must have felt that Ji had a lot of potential and was interested in befriending him before he sent us an invitation.
And this time, the cooperation is a sure thing.
Ji Ningyan was very happy and said gratefully,
Ziyu, thank you. If it wasn't for you, with the size of our Ji clan, we wouldn't have been able to get Xingtai's favor for the rest of our lives. Lu Ziyu, why are you so polite with me? You get ready. Tomorrow night the entire celebrities of Yunchang will be there, so dress nicely and I'll take you to see the world.
Ji Ningyan hung up the phone and lowered her eyes, those sad emotions in her heart gradually dispersing. She believed that she was right in choosing Lu Ziyu. Upper-class society is something that Xiao Mo can't reach even if he tries his whole life.
The honor and future she wanted, only Lu Ziyu could help her. Chapter 55, Meeting Lu Ziyu and Ji Ningyan in front of the hotel.
Zhou Xinai was sitting in Shin Lingyan's apartment,
watching idle dramas and drifting off to sleep. Suddenly,
she received a WeChat message from Shin Lingyun. Seeing that Shin Lingyun had given her a bunch of assignments again, she had to borrow 2 sets of high-fashion dresses,
or the masterpieces of 2 internationally renowned designers. Zhou's head was spinning. At the end of the day, I'm just an understanding little life assistant. Why do I have to moonlight as a special assistant when the boss is in love? Zhao Xia AI decisively decided to find Zhong Wei to solve the problem. She dialed Zhong Wei's number. Hey, what is it? Zhong Wei's hoarse voice sounded again. Zhao Shirai froze. Assistant Zhong, am I disturbing you? Zhong Wei sighed. Jet lag. Sleep. Oh, Zhao Shirai sighed in relief. Zhong Wei couldn't help but spit out. If there's something to talk about, can you not have the same opening line every time? Zhao Xin AI was embarrassed. Well,
My sister's side is going to take 2 sets of private customized gowns and charter a special plane to send them back. I'll give you the number of the person in charge of the clothing studio, and the model of the gowns. Generally like this internationally renowned designers, services are high-end customers. Some stars in important occasions through the high fashion dress, whereafter the box will be sealed to ensure uniqueness. Shin Lingyun is taking their already sealed box of work. With such complicated communication, Zhao Shirai felt that she couldn't handle it. She was just a little cutie who came to get high on CP and add assists. After listening to Zhao Shirai's description, Zhong Wei said, "Okay, I'll give you an answer within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Zhong Wei sent a message. It's done. Yeah, Special Assistant Chung. You're my god. Zhao Shirai returned this voice. Zhong Wei just sent over the flight information and told Zhao Shirai to pick it up on time. Zhao Xia AI secretly muttered. Missy chasing after her husband, laboring to go to a full moon wine. Do you need to wear high fashion? However, Zhao Shirai thought that even though it was an impromptu decision and he could only rely on borrowing, it would be enough to hold up the scene. It didn't take long for Zhao Xiaoai to realize that the lights in Xiao Mo's apartment across the street were on. Xiao Mo went into the bedroom alone and drew the curtains, probably starting to work. Immediately afterward, the sound of a key in the door rang out. Shen Lingyun is back. Sister, how's the progress? Zhao Shirai hurriedly stood up and poured water for Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun lazily collapsed onto the sofa and shook her head. Zhao Xiaoai handed Shen Lingyun the cup of water and attentively helped her pound her legs to report on the dress. Although she was only Shen Lingyun's little assistant, she had always been quite good with Shen Lingyun, especially this time. Shen Lingyun chased her husband for thousands of miles and brought only her over, and many of her heartfelt words would only be shared with her, and she became much closer to Shen Lingyun again. She asked, "Sister, aren't you pretending to be poor? Why do you go to a full moon wine and wear high fashion? Not afraid that people will recognize you?" Shen Lingyun said without a word of humor. "Go to the ravishing." Zhao Xiaoai understood in a second. "Oh, I see. The ex will pass, right?" Brother Xiao seems to be very attached to his feelings. Is he still coupled up and forgetting his old feelings? Shen Lingyun glared at her. "Zhao Shirai, did I pay you to come here so that you can specifically pick up what I don't like to hear?" Zhao Shirai spat out her tongue. "Sis, I was wrong. Go back to the hotel. You're not needed here." Shen Lingyun was displeased. Zhao Shirai struggled a bit. "Sister, isn't it better if I stay at your place? It's convenient to take care of you." She thinks it's a pain in the ass to run around and wants to rub it in and get high on CP online. Shen Lingyun hummed. "You live here, in case he comes over. Do you think it's convenient?" Zhao Shirai. Shen Lingyun guessed that Zhao Shirai might be too lazy to run, but she was merciful. "I found Xiao Zhang to ask for a downstairs apartment, so you can live there first. I'll pay the rent, and he'll find someone to send the key over tomorrow." "Alright, sis, then I'll go back and pack my things." Zhao Xia AI ass-kissed and left. Shen Lingyun turned around, her chin resting on the sofa, looking at Xiao Mo's bedroom window. Those curtains were drawn so tightly and airtight that it was almost like his heart. It was a tightly guarded one. When Shen Lingyun spoke to him, she deliberately came so close that she was on the verge of kissing him. He still doesn't know anything, always treats her like a child, likes to pinch her face and touch her head. She's grown to 36D. Where's the kid? Straight men who only write code have a mindset that is so boring. Shen Lingyun cast these thoughts aside. When she had to go head-to-head with Ji Ningyan tomorrow, Shen Lingyun felt that she must not lose. Next day, 6 o'clock in the evening, Shen Lingyun took the high-fashion suit and went to Xiao Mo's apartment. Xiao Mo changed his clothes and asked in surprise, "Looking at your clothes, the style and texture, I'm afraid it's not cheap." Shen Lingyun casually said, "The original is high definition, hundreds of thousands of a set, but I borrowed a high imitation. You do not care. Turn a circle to show me." Very handsome. Xiao Mo was very unaccustomed to dressing so grandly. "Or else, I won't go today. I haven't finished my work yet." Shen Lingyun's slender white index finger waved in front of him. "No, have to go." She pushed Xiao Mo. "I called a cab and waited at the entrance of the neighborhood. You go over to the hotel first. I'll be there later. Why don't you join me?" Xiao Mo asked. Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. "Don't we women need to wear makeup? You're so nosy." Xiao Mo laughed. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked. I'll go over first." He took a cab to the front of the hotel. The Rongting Hotel was one of the most upscale hotels in the city, and the banquet venue was the third-floor ballroom. But the Zhang family was so generous that they directly chartered the entire hotel in case outsiders came to disturb them. Xiao Mo arrived at the hotel entrance half an hour early. He didn't want to go in too early, so he waited quietly on the side for Shen Lingyun's arrival. Unexpectedly, a big Ben pulled up in front of him. Ji Ningyan stepped down from the car, holding Lu Ziyu's hand as she walked towards the hotel's revolving door in a graceful manner. Xiao Mo didn't want to see them and planned to avoid them, But he didn't expect Lu Ziyu to be sharp-eyed and took the initiative to greet Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, you're here for the dinner as well? Let's go in together. Lu Ziyu kindly said to Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan didn't expect Xiao Mo to be here, and Lu Ziyu's enthusiasm embarrassed her. She busily turned her head and said in a low voice, Ziyu, our goal today is to win Young Zhang's favor, so let's not get into trouble. Lu Ziyu had a decent smile on his face and his words were gentle. Ningyan, what are you saying? How is this an extraneous matter? Xiao Mo is an old acquaintance with us. If he has any difficulties, we should help. Xiao Mo couldn't hear this kind of sympathetic statement from him and asked back, what difficulties do I have that I need your help? Lu Ziyu pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose. Xiao Mo, since you've been here for a long time, why don't you take out your invitation to enter? Xiao Mo responded with a cold face. What's it to you if I enter or not? Lu Ziyu, I don't know you well. There's no need to get close. Lu Ziyu pretended to smile good-naturedly and sarcastically at Xiao Mo. In fact, I also understand that you've relied on the Ji family to shelter you all these years, and now that you don't have the Ji family to back you up, you desperately want to suck up to the upper class and gain job opportunities. But Young Zhang's dinner party isn't something that just anyone can get into. Don't think you can blend in by borrowing a decent set of clothes to come? Without an invitation, the security guards will definitely not let you in, so just die. Xiao Mo disliked coldly. I still say that what happens to me is none of your business. I'm waiting for someone, you guys don't get in my way. Ji Ningyan turned her head to look at Xiao Mo. Chapter 56, Shen Lingyun's colorfulness overpowers Ji Ningshan. Xiao Mo slaps Lu Ziyu's face. The high-definition dress Xiao Mo wore today was of fine texture and tailored to fit. His originally superior looks and figure were even more outstanding, and under the backdrop of this dress, he became more and more extraordinary. In contrast, Lu Ziyu, who was born in a famous family, was rather poor in aura, and no matter the appearance and temperament, he was inferior to Xiao Mo by a large margin. Ji Ningyan suddenly had a strange feeling that Xiao Mo was more like a famous nobleman than Lu Ziyu. Grandpa's words reprimanding her were still ringing in her ears, and although Ji Ningyan thought that she had made the right choice in giving up Xiao Mo, the guilt in her heart towards Xiao Mo was even deeper. Xiao Mo, she called softly. Xiao Mo turned his head, his dark eyes looking at her slender white jade hand holding Lu Ziyu's arm. Ji Ningyan drew back her hand in a panic. Her pretty face reddened, and said in a low voice, I said I would give you $50 million in compensation. This has nothing to do with the grudges between our two families. It's just a divorce you deserve. If you want to get acquainted with the high society dignitaries, I can take you in. You just be my male companion. Xiao Mo and Lu Ziyu froze at the same time. Obviously Xiao Mo is the ex-husband. Lu Ziyu is the new favorite white moonlight. She made Xiao Mo her date in order to bring him in. What does that make Lu Ziyu? Her sudden decision left the two men in silence. Ji Ningyan walked to Xiao Mo's side. Her beautiful eyes gazed at him and said sincerely, whether it's the divorce, or the night I got drunk, I said a lot of things I shouldn't have said. I apologize to you. Grandpa has already lectured me. I understand. It's me who has wronged you. I dare not ask you to forgive me. I can only ask you to sympathize with my bitterness. I only want to make Ji's move towards glory. I'm not in the mood to fall in love and get married. As for my mom, she was originally from a poor family, suffered a lot of cold eyes and ridicule when she was a child. It is inevitable that she is too snobbish and short-sighted. Also please don't blame her. Ji Ningyan's words were spoken with sincerity, like words from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Mo thought to himself, it seems that Grandpa did scold her miserably before she was able to come to her senses in such a short period of time. But Xiao Mo still had no intention of forgiving her. Some things are done when they're done. Some damage is done, and belated repentance is worthless. Xiao Mo replied in a faint voice, now you've said a few human words, but I'm not interested in being your male companion. Ji Ningyan, can't you see? I simply don't want to get involved with you anymore. Ji Ningyan choked on Xiao Mo's words and turned red. Lu Ziyu pulled Ji Ningyan back to his side and said with a cold face, Xiao Mo, Ningyan and I are kind. Don't be ungrateful. You keep saying that you have an invitation, so take it out. Xiao Mo touched the pocket of his suit, but realized that the invitation was not on his body, but was with Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo's face was a bit embarrassed. Lu Ziyu saw that Xiao Mo had no way to take out the invitation and snorted. Swollen face, no invitation. Still pretending here. I see. The hotel security guards will soon come to drive away the irrelevant people to clear the scene. Ji Ningyan also thought that Xiao Mo didn't have an invitation and was just being tough-talking. She gave Lu Ziyu a wink, signaling him to stop talking. Then, she walked over to Xiao Mo and softly said, if you really don't want to go in with me, I'll give you a copy of their contact information when I get it, and if you want to look for a job, I'll also help introduce you. Xiao Mo felt that this woman was really incomprehensible. She still thinks to this day that without her and Ji, he's a wreck who can't get a job. Xiao Mo had just put off a job offer of $2 million a year yesterday, but there was no need to tell Ji Ningyan about this, lest she go off on some kind of tangent. He was going to call Shin Lingyun and ask her to come over quickly. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up in front of the hotel. Shen Lingyun, who was in full makeup, stepped out of the car on a hateful height with the help of Zhao Xiao AI. The beautiful figure, like a beautiful landscape, instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Shen Lingyun was wearing a white halter small dress skirt. Slim cut outlines the charming body curve. Slender shoulder strap like silver silk on the snow-white glistening shoulders, skillfully showing the delicate collarbone and elegant swan neck. The dress is hand-stitched with beads and rhinestones, and each rhinestone reflects a dazzling light, as if the entire Milky Way is pouring down on her. Swaying with her light steps, beautiful as a dream. Her black waterfall hair was still tied into a simple ponytail with a small and delicate hair accessory, and her slender feet stepped on a pair of sparkling white rhinestone high heels that complemented the gown. That clear and beautiful and agile posture was like a fairy descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Mo did not expect that Shen Lingyun would be so beautiful in full makeup, 10 times more beautiful than the day he first met. Ji Ningyan didn't expect her to be 100 times prettier than the photo, and obviously had a feeling of being compared to her, and was annoyed in her heart. Lu Ziyu, on the other hand, marveled that in a small place like Cloud City, there was actually such a stunning woman, and she was still driving a Kiranin, so maybe she was the daughter of some family, and he would like to get to know her. They each looked at Shen Lingyun with their own thoughts, and they all felt astonished. Shen Lingyun's bright peach blossom eyes overflowed with broken bright smiles as she walked towards Xiao Mo and took Xiao Mo's hand affectionately in front of Ji Ningyan. You're in a hurry, aren't you? It can't be helped. The road is jammed. When the banquet is over, I'll make it up to you. Shen Lingyun snuggled beside Xiao Mo and said in a tone so soft that it dripped water. Pampering. Xiao Mo knew that she was intentionally angry at Ji Ningyan and did not poke her, smiling and nodding. It's okay, let's go inside. Ji Ningyan was provoked by Shen Lingyun and was even more unable to let them go. She stopped the two and nonchalantly questioned. Xiao Mo, in the eyes of outsiders, you're my husband. Now that you're going in with her on your arm, where do you put my face? Xiao Mo asked curiously. You came here on his arm, why don't you ask yourself where your face is? You. Ji Ningyan was so angry that her tears were spinning in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Mo, I thought we could get along. Don't go too far. Xiao Mo laughed mockingly. Wasn't it you who kept pestering me and looking for trouble? How is it my fault again? Ji Ningyan still wanted to say something, but Shen Lingyun showed her powerful tea skills and acted daintily. Brother, how could sister be wrong? Sister has other brothers outside. That's also for the sake of this family. It's all my fault. If I didn't come, sister wouldn't be angry. Brother, don't get mad at sister for me anymore. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's teetotaling and pretentious appearance and felt cute and relieved, dotingly scraping her small nose. Ji Ningyan's character was straightforward and could not even turn in her speech. Where was she a match for a Grinch like Shen Lingyun? Being mocked by Shen Lingyun, Ji Ningyan was so ashamed and annoyed that she was so anxious that large tears came out of her eyes. The argument between a few of them drew a crowd of passers-by. It was already close to the time for the banquet to start, and there were more guests at the entrance of the hotel, and everyone was attracted by the two big beauties, Shen Lingyun and Ji Ningyan. Shen Lingyun's high-fashion gowns make her beautiful out of the ordinary, coupled with her own dynamic temperament, such as falling into the mortal world of the elves. Ji Ningyan has always liked plain colors. Today wearing a white dress, styled dignified and elegant, set off the slender figure. Skin frost snow, looks like a lily in the wind like choo-choo moving. But in front of the bright and beautiful Shen Lingyun, Ji Ningyan looked much duller, like a thoughtless wooden beauty, inferior by a large margin. The passers-by were talking and discussing who the new beauty was, who actually easily overpowered the famous Yun City's great beauty Ji Ningyan. The always good and strong Ji Ningyan, whether it is herself or her male companion, her face value and temperament are too much to lose, and she is so ashamed that her face is red. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang appeared in front of the door, looked around, and enthusiastically came this way, holding out his hands. Lu Ziyu thought that it was Zhang Jingsheng who had put in a good word in front of Zhang Xiao, and he immediately straightened his collar and prepared to greet him. Who knew that his hand was halfway out, but it stopped awkwardly in the air and was ignored by Zhang Mingyang. However, he saw Zhang Mingyang enthusiastically shaking Xiao Mo's hand and said attentively, Brother Xiao, you're here. I was waiting for you to open the table. Come in with me. Chapter 57 Zhang Xiao flatters Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan is disgraced. Lu Ziyu and Ji Ningyan were dumbfounded at the same time. The crown prince of Xingtai real estate. I heard that he has eyes on the top of his head, and none of the small families in the city look at him. Even a rich and powerful young man like Lu Ziyu, who wanted to cooperate with him, had to find connections and ask people to put in a good word. This prince actually called Xiao Mo Brother Xiao and said he would wait for him to open the table. What's going on here? Lu Ziyu thought to himself. Could it be that he had given Zhang Jingsheng a red packet of $5 million to help say good things about the Ji clan, and Zhang Mingyang had gotten it wrong, thinking that the president of the Ji clan was Ji Ningyan's husband, and that's why he was so polite to Xiao Mo? It would be great if that was the case, and the scene would be able to make this Xiao Mo, who only knew how to eat soft food, ashamed of himself. Lu Ziyu rushed forward and said attentively to Zhang Mingyang, "Young Zhang, are you mistaken? This Mr. Xiao is not a person from Ji's group? The president of Ji's is Miss Ji Ningyan Ji." Ji Ningyan walked over quickly and tried to squeeze out a pleasing smile. "Young Zhang, I'm Ningyan, I'm currently in charge of Ji's." Zhang Mingyang certainly recognized both of them, not to mention the gossip that was flying all over the place. Just for the sake of flattering Miss Shen, Zhang Mingyang had looked up the information on these two people, but at this point, Zhang Mingyang had already acted it out. He asked hesitantly, his face full of questions and his eyes confused as he looked at them. "You two are?" Lu Ziyu groveled. "Young Zhang, don't you remember me? I am the son of the Lu family. Lu Tianming is my elder brother." Lu Tianming was currently the helmsman of the Lu family, and the celebrities of the entire Cloud City still had to give him a few points of face. Lu Ziyu added, "Ningyan is the daughter of the Ji family and my confidant. Ji was brought up by her." Zhang Mingyang heard this and was displeased. This Lu family's second youngest, worthy of being a bastard, a belly full of small-mindedness, without the slightest bit of candor, normal human interaction, confidants and such words, there is no need to say. A man and a woman holding hands to make out in attendance, if there is no special reason, is bound to be more than friends. The circle understand this unspoken rule. Deliberately saying it in front of Xiao Mo was nothing more than trying to embarrass Xiao Mo. Zhang Mingyang felt even more that Lu Ziyu was an idiot, hiding this kind of small mind, and showing it in front of so many people. One can see that it is not a person who does great things. Only a woman like Ji Ningyan, who came from a small family and didn't have much of a brain, would believe a playboy like him. Zhang Mingyang gave a perfunctory O and gave Lu Ziyu an awkward but polite smile. "Second young master Lu, M.S. Ji, nice to meet you. Tonight, have fun." Zhang Mingyang spoke very politely, but an onlooker could tell that he was just being polite and didn't put Lu Ziyu in his eyes at all. Murmurs rang out around them. "Why is Ji Ningyan with second young master Lu? Doesn't she have a husband? The one that Mr. Zhang graciously greeted is Ji Ningyan's husband. Ji Ningyan came here on the arm of Lu Xiao, and her husband brought another big beauty. What's the situation? They're divorced, aren't they? Either that or they're each playing their own game. Ji Ningyan wouldn't be trying to curry favor with Mr. Zhang through Lu Xiao, right? Then she's thinking wrong. Zhang Xiao is the authentic $10 billion prince. Where would he put an illegitimate child in his eyes? Then why is young Zhang so enthusiastic about Ji Ningyan's husband? I don't know, but there must be a reason. Ji Ningyan bought the wrong code this time, trying to use other men as stepping stones, not realizing that her own husband is young Zhang's VIP. These unpleasant comments entered Ji Ningyan's ears, making her even more embarrassed. Zhang Mingyang ignored the two of them and enthusiastically wrapped his arms around Xiao Mo to go in with him. Ji Ningyan had just been irritated by Shen Lingyun and ignored by Zhang Mingyang, and was agitated. She was also afraid that when she entered the banquet hall, she wouldn't be able to find another chance to talk to Zhang Xiao, thus missing the opportunity. She hurriedly stopped Zhang Mingyang. "Young Zhang." Ji Ningyan's beautiful eyes flashed with urgent light. Her tone was eager. "Our Ji clan has been deeply cultivated in the building materials industry for many years, and we also have certain operational experience in real estate projects. This time I brought the cooperative planning proposal for the vacation villa over. Do you want to take the time to look at it?" She looked down and pulled the flash drive out of her bag. Zhang Mingyang froze. Xiao Mo was also taken aback. Although, Xiao Mo knew that Ji Ningyan had always wanted to take the cooperation with Xingtai, it was too sudden to propose looking at the cooperation case on such an occasion. Lu Ziyu also felt very embarrassed. When she was in love in the past, Ji Ningyan was just a straightforward character who wouldn't beat around the bush. But he didn't expect that after 5 years, Ji Ningyan could make Ji's $1 billion scale. But her emotional intelligence was also as low as a child. Greeting Ji Ningyan's urgent gaze, Zhang Mingyang only smiled politely. "Cooperation case. That's just right. Xiao is my partner in the project, the general director of the online construction. Why don't you talk to Xiao?" Xiao Mo was surprised in his heart. Yesterday Zhang Mingyang said that the online construction, despite his big money, he only invested 1 million to do the website. Public number. Small program those. How come you're blowing it as a project partner now? But Zhang Mingyang said that it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. After all, he had handed over the entire construction of the line to Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan's eyes were even more almond-shaped. Meeting with Zhang Xiao to discuss cooperation, she had thought of 100 possibilities and 100 response options. However, he did not expect that Xiao Mo would be a partner of Zhang Xiao.
and the project cooperation needed to go through his consent. Ji Ningyan looked at Xiao Mo in shock. Xiao Mo smiled faintly. This occasion is not suitable to talk about business cooperation. It's better to go through the company process. Zhang Mingyang immediately said, Brother Xiao is right. G, you'd better wait for our company's official bidding before signing up to go through the process. As long as you're strong, we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. After Zhang Mingyang finished speaking, he put his arm around Xiao Mo and entered the hotel revolving door. Shen Lingyun held Xiao Mo on her arm while Zhao Xiaoai followed behind upside down, handing the invitation to the doorman. The other guests, one after another, entered the hotel. Let's go in as well, and we'll talk about anything after the banquet, Lu Ziyu said. He was not at all sure what was going on with the change in front of him. Why did Xiao Mo become Xiao Zhang's partner? He could only inquire again. Lu Ziyu took out the invitation and pulled Ji Ningyan to the doorman. Ji Ningyan suddenly asked when she saw that the invitation was a different color. Why are their invitations different from ours? The doorman patiently explained. Miss, there are 3 kinds of invitations. The golden invitation that Mr. Xiao took just now is limited to VIPs. Ordinary guests take the silver invitation. Like you 2 hands, this red is a temporary invitation. Despite the doorman's polite words, there were contemptuous chuckles from the surrounding guests. Ji Ningyan's face was red. Her self-esteem had been heavily bruised. She couldn't take the humiliation any longer, and with tears in her eyes, she left quickly with the hem of her skirt. Gazing smoke, Lu Ziyu gave chase. Ji Ningyan forcefully broke away from Lu Ziyu's hand and cried, It was you who told me to divorce Xiao Mo, saying that you could take Ji to greater heights. It was you who said you found the person in charge of Xingtai. It was also you who said that Zhang Xiao invited us and was interested in cooperating with us. Now we're taking the lowest grade invitation. You can't even manage a billion-dollar project, but Xiao Mo became a project partner. You made me lose face in front of the people. Now you're happy? Chapter 58. Ji Ningyan fainted. Shin Lingyun jealousy. Lu Ziyu coaxed her. Ningshan, I'm not lying to you. With your Ji's qualifications, can you get an invitation from the Zhang family? This is the best resource we have access to. I just don't know what method Xiao Mo used to trick Zhang Xiao into becoming a project partner. I don't want to hear it. Just leave me alone. Ji Ningyan walked quickly to the intersection, stopped a cab, and left. Lu Ziyu knew that there was nothing good for him to go in now, and he would still be stomped on by Xiao Mo, so he had to give up his chance to enter and sit in the Big Ben, letting the driver drive. Xiao Mo, partners. After leaving Ji Ningyan, Lu Ziyu returned to his true nature, and his thin face was written with sinister and viciousness. I'd like to see what this soft-boiled man is capable of. He dialed his assistant's number. Find someone to help me find out how Xiao Mo climbed into a relationship with Zhang Mingyang. 10 minutes later, assistant replies. Young master, found someone to check. Xiao Mo intends to start a business. Contacted some friends in the circle. The office he rented is the property of Zhang Xiao's friend. Contacted through this line. Zhang Xiao listened to Xiao Mo's planning for online development, very satisfied, which is ready to cooperate. Has arranged for the manager of the operation department to do the cooperation program. Lu Ziyu was surprised. Xiao Mo actually has this kind of fooling ability? Rather underestimated him. Lu Ziyu sneered and muttered to himself. Okay, let's see how far you can go in the industry by fooling around. He said to his assistant. Get someone to put the word out in the circle that whoever cooperates with Xiao Mo is an enemy of my Lu family. So tell them to behave themselves. Yes, Lu Ziyu is clear that although Xiao Mo is a bit of technology, but in addition to Zhang Mingyang, such as the second generation of rich people, the cooperation process of large companies is cumbersome, and will not easily find Xiao Mo such as an individual studio. Some small companies want to do outsourcing, and when they hear him putting words in their mouths, they probably don't have the guts to go against the Lukes. Xiao Mo's studio, too, can't just do Zhang Mingyang's list. Lu Ziyu held on to his mindset of watching a good show, wanting to wait to see Xiao Mo's studio finished. Ji Ningyan returned to the villa and couldn't stop the tears. Her humiliation and embarrassment today was all caused by Lu Ziyu. She resented Lu Ziyu in her heart. Wu Ma walked over and asked worriedly, Miss, what's wrong with you? Ji Ningyan wiped her tears with her hand. It's nothing, I'm going to take a bath. You help me get something to eat. Soup and porridge will do. Good. Wu Ma went to the kitchen. Ji Ningyan looked up. In the open kitchen, there was no longer Xiao Mo's busy figure for her. Ji Ningyan recalled that 2 years ago, when she had just secured her position as the president of Ji Clan, she had gone out to socialize and was belittled by those rich businessmen and officials. They said she was empty of beauty and had no ability to actually run a business, and told her she might as well tie up a capable man before she made Ji collapse. Ji Ningyan heard this and sulked, and when she came back, she sat in the living room and cried. Xiao Mo served her nourishing soup, and was thoughtful enough to comfort her.
taking the initiative to watch funny variety shows with her to relax. That day, Ji Ningyan shed a lot of tears, and there was nowhere to talk about the pressure in her heart, so she had to ask Xiao Mo, am I useless? All those men look down on me, and Ji's operations have exhausted me. Xiao Mo softly relieved, don't care about other people's eyes, moreover don't embarrass yourself for other people's preconceptions, you just need to bravely move forward. But, Ji Ningyan still wanted to argue. Xiao Mo gently held her hand, his palm warm, his voice gentle, don't be afraid, I'll be behind you, always accompanying you and supporting you. At that time, Xiao Mo could indeed make her feel at ease. Ji Ningyan watched the variety show with him. Her mood was better. Her tiredness spread and she fell asleep against Xiao Mo's shoulder. Xiao Mo really just let her lean against him and sat quietly until midnight, until she woke up and realized that half of his body was numb and he couldn't even move. But he didn't complain. He only cared for her and sent her back to her bedroom to rest. Ji Ningyan went to the bathroom and turned on the shower, letting the hot water wash over her tired body. Her heart was as hard as a knife. Once upon a time when she trusted Xiao Mo and relied on him, Xiao Mo never let her down. He's not good at socializing, but every project he handles, nothing goes wrong. At that time she struggled side by side with him and was the closest of companions. She said she'd be with him when Ji was on the right track, and that's what she really meant. When exactly did she start to resent him? Perhaps, it is because in Feng Liping's eyes, Xiao Mo is a waste of time who only eats soft rice, and keeps chanting in her ears, divorcing her in Xiao Mo's feelings. Or maybe it was Lu Ziyu who had told her too much about Ji's bright future that had shaken her heart. In short, when she chose to divorce, she completely lost Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan's fingers dug into her hair and pulled hard. Her headache was about to explode. No one else came to massage her headache away. No one else praises her health soup to regulate her body. And no one to take care of the difficult debtors, shareholders, clients and tricky programs for her anymore. That man is surrounded by another woman who is better and loves him more, never to return to her again. The heart aches so much it can't breathe. Crystalline tears mixed with hot water ran down her face and her vision was blurred. It was only when Wu Ma came to deliver the evening snacks that she realized Ji Ningyan had fainted in the bathroom. She hurriedly wrapped Ji Ningyan in a bath towel, laboriously dragged it out, and carried it onto the bed. Seeing Ji Ningyan unconscious, Wu Ma instantly panicked and habitually picked up her cell phone and dialed Xiao Mo's number. When the call was answered, Wu's mom said with a sobbing voice, Mr. Xiao Miss fainted while taking a bath. Can you come back and take a look? However, he heard Xiao Mo calmly answer on the other end of the phone. Your lady fainted. You call an ambulance. What's the point of calling me? Wu Ma was speechless. In the past, when there was something at home that she couldn't handle, she always looked for Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was clearly the man of the house, but now everything has changed. Wu Ma was just a nanny and couldn't make up her mind, so she had to beg Xiao Mo. Mr. Xiao, I'm so old. I don't know how to get those. Do me a favor. The lady has lived with you for 5 years no matter what. Come back and take a look, okay? Xiao Mo stood in the sky garden of the hotel and looked up at the stars in the sky. He was not quite comfortable with the atmosphere of the party, and after a few polite words, he stayed in the garden to relax. He also just felt pathetic when he heard Mrs. Wu's words. He lived with Ji Ningyan for 5 years. He's been emptied out and bruised, and now he's going to awe him? Was it a little stunt to see that he could call himself a brother to the Crown Prince of Singtai? For the sake of the project? Xiao Mo felt that Ji Ningyan's kind of proud and straightforward nature would not do such a thing, and probably did faint. He said in a faint voice to Wu Ma, you can call an ambulance by calling 120. The operator will prompt you step by step. If you don't know how, your lady is close to losing you, so call for him. Sha. After saying that, Xiao Mo hung up the phone. He continued to look up at the starry sky, feeling the boredom in his heart gradually becoming smaller under the vast starry sky. He could guess that a proud woman like Ji Ningyan, who was humiliated in front of the hotel, might be so angry that she fainted in the bathroom. None of this has anything to do with him anymore. At that moment, a clear and sultry female voice rang out. Ugh, another ex-wife summoning spree. I wonder if certain people are going to eat their way back into the world again. Xiao Mo turned around. It was Shin Lingyun, this little demon, walking in front of him with 1,000 pets, her red lips curled up, exhaling like orchids, and her glistening white jade finger poked at the location of his heart. I say, brother, who is it that you have in your heart? Chapter 59, Possessive Desire for Shin Lingyun. Xiao Mo lowered his eyes and looked at Shin Lingyun in front of him. The moonlight was like a light veil, gently falling on her delicate face, gilding her with a layer of silvery light. Her skin was like delicate beautiful porcelain, transmitting a cool beauty in the moonlight. This beautiful to the eye-catching little goblin. Upturned peach blossom eyes flooded with watery smiles, jade cheeks due to wine floating light scarlet color, presenting a natural charm. The aroma of her body kept drilling into Xiao Mo's nose. Shin Lingyun leaned in close, smilingly looking at him, her slender white fingertips, at the location of his heart, gently traced circles. Xiao Mo felt as if a tiny cat's paw was on the tip of his heart, gently scratching it one by one. Xiao Mo grabbed her restless little paw and exerted a slight force. Shin Lingyun ate the pain and winced. Xiao Mo curled his lips, let go of his hand, and flirted, acting addicted. Are you mocking me here, little bastard? Only then did Shin Lingyun put away all her drama and stood next to Xiao Mo with a smile on her face. Just kidding. Xiao Mo gave her a sidelong glance. I don't think you're joking. How? Shin Lingyun raised an eyebrow. Xiao Mo said, didn't you take away my invitation and find an excuse for me to come here early just to create a chance for me to meet them by chance? You also know that with Lu Ziyu's kind of arrogant and domineering broad young man style, he will definitely have to make some disparaging remarks about me, and then you will come over to hit me in the face. And you also told Zhang Xiao to come down to meet me ahead of time, in order to give surname Lu the dismounting blow, and to make Ji Ningyan lose face. Shin Lingyun had a small expression of intrusion. How do you know so clearly? Xiao Mo laughed. You don't have to do all this. What I did for the Ji family in the past was to pay back my grandfather's favor, and now that I'm debt-free, I feel pretty good. As for the rest, I can only say that there is no regret in falling. I won't look back. I only care about the future. Shen Lingyun's small mouth skimmed. I just want to help you out. Xiao Mo gently tugged on her ponytail. I know. I appreciate the good intentions, but I really don't want to get involved with them. Alright, it won't happen in the future. Shin Lingyun's pretty little face was written with aggression and disappointment, as if she was a child who had completed her homework seriously but didn't get a little red flower. Seeing her like this, Xiao Mo felt cute and asked, I'll make you anything you want to eat tomorrow as a thank you. Really? Shin Lingyun cheered up. Well, order the food and send it to me on WeChat. Xiao Mo shook his cell phone. Shin Lingyun suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed, Look, a shooting star. Make a wish. Xiao Mo raised his eyes and saw bright meteors dragging their long tails as they cut through the dark-colored night sky. Shen Lingyun clasped her hands together and made a wish with her eyes closed. When she opened her eyes and realized that Xiao Mo was looking at her, her little face immediately reddened. What are you doing looking at me? Xiao Mo laughed. Seeing how serious you are, it must be a very important wish, right? Shen Lingyun then reacted to the fact that she was wishing in her heart and Xiao Mo could not hear her. She hemmed and hawed. First you tell me what you wished for. Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with her and shook his head with a smile. How many times did you use this trick in junior high school? And you still come? Shen Lingyun was a bit embarrassed. In junior high school, after reviewing in the library, the two liked to sit on the grass and talk and look at the stars. Every time he encounters a shooting star, Xiao Mo asks Shen Lingyun what he wishes for, and Shen Lingyun bamboozles him and lets him speak first. After he said his heart's desire, Shen Lingyun was sly. I just told you to talk first. I didn't say I was going to tell you. Then she would run off with a smile on her face. In fact, Shen Lingyun didn't mean to deceive Xiao Mo. The wishes Xiao Mo makes are often related to his studies, or he wishes for the health and happiness of his loved ones. Shen Lingyun's wish, every time, was to be with Xiao Mo. Hearing that she was not in Xiao Mo's wish, she was naturally embarrassed to say it and found an excuse to avoid it. Shen Lingyun was afraid that Xiao Mo would settle new scores and old scores together, and held his arm and pampered him. Geez, you even said you're the older brother and I'm the younger sister, so surely you're too big to blame me, right? Xiao Mo smiled and said in a deep voice, I didn't make a wish. Shen Lingyun froze. Xiao Mo said, I think that what one wants should be earned by oneself rather than relying on astronomical phenomena. Shen Lingyun cocked her head to look at him. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Xiao Mo wiped his chin with his hand. Shen Lingyun smiled and said, No, I think you've made a particularly good point. She wished on a different shooting star every year. As a result, it wasn't stolen by Ji Ningyan? Now that it was hard to have a chance to flip the game, we must guard the crystal and not let the enemy take the high ground again. Let's go in. Many people are waiting to exchange contact information with you, Shen Lingyun suggested. Xiao Mo, as the guest of honor of young Zhang, was already the center of attention in the room, and many guests were waiting to get acquainted. Xiao Mo laughed awkwardly. I'm just not used to such politeness. That's why I hid here. That's not good. You've started your own business now. Connections are crucial. Stay with me. I'll cover you. Shen Lingyun smiled and patted Xiao Mo's shoulder. Xiao Mo's gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the undulating piece in front of her. Look at this dress. It's so big and white. Xiao Mo took off his suit jacket and wrapped it around Shen Lingyun like a dumpling. Shen Lingyun was puzzled. What are you doing? Xiao Mo, it's windy at night. Put some on to prevent catching a cold. The flu is very strong right now. Shen Lingyun, I'm not cold. Besides, there's a central air conditioner inside. How can I be cold? She struggled to get out of this heavy suit jacket. Xiao Emo pulled his hands on the lapel of his coat, refusing to budge. Shen Lingyan was unconvinced. My gown is so beautiful. I don't want to wear a jacket. Xiao Ma, no, you're wearing it. Shen Lingyan, then give me a reasonable reason. Xiao Emo was silent for a few seconds and slowly opened his mouth. This dress of yours is too exposed, and many men are unsuspectingly checking you out. Shen Lingyan couldn't help but smile as she heard him say this and took a step forward to get closer to Xiao Emo. She was about to stick on Xiao Emo, who subconsciously took a step back. Shen Lingyun, however, approached again, until Xiao Emo leaned against the railing of the balcony with no way back. Shen Lingyun came close to Xiao Mo's face and the aroma of his breath lingered in his nostrils. Her slender jade finger nodded at Xiao Mo's heart again, her upturned peach blossom eyes bright as stars, and she asked somewhat mischievously, "Don't like other men looking at me, huh?" Xiao Emo pursed his lips, darkened his face, and did not answer. He felt as if his heartbeat had gone off the beat. He couldn't say why, but he always had an inexplicable possessiveness toward Shen Lingyun. Very strong. Xiao Emo found a reason that could convince himself and others. As your friend, I'm definitely looking out for you. He. Shen Lingyun laughed. That's right. I trust you more than I trust me as Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 60, ask them to marry where they are. Xiao Emo struggled a bit. Just tell me if I'm right or not. Yes. You're right about everything. I'll listen to you. Shen Lingyan's nice peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent moon. It was as if words and numbers appeared before her eyes. Raider male progress, 50%. Possessiveness in men is a manifestation of budding feelings. Care, I'll just admit it. Don't say anything. I'll take that as your default. Oh, Shen Lingyan blinked. I knew you would say that. I brought a sarong to make a shawl. She waved at Zhao Shirai. Zhao Shirai, who was stoned on CP in the distance with green eyes, saw the call of Missy and hurriedly ran over with her bag on her back, upside down. Sis, what's wrong? Xiao Mo asked. This is, Shen Lingyun laughed. This is my distant cousin, the daughter of my aunt's uncle's third uncle's cousin's nephew, Zhao Shirai. Zhao Shenai immediately revealed 8 teeth and smiled to face Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo asked strangely, the daughter of your aunt's uncle's third uncle's cousin's nephew should be your cousin's aunt. How could it be a cousin? Shen Lingyun, huh? Xiao Mo, your aunt's uncle is Auntie Gong. Auntie Gong's third uncle is Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong's cousin's nephew is cousin Uncle Gong. And cousin Uncle Gong's daughter is the equal of your parents and is a cousin aunt. Shen Lingyun was dumbstruck. What kind of brain are you, to figure out such a complicated kinship in a second? You're so smart. How did Ji Ningyan's kind of intelligence fool you? Do you think a woman without talent is a virtue? Or a woman without virtue is a talent? Zhao Xiaoai was very resourceful. Brother, my sister is talking about my mom. My mom is her cousin aunt. I am her cousin. This relative of ours, it's really rather far away. Shen Lingyun, yes, that's it. Xiao Mo did not dwell on this. He retrieved the jacket draped over Shen Lingyan's shoulders and put it on the crook of his arm, then asked Zhao Xiaoai to take Shen Lingyan's shawl out. Here. Zhao Xiaoai hurriedly pulled out the sarong from her bag and handed it to Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun smiled and said to Xiao Mo, you tie it on for me. Xiao Mo didn't refuse. He draped the moonlight gauze scarf over Shen Lingyan's fragrant shoulders, then skillfully tied a beautiful knot. That bow was positioned in such a way that it happened to block Shen Lingyan's neckline tightly. He admired it and was pleased with his masterpiece. Shen Lingyun was surprised by his level of professionalism. Practiced? Shen Lingyun asked. Xiao Mo replied as he straightened her sarong. Well, but it didn't work. Ji Ningyan needs to attend various occasions. In order not to pull back, Xiao Mo has learned to match the clothes for a period of time. Clothing etiquette for men and women, tie and scarf tying, all learned. Only, Ji Ningyan had her own taste in clothing and didn't like Xiao Mo being close to her. Xiao Mo had learned various ways of tying silk scarves, but had never helped Ji Ningyan tie one. Shen Lingyun originally had a sour heart. Happy again to hear him say that, she asked in a soft tone. So you've only tied my sari for me? Xiao Mo smiled faintly. You could say that. Shen Lingyun felt that there were countless small flowers blooming one after another inside her, and the sweet fragrance emanating from them made her head a little dizzy, as if she couldn't even stand up. It turns out that people in a state of happiness are really kind of like slightly drunk. Zhao Xiaoai was quick to hold Shen Lingyun. Whatever the shock of happiness, Missy has to hold on. The one who should fall is the enemy Ji Ningyan. Shen Lingyun smiled like a flower, affectionately holding Xiao Mo's hand. Let's go. I'll accompany you in. After adding this wave of WeChat today, the studio's list for a year shouldn't have to worry. She beautifully dragged Xiao Mo to socialize. Behind him followed the stenorologist's little assistant, Zhao Shirai. Zhao Shernai was excited inside. They're so tight. They're still okay? Are close to hugging each other. Please.
Please, 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 please. My little heart can't take it anymore.
The letter girl is willing to exchange 10 years of singleness for Special Assistant Chun for a marriage license for them.
Please. In a distant land, Zhang Wei, who was in the office, sneezed. After the banquet, Shen Lingyun pulled Xiao Mo and hitched a ride on Cullinan back to her apartment. Xiao Mo asked in a low voice, "Where did the car come from?"
Shen Lingyun replied in a small voice,
"Rented." Xiao Mo, next time, don't rent such an expensive car. Start a business that requires a lot of money. Save money. Shen Lingyun, introduced by a friend. It's cheap. The charter driver is only $100 a day. Xiao Mo? Although it was unbelievable, Shen Lingyun said it like a true story, so Xiao Mo didn't doubt it anymore. Ballroom. Zhang Mingyang, who was idle, received a phone report from his assistant. Young master, the second youngest of the Lu family has put out word in the circle that whoever cooperates with Xiao Mo is an enemy of the Lu family. Do we need to deal with that? Zhang Mingyang was teasing his son and was happy to hear this. This bastard son of the Lukes has a talent for comedy. So funny. Some small businessmen with no background or capital would indeed be frightened by the Lu family's name and give up working with Xiao Mo. But after tonight, most of the people with status in Cloud City should know that Xiao Mo has become his Zhang Mingyang's VIP partner. Lu Ziyu still dares to play like this? Who would put him, Lu Ziyu, an illegitimate son, in the eyes of anyone with a little status? Zhang Mingyang said into the phone, "Okay, let him go and put out a message. Let's put one out as well. Whoever offends Xiao Mo is having a problem with me. Zhang Mingyang, I'll take the time to have a heart-to-heart talk with him." Roger that. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Mingyang hugged his son and muttered as he kissed him, "Daddy's good big boy. When we grow up, we're going to be fun people and watch the fun. Not be clowns like someone else and be someone else's fun." I don't know if the good old boy was listening or not, but he burped and spit milk all over his dad's face. Zhang Mingyang, River Bay Villa. Wuma was in a hurry when Ji Ningyan woke up quietly from her bed. Miss, you're finally awake. I was ready to send you to the hospital." Mrs. Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Ningyan's eyes were confused. "What happened to me?" Wuma was terrified. "Miss, did you break your brain in the fall? Do you recognize who I am?" Ji Ningyan was a little annoyed. "I know, I just came back from the banquet, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then, I fainted?" Wuma nodded repeatedly. "I didn't know what to do at that time. Dragged you to bed. I made a call to Mr. Xiao." Ji Ningyan heard Xiao Mo's name, a burst of excitement, and sat up with strong support. "Xiao Mo, he come back?" Wuma said awkwardly. "That, Mr. Xiao told me to call an ambulance or go find Mr. Lu, he had something he couldn't come to." Ji Ningyan knew that Wuma's words were said euphemistically for fear of breaking her heart. It's not that Xiao Mo had something to do and couldn't come, he just had to attend the banquet, meet the high society people and keep that goblin girl company. How could he have time to care about her? Ji Ningyan's tears flowed down her face and her heart went cold as she reluctantly said, "I'm fine, you don't have to worry." Wuma hesitated for a few seconds, but said it anyway. "Miss, I would have liked to call Mr. Lu, but I was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "I'm afraid that Mr. Lu will do something bad to you, and you know that not every man is like Mr. Xiao, who is a decent man and cares about you so much." "Stop it." Ji Ningyan laid down and turned her face so that Wuma could not see the remorse in her eyes. "I'm tired. Let me rest." Mrs. Wu left. Ji Ningyan closed her eyes as tears continued to flow and fatigue spread like a tidal wave. She doesn't understand. Why was it that when Xiao Mo was by her side, everyone said that Xiao Mo was bad, a soft-eating, unmotivated wreck? But when Xiao Mo left, everyone talked about how good he was again. Just as he was thinking, Lu Ziyu's phone call came. Chapter 61. Don't you dare make things difficult for Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan saw Lu Ziyu displayed on her cell phone screen. Suddenly I felt disappointed. Lu Ziyu had been telling her all these days since he returned to China what kind of connections he had, and that he had learned advanced management programs abroad that would expand Ji's scale, increase profits, and allow Ji to take off and soar to the heavens. As a result, it's been almost 3 months now, and I can't get any results done at all. It also made her lose such a big face at Young Zhang's banquet. She had all sorts of resentment towards Lu Ziyu in her heart and didn't want to care about him at all. Ji Ningyan hung up the phone. Lu Ziyu continued to call. Ji Ningyan continued to press the hang-up button as if she was gambling. It went on like that for a dozen times. Lu Ziyu's WeChat voice came through. "Nix, pick up the phone, there's something I want to talk to you about." Ji Ningyan still didn't reply. Lu Ziyu added another message. "It's about Xiao Mo." Ji Ningyan's body inexplicably stiffened when she heard Xiao Mo's name. She dialed the video call over. Lu Ziyu's thin face appeared on the screen, and a pleasing voice came out. "Ningyan, I know, you just suffered a lot of aggression. These are all brought to you by Xiao Mo. This man is narrow-minded, small-minded. You are all good with him. Give him so much money to compensate. He is still not satisfied, but also want to take revenge on you. Lu Ziyu kept counting Xiao Mo's faults, trying to put all the blame on Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan didn't want to hear this at the moment. Her mind was in turmoil, but she knew that at least when Xiao Mo was by her side, he had never let her suffer such aggravation. If that's what you're going to say, I'll hang up. I'm not feeling well, Ji Ningyan said coldly. Don't hang up, I have something important to say, Lu Ziyu said. Ji Ningyan was silent. Lu Ziyu, I approached Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhang has a very good impression of us. It's just that Xiao Mo is making trouble out of it. But as long as Mr. Zhang puts in a good word for us, we still have hope to get the project of the vacation resort. Really? Ji Ningyan heard that there was hope for the project and hurriedly asked after her. Young Zhang is still willing to cooperate with us? Lu Ziyu, 1,000 times true. You continue to improve the tender. We do more concessions. In the quality of good control. With Mr. Zhang guarantee, not a big problem. Ji Ningyan beamed with joy. That would be great. Lu Ziyu saw Ji Ningyan smile. His mood relaxed, and he continued. One more thing. I've inquired that Xiao Mo is going to start a business, and I won't let him off the hook after he made you suffer so much this time. I've already put the word out in the circle in the name of the Lu family. No one will dare to work with him. His studio, it won't be able to open. Ji Ningyan's smile froze on her face and her voice turned cold. Why are you doing this to Xiao Mo? I didn't ask you to embarrass him. Lu Ziyu froze. Ningshan, I did it all for you. Don't you hate him? Ji Ningyan interrupted Lu Ziyu. When did I hate him? It's not like Xiao Mo did anything wrong. But he told you to. Ji Ningyan's snow-white melon face floated with an intense sulk. If you want to make things difficult for Xiao Mo, I'll never care about you again. Lu Ziyu was busy saying, okay, I won't make things difficult for him. I take back my words. Whether or not he can receive the order depends on his own ability. Geez, aha, Lu Ziyu said affectionately. Ningshan, I'm doing all this for you. Our relationship, isn't it time to take it further? Ji Ningyan didn't know why. Seeing Lu Ziyu in this affectionate manner, no longer like when he was studying on the head, but instead felt a little uncomfortable. She found a reason to shrug it off. Let's not talk about that. I haven't even passed the cooling off period for my divorce. I'll think about it after I've dealt with the divorce and the project. Lu Ziyu pretended to be considerate. Okay, I won't force you. You rest first. Hanging up the phone, the gentleness and deep love on Lu Ziyu's face was swept away, replaced by grimness and cynicism. Xiao Mo, it's Xiao Mo again. Ji Ningyan, you really are in love with that punk. What cooling off period? What compensation? Are all excuses. What you really think, I'm afraid, is that you want to renew your conjugal love with him again, right? Lu Ziyu wasn't letting Xiao Mo off the hook for Ji Ningyan at all. Only, not long after he let the word out, his assistant called to tell him that Zhang Xiao had also let the word out in the circle that he wanted to strongly protect Xiao Mo. No one dared to make an enemy of the Zhang family. Lu Ziyu's warning was like air. No one cared anymore. He can't help Xiao Mo, so he will sell a favorite here in Ji Ningyan, pretending to let Xiao Mo go for the sake of Ji Ningyan, so that Ji Ningyan will accept his love. By the way, test to see if Ji Ningyan has feelings for Xiao Mo or not. The result was a disappointment to Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu shook the wine glass in his hand and drank the red wine in the glass in one go, the grim aura between his eyebrows intensifying. Ji Ningyan, I've spent so much effort on you, there's no way I'm going to let you go back to that loser. Ji Ningyan hung up the video call, and she felt her head hurt even more. It was good to be able to take the project. It was just that she no longer trusted Lu Ziyu so easily. Ji Ningyan realized that Xiao Mo was a man of his word. What he promised, even if he went through fire, he would definitely do it. Just like back in the day, he was a fresh college graduate, hardened himself to carry the Ji family's mess and set up hundreds of millions of dollars of debt. Lu Ziyu, on the other hand, has made empty promises up to now, and has not honored any of them. Ji Ningyan's thoughts became more and more confused. She inexplicably remembered a lot of things from her childhood. Her mom had always told her that for as long as she could remember. You're a girl. You have to work very hard. You'll have to do better than the boys, or daddy won't want us as mother and daughter. When she got a little older, her mom had her brother. Mom said to her, you are the daughter of the Ji family. In the future you have to pick up the pillar of the Ji family. You have to be 10 times more diligent than ordinary people, in order to take on the heavy responsibility. By the time she was in middle school, her 2 younger brothers were in elementary school. Mom told her again, not only do you have to be good yourself and be at the helm of Ji's business, you have to marry an even better man. Otherwise, what will you do to protect your brother? Ji Ningyan closed her eyes. She felt tired and worn out. For so many years,
She'd worked her ass off just to pick up the slack in the family business, to keep her parents in a privileged and affluent life, and to pave the way for her brother's future. She doesn't know what she wants and doesn't have any hobbies. She lives in this world like a tireless perpetual motion machine, constantly creating value for her loved ones. Just like the marriage with Xiaomo, she was reluctant at first. However, she couldn't contact Lu Ziyu, and her mom was putting pressure on her. She couldn't resist the pressure before marrying Xiaomo contract, but those years of marriage, by Xiaomo's side, were the only time she was comfortable. He respected her, pampered her, spoiled her and loved her, and treated her like a treasure. No one had ever been this nice to her before. Ji Ningyan wiped the tears that kept welling up in the corners of her eyes. It wasn't until now that she realized how rare it was to have a man that she trusted, that she relied on, that was willing to give his all for her. It was only a pity that this true heart of Xiaomo was the one that she personally dropped on the ground. It fell apart and could never be put back together again. Ji Ningyan wiped away her tears. She didn't have time to grieve. Lu Ziyu says that there is still a chance to work with the Zhang family, and she has to get up and rush the proposal and try her best to get the cooperation. She decided to talk to Xiaomo again tomorrow and give him the check, at least as a show of support for his business venture. She didn't want to continue to owe Xiaomo. Xiaomo returned to his apartment and took off the gown he was wearing and put it in a box. Shen Lingyun said that the dress has to be returned tomorrow. Then, Xiaomo sent a message to Shen Lingyun. Chapter 62. A two-way run with a clear picture. Shen Lingyun returned to the apartment with Zhao Shiroai's support. Once inside, she rushed to take off her hateful highs. I'm exhausted. I've grown to 5 feet 7 inches. Why do I still have to wear 10 centimeters of hate heights? Shen Lingyun sat on the sofa, rubbing her small feet that had been squeezed and reddened by her high heels while spitting bitterly. Zhao Xiaowai poured Shen Lingyun a cup of water and said wittily, in order to decimate her love rival, not giving her any way to live. Sister, isn't this a successful? Shen Lingyun was happy to hear it. Ji Ningyan was tall, with a net height of 168 centimeters, and Shen Lingyun was only 2 centimeters taller than her. In order to crush Ji Ningyan in terms of aura, Shen Lingyun went out of her way. She rarely wore such high heels, and the road was almost unsteady as if she were on stilts. As she was talking, Xiaomo's message came, telling her to go to bed early. Shen Lingyun returned a sentence about her shoes rubbing her feet, and Xiaomo asked her if it was serious. Shen Lingyun saw that the opportunity had come and hurriedly asked Zhao Shirai to go to the drawer and bring over 2 bottles of nail polish. Shin Ai, do you think pink or red looks good? Zhao Shirai, that depends on what kind of clothes and shoes you put on. Shen Lingyun, I'm going to take pictures and send them to him. Zhou Shin Ai? Shen Lingyun mumbled to herself over the 2 bottles of nail polish. Pink looks a bit fresher, and red is a bit more gaudy, with a stronger visual impact. But will red be too deliberate? But will red be too intentional? And will pink be too delicate? Zhao Shirai rolled her eyes to the sky. Missy, do you have a high opinion of straight men? They can't even tell the difference between lipstick colors, so what appreciation can they have for nail polish? Besides, what's the point of asking me? Why don't you sit in his arms, tuck your cute little white feet into his hands, wriggle your fragrant soft body, and ask, while your mouth is full, what color nail polish he likes? Ahem, you can't think about it anymore. You won't pass the trial if you think about it anymore. Zhao Shirai had just retrieved her thoughts when she heard Shen Lingyun's cheerful voice. Ha! I know, it's better to go nude, close to the skin tone, whitening, understated and sexy. It's so happily decided. Shen Lingyun decisively chooses C between plan A and plan B. Zhou Shin Ai is confused and shocked, but she also had to help with the nail polish. After Shen Lingyun applied the nail polish, she took a picture of her little white feet and sent it to Xiaomo, and pampering him with voice messages. Look, the feet are swollen. Oinking, poor thing. Xiaomo's entire body was confused when he received this photo. This girl, what the hell is she up to? In the photo, the slender jade foot was like a beautiful jade kissed by moonlight, white and lovely, with smooth skin and perfect shape, like a carefully carved work of art, with just the right curvature of elegance. The small white toes are round and cute, with a light pink color, delicate and charming. It's the point where the foot controller has to lick his screen when he looks at. She just came over with a watery slap. Didn't see any redness anywhere either. Moreover, the 5 jade carved little toes, also smeared with nude-colored nail polish, slightly shiny, more delicate feet, looks so tempting. People. Xiaomo pondered for half a day but didn't understand. Was she like when she was a child, getting along with him intimately and not being defensive towards him? Or did she think he had some special fetish? Shen Lingyun was very satisfied with her work. Xiaomo asks her if it hurts, and she replies that it's okay, and that she'll be fine after a nap. She wasn't trying to pander to him either. She knows she has good-looking feet. She just simply colors them so that she shows them off. Zhao Shirai was giving out bad ideas. Sis, that someone fainted and Xiao didn't go to see her. which means she's not important in his heart at all. If you fainted, he would have definitely come over. Shen Lingyan chatted with Xiao Mo on WeChat while giving Zhao Shirai a look of contempt. You're sick, aren't you? I'm his best friend. He'd definitely come over to see me if I fainted. Even if Bai Qi had fainted, he would have come. Why do you have to toss him around for some test and make him make a trip? For what? Zhao Shernai had a question mark on her face. Missy, it's not on. Do you think those idle dramas and romance novels arrange these crappy bathroom fainting sequences so that the hero can heroically save the girl? That's for the hero and heroine to be skin to skin and naked. Zhao Shirai coughed twice and insanely hinted. Sis, actually, after you fainted in the bathroom and had Xiao come over, we didn't do it to test your importance in his heart. But, there's still other room to play with. Shen Lingyun hugged the pillow, thought for 3 seconds, and shook her head decisively. I would never set him up like that. I don't want to pressure him for a while, except for my family history, and I'm being honest with him about all of it. Zhao Shirai inwardly scoffed. You're honestly posting footage to seduce him, aren't you? Then you're quite frank. No cover-up at all. I'm going to rest, so help yourself. Shen Lingyun walked into the bathroom and began to remove her makeup and take a shower. Zhao Shirai, I'll wait for you to finish your shower. Just now at the banquet, Shen Lingyun still drank a little bit of wine, and Zhao Shirai was afraid that she would have an accident in the bath. Shen Lingyun finished her shower, changed into her nightgown, and walked to the bedroom window. I slipped and fell solidly on my ass. Ouch. Sis, are you okay? Zhao Shinai asked. Shen Lingyun grimaced in pain. It's fine. Slipped. Not serious. Zhao Xia stood up and went to the medicine chest to look for medicinal oil. But then I heard a tap on the door eagerly. Xiao Mo's nervous voice came. Lingyun, how are you? When Shen Lingyun heard Xiao Mo's voice, she forced herself to endure the pain, climbed up from the ground, pressed her waist and limped to open the door. Zhao Shirai's jaw dropped. Probably Xiao Mo saw Shen Lingyun fall from the window and rushed straight over, so anxious that he forgot to press the doorbell and slapped the door with his hand one after another. Shen Lingyun had fallen into this state and still insisted on opening the door herself. What a picture clever two-way run. The door just opened. Xiao Mo pulled Shen Lingyun's arm and asked worriedly, Did you fall? Does it hurt? Shen Lingyun shook her head. No, it's fine. Your face is white and you still say you're fine. Where did you fall? Show me. Shen Lingyun covered the location of her waist and laughed awkwardly. There's no need. Fell on your back? Is there any medicinal oil? I'll rub it for you, Xiao Mo said and rolled up his sleeves. Shen Lingyun's pretty little face wrinkled into a bitter melon. Not. Still a little below. Xiao Mo reacted to that indescribable part and was petrified in place. Shen Lingyun was also embarrassed. Zhao Xiaoai smartly handed over the medicine bottle in her hand. Brother Xiao, the medicinal oil is here. You can start now. Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo looked at the medicine bottle that was stuffed into Zhao Shirai's hand. Chapter 63, The Office, where relationships begin. There wasn't a moment when Shen Lingyun wanted to die more than right now. She was so embarrassed she was stubbing her toe on a Disney. She wants to put the medicine on herself, and Xiao Mo says he's afraid she'll fool around, teaching Zhao Xiaoai the method of rubbing bruises and supervising the work at the scene. Shen Lingyun leaned on Xiao Mo with a small blanket around her waist to cover her, allowing Zhao Shirai to strip half of her pants and apply medicine to the bruises. Shen Lingyun buried her face in Xiao Mo's chest, not daring to raise her head. Shame on you. Just now, I gave up my life to step on the hate sky high to pretend to be some kind of goblin, and now my image is all ruined. What sexy little leprechaun have you ever seen with an 8-piece ass drop? Xiao Mo thought she was in severe pain and thoughtfully asked if she had hurt any bones. Shen Lingyun's small face turned red into a tomato. Hurt is hurt, but it's not bones. It's pride. She grunted twice and didn't answer. Xiao Mo squeezed her soft little hand. If you hurt a bone you must go to the hospital. No need. There's no big problem. Shen Lingyun only hoped that this humiliating torture would end quickly. Xiao Mo didn't think about that much. He was just worried about her getting hurt. Just now ran so fast, but also because of the fear that she is alcohol poisoning, arrhythmia, myocardial infarction and other problems fainted, and is not a hot little couple like the hand-broken skin are to be princess carried to the hospital of the fuss. Wait, why? All of a sudden, do you think of couples? Xiao Mo pursed his lips in embarrassment. Fortunately the thoughts in his heart were invisible to others. Otherwise it would be a disgrace. Shen Lingyun, however, was protesting. Shin Ai, hurry up. Zhou Shinoa let out an O and snapped back to her senses. She was just secretly sighing that Missy's skin and body were too good too. Shen Lingyun's skin was like the finest silk, smooth and delicate, warm to the touch, and her buttocks were like the petals of a budding flower, round and full. Even the bruise has an abusive beauty attached to it. Zhao Xiaoai felt that she, a big straight girl, was about to be bent by Shen Lingyun. She hurriedly put medicine on Shen Lingyun. However, he heard Shen Lingyun hiss. Xiao Mo said heartily, be gentle with your hands. Zhao Shernai secretly rolled her eyes. What the hell are you talking about? You can do it. You come over to my position, and I don't believe you can grasp the strength and stay out of the way. Zhao Shirai revealed a big doggy smile. Got it. I'll do my best to complete the mission. Shen Lingyun was looking for a crack in the ground all over the world. After Xiao Mo left, Shen Lingyun lay down on the sofa in a kazoo position and said with all her thoughts, "It's over. It's over. There's no image left." Zhao Shirai hemmed and hawed. Sis, what are you talking nonsense about? Look at how much brother Xiao cares about you. You have a chance. Shen Lingyun was breathless. Ugh, he cares about me. I know. We were supposed to be best friends. But, Zhao Xiao Missy, don't think too much. When Zhao's side gets the license, I'll see that you'll be on top as a matter of course. Shen Lingyun's little head shook into a wave drum. You don't understand. Zhao Shinai, why don't I understand? I've always been my roommate's military advisor during my studies. Shen Lingyun rolled over and rested her hands on her cheeks with a sad face. How could you possibly understand that? It's not like you've ever had your home stolen by Jiningen. During those years, Shen Lingyun often inquired about the situation with Xiao Mo and learned that he didn't even have a female mosquito by his side before he was relieved to fight. Who knows? He graduated from college and came up with some kind of contract marriage. The Qing dynasty died off. Shen Lingyun raised her eyes to the opposite balcony. Xiao Mo was found standing alone with his hands resting on the railing. Looking over, she hurriedly waved her hand at Xiao Mo. Hiss, it hurts. Xiao Mo also waved at her and WeChat sent her a good night. Shen Lingyun was happy for no reason. Shin I am. You say. He would have been looking at my windowsill from his bedroom to be the first to notice me fall. Shin Lingyun lay on the back of the sofa, her bright eyes looking at the window of Xiao Mo's bedroom. Her voice gentle. Do you think I should plant some flowers on the windowsill to make the visual a little better? What kind of flowers? To represent thoughts? I don't know. What I planted dies. Zhao Shirai shook her head repeatedly. Shin Lingyun's peach blossom eyes looked at Wenro and her tone was arrogant. Humph. I don't care. You go and get it done for me. I'm going to sleep. Humming, she went into the bedroom and lay prettily on her side. Zhao Shirai returned to her apartment. Flowering? She won't. What to do? Get the almighty Special Assistant Chung. Zhao Xia AI hurriedly dialed Special Assistant Zhong's number. Special Assistant Chung's hoarse voice rang out. Jet lag. Sleep. What's up? Zhao Shernai froze for a few seconds. It's nighttime in this country. It's supposed to be daytime over there, right? There's no other activity going on, is there? Zhao Shirai asked cautiously. Why do you sleep at noon? Special Assistant Chung, naps. I only got 5 hours of sleep yesterday. Zhao Xiaoai said excitedly. Only 5 hours of sleep. Then you don't sleep well. Not sleeping enough for 8 hours will affect your health. Silence on the other end of the line. Zhao Xia AI then remembered that it seemed like he wasn't sleeping well because she was always calling him. Zhao Xia AI could only ask weakly. That. Missy wants to raise flowers. Special Assistant Zhong, do you know how to raise flowers? After a long time, Special Assistant Chung said in a slow voice. No, what you raised eyes. Zhao Shirao AI. Early the next morning, they had an appointment to set up the studio. Shen Lingyun brought Zhao Shirao AI over. Chen Jiaxing has already arranged for someone to clean the office. The windows are bright and clean. Looking at the mood is pleasant. This is where our dreams set sail, Shen Lingyun said with a smile, and where our relationship began. Xiao Mo sat on the sofa, taking notes with a pen and paper and organizing the office equipment to be configured. Shen Lingyun happily sat beside him and folded her hands, pressing them on his shoulders. Do we have a name for the company yet? Xiao Mo nodded. Aha. Is it okay to call Mo Yun? Shen Lingyun was flattered. Ha. She hadn't expected at all that Xiao Mo would name the studio after the two of them. Xiao Mo stopped his pen and raised his eyes to look at her. You don't like it? No, not. Shen Lingyun waved her hand. Xiao Mo asked again. Or are you going to be in front? Shen Lingyun's brain twitched. What do you mean? Xiao Mo froze. Company name. Ah, what else? Shen Lingyun's small face brushed red. So embarrassing. Where were you thinking? Shen Lingyun shook her head repeatedly. It's good that you're in the front. Let's call it Mo Yun. It sounds good and has a cultural flavor. Xiao Mo said. I have a company in my hand that has been registered for 6 years. I registered it when I was in college. Do you think we should register a new company? Or should I rename the previous one? Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's handsome face with delicate lines from a close distance. His deep black eyes seemed to hide a sea of stars, which was particularly fascinating. Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's thin lips as they opened and closed. All I can think about is, he speaks so beautifully. Ah no, he looks so good. God, I want to kiss him so bad. Why discuss something as boring as starting a company? Shouldn't the office be used for something else? Spiritual rhythms. Spiritual rhythms. Xiao Mo saw her eyes lose focus and called out to her a few times. Chapter 64. Xiao Mo presses down on Shen Lingyun. Ha, Shen Lingyun came back to her senses.
It's all according to what you said. Xiao Mo was speechless.
Like one of those students caught sleeping in class,
Shen Lingyun stood up and answered choice C, only to realize that it was a quiz question. Xiao Mo patiently repeated the question. Shen Lingyun thought about it. Just do the information change of your previous company.
The shares and whatnot need to be changed for the time being. We just started.
The staff is not fully equipped.
And there is not much business.
The end of the year to come back to the liquidation of it,
so as not to be troublesome.
If Xiao Mo went to check the information and she had some companies under her name, she would be exposed.
Shen Lingyun felt that even if she wanted to show her cards to Xiao Mo,
she should wait until after he developed feelings for her,
lest he hear about her background and develop an inferiority complex and stay away from her.
Xiao Mo called the agency to deal with it as Shen Lingyun said. Coffee maker,
television set and other leisure equipment.
Chen Jiaxing are all equipped with. Xiao Mo ordered computers, printers, and other office equipment from the internet and sent them over with same-city delivery. The office has the look of a startup studio. Only, there were only 2 people in the studio, Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun, and it looked so bleak.
Xiao Mo was afraid that Shen Lingyun would dislike the small size of the studio and explained,
"It's the 2 of us for now. I'll be recruiting someone back as soon as I can." Shen Lingyun grabbed Zhao Xiaoyi's round body and pushed it in front of Xiao Mo in an effort to push. "There's more than 2. Shin AI came over to be our assistant too. There are 3 of us." Zhao Shin AI nodded vigorously. "Ah yes, the 3 of us." Ouch.
Shen Lingyun pinched her hard on her fleshy little waist.
"My man, you still want to take advantage?"
Xiao Mo looked at Zhao Shirai and said hesitantly, "But, the treatment we can give at this stage may be lower than the market price."
"It's too much of an aggravation for her, isn't it?"
Shen Lingyun hemmed and hawed.
"Shin AI doesn't want money. She's here for an internship. Ask her if you don't believe me." Zhao Shirai was thunderstruck by Shen Lingyun's words. In order to match Missy, Zhao Shirai tried to make herself look silly,
and with a kind of clear stupidity under her eyes,
she said to Xiao Mo, "That's right, Xiao. I just graduated not long ago. The most important thing is work experience." Xiao Mo asked her, "How long have you graduated and what school major did you attend?" Zhao Shirai, I graduated from high school. It's been 4 years since I graduated.
And it hasn't been that long?
Ha, Xiao Mo.
Shen Lingyun's brain turned quite fast.
My cousin just can't find a job because she doesn't have a high education and has no work experience. That's even more reason why she doesn't have any work experience. So help her out. Zhao Xia AI made a pitiful face. Yes. I just want work experience. The salary or anything else doesn't matter. Anyway, Missy will drive it to me. Zhao Xiao AI didn't become Shen Lingyun's assistant through an interview.
Her family was not well off and she didn't go to college and came out to work early.
Because she likes to watch TV and follow what's going on in the entertainment industry. She went to work for an agency as a life assistant to an artist. Unexpectedly, the female artist she served, a web drama burst into popularity. Into the second line. From then on, eyes high over the top. Temper tantrums?
Take them, these small assistants are not people.
Not moving to abuse. When Shen Lingyun went to the party,
she saw the female artist abuse Zhao Shin AI in the hallway, making her kneel on the floor and pouring coffee on top of her head. The reason was just that when the actress got off the bus,
Zhao Shirai, who had a bit of a cold,
didn't squat down to help her change her shoes in the first place.
Shen Lingyun walked over, asked for clarification, and looked for that actress to ask Zhao Shin AI to come over as a life assistant. From then on, Zhao Xiao AI was dead set against Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo didn't know the inside story and thought for a moment.
Then it's better to pay her a salary at the market rate.
Shen Lingyun waved her hands repeatedly. No, there isn't much work for her to do. Just make up the numbers. Zhao Xia AI thought to herself. If you dare to give it, I don't dare to take it, Xiao Mo said.
Then you first wait and see here for a few days.
When my company's information is ready, if it's suitable, I'll do the entry procedure for you. You follow us, we can't treat you badly. Okay, Zhao Shin AI happily agreed. Wait and see for a few days. Maybe you have become an ant, and I, a beautiful and smart little assistant, naturally don't have to act. Lay out the office. Thinking about relaxing, Xiao Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out over the city streets. As a result, Ji Ningyan's figure once again appeared from the window. Xiao Mo was stunned. Immediately after, Lu Ziyu was seen walking over and whispering to Ji Ningyan with a gentle expression.
Ji Ningyan raised her eyes and responded with a smile as Lu Ziyu gently flicked the broken hair on her ear behind her ear. Although only a few short days had passed, Xiao Mo's heart was already a vast ocean,
and would no longer have any fluctuations for Ji Ningyan.
If we had known from the beginning that she had never forgotten Lu Ziyu, but only used her tears to win his sympathy and take advantage of him,
Xiao Mo definitely wouldn't pour any affection on her. However,
he heard Shen Lingyun's sad and moving singing voice,
coming from behind him. Now that I have happiness and someone to take care of me, I should be satisfied. You're not like him. You never let me cry. But the more I tried to get into it, the more I got rusty and hugged it tighter. Still can't stop that loss of temperature. Xiao Mo turned back. Only Shen Lingyun took a pizza flyer, rolled it into a tube, and stood by the sofa, pretending to sing with deep emotion. The lyrics are solid. While Zhao Shirai was sitting on the single sofa, the expression on her chubby face was thievingly rich. Her eyes were closed and she was pretending to show the pain of misplaced love. Xiao Mo all gave an angry laugh. These two, satirizing him with lyrics. Zhao Xiaoai deliberately asked Shen Lingyun, "Sister, this song you sang, what's the title?" Shen Lingyun stopped singing, but did not stop performing. "The name of the song is Feed the Uncooked Dog." Zhao Shirai asked exaggeratedly, "Ah, isn't this a love song? How could it have such a song title?" Shen Lingyun patiently answered, "Because the song is about a woman who was abandoned by the man she loved and then found a spare tire to be her husband, and as a result, no matter how good her husband treats her, she never forgets the ex who hurt herself." Zhao Xinai pretended to be surprised. "Why, is she sick?" Shen Lingyun sighed quietly. "Who are you calling sick? It's this woman who can't forget her ex, or that husband who is willing to be a spare tire." While saying that, she also looked at Xiao Mo with her watery peach blossom eyes. Xiao Mo walked over. "Shen Lingyun, you're just sitting here laughing at me, aren't you?" "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Shen Lingyun smiled, and continued to sing. "But love is sometimes kind, sometimes cruel. How do I love him as righteously as I love you?" Xiao Mo went to pinch her little mouth. "Well," Shen Lingyun's lips were pinched by Xiao Mo's fingers and she glared at him with a puff of anger. Zhao Shirai saw the opportunity coming. She hurriedly stood up. Accidentally her feet slipped, pushed Xiao Mo and fell to the ground herself. Xiao Mo didn't watch out for Zhao Xiaoai to engage in a sneak attack, and his entire body directly pounced forward. It pressed on Shen Lingyun's body. "Shen Lingyun, Xiao Mo, Zhao Xinai os, there's candy." Excited. Chapter 65. This shouldn't be the car that goes to kindergarten. Xiao Mo only felt pressed underneath a piece of softness, and his breath stagnated. Zhao Xiaoai acted up for fear that Xiao Mo would suspect her of falling on purpose. "Ouch, that hurts. Why was I so careless?" Shen Lingyun's small hand, swinging frantically behind Xiao Mo's back, gave Zhao Shirai frantic hand signals, meaning, assist mission accomplished. "Don't steal the show." Xiao Mo turned around and asked with concern, "Shin Ai, are you okay?" Hiss. Zhao Shirai huffed backward. "Already, I can feel the killing aura coming from Missy's direction." Zhao Xiaoai busy changed a posture to lean on the coffee table. "I'm fine, I just fussed, as if my sister is more serious. I do not know if there is no fracture by your pressure." Xiao Mo also panicked a little when he heard this and hurriedly asked about Shen Lingyun's situation. Shen Lingyun again gestured to Zhao Shirai behind Xiao Mo's back, meaning, the play is over. "Wrap it up." Zhao Shirai covered her mouth with both hands. "More talk is more wrong than good." Shen Lingyun's beautiful peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Mo, skimmed her small mouth and hummed, "Back pain. I'll see if I've broken any bones." Xiao Mo's large warm and broad hand covered Shen Lingyun's soft and slender small waist, and both of them froze at the same time. Shen Lingyun's small face turned red with shame, feeling his palms carry electric current, making half of her body numb. Xiao Mo, however, was surprised to find that her waist was so thin and soft, and when he touched it, there was a strange feeling. The location of the palm, inexplicably hot. Zhao Shirai was thrilled on the sidelines. Is the scene going to be on the highway? The doors locked and the keys were swallowed. Men and women are quick to give the old man a kiss. I, the king of assists, deserve to be an honored VIP, and I want to see it live. However, I heard Shen Lingyun say with a smile, "It's okay, I'm just teasing you. You've been fooled, haven't you, you idiot?" Xiao Mo pretended to be annoyed and tickled the itchy flesh on her waist. "Learned the hard way, didn't you?" Shen Lingyun was afraid of itching and raised a pair of small hands in surrender, her mouth pleading, "No, I was wrong. Ah, so itchy. Help, I was wrong. Good brother, stop." The back of Zhao Xiaoai's head rested against the coffee table and she rolled up her big, lifeless eyes, the teasing machine that she had managed to facilitate. As a result, the two went from the adult channel and ed her over to the children's channel. Zhao Shirai got on the bus and realized that it was the bus to the kindergarten. "What do you mean, good brother? Stop it, shouldn't the line be, good brother? No booth? Missy, can you do it or not? No wonder you can't get a crush to work for so many years and have someone steal your home. I must make up for Missy in the evening. 200 of study material is coming out." The doorbell rang. Zhao Shirai climbed up and went to open the door. Surprise, by Qi and Ling Wei, both holding flowers and fruit baskets, jumped in through the doorway. Xiao Mo had already stood up and greeted the two.
Shin Lingyun leaned back on the sofa and smiled back at them. Bai Qi and Ling Wei looked at each other with puzzled faces. Why chill, why is the atmosphere here so weird? Ling Wei, it seems like there's some kind of ulterior motive. Bai Qi looked at Xiao Mo. Why are your clothes so messy? Ling Wei looked at Shin Lingyun. Why is your face so red? The two men spoke in unison. Come on, what did you do in the office? Xiao Mo was embarrassed for a moment. I was just moving the sofa. And Lingyun said that the angle of the sofa was not right, and that it would affect feng shui. Shin Lingyun laughed awkwardly. Right. Zhao Xia AI, who had just received the flowers and fruit basket from the two men, was shocked. You're just going to change the facts to your face? Do you think I don't exist as a witness? Xiao Mo changed the topic. Why did you guys come over? Bai Qi walked over to Xiao Mo with a big grin and wrapped an arm around him. As for me, I need to expand my business and open one more online store, so I'll lend you an office space and I'll share half of the rent. Xiao Mo was speechless. $3,000 a month for a 300 square feet office, and you have to share half of it? The efforts to alleviate poverty are also too great. Xiao Mo smiled and said, no, if you need it, just come over directly. It's quite spacious here anyway. Bai Qi didn't retort and pulled Xiao Mo around to visit. Then, the two went to the balcony to chatter. Ling Wei sat beside Shin Lingyun. Shin Lingyun asked, I'm going to order takeout for noon. Your family, do you still eat braised turtle? Ling Wei looked worried. You can hold back mentioning this. Since the day you grabbed the skirt, this guy ate braised turtle for lunch, calling it a revenge diet. And the room was full of that fishy smell. He can't get back at you, so he's getting back at me. I've been dreaming at night that I've turned into an octopus, flopping around in the water. Shin Lingyun, seeing that the two men were not there, Ling Wei hurriedly pulled Shin Lingyun and asked in a low voice, did you get it done or not? Shin Lingyun, not much progress. Ling Wei pushed her. Pull back, come in the door and look at the two of you. Did he just get up from you? Shin Lingyun, can you tell? You've got surveillance in your office, don't you? Ling Wei kindly reminded. Speed up the progress. Zhao's ears are soft. He has an unspoken grudge with the Ji family. Ji Xiaobalian is still a bit of a means. Shin Lingyun hummed in defiance. What little white lotus? She's older than me. Ling Wei. What a clean focus. Shin Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo on the balcony and recalled that a few minutes ago, his hand was pressed on her waist. At that time he was unconsciously blushing and breathing heavily, too embarrassed to raise his eyes to her. I think, it's soon, Shin Lingyun said confidently. The defenses of his mind, at least, should be cracked. Ling Wei's brain twitched. What fast? Men can't say fast. Shin Lingyun gently kicked her and snapped. Nasty. Xiao Mo and Bai Qi were talking about the planning of the business venture. Xiao Yalan's phone call came through. She sounded enthusiastic. Son, you've already started a business? Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. Well, just rented an office. Xiao Yalan, I ran into Xiao Bai's two families on the road today, and only realized that you've opened a studio when I asked them. You're right. Not telling mom and dad about such a big deal. Xiao Mo laughed. I've just started to get it. I don't know how it's going to be back there yet. Xiao Yalan, mom, here there are $100,000 before buying some financial products. And earn, just expired today. I hate your card. This is even if mom and dad support you. Xiao Mo, mom, no, I have startup capital here. My friend took a sum of money to invest for me. Xiao Yalan, you take it. This is what mom and dad gave you. All these years, we have relied on you to subsidize the family. I discussed with your father. In the future, we too diligently. Good operation of the pharmacy. G family side can ask for money. We do not want a penny. And your brother's money are counted as mom borrowed you, slowly returned to you in the future. When Xiao Mo heard this, his heart was indescribable. Xiao Yalan, Mo. Before, mom hid her selfishness and favored your brother, and owed you. Mom thinks you are capable and don't need to worry. Always favoring your younger brother. It's mom's fault. Don't be angry. Even if you lose money, your father and I will take care of you. Chapter 66. This is not even a kiss. Xiao Mo. Have you ever quit drugs? Xiao Mo's nose was sore. Over the years, Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong had done their best to raise him, treating him as an adopted son and taking care of him in every way in life. And Xiao Mo had been very grateful. Hearing these words from Xiao Yalan, Xiao Mo was touched in his heart. Xiao Mo didn't rub it in and accepted Xiao Yalan's goodwill. Mom, I'll take the money, count it as your investment in me, and when I make money, I'll give you a share of the profits. Xiao Yalan was happy. Good, my son is capable. Earn me big money. I often read the news on the internet. What a cleaner bought the stock of the company that just founded, and then became a billionaire. Hanging up Xiao Yalan's phone call, Xiao Mo and Bai Qi returned to the office's leisure area together. He just wanted to ask Shin Lingyun and Ling Wei what they would eat for lunch. Ji Yinghua suddenly sent a video invitation. Xiao Mo connects to the video.
Ji Yinghua's wrinkled old face appeared on the screen. Son, I heard from a friend that you started a business? Xiao Mo froze, not expecting Grandpa Ji to receive the message. Ji Yinghua said smilingly, can you hide this from Grandpa? Grandpa had a bit of status in Cloud City back then. Don't underestimate Grandpa. Xiao Mo smiled faintly. Grandpa, I'm just starting out. I didn't mean to hide this from you. Ji Yinghua, good boy. Just kidding with you. It's good that you have your own career. Grandpa supports you. Xiao Mo didn't know if Ji Ningyan had said anything to her grandfather on her side, but he wondered how his grandfather had not suspected, in the least, about his sudden business venture. Xiao Mo asked tentatively, Grandpa, did Ningyan tell you? Ji Yinghua, sort of. I called her and asked why you weren't home. She said you went to a new office, and said you want to do your own business, not rely on Ji. I think it's okay. You're a talented kid. Maybe in the future you can build a business empire and compare to Ji. A man must want to be better than his daughter-in-law. Grandpa understands you. The more the old man talked, the happier he became. Xiao Mo, however, still had worries in his heart. Grandpa is full of hope now. Will he be able to bear it when the day comes to know the truth? Ji Yinghua added, Kid, Grandpa pulled 2 orders for you. Aren't you designing that what's-his-name small program? I have 2 old friends. You use the small program to design business cards for them. $20,000 a. Xiao Mo was happy. Grandpa, how can a business card be worth $20,000? You are robbing in the open. Ji Yinghua laughed heartily. What open robbery? I'm just buying by force. My granddaughter-in-law started a business. Those old friends of mine dare not support it? By the way, son, Grandpa will give you $1 million as Grandpa's sponsorship of your business. This is angel investment. Xiao Mo was surprised. Although the old man has antiques in his hands, he doesn't have much cash, and the company's shares have been given to Ji Ningyan. Xiao Mo asked, Grandpa, where did you get so much money? Ji Yinghua said mysteriously, Grandpa used to let a kid invest in a house, and after 10 years it appreciated 5 times and made nearly $60 million. He gave me a sum of money in return. Silly boy. Grandpa has many ways to get money. As long as you live a good life with Ningyan, it's better than anything else. Xiao Mo knew that Grandpa was just trying to be brave. No matter what, the old man didn't have much cash on hand, but Xiao Mo was also clear about his grandfather's stubbornness. The old man is very sentimental and does not value money. Refusing will definitely be useless and will make the old man angry. Let's give it back to him later. Xiao Mo said. Thank you, Grandpa. I will try my best. After coaxing the old man, Xiao Mo cut off the video. Xiao Mo asked those present, what do you guys want to eat? There's a food court downstairs. Shen Lingyun skimmed her small mouth, as if soaking in lemons, and said sourly, I don't know. Why don't you ask Ningyan what she means? Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun played with a small ornament on the coffee table. Her tone was cool and whooshing, and her pretty little mouth continued to output. Alas, what do you think I am busy for? People come out to start their own business, just to be better than their wives. Maybe it's a love affair between 2 young couples. Only I, the wrongdoer, bet on my future to run to Cloud City to be a partner. Maybe I even delayed other people's 2 couples to play tricks. Bai Chi slapped his thigh. I just remembered. There's still foot fish stewing on the stove at home. Let's go back first. He threw Ling Wei a wink and headed for the door. Ling Wei followed closely behind. Right. Let's go back and take a look. We'll have dinner together sometime. You guys chat. The 2 couples saw that the atmosphere was not right and made excuses to slip away. I'm going to make coffee, just in time to try out the new coffee maker. Zhao Shirai also ducked into the coffee room. She feels like the drama she's chasing right now is like a blind box. Who knows if the next thing that opens up will be a sweet favor or an abusive relationship. Xiao Mo walked to sit beside Shen Lingyun, looked at the angry Fufu fried hair kitten, and tugged on her braid. Angry again? What's all this nonsense? With unhappiness written all over her face, Shen Lingyun muttered, it's such a situation now, and you're still hiding it from the old master? Then if the old master doesn't let you get a divorce, are you just not going to do it? Xiao Mo was decisive. Leave. Shen Lingyun raised her eyebrows. I don't believe it. Xiao Mo assured her. True away. No lie. Shen Lingyun turned her small face in exasperation. Burning newspapers on the grave, fooling ghosts. Xiao Mo smiled. I don't say it now only because I don't want to irritate Grandpa when he has just recovered from his illness. I've thought about it. Grandpa has been kind to me. I'll repay him, and if he has nothing to fall back on in his old age, I'll support him. But I have nothing to do with the Ji family anymore, and even less to do with Ji Ningyan. I will show my cards to him in the future. Just now, Xiao Mo had a mouthful of condensed smoke, and Shen Lingyun was so jealous that she was bubbling. Hearing him say this, Shen Lingyun's taut little face loosened up and she couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. However, she quickly pretended to still be angry again and stuck out her little thumb. Word of mouth. Pull the hook. Xiao Mo, okay, as you wish, like when he was a child. After pulling the hook with her, Xiao Mo squeezed her soft, boneless little hand and softly asked, "What do you want for lunch?" "I'll go with you." Shen Lingyan tilted her soft little face up. "I don't know what to eat at noon. Isn't that the ultimate problem in life?" Xiao Mo lowered his eyes to look at her and smiled. "Then take your time to think about it. I'll wait for you. Hee hee." Shen Lingyan laughed so hard she wrinkled her cute little nose. "You give me a couple of proposals and let me choose." "Yes." Zhao Shirai peeked in the coffee room. She saw Shen Lingyan slightly tilting her head, her snow-tender cheeks flushed with a faint blush, as delicate as roses, and her eyes burningly staring at Xiao Mo's handsome face. Xiao Mo, on the other hand, had a gentle gaze and looked intently at Shen Lingyan's pretty little face. The two were so close that the tips of their noses were touching. Shen Lingyan's cherry blossom-like delicate and pink lips were close to Xiao Mo's chin. From such a distance, Zhao Xia could feel the ambiguous scent in the air. "Quickly kiss it up. Quickly kiss it." Zhao Shirao was so anxious that she stomped her feet, itching to go over and press her head herself. "That's not even a kiss? Have you ever quit drugs, brother Xiao? I know you guys bonded as teenagers and still get along like you used to, but you're old enough to learn some higher order knowledge, or at least you need to understand that you can't make kids just by holding hands." Was sputtering when the doorbell rang again. Zhao Shirao rolled her eyes and went to open the door. "Who's bothering me to get high on CP again?" However, he saw Ji Ningyan, who was dressed in a white dress, with her beautiful eyes containing sorrow, standing in the doorway in a pavilion. Zhao Xia never dreamed that the plot had progressed to a critical period when the hero's ex-wife arrived. She let out a groundhog yelp in shock. Chapter 67, Ji Ningyan doesn't want a divorce. Not only did Zhao Shirnai look like she had seen a ghost, Ji Ningyan was also shocked by Zhao Shirai's overreaction and took a step back. She was at the banquet yesterday and had met Zhao Shirai and knew that it was Shen Lingyan's person. Ji Ningyan subconsciously felt a bit hostile towards Zhao Shirai. Zhao Shirai's mind was spinning fast. She didn't want Ji Ningyan to come in and disturb Missy and Xiao Mo from spending time together. Zhao Xia's chubby little body, blocking the doorway, also trying to stretch her neck a little longer, trying to block the sight of her 1m7 enemy with her 1m6 odd height. "Who are you looking for?" Ji Ningyan was just about to open her mouth when Zhao Shirai replied decisively. "No, you can come back another time." Ji Ningyan could see that Zhao Xia was doing it on purpose and was almost infuriated. Isn't this just to make things difficult for her? Seeing Zhao Shirai blocking the doorway, she had no intention of giving way. Ji Ningyan said coldly, "Have Xiao Mo come out. I'm looking for him for something." Zhao Shirai shook her head. "We don't have anyone named Xiao Mo here. You're in the wrong place." With that, she pressed her chubby little hand against the door, ready to close it. Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip tightly. She didn't expect Zhao Xiao to be able to spout nonsense to her face. Her jade hand pressed against the door as she said angrily, "This is Xiao Mo's studio. I know, don't try to trick me." Zhao Xia's eyes turned bony, and she grunted coldly, "Right, you also know that this is a studio, so of course it's a place to work. Please leave the idle people and don't disturb our work." "You." Ji Ningyan was disliked by this logicose talented little fat sister in front of her. Unable to speak, Xiao Mo heard the commotion, let go of Shen Lingyan's hand and walked over. He also froze for a moment when he saw Ji Ningyan. He honestly didn't expect this woman, who was supposed to be only in the office across the street, to suddenly come over here. Xiao Mo's black eyes were ancient, quietly staring at Ji Ningyan with a calm tone. "You wanted to see me. What's the matter?" Ji Ningyan felt that she had been wronged here in Zhao Shirai, and her eyes turned a little red. A faint layer of tears floated in her beautiful eyes and she asked softly, "Xiao Mo, can I go in and talk?" "Feel free." Xiao Mo nodded. Since she knew where the studio was, there was nothing to see. Xiao Mo hadn't apologized to her, so naturally he didn't need to hide it. After all that had happened, he felt for her only as an acquaintance, nothing more. Zhao Shirai reluctantly stepped aside. Ji Ningyan walked into the office with a graceful step. Her gait was light and slender, and she had changed into an everyday dress that was not as high and cold as yesterday's, and had more of a light beauty. Although Zhao Xia was hostile to her, she had to admit that Ji Ningyan was quite an outstanding beauty. "Anyway, it's still closer than my Missy. At least, my lady has a 3060 and she doesn't. Are you trying to seduce Brother Shao by dressing so beautifully today?" "You're right. My Missy just doesn't want to use this kind of tactics, or else what man could stand up to her kind of body?" Zhao Xia crickets Ji Ningyan inwardly. He raised his eyes but realized that Shen Lingyan had disappeared. Zhao Shirai guessed that maybe Missy wanted to give them space to talk alone, and she also made an excuse to re-enter the coffee room. "Perhaps this coffee room is for me, a bitter little assistant. Every cup of iced Americano I make here is as bitter as my life." Zhao Shirai spat. Ji Ningyan stood in the middle of the office and looked around. After a long time, she whispered, "Is this your new studio?" Xiao Mo smiled lightly. Well, the place is a bit small. Entrepreneurial beginnings are like this. Not as good as G's. Mr. G don't mind. Hearing Xiao Mo deliberately and rustily call her general manager G, Ji Ningyan's heart ached. Suddenly, she missed Xiao Mo calling her Ningyan in a gentle tone, but she knew that in his heart he must resent her. Ji Ningyan lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly into Xiao Mo's eyes. Her tone sullen. Xiao Mo, no matter what you decide, I will support you. Xiao Mo increasingly realized that he couldn't understand her brain circuits. Wasn't it all her will that he was in the state he was in? Or maybe she's just sorry that he didn't follow the route she designed, and should have taken the $20 million and stayed home to die and live up to his reputation as an unmotivated and soft-spoken man. Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. Really? Me too. I support you in your decision. Ji Ningyan knew that he was talking about the divorce. A glimmer of hope snapped up in her heart. She went to pull Xiao Mo's hand, but Xiao Mo avoided it. With tears in her eyes, she softly begged, Xiao Mo, if I say, I don't want to get a divorce anymore. I really don't want to get a divorce anymore. Will you also support my decision? Xiao Mo didn't understand her repetition. He opened his mouth and asked, I don't quite understand why you change your mind in 3 days if you've decided to get a divorce. I don't understand even more. What's the point of going through all this meaningless pulling when I've promised you a divorce and also chosen to clean up my act? Ji Ningyan's tearful eyes looked at Xiao Mo's handsome face with a cold expression. Her body shivered slightly and a strong feeling of heartache spread in her chest. Xiao Mo's question obviously touched a sore point. A while ago, Ji Ningyan only had Ji in her white moonlight on her mind, and she chose divorce completely subconsciously. But last night, she fainted and woke up to find the large villa empty, with no one around her to rely on, and loneliness swept over her. Thinking that she would never feel Xiao Mo's care again, her entire body felt like it had been completely drained. She was beginning to realize that maybe divorce wasn't the outcome she really wanted. It seemed like she had never thought that Xiao Mo would really walk away without looking back one day. In the past 5 years, no matter how cold and capricious she had been, Xiao Mo had been endlessly tolerant of her. She thought the divorce was too easy at first, and even subconsciously thought that by leaving Xiao Mo and getting back together with Lu Ziyu, Ji would be able to take off with the Lu family's connections. Xiao Mo, on the other hand, would probably wait for her where she was. It was Xiao Mo's deep love that gave her the backbone to act recklessly. She thought she had the right to be sorry. Xiao Mo's cold voice once again sounded from overhead. Ji Ningyan, no matter what you came to me today, I hope it's the last time. I really don't want to have anything to do with you. I'm really tired of saying this. Ji Ningyan raised her hand and wiped her tears. She took out the check from her bag and handed it to Xiao Mo, her pale fingertips shaking slightly. She said to Xiao Mo expectantly, Xiao Mo, here is $5 million. I know you need money to start a business. You take it first and make the company work. I also found some friends. They have the will to do online construction. They will come to you to cooperate. I will help you make the studio up. Can you consider it? What do you mean by that? Alms for me? Xiao Mo looked at her coldly, without a ripple in his eyes, as if he was watching a stranger's performance. I'm just. Ji Ningyan couldn't go on. Chapter 68 Xiao Mo, can't you see she's a green tea? Xiao Mo sighed. There's no need. I don't need charity. My friends and family have already helped me raise the startup capital, and I've started taking orders. None of this is any trouble for you. All of this will be taken as me repaying my grandfather's favor. I have no grudges. We are really too clear. Xiao Mo was right. She was the one who wanted a divorce and forced him out of the Ji family, not even giving him the shares he deserved. What's the point of coming back to him now and saying this? Ji Ningyan lowered her long black eyelashes, tears shaking on her lashes as if they would slide down in the next second. Xiao Mo's words were like a cold knife that pierced into her heart. She had already given up and just wanted to give the check to Xiao Mo and then convince him to accept the $50 million as compensation for him. However, this morning, Xiao Ding came to report on Xiao Mo's developments, and she realized that the office that Xiao Mo had rented was directly across the street from her office. It couldn't help but renew her hope. She thought that Xiao Mo was a person who was nostalgic for the past and still couldn't let go of his affection for her. When she arrived here, she saw Xiao Mo's cold attitude and those words of refusal. It was only then that Ji Ningyan completely understood that Xiao Mo was truly not going to turn back. The intense heartache caused Ji Ningyan to lose control of her emotions. She excitedly went up and grabbed Xiao Mo's arm, tearfully pleading, Xiao Mo, do we have to be like this? Let's just pretend that I was wrong, okay? Nothing happened between Lu Ziyu and I. Let's start over, okay? Xiao Mo pushed her hand away. His deep eyes didn't have any emotional fluctuations, and his voice was as cold as ice. There are some decisions that are made that you can't go back on. I've moved on and made a new start. So why are you stuck with yourself where you are? Xiao Mo's words were like a bolt from the blue, crushing all of Ji Ningyan's hopes. She stood frozen in place,
Her heart clutched hard as if by a big invisible hand, and tears of sadness fell down in drops. However, no matter how sad she was, Xiao Mo just stood quietly with a bland expression. It seemed to be waiting for her to leave. Ji Ningyan was not willing to do so. The two stood opposite each other, but it seemed as if they were separated by 1,000 mountains, silently frozen. Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun's clear and delicate voice rang out. Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan turned their heads at the same time and looked at Shen Lingyun. Her face was pale and her footsteps were weak as she walked to Xiao Mo's side and said in a petulant manner, "I'm not feeling well." Saying that, her person also softly fell towards Xiao Mo. "Where is it uncomfortable?" Xiao Mo hurriedly supported her and asked nervously. Shen Lingyun's body leaned against Xiao Mo, arched twice, and said pretentiously, "I don't know. Anyway, it's just that the heart is panicky and difficult. I'll take you to the hospital." "No need." Shen Lingyun continued to act. "I'll just rest for a while. There's a sofa bed in your office. I'll help you over." Xiao Mo squeezed her warm and soft little hand tightly. Shen Lingyun gently tugged on his sleeve, her eyes glistening with water, her voice so soft that it seemed like it could drip honey. "But you're still talking to your sister. If you accompany me to rest, my sister will get angry, right?" Xiao Mo knew that she was possessed by the dramatist again and secretly glared at her, asking in a low voice, "Is it really uncomfortable?" Shen Lingyun just looked at him with a vein of affection, pursed her lips and didn't say anything, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. The whole person was so soft and weak that it was like a white lotus that was shaking on the branch. Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with her and quietly glared at her, telling her to stop acting. Shen Lingyun, however, was still twisting her petite body and grunting, "I can't walk, my heart hurts, I don't have the strength. I'll carry you over," Xiao Mo said softly. Anyway, he didn't want to continue to tangle with Ji Ningyan here, so he might as well follow Shen Lingyun's wishes and get out earlier. As for how Ji Ningyan was going to interpret it, he didn't bother. Xiao Mo picked up Shen Lingyun in a horizontal hug. Ji Ningyan was about to go mad when she saw this. She knew that Shen Lingyun was on good terms with Xiao Mo, and she also knew that Xiao Mo cared about this woman. However, she never expected that Xiao Mo would just indulge this tea-heated woman and demonstrate in front of her anytime, anywhere. Ji Ningyan had a terrible few days and was already a little emotional. Shen Lingyun's tea ceremony made her instantly angry and impulsively stopped Xiao Mo, who was hugging Shen Lingyun. "Xiao Mo, we're not officially divorced yet, and you're being so affectionate with her. You. Xiao Mo exhaled in annoyance. "Ji Ningyan, if you don't have any new point of view, you don't have to say it. Don't use the same excuse for my emotional output every time you come running over here. Your erratic behavior has already caused me trouble." Xiao Mo spoke politely, but Ji Ningyan sounded solid in every word, especially when she saw Shen Lingyun with a soft and boneless look, snuggled in Xiao Mo's arms, her pretty little face filled with a smug smile. She was even more furious. Ji Ningyan's chest rose and fell dramatically, and her voice was so shrill that it trembled. "Xiao Mo, are you mesmerized by this vixen? How you treat me? I don't blame you, but she's so tea-breathless, can't you see it? Or do you just like green tea women?" Xiao Mo stared at her coldly, anger floating in the depths of his dark eyes. "Ji Ningyan, I'm warning you, you can say whatever you want about me, but you don't have the right to insult my friends." "Xiao Mo." Ji Ningyan wanted to say something else. "Please get out of the way," Xiao Mo rebuked in a cold voice. Ji Ningyan's nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Her heart hurt as if there were millions of steel needles sticking in it. Her voice trembled as she asked what was on her mind. "Xiao Mo, you said you've made a new start. Is it her?" Shen Lingyun's small hand that was hooked around Xiao Mo's neck was so nervous that it had nowhere to rest. She was afraid that Xiao Mo would deny it. Xiao Mo, however, only said one word faintly. "Yes." Ji Ningyan, who received the answer, swayed violently and nearly fell. Her eyes were hollow, as if her soul had been drained away, and even her breathing became difficult. Xiao Mo ignored Ji Ningyan and carried Shen Lingyun into the office. He had just put Shen Lingyun on the sofa. Shen Lingyun, however, hooked his neck and pulled him closer with force. Xiao Mo was startled. His lips were less than 2 inches away from Shen Lingyun's, his breath entwined, her sweet, warm breath entwining his nostrils. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mo asked in a low voice. Shen Lingyun's clear and bright pupils reflected Xiao Mo's reflection. She replied with a grin. "Don't move." Outside, looking in through the clear window, "It looks like we're doing something indescribable. Piss her off." Xiao Mo pinched her on her soft waist and said with a smile, "Shen Lingyun, you've really had enough." Shen Lingyun changed her face in seconds, puffed up her little cheeks and let go of Xiao Mo. "Heartbroken? Then you go find your Ningyan. I won't help you." Xiao Mo cupped Shen Lingyun's soft and charming little face with both hands and squeezed her delicate and small features into a ball. "You're still making a scene." Shen Lingyun was unconvinced. "It's about to get rowdy. No fooling around. I'll make a scene. I'll make a scene." Shen Lingyun stretched her neck and glared at him,
Xiao Mo was exasperated by her and laughed. That's how it was in middle school. When you're angry, you can do anything you want. The favored ones are emboldened. Xiao Mo let go of her, his eyes hiding teasing, but his tone was doting. Shen Lingyun, you're just so sure I'll coax you when you act like this. Shen Lingyun was told the center of the matter. Slender eyelashes, like two small fan-like fan, smilingly re-wrapped his arms around Xiao Mo's neck, always soft and sticky tone, suddenly more than a few points of frivolity. So, are you coaxing or not? Chapter 69, Making Out with Xiao Mo in front of Ji Ningyan. Xiao Mo blared at Shen Lingyun. Grinch, you just know how to make things bad.
Shen Lingyun's small face was dyed a faint pink color.
And she pouted. If you don't say it, you won't go. Xiao Mo scraped her upturned nose. Later on, you will take me to eat something delicious. Now I have to do something. Why do you want to do something?
Shen Lingyun pouted her small mouth. Xiao Mo was happy and patted her lightly on her small paw.
Work and earn money to support you, partner.
Shen Lingyun reluctantly let go of his hand.
Ji Ningyan stood outside and couldn't hear the conversation between the two. Looking through the transparent observation window, he happened to see Xiao Mo crouching over Shen Lingyun.
Shen Lingyun's pair of glowing white jade hands wrapped around Xiao Mo's neck. The two seemed to be kissing obliviously. Thinking of Xiao Mo's 10,000 pities in defense of Shen Lingyun, Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip in death and shivered all over.
Not only did he move on, he did that shameful thing with that woman in front of her. Ji Ningyan's tears continued to gush out, sliding down like broken beads, as if breathing brought a heart-rending pain.
Zhao Shirai came over with a dry mop and pretended to scrub on the carpet twice.
Hey, ma'am, I'm mopping the floor. Can you stop standing here? Ji Ningyan's tearful eyes widened. You called me auntie?
Zhao Shirai's chubby little face is filled with innocence.
Yes, I'm 22 this year.
I'm 22 years old this year.
You're at least 3 years old, so it's fine for me to call you auntie. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Ji Ningyan could no longer endure this humiliation and turned around to run out. How could you drive away Missy's love interest so easily? Not ashamed of me. Zhao Shirai shook her hair confidently and put the mop back. Deep in her heart, Xiao Mo walked out and asked Zhao Shirai, is she gone? Zhao Shirai nodded. Yeah, I don't know why, but she walked off without saying anything, and I wanted to keep her for dinner. Xiao Mo was amused by her words. Zhao Xiao, however, was afraid that Xiao Mo would falter and hurriedly persuaded. Brother, I think your ex-wife
must have come to make up with you yesterday when she saw you making a big splash at young Zhang's party.
Don't fall for it. Xiao Mo just smiled faintly and did not respond.
He could guess that Ji Ningyan must have been pissed off by Zhao Shirai.
It didn't matter to him, letting Ji Ningyan learn a lesson so that she wouldn't come back and go crazy somehow. Xiao Mo thinks that probably Ji Ningyan still can't accept that he doesn't lick her anymore. And even more so, she can't see him befriending people with power and influence, which will make her high self-esteem hurt. And that's why she's behaving erratically. He didn't pay any more attention to Ji Ningyan's thoughts. Turning on the computer, Xiao Mo first planned the two small projects on hand, and part of the work was outsourced to the studio he had previously worked with. Next, the previous company rules and regulations were found and optimized, sent to the advertising company to produce materials, and asked them to design the corporate culture wall. He stood at the printer printing documents. Shen Lingyun and Zhao Xin sat on the sofa, eating chips and watching him busy. Zhao Xiao sighed. Zhao's work is fine. We only have 3 people now, and complete rules and regulations. What's the point of having a system with a general manager, a deputy general manager and a free, stupid elk-like assistant? Xiao Mo smiled lightly and said, without any surprises, the backbone will arrive soon. Shen Lingyun stretched her back. Okay, it's good that you have confidence. I'll be lazy and help you to pull business in the next 2 days. Xiao Mo walked over and patted the back of her head. Good. 3 years to build up strength. 5 years to take off and realize the ultimate goal of going public. The future of the company rests on you. Ha! Good you Xiao Mo. The studio has just been established, and you've lit up all the skills of playing chicken and drawing big cakes. You dare to fool me. Watch the move. Shen Lingyun knelt on the sofa and raised her small fist to pound his chest. Xiao Mo grabbed her 2 small paws and lifted them above her head. Shen Lingyun's body twisted around in a desperate struggle, not wanting to be a light bulb. Zhao Shirai sighed and silently went to the coffee room. This company of ours, is it a proper company? It always feels like there's a camera hidden somewhere and the next second it'll be a romantic action movie. Zhao Xiaoai brought out 2 cups of coffee and found that Shen Lingyun had already gained the upper hand. She pushed Xiao Mo down onto the sofa and sat across his lap, her slender white fingers poking the itchy flesh of his waist. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Say something. Xiao Mo begged for mercy. Wrong. Lady warrior, spare my life. Shen Lingyun's fingers roamed around his waist. It's too late to admit your mistake now. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Zhao Shirai silently put down her coffee and walked towards the door. Shin Ai, where are you going? Shen Lingyun asked. Zhao Shernai said quietly. Go downstairs to eat pickled fish. Like me, it's sour and vegetable-y and redundant. Xinling Yun let out an "oh." Then just pack one back for us. I'm too lazy to go out. As she was talking, not paying attention, Xiao Mo rolled over and pressed her underneath. It was Xinling Yun's turn to beg for mercy again. Zhao Shernai rolled her eyes and went out. Their behavior has caused secondary damage to her as a single dog. The joy of being high on CP can't be offset. However, Zhao Shernai was worried about them again. Judging by the way they were playing around, they probably used to play like this in middle school. Otherwise, how could the picture be so middle-aged? Don't they realize by now that there are more fun games to be played between men and women? Ji Ningyan cried and ran out of Xiaomo's studio. In the elevator, she covered her face as tears kept pouring out from between her fingers. Her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. When she lowered her hands and raised her tearful eyes, she realized that everyone around her was looking at her. She saw her messy hair and red eyes in the mirror of the elevator door and broke down instantly. She buried her head as low as she could, letting her long hair fall to block out her mess and embarrassment. A few dozen short seconds in the elevator felt horribly long to her. The first floor is here. Ji Ningyan rushed out of the elevator. Instead, she realized that there was no way she could go back to Ji's in such a state. In Ji's group, she was the proud female general and had to face the crowd with excellent posture. She always has to hold her head high, put on an air of coolness and thunder, wearing an impenetrable armor to hide all the fragility and insecurity. She was suddenly at a loss. Ji Ningyan walked alone to the garden at the back of the office building. She sat by the flower bed. Last night's dream brought back a lot of memories that kept intruding on her thoughts. She dreamed of when she initially married Xiao Mo contract. At that time, Ji Ningyan's father owed more than $100 million of huge debts, and there are several huge sums of money cannot be recovered. The supplier's payment hole cannot be filled. He hid in his old mansion to drown his sorrows in wine, and allowed the debtors and suppliers to cause trouble at keys. The biggest debtors, who specialize in lending, have mob power. That day, he got a few thugs to come over and threaten Ji Ningyan to pay her debt. The menacing thugs kicked the door panels shut and cursed rudely. Ji Ningyan hid under the desk, trembling with fear. Chapter 70 Xiao Mo, will you come back? Ji Ningyan, you come out to me. If I don't see the money today, I'll smash your Ji clan and sell you and your mom to a nightclub to take clients to pay off your debt. The debtor said gruffly. If you dare to call the police, I'll let a few of my men take a turn at you. Shoot a video and post it on the internet. Let's see if you're still a human being. Ji Ningyan didn't dare to call the police, so she had to send a message to Xiao Mo to hurry over. The gangsters broke down the door, raised the clubs in their hands without explanation, and smashed the office to smithereens. Ji Ningyan curled up under the table, her hands hugging herself tightly, her chest heaving violently, and a fine cold sweat seeping from her forehead. Each approaching footstep felt like a step on her heart. Fear came in like a tidal wave and overwhelmed her. She didn't dare to look up, but could only stare at the ground as if she would be consumed by fear in the next second. One of the yellow-haired thugs found her, whistled sagely, and yanked her out from under the table. Yo, little beauty, you're hiding here? It's no use, our boss said. Either pay back the money or pay for the meat. Your choice. Ji Ningyan begged with tears in her eyes, but Boss Huang was indifferent. Fortunately, Xiao Mo arrived in time. I promised to pay back the money. You guys let her go. Xiao Mo pleaded with Boss Huang. Boss Huang smoked a cigarette, tilted his head to survey Xiao Mo, and asked mockingly, I know, you're the son-in-law of the Ji family, but the Ji family's properties are mortgaged, and they still can't fill in the capital hole, and you're a young man in his early 20s. Your hair hasn't grown back yet, so what are you going to take to pay it back? Xiao Mo said, I will raise the money as soon as possible. Boss Huang didn't believe it at all, sneered and asked his men to come over and pickpocket Ji Ningyan's clothes, to take racy photos and send them online, saying that it was to give Ji Ningyan a little lesson. Don't beg, you, Ji Ningyan cried, begging for mercy. Boss Huang, however, was not half as soft. Xiao Mo stopped in front of Ji Ningyan, but he knew very well that these fighters were all practiced fighters, and even if he had a martial arts background, he could not beat so many people. He pulled a folding knife from his pocket and, with the sharp blade, made a long cut on his left forearm. Warm blood trickled down, facing Boss Huang's surprised gaze. Xiao Mo's tone was resolute. I have companies that are making profits in my hands. All the information is available. I will find a way to sell the companies for cash. In 1 week, I'll raise $10 million for you. If I can't, you guys will cut off one of my hands. Boss Huang stared at Xiao Mo with complicated eyes. Xiao Mo, fearing that Boss Huang would not believe him, pointed the tip of the knife at his heart and added, if you guys move her today, the big deal is that both of us will die together. The money, you definitely won't get it. Boss Huang had been around for a long time and could not possibly be bluffed by a young man with a few words, but as he deliberated,
it wasn't out of the question to drive the younger two to suicide together. In the end, Boss Wong was here for the money, and he didn't care if they lived or died, but their lives, it was useless for him to ask for them. Boss Wong was silent for a few seconds and clapped his hands with a wicked smile. Well, young man, a bit of courage. There is an old saying how to say? Since ancient times, heroes come out of the youth. Young man, not bad. Old brother think highly of you. I believe you this time. But you remember your promise. A week, 10 million, no on. Boss Huang made a chopping motion. Xiao Mo stared at him calmly. I will raise it. When those people left, Xiao Mo slowly lowered his folding knife. Ji Ningyan's heart was a mixture of aggression and shame, and she cried and jumped into Xiao Mo's arms. Xiao Mo, if you hadn't come, I would have been killed by those bad people. She choked back a sob. Xiao Mo's left arm was hanging down by his side and blood was flowing continuously. He used his right hand to stroke Ji Ningyan's black hair and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'll protect you. Ji Ningyan hugged Xiao Mo very tightly and curled up in his arms and cried, her fear making her entire body constantly shiver. She coveted the warmth and security of Xiao Mo's embrace, completely forgetting that his hand was still bleeding. After several minutes, she remembered that Xiao Mo's hand was injured and rushed to help him find a medicine chest. Ji Ningyan stopped reminiscing. Those days when she was being chased for debts, it was Xiao Mo who protected her and kept her safe. Otherwise, she might have been taken by those punks. At that time, her heart was full of gratitude and dependence on Xiao Mo, but she didn't feel in love with Xiao Mo. She once thought that Lu Ziyu was the love of her life. After Lu Ziyu left the country and no word was heard from her, she completely died and fell into despair. How can a person who was desperate for love be easily attracted to others? Perhaps the memories of being chased for debts were too painful. 3 years later, Ji Ningyan chose to forget. She also rightfully forgets all the things Xiao Mo has done for her, and begins to listen to the things her mom says, disliking Xiao Mo for not getting ahead. However, last night's dream realistically recreated the scene. It's like experiencing it all over again. When Ji Ningyan woke up and thought that Xiao Mo had left, she felt deeply depressed. She suddenly realized that she didn't want a divorce. During these 5 years, no matter what kind of storm, it was Xiao Mo who covered for her. If she had any problems, the first person she thought of was also Xiao Mo, not Lu Ziyu. She remembered her grandfather saying that Xiao Mo was sincere about her, and that Lu Ziyu had abandoned her when the Ji family was in trouble. She faltered. She felt that Lu Ziyu might not be a good companion, but at best a business partner. She suspected that she had already fallen in love with Xiao Mo long ago, but she just never realized it. After all, she had been deeply hurt by Lu Ziyu, and it wasn't her fault that she hadn't considered love. Ji Ningyan came to find Xiao Mo today in the hope that he would return to his side. However, Xiao Mo refused her request to get back together and also made love to another woman in front of her. Ji Ningyan felt aggrieved at first, and after crying for a while, her thoughts shifted again. Was Xiao Mo deliberately angry with her? Or has he really started with Xin Lingyun? He used to love her so much, how could he just put it down? If he was with Xin Lingyun, would there still be a place for her in his heart? If she could accept Xin Lingyun's existence, would Xiao Mo not have left and would have continued this contractual marriage with her? Xiao Mo is so sentimental. Even if he doesn't care about her feelings, he still has to care about grandpa, right? Ji Ningyan was like a drowning person. Her thoughts were confused and she was casually grasping for life-saving straws. The thought rekindled a little hope in her dead heart. At that moment, Phone Liping's call came. Ji Ningyan got a headache when she saw that string of numbers. Reluctantly, she picked up and choked out. Mom, what is it? Phone Liping was very upset. You are my daughter. I can't call you if there's nothing wrong? Ji Ningyan wiped her tears and whispered. I don't mean that. I just worry that you have something important. Phone Liping coldly grunted. It's good to know. Daughter, you hurry up and divorce that punk Xiao Mo. You don't know. Xiao Yalan, that psycho. Dozens of phone calls a day to harass me, forcing me to share the money to her son. I think she is crazy about money. Listen to your mom. Let that punk get a clean break. You did nothing wrong. You must insist on your own idea. I'll be mad at Xiao Yalan, that shrew. Phone Liping herself is a famous shrew in the countryside. Difficult to deal with. Only Xiao Yalan, who had a spirited and daring personality, gave her a headache. She couldn't wait to get rid of Xiao Yalan in a hurry. Ji Ningyan listened to Phone Liping's tirade and felt that her voice was very distant. A lot of words disappeared like bubbles in her ears. Ji Ningyan asked softly, Mom, what if I don't want a divorce anymore? Chapter 71, Ji Ningyan is sad, wants to retrieve Xiao Mo. On the other end of the line, there was silence for 3 seconds. Phone Liping did not believe her ears. Daughter, what did you say? Ji Ningyan was very apprehensive inside. She knew how much her mom disliked Xiao Mo, but she really didn't want to give up on Xiao Mo just like that. She also wanted to use Xiao Mo's feelings for her grandfather to fight a little more. Even if Xiao Mo really took up with Shin Lingyun, she didn't want him to give up this contractual marriage. In her heart, she thought that as long as her grandfather stepped in, Xiao Mo would turn back. After all, Grandpa had saved Xiao Mo's family, and Xiao Mo was so sentimental. How could he not listen to Grandpa? Ji Ningyan took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, Mom, I don't want a divorce. I want to continue to live with Xiao Mo. What? Daughter, are you crazy? Feng Liping's voice steeply rose. Ji Ningyan patiently explained. I'm not crazy, Mom. I think, when Xiao Mo is by my side, at least I don't have to worry about most of the things in life. And she wanted to tell Feng Liping that Xiao Mo was no longer around the potting bench. He has now set up his own studio, befriended the crown prince of Xingtai real estate. He is not the soft rice man in the mouth of Feng Liping from the past. Maybe he can help Ji take off. However, before she could finish her sentence, Feng Liping rudely interrupted and gave her a burst of output. Ningyan, what's wrong with you? Have you been brainwashed by your grandfather? Let me tell you, your grandpa is old and senile, and you believe such stupidity as treating a loser like a treasure? If your grandpa was capable, he wouldn't have suffered a brain hemorrhage when the Ji family was in trouble, and spent 5 years in the hospital, coming back to take charge of the situation? He's dreaming. The Ji family is supported by us mother and daughter. We make our own decisions. Don't listen to what the old man says. Ji Ningyan retorted. Mom, our Ji family was propped up by Xiao Mo. Have you forgotten? Feng Liping said without hesitation. Funny, he's just helping us hold up the fort. The Ji family can rise up, relying on what our ancestors have built, and the efforts of you and I. What does it have to do with him? Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan felt that Feng Liping was incomprehensible. Feng Liping had always tried to erase Xiao Mo's credits, constantly reading the tightrope spell to Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan has been managing the business for all these years and is very overwhelmed. Plus she has always been obedient to her mother and has misunderstood Xiao Mo. Mom, it's not fair for you to say that. Xiao Mo Feng Liping's tone turned cold, sternly questioning. Ningyan, you are not looking at that little white boy, right? Have you slept with him? How many times have I explained to you not to commit yourself to him? You are a girl. How can you not love yourself at all? Ji Ningyan heard her mother's insults to herself and tears flowed down her face once again. For the sake of interest, her mother forced her to marry Xiao Mo contract and then forced her to divorce after they developed feelings for each other. In order to hitch a ride with the Lu family, her mother made her cheat on her husband within marriage to carry Lu Ziyu's child, and then lied that it was Xiao Mo's to cheat her grandfather out of the antiques and land in his hands. Now, she is just telling her mother what is in her heart. She does not want to be insulted by her mother as not self-love after she divorced Xiao Mo. She really didn't know what she really was in her mother's mind. Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip and shivered, but Feng Liping still output. What's the use of a man being good-looking? In the end, he's just a poor man. What can he compare to Ziyu? What kind of happiness can you expect if you're with him? Besides, is he capable of taking Ji to the next level? Daughter, don't lose your head. Forget it, sleep on it. You hurry to divorce with him, then I will take you to the hospital to do a surgery. Ziyu love you so much, surely can't see it. Ji Ningyan was humiliated and angry. Mom, what the hell are you talking about? How could I possibly do something like that? Feng Liping said angrily. I don't care how you are. Anyway, you must divorce Xiao Mo and tie up Ziyu. Otherwise, what will you take to expand Ji's? Don't forget, Ji's belongs to your two brothers. It can't be cheap to outsiders. Only Ziyu's family is big enough to support you, and won't steal the property from your two brothers. Ji Ningyan's tears once again came out of her eyes. She felt incredibly chilled, her voice sad. Mom, since I was a child, you only knew how to make me pay for the Ji family and pave the way for my two younger brothers. Have you ever thought about what I want? Have you heeded my feelings? Feng Liping was also infuriated, her voice sharp. You child, how did you become a white-eyed wolf? You were not born and raised by me? Most of Ji's shares are in your hands, but I'm doing this for your own good, right? Besides, isn't Ziyu the one you like and have your heart set on marrying? I don't know, I really don't know. From the time he left, and then his sudden return to the country, it seems like all my feelings for him have changed. Ji Ningyan muttered. Feng Liping was simply not in the mood to listen to her daughter pour out her heart. Her daughter to her is a tool person who manages the business, preferably to catch a golden son-in-law and sell it for a good price. The two sons are the most important. With a son, Feng Liping's position in the Ji family is solid. There will be endless glory and wealth. Feng Liping split her head and gave Ji Ningyan a scolding. Ningshan, don't be a jerk at a critical moment. Now that Ji's is steadily growing, Xiao Mo is willing to net his family, and Ziyu has returned to you. What are you still obsessing about? You take care of this quickly. You go to Xiao Yalan and warn her to leave me alone. I'm getting a headache from her noise. I haven't slept well for several nights, and I'm getting dark circles under my eyes. Ji Ningyan knew that her mother had always been unreasonable and wouldn't care about her feelings. She gave a few perfunctory words and hung up hastily. Ji Ningyan stared blankly at the extinguished cell phone screen. It was impossible for her to go to Xiao Yalan. Over the years, she had very little contact with Xiao Mo's family. Except for necessary family banquets, she hardly went to Zhao's house. On the contrary, it was Xiao Mo, who had been busy for the Ji family since the day they got married, and it was all Xiao Mo who took care of things inside and out. It was only after indulging phone liping that she had to seek out Xiao Mo to deal with even such a small matter as repairing a water pipe. Now, Ji Ningyan was going to divorce Xiao Mo, and when Xiao Yalan came to make trouble, what reason could she take to condemn Xiao Yalan? It is she herself who should be condemned, isn't it? Ji Ningyan's heart was in turmoil, and sadness wrapped around her like a tidal wave. Despite not wanting to admit it, these days, one thing after another happened. More and more memories of spending time with Xiao Mo were remembered. Her heart was filled with guilt towards Xiao Mo. Seeing her mother's use of herself, Ji Ningyan is even less inclined to listen to her mother and divorce her. Now it's Xiao Mo who doesn't want to turn back. Ji Ningyan sat by the flower bed and pondered over the specific plan to get Xiao Mo to come around. Even if Xiao Mo liked Shin Lingyun now, the two hadn't seen each other for so many years. How does it compare to the 5 years he spent with her? She didn't think too long term. Right now, she just hoped not to divorce Xiao Mo. As long as we don't get a divorce decree, everything still has a chance. That's when the cell phone rang. It was Ji Ningyan's assistant at the company, Li Dandan. Ji Ningyan wiped her tears dry and asked in a calm voice, Dan, what is it? Li Dandan's voice was tinged with tears. Sis, come back quickly. Something's happened at the company. Chapter 72, the Ji family's company has a big problem. What's going on? Ji Ningyan asked in a hurry. Li Dandan said in a panic. The company's OA system crashed. And what's worse, over at the internet division, one of our big clients, Mr. Fong, brought someone to negotiate, saying that there was a bug in the cell phone system and no one on our team could fix it, and that they were going to cancel their cooperation with us. Ji Ningyan stood up in shock. How long has it been going on? Dan Li, it's been over an hour. Ji Ningyan was furious. What? Something this big happened. You didn't come to report right away, but actually pressed for more than an hour? Li Dandan was shocked and cried. Sister, it's not my business. It's Mr. Lu who doesn't let us talk. Okay, I know. I'll be back now. Ji Ningyan felt a strong headache. This Mr. Fong, a big customer on the line, is going to contribute $50 million of profit to them every year. And there is a big project under construction this year, the kind you can't afford to offend. She never thought it would be Mr. Fong's project that was in trouble, because Mr. Fong is a client brought by Xiao Mo. Fong Yuenda is the top 10 tycoons in Yuncheng. When the cottage phone started, and catch the real estate boom, make a fortune, not bad kind of money. Apart from cell phones and real estate, he has also invested in some FMCG projects. 6 years ago, at the beginning of the development of the internet, Fong Yuenda saw the network business opportunities. Want to build a store to test the water. See Taobao popular online selling women's clothing. So invested a few million, registered a women's clothing trademark, looking for clothing factory labeling, and then find someone to design the online store. The development of e-commerce on this side of Cloud City is still in its infancy, and not many people are doing online. At that time, the person Fong Yuenda was looking for to work with was Xiao Mo's studio. Xiao Mo not only helped Fong Yuenda build the online store, but also offered some insights into the operation of Tao brand. Relying on the assistance of Xiao Mo, the online store did a good job. Tasted the sweetness of Fong Yuenda. The hands of the FMCG sources are registered brands, specializing in e-commerce, earned a lot of money. Fong Yuenda was very appreciative of Xiao Mo and often invited him to drink tea, talk about project cooperation and look into the future. When Xiao Mo came to G with his startup team, Fong Yuenda signed 10 branded online stores and independent online shopping malls to show his support for Xiao Mo. Because of the agreements signed by Mr. Fong, the commission draw is high, and the annual commission after outsourcing the customer service work is also in 8 figures. 3 years ago, Mr. Fong wanted to create a Netflix cell phone brand named My Z Mobile Phone, came to Xiao Mo for cooperation and signed the order. Xiao Mo led the team to develop the independent system for cell phones, and was responsible for the construction and operation of the new brand online mall as well as the stores on major e-commerce platforms. The Mac phone was a hit online with its cost-effective price tag and the gimmick of an independent system platform. Xiao Mo had once proposed to Ji Ningyan to expand the online team, but was vetoed by Ji Ningyan. Ji started out as a building material manufacturer, and while they are small, they have the stubbornness and arrogance of many large corporations that don't value online development. Ji Ningyan thought that by relying on Xiao Mo's few old clients and the newly developed ones, she had already acquired enough profit. Expanding the department and adding a big chunk of labor expenses will instead drag the company down. As a result, G's online development has been going on for several years with a core team of only 30 people, and most of the work is outsourced. Now, Mr. Fong's project has turned out to be a problem. Ji Ningyan didn't know what to do for a moment. With the problems on the front line, it seemed that Xiao Mo was the one who went to solve them, and she had absolutely no idea what work Xiao Mo had done. Ji Ningyan took a deep breath and tried her best to adjust her emotions as she walked quickly back to the company. Along the way, she was inwardly apprehensive about what to expect. One can only hope that the team's operations manager and technical backbone will solve the problem. Key building, Internet Division, Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao, the engineers in charge of development and testing, were sitting in the corner of the office and were complaining indignantly. The ear-to-ear medium hair, doll-faced Chen Xiaoru crossed her arms over her chest, her tone full of indignation. That what Lu Ziyu is simply sick. Our OA system is running fine. He had to find someone to optimize it, and he also said that he is a senior expert from abroad. Now, just 2 days after optimization, there is such a big bug. I'll see how he will end up. Wang Hao, who is not tall, has an ordinary appearance and likes to wear plaid shirts, is also on fire. I heard about it. The surname Lu is the predecessor of Mr. G, went abroad for a gold plating, came back to be parachuted into the company by Mr. G as a consultant. The first knife will move in our internet department. Is not it clear that he wants to give Xiao a downward spiral? I'm afraid the company's status and family status. He wants to take over. Su Miao Miao, who is responsible for visual design, is a girl with a soft personality. She weakly opened her mouth and asked Wang Hao, how do you know all this gossip? Wang Hao casually said, I'm in the personnel department. Can I not know? Su Miao Miao's expression aggravated. This is too unfair to brother Xiao, isn't it? Chen Xiaoru was even more grief-stricken. So what's the solution? When brother Xiao brought us here, G's internet department was literally an inch of grass and nothing. It was all built up single-handedly by brother Xiao bringing us here. If Mr. G does this, isn't he crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? Wang Hao rolled his eyes. I see. This surname Lu also will not let us have a good time. 2 days ago, he has been looking for my fault, for no reason, said that I am passive and idle, want to deduct my performance. Eat a good meal diarrhea, ran a few trips to the toilet, but also by him as a reason to deduct the performance. He's definitely planning to take this opportunity to drive us away and unload on us. Su Miao Miao didn't have much of an opinion and tensed up. What then? Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao fell silent at the same time. What to do? Cool, there's a tall man to hold the sky down. What are you afraid of? A lean boy with long hair and pale skin spoke up next to him. This is Kenan Chao, the security engineer in charge of maintenance. Chen Xiaoru disliked. Bitchy man. Shut up, we're annoyed enough as it is. Don't give us a hard time. Wang Hao was also surprised. You're responsible for maintenance, and now that there's a problem, why are you so idle? Zhou Jiannan smiled crookedly and said mockingly, isn't that handled by an expert? How could a clueless one like me be in the eyes of great counselor Lu? Chen Xiaoru got cranky. Experts specialize in ghosts. The expert also suggested that I rent out the extra house. Have extra houses still here to earn those few nest egg fee? As he was talking, Ji Ningyan hurriedly arrived at the internet division. She knew that Chen Xiaoru and the other 4 were the core team that Xiao Mo had brought over. She thought that these people had followed Xiao Mo for so long that they should have a solution. But before Ji Ningyan could get to Chen Xiaoru, Lu Ziyu stopped her with a smile. Ningyan, don't worry. I've hired 2 top experts from abroad and they're working on the restoration. There's no big problem. Ji Ningyan looked at him half-heartedly. Lu Ziyu confidently stated, don't worry, we can fix it. Chapter 73. Ji Ningyan is in trouble. Pan Hui, the assistant Lu Ziyu brought with him, followed in agreement. Mr. G, don't worry, these 2 experts that Mr. Lu invited are graduates of top foreign universities and have won many international awards. One has worked as a software engineer in Google and the other is a programming genius known on the internet. There's nothing they can't handle. Ji Ningyan frowned. How much longer will it take to fix it? Pan Hui glanced at Lu Ziyu and bowed as he replied. About half an hour. The resumes of these 2 experts, which Ji Ningyan had read, were indeed very honorable. Ji Ningyan waved her hand irritably. As soon as possible then. These days, she had gotten so worked up over Xiao Mo's affairs that she hadn't been able to rest well. She really didn't want to bother with such a big hassle. Ji Ningyan just wanted to leave. The big-bellied Mr. Fong with his beautiful female secretary and 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses stopped in front of Ji Ningyan. Mr. Fong's short, thick and calloused fingers patted his potbelly and laughed. Mr. G, I said how come I couldn't find you anywhere? So you're hiding here. Ji Ningyan's pretty face turned red when she was mocked by Mr. Fong, but she could only respond patiently. Mr. Fong is joking. How could I possibly hide? I just went outside to do some errands and rushed here to check when I heard there was a problem. Mr. Fong, however, was not in the mood to be polite with her, and asked bluntly, I said Mr. G, we've been working together for 5 years, and I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush. I'm just going to ask you, where did Xiao Mo go? Isn't he the person in charge of the project? Ji Ningyan's red lips pursed into a straight line. Her breathing was hard and she was unable to answer. Where did Xiao Mo go? She drove her away. Seeing this, Lu Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to reach out his hand in greeting. Mr. Fong, I'm Lu Ziyu, the new head of this project. Fong Yuanda took a look at Lu Ziyu's outstretched hand and ignored it, coldly asking, have Xiao Mo come out and talk to me? Lu Ziyu kept his smile. You may not know me, but you should know my big brother Lu Tianming. Oh, Fong Yuan pulled a long voice. I know then, that bastard of the Lu family, right? Here. He turned his words around, but I don't care who you are. Xiao Mo is the person in charge of this project. The contract I signed it with Xiao Mo. I don't recognize anyone else. Call out Xiao Mo. Lu Ziyu's smile froze on his face. The matter of the illegitimate child is known to many people in the circle, but externally the Lu family has also been claiming that he is the second youngest member of the Lu family. Now, Fong Yuanda had gone so far as to shake out this unseemly matter in front of so many people. Lu Ziyu felt the strange gazes around him and felt as embarrassed as if he had been stripped naked. He gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do about the other party. Pan Hui saw the wind to make the rudder, hurried to curry favor with the other general manager. Said, Mr. Fong, Wei Lu is always a graduate of a famous foreign school, currently with 2 international top experts in charge of this project. Xiao Mo's ability is limited, cannot keep up with the times. The company has dismissed him. Mr. Fong became furious and slapped Pan Hui's face. What are you? You are worthy of telling me what to do here. Xiao Mo is my favored partner. Aren't you calling me out for having poor vision by belittling him? Half of Pan Hui's face was slapped and swollen, and he didn't dare to say anything. The slap felt like it was on Lu Ziyu's face, and he blushed hard. Hit the dog to see the master. Mr. Fong hit his assistant to give him a downward spiral. Mr. Fong had no intention of giving him face from the start. Seeing that the two were about to clash, Ji Ningyan hastened to dissuade them and pacify Fong Yuanda. Mr. Fong, if you gave this project to Ji, you must have trusted our Ji's ability as well. So don't worry, we'll surely take care of this problem. Fong Yuanda looked at Ji Ningyan in surprise, as if he was looking at someone with a sick brain. When did I trust your Ji clan? I started out working with Xiao Mo. It was him who brought people to your Ji clan. That's why I chose your Ji clan. What does it have to do with your Ji clan's ability? As the president of Ji clan, you can't even sort out this logic. What kind of president are you? Ji Ningyan was scolded in embarrassment, her face reddening as if she was dripping blood. Put. Chen Xiaoru burst out laughing. She then lowered her head in feigned embarrassment and said, I'm sorry. Wang Hao's hand was under the table, and he gave Chen Xiaoru a thumbs up. A thug like Fong Yuanda, who started out selling cottage cell phones, is not highly educated, has a hot temper, and doesn't speak much about quality. In front of so many people, the scolding made Ji Ningyan unable to raise her head. When he saw Chen Xiaoru, he took a big step over and pointed at her, his tone a few points more cordial. Little girl, I recognize you. You've been following Xiao Mo around. Call him back to me and I'll see what's going on. Chen Xiaoru waved her hand repeatedly. Mr. Fong, I don't know where Xiao has gone. Recently it's Mr. Lu who is in charge of the management. He's only been here for a short while and he's managed to create so many loopholes. He's really young and promising. Fong Yuanda is not like the little girl who still talks in a roundabout way. He turned to Ji Ningyan and said, Mr. Ji, you call Xiao Mo back and fire the new few losers, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, our cooperation ends here. Ji Ningyan panicked now. Xiao Mo hadn't come to the company for 2 years, and she had always thought that it was because under her management, the internet department had grown steadily and no longer needed Xiao Mo. Sales have been climbing since the launch of Mac Mobile. Fong Yuanda's factory introduced a new product line. The online independent mall upgraded, will launch more new products, create a new brand to adapt to different consumption ability of customers. Next year's profits may be doubled to break the billion. How could Ji Ningyan, as the manager of Ji Clan, let go of such a big cake? In order to stabilize Mr. Fong, she had to say the words against her will. Mr. Fong, you also know that Xiao Mo is my husband. We actually went to avoid suspicion. He went to be in charge of the business of the branch, and I will call him back soon. Fong Yuanda gave her a contemptuous look. He came from a poor background, started from nothing, worked his way through the mall. What kind of filth had he never seen? He's not easy to fool. Avoiding suspicion? The second youngest of the Lu family. This playboy,
are parachuted into the internet sector to do management, squeezing out Xiao Mo.
Ji Ningyan is afraid to have hooked up with this Lu, and still have the face to talk about avoiding suspicion?
Fang Yuanda originally wanted to scold Ji Ningyan,
but at the moment he had not yet seen Xiao Mo and was not clear about the specifics.
His heart was toward Xiao Mo,
and he could not do bad things with good intentions.
He said coldly, "Fine, I'll give you 1 more hour, and if you still can't manage it, I'll have to consider changing my partner." He went to the VIP lounge with his prehensile female secretary and 2 tall bodyguards. As soon as they left, the air pressure in the office dropped even lower. Everyone pretended to bury their heads in the sand, and only Zhou Jiannan, leaning lazily on the back of his chair, smiled and prepared to watch the show.
Ji Ningyan had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it,
and asked Lu Ziyu in a cold voice, "Mr. Lu, how much longer will it take to process?" Lu Ziyu had just been humiliated by Fang Yuanda and was in a bad mood, saying perfunctorily, "I've said there's no big problem, it should be soon." Ji Ningyan rebuked angrily, "There's no big problem.
As for not being able to fix the bug for more than an hour,
as for you hiding it from me,
it's nothing but that this trouble is too tricky for you to handle.
Do you think I don't know?" Chapter 74. Lu Ziyu was slapped in the face. Lu Ziyu was speechless. His face was grim, non-committal.
Ji Ningyan was too lazy to care about him anymore. She could already see that this mess today had to be cleaned up by Xiao Mo. She hurriedly ran to Chen Xiaoru's table and asked sincerely,
"Ru, you're the company's departmental patriarch. Tell me, what should be the solution?"
Chen Xiaoru hesitated for a few seconds and said with her head held high, "I think that we can only let Brother Xiao take care of it, lest we let some abusive people ruin our heart and soul."
Ji Ningyan nodded.
"Good, then you call Xiao Mo now and ask him to come back to solve the problem." She knew that all her phone numbers had been blacked out by Xiao Mo,
and Xiao Mo would no longer listen to her instructions. Now,
Ji Ningyan could only utilize Xiao Mo's feelings towards the members of the initial team to try and call him back and deal with the problem.
Although Chen Xiaoru was a girl, dealing with computers every day, and was more simple-minded,
she could not have imagined that Xiao Mo's relationship with Ji Ningyan had changed in such a complicated way. She still foolishly thought that she could help Xiao Mo to gain benefits. Chen Xiaoru hurriedly picked up her cell phone from the desktop and dialed Xiao Mo's number.
"Put it on speakerphone," Ji said. Chen Xiaoru reluctantly turned on the speakerphone.
"Hey, Ru, what's up?" Xiao Mo's low voice rang out. Chen Xiaoru suppressed her heart's delight.
"Brother Xiao, there's a problem with the MyZ cell phone project. Can you come to the company to deal with it?" Xiao Mo refused in a faint voice. "No, for this project, Mr.
Ji has arranged a new person in charge,
so I won't go over there." Chen Xiaoru deliberately looked at Lu Ziyu and said,
"But the new person in charge can't handle it at all.
And Mr. Fang said that if you don't come back, then he won't work with Ji." Xiao Mo said,
"I left my job a long time ago. These are not under my control. Busy first." Chen Xiaoru had followed Xiao Mo for 6 years and knew his habits like the back of her hand.
Hearing him say this,
Chen Xiaoru also guessed that there was an inside story and stopped persuading.
Ji Ningyan grabbed the phone with an urgent tone. "Xiao Mo, Mr. Fang appointed you to handle this. Can you help me?" "Xiao Mo, no time." Ji Ningyan, "Xiao Mo, even if you are angry with me, you should look at Grandpa." Xiao Mo cut off the call.
Ji Ningyan stared blankly at her cell phone.
Playing Grandpa's emotional card, and Xiao Mo doesn't buy it?
She was so upset that she even forgot to turn off the speakerphone. The whole department heard her and Xiao Mo's conversation and guessed that there was something wrong with their marriage, but she knew nothing about it and all she could think about was what to do in the future.
Ji's foundation was laid by Xiao Mo. Almost all of the orders from the internet sector were picked up by Xiao Mo. If every client is like Mr. Fang, who will renew Ji's contract after Xiao Mo leaves? Over $80 million a year in profits on the line. And it's just gone? Lu Ziyu gave Pan Hui a wink and he ran to the manager's office and quickly returned. Pan Hui reported, "Mr. Ji, Mr. Lu,
the 2 experts said that the bugs in the phone system can be fixed within a week."
"A week? Why does it take so long?" Ji Ningyan was shocked.
"Pan Hui, debugging and positioning would take 4 to 5 days. That's the fastest speed. If it wasn't for 2 geniuses,
it couldn't have been fixed in a week." Ji Ningyan didn't know what to do.
Zhou Jiannan rested his hands on the back of his head. His pale face carried a smug look as he said without haste,
"But if Brother Xiao came, maybe it would have been done in 2 hours. Pan Hui retorted in annoyance. "Isn't that nonsense? You guys built the whole system.
Of course you're more familiar with it.
That doesn't mean you're capable." Zhou Jiannan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so looking for foreign experts is a case of seeking far and near?"
What's an old Chinese saying? Wang Hao pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose.
"Water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near." Zhou Jiannan, "Ah yes, that's it."
Ji Ningyan was mocked by the 2 of them in a double cross,
causing her to become even more embarrassed.
But she couldn't care less.
"Ziyu,
Arrange for experts to fix the bugs on your side. I'll go and communicate with Mr. Fong, hopefully he can give us some time. Lee Dandan, however, ran over. Sister, the operations director's side sent someone to report that the company's OA system is paralyzed, and a number of tasks cannot be carried out. Ji Ningyan froze and then asked Lu Ziyu, how long will it take for the experts to fix the OA system? Pan Hui helpfully replied, it takes 72 hours. Ji Ningyan exclaimed, so long. FAI Pan, there should be backup servers that can start the backup system. Ji Ningyan was almost furious. Then hurry up and start the backup system. Why do you need me to instruct everything? Pan Hui stammered. But, we don't know the address and password of the backup server. Another co-worker in the department said, I think Shaw left the backup address. I'll look for it. We just don't have the password. Ji Ningyan understood. The company's OA system is also Xiao Mo led the team to build. That is initially when he came to the company. The purpose of optimizing work efficiency, departmental collaboration. The password to the backup system must have been in his hands. Ji Ningyan thought of Xiao Mo's ruthlessness nowadays, and she felt that Xiao Mo would not come to save her from the fire and would only look at her jokes. She hesitated for a few seconds and gave the order. Then let the experts break the code. Pan Hui, I'm going to communicate. He was ready to turn around and head for the manager's office. Lee Dandan, however, pulled on Ji Ningyan's dress and reported in as small a voice as possible. Sister, the finance department got someone to report that these two experts were paid $68 million for handling the system bugs, if we still need them to handle new problems. I'm only afraid the offer will be even higher. Ji Ningyan's eyes widened. What? How can it be so expensive? Lee Dandan shrunk her neck in fear, but still reported seriously. It was approved by Mr. Lu's side, and the finance director has already pressed it down, saying that this expense is unreasonable. Waiting for your instructions. Ji Ningyan's already confused mind quickly went through the accounts. The honorarium for the two experts is expected to exceed $3 million and may reach $4 million. Not only is the commission sky high, but it also takes 7 to 10 days, causing customer dissatisfaction. And these two problems, according to colleagues, Xiao Mo to deal with can be easily solved. Ji Ningyan decided to go find Xiao Mo again. You guys stay put for now. Stop the work on the expert side. I'll go find Xiao Mo and come back. Lu Ziyu, however, stopped in front of her. Ningshan, top international experts are tricky to handle. Do you really believe that Xiao Mo can handle it? He tried to take Ji Ningyan's hand, but she pushed him away. Don't you say it again. You hired an expert at a fee far above the market rate and didn't report it to me. A debt I haven't even settled with you. Lu Ziyu looking for compensation, district a few million. What's there to say? You think it's expensive? I'll pay for it. Ji Ningyan angrily and coldly rebuked. You can pay out a few million, but who's going to make up for the company's tens of millions of dollars in losses? Lu Ziyu was dumbfounded. The next second, he thought of a way out. In this case, Ningyan, you let the legal department notify Xiao Mo to deal with it. He is responsible for the design of these systems. He should be responsible for the maintenance. If he refuses, we can use the contract to sue him. Chen Xiaoru angrily interrupted Lu Ziyu. Are you kidding? When shouted all these things, his position was Chief Ji's special assistant. Everything was done voluntarily by him. What are you going to sue him for? On the contrary, you stabbed so many fistulas. I think Ji should sue you. Chapter 75. Chen Xiaoru threw coffee on Lu Ziyu's face. Chen Xiaoru's righteous accusation caused Lu Ziyu's face to fall. Some of the colleagues present, some of whom joined the company late and were not clear about the inside story, were also surprised at this time. Xiao Mo's construction of the department and his dedication to the company is obvious to everyone. They also all knew that Xiao Mo was Ji Ningyan's husband. Therefore, it was taken for granted that Xiao Mo's position would be at least a director. However, it did not occur to him that the position Ji Ningyan gave Xiao Mo was only a special assistant. Ji Ningyan was instantly disoriented when she heard the word special assistant. 5 years of high-pressure work had made her forget about it. Initially when Xiao Mo came, Ji Ningyan only gave him a special assistant position under the pretext of wanting to keep him around. She promised Xiao Mo that she would give him the position of director after the department's construction was completed. After that, it was forgotten due to busyness. She thought to herself, why did she give Xiao Mo such unfair treatment at that time? She finally remembered that it was Feng Liping who was afraid that Xiao Mo would take control of the Ji clan and take over the family business, and deliberately suppressed him by only giving him the position of special assistant and making him do the most tiring work. Ji Ningyan also remembered that she gave Xiao Mo 50,000 yuan of living expenses every month, which included her salary. It turns out that this is the income that Xiao Mo deserves, and even this income is already too little compared to what he has given to the company. However, in the divorce, she put this account on Xiao Mo's head, that she raised Xiao Mo at home to eat soft rice. A sharp pain shot through Ji Ningyan's heart. Is she really that bad for Xiao Mo? Just because Xiao Mo had been uncomplaining all these years, she was really content to enjoy the kingdom he had built for her, and found excuses to dislike him. Ji Ningyan said to Chen Xiaoru with a shameful look on her face, "Don't you say it, it's me who owes him. It's useless to talk about this now. It's better to solve the business problems first. I'll make it up to him in the future." Chen Xiaoru's dull face was taut and didn't say anything. It was impossible for her to forgive Ji Ningyan in place of Xiao Mo, but it was not good for her to interfere in the affairs of other people's couples. She felt bad for Xiao Mo. Chen Xiaoru is Xiao Mo's schoolmate. Due to excellent grades, pure character, freshman year work study, was recruited by Xiao Mo into the company. Is Xiao Mo hand in hand to teach out? She used to have a secret crush on Xiao Mo, but seeing that Xiao Mo's wife was such an outstanding and great beauty with a good background, she buried that crush in the bottom of her heart and silently blessed it. Chen Xiaoru was a practical-oriented girl, and she knew that a genius of Xiao Mo's appearance and ability was destined to take off. A mediocre-looking poo girl like herself could not possibly be good enough for him. Chen Xiaoru has never had too much Xiaoxi, just silently accompanying Xiao Mo to fight the rivers and mountains. But when she saw that Xiao Mo's efforts were not cherished, and Ji Ningyan instead fainted and went to believe in the rich second generation who had no actual skills and could only boast, allowing him to steal Xiao Mo's credit, Chen Xiaoru could no longer sit still. That's what opened up the dislike. Ningyan, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. She's Xiao Mo's person, so she naturally speaks for him. Seeing that she is so defensive of the surname Xiao, maybe they have a leg. Lu Ziyu saw that Ji Ningyan was shaken and was still trying to trick her with his flowery words, but Chen Xiaoru couldn't stand Lu Ziyu insulting her and Xiao Mo like this. She picked up the half cup of coffee left on the table and aimed it at Lu Ziyu's face, splashing it hard. A bull asterisk 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 rich bastard. How dare you slander Xiao like that? You made a mess of the company. Mr. G is happy with it. I can't control it. It's not like it's my money to pay out, but you make yellow rumors about brother Xiao and I can go to court to sue you. Lu Ziyu's face was covered in coffee liquid. He removed his glasses in silence, wiped them carefully, and wiped his face again with a paper towel. He didn't expect that Chen Xiaoru, who looked like a soft girl, would actually have such a strong fighting ability. Enough! Are you guys trying to make a joke of the people outside? Ji Ningyan was bored to death with this farce and scolded in a stern voice. Xiaoru, you come with me. I'll find a way to convince Xiao Mo to come over. You guys, help stabilize the situation. Don't let things deteriorate. On Mr. Fong's side, Dandan go and pacify. Ji Ningyan took out her presidential vigor and laid out the tasks one by one. Lu Ziyu was just about to speak when Ji Ningyan interrupted with a cold face. As for you, Lu, I think you should reflect on your own faults. The corners of Lu Ziyu's mouth pressed down. His eyes behind the lenses were permeated with hatred, and his expression was incomparably gloomy. He went to the manager's office. Those present immediately murmured. Xiao personally built the entire internet division, with a yearly profit of nearly 9 figures. Just an assistant. Do you dare to believe it? I heard that Xiao is not getting paid. I thought before that it was because of the shares, but it turned out to be because of the low position. I've just been here for a year. I heard you all call him Brother Xiao, not Chief Xiao. I thought it was because he was well liked. I didn't realize it was for this reason. Asterisk 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 the little flunky skits I've watched wouldn't dare act like this. The undercuts are even more fierce than the little workshops. Is Mr. G blind? In terms of looks, in terms of ability, where does this rich second generation compare to Brother Xiao? You said he's from a good family, and a bastard has no inheritance rights, but people can fake it. They want Blue Mountain for their coffee, Creed for their perfume, and the other day instructed me to get Cat coffee, and I'm a ING programmer buying him coffee. Cat is pretty good with his. It's a stinker. Wang slid his computer chair to Zhou Jiannan's side and asked in a low voice, Bastard, do you think Xiao will come back? Zhou Jiannan smiled grimly. Pay attention. This man's name is Xiao Shuai, and he wants to get back everything that belongs to him. Ji Ningyan brought Chen Xiaoru to her office. Chen Xiaoru was still angry at Lu Ziyu's words, unhappiness written all over her face. Ji Ningyan leaned her body against the boss table and asked Chen Xiaoru in a low voice, Ru, are you sure Xiao Mo can solve this problem? Chen Xiaoru was quite unhappy. Mr. G, don't you know that although Brother Xiao is not in the company these 2 years, he will have a small meeting with our technical backbone on WeChat every week, and if there are any problems that we report to him, he will directly help us solve them. Otherwise, how could our department go all the way without a leader these 2 years? Ji Ningyan was taken aback. When Xiao Mo left the company, he had told her that the internet department was on track and only needed daily maintenance. Ji Ningyan tried to recruit 2 managers, but did not play a role, directly fired, until Lu Ziyu parachuted in. The general manager's office was opened. It turned out that the department was functioning properly because Xiao Mo was maintaining it behind the scenes. No one told her any of this. She was naive enough to think that Xiao Mo was really just at home as a home cook and wanted to eat soft food. It also happens to be because of the messy divorce with Xiao Mo, who didn't care about the internet sector anymore, that things went wrong. Ji Ningyan tried her best to collect her remorseful emotions and softly said to Chen Xiaoru, "Xiaoru, you've been in the company for so long, and the company hasn't treated you poorly. Please do me this favor and call out Xiao Mo to come back and solve the problem. I won't forget what you've done." Chapter 76. Xiao Mo took Shen Lingyun to Ji's. Chen Xiaoru was almost all happy. Xiao Mo has paid so much for her and she still turns her head and forgets? Can you remember what she did as a little engineer? But Chen Xiaoru didn't say much. She just picked up her cell phone again and dialed Xiao Mo's number as requested by Ji Ningyan. Xiaoru. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Mo's low voice rang out. Chen Xiaoru said, "Brother Xiao, this site is a mess. Mr. Ji wants you to come back to deal with the problem." Xiao Mo, "Oh. I said I wasn't available." Chen Xiaoru, however, the new Mr. Liu hired 2 foreign experts. It takes a week to fix the system bugs. The commission is 268 million, and the cost of solving the OA system problems is another. Mr. Fong said, "The person in charge of the project he signed is you. If he changes the person, he won't cooperate with G. I'm afraid that by the time these 2 bricklayers have fixed the bugs, the clients will have long since run away." Xiao Mo smiled as he understood what Chen Xiaoru meant. "Give the phone to Mr. Qi." Chen Xiaoru, it's on speakerphone. Ji Ningyan hurriedly said, "Xiao Mo, I'm only begging you this once. Help me, okay?" Xiao Mo, "No problem. Mr. Ji, one price, 3 million, no money if you can't get it right." Ji Ningyan froze. You want to collect money from me?" Xiao Mo smiled and replied, "Mr. Ji, I understand. You used to be used to white whoring in the past, but I have my own company. Even if I agree to freebies, my partners won't agree." Ji Ningyan hesitated. $3 million, not a small sum. She couldn't afford to spend that. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't spare the money for Xiao Mo. "I'm willing to give $50 million, let alone a mere 3 million. But she wouldn't give it in the name of the company. She didn't want to have just a cooperative relationship of interest with Xiao Mo, much less give money to Shen Lingyun to earn. She knew in her heart that the divorce gave Xiao Mo compensation, and the two still had the possibility of redemption. If it was really only about business cooperation, Xiao Mo would never look back. She tried to communicate with Xiao Mo. "Xiao Mo, I've already said that I'll give you compensation. Now that you've come over to the company to deal with a little problem, do you have to settle with me so clearly?" Xiao Mo replied in a faint voice. "Yes, Mr. G, in the past, I just never counted with you, letting you get into the habit of whoring for nothing. It's my fault. I'm so sorry." Ji Ningyan's face turned red as he mocked her. She dwelt on this for about a minute when Xiao said impatiently, "Mr. G, that's my price anyway. If you haven't thought about it yet, then take your time. I'm busy. Call me when you've made your decision." Ji Ningyan was afraid that he would hang up the phone, so she hurriedly replied, Okay, I promise you everything. Come over and deal with it quickly." Hanging up the phone, Ji Ningyan let Chen Xiaoru return to her workstation. She stayed alone in her office with mixed emotions. Just this morning, she went to Xiao Mo with the expectation of getting back together. In a matter of hours, they went from being husband and wife to a pure partnership. In that case, I'm afraid it would be even harder for Xiao Mo to turn back, right? Her heart was sad, her nose was sore, and tears flowed down her face again. After Xiao Mo answered the phone, he pulled a contract from the computer, modified it and printed it in duplicate. "Here comes the job. Action." He stood up and stretched. Shen Lingyun raised her peach blossom eyes that contained a ghostly grudge and said coolly, "Saying that you have a new beginning and you're going to go find your ex-wife again?" Xiao Mo smiled faintly. "It's a little cute to have money and not earn it. Humph, the devil will believe you." Shen Lingyun huffed and puffed as she hugged her pillow and sat down at the other end of the sofa. Zhao Shurai is cooking fondue on one of the desks. I was just about to go for sauerkraut, walked downstairs and smelled hot pot, so I ran back, ordered hot pot takeout and clamored to cook it myself. Hearing Shen Lingyun's words, Zhao Xiaoxi was afraid that a war would happen and affect her, so she hurriedly moved the hot pot towards her side. "Shin Ai." Xiao Mo turned his head and called out to her. "I'm in. You say." Zhao Shin Ai replied as she dropped the seasoning into the soup. Xiao Mo asked, "What would you say are the 3 most important things when we open a studio?" Zhao Shernai, eat, drink and play well. Xiao Mo. Zhao Shin Ai hemmed and hawed. "Just kidding. It should be raising funds, recruiting employees, and pulling in business." Xiao Mo nodded. "That's right. If we can, let's do it all at once." Zhao Shin Ai, woo. "Really? I'm not well read, you don't lie to me." She knew it was meant for Shen Lingyun and casually returned the stunt. "Anyway,
her opinion doesn't matter.
After Shin Lingyun heard this, her face obviously eased, but she was still pretending to be angry.
Xiaomo slapped the back of her head. Let's go, partner? Shin Lingyun made a fierce look. What for? Xiaomo, go earn money.
Shin Lingyun was so jealous that her tone was sour. You're catching up with your ex-wife.
I'm not going. Oh, Xiaomo put on an expression that he didn't know anything. Well then, I'm off. He put away his cell phone,
picked up the contract, and headed out the door on long legs.
Shin Lingyun stared blankly at his back disappearing into the doorway. What's going on? He's just watered down? Shouldn't she be coaxed? Why don't you even act?
You said you'd make a new start.
And you don't care so much?
Shen Lingyun's heart was racing with a million horses,
or Zhao Xiao AI,
who had just finished putting the hot pot base,
reminded her. Sis, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Oh ha. Shin Lingyun threw away the pillow and walked out of the door quickly, found Xiaomo standing at the end of the corridor waiting for her. The dim light outlined his tall and slender figure, and his entire person exuded a calm and steady aura. He looked at her with a smile, his dark eyes as calm as the sea, his eyes deep and gentle. Shen Lingyun's white goose-egg face turned red, as if the skin all over her body was burning.
Her fingertips unconsciously curled up, and thin sweat seeped out of her white and tender palms. She heard her heart beating like a drum.
She approached Xiaomo, her small face slightly red, embarrassed and asked, "You knew I would come?" Xiaomo laughed. Aha.
Shen Lingyun suddenly remembered that she was a veiled face and was afraid that there was no way she would be able to gaudily overwhelm Ji Ningyan. She touched her hot little face and said in a bit of a panic, "I'm not wearing any makeup, wait for me." She turned around and tried to run back, but she was pulled by Xiaomo and dragged back. Xiaomo's fingertips gently rubbed against her slippery little face and said gently, "Alright, it's pretty enough, let's go." He took her soft little hand in his. Shen Lingyun's heart was sweet, and her head was all buzzing as if electricity was crackling through. The person was just held by him and walked into the elevator. Ji Ningyan sat in his office and waited. Li Dandan ran over to report, "Sister, brother Xiao is here." Ji Ningyan hurriedly stood up and straightened her clothes. Li Dandan looked at her with this look of anticipation of seeing an old lover. Her heart couldn't bear it, fearing that she would be too disappointed, and reminded her in a low voice, "And he brought a very pretty woman with him." What? Ji Ningyan was petrified in place as if she had been struck by lightning. He actually brought Shen Lingyun to the company? Chapter 77, Love Words Hidden in Codes. Ji Ningyan's hand that was straightening her dress paused. Her eyes were slightly red. Li Dandan looked at it and actually sympathized somewhat with this high and mighty female president. "Sis, why don't I talk to Xiao and have that woman wait for him in the parlor?" She was being kind and didn't want Ji Ningyan to look too bad. However, Ji Ningyan already understood that Xiaomo had brought Shen Lingyun over to deliberately embarrass her. It's done, and there's no use running away from it. She just wanted to hurry up and solve the problem at hand. She shook her head wearily. "No, let's go." Ji Ningyan hurriedly rushed to the internet division. A bunch of watching employees were gathered around the door. There was a lot of talk. "Brother Xiao is back. That girl he brought is so pretty. I'll go. I've never seen such a beautiful person in my 30 years of life. Is she a star? I heard that Xiao and Mr. Ji got married. Is this one a mistress? Brother Xiao used to love General Manager Ji so much. How could he have cheated on her? I'm afraid that Mr. Ji found this rich second-generation surnamed Lu and dumped Brother Xiao. That's not called a mistress. That's called a second wife. I think the second spring is prettier than Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji's full makeup can only barely fight with this girl's plain face." Ji Ningyan heard this and her face went as wonderful as a horselight. "Mr. Ki." The sharp-eyed coworker spotted Ji Ningyan and hurriedly shouted. The crowd dispersed. Ji Ningyan didn't say anything, took a deep breath and walked in with her head held high. Today, she is a lost cause. Can't lose the last of my dignity again. Ji Ningyan walked into the internet department. Everyone looked at her. Xiaomo stood beside Shen Lingyun and could not turn his head back to stare indifferently at Ji Ningyan. The moment her eyes touched Xiaomo's figure, Ji Ningyan felt a heartache. At one time, Xiaomo was willing to give everything for her, to share her worries and shield her from the wind and rain. He had also been silently behind her, supporting her and encouraging her, always looking at her with gentle and affectionate eyes. Right now, Xiaomo's gaze towards her was devoid of any semblance of emotion, as if he was looking at an unrelated stranger. Ji Ningyan forced herself to hold back her heartache and walked over. Xiaomo said in a faint voice, "Mr. Ji, long time no see." Ji Ningyan's face reddened when she heard the mockery, and she became even more embarrassed. Xiaomo's words, and his behavior of bringing Shen Lingyun here, no doubt announcing to the entire company that his marriage to her was played out. What was clearly the closest thing to a husband and wife relationship was destroyed by her own hands. Shen Lingyun, however, looked at Ji Ningyan with a smile on her face and took the initiative to say warmly, "This is Mr. Ji,
I've heard a lot about you. I've often heard Xiao Mo mention you.
Ji Ningyan was even more embarrassed. She ignored Shin Lingyun and reluctantly said to Xiao Mo,
Xiao Mo, the problems encountered in that project of Mr. Fong and the situation of the company's OA system, the co-workers should have reported to you, right? Are you sure you can handle it? Xiao Mo said in a faint voice. Half an hour to return to normal. Ji Ningyan nodded. Okay, here's a check for 3 million. She offered to hand over the check. Xiao Mo didn't treat her politely and took the check, handing it back to Shin Lingyun. Shin Lingyun smiled and put the check away. Xiao Mo handed the contract to Ji Ningyan. Sign it, Mr. Ji,
and be responsible for after-sales if the same problem occurs again within a month. Ji Ningyan lowered her eyes and pretended to read the contract, forcing back her tears.
In the past, when the company had any problems, Xiao Mo would be the first to help her solve them. In these 5 years, she thought that she had walked hard and was relying on her own efforts to bring Ji's expansion, but in actuality, it was all because Xiao Mo was supporting her behind the scenes, and she was simply not capable of taking on the position of president. Now Xiao Mo took back all his goodness. What should she do from now on?
Ji Ningyan did not know what she was looking at, but when her eyes swept to the paragraph,
she suddenly realized that Xiao Mo's company name is Mo Yun Network Limited. Inc. Rhyme.
It's a combination of his and Shin Lingyan's names. Ji Ningyan has been with Xiao Mo for so long, and the shell company registered under Xiao Mo's name has not been named after him and her.
Inc. Rhyme. Inc. Rhyme. Ji Ningyan murmured,
tears welling up in her eyes.
Xiao Mo smiled. The company name is still in the period of change, but it doesn't affect the signing. Does Mr. Ji have any instructions?
Ji Ningyan shook her head sadly.
No, please fix the bug as soon as possible. With that, she left the department in a hurry. When she left, the department was in a frenzy. Brother Xiao, you're finally back.
We haven't seen you much in the past 2 years.
We've missed you.
The vast majority of the people in the department were brought out by Xiao Mo himself, and had deep feelings for him. Zhou Jiannan shook her long hair and tilted her head to ask,
Brother Xiao, what are your next plans? Xiao Mo was happy and pointed to the computer, planning to fix the problem first.
Xiao Mo opened the computer that he used to use frequently in the company and cooperated with Chen Xiaoru Wang Hao and other colleagues, and quickly fixed the bug.
It took only 25 minutes. For the last 5 minutes, the department networked to compete in a minesweeper, 5 in a row, a sort of reunion after a long absence. Ji Ningyi came over at a pinch, found them cheering. What are you doing?
She said in exasperation. She hated that feeling. It was as if the whole world was celebrating a victory and she, alone, was a bruised loser. The others were silenced. Only Chen Xiaoru said fearlessly, we're playing minesweeper. Brother Xiao was first in all 5, and even broke the previous record. Zhou Jiannan clasped his hands on his chest. There's too much time left. How can we not have some fun? Why don't we let those 2 experts take the field, and keep busy for 10 or 8 days? It's fulfilling.
Ji Ningyan was too taunted to speak. Xiao Mo calmly looked at Ji Ningyan and said in a faint voice, Mr. Ji, the OA system has been restored to normal. I'll give you the address and password of the backup system. It's considered a gift. Keep the information by yourself. I won't be responsible for it if you lose it.
Ji Ningyan walked to Xiao Mo's side and watched as he opened the backup system and tapped the password on the keyboard.
A password is a complex string of alphanumeric symbol combinations, but the first 4 letters, Ji Ningyan could see them clearly. ILNY. The capital IL is English. The L should be the abbreviation for love, and the lowercase New York is the pinyin consonant of Ji Ningyan's name. Translation, I love condensed smoke.
Even the password for the backup system hides Xiao Mo's deep love for her.
Ji Ningyan's eyes were sore. Those 4 letters were no longer romantic words of love, as if they were a heavy hammer that hit her heart hard. Xiao Mo opened the backup system, then sent the address and password to Ji Ningyan by internal email.
He stood up and clapped his hands together.
Relaxed. Okay, handover complete. You changed the password. He patted the back of Shen Lingyan's head. Finished, let's go. Okay.
Shen Lingyan grinned and held Xiao Mo's arm.
We're going back. Just now, when she saw Xiao Mo enter the password,
Shen Lingyun was on the verge of opening a vinegar factory.
But she separates the difference between being consistent externally and going back and solving internal problems.
Ji Ningyan was saddened to see the 2 of them kissing each other, but she also has to solve her client's troubles.
She stopped Xiao Mo and softly pleaded, Xiao Mo, Mr. Fong is the client you brought in.
You are the person in charge designated by him.
Can you say something nice to him?
We've already solved the matter this time. Please ask him to continue to cooperate with us. Before he could finish his words,
Fong Yuenda returned with his sexy and beautiful female secretary. As soon as he saw Xiao Mo,
he immediately shyly and affectionately walked over and took Xiao Mo's hand.
Xiao, I can look forward to you. These 2 years, how to make an appointment does not come out. See you then to see the president is more difficult. Chapter 78, Funding and Operations in One Step. Xiao Mo smiled and said, Before, it was a bit personal. Now I can treat you to tea more often. Fang Yuanda patted Xiao Mo's shoulder and said with a bad smile, choose a day. Just this evening, go to the massage club I opened. Recently a few new beautiful technicians. Looks and skills are first class. At the words, everyone in the room snickered. Everyone knows that Xiao Mo looks after his family and keeps himself clean. He invited Xiao Mo to great healthcare. No wonder he couldn't get a 2-year appointment. No, there are still things to do in the evening. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyan beside him. Fang always is a human savant. As soon as he looked at Shen Lingyan holding Xiao Mo, he immediately understood and said, I'm just kidding with you. Go to my tea house when you have time to talk about the subsequent cooperation plan. This beauty, you haven't introduced it to old brother yet? Xiao Mo laughed. Shen Lingyun, a former executive of Hongxing Group, has resigned to start a business with me and is my partner. Oh, Mr. Fang understood in a second. Good, MS. Shen has both talent and looks. She's a good match for you. Xiao Mo smiled without saying anything. Mr. Fang deliberately said loudly. I told you, Xiao you have strong ability, good character. The only shortcoming is to look at women's eyes poorly. He paused for a few seconds, and his appreciative gaze fell on Shen Lingyan's face as he laughed out loud. But the vision is much improved now. A few words that made Ji Ningyan feel ashamed of herself. Xiao Mo knew that Fang always lifted Shen Lingyan and depreciated Ji Ningyan. He didn't retort but smiled faintly. Yeah, I thought so. Zhou Jiannan whistled, lifted his chin, and yelled through his neck. We think so. Wang Hao, that's right. Shen Xiaoru, that's it. Ji Ningyan was present. The employees didn't dare to make it too obvious. They could only snicker. These days lose you to the post. He originally seniority cannot convince the public, but also to all staff bossy, fault-finding, looking for a variety of excuses to deduct the performance. The name of the management, we all hold a breath in the heart. Now it's finally out of the way. Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip tightly and looked enviously at Xiao Mo talking and laughing with Mr. Fang. Lu Ziyu had taken her to many high-end social occasions over the past few days since he returned to China. But those bigwigs were just being polite with her, and wouldn't make friends, let alone talk about cooperation. No matter how hard she tries to climb up the ladder, Ji is a small business they look down on, and she is the talk of the town after dinner. Nothing but beauty. However, Xiao Mo had been hiding at home for 2 years, and when he came out, there were still so many bigwigs who called him brother and treated him with warmth. Ji Ningyan suddenly truly felt that in front of talent, effort was not worth mentioning. Seeing that Xiao Mo was going to be dragged to tea by Mr. Fang, Ji Ningyan hurriedly stopped in front of them and said in a low voice to Mr. Fang, Mr. Fang, Xiao Mo can still be in charge of this project at the moment. You can rest assured that you can continue to hand the project over to us. Xiao Mo interrupted her. Mr. Ji, I think you misunderstood. I just came to fix the loophole and take charge of the project. This is another price. Ji Ningyan's eyes widened as she didn't expect Xiao Mo to poke her at the critical moment. Fang Yuanda cheerfully patted Xiao Mo. I don't need you to say all this. I know it all. I already have plans. Let's talk about it as we walk. He pulled Xiao Mo out. The sexy and beautiful female secretary walked up to Ji Ningyan and said politely, Mr. Ji, in the agreement signed between my company and your company, it was clearly specified that the person in charge of the project must be Mr. Xiao. Now that Mr. Xiao has left the company, your company has changed the person in charge of the project without authorization, and has been suspected of breaching the contract. Later on, our legal advisor will contact your company to negotiate the matter of compensating the default payment. What? You still have to pay for the breach of contract? Ji Ningyan was shocked. The female secretary said, that's right, the contract was signed by you. You can recheck the terms of the contract. Ji Ningyan was disheartened. She remembered that the contract did have such a clause, but at that time, she and Xiao Mo were already married and did not consider changing the person in charge. She was also very young at that time, had little management experience, and was very dependent on Xiao Mo, always thinking that Xiao Mo would always be in charge. As a matter of fact, Xiao Mo has also honored his promise and is supporting the department's operation without compensation even when he leaves the company. Now, she's the one who ruined her marriage with her own hands, and in the process, destroyed the company's contract. Ji Ningyan asked in frustration, is there no turning back? We have at least worked together for so many years. The female secretary revealed a charming smile. Yes, Mr. Ji, considering 5 years of cooperation with your company, Mr. Fang has proposed an alternative plan to see if you are interested. A little hope rose in Ji Ningyan. Please speak. Female secretary, our old boss said that as long as Mr. Ji is willing to sign a termination agreement, where both parties peacefully terminate the contract and complete the work handover within a week, We cannot pursue your responsibility.
Ji Ningyan's newly raised hopes were dashed again,
but that's the best solution.
In the event that the other party pursues a sky-high liquidated damages,
not only is the profit gone, but also a large amount of money will have to be paid back. Ji can't afford to take such a loss. Ji Ningyan had to compromise.
Okay, we'll sign the contract.
As for the work handover you said, is it with your company?
The female secretary looked at her in surprise.
The expression as if to say, how did you become the president of G-Clan with such emotional intelligence and comprehension? But she didn't break it down. She just did her duty and patiently informed. Of course it's a handover with Mr. Zhao's studio.
Our general manager Feng said a long time ago that the business on the line.
He would only hand it over to Mr. Zhao. Wherever Mr. Zhao goes,
the project will be handed over to the people there to take care of.
Don't you remember? Ji Ningyan's face was ashen,
and she whispered,
I know, please send me the termination agreement. I'll sign it now. Mr. Feng pulled Xiao Mo to the corridor. Shen Lingyun followed unhurriedly,
keeping a certain distance to facilitate their conversation.
Mr. Feng said bluntly, Xiao, you know old brother's character. Let's not dilly-dally. I've already heard that you've opened a studio, so today I'll take advantage of the situation. After that I won't cooperate with G.
I'll still go to your place.
I'll pay the money. You'll worry about it,
and you'll do a good job on the project for me.
Xiao Mo nodded. No problem. Thank you Tak. Mr. Feng looked back and two bodyguards were heading this way. I have to go beforehand. Tomorrow I will send someone to your company to sign the contract.
How much money is needed to run the project?
You account for it and give it to me. Your studio is just starting out.
I will call you first with this money.
You send me the company address on WeChat. I'm leaving first. He entered the elevator with his bodyguard. Xiao Mo turned his head to Shen Lingyun and said, all right, funding and clients taken care of. Partner, how do we celebrate later? Shen Lingyun laughed. Isn't it a hot pot? Xiao Mo, okay, I'll order a takeout and buy more meat and vegetables to cook back. Shen Lingyun looked back. Your little friends. Xiao Mo smiled confidently. Give them a little time to think about it.
Chapter 79, Trapped in the Elevator with Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's appearance of strategizing and could deduce that he had a good relationship with the initial team. Before he started his business he had no capital, no business to give his employees security, and with his kind of stability and consideration for others, it was impossible for him to gather a small group of people.
Not anymore. The office is done. With a startup capital of $7 million, plus the support of Mr. Feng, a big client,
Xiao Mo can take his buddies to the big time. Shen Lingyun bit her nails and asked,
then should we wait for them? Xiao Mo replied, no, we'll just go back. What's coming will always come. We can't stop it. As if thinking of something, he sighed rather ruefully. What's going to go is going to go, and you can't keep it. One sentence dried up Shen Lingyun's CPU. That's not supposed to come out of your mouth, is it?
It may be that it was G Nimble who initially wanted to run to the White Moon and you who wanted to save your marriage.
But now, it is you who are determined to leave, and it is Ji Ningyan who is struggling to stay.
A line from the skit inexplicably surfaced in Shen Lingyun's mind.
He's saying my words. Shen Lingyun actually felt some heartache for Ji Ningyan. Xiao Mo pressed the elevator button and looked at the numbers that kept jumping and asked softly, what are you thinking? Shen Lingyun snapped back. I was thinking about the clip from the skit. It's pretty funny.
Xiao Mo's face was full of questions.
What kind of obtuse angle humor is that for her? However,
he heard Shen Lingyun ask quietly.
Actually, she already knows she's wrong. Can't you give her another chance? Xiao Mo's face was filled with big question marks. Shen Lingyun continued. Some people say that a qualified ex should be as thorough as dead. Like you guys who swindle from time to time. It's impossible to really let go of each other in your heart. They're all lotus roots. And sooner or later they'll get back together. Since sooner or later they will get back together. It's better to rush late than to rush early. Choose a day to get back together. Let's get back together today. Xiao Mo, look at you. Your office is right across the street from hers. And it's hard to look away like that every day. So why don't you move back now? Xiao Mo was already surrounded by question marks. Didn't you rent the office? That's on me, too.
Shen Lingyun's watery peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Mo rather grudgingly.
You've been silent for a minute, so I guess you've decided to get back together with her. I won't go to the wedding. Transfer 200 to me. I'll go eat something by myself. Xiao Mo felt speechless. Is there a necessarily logical relationship in these sentences? How on earth did you deduce that? Fortunately, the elevator arrived in time, and Xiao Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He took Shen Lingyun's hand and dragged it towards the elevator. Go back and talk. I don't want to go with you. You go find her. Leave me alone and let me fend for myself here by myself. Shen Lingyun's hand was pinched by Xiao Mo, but she still had to put on an act. Her body pretentiously twisted twice, and she started acting again. Xiao Mo was stunned and looked at her strangely. You're going to stay at G's to fend for yourself? Shen Lingyun, okay. 0-1. The men are in the lead for now. Shen Lingyun, who was killed by Xiao Mo's one-sentence backlash, resentfully followed Xiao Mo into the elevator. Who knows? Just as the elevator doors closed, there was a snap and the overhead lights went out. Elevator malfunction. Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun froze at the same time. Why is this kind of doggerel that only happens in TV shows happening here? Xiao Mo pressed the emergency distress button. The administrator's voice came. The elevator is temporarily malfunctioning. Our technicians are urgently repairing it, and it is expected to return to normal in about 5 minutes. Please do not panic. Stay put and do not force open the elevator door to avoid increasing the risk. Xiao Mo, roger that. He and Shen Lingyun stood against the wall of the elevator's car to avoid injuries caused by the elevator's faulty sudden descent. Xiao Mo softly pacified Shen Lingyun. Don't be afraid. The elevator over here will be regularly serviced. It should be a minor fault, and you'll be able to get out soon. Shen Lingyun said quietly. It's still you who are familiar with G. Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun raised her eyes, the bottom of her eyes flashing with vigilance. Couldn't it be that your ex-wife couldn't bear to part with you and purposely made the elevator malfunction in an attempt to keep you here? Xiao Mo was confused. She couldn't leave me alone, so she trapped me in the elevator alone with you. Does that make sense to you? Shen Lingyun. 0-2. K.O. Shen Lingyun subsided for a few seconds and regrouped. She remembered the string of passwords Xiao Mo had lost, and her jealousy surged once again and she said sourly, in the past, you loved her so much that you even confessed to her the password of the company's backup system. Such deep love can't be put down in a day or two, right? Now she also understands your heart. Look at her. Her eyes are swollen from crying for you. Why do you force yourself to be desperate? Xiao Mo listened to so many confused speeches from her, and finally figured out that the Grinch in front of him was minding the string of passwords. Xiao Mo looked askance at her with downcast eyes, his tone firm. I don't go back on what I've decided, and whatever was before is in the past, and I'm more interested in the future. Shen Lingyun hummed and skimmed her small mouth without saying anything else. The only light in the elevator was the eerie blue light from the surveillance, and the atmosphere was quiet and somewhat eerie. Xiao Mo was worried that Shen Lingyun was afraid and wanted to find a topic, but he heard that guy put his head against his shoulder and used her clear and melodious voice to sing a song in a pretense of deep emotion. It's one of the more recent hits. Sheridan, use all the hurtful words you can. I don't even want to know if I can get it back, after the exit but even more lost. It'll be sadder, too. What is the point of this? Listen to her sing softly, but in actuality she's taunting him with the lyrics. The little bastard. Xiao Mo was all laughed at by this Grinch. He couldn't help but turn his head and spit out. Shen Lingyun, why are you dubbing me with a BGM over nothing? It makes it seem like you're filming an Indian cabaret. Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's about to break his defense, the corner of her lips raised in a smug smile, her expression like a cunning little fox. Still, she blinked and feigned innocence. Commiserating. How could I? I just like to sing. Is it wrong to like to sing? Xiao Mo's finger lightly flicked her head. Scared of you. He. Shen Lingyun then sang. Ask yourself in the end to give up or not. Give up or not to give up. Love for a moment have become hate. She's singing these solid lyrics that fit the scenario on purpose. Xiao Mo couldn't take it anymore and reached out to pinch her delicate and pretty little chin, forcing her to raise her face, meeting his deep black eyes. Shen Lingyun's moist peach blossom eyes flashed with intense nervousness. Her body involuntarily tightened up, and her heart beat wildly in her chest. Xiao Mo threatened her in a deep voice. Shen Lingyun, you try singing another one? The singing finally stopped. The only thing left in the elevator is Shen Lingyun's frantic heartbeat, and the ambiguous atmosphere that keeps spreading. Chapter 80. Ji Ning Yan watched the elevator monitor. The elevator was dark and stuffy. It's as if the hustle and bustle of the world is isolated. There was only room for them and each other in the small space. Shen Lingyun's clear pupils gazed at Xiao Mo's dark eyes that were as calm as the sea. There seemed to be starlight flickering in his eyes, and his gentle and focused gaze landed on Shen Lingyun's snowy and tender pretty face. The warm breath wrapped around Shen Lingyun's nostrils, and there was a refreshing flavor similar to that of plants that made her involuntarily addicted. His long fingers cupped her chin, feeling the warmth of his fingertips, and the iffy rubbing sensation. Shen Lingyun's body trembled slightly, her legs softened, and an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart, like nervousness and uneasiness, but also like excitement and anticipation. Will he kiss her here? Imagine, Shen Lingyun valor, a roll over to Xiao Mo back pressure on the wall, directly kiss up, flat a dead him. But in reality, in the face of their own 13 years of love for the white moonlight, Shen Lingyun surprisingly seconds. Her little head shook into a wave drum. Don't dare, Xiao Mo laughed and said. I just saw that you were very arrogant. Shen Lingyun's pink moist little mouth skimmed, her expression aggrieved,
and her peach blossom eyes seemed to float with a layer of watery light as she begged for forgiveness again and again.
I was wrong. I won't dare again. Well, Xiao Mo was still satisfied and continued to come closer, threatening, if you sing again, I'll let you have some lessons. Shin Lingyun Winston said weakly, boss, can you let go of me first? There's surveillance here. Xiao Ma, the elevators are all broken. Shin Lingyun strained her neck. The power supply system for monitoring isn't broken. Xiao Mo was happy. It's not too good to cheat. This girl's pure Schrodinger's IQ is like opening a blind box. She completely lost the dejection she had felt a moment ago, like a kitten being held, obediently begging for mercy. Let go of me. Someone will see.
Xiao Mo's fingertips lightly twisted on her slippery skin.
Then let them watch. Shan Lingyun, Xiao Mo said carelessly. If Mr. G likes it, I don't mind if I get it to play on the plaza's big screen all day long. Shan Lingyun, you wolf exterminator. Who wants to play a little surveillance movie with you? The family would kill her if they knew.
Shin Lingyun made a bow with both hands to apologize.
Big brother, little sister is wrong. I will never sing again. I will never sing again. I will shut my voice and quit the singing world. Xiao Mo laughed again at her cute expression. Spoken like you've actually been in the singing world. Xiao Mo let go of her and resumed his usual indifference.
Shin Lingyun had not dared to utter a single breath just now and almost suffocated to death, so she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The next moment, she regretted it. You didn't even take advantage of the opportunity that was presented to you? Kiss him, hugging him a wild nibble. The surveillance video just happened to get Ji Ningyan there to force the palace, not smoothly on the throne? What's wrong with your brain? Usually the sky's the limit. Why did you wimp out when it mattered? Shan Lingyun,
you deserve to be single for 26 years.
You're just asking for it.
Ji Ningyan returned to her office.
Just after signing the termination agreement sent over by Fong Yuan tax secretary, the management office came to report that the elevator was broken. 5 minutes to fix it?
Then deal with it as soon as possible and secure the people in the elevator.
Ji Ningyan instructed. The administrator kindly reminded. Mr. G, it's Mr. Xiao who's trapped. You can go over and pacify him.
Ji Ningyan felt a knife in her heart.
The administrator only knew that Xiao Mo was her husband,
but didn't know that they were now in the middle of a divorce and wanted her to appease Xiao Mo. Looking at Xiao Mo's attitude, he was probably ready to die of old age. Ji Ningyan forced herself to choke.
I know, thank you, hang up.
Ji Ningyan clicked on the monitoring software in her computer. She knew full well that Xiao Mo was with Shin Lingyun. She shouldn't have gone to sea and rubbed salt into her wounds again.
But she can't help but want to peek into his life now. Ji Ningyan pulled up the footage from the elevator.
A wonderful scene to behold.
Although, the surveillance only captured Xiao Mo's back, blocking Shin Lingyun's body tightly. But you can also see what the two are up to.
Ji Ningyan's vision was dead fixed on the screen. Her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, and her heart ached as if it had been crushed by a boulder.
The more she saw Xiao Mo and Shin Lingyun's intimacy,
the more Ji Ningyan could feel the pain.
Her breathing became difficult and her chest was stuffy and painful.
That tender depth of feeling that had once been exclusively hers was now another woman's. Ji Ningyan finally realized that the reason she would angrily condemn Xiao Mo before was not because Xiao Mo really did something hurtful, but because she was so jealous that she cared about him, wanted to possess him, and didn't want him to be close to other women. However, in what capacity is she now restricting Xiao Mo's freedom? Ex-wife? Even though the divorce is not yet official, looking at Xiao Mo's attitude, the divorce is also a nail in the coffin, and it is impossible to have room to turn around. Ji Ningyan had to admit that she had personally destroyed a precious relationship, perhaps, in those 5 years that he silently guarded her. She also felt the preciousness of that deep love, and likewise developed a love for Xiao Mo, but she pushed him away in desperation with her foolish filial piety to her mother, her loyalty to her family, and her expectation of a white moonlight. She hated to admit that she was the one who broke down first after he left. These days, when she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Xiao Mo's smile, and his figure lingered in her dreams from time to time. But even in the dream, his figure was as determined as the reality, so distant, so cold. Every time she woke up, remorse spread like a tidal wave, and that pain cut hard into her heart like a dull knife. Now, she watched Shin Lingyun snatch Xiao Mo away, but she could do nothing about it. They are already together, right? The funny thing is, she's not even in a position to condemn it. The whole world seemed to fall apart. Ji Ningyan was eager to find something to do to divert her attention. She hurriedly turned off the monitor, and like a deserter who had lost his armor, numbly turned on her cell phone. She wanted to swipe down the short video to distract her mind from the boredom. The first short video that popped up happened to be the BGM for She's Got It. The sad song echoed through the large space. Ask yourself if you want to give it up or not. Give up or not. Love becomes hate for a moment. Who are the tears for? Who's losing and who's winning? Who really cares? It hurts anyway. Ji Ningyan lowered her beautiful eyes.
crystallized tears, slipping silently. After Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan both left, Lu Ziyu hurriedly walked out. Seeing that the office was in a frenzy, all discussing Xiao Mo, Lu Ziyu was furious. He pointed at Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao and said menacingly, "What are you two doing? You're laughing and joking around here during work hours. What's the matter with you? This month's bonus is gone." Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao looked at him contemptuously. Chen Xiaoru snorted. "Nuts." Wang Hao mocked. "I don't know how the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital let you out. I don't think you're cured." The public rebuttal made Lu Ziyu unable to get off the stage, his hands shivering as he pointed at the two men, his face grimacing as he gritted his teeth. "You two, being pricks, ha? Aren't you afraid I'll fire you?" Chen Xiaoru rolled her eyes. "Oh, I'm so scared. You can't even tell with a pair of glasses on. We don't even want to do it." Zhou Jiannan stood up, his pale and thin face filled with a mocking smile. "That's right, little master fired you shabby today. Xiaoru, ah how, let's go." Lu Ziyu's eyes flashed with anger. "You dare to talk to me like that? Zhou Jiannan, why don't you dare? Can't stand it. You call the police." Lu Ziyu's face became as ugly as eating. Chapter 81, The Team Resigns. Follow Xiao Mo to start a business. Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao followed suit and stood up, giving Lu Ziyu a burst of output. "Chen Xiaoru, don't feel good about yourself here. What did you rely on to get into G's? Aren't you clear in your heart? G's internet division was built up by us following Brother Xiao. What makes you flaunt it here? Wang Hao, your flowery language. Fooling the brainless people is okay. Do not know anything can also be fooled. Writing code is not the same. Will not be is not. We all quit. See how long you can still be arrogant." Lu Ziyu was so angry that he was trembling. His eyes flashed with a viper-like cold light as he pointed at their noses and cursed. "Good. You're all against me, aren't you? I'll put the word out and unite the entire industry to block you. Whoever dares to use you is against my Lu family. I'll see where you'll find a job." Chen Xiaoru sneered. "Let's go to Brother Xiao and Mr. Feng. You Lu family is so capable. Why don't you just block Mr. Feng? You." Lu Ziyu was dying of anger. Not to mention that he was the bastard son of the Lu family with no real power. Even if his elder brother Lu Tianming came over, he wouldn't dare to talk to Feng Yuenda like this. Zhou Jiannan smiled crookedly and disliked Lu Ziyu like a machine gun. "When mankind evolved, you had to hide. Okay, now you have this brain. Heads can't help but want to push when they see it. My day 3 times, is not too spoiled you, let you day in and day out here barking? Let me tell you, I'm a rabies vaccinated man. I'm not afraid of you at all. If you really have nothing to do, go home and put the oil in the pot and see if the oil splashes or you splash." Lu Ziyu was attacked by Zhou Jiannan's various stocks like he didn't want any money, so he didn't have the power to talk back. After holding back for half a day, he only stifled out a sentence. "Good, you have the guts. You wait for me," and then nothing more. Ji Ningyan, who received the news, brought her assistant and hurried over. "What are you arguing about?" Her eyes were red and swollen. Her demeanor was tired, and she had completely lost her old high-cool female CEO style. Lu Ziyu pointed at Zhou Jiannan, Chen Xiaoru, and Wang Hao and complained to Ji Ningyan. "The 3 of them, they're making a scene here. Get security over here and chase them away." Ji Ningyan gave Lu Ziyu an incredulous look. She didn't understand what Lu Ziyu was mad about. These are all departmental patriarchs, technical backbone, which have parachuted in to fire the patriarchs first. Ji Ningyan rubbed her brow. What the hell is going on? Chen Xiaoru didn't wait for Lu Ziyu to open his mouth, and took the opportunity to stir up trouble, saying to Ji Ningyan, "Mr. Ji," before Xiao left, he explained some of the precautions we should take, just to prevent the department from having similar problems again. Wang Hao and I were discussing what to do, when this person came over and said that we were laughing and joking around, and that he wanted to deduct our bonuses, and to fire us. Lu Ziyu didn't expect Chen Xiaoru to say this. His face became even more gloomy. "You actually turned black and white upside down?" Chen Xiaoru hummed. "Is it? There is surveillance in the office. Isn't it clear when you tune the surveillance out?" Lu Ziyu was instantly dumbfounded. He then remembered that just now, when he saw that Xiao Mo was well liked here and made a big splash, he was so angry that he walked out and scolded Chen Xiaoru and Wang Hao, without paying attention to the specifics of what they were talking about. Now it seems likely that they were actually discussing something at work. Isn't he slapping himself in the face by pulling the surveillance now? Ji Ningyan was already in a bad mood, and seeing Lu Ziyu was even more of a fire. She coldly and angrily rebuked Lu Ziyu. "What else do you have to say now? Who gave you the right to wrong my employee?" Lu Ziyu tried to explain. "Ningyan, enough." Ji Ningyan interrupted him. "You've only been here for a short time and you've stirred up so many baskets. You've lost your biggest client, and now you want to fire my staff. What exactly are your intentions?" "I don't have." Lu Ziyu didn't continue. He saw Ji Ningyan's face full of anger and knew that she was in a rage.
so it was useless to say anything. He understood Ji Ningyan, and when she had lost her temper, he could just coax her a bit more. Therefore, he did not retort in public, giving Ji Ningyan face. Ji Ningyan softly said to Chen Xiaoru and others, "This time, it is the company management's negligence. You can rest assured that your bonuses, not a penny, will be missing. Tonight departmental dinners, I will let the personnel to arrange. Everyone enjoy eating and drinking well. Today's unpleasantness, as if it had not happened." Ji Ningyan was usually pretty good to the people in her department, and although everyone had a grudge against her after Xiao Mo left, most of her colleagues didn't say anything when they saw that she had sincerely apologized and had arranged a get-together. Zhou Jiannan and Chen Xiaoru glanced at each other. Zhou Jiannan said, "Mr. Ji, thank you for defending us. We have already planned to resign." Ji Ningyan bitterly retained, "If you are not satisfied with the salary, you can put forward. I can give you a salary increase. Can you reconsider?" Chen Xiaoru wrinkled her nose and said angrily, "Mr. Ji, it's not that we're unkind. Mr. Lu parachuted in here and has been picking on us for 3 days. Last time he already deducted our house performance, and now he's going to deduct our bonuses. How can we stay here? We are just laborers. At least find a place with security, with a leader we can trust." "You shut up." Lu Ziyu couldn't stand Chen Xiaoru stirring up trouble in front of him, pointing at her nose and cursing. "What kind of a thing are you that you dare to stir up the relationship between Mr. Ji and I in front of my face? Get out of here now." Ji Ningyan already had a bellyful of fire towards Lu Ziyu, and now that she saw him acting impulsively and recklessly, and also driving away the backbone, she was even more furious. She pushed Lu Ziyu's hand away and angrily rebuked, "You're the one who should get lost. You're the one who made a mess of Ji's internet department. You didn't fulfill any of the promises you made to me in the first place, and you made us lose our biggest client. Take your 2 experts and get lost. Young master, go back to the office first. We'll talk later." Pan Hui, who was following Lu Ziyu, hurriedly pulled down on Lu Ziyu's coat, prompting him not to be impulsive. Lu Ziyu didn't say anything and turned around to go back to the manager's office. Ji Ningyan still wanted to say something to Chen Xiaoru, but the other party took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Ji, thank you very much for taking care of us over the past few years. We were brought up by Xiao, and now that he's started his own business, we still want to follow him. Here's my resignation letter." Chen Xiaoru took out her resignation letter from the drawer and handed it to Ji Ningyan. "This is mine." Wang Hao handed over one as well. Ji Ningyan then realized that they had long had the intention of resigning and following Xiao Mo to start their own business, but they had just been waiting for the opportunity. No wonder, the usually hard-working cowhorse type of employees, one by one, lifted the table and called out to the leaders today. Zhou Jiannan does not like to get these 7 or 8, took a pen on the table, bit open the cap, casually pulled a piece of white paper, stood and wrote a note. "Letter of resignation. Don't want to do it. Goodbye." He handed this very informal resignation letter to Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan pinched the note with mixed feelings, but she knew it was no longer possible to keep them. Su Miaomiao also stood up. "Mr. Ji, I also resigned. I'll make up the resignation letter later." The girl with a soft and introverted character, who usually didn't dare to raise her head when talking to the leader, also gathered courage at this time and applied for resignation with Ji Ningyan in person. Ji Ningyan bit her lip and looked at her silently. After a long time, Ji Ningyan turned around and tried her best to calm her emotions. "All right, you guys go." She knew that with Xiao Mo gone, she no longer had the ability to keep them. Su Miaomiao called out to Zhou Jiannan and the 3 of them. "Xiaoru, brother Hao, bastard boy, wait for me." Zhou Jiannan shook his long hair and waved at her. "Get in the car." Su Miaomiao smiled and followed. Zhou Jiannan sings "Let's go" when we say go, and the 4 of them stride away, hooking shoulders, until their silhouettes disappeared. Ji Ningyan blackened her face, forced herself to hold back her anger, and said to her assistant Li Dandan, "Call Lu Ziyu to come to my office." Chapter 82. Ji Ningyan chases away Lu Ziyu. President's office. The atmosphere was heavy as a dark cloud. Ji Ningyan sat on the wide leather seat, her slender fingers gently tapping on the desktop, her eyes as cold as knives. Her red lips were pursed, and there was suppressed anger between her brows. Lu Ziyu walked in. Seeing Ji Ningyan in this state, he also knew that her anger value was at its peak. Lu Ziyu hurriedly closed the door of the room tightly and walked to her, a pleasing smile on his face as he softly coaxed her. "Ningyan, calm down, everything can be solved. Don't get angry." He tried to take Ji Ningyan's hand, but she pushed it away. Ji Ningyan's voice was as cold as ice. "Lu Ziyu, when you returned to China, you promised me that you would quintuple Ji's market capitalization. You said that you had connections and could help us receive bigger engineering orders. It's been almost 3 months now, and there's no movement at all. You also said that our company's management is backward and inefficient, especially the internet department that Xiao Mo brought. You need to optimize it with the most advanced experience. Now what? After optimization by you and your top experts, the company system is paralyzed. Major bugs in the normally functioning platforms. The biggest clients are lost, and the backbone of the team has been squeezed out by you. You give me an explanation for all these things. Where does Lu Ziyu have any serious company management experience? The management techniques he learned abroad were all on paper, not practiced, and were full of holes in practice. He also knew that the problem this time was because he was not professional enough to figure out the company's situation and blindly invited 2 foreign experts over. Whether or not the experts have real skills is another matter. They have not yet familiarized themselves with the environment, and they are not able to give full play to their skills, which is why they have made a mess. But Lu Ziyu heart with a mirror. Ji Ningyan itself does not know much about management, will only do things according to the process. Look at the statement are barely. With her to explain these, she will only feel that he is looking for excuses. It was imperative to put all the blame on Xiaomo's head. Lu Ziyu has no great talent, but a bunch of small smarts. With a roll of his eyes, he had already thought of something to say. He approached Ji Ningyan, deliberately made a hesitant appearance, and said laboriously, Ningyan, in fact, this time, the project went wrong. The experts already know what the problem is, but I don't dare to tell you for fear that you will be angry. Ji Ningyan was already a straightforward nature, and seeing Lu Ziyu squirming, she was even more annoyed to the point of exploding. Speak up if you want to, or leave, Lu Ziyu busily said. This time when the company system had a loophole, it was led by Xiaomo, who privately hacked the system, then pretended to be a savior, hypocritically came to help, and actually extorted 3 million from us. Ji Ningyan listened expressionlessly. Lu Ziyu thought he had talked her into it and continued to fan the flames. Think about it, Xiaomo stayed at home for 2 years. Under your management, the company flourished and never had any problems. How come you divorced Xiaomo and immediately had problems? Doesn't this just say it all? Ji Ningyan laughed coldly. Is that your reason? Do you convict people all by guessing? Colleagues have already said that the reason there hasn't been any problems in the past 2 years is because Xiaomo has been at the back helping to maintain, she said, her eyes dimming. What was the use of her condemning Lu Ziyu? Ungrateful white wolves. Clearly she herself. Lu Ziyu painted too many rosy scenarios of Ji's takeoff for her during her return, and she got on top of it, impulsively divorcing. Now reason has returned, but a great mistake has been made. Lu Ziyu was still unwilling. Ningshan, I admit, he may have been the one who defended it in the past, so how come he's not defending it now? Isn't he purposely embarrassing you? Also, why was the cell phone system suddenly paralyzed? And how did Mr. Fong get there in the first place? I see. Is this morning he attacked the system, and contacted Mr. Fong, came over to sing this big drama? That's enough. There's absolutely no way he could have done these things in the morning. Ji Ningyan interrupted angrily. Lu Ziyu was unconvinced. Why is it impossible? Ji Ningyan smiled bitterly. Because this morning, I was with him. Lu Ziyu's face turned white. He had thought that he had danced the whole well and had dug Ji Ningyan from Xiaomo. Who knows? Ji Ningyan is now in an affair with Xiaomo, and in the morning she went behind his back to find Xiaomo. What is this? Lu Ziyu was furious. You are cuckolding me? Ji Ningyan gazed at Lu Ziyu with disappointment, then smiled to herself. I went to talk to Xiaomo about compensation. And you? What qualifications do you have to say so? Xiaomo and I are the legal couple who have received a marriage license. You've returned to China these days. I made it very clear to you that after I get divorced, I'll consider getting back together with you, but we don't have a relationship other than friends right now. Lu Ziyu could never have imagined that Ji Ningyan, who used to obey him, would say such heartless words. He was so angry that he shivered. Ji Ningyan, I've been so good to you. These days back in China, I've tried to coax you to be happy every day. I've mobilized all my connections to help you. You're such a heartless woman. Ji Ningyan stood up and looked at him indifferently. This sentence, you are not qualified to say either. Back then, when my Ji family was in trouble, I almost even gave my life away. Where were you? Who was my boyfriend at that time? Lu Ziyu pursed his lips tightly, his expression grim, and he could no longer speak. Ji Ningyan turned around and said icily, Go away. For the sake of our past love, I won't hold it against you this time. Our Ji clan has nothing to do with you, and I don't want to see you in the future. Gazing smoke. Go! Lu Ziyu clenched his fists, so angry that his features were deformed. Okay, Ningshan, calm down. I won't bother you. I'll come back to see you after a while. Lu Ziyu's eyes flashed with anger as he left. Ji Ningyan tiredly closed her eyes and let the tears slide down from the corners of her eyes. She knows that this time she has lost more than just customers, employees and 5,000 W plus profit per year. More importantly, she completely lost Xiaomo, the one who truly loved her and was willing to give everything for her. Xin Lingyun regretted it in the elevator.
Not only did she not get a boyfriend, she lost the right to sing. It's a sin. Xiao Mo looked at her askance. Why the sad face? Can a person still be happy after losing the freedom to sing? Shen Lingyun's small face turned into a bitter melon. Xiao Mo said carelessly, if you want to sing, sing something cheerful, such as, you're marrying me today. Yes.
Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes immediately lit up, then realizing that he seemed to have misunderstood Xiao Mo's meaning, he awkwardly salvaged his dignity and sang a couple of melodic lines.
Crap, can't remember the lyrics. Where does she get off singing love songs like that? After Xiao Mo got married,
all she listened to were bitter love songs.
Can't sing, go back and learn, Xiao Mo still said without thinking.
He pressed his large hand to the top of her head and gently rubbed her hair. Shen Lingyun looked docile and unconsciously hummed twice.
Without waiting for Shen Lingyun to reply, the elevator lights came on and the doors opened. Chen Xiaoru, Wang Hao, and Zhou Jiannan stood at the doorway, dumbfounded.
Zhou Jiannan had a quick mind and was the first to react,
bowing in greeting. Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, you two are here. Flirting here? Chapter 83, Little Friends Arrive. Studio officially established. Zhou Jiannan didn't finish his words.
Shen Lingyun's face instantly turned red into a small tomato as she felt embarrassed.
Xiao Mo, on the contrary, withdrew his hand with a calm demeanor and said with a smile, discussing music with my partner, aren't you? Shen Lingyun's little head nodded furiously. Ah yes. Wang Hao pushed Zhou Jiannan. Don't shout. It should be boss lady. Xiao Mo did not deny it, and Shen Lingyun's face turned even redder. She felt like she was steaming. Zhou Jiannan looked contemptuously at Wang Hao. It has to be you The horse's ass are padded just right and without traces. Chen Xiaoru pushed the two of them into the elevator. Let's go out first. Geez, there is surveillance everywhere, so if you accidentally say something and get caught, it won't be good. Su Miao followed and closed the elevator door.
Qinan Xiao is a broken man himself. He heard that the elevator malfunctioned for 5 minutes, and once he saw that the trapped people were Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun, the soul of gossip was burning. He moved his arms and pretended to say casually, gee, this elevator, quite spacious, suitable for doing something else. Ow. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he was viciously pinched by Chen Xiaoru on his arm. Chen Xiaoru threw eyes at him. Zhou Jiannan didn't understand. Chen Xiaoru opened her cell phone and sent a message in the small WeChat group of the four of them. Chen Xiaoru, shut up. Xiao must not be officially with this beauty yet. Zhou Jiannan, how do you know? Wang Hao, I told you to study more, but you went to feed the pigs. Zhao's character. If they are officially together, they will definitely announce it to the world. He said that he is a partner. The current relationship is really a partner. This is not even disc out, but also every day to play script kill it. Zhou Jiannan glared fiercely at Wang Hao, returning his taunt. Su Miao, none of us have received news of Zhao's divorce, which means it's not official yet, as I could have guessed. Chen Xiaoru rolled her eyes. Chen Xiaoru, just his dumbass logic is the worst. Zhou Jiannan, you guys are bad guys. You dare to mock the little master. The little master will fight with you later. Su Miao, no kidding. Seriously, I think this girl seems to like Xiao very much, and her personal conditions are also better than Mr. G. Wang Hao, it has to be. Xiao deserves it. Chen Xiaoru, I tell you, through my observation, I think the Hangsheng executives must be outstanding in ability and vigor. This girl is soft like a cat in front of Xiao. It is likely that they do not know each other only recently, but they knew each other a long time ago. Su Miao, right? I feel that way too. Wang Hao, find a chance to play truth or dare tonight. Set up a conversation? Xiao Mo heard a few guys' cell phones vibrating and said without turning his head, you four, no crickets behind my back. Chen Xiaoru, I'll go. He's got eyes behind his back? Xiao Mo, and don't say I have eyes on my back. Crowd. After leaving G's group, the six came to the intersection and Xiao Mo stood still. Everyone knew he had something to say, and a pair of expectant eyes looked at him. Xiao Mo said sincerely to his little friends, I know that you all want to come to my aid, but there is something that I want to make clear ahead of time. My studio is a partnership with MS. Shen. Currently just the two of us plus an assistant. The scale is not large, with a billion market value of G's far from comparable. Even if you have millions of startup capital now, and the support of Mr. Feng, but entrepreneurship is difficult and dangerous. 9 deaths in 1 life. You follow me. There is no stability and protection of a large company, and the treatment I give you is not comparable to that of a large company, so I hope that you will consider it carefully. A few people looked at each other, and Chen Xiaoru took the initiative to say, Brother Xiao, we've all thought about it, we were all brought up by you, and the treatment at G's was something you helped us fight for. Even if we don't mention the sentiment, we believe in your ability. Wang Hao pushed his black-rimmed glasses. That's right, Brother Xiao, you don't have to worry about us. We've saved up a bit of money over the past few years, and we know you won't treat us poorly,
and now we're thinking of boogieing, and turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Su Miao whispered. Me too, even though I'm just a designer. I want to do something together that belongs to me. Unlike at G's, where it seems like I'll be fired at any time. Zhou Jiannan jerked his hands down his hair and struck a pose that he thought was cool. Brother Xiao, no more nonsense. Quickly raise your gun and mount your horse. Take us to the big game. Having said that, Xiao Mo knows in his heart that the determination of his buddies to start a business with him is set. He nodded and said with certainty, well, since you have such determination, let's do something together. They reached out, folded their hands, and said go 3 times, as they had done in the past. That familiar scent from 5 years ago is back. The passion that was once there is still fresh in our minds. Those days when we stayed up late discussing programs. Those moments when we cheered for every little breakthrough. Young and fearless, harboring the same dream, and doing their best to achieve their goals. 5 years have passed. Time has smoothed the edges of youth. But the fire in their hearts has not been extinguished. And for the sake of the same dream, they gathered together again. Including Xiao Mo, who was always emotionally stable. All 5 of them looked a little agitated. Shen Lingyun was quiet on the sidelines and didn't disturb them. Although she was the eldest miss of the Shen family and the vice president of Hongxing, she had practiced from the bottom and walked up step by step. In this era where profit was paramount and human feelings were as thin as paper, she felt a bit touched to still see such pure feelings. It was also comforting for Xiao Mo. Zhao Shirai is cooking hot pot in his office. She was already salivating from the craving, so tempted to dazzle all the hot pots by myself. The 2 of them were her bosses, and she couldn't afford to mess with them, so she had to wait. Messy footsteps came from the doorway. Zhao Xiaoai pricked up her ears. So many people? It can't be the picket brigade, right? Is it against the law to cook hot pot in an office building? She was not sure and hurriedly took out her cell phone to Baidu. She worked as an assistant right after high school and had no experience of sitting in a classroom, except that when she was studying, she couldn't use high-powered electrical appliances in the dormitory, and she would be targeted by a scary and strange person called the hostel manager. Xiao Mo brought Xin Lingyan and her little friends in and saw the jaw-dropping Zhao Shirai. Xiao Mo briefly introduced a few words. This is Lingyan's assistant, Zhao Shirai. Xin AI. These are my partners from my college business days. You guys get to know each other. Chen Xiaoru took the initiative to extend her hand and greeted Zhao Xiaoai with a smile. Hello, my name is Chen Xiaoru. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao. Zhou Jiannan stretched his back. Junior Master Zhou Jiannan. You can call me Brother Jiannan. Wang Hao, just call the guy. Zhou Jiannan, get lost. Su Miao said shyly. Hello, my name is Su Miao. I'm in charge of design. Zhao Shernai mechanically shook hands with them one by one. Shen Lingyun said with a smile. Brother Xiao earned 3 million in commission in the past. And the previous clients also said that they would cooperate with us. So the little ones are all coming together. Our studio is officially established today. Chapter 84, Xiao Mo discovers Shen Lingyun's secret. Zhao Xia AI's entire body was confused. She thought that Xiao Mo's comment about the 3 most important things to take care of in entrepreneurship together was just a slogan to shout and a chicken blood. Essential skills for startup leaders. I didn't realize that he was really not bragging about money, clients, and talent, all at once. 6. The few of them had been with Xiao Mo for 5 or 6 years, so they naturally wouldn't be angry. After greeting Zhao Shirao AI, the 4 of them picked out workstations in the public office. Chen Xiaoru, I'll sit here, by the window, enjoying the perfect view. She ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows and opened her arms to embrace the sun. Wang Hao pulled a chair beside Chen Xiaoru and sat down. I'm fine wherever I am. I'm a brick in the revolution. Wherever I need to move. Zhou Jiannan wanted to grab Chen Xiaoru's position. This place is small master to see. Mud Punch Kai. This place is suitable for small master, this kind of social terrorism type of talent. Chen Xiaoru rolled her eyes. You're socially terrified? Wang Hao analyzes. Social terrorists, socializing in a way that makes others fearful. Social terror for short. Zhou Jiannan dragged a chair and smiled as he squeezed in beside Chen Xiaoru. Then let's sit together. Wang Hao added. That's right, we're all sisters. What's the point of being outside? Zhou Jiannan's pale and clear face still hung a teasing smile. You're jealous. Su Miao was obviously used to the few of them sniping and chose the center seat for herself. I'll just sit here, and anyone who wants to change the design, just let me know. Being a designer is like being at the bottom of the pyramid, where everyone has to come and direct the rewrites. Zhou Jiannan flirted. Niao Mao's daily routine. Well, yes, your opinion is the most valuable, so that no one is offended. After arranging the position, Chen Xiaoru took the initiative to stand up and explain to Xiao Mo and Xin Lingyun. Brother Xiao, Sister Lingyun, the colleagues who are in charge of the MyZ cell phone project with us, there are 2 who are willing to join. The colleagues in charge of e-commerce, there are 3 who intend to come over. If you agree,
They will go through the resignation process tomorrow. They have already tweeted us about it. For the other positions, we can recruit in our acquaintances first. It's more efficient and guaranteed. Wang Hao said. My object is in charge of personnel. She will also resign and come over. Personnel recruitment should be no problem to her. Chen Xiaoru, that's right. I'll send you my resume now to go through it. And if you agree, our team can be set up soon. Xiao Mo nodded. Good. Everyone was feeling excited. And one by one, they were pumping their fists and getting ready for the big event. Shen Lingyun said, what are you all waiting for? Eat quickly. The hot pot is all ready. Wang Hao didn't talk much, but was a foodie and rushed over to pick up chopsticks. Zhou Jiannan, save some for me. Su Miao Miao, me too. Jiaxia Ai watched dumbfounded as the crowd finished the hot pot she had worked so hard to cook and dazzled it like a windfall. She didn't take a bite. The tired little assistant slumped on her desk in frustration. Xiao Mo asked, Xin Ai, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shirao Ai, flatulent with hunger. Xiao Mo laughed. I've ordered a new order. It'll be delivered later. It's enough for all. Zhao Shirai got excited. Long live the boss. Chen Xiaoru put on her old qualifications. Sister, it looks like you're a newcomer. Follow brother Xiao and hang out. Can you still be hungry? She means lunch and paychecks. No less. Zhao Shernai smiled. Is that a double entendre? It's hard to deal with you smart people. New takeout order delivered. A bigger pot. More ingredients. And Zhao Shirao Ai's renewed vigor. This time, I'm going to take all the dishes that were taken away and eat them back. Into the night. After a busy day, Shen Lingyun was also a bit tired. She originally thought that Xiao Mo Dry Studio recruitment will be a little difficult, and at first could not receive a large order. She had all the intention of helping him arrange it step by step. She heard Ling Wei say that Xiao Mo was divorced at that time and ran straight over. Because it was him, no detailed investigation was done. From the current situation, Xiao Mo had indeed left a backhand, and his ability was much stronger than she had imagined. Shen Lingyun was happy that he could have a successful career, and the odds were that her family would not object. Despite being from a prestigious family, Shen Lingyun's parents were very enlightened and only pushed for marriage, never interfering with her freedom of marriage. Shen Lingyun took a shower, lay on the bed, and when she looked at her phone, she realized that Xiao Mo had sent a Weibo message half an hour ago. Xiao Mo, home? It's been a busy day today. Take an early rest. Lone shadow and sparse window. Okay. Showered and ready for bed. Xiao Mo, okay. Good night. Shen Lingyun had just posed for a chat, ready to get mushy, and this was good night? You straight man of steel. Shen Lingyun couldn't help but squeeze him. Lonely shadow and sparse window. Do I need to drink more hot water? Xiao Mo, if you like. It's okay, but it's late. You're prone to get up too much water, and you'll be edematous the next day as well. Lonely shadow and sparse window. I thank you. Kitten cursing emoticon. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Lonely shadow and sparse window. Nothing. Sleep. Xiao Mo, by the way, your WeChat name, is it derived from a phrase by Nalen Romrua? Lonely shadow and window, you know? Sean Mo, aha. Shen Lingyun had a jolt and bounced up from the bed. Underestimated you. IT guy. I didn't realize you really knew how to flirt. The little heart in Shen Lingyun's chest was beating like crazy. Is it time for confession time? Since he understood it, he must be accepting her thoughts by bringing it out now. Otherwise it wouldn't have been padded with so much care up front. 13 years of secret love is about to come to fruition. Shen Lingyun's excited heart, trembling hand, typed a line. Lonely shadow and sparse window. How do you know that? Xiaoma, I've seen this lyric before, and I'm impressed with this line. I think it's quite meaningful. Do you like this line too? Lonely shadow and sparse window. Yeah. Cat blushing emoji. Xiao Mo, I have an impression of it, and there is another reason. It contains my name. I think it is very interesting, but I did not think of doing it as a WeChat name. I use my real name. Did you like the mood of this line and use it as a WeChat name? Shen Lingyun read that sentence for 3 minutes, until he was sure he really didn't mean anything else. The hanging heart finally died. Not bad for you, Iron Man Shaw Mo. You can't even spot her crush like that? Why don't you ever wonder why your name is in the phrase I use as my Twitter name? Is that hard to guess? Lone shadow and sparse window, sort of. Xiao Mo, then you might as well use it for me. It's a bit more relevant. Ha! Shen Lingyun especially wanted to faint. What the hell kind of joke is this? Oh you head. Here you go. Here you go. I'll call Xiao Mo and forget it. Lonely shadow and sparse window. Huh, you're so funny. Good night. Shen Lingyun threw away her cell phone, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to meditate. The man you chose, cry in love without anger. Without anger. Without anger. Without anger. Xiao Mo finished sending the message and clicked on Shen Lingyun's photo. Chapter 85, The Love Warrior Shines. When we went to the attractions that day, she dragged him to take many intimate pictures together. At first, Xiao Mo just thought that it was okay for the two to do these actions since they were affectionate since their middle school days. However, every time he faced Ji Ningyan, Shin Lingyun showed that kind of strong hostility, and her various moves to deliberately tease him. It seems obvious enough. The answer is clear. Xiao Mo retracted his thoughts, and his gaze fell on the piece of pottery sitting on the bedside table, in the shape of a love heart. Shin Lingyun excused herself for not being able to get it and pinched it like this. He also remembers that when she was a child, her hands were very clever. The family was poor and there were not many toys, and she often pinched Play-Doh, and all kinds of shapes were lifelike. But it's an implied excuse. The WeChat message rang. It was a work report from a junior partner. Xiao Mo adjusted his mood and focused on his work. 1 week later, team development is taking shape. In addition to Qin Xiaoru and the other 4 core members, another 8 people came over from Ji's side. Wang Hao's subject recruited 2 interns to come over online, and a senior engineer who was recruited through his contacts. The staff is already 15 strong, with some still doing handovers from their original companies and will be arriving. Starting a business has countless chores to do. This week Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun had been working under a lot of pressure and had been working back-to-back on company matters. Good job coming to an end. At noon on Sunday, after dealing with the company's business, Shin Lingyun came to find Xiao Mo to eat together. Xiao Mo refused. Don't eat. I have some things to take care of today. Shin Lingyun looked at him with a complicated expression. Qi Ningyan has been dormant for a week. It's not going to make a comeback, is it? Xiao Mo smiled and explained. I'm going to the orphanage. There's a child who had an operation. I'm going to check on her. Shen Lingyun learned that Xiao Mo participated in club activities when he was in college and volunteered at the orphanage on a regular basis, and he liked to accompany those children, and this habit has been maintained. Alright then, tell me if you need anything. Shen Lingyun laughed. Good. Xiao Mo left. When he came to the orphanage, a group of children enthusiastically surrounded him and called Xiao Mo brother. He took the toys and food he had brought and distributed them to the children. Auntie Li, the life administrator, came over. Mo. You came to see the children again? Auntie Li greeted peacefully. Aha. Xiao Mo nodded. Where's Jingshu? Auntie Li said, reading a book in the backyard. She just had surgery not long ago. Her body is still relatively weak. Xiao Mo, I'll go check on her. Xiao Mo brought a set of hardcover novels specially prepared for Jingshu to the backyard. Su Jingshu is a junior high school student, just turned 13 this year, because of a bad heart, often recuperating. She is gifted and belongs to the category of early blooming children. Since she was a child, she loved to read and write, and has continuously published articles in newspapers and magazines since elementary school. The young adult novel I wrote when I entered junior high school has been picked up by a publisher and approached for publication. However, because her health was too poor to write for any length of time, that novel rotted and was sadly lost to publication. Some time ago, Jennifer Seo's heart problems became serious and life-threatening. The orphanage launched a fundraising campaign to the community and raised 100,000 yuan. The remaining 100,000 yuan was donated by Xiao Mo. The girl just had surgery last month and is still in the recuperation phase. Xiao Mo and this girl is particularly close. What has something in mind? Also like to say to her. Has always treated her as a younger sister. Xiao Mo walked out into the yard. The girl sat on a bench under a tree, quietly reading a book. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves on her pale cheeks. Her thin body wrapped in a wide smock. Her head was slightly bowed. Her slender fingers gently flipping the pages of the book, intently and quietly skimming the words on the page. Jingshu. Xiao Mo walked over and greeted her softly. Are you feeling better today? Su Jingshu raised her head and saw that it was Xiao Mo. A bright smile immediately bloomed on her clear little face. A far cry from the tranquility she had just experienced. Brother Xiao Mo, you came to see me? I feel much better. In another month, I should be able to walk freely. By then, I'm going to run a marathon, take up an Ironman triathlon, climb the peaks, and breathe the free air at Mount Everest. Bragging, Xiao Mo laughed and spat, placing the set of novels in his hand beside her. Brought your favorite sci-fi novels to replenish your spiritual food. Su Jingshu was obviously very happy. Thank you, brother. You are the best brother in the whole world. Horse's ass. Xiao Mo spat out another sentence. He sat down on another bench and lapsed into silence. Su Jingshu just looked quiet and well-behaved, but she herself was also a Grinch. She tilted her head to look at Xiao Mo's preoccupied appearance and immediately grasped the point. Brother Xiao Mo, how come Sister Ning Yan didn't come with you? As the president of the Ji clan, Ji Ning Yan needed to invest in public service to solidify her persona, which was a common corporate tactic to establish a positive image and pull the public's favor. She would come to the orphanage with Xiao Mo every once in a while, but she had little interest in public service and didn't like children, so every time she was similar to posing for a picture.
donating supplies and leaving.
Xiao Mo had mentioned to her many times to stop being cold all the time and not to treat doing good deeds as a job, but she never listened. You should know very well that the only thing on my mind is the development of Ji.
I don't have that much time to play with children. This is what Ji Ningyan said to Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo didn't force her, but Xiao Mo loves children,
and being an orphan himself,
he is extraordinarily close to the children at the orphanage. Xiao Mo shook his head. She won't be coming. Jingshu Su asked keenly.
You guys are having relationship problems, right?
Xiao Mo came over today,
also wanting to talk to the sister about her heart,
still hesitating how to open her mouth. I didn't realize that the little girl had directly touched the pain point. Xiao Mo asked curiously. How do you know?
Su Jingshu laughed a little smugly, pointing at Xiao Mo's face and said,
It's all written on your face. Loneliness, loss, sadness, melancholy, loneliness, uncertainty.
This all meets the criteria for lost love.
Say, is the Cold War stage, or has been divorced? Is it a peaceful breakup, or is it a third-party insertion? Xiao Mo looked at her in surprise.
I can't believe she's just a freshman and her instincts are so sharp when it comes to relationships.
Let Xiao Mo cannot help but think of.
He was in junior high school to ask for advice by Chi, but Bai Chi told him that the girl is angry because the favorite team lost.
Many people say that during puberty, girls become emotionally precocious than boys. He didn't believe it before, but now he does. Xiao Mo was torn for 2 seconds, but still chose to tell the truth. We're divorced. Her ex-boyfriend is back in the country,
so we signed the papers and will be getting our divorce papers in 2 weeks.
Xiao Mo tried to put it as politely as possible.
Who knew that Su Jingshu didn't give him any face at all and pointed it out bluntly.
Oh, got it. Contract marriage for 5 years.
The ex-boyfriend returned to the country. She ran to the white moonlight. You are infatuated with the wrong payment.
Eclipsed to leave, but she went crazy, looking for you all over the world. And finally she chased after her husband to the crematorium. Your kind of drama is very popular lately. Online skits are everywhere. Can't see. Brother Xiao Mo, you are quite good at catching up with the trend. Xiao Mo. Chapter 86, The Master at Arms Analysis. Su Jingshu looked at Xiao Mo with embarrassment written all over his face and snorted out a laugh. Fine. For the sake of your lost love, I won't give you a hard time. Tell me, what did you want to ask me when you came to see me today? Xiao Mo looked at her with some surprise. How did you know I had something to ask you?
Su Jingshu winked mischievously, her childish little face filled with a smug expression.
You don't know my nickname at school, Divine Calculator Jing Jing, the surefire way to calculate everything. Otherwise,
why does everyone who is troubled have to say that I want to be quiet?
Xiao Mo smiled. However, he was a little hesitant. So much had happened in the past 2 weeks. So many things. He didn't know where to start asking.
Su Jingshu was a smart and perceptive girl.
She cocked her head to observe Xiao Mo. She spoke first.
Actually, I don't think you and Sister Ningyan are a good match. Xiao Mo raised his eyes to look at her youthful but serious appearance and waited for the following.
The girl calmly analyzes. You are a very emotional person.
The most important thing in your heart is the concept of family.
You can give everything for your family, and you are also willing to sacrifice for your family. But Sister Ningyan, she only has career in her heart. The concept of family seems to be very thin. At least, your marriage, it doesn't take up much weight in her heart. However, it seems inaccurate to say that she only has career in her heart. Through your usual description, I feel that she is not very motivated. Instead, she is eager to make quick success, always wanting to take shortcuts, or, she needs the sense of achievement and vanity of being successful. That is even more inappropriate for a low-profile do-gooder like you. Your parting of ways was expected, so don't feel too bad. Xiao Mo knew that Su Jingshu was gifted and had a high talent in literature. However, she did not expect Ji Ningyan, who had only met her a few times, to be able to analyze her so thoroughly. Xiao Mo looked at Su Jingshu's clear eyes. The girl is very rational, probably because of her poor health from childhood. She has a more thorough view of both life and death, and she doesn't seem to be bothered by anything. Xiao Mo agreed with her. She thinks I'm unmotivated by staying home, and when her ex-boyfriend comes back from studying abroad and brags about it, she thinks he's going to help take the company to the next level. Su Jingshu asked curiously, you were doing well at G-Clan in the first place. Why did you suddenly come home to be a home cook? Don't say anything about it being to help her condition her body. This kind of talk, you can just lie to elementary school students. But I'm a middle school student. Xiao Mo smiled bitterly. Taking care of her and grandpa is one aspect. There are 2 other reasons. Fine. One is because I am responsible for online in the company. They started as a building material company. They pay more attention to offline development. She and the company shareholders don't value online development. They won't increase their investment. I'll just keep the department running normally behind the scenes. Secondly, because her mother is always on guard against me. I'm in the company, The shareholders and relatives are deliberately guarding against me and sidelining me. It's no fun for me to be there. Xiao Mo's expression was a bit lost. These were words he hardly ever said to anyone else. At first, he thought that Feng Liping was just being a little selfish for the sake of her son, and for the sake of his grandfather and Ji Ningyan. He still wanted to maintain the harmony of the family and didn't take it into account. After the divorce and Ji Ningyan went back to visit his grandfather, Xiao Mo's heart, there was a little bit of anticipation. He didn't expect Feng Liping and Ji Weijie to be on his side, but he still hoped that their two elders would be able to say a fair word. Unexpectedly, the divorce has not yet been staged. Ji Weijie only wanted to make peace. Feng Liping saw Lu Ziyu and licked it. These things, over and over again, proved that his dedication had never been seen by Ji Ningyan and her parents. He was thoroughly disappointed in the family. When Su Jingshu heard Xiao Mo say this, her small, pale and cold hand was gently placed on the back of Xiao Mo's hand. Brother, don't get mad at these people. They're not worth it. Xiao Mo smiled. I've gotten over all these things. Then you came to find me today for. Su Jingshu's eyes hid a hint of penetration. Xiao Mo sighed and asked quietly, I actually wanted to ask you what love really is and what it feels like to love someone. Su Jingshu once again snorted out a laugh and couldn't help but tease. Brother, you're 27 years old and you're asking me, a first-year student, what love is. How do you want me to answer you? Xiao Mo was a little embarrassed. Mainly I usually either study code or medical books. I don't have much experience. I think you romance novels are written so well. More or less a bit of experience, right? Su Jingshu nodded her head repeatedly. Right. If you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. Xiao Mo pretended to leave. I won't talk to you if you're like this. Alright, brother, sit down and I'll think about what to tell you. Su Jingshu's slender fingers rested on her chin. Thinking seriously, her pale and cool face showing a little warmth in the sunlight. After a few minutes, the girl spoke slowly. What is love? This is an eternal riddle that has plagued the hearts of countless people throughout the ages. Some people say love is the throbbing of the heart when the heartbeat accelerates, the warmth of each other's company, and the most splendid adventure in life. It is like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, illuminating every corner of the heart, and like an unknown journey, it keeps people moving forward in expectation and surprise. Whether it's a split-second heartbeat or a long-lasting relationship, love is always the most moving chapter in life. Xiao Mo was embarrassed. There's no need to explain it so officially. Su Jingshu hemmed and hawed. Sorry, I'm used to watering down the word count when writing novels. Xiao Mo. Su Jingshu seriously said, if you want to solve the actual problem, you can start from the love triangle theory put forward by the American psychologist Robert Stenberg, which believes that different loves are composed of three ingredients, namely intimacy, passion and responsibility. Perfect love includes these three components. Only intimacy is like type love. Only passion is obsessive love. Passion plus intimacy is romantic love. Intimacy plus responsibility is a friend and companion type love. Only responsibility is empty type love. You want to know what it feels like to love someone? You can first assess what you feel for Sister Ningyan. Xiao Mo was silent. Su Jingshu gently pushed him. Big brother, I'm asking you. Xiao Mo, is that a question? Jingshu Su, don't change the subject. Answer honestly. Xiao Mo thought for a moment and slowly said, I used to think I was in love with her, at least after marrying her, and I never considered any other possibility, but lately I've realized that it seems as if what I've felt for her, from the beginning, has been sympathy. Have I got the definition of love wrong? Expand on that and I'll help you analyze it. Su Jingshu said, Xiao Mo, our Xiao family owes the Ji family a favor. I married her to flush out and stabilize the situation. I've told you all of this. Initially, I just wanted to return the favor and help maintain the stability of the Ji family. When I saw that she, a young girl, used her tender shoulders to carry the Ji family's mess, I admired her and through her strength. I saw a reflection of that young me back then and remembered my desire to protect my family. I don't want to repeat the fear and helplessness I felt when I was 7 years old and faced the dilemma of losing my family. I think of her as family, and I think of the Qi family as my own, and that's why I'll do whatever it takes to guard the Qi family and protect her. If we go by the theory you're talking about, appreciation may not even reach the level of liking, and I have nothing but responsibility for her. Su Jingshu frowned, thinking carefully. She asked Xiao Mo, brother, have you considered a future with her? Like having children? Xiao Mo nodded and replied frankly, I've considered it. I hope to have 2 children with her. A son and a daughter would be best. If she wants to fight in the shopping mall, I can support her behind her while accompanying and taking care of the children at home. Su Jingshu then asked a very pointed question. You don't just fantasize about the good life with babies and not the process of making them. Chapter 87, tell me about the girl who makes your heart sing. Xiao Mo was dumbfounded. It seems to be true.
He had been married to Ji Ningyan for 5 years and hadn't spent much time together. Most of the time he was the one worrying about her work, health, life, everything, but less intimacy. He didn't seem to have any particular desire to be close to her either. I take more care of her and just want her to have a good time. Su Jingshu was again amused by her brother's dull simplicity. This new script of your fantasy life is called The Leisurely Life of a Milkman? The focus is on the process of you bringing up a baby. So the female lead is the instrumental person who gives birth to the child, right? Xiaomo's handsome face was slightly red. He was a married 27-year-old man anyways, so humiliating to be flirted with like that by a 13-year-old middle schooler. Su Jingshu stated her conclusion. According to you, your desire to protect her and take care of her in every way is motivated by repayment of favors, your childhood desire to guard your family, and empathy for similar experiences. Your feelings for her would then be the product of grace, sympathy, and empathy plus a bit of appreciation. It really isn't true love. It's more like affection. At least if you love someone, you are going to want to have all sorts of intimate gestures with her. Not like you, who went to father a giant 27-year-old baby with no regrets. Xiaomo's ears turned a little red at her words. Su Jingshu comforted him. You've said that you want me to treat you as my own brother. So what are you shy about in front of your own sister? Xiaomo struggled a bit. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. If you laugh at me again, I'll erase all your homework with an eraser. Looking at Xiaomo's small fury, Su Jingshu was overjoyed. She smiled and patted the hardcover novel set that was placed beside her, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity as she took the initiative to say to Xiaomo, okay, real lost it's not too far, realize that it's not the same as yesterday, that problem is solved. Next, tell us about the other girl who makes your heart sing. How did you know there was another girl? Xiaomo was surprised. He made sure that from the moment he stepped into this courtyard, not a single word had been mentioned about Shin Lingyun. How did this little girl know? The smile on Su Jingshu's face became more confident. Reasoning. For the past 5 years, you didn't even realize that there was something wrong with your love. So why did you suddenly wake up after the divorce? From what I know of you, you're a bit slow when it comes to feelings, and it's hard to realize that you have a problem with your feelings without external forces. The girl picked up the hardcover novel, placed it on her lap, and brought over the pirated copy she had been reading moments before, setting it aside to compare. She explained. If a colorblind person lives in the mountains and has no contact with people, he will not notice that the gray world he sees is abnormal. If one day he notices the abnormality, it must be that he has regained his ability to see and sees the world in color. You can also compare these two kinds of novels. You have always read pirated novels, and you will think that books are just like this, with rough style and typos. But when you see the hardcover version, you will know, the original book printing can be so beautiful. No outrageous typos and blurred illustrations, and even the page with a refreshing ink aroma. Reading becomes a kind of enjoyment. You'll realize that your previous love wasn't right, probably because you met the girl who really made your heart sing and got a glimpse of what love looks like. The girl patted Xiaomo's shoulder and confidently stated her conclusion. This is the real reason why you came to me. Xiaomo had some understanding of Su Jingshu's intelligence and literary talent, yet he was still shocked by her observational and reasoning abilities. He sighed again and said appreciatively, that's awesome. Can't hide anything from you. Su Jingshu was nonchalant. That's for sure. Cymbidium orchid heart is me. Come on. Xiaomo briefly told Su Jingshu about what happened when he and Shin Lingyun were in middle school. We were going to school together, getting out of school together, doing homework together, and leaning on the couch watching TV together when we were tired of reading. Her family is poor, cannot eat nutritious things. I will share half of their meals to her. She in return, will take my uniform and sneakers home to wash. We do not see each other for a day. Will feel very uncomfortable. She sometimes sick leave did not come to school. I will go to see her after school. She went back to her hometown when we will also talk to the phone every day. We don't like to spend time with others. We don't like to stay with other people. We just like to be alone with each other. I always thought we were best friends and that feeling didn't break after she left. When I got married she said she was busy with work and distanced herself from me. Until my side of the divorce, she suddenly said that she wanted to come to Cloud City to start a business. I feel that things do not seem to be right. Xiaomo told Su Jingshu about Shin Lingyun's actions and emotions one by one during these days together. Su Jingshu's head was big. She didn't quite understand Xiaomo's brain circuits. Could it be that this straight IT guy who writes code has a brain constructed in binary as well? A guy and a girl in middle school sticking together like that, like Siamese twins, and he actually thinks they're just friends? Su Jingshu was even silently praying to the heavens to grant her such a friend in her wonderful adolescence. She asked, so when did you realize something was wrong? Xiaomo said, that day in the office. Ji Ningyan came over, and she deliberately hugged me. Then, I tested it. I joked with her in the elevator and she sang to mock me. I said I'd let her sing Today You're Marrying Me. The girl was speechless. Also tested.
Sure enough, programmers. So, did you pass your new relationship test to be able to go live? Su Jingshu thought to herself, how much of her heartfelt words were said in the form of jokes. This brother, who was known as a genius to the outside world, was actually so unconfident in the face of love. The girl asked, and what did she answer? Sha-mo, she said yes, and then after a few seconds of awkwardness, she got a little embarrassed and started humming a melody, forcibly redeeming the honor. Pretty much, Su Jingshu was happy. It's a bit rustic, but you hit that straight ball pretty well. And with her answer, wasn't it already a clear sign? Xiao-mo hummed. So what are you struggling with? Just confess straight away. Xiao-mo looked down at her sneakers. Her ears reddened again, and her voice was a bit rushed. I don't think I deserve her. She's brilliant, she's dazzling, she has a better school, a better job than me, and I'm divorced on my side, so it's about caring about that. Back then, Xiao Mo's was the top student in the college entrance examination, with enough grades to go to Qingbei, and could also go to the capital. It was in order to take care of his adoptive parents, so he chose to study and develop in the local area. It was also in order to repay the favor for the Xiao family that he gave up his flourishing career and chose to marry in contract. I can't imagine that these will be a hindrance between them. Su Jingshu comforted him, although I have no experience in marriage. I've read a lot of novels, and I know how devastating a breakup and divorce can be to a person. But there's no need for you to be negative because of this. It's not your fault that you got divorced. You're the victim. Xiao Mo was silent, obviously not mentally accepting this yet. Su Jingshu, I think, if she really loves, she won't care about this. If her love comes with strings attached, with your hardware, it's not like it has to be her. There are plenty of girls willing to fall all over you. Xiao Mo teased. Don't read too much about the domineering president falling in love with me in my second marriage. Reality is cruel. Su Jingshu disagreed. You even said she came all the way to you after your divorce. If she minded, why would she come? It's not that you can't think straight. You're just being presumptuous. After a long time, Xiao Mo hesitantly asked, do you think she could just be playing around? Chapter 88. The military counselor wakes up Xiao Mo. Su Jingshu was a bit surprised to hear Xiao Mo's words. Are you saying that she gave up her executive position in a big company? Gave up her connections in the capital, brought her entire fortune, and traveled all the way to Cloud City to accompany you in your business venture just to play you? The girl's gaze surveyed Xiao Mo from top to bottom. Tall, broad shoulders and narrow waist with long legs, delicate and three-dimensional features, born with an aura that people cannot ignore, just casually sitting there, handsome as if the exquisite desktop wallpaper, super high face value hanging a host of showbiz fresh meat. The girl laughed. She joked with him, well, from the looks of it, you do have it in you. Xiao Mo was taunted by her and was not as eloquent as her, so he was bitter and had to say, you know I don't mean that, laugh at me again and I'll leave. Don't. The words aren't finished. Eating melons and not letting people eat the whole thing. Aren't you hurting the world? Su Jingshu thought for a moment and asked, do you doubt her character? Xiao Mo shook his head. How can that be? I'm just worried that she is a momentary novelty and will soon find me dull and uninteresting and get bored. How do you know she's just fresh? Su Jingshu asked. Xiao Mo replied. She used to be like this. When she was in her second year of junior high school, her parents earned some money from stalls and opened a noodle shop outside the school, so her family's condition got a little better. Those clothes and stationery of hers, wear a few times and use a few times and then don't like it anymore. Every time her parents buy her new clothes and new stationery, she is especially happy. The game of the cell phone is also, download it back, play a few times and then don't want to play. Xiao Mo and Shin Lingyun were completely opposite personalities during their studies. She likes freshness, he's a sucker for the old. His items will be cherished and used until they rot. If the clothes are not too tall to wear, even if they are torn, they will be mended and continue to wear them. Perhaps it was because his adoptive mother favored her biological son. He didn't like to give his adoptive parents any trouble, and his needs were very few, so few that they were almost negligible. Occasionally networking to play games. Shin Lingyun also likes to keep changing heroes and change them when they don't play well. Xiao Mo, on the other hand, only practiced one or two heroes for a period of time, and practiced until he got good at it. Su Jingshu said, brother, the game is a game. Feelings are feelings. The game heroes change frequently. It does not mean she changes boyfriends frequently. I also understand your mood. You have just been divorced. Some fear of marriage emotions. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. This kind of idea is silly, but the world often like to make things difficult for themselves. Xiao Mo smiled bitterly. Mediocrity. How could Xiao Mo not understand these truths? No matter how clear-eyed he was about his last marriage, in the end, it was 5 years of heartfelt disappointment. Although he has not really loved Ji Ningyan, when she is a loved one, wrongly regarded affection as love, her betrayal or pickpocketed him a layer of skin. What if it was Shin Lingyun? These days with Shin Lingyun, he could clearly feel the emotional difference. He and Ji Ningyan had always been in the mode of respecting each other, living a very uneventful life, and had no particular desire to be close to her, only wanting to maintain the integrity of the family. He thought, for a while, that he was just an emotionally apathetic person, and that he wasn't really interested in the affairs of men and women. When Shin Lingyun appeared in front of him, he realized how wrong he had been in the past. During this period of time, he was only calm on the surface, forcing himself to be calm, and deliberately avoiding Shin Lingyun's emotional attacks. In fact, every time she came close, consciously or unconsciously, it was like running into his heart with an electric current if nothing else. Every movement, every word she spoke, tugged at the deepest strings of his heart. He didn't like people getting close to her, didn't want other men to see her beauty, and even regular socializing and entertaining could cause him to be jealous. He longed for her to belong exclusively to him, unwilling to share her with anyone, and the uncontrollable possessive desire in his heart was like a tidal wave surging, almost swallowing him up. She was originally the most important friend in his life. For someone as emotional as him to fall in love with her and then be dumped by her, friendship and love both lose. It might actually kill him. Xiao Mo, who had experienced a heavy blow, didn't know if he could withstand that kind of extreme pain. Do you think, if I haven't seen her in all these years, she might have some kind of white moon, and run off with it again sometime in the future? Su Jingshu had known Xiao Mo for almost 7 years and knew him very well. Looking at his stony expression, one could guess how much he was struggling inside. Su Jingshu thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Brother, I think you don't think so poorly of yourself. You're in good condition, good to people, hardworking and down to earth, affectionate and devoted, belonging to the kind of good man that's hard to find even if you hit the lanterns. This sister will surely cherish you. After all, not everyone is as pitiful as Sister Njiki, who went blind at a young age. She paused and then continued. Before I had the surgery, my doctor told me about the risks and that the success rate of the surgery was 70%. That means there is a 30% chance that I will die on the operating table. You have to ask me if I'm scared. Scared to death. But as long as I overcome my fear, I have a 70% chance of surviving healthy. I was definitely willing to take the gamble. The time leading up to the surgery was like a long winter night when the chill was in the bones and the darkness would swallow all hope. But after the surgery was successful, the moment I was awake, like the first rays of dawn piercing through the night, the world became clear and alive. The green leaves trembled in the breeze, and every drop of dew carried a gentle caress. It was then that I knew that all those pains and struggles of the past were gone in the moment I embraced my new life. Xiao Mo knew that she was using her own experience to enlighten him. He raised his dark eyes and gazed despondently at the penetratingly intelligent girl in front of him. He always wanted those around him to be happy, and didn't care if he suffered a little. In a relationship, he'll gamble everything he has. There was no regret in the fall, but last time, he had a full plate. Where to go from here this time? Su Jingshu's cold little hand held Xiao Mo's big hand and patiently encouraged. Brother, if she's a scummy girl, you can't get close even if you're moved. We can't afford it. But if you're sure she's a good girl, and she likes you so much, what do you have to worry about? Xiao Mo pondered for a few minutes. Relieved, he smiled. You're right. He smiled as he looked at Su Jingshu's small face filled with concern. I know what to do. Thank you. Su Jingshu withdrew her small hand and patted the hardcover book beside her. Xiao Mo nodded. Good. Shin Lingyun sat on the sofa in the living room, her pretty little face once again wrinkled into a bitter melon. Beside her, Zhao Shirai comforted her as she ate potato chips. Sis, don't worry. Xiao said he'd go to the orphanage. He won't lie. Chapter 89. I'm going to push him down. 3,000 words. I'm not worried about that. Shin Lingyun threw away the pillow in her arms. I'm thinking, this week has passed. Why hasn't he moved at all? Obviously, that day in the elevator, he casually flirted with her by asking her to sing Today You're Marrying Me, and guessed the meaning of her WeChat name, so it's impossible for him to be ignorant of her feelings. But this week, Xiao Mo didn't mention anything, just bored and busy with the company. Do you think he's avoiding me? Shin Lingyun asked, biting her nails. Zhao Shirnai's head shook into a wave drum. I don't know. Shin Lingyun was so angry that she slapped her. How can you not know? Aren't you my military advisor? Zhao Shia covered her sore arm and secretly crickets. Then I'm not a roundworm in his belly either. Shin Lingyun felt strange. After coming back, the two of them were together almost every day, and they got tired of each other. It was as if his attitude, all of a sudden, had turned cold. Shin Lingyun ignored Zhao Xiao and re-grabbed the pillow and wrapped it in her arms, muttering to herself, always feel that which part is not right. He was very good to me before and did not resist getting close to me, but these days he did not pay much attention to me. It can't be that he regretted seeing Ji Ningyi that day, and resurrected his heart, and he wants to eat back to the grass, right? Scumbag.
Let him save the cold and hot routine for shabu shabu. Zhao Shirai spat excitedly. Shen Lingyun was so angry that she kicked her. What kind of broken military division are you? Specialized or not? I asked you to come and help me raid him, and you took the mission saying that the male lead is a scum. Dare I say that you are only advising points so that you can drive the next family away, right? Zhao Shirai horses patted on the horse's leg, to provoke the big lady, had to eat their own fruit, covering the rounded buttocks that were kicked pain. Aggrieved, it is you yourself who said that he is going to eat back to the grass. This side hanging you, over there hanging her, that's not a scum man, what is it? Ow. Shen Lingyun pinched Zhao Shirai's arm and threatened in a cold voice. Don't say anything bad about him. I'll strangle you if you say it again. It hurts. It hurts. I don't dare. Zhao Shiai hurriedly hid in the single sofa seat next to her, staying away from Miss Grumpy to avoid her moving to launch an attack. Although the beating was fake, Missy had practiced martial arts. Her hands were heavy, and the pain was real. Shen Lingyun's expression was bleak as she said dejectedly, I do worry about them getting back together. Although he said he won't turn back. But who can say about feelings? 5 years of marriage, being together night and day. If one has truly loved, how can one say put it down and put it down? Zhao Shirai was shocked. Still can't let go of mental cheating? Shen Lingyun gave Zhao Shirai a grudging look. Hard to say. That Lu Ziyu, who abandoned Ji Ningyan to go abroad back then, came back and made up a poor excuse. And Ji Ningyan still foolishly believed it? Zhao Shinai, also right, said he was imprisoned by his family for 5 years and could not contact the outside world. Ji family in distress, he had no signal. Ji took off his signal and back on. But anyone with a kindergarten diploma will not believe. Love is really letting people down. Wisdom. Shen Lingyun sulked. Zhao Shinai said curtly, sis, don't be discouraged. You guys used to have such a good relationship. How come he doesn't treat anyone else but you? He must like you. Shen Lingyun disliked angrily. Then why did he marry someone else and not me? Zhao Shirai, it's really not good for women to be too smart. It doesn't fool at all. Alas. Shen Lingyun sighed deeply. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. I always feel that he has less antennae when it comes to receiving emotional signals. Do you know? When we were together every day in middle school, sleeping in the same bed, he didn't even feel anything. You guys slept so early? Zhao Shirai's brain went down. Shen Lingyun skimmed her small mouth and said, no, at that time, I was in my second year of junior high school to catch up with the birthplace examination, and he was in his third year of junior high school to catch up with the middle school examination. The pressure of homework was so great that sometimes when he reviewed until the middle of the night, he slept at my home. Our parents saw that we were young and the door to our room was open, so they didn't stop us, so we slept on either side of the bed, one quilt per person, upside down. So nothing happened? Zhou Shinoa got agitated again. Shen Lingyun rolled a big white eyes. I would like to you know him, sleep when the quilt wrapped dumplings, all four sides are pressed under the body, their own wrapped tightly, airtight, mosquitoes cannot fly in. Zhao Xiaoios, it is said that boys have to protect themselves outside. Xiao, this is also too much protection. Missy wants to take advantage of people's danger is very difficult. Zhao Shinai asked. It shouldn't be, sis, you're so pretty. He doesn't have any idea? Shen Lingyun immediately wilted like a deflated ball. I was malnourished and skinny then. Washboard cast. So maybe he thought I looked like a boy. Zhao Xiaoai pointed to the two big bright headlights on Shen Lingyun's chest. So, you two upstarts are to blame? Shen Lingyun. She sighed again. Do you know why I rented my office across the street from Ji's? Zhao Xiaoai nodded. I know. You have confidence in Xiao. You want to make Ji Ningyan regret. Watching him step by step to the highest. He wants to be Zhao Gao. Cough. Help. I'll strangle you to death. Let you talk nonsense. Your husband is the eunuch. Shen Lingyun pounced over to strangle Zhao Shirai's neck. Zhao Shirai felt like she had fate by the throat. Shen Lingyun disgustedly pushed away the small assistant who rolled her eyes and said grudgingly, I'm afraid that I'm lifting a stone and stoning my own feet. I'm just afraid that the two of them are looking at each other from afar every day and looking out of their feelings again. It was already evening and the lights were on. The two were talking when they saw the lights come on in Xiao Mo's apartment. Then his message came through. Back. Shen Lingyun returned a word, but she heard Zhao Xiaoai say, Missy, in fact, I think, it may not be Ji Ningyan's problem. It must be that you can't do it by your own means. That car of yours is all driven to the kindergarten. Adults, you can't tease it. Shen Lingyun was so angry that she stood up and tugged on her underwear straps, and the grandeur on her chest visibly shook a few times. Look down on whoever it is. I'm going to push him down right now. Zhao Shernai exclaimed. Missy, be impulsive. Don't calm down. Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun still wimped out and sat down dejectedly. Actually, it's not that I'm afraid to attack. I'm just afraid that he'll use me as a substitute now that he's in an emotional window. Do you know what it's like to love someone to the bone? Zhao Shernai shook her head.
Shin Lingyan's eyes fell on the opposite balcony, said quietly, live to marry him, die to meditate, kidnapped only one chance to live, must be left to him, can die for him, but cannot tolerate that he loves another woman in his heart. Forget it, you've never been in love. You don't understand. Zhao Xiaoai looked at Shin Lingyan's revitalized appearance and inwardly spat. You're just a crush, aren't you? What are you superior to? Looking down on me as a single dog, just because you're a few years older than me and have been single longer than me? Can't you talk about it before you despise me? But Zhao Xiaoai still did her duty as a military counselor. Sister, don't think so much. You have to take advantage of the situation and chase him down. There's one before there's 23,456, right? When you bring him back to the capital, that's your turf. It's hard to believe that Ji Ningyan would still dare to chase him to the capital. Tiny Ningyan, take it. Shen Lingyun's eyes lit up. You have a point. Which step should I start with? Zhao Xin Ai, capture a man's heart. Capture a man's stomach first. Missy cooks so well. Show it off. Shen Lingyun's nostrils turned toward the sky and snorted in disgust. You're a ripoff from the flood period, aren't you? I'm not doing anything that old-fashioned. An hour later, Shen Lingyun was holding a thermos filled with hot soup and was full of confidence as she planned to set off. Zhao Shurai lightly clapped her small hands to encourage her. Sis, if you're so virtuous, Xiao will definitely be touched. Acting virtuous? Ha? Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyan who was busy holding a thermos cup and teased with a smile. Shen Lingyan was pouring soup. When she heard this, her jade hand shook and the soup almost spilled out. Is it that easy to figure out? She had thought she was well disguised and seamless. What do you mean pretend? I was already very virtuous. Shen Lingyun, who had exploded, pretended to be angry and retorted. She was in a hurry. Xiao Mo walked over and sat at the dining table, smiling and gazing at her clear, beautiful and cute little face. Do it yourself? Of course. Do you think Shin Ai has the skill? Shen Lingyun said proudly. Xiao Mo teased. I'll thank you for Shin Ai. He. Come and appraise me of the craftsmanship. Shen Lingyan raised a big doggy smile and curtly pushed the soup bowl in front of Xiao Mo and said in a serious manner. Xiao Mo, this is my commendable old flame soup, Cantonese style. Please taste it. Xiao Mo didn't move, propping his head up with one hand and teasing her with a smile. Now you're calling me by my first name. You wouldn't have dared to do that before. Shen Lingyun's small face was red and embarrassed. In the past, in school, in order to protect her, Xiao Mo claimed to be her cousin to the outside world. At school she called him her brother, less often by his first name. She resisted tenaciously. Then was then, now is now. We're partners, on equal footing, why should we? Before the words were finished, Xiao Mo interrupted indifferently. Shout out to your brother. Brother. Shen Lingyun second abashed, her voice soft, dainty, pleasant to the ear. Xiao Mo smiled and took her soft little hand, her skin still warm from the soup bowl. So good. Xiao Mo praised her. Don't look at Shen Lingyun's grandiose words in her apartment, but when she really goes to war, she wimped out again, being forced to call her brother by Xiao Mo. She was a bit shy and felt happy when she was complimented by him. Shen Lingyan's pretty little face was flushed with shame, and her small white ears were flushed. Her skin was already good, like a good suet jade is delicate and warm. Pink is even more delicate and incomparable, like the spring peach blossom bright and charming. The pair of slightly raised peach blossom eyes rippling, secretly looked at him, bright and clean pupils containing the spirit and shyness, like petals charming pink lips curved up a good-looking arc. That delicate look was so soft that one could not help but feel a sense of pity. Xiao Mo's heart also trembled, as if there was an electric current that instantly spread throughout his body, causing his mind to be shaken. She's really nice and sweet, like a gentle, well-behaved, pretty kitten. Good thinking. Rua her. Chapter 90. Holding Shen Lingyan's little hand and watching a movie. Shen Lingyan saw Xiao Mo pulling her small hand and looking at her with a gentle smile. A fire danced in the bottom of his dark eyes, as if he wanted to burn her whole. The girl's mushy white milk muscles tinted pink and began to burn. Shen Lingyun's hand gently struggled a bit and snapped. What are you pulling me for? Drinking soup? Good. Xiao Mo smiled and withdrew his hand, picked up the soup bowl and tasted a few mouthfuls. Good craftsmanship. Shen Lingyun reacted, especially wanting to smack herself two big BB pockets. Shen Lingyun, you deserve to be single for 26 years. What's the purpose of your visit? Isn't it to get closer to him? Sending soup is just an excuse, a form of expressing concern. Pulling little hands is the point. You're a classic buyer's remorse, putting the cart before the horse. With such a solid heart, I think you'll be single for another 26 years and won't even be able to catch up with him when you go through menopause. Shen Lingyun secretly dissed herself. Xiao Mo had already finished his soup, put down the soup bowl and stood up. Where are you going? Shen Lingyun was anxious. Is it too late to tuck his hand back into his? Xiao Mo smiled and patted her brain. Working overtime. He walked over to the laptop sitting on the coffee table, opened the software, and pulled out the external keyboard. Why do you work overtime every day?
Shen Lingyun followed him over and sat beside him.
Spitting sulkily, Xiao Mo was surprised. Aren't I responsible for your investment? You're my partner, and you still think I'm working too long? That also needs to combine labor and rest.
Shen Lingyun came closer.
The company is just starting out. There are a lot of things to deal with. Entrepreneurship is supposed to be a whole lot of trivia. Deal with it early, the company sighed. Xiao Mo patiently explained. How could Shen Lingyun have no experience in the operation and management of a company?
But she made the appearance of an elementary school student listening attentively to the lesson and obediently listened to Xiao Mo, her beautiful eyes flashing with a desire for knowledge.
Emotional value has to be given enough. When Xiao Mo was in the middle of his sentence,
he looked at her delicate little face that was getting closer and closer and thus gradually enlarging, and suddenly reacted. He looked into her inquisitive eyes and asked,
You want me to watch TV with you? Can I? Shen Lingyun came to life and winked happily. Xiao Mo.
Well, even if she had been an executive of a big conglomerate and a strong woman in the eyes of outsiders, she was a girl in the end and needed more companionship. Xiao Mo turned on the TV and shoved the remote into her small hands.
Tune in yourself to whatever program you like to watch.
Shen Lingyun shoved the remote control back into Xiao Mo's hands again.
I'll watch whatever you watch. Xiao Mo, I'll follow you. I can do it too.
Shen Lingyun smiled and took the opportunity to move her position again. Her slender white arm pressed against Xiao Mo's arm, her heart bursting with satisfaction. Xiao Mo still put the remote control back into Shen Lingyun's hand.
Just change it. Anyway, what you watch is not the point. The person watching the show is the most important. Zhao Xia AI squatted on the balcony,
using the cover of the potted plants next to her, holding up her mini binoculars and looking across the living room.
Missy 6. So quick to post and stick. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. What are two people doing tossing a remote control?
Zhao Shirai watched in incomprehension as they passed the remote control around.
Is this some kind of new flirtation?
Zhao Shirai also understood that the sweet behavior of people in love was always truly bizarre and incomprehensible to onlookers.
For example, the act of feeding each other. Is it illegal to eat in person? Hanging up a phone is you hang up first. You hang up first, or you hang up first, said half a day. The other people hate to let them hang up together.
Single dog Zhao Shirai is spouting off about couples showing their love for each other. Suddenly the situation was found to have changed.
It seems to be making progress.
Zhao Shernai raised the binoculars again. She saw Xiao Mo pulling Shen Lingyun's small hand, while Shen Lingyun leaned her head on Xiao Mo's shoulder,
and the two of them looked as affectionate and sweet as a couple. Got high. I got high.
First taste of pure sugar from 2025.
Sweet baby, she said, excitedly standing up, but unexpectedly her legs and feet went numb and she fell down with a thud, hitting the back of her head on a flower pot. It hurts. Now that's a real bump.
Shen Lingyun browsed through the movie list,
intending to pick a movie to watch. She asked Xiao Mo, do you remember when we used to watch TV together? Well, remember, you like to watch horror movies, are scared, and love them every time. Xiao Mo stood up. I'll go get you some snacks. Snacks were placed on the coffee table,
and Xiao Mo had just sat down when Shen Lingyun stuck over again.
Xiao Mo remembered that when he used to be in junior high school,
Shen Lingyun's parents were busy with business at their store on weekends, and they were often the two of them at home.
After reviewing their homework, the two would lean back on the couch and watch TV. Shen Lingyun was always clinging to him,
leaning her head on his shoulder, going into his arms when she saw scary images, and lying on his lap to sleep when she got sleepy.
She likes to bring over snacks that she doesn't eat herself. Xiao Mo eats alone, feeling rude,
but she says she's not available to watch TV. Xiao Mo would feed her snacks like chips and popcorn to her mouth, and she would smile slyly,
like a little squirrel, clicking and eating. Thinking about this,
Xiao Mo felt that his head should have been kicked by a donkey in junior high school. He and Shen Lingyun were mushy to such an extent, yet he had always thought that they were good friends.
So why doesn't he go and feed his fellow friend? Whitechapel? Shen Lingyun smiled and said, actually, I don't like watching horror movies. I find those things boring, just to pass the time. Xiao Mo thought to himself, just to get into his arms, right? Unfortunately, he didn't feel at all that Shen Lingyun liked him and deliberately gave him signals, and he instead laughed at her cowardice. The donkey hoof that kicked him in the head was probably repaired and the force was precise.
Shen Lingyun chose a healing classic anime movie with a fresh and beautiful style.
Just this one. She put down the remote. Immediately afterward,
the small hand that was empty was steadily cupped in Xiao Mo's hand. Feeling the dry warmth of Xiao Mo's hand,
Shen Lingyun's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Is this guy enlightened, or is it a habit left over from before? When watching horror movies in junior high school, Shen Lingyun always made a very scared look, and every time Xiao Mo would hold her hand and watch the whole movie,
Shen Lingyun had never told him that she actually wasn't afraid of ghosts at all. All those schoolyard bullies she faced during her childhood made her realize early on that people are much scarier than ghosts.
Shen Lingyun didn't look deeper. She leaned her head on Xiao Mo's shoulder and became in a good mood. Xiao Mo suddenly asked her, Lingyun, do you have any wishes? Shen Lingyun was curious. What? You still pack wishes here? Aladdin lamp god? Xiao Mo smiled. The company will soon be on track. There is strong support from Mr. Feng, and some of my former old clients are also approaching for cooperation. More or less, 2 years a small goal should be no problem. I want to ask you, after realizing financial freedom, what is your wish?
Shen Lingyun's white tender little hand that was pinched in Xiao Mo's palm was slightly perspiring thinly.
It was the first question he asked her. About future plans. Chapter 91, do you assign boyfriends here? Shen Lingyun came back to Cloud City, and he barely asked about everything she did in the capital, what had happened in those years away, and how competent her connections were, and he hadn't done any backtracking. Just because she said she wanted to accompany him to start a business, he gave her 50% of the company's shares, and the company's name was changed to Mo Yun. The $3 million in funds she brought in, she couldn't use at all. He seemed to have nothing at the time and was actually waiting for the opportunity to poach Key's team and clients over. He was giving up half of his ready-made 8-figure annual profit to her. How could Shen Lingyun, as smart as she was, not know about his feelings for her? She just wants more.
Shen Lingyun raised her eyes to look at his handsome side face. The warm yellow light spilled down from the top of her head, and his gaze was a gentle mess. His long, slender fingers were gently rubbing the back of her slippery hand,
bringing a tingling sensation.
Shen Lingyun said with a smile, I want a villa by the sea.
Push open the floor-to-ceiling windows can see the sea. Want to have a study. Tired can quietly read books. Have a big garden. Nothing to do with flowers and grass. Planting roses and a large area of lavender. But also want to have a cat and a dog. Xiao Mo nodded. There is no problem with these.
Shen Lingyun smiled and asked,
you can help me realize it all? Xiao Mo, well, rich can all be realized. I can accompany you to see the house. Decoration. You choose a good design. The other to me. Shen Lingyun said a few more things, and Xiao Mo said he would help her implement them. She laid out a lot of groundwork and finally turned to the point. Most importantly, I want a boyfriend who loves me very much. The kind who loves me and treats me exceptionally well for the rest of my life. And then there's nothing else I want. Xiao Mo listened quietly.
Shen Lingyun's warm peach blossom eyes rippled with watery affection, and her sweet-smelling breath poured over the tip of Xiao Mo's nose. She asked softly,
do you assign boyfriends here as a package? Xiao Mo lowered his eyes to look at her.
She was wearing a white sleeveless dress today, pure and beautiful, revealing her delicate collarbone and snow-white swan neck, and under the hem of the dress was a pair of white and slender legs, exuding a kind of temptation of pure desire. That pretty, soft little face, with a gentle, well-behaved look, peach blossom eyes falling with soft starlight, looked at him with incomparable expectation.
Who doesn't want such a beautiful and soft girlfriend? Xiao Mo nodded. Pack. Shen Lingyun raised her eyebrows. What kind do you want to assign to me? He's not going to give any outlandish answers, is he? Unexpectedly, Xiao Mo gazed into her eyes and asked, is it okay for me to be like this? Shen Lingyun was taken aback. When did this guy learn to play straight? Could it be that he's trying to introduce her to some acquaintance? A little uneasy, she pressed. You have friends like you? No. You have a brother like you? No. Xiao Mo was certain. Shen Lingyun's hanging heart was finally released. No wonder it hasn't moved in a week. Maybe it's a retreat to analyze and think? Finally getting the hang of it.
Shen Lingyun smiled sweetly.
Then I have one last question. When will you assign me a boyfriend?
Xiao Mo's fingertips gently groped her slippery little face and said softly, when I'm done with this mess.
The company will almost be on track, so I'll assign you at that time, and do my best to make you satisfied. Yeah.
Shen Lingyun knew that he would not say sweet words, and these words were already a sign of his feelings to her.
She was very happy.
Her soft little hand gently struggled.
Xiao Mo slightly spread his palm.
Her deft fingers slipped into his, embedding themselves one by one slowly but surely,
until the 10 fingers were fully intertwined, palms close together, temperatures mingling. Then I'll wait for you.
Shen Lingyun's voice was soft and gentle, like a bubble with a dreamy luster. She lowered her head and did not look into his dark eyes that were as quiet as the sea again, resting her forehead against his broad and secure shoulder,
quietly feeling his gentleness. Xiao Mo.
She called him softly.
Aha.
Shen Lingyun smiled sweetly.
You're so nice. Xiao Mo smiled.
That's because you're worth it. You're the best girl in the whole world.
Xiao Mo thought to himself and asked her with his mouth, what do you think is good about me? Shen Lingyun replied, everywhere is good. The most important thing is that you are good to me. Well, if you like it, Xiao Mo promised seriously, then I will be good to you for the rest of my life.
Shen Lingyun had no idea what was playing on TV. She felt her head buzzing.
swept away by waves of blissful joy, with countless brilliant salutes blooming one after another in her heart. However, Shin Ling-yoon was busy with the company's affairs and apprehensively speculating about Xiaomo's state of mind during this period of time, and did not rest well. Relaxing at this point, I soon felt sleepy. She yawned, her body arched, and asked Xiaomo, "Do you remember when we used to review too late and you slept over at my house?" "Remember." Shin Ling-yoon laughed out loud. "Do you still like to sleep with the quilt all pressed underneath you now, wrapped in dumplings?" Xiaomo shook his head. "No, I don't usually sleep that much, Shin Ling-yoon," Xiaomo explained. "At that age, I was afraid that if I was sleepy and confused, I couldn't forgive myself if I did anything to hurt you." Shin Ling-yoon froze for a few seconds. She didn't expect the reason to be this. Turns out, he wasn't protecting himself. He was trying to protect her. This fool, how can feelings be considered hurtful? Shin Ling-yoon's heart was as sweet as honey. "Xiaomo," she pouted to him, "I'm sleepy, I'll take you back?" Xiaomo asked. Shin Ling-yoon pursed her lips and snickered. "And it is up to you to sit back and relax. And Lu Xiaohui has to hand out cigarettes when he sees you." She grunted softly. "No, I'll lean against you and squint for a while. Okay, you sleep. I'll stay with you." Shin Ling-yoon fell asleep. Xiaomo cupped her small face and let her rest on his lap. His big hand gently smoothed her soft black hair and quietly looked at her peaceful sleeping face. Then he tapped his hands on the keyboard and got to work. Zhou Xinyi peered across the room. Missy Kana, pretending to be sleepy, fell on him. This small hand a pull, small waist an embrace. Not a natural kiss? Hi, really high. That's not right. Why isn't Missy moving at all? It's not really asleep, is it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. She did fall asleep. Jiaxia AI was so anxious that she stomped her feet, like a hateful viewer in front of the TV set, wishing she could go up and act out 2 episodes. On second thought, Missy slept on Xiaomo's lap, and rounding up, she was considered to have slept with the man she loved. Jiaxia AI opened a notepad in her cell phone and jotted down a colorful entry in it for her career as a love warlord. On XX month XX, 2025, Missy successfully slept with her man under the guidance of the brilliant, resourceful, and beautiful military advisor, Zhao Shirai, the military advisor on the big score. Satisfied, she exited the interface and returned to the living room, dialing a number for Special Assistant Chung. Zhou Xinyi, Special Assistant Chung. Zhang Wei's dry voice came out. "Speak, Zhao Xin AI, my sister asked me to help organize the recipes. She wants to nourish her body. I'm going to make 20 of them. Do you think it's enough?" Zhang Wei, "Not enough. Request to be sent. I'll organize it." Zhao Xiao AI, "Okay." Half an hour later, Zhang Wei sent the recipe he had put together. More than 1,000 of them are categorized by category, nutrition, and efficacy in a clear and beautiful way. Zhao Xia AI hugged her cell phone and burst into laughter. Assistant Chung is truly a jack of all trades. I don't have to work for a paycheck. It's too easy. Early the next morning, Shin Ling-yoon woke up from Xiaomo's bed. She rubbed her eyes and realized that she was sleeping in Xiaomo's room and hurriedly turned her head to look. No one. Lifted the covers again and looked. Found myself fully clothed. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. Another day of failing for nothing. Being frustrated, Xiaomo walked in and opened the closet. I'm going to change and get ready to go to the office. Breakfast is on the table. Go eat it. Shin AI's coming over too. Chapter 92, Don't Covet My Man. Shin Ling-yan looked at Xiaomo's tall back with a grudging gaze. Fade. Emotions fade. Changing clothes avoids me now. Not even for breakfast with me. And called in a huge light bulb. I just woke up to 3 pieces of bad news. It's impossible to get through the day. Xiaomo took the white shirt and black suit pants, and turned his head to see Shin Ling-yan still sitting on the bed and froze, with a resentful color on her small face, and her heart was very strange. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well? He walked over and patted her head. He remembered she didn't used to get up. Nothing. I'll go wash up. Shin Ling-yan grunted and got up from the bed. That's when I realized I didn't have any toiletries. She was stunned for a second, and Xiaomo had already noticed. Toiletries are put away for you. The pink set is yours. Towels, toothbrushes, mouthwash cups are available. Hey, thanks brother, Shin Ling-yan flirted. Looking down, there was a new pair of cartoon slippers by the bed. White rabbit ones. Very cute. It should be what Xiaomo went to buy in the morning. Shin Ling-yan had been in the capital for all these years and usually didn't use anything too girly, but Xiaomo bought it for her and she liked it from the bottom of her heart. Shin Ling-yan happily stuffed her little white feet in and into the restroom. There were 2 sets of toiletries on the sink. The blue one was Xiaomo's and the pink one was hers. I know it was bought at a different time, but it looks very much like a couple's model. Am I the mistress of this house now? Now all the feminine products in his house are mine. I've made it to the top. Humph. Little condensed smoke. Take that. She was all smug and made a holding gesture in the mirror.
Then she felt something was wrong.
Are we moving in together now? I'm a girl. I should be reserved, right? I'll just move over tonight then. Unexpectedly, she washed up and ran over in a hurry, and Xiao Mo did not mention the cohabitation at all. It seemed that he was just letting her borrow the room for the night, giving it to her and still dealing with it himself on the couch. LOL. It's not easy to chase after love, sighed Lingyun. Another self-indulgent day. Xiao Mo's defense is a brick wall, too hard to push. Why aren't you going out yet? Xiao Mo asked curiously. Shen Lingyun had to leave, leaving him alone in his room to change his clothes. She walked to the dining table and sat down. Xiao Mo made her the shrimp dumplings and milky buns she loved according to her taste. Zhao Shirai mysteriously came over, her little fat face enlarged in front of Shen Lingyun and whispered excitedly, "Sis, this morning, I saw Xiao working out on the balcony from across the street. 100 push-ups and 200 curls. His waist strength is absolutely awesome. Step aside, don't get in the way of my food." Shen Lingyun pushed Zhao Shirai away. How long have I known him? She thought to herself. I can't tell if he's strong or not. Zhao Xiaoai gossiped. Moreover, Zhao's body is also very good. Those long legs, and the standard male dog waist. You are blessed, Missy. Suddenly, Shen Lingyun felt that something was wrong, and her cold electric gaze pierced Zhao Shirai. The little fat girl winced violently, only to hear Missy's face full of gloom. She asked sorrowfully, "Say, why did you start spying on my man early in the morning? Are you coveting my man's beauty?" "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Shirai panicked a batch. Shen Lingyun raised her eyes to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony and picked up the phone. Xiao Mo was going to meet a client today, and after he changed his clothes, he organized the documents he was going to bring along by the way, and made a few more phone calls. When he came out, he found that there were 2 more decorators in the house, measured the size of the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, said a few words to Shen Lingyun, and left. "Xiao Mo, what's this for?" Shen Lingyun was drinking coffee and said slowly, "The floor-to-ceiling windows on your balcony are not good at keeping secrets, so I'll get someone to change the dimming glass and curtains so that no one will peek in." Xiao Mo laughed. "I'm a big man. Who would look at me?" Shen Lingyun hummed. "Hard to say. There's no guarantee that there's some lewd female pervert." Zhao. Female pervert. Creepy version. Shirai. Zhao Shirai inner cricket. You get it right. Missy, it's not you who bought the apartment across the street specifically to see him. How come I'm the only one who's a pervert? Xiao Mo didn't object. Let you toss it around. As long as you like it. I'll communicate on the landlord's side, if he doesn't agree. When the company's commission for this quarter arrives, we'll buy the house. Shen Lingyun smiled and bent her eyes. Good. Zhao Shirai hung her head in shame. Help. She's so loved. He's so spoiled. When will the gods of fate set me up with such a great boyfriend? Xiao Mo said to Shen Lingyun. I'm going to meet a client in the morning, so I'll be back at noon to accompany you for dinner. Yes. Shen Lingyun was happy. Xiao Mo showed a difficult face. That afternoon, person from Ji's side is going to come over to do a work handover, and Ji Ningyan will also follow. Shen Lingyun's smile froze on her face. Xiao Mo said in a soft voice. Basically, we're done. This is the final handover. I promise it's just a work handover, nothing more. Shen Lingyun looked away. Humph. Xiao Mo rubbed her earlobe and coaxed her. Be good, okay? Shen Lingyun's chin facing the sky. Her tone was so sour that it bubbled. I won't eat lunch. You eat with your Ningyan. You haven't seen each other for a week. You must be like 21 autumns apart. Do you want me to book a box for you? Order a couple's set meal, and slowly catch up? Xiao Mo was helpless. Don't talk nonsense. There is no such thing. Shen Lingyun turned over in jealousy. The tiny condensed smoke that I thought I had completely taken down just now was looking for an excuse to make a comeback? Xiao Mo went to pull Shen Lingyun's small hand, and Shen Lingyun huffed and puffed to avoid it. Zhao Shernai sighed, without the slightest bit of defense or concern. It went straight into the flow of showing love and killing dogs. Is it official? You guys, just slaughter dogs? When she came in the morning, Xiao Mo's quilt was still resting on the sofa. Wasn't it obvious that she slept separately? Is the idolatry mode on next? Where the hero says listen to me. The heroine says I don't listen, and then the heroine runs out. The hero goes after her, and they kiss in the pouring rain? Xiao Mo patiently explained to Shen Lingyun. I'll go to meet the customer first. Today this customer is more important. He is doing medical. Financial strength is not the same as Mr. Feng. He is looking at the development of this piece of AI. If we can do the direction of intelligent medical care to improve the cumbersome medical process, not only can we make money, we can also help more people in need. Shen Lingyun was jealous, but she was not so confused about her work. She got up from the sofa and straightened the collar of Xiao Mo's shirt for him, looking at him imploringly. Then come back early. Xiao Mo gently pinched her clear little face. Come back after talking about the project and wait for me. Zhao Shernai subway old man face. No wonder I was called. Just know I'm a part of your play. Did it work? You too?
It's a flirtation stage at best, right?
Make it look like a newlywed couple. No eyes.
Xiao Mo was just about to leave when Shen Lingyan pulled his suit and suddenly asked, "This suit of yours?
Who bought it for you?"
Chapter 93. Ji Ningyan came to the company to look for Xiao Mo.
Xiao Mo calmly replied,
"The clothes and shoes are all new to me.
I threw away all the previous ones."
Shen Lingyun was still wary and asked,
"Whose money did you take to buy it?"
Xiao Mo has long guessed that she, round and round is only Ji Ningyan 3 words.
The past cannot be erased,
but it can be isolated from the people and things of the past.
Xiao Mo took out her credit card from her bag. "This is a new credit card."
I swiped the card.
"A total of 1,560 yuan. If you don't feel comfortable with it, you go and pay it back for me."
Shen Lingyan took the card with a smile.
"Okay, you go and get busy. Bye."
Xiao Mo had just closed the door when Shen Lingyan heard a thud. Zhao Shirai rolled her eyes and collapsed on the ground,
muttering, "Call the Animal Protection Society for me?
There's someone here who abuses dogs."
Shen Lingyan gently kicked her on her rounded ass. "Don't play dead. Get up. Let's go back and change clothes, and accompany me to the company later." Zhao Xia AI hurriedly climbed up in a single bound. Shen Lingyun took Zhao Shirai to the coffee shop under the office building,
ordered 20 cups of coffee and desserts,
punched the bag, and carried it to the office.
"Office today to the post 2 new colleagues.
Also G over? There are currently a total of 12 people. 3 people are still short of the post." Shen Lingyun enthusiastically invited everyone for coffee and dessert. One of the male colleagues, who happened to be off on the day Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyan went to G's, did not recognize her. At this moment, when he saw how beautiful Shen Lingyan was, his eyes were glowing.
Chen Xiaoru was afraid that they would say something rude and hurriedly introduced them.
"This is our Mr. Shen, Zhao's partner."
The male co-worker scratched his head in embarrassment.
Alas, this kind of big beauty, to talk about also cannot discuss him. The other co-workers got acquainted with Shen Lingyun, and one by one,
their little mouths were smeared with honey and they were praising each other.
"Mr.
Shen treats us to coffee and dessert all day long.
He's simply the most ideal boss in the world. We work here with a great atmosphere, good benefits,
and frequent refreshments from our beautiful boss,
who is the envy of our friends. This is the first time I've met a perfect boss like Mr. Shen. Sister Lingyun is beautiful and virtuous. Whoever marries you is lucky." This last sentence was said by Su Miaomio and spoke to Shen Lingyun's heart. She even wanted to record it and send it to Xiao Mo to listen to.
Shen Lingyun cracked up with a smile. "Miao Miao has the sweetest mouth.
I'll give you an extra chocolate daifuku."
She also said to other colleagues,
"You just talk beautifully cannot, but also work beautifully. Beautiful performance. The end of the year so that Mr. Xiao will give you more bonuses. Yeah, long live Mr. Shen."
The office was filled with laughter, and everyone gathered around Shen Lingyun to praise her.
Ji Ningyan, standing outside the door, lowered her eyes,
her fingers resting on the doorbell shaking slightly,
not having the courage to press it. Most of these co-workers,
for the most part, have been with Qi for 4 or 5 years.
Shen Lingyun had only been with them for a week.
They actually didn't miss her half a bit and all went to brainlessly tout Shen Lingyun.
Is it just because Shen Lingyun can paint a cake, using the promise of bonuses that she doesn't even know if she can fulfill to trap her colleagues? This woman is really green tea enough and too tactful.
Ji Ningyan felt angry and sad when she thought of Xiao Mo's ruthlessness towards her and listened to her colleague joking with Shen Lingyun. She felt that her current situation was caused by Shen Lingyun.
Otherwise,
Xiao Mo loved her so much in the past.
How could he let go so easily? Without Shen Lingyun's appearance, even if she had made a small mistake, Xiao Mo would definitely forgive her. The extra cups of coffee. Shen Lingyun asked Zhao Shirai to take them to the cleaning ants in the office building. Zhao Xia AI had just walked to the door when she spotted Ji Ningyan's figure. She was about to open her mouth when, in the next second, she saw Xiao Mo returning. New love on the inside, Sha and ex-wife on the outside. What level of Shura is this? 36 plans to go. No, there's still intelligence to be tapped, and the master at arms can't drop the ball. Carrying 3 bags of coffee, she quietly slipped into the adjacent restroom. It just so happened that 3 cleaning ants were in the restroom, sanitizing and chattering away. Come, auntie, it's on us, Mr. Shen. Zhao Xiao AI hurriedly handed over the coffee. The ants were overjoyed. Your Mr. Shen is really beautiful and generous. Shoo, Zhao Xin AI made a silent gesture, and then, as if on guard, leaned against the wall and eavesdropped. When Xiao Mo saw Ji Ningyan, he obviously froze for a moment. According to the appointment, she was supposed to come in the afternoon with her colleagues from G. How is it that just after 10 a.m., a man came running over here? When Ji Ningyan saw Xiao Mo's tall and handsome figure appear in front of her, her eyes reddened and she choked out a cry. Xiao Mo. She wore a black dress, elegant and beautiful as always.
Only the faint dark circles under her eyes betrayed that she hadn't gotten much rest all week. When she closed her eyes, she thought of the past times with Xiaomo. At that time, she was thinking about Ji's development and future, thinking about Lu Ziyu, the lover who abandoned her. She was simply not in the mood to pay attention to Xiaomo beside her. Now that Xiaomo has left, she revisits the time and realizes that Xiaomo's goodness to her is hidden in the bits and pieces of her life. She spends her days in remorse and torment. Her eyes fell on Xiaomo's suit. He looked good in a suit, but that wasn't the focus of her attention. Xiaomo didn't like to buy clothes in the past. It was just those few sets that came and went. But this suit, she'd never seen it before. Probably another woman bought it for him. Thinking about this, Ji Ningyan became even more upset. Xiaomo, however, did not have the same complex emotions as her. He had thought a lot this week and had come to a deeper realization about the failed marriage. Perhaps he was used to his foster mother's education of him from childhood, always asking him to be thankful and pay back the favor of his upbringing, as well as the favor of the Ji family. In his heart, he believed that grace was greater than heaven, and when the Ji family was in trouble, he went out of his way to stand in front and protect all of the Ji family. If he had been as sober 5 years ago as he was now, even if he had to repay the favor, he wouldn't have foolishly given it all, but would have helped the Ji family in a more sensible form. 5 years ago, he didn't need to choose contractual marriage. He just needed to find a way to raise a sum of money, acquire Ji's shares when Ji's stock price plummeted, and then deal with his debtors and manage the company as a shareholder. Marriage, one of the most important choices in a person's life, can't be child's play? Xiaomo looked at Ji Ningyan's sad appearance, smiled faintly and greeted her. Coming over? Ji Ningyan's heart suddenly tightened, and a strong sense of heartache spread up. Every time they met since she filed for divorce, she could feel Xiaomo's coldness. He had truly let go of that past with her. As it was, the tone in which he greeted her now would be no more intimate than that of a coworker he'd met once or twice. Ji Ningyan forced back her tears and nodded. I have something I want to say to you. There was no emotion under Xiaomo's eyes, and his voice remained cold and calm. Go into the company and say it. Chapter 94, Shen Lingyun's jealousy again. Xiaomo pushed open the office door. Ji Ningyan followed him in. The co-workers greeted Xiaomo when they saw him. Brother Xiao, Sister Lingyun has invited us for refreshments. Come here, come here. Sister Lingyun saved you the biggest cake ever. As they were talking, everyone saw Ji Ningyan following behind Xiaomo and hurriedly shut their mouths. Shen Lingyun originally had a smile on her face, and the moment she saw Ji Ningyan, her smile froze. She knew that Ji Ningyan was coming to do the handover in the afternoon, but that should be with Ji's colleagues. She did not expect that Ji Ningyan would be the one to come in with Xiaomo. Ji Ningyan's long hair hung over her shoulder, covering half of her beautiful melon face. Her eyes reddened with a sad and pathetic look, which looked very heartbreaking. Shen Lingyun was annoyed. She knew that Xiaomo had been brainwashed by his adoptive parents since he was a child. His heart was full of heroism, and he was always protective of those around him. And he ate this white lotus thing the most. Did the two just go out on a date? Shen Lingyun's eyes were a little hurt. Xiaomo approached her and whispered, I bumped into her at the door, and I let her go after talking to her. Oh, Shen Lingyun responded sullenly, extremely perfunctory, but she didn't show her negative feelings in front of her coworkers. She turned to them and raised a smile. You guys eat first, I'm going to get busy. What do you like to eat? Report it to Shin AI. I'll buy it for you next time. Zhou Jiannan shouted to Ji Ningyan demonstratively. Mr. Shen is too good to us. Long live Mr. Shen. Colleagues followed in agreement. Shen Lingyun smiled, turned around and entered her office, gently closing the door. Ji Ningyan was embarrassed to see everyone bragging about her new boss in front of her and lowered her head. Xiaomo walked into the private office. Ji Ningyan followed and closed the door as well. The office was immediately buzzing. A few key colleagues who knew the inside story started crickets. No way. What's Mr. Ji running over here for? It's all done with the handover. Wrapping up this afternoon. Isn't she being redundant? She's not having second thoughts about Xiao, is she? I think she came just to break the mirror. Really don't say. Xiao brother used to be so good to Mr. Ji. She is soft. I don't think Mr. Shin has a good chance of winning. Chen Xiaoru has been following Xiaomo to fight, knowing how much Xiaomo has paid for Ji Ningyan, and how deeply Ji Ningyan has failed Xiaomo and hurt him. She likes Shen Lingyun a lot. Shen Lingyun is in such a good condition and is willing to accompany Xiaomo to suffer and start a business together. Chen Xiaoru inwardly decided that Shen Lingyun is the true love of Xiaomo. Chen Xiaoru got angrier and angrier as she listened. Disliking. What are you guys talking about? Isn't Mr. Lu the elite sea turtle in MS Ji's heart? She just likes the boastful straw men. She can't see the real men like Xiao. Besides, in terms of ability, appearance, and emotional intelligence, how can Mr. Ji compare to MS Lingyun? Do you think Brother Xiao can't tell the pearls from the fishes? Wang Hao followed suit. That's right. She trusted the surname Lu and messed up the department. How can Xiao turn back if we don't even stay there? Su Miao Miao, we all support Mr. Shen. Right. Support Mr. Shen's rise to the top. Zhou Jiannan didn't say anything, but just looked at Chen Xiaoru with a smile and meaningful eyes. Zhao Shurai was still lying on the toilet wall eavesdropping. How come the conversation between Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan only had a few sentences that added up to 11 words? It occurred to Zhao Shurai that there was an anime that mentioned that the way spies spoke, the lips and the voice could be separated. The mouth said one thing, but the voice that came out was another. A special kind of code of sorts. Could it be that the two were communicating in such a way that there was something inside that she couldn't hear? Zhao Shernai scratched her hair. To say that Xiao Mo was a genius. It wasn't unusual for him to know this peculiar way of communication. But Ji Ningyan looked like a stupid vase. She shouldn't be that powerful, right? Just as she was thinking about it, the older woman behind her patted Zhao Shirai's fleshy back and reminded with a smile. Little girl, what are you still hiding here for? Those two people you were spying on have already gone in. Zhao Shirao AI. She rushed back to the office and her co-workers told her. Shin AI, tell Mr. Shen that we all support her. Support her in taking out key. Fine. I'll definitely pass it on. Zhao Shirai made a cheering gesture. She thought to herself, you guys can still cheer Missy up in this age. That's because you are Zhao's employees. Missy won't give you a hard time in any way. Ji Ningyan killed the door. The eldest lady must be in a terrible mood. I'm afraid that the ones who suffered were another group of people. Zhao Xiao AI hurried into Shin Lingyan's office and closed the door. Sure enough, Missy was full of anger and was videoing with Special Assistant Chung. The plan I left behind before I left must be pursued. And I don't care how many idiots in the company object. Because of the time difference, Zhong Wei's side is still night, although he is fully clothed, but his face is tired, and it looks like he is sleeping in the middle of the night to be caught up by the boss to lecture. Zhong Wei reported with difficulty, Mr. Shin, at present, the branch side is divided into two factions. One is our own people and your advocates. The other is the minions of the original management team. They are very difficult to deal with. All sorts of fault-finding, picking on the loopholes of the new plan. Shin Lingyan's beautiful goose-egg face was filled with indifference, completely lacking the gentleness she had when she was with Xiao Mo. She sneered, then it's simple. Let our people implement the new plan. The opponents keep the original promotion program, PK for 3 consecutive months, and the ones at the bottom of the performance list all get the hell out of here. Zhong Wei, Missy, in that case, it might cause a shock to the branch. Shin Lingyan, don't worry. I've already trained a group of elites in China. Laying off those idiots and replacing them with our own people won't have a big impact on the company, and the long-term effect will be better. The shareholders and stockholders will only look at the profit statement, and the retention or dismissal of these idiots won't affect their investment decisions. Zhong Wei, yes. Shin Lingyun seemed to be unsatisfied, and her gaze turned to Zhong Wei. Your recent work, some slacking Zhao Shira AI was afraid that Shin Lingyan would be angry with Special Assistant Zhong and hurriedly walked up. Sis, I got intel. I saw the doorway. Shin Lingyan knew that she was talking about Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan's meeting at the door, and indifferently said to Zhong Wei, Special Assistant Zhong, you have worked hard. After this project, I will give you a 20% increase in your year-end bonus as a reward for you. Thank you, Missy. Zhong Wei seemed relieved. Hanging up the video, Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes glowed with a sulky color as she coldly looked at Zhao Shirai. Sis, it's like this. When I went out to deliver the coffee, I saw Ji Ningyan outside, eavesdropping on your conversation with your co-workers. Shin Lingyun snorted and said disdainfully, a hallowed president of the Ji clan, still doing this kind of eavesdropping? Not frank at all. Yes, Missy, she's the kind of small business person that has a lot on her mind, Zhao Xiao AI doggedly said. Then, when she saw Xiao come over, she greeted Xiao Mo. Her voice choked up, but Xiao didn't pay much attention to her and only said to let her go into the office to talk. The two of them really don't have anything. At least brother Xiao doesn't have that intention. For Ji Ningyan to want to get back together. It's a dream fart to eat. Little Ningyan, laughable. Shen Lingyun was silent for a few seconds. Just when Zhao Shirai thought she had taken care of Missy, Shen Lingyan suddenly gritted her teeth. So Ji Ningyan is now talking to Xiao Mo alone in her office? Chapter 95 Ji Ningyan's bitter plea. Yes. Zhao Shirai replied dully. Is it closed? Zhao Shirai, turn off it. Shen Lingyun huffed and picked up the phone. And the gesture looked like she wanted to open all the people in the branch on the M countryside. Zhao Xia AI was afraid that she would go after Special Assistant Zhong again and hurriedly stopped her. Sis, don't get excited. I heard that young Master Zhang and Mr. Fong are coming over later. Brother Xiao won't mess around. Shin Lingyun put down the phone with a dark face. Zhao Xiao AI hurriedly persuaded. Sis, I know you're angry, but don't be angry first. Later Xiao will come and explain to you.
Aren't you getting angry now and breaking your body? Shin Lingyun didn't say anything and logged into her penguin work number to check the emails from her co-workers.
The small order that Xiao Mo had taken before had been completed with the assistance of Wang Hao and the others.
The current list is basically all former familiar customers, and the team is coping well.
Xiao Mo put Shin Lingyun in charge of the team expansion piece. G's in the past do not pay attention to online.
The development of e-commerce is equally blind.
Take on behalf of the operation of the project. In addition to the core operation is done by them, most of the work is outsourced. The profit here by outsourcing companies to chew up a large chunk.
Xiao Mo intends to train his own e-commerce team, and has Wang Hao's girlfriend, who work with Shin Lingyun to do the hiring. Shin Lingyun checked the resumes one by one. Zhao Shirai took the opportunity to find an excuse to slip away, muttering inwardly, "My poor Missy, it's so lowly to love a man. Ex-wife is alone with Shaw. Missy is jealous like that, and she's still recruiting for him. Ugh, is this the killing power of the white moonlight?" Saying that, Zhao Shirai suddenly envied Shin Lingyun a little. It's a blessing to be able to love someone in this way, not to mention the fact that that person also has himself in his heart. The little condensed smoke is not worth mentioning in front of the true love between Missy and brother Xiao. The moment Ji Ningyan closed the door, Xiao Mo opened the surveillance camera in the office.
He sat down on the wide boss chair and faintly greeted Ji Ningyan.
"Sit down." Ji Ningyan sat across from Xiao Mo with some restraint. In the past at Ji's, Xiao Mo was her assistant,
and every time she was the one sitting in the boss chair, listening to Xiao Mo's reports and bossing him around. Now that the status has been reversed, it is she, as a complete loser in love and business, who has come to beg Xiao Mo for peace. Xiao Mo's attitude was still as cold as ever.
"What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I have important clients to meet later."
Ji Ningyan hesitated for a few seconds and spoke slowly.
I don't know what to say," Xiao Mo impatiently interrupted. "If Mr. G hasn't thought about it yet, you can go back to your G's to think about it more. Don't delay each other's precious time." "Xiao Mo, must you do this to me?" Ji Ningyan choked.
Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Xiao Mo miserably.
"We have lived together for 5 years. The past affection, don't you miss it at all?" Xiao Mo's expression was surprised. "How did I treat you? You want a divorce. I respect you and dissolve the marriage. We are now competitors. You should know that I've been kind to you."
Ji Ningyan was so excited that she clenched her fists and gathered the courage to look at Xiao Mo's calm black eyes and said the words that she wanted to say the most in her heart.
"Xiao Mo, count on me to beg you. Don't be like this. It was all my fault in the past.
It was me who listened to my mom's provocation and put all the faults on your head.
I already know it's wrong. After you left me, I realized how good you were to me in the past. I really can't live without you. Let's not divorce, okay? You like to open a studio? I will fully support you. You like to do whatever you can. We live a good life. You do not partner with others. Do not leave me, okay?" Xiao Mo sighed. Last time he brought Shin Lingyun over to G's, Mr. Fong terminated his contract with G's on the spot, and this matter spread throughout the circle. Most of the other clients, too, did not intend to renew their contracts with G,
and made appointments to negotiate with Xiao Mo to start working with him in the next quarter.
A small number of customers were willing to stay on because Ji Ningyan promised a 30% discount on service fees.
Xiao Mo had thought that Ji Ningyan had come to negotiate with him over the client's whereabouts and asked him to stop digging up the client. His current team is not large.
Mr. Fong still has to go on a new project. He can't eat so many orders.
He can negotiate with Ji to temporarily coexist peacefully and give himself a time to raise and train his troops.
I didn't realize that she was taking about her feelings. Facing Ji Ningyan's pity, Xiao Mo did not pity her like he did in the past.
Xiao Mo's black eyes were ancient, and he looked at Ji Ningyan's tear-flooded eyes in a deep voice.
He smiled faintly, and for the first time, he took the initiative to tell Ji Ningyan how he felt. "Ji Ningyan, you think of marriage too simply. For the past 5 years, do you know how I've lived? When you and your mother came to beg me and fulfill the marriage contract, but since the marriage, your mother has defended me as an outsider. Have you considered my feelings? In the beginning you were in debt. I was your family's blood bag, selling my company cheaply to pay off your debts. And your mom was kind to me, but when G got on the right track and expanded, every time we met, how she taunted me and insulted me with the worst words. I'm sure you've heard it all. Have you ever defended me once? In the company, after that fiasco, retiring the difficult minority shareholders, you became a completely family business. Your mother was afraid that I would take power from outsiders, and gave me the status of just an assistant. And all those relatives of yours in the management, your aunts and uncles, and your younger brother, one by one, they all gave me a face, sidelined me, and suppressed me. And did you ever say a word for me? Annual profit of 80 million online department is my hand to build. The core staff and customers are I brought over. Offline several large orders, but also I accompanied the wine to Spellback. and even the company's OA system, staff training and other internal optimization work, are all done by me. After all I've done for G, have you ever given me my due? If I don't take it seriously, you really don't take it seriously. Giving me $50,000 a month including my salary for living expenses. You even think it's charity. Your greed and stinginess is enough to make the vast majority of capitalists in the world bow down. Ji Ningyan's face was reddened by Xiao Mo's words, but she still wanted to argue her case. My mom is so strong character, I can only hide. In the company, I do want to give you shares. Yeah, you just think about it in your head. You never actually do anything about it, and the feedback you give me is empty promises at best. And that's fun? Ji Ningyan froze in place. It was true that she had never actually given or considered Xiao Mo's feelings. Chapter 96, every one of them wants to marry him. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan still wanted to say something. Xiao Mo raised his hand to interrupt her defense. Don't be making excuses for your cold-bloodedness. In the past 2 years at home, I helped you maintain your online operations while taking care of you and conditioning your body. And in the end, what did you do to me? You just sent me away for not thinking about progress. Have you ever shown any affection for me? I assisted you to G's to a billion scale, but you only take 20 million out. Said it was compensation for me, and most of this is still the money I took to you guys in the first place. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Xiao Mo. It's my fault. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. You forgive me this time. I promise I won't in the future. Ji Ningyan stood up. She wanted to jump into Xiao Mo's arms like she did in the past. As long as she is willing to be soft and she sheds tears, Xiao Mo will unconditionally favor her, pamper her, and give everything for her. Xiao Mo, however, stopped her approach. Ji Ningyan, don't come over. I don't want anything to do with you. Ji Ningyan froze in place with tears in her eyes. Xiao Mo's eyes were like ice. His handsome face did not have half a bit of warmth, only indifference and detachment. After a long time, she asked in a low voice, Xiao Mo, is there really nothing you want to say to me? Xiao Mo sneered. I don't have anything I want to say to you. I do want to give a little advice to the relevant organizations. Abolish the cooling off period for divorce and let those of us who have been hurt in our marriages have a way out. Facing Xiao Mo's indifference, the light in Ji Ningyan's almond eyes went out bit by bit. She lowered her eyelashes. Sadly, Xiao Mo, it's me who's sorry. All these years, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a wife. I haven't cooked a single meal for you. I haven't cared about your feelings. I haven't spoken up for you when others bullied you. And I haven't given you the treatment you deserve. I've been content to enjoy what you've given me. It's me who neglected you. It's all my fault. I just hope that you're still able to give me a chance, and I'll prove it with my practical actions. As long as you are willing, I can send you half of the shares of G's in my hand. If you, Xiao Mo didn't want her to continue. There's no need for that. You G's are only a treasure in the eyes of your G family. I don't care at all. I'll only take back what was originally mine. The development of the internet is rapidly changing. Xiao Mo simply cannot see G's small business of offline building materials, and only G's family is still immersed in the past glory, arrogant, and blinded by a leaf. Xiao Mo, Ji Ningyan, I know you. You're blind in the eyes and heart. You can't see who's really good for you. You only wish for someone to help you bring the G clan to flight. You're just used to white whoring. Now you're talking about how affectionate you are. But the truth is, if I remained a boilermaker at home, without bigwigs like Mr. Zhang and Mr. Fong to work with me, you wouldn't have been able to wake up at all. You would only resent me for dragging you down. Ji Ningyan bit her lower lip tightly, her face pale, and she forced herself not to let her tears slip. She couldn't accept Xiao Mo's words, because what Xiao Mo said was the truth, puncturing the lie of her deep love and repentance, tearing away her last shroud. Xiao Mo said indifferently, go away. I don't have any relationship with you or your G family, and I don't want to see you again in the future, so I hope you behave yourself. I know. I'm sorry. I made you suffer. I'll reflect on it. Ji Ningyan softly apologized, then turned to leave. Xiao Mo returned to his desk and turned off the surveillance. He clicked on a game of solitaire and moved those playing cards around randomly, doing his best to adjust his emotions. He remembered what Jing Shu's sister had said to him. The truth is that the lost is not far away, and I realized that it is now and it was not yesterday. Since what happened in the past cannot be changed, there is no point in chewing on the pain over and over again. Ji Ningyan's regret had no value at all to Xiao Mo. He was just sorry that he had blindly looked at the wrong person in the past. This emotion, just like the sincerity Xiao Mo had once given, quickly dissipated. Zhou Jiannan stretched his neck to look toward Xiao Mo's office. He slid his computer chair over to Wang Hao's workstation and whispered, "Hey, how long has this been in, and why hasn't it moved?" Wang Hao pushed him away in disgust. "Go away. I'm busy. Why are you prying into the boss's business? Go run downstairs twice if you're full." "No, listen to me." Zhou Jiannan pulled over Chen Xiaoru and Su Miaomiu with a smile. Do you guys have the feeling that Zhao's peach blossom luck has been very strong lately? Chen Xiaoru gave him a blank look. I told you not to eat so much salt, you didn't listen. Look at you being idle. Zhou Jiannan said mysteriously. I tell you, there is a receptionist girl on the 7th floor, looking old and good looking, looking at Xiao, ran over to inquire the other day, asked us if we are still recruiting a receptionist, and his eyes were glancing at Xiao. And there is a female supervisor on the 15th floor, who came to send afternoon tea twice this week, asking we are not doing e-commerce, but also said he wanted to ask the boss for advice about the boss to eat dinner. Chen Xiaoru annoyed with his gossip and disliked. That's because most of the girls are not blind. You think they are all Mr. G. Zhou Jiannan came closer to Chen Xiaoru. I said brother Zhao's peach blossom luck. Why are you so excited? Chen Xiaoru dead shoulder. You go to work to chat about the boss gossip. I also spoiled you? He. Zhou Jiannan smiled cheaply. Anyway, I think anyone likes Xiao. If I were a woman, I would also want to stick Xiao. How's he definitely want to? Xiaoru, you also want to write? Chen Xiaoru, go away. It's none of my business. Zhou Jiannan said in a voice that only the four of them could hear. Xiaoru, admitted you. Do you have a crush on Xiao? I'll go matchmaking for you. You still have a chance. Get lost, dead boy. I'll beat you to death. Chen Xiaoru copied a hardcover philosophical book on the desktop, Existence and Nothingness, and slashed at Zhou Jiannan. I bought this book and never really read it, but it came in handy, and it hurt to hit someone. Zhou Jiannan, she's in a hurry. Ow, she broke defense. Ouch. Wang Hao gloated. Who told you to be cheap? Believe it or not, Xiaoru will beat you from existence to nothingness? Chen Xiaoru got tired of fighting and threw away the hardback book, ignoring the man. She did have a crush on Xiao Mo in the past, but had long since transformed that feeling into admiration and friendship. Su Miaomiu, however, smiled and said, it's normal to like brother Xiao. When I was interviewing I was thinking, how come the boss of this company is so handsome? As if he's a star, and I stayed because of the boss's good looks. Chen Xiaoru didn't answer, just picked up the book and casually flipped through it twice. Zhou Jiannan rested his hands behind his head and opened his mouth to sing. The wind blows the peach forest full of blossoms. Hey, magpies chirping on the branches. Ha, Emohyun's brother has gotten lucky and everyone wants to marry him. Wang Hao spat. You sing so hard. Or a Guangxi version. I've forgotten the original tune of the song. As he was talking, Ji Ningyan walked out of the office just as Zhang Mingyang and Fang Yuanda came in through the door. Ji Ningyan snorted, lowered her head, and left in a hurry. Fang Yuanda looked at Ji Ningyan's departing slender back and said disdainfully, her grandfather, Ji Yinghua, back then, was also considered a character, upright, righteous, and has done a lot of good deeds, unlike businessmen like us, who earn all the dirty money, and I kinda admired him for that. I didn't expect that his granddaughter is a watery, ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. It's really bad luck for the family. Ji Ningyan heard Fang Yuanda's words at the door and became even more embarrassed, blushing and leaving quickly. Fang Yuanda was taken by the staff to wait in the parlor, while Zhang Mingyang found an excuse to meet Xin Lingyun, wanting to take the opportunity to take credit from Missy and win a chance to cooperate with Hengxing. Zhou Jiannan looked at the direction Ji Ningyan left, and sighed and sang as he thought of Ji Ningyan's red eyes and gloomy departure. Ugh, every one of them wants to marry him. Chapter 97, Making Prince Xingtai Call Xiao Mo Uncle. Xiao Mo walked out of the office, looking at Zhou Jiannan and Wang Hao, a few guys with a bad smile on their faces. He curiously asked Zhou Jiannan, what are you guys talking about? Zhou Jiannan, who was already a cheap talker, smiled and said, we were chatting about your peach blossom luck. Everyone wants to marry you. Xiao Mo blared at this unserious guy. What nonsense. Hurry up and work. In humanity, squeezing my soft and delicate flower. Zhou Jiannan wailed. Wang Hao covered his mouth. Vomit. Disgusting. Xiao Mo knew that this good's mouth is poor, can up and endless. He went to ask Chen Xiaoru, where's Mr. Shen? Chen Xiaoru replied seriously, in the office. Mr. Fang and Mr. Zhang came over just now. Mr. Fang went to the lounge and Mr. Zhang went to talk to Mr. Shen. Xiao Mo nodded. Alright then, I'll go find Mr. Fang first. He left. Zhou Jiannan picked up the scissors on the tabletop, cut a circle, and wrote a number on it with a pen. If you want to marry brother Xiao, come to me and take a number. I'll be first in line. He took the homemade number plate with the one written on it and attached it to himself. Wang Hao mocked. Pull back. You can still be a 1. You're a 0 at best. Zhou Jiannan broke his defense and pointed at Wang Hao and threatened. Good for you, Haozi. Come to my room tonight and I'll show you if I'm a 1 or a 0. Wang Hao knocked off his hand. Get lost. I have a girlfriend. Hu Man walked over and happened to see the scene. She said lightly, since you two love each other, I won't delay you. I wish you happiness. With that,
she turned and headed for the coffee room. Wang Hao cursed at MMPU dead, pulled his legs to chase Human. A good coaxing. The co-workers around him laughed. When they were at G's, they generated so much profit every year, but they were ostracized by G's relatives and the top management, looked down upon by the managers below the line, and made difficult by the parachuted Luziyu. Long ago, I held my breath. Now in Xiao Mo's company, the atmosphere is more harmonious, the team cohesion is stronger, the prospects are better, and they all get the respect they deserve. One by one, they are all like chicken blood. Zhang Mingyang entered Shin Lingyun's office, immediately replaced with a groveling, dogged smile. Missy, Shin Lingyun completely lost the good and soft in front of Xiao Mo, and sat on the boss chair with a cold face, pushed the USB flash drive in front of Zhang Mingyang, and said seriously, I've read the program you handed over. You invested $10 billion in the CBD plan, trying to create the largest business district in Yunchang, but the program you submitted over, no highlights, vague positioning, pale data, old-fashioned investment strategy, completely unattractive. Even 10 years ago, it was only just passable, and it was difficult to return the capital, not to mention profitability. It's impossible for Hangxing to invest in such a plan. Zhang Mingyang wiped his cold sweat. Missy said yes, we use already the best project planning in Yuncheng. Just the ability is limited. Missy, you see, Shin Lingyan said in a faint voice, your planning book. I did a full range of modifications for you. The key direction I also gave out. You have to go to the first-tier cities to do more market research. Do not stick to a small place like Cloud City. Want to cooperate with Hangxing? The fight is hard power, not relying on relationships to get investment. Missy is right in her lesson. I'll go back and revise the program properly, striving to satisfy you and the executives of Hangxing. Zhang Mingyang's tone was humble and pleasing. Shan Lingyun, as the vice president of Hangxing Group, was already very lucky to be able to give him pointers, which could not be bought by spending money. Even if you can't get Hangxing's investment in the end, at least after Missy's guidance, with advanced ideas and creativity, the risk of project failure is greatly reduced, but also maintains the Beijing Circle Missy this network. When Zhang Mingyang thought of this, he really wanted to kowtow to Xiao Mo a few times and offer him up like a god of wealth. If it wasn't for Missy's fondness for Xiao Mo, a small family in Cloud City like the Zhang family would be afraid that they wouldn't be able to climb the high branches of the capital circle for the rest of their lives. Shin Lingyun said coldly, alright, if there's nothing you can go out, I'm going to be busy. Zhang Mingyang asked curtly, is there anything I can help with? Shen Lingyun rubbed her brow. I'm doing recruitment. Let's recruit a few customer service first. But the resumes that are being submitted are really. She entered Hangxing as an intern in her junior year, and those who can enter a company of Hangxing's level are basically top talents from all over the country. Even for basic posts, the minimum is a 985 master's degree. She hadn't seen so many miscellaneous resumes in 5 years, and it was a headache. Zhang Mingyang was speechless. Tens of billions of projects do not see Missy on the heart. Recruiting customer service such as a monthly salary of 5,000 personnel commissioner can do things Missy actually personally in dealing with. The power of love is so great. Zhang Mingyang said, Missy, I have a friend over there, specializing in e-commerce training. I'll transfer a few well-trained customer service from over there. Professional, and lower wages. How do you think? Shen Lingyun waved her hand. Yes, send me your resume. I'll arrange for an interview. You go out. Zhang Mingyang left Shen Lingyun's office. Just as he walked to the public office, he saw Fang Yuenda putting his arm around Xiao Mo's shoulder and talking to the employees. We made the Wheat phone. Has become the network selection of the most popular young people's cell phone brand top 3. Then I wanted to make a rice phone, specifically designed for working people. The system should be pure enough without any bundling, and this phone can immediately enter a state of focused work as soon as you turn it on. As a way to reduce the consumption of information flow on the attention of the workplace, add a little more small apps into the mix, such as sedentary water reminders, to focus on the health of people in the workplace. As entrepreneurs, we can't just think about circling the drain. We must look at it from the customer's point of view and provide them with the most cost-effective products. The office erupted in applause. Fang Yuenda wore a satisfied expression. Zhang Mingyang secretly spat inwardly. Fang Yuenda himself started out by selling cottage cell phones, and had always been a thug in the eyes of the crowd. But Xiao Mo helped him with the planning of the MyZ cell phone, which made him turn around magnificently, transforming him into a patriotic entrepreneur and washing away his coppery stench. As a result, it has also been tainted with some of the vices of entrepreneurs, who like to give speeches everywhere and blow up concepts and draw big cakes. What Fang Yuenda is saying now is probably the same planning that Xiao Mo has done for him, and he has taken out the concepts to talk about them and show his charisma in front of his employees. However, Fang Yuenda was closely involved with the Zhang family, and although his total assets were not as large as the Zhang family's, he had money. When the Zhang family does projects that require capital to run,
invest or borrow, they will give priority to Fong Yuenda. Therefore, Zhang Mingyang walked over and respectfully called out Uncle De, and then called out Brother Xiao to Xiao Mo. Fong Yuenda, however, was very dissatisfied and glared at him. How do you talk to this child? This is my brother. You give the whole difference in generation. Shout Uncle Xiao. Zhang Mingyang, Xiao Mo hurriedly said. Da, let's talk about the project first. Fong Yuenda, okay, let's go. The conference room. Zhang Mingyang ambled over. You guys talk first, Brother Xiao. We'll make an appointment another day. Fong Yuenda, call out to Uncle. Zhang Mingyang hurriedly ran away. Xiao Mo was only 2 years older than him, letting him call him uncle. No heavenly reason. Zhang Mingyang returned to the car and his wife was waiting for him with his son in her arms. He took the baby from his wife's arms, and complained to the baby, good big son ah. Dad outside is also a Hall of Star Thai real estate prince. How to hear? Become a grandson. The almost 40-day-old baby couldn't understand and giggled. Suddenly, Zhang Mingyang asked, honey, do you smell something? It's weird. Wing was so angry that she kicked him. Get out of here. No padded diaper. Who let you shake the baby? Pulling you all over? Stinks. Zhang Mingyang. After Fong Yuenda and Zhang Mingyang both left, Xiao Mo went to Shin Lingyun's office. Shin Lingyun glared at him with an exasperated look and turned her head away to ignore him. Angry? Xiao Mo walked over and sat on the desk, asking her softly. Chapter 98, Missy's Special Fetish. Shin Lingyun's little mouth pouted so much that it could hang a bottle of oil, like a child who had been robbed of a doll. Where was half the high spirits of a female bully? Xiao Mo coaxed her. Don't be angry. What do you want to eat? I'll accompany you to lunch. Shin Lingyun began to sour again. What else is there to eat? I'm full of gas. You and your condensation smoke to eat it. Closed in the office to get tired of that little time. How enough? You get married, I will not go. Oh, no. You have not yet received a divorce license. Just as well. The divorce matter has never happened. You go back to live with her in beautiful small life. Xiao Mo pinched her small face, so able to blah blah blah. I have the complete surveillance video. If you don't feel at ease, pull it out and see for yourself. Shin Lingyun knocked Xiao Mo's hand away, widened her watery peach blossom eyes, and said aggressively, who wants to see you and your ex-wife making love? Am I a part of your play? Do you want me to be a bridesmaid at your wedding? I'll take pictures for you when you go out on a date. When you guys have a baby, I'll be your sister-in-law. Shin Lingyun. Xiao Mo was helpless and chided in a low voice. Don't get more and more outrageous. There's no such thing. Humph. Shin Lingyun's voice lowered a few points and muttered angrily. No. Saying no day after day, but ending up pestering day after day. Look at her that I see pity look. What man wouldn't be moved by looking at her? Why don't you hurry to hug and coax her to cure her tears? What are you doing running to me? Xiao Mo pulled out the recorder from his pocket, turned on the record button, and dropped it on the table. What for? Shin Lingyun looked at him warily. Xiao Mo shrugged. Don't you want to yin and yang me? I'll record it for you, set it as my cell phone ringtone later, and play it on a loop. It will achieve the same effect of making me hard and embarrassed, so you won't have to waste so much effort. You. Shin Lingyun was laughed at by Xiao Mo. What kind of weird tricks are these? Still talking or not? Xiao Mo asked Shin Lingyun with a smile. Shin Lingyun deliberately turned her head and ignored him, but she didn't dare to continue yin and yang. This straight IT guy is practical, and if she pisses him off, there's a real chance he'll set it as her cell phone ringtone, and then she'll really die of community. Xiao Mo softly coaxed her. I have made it clear to her that I won't get back together with her, and I've also asked her not to come back to me. I have already returned Master G's money to him. I counted the interest. I have long been clear with the G family, and I have no contact with them in the future. You're not angry anymore, okay? Shin Lingyun glared at him. Go away. I hate you. Okay, how long are you going to hate me? Is 10 minutes enough? Xiao Mo pulled out a beautifully shaped crystal hourglass from his pocket and rested it on the table. This hourglass is for 10 minutes, and when the sand is all the way down, you won't be mad anymore, okay? Shin Lingyun looked at the delicate little ornament. When did you buy it? Xiao Mo said. I came back from meeting a client and passed by the boutique, so I bought one. Shin Lingyun understood. He knew from the start that Ji Ningyan would mind if she came over and deliberately bought a trinket to coax her. It was the same thing in middle school. Every time she got called to play soccer by someone else and she got mad, he would buy her a little snack or gift to make her happy. Coaxing me like a child. Such a childish thing. Shin Lingyun spat, but that beautiful little face couldn't help but smile. Xiao Mo reached for the hourglass. You don't like it, so I'll throw it away. Shin Lingyun snapped on the back of Xiao Mo's hand. Don't move. What's the sense of taking back what was given to someone? She swept the hourglass over to her and placed it in front of her face, saying haughtily, 10 minutes haven't even passed yet. I'm still angry. Xiao Mo fished over her small white glistening hand and squeezed it in his hand. discussing with her in a good voice. I say, next time, can we come up with a pure enjoyment version of anger? Where you're only responsible for being angry and I'm only responsible for coaxing you. And don't involve other people or things, which is more focused, efficient, and conducive to stabilizing unity. Shin Lingyun snorted out a laugh. Although I knew he wasn't a man of flowery words, this straight IT guy coaxing a girl is pretty refreshingly unorthodox. Shin Lingyun cocked her head and looked at him askance. I won't be angry if you sing me a song. Xiao Mo's face was filled with black lines. What is this request? Want to do a striptease for you? Suddenly there was a sense of shame about being a duck. Xiao Mo slapped her head. Stop it, Shin Lingyun hummed. Then I'll come up with a question to test you. You memorize a piece of ancient literature you've learned before for me. Memorize it and I'll let you go. Okay, you say it. Xiao Mo was still confident in his memory. I can draw any passage at all? As long as it's a text it's fine. Shin Lingyun pretended to come up with the question. This author, he is talented and brilliant. It is a pity that he died young. You start memorizing from the second natural paragraph. Xiao Mo nodded. Good. You are talking about Wang Bo's Tingwang Pavilion preface. The time dimension is September. The sequence belongs to the 3 autumns. The scribbling water is finished and the cold pool is clear. The smoky light condenses and the twilight mountains. Xiao Mo suddenly felt something was wrong. He's still trying to figure out why they made him memorize ancient texts. Turns out it was waiting for him here. Shin Lingyun decisively grabbed his handle. Look at you. You're full of your Ningyan. Let you memorize an ancient text. And you're the first one to think about her name. You still say you don't have her in your heart? Xiao Mo frantic. No little ancestor. You gave me a hint. The author is talented and died young. Ha! Shin Lingyun rolled her eyes and broke away from him, clasping her hands in front of her chest and perking up. Did I say it was Wang Bo? Li He died at the age of 27. The row of the Imperial Guard of Yanmen. Jia Yi died at the age of 33. Masterpiece. The Discourse of Exceeding Qin. Xiao Zhi died at the age of 40. Masterpiece Luotian Fu. Nalan Seed. I don't need to say more, right? So many masterpieces you do not memorize. But think of this smoke and light condensation and twilight mountain purple. You are not clearly cannot let go of her? Xiao Mo covered his eyes and cried and laughed. He felt that his expression must particularly resemble that face covering cry. You're a jealous man. Or a point-and-shoot version? He shook his head and laughed bitterly. Shen Lingyun, it's not even if you set me up. You can connect the dots between things that are not related to each other. I really admire your imagination. Shin Lingyun inverted the hourglass on the table that was already almost finished and said triumphantly. Your fault. Re-timing. Xiao Mo really wanted to scream for help. Can you turn to the police if you can't coax your prospective girlfriend? Zhao Shirao AI suddenly barged in and froze for a moment when she saw Xiao Mo. Brother Xiao is here too? Xiao Mo said helplessly. Well, memorizing texts for your sister. Ha? Memorizing texts? Zhao Shirai's head was full of questions. What's this new love interest? Similar to men watching Fumba? Missy doesn't have any special fetishes, does she? For example, at that point in the sprint, have him memorize the road to Shu for fun? Why is the thought of this image inexplicably a little exciting? Shen Lingyun probed and asked Zhao Shirai. What's the matter with you? Chapter 99. I, Shen Lingyun, will never be a slave. Zhao Shirai said awkwardly. I am here to remind you that it's time to eat. Shen Lingyun's face was full of fake smiles and her voice was sorrowful. I like your resourcefulness. It came at the right time. Zhao Shirai's entire body was bad. The other young couple was probably in there in the thick of it, and she ran over to interrupt. And Missy must have been sharpening her knife inside. Zhao Xiaoai hurriedly covered her stomach. Ouch! Stomach pain. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Shen, you guys continue to memorize the text. By the time Zhao Xiaoai left, Shen Lingyun's anger had almost subsided. Seeing her face easing up, Xiao Mo took the initiative to propose. Recently the weather is hot. It's easy to lose your appetite. There's a sour soup hot pot open downstairs. I'll take you to try it? Shen Lingyun gave him a blank look. And eating acid? Do you think I need it? It's been sour all morning and bubbling all over the house. Xiao Mo. In the afternoon, Ji's people came over to do the final handover, and Ji Ningyan didn't show up again. Xiao Mo went to handle the handoff. Shen Lingyun was in a good mood and was playing with the hourglass Xiao Mo had given her in her office. Zhao Shiroi dozed off while sitting on the couch. Shen Ai. Shen Lingyun called out to her. Zhao Shirai was drowsy and replied out of habit. I'm here. Go ahead. Shen Lingyun squeezed over with her precious hourglass and mysteriously showed it off. Look, this sand leaks down completely for exactly 10 minutes. Not a second too soon. Awesome, right? Zhao Shirai was dumbfounded. Has Missy lost her mind? Who the hell hasn't seen an hourglass? Earlier in the capital,
A rich young man wanted to please Missy and gave her a set of pink diamond jewelry worth over $100 million.
Missy returned it without even looking at it. Take a couple dozen-dollar hourglass and treat it like a treasure at this point. But she's Zhao Shuaoai's boss. And women in love aren't reasonable. Zhao Shuaoai had to say against her will. Yeah, that's awesome. I've never seen such a punctual hourglass before.
Shen Lingyun scoffed at Zhao Shuaoai's explicit praise and implicit disparagement.
Humph, you don't understand. This is the first gift he has given me properly since I re-entered Yun City, showing that he cares about me. Well, then, you'll have to pay for it.
I'll burn 3 incense sticks with you morning and evening.
Zhao Shuaoai could only diss inwardly, not daring to say it outright.
Afraid she'd fallen asleep, she casually swiped through the short videos.
Big Data immediately recommended videos from female emotional mentors.
A man who refuses to spend money for you must not love you. We women should not be coaxed by a man's flowery words,
let alone be touched by a man's low-cost payment. Shen Lingyun instantly broke defense.
He gave me 50% of the company's shares.
And low cost?
It's these poisonous chicken soups that affect women's view of marriage. Report this anchor to me and report it until it's taken off the shelves. I'm going out for a coffee. I don't want to see her when I come back.
After saying that,
Shen Lingyun angrily hugged her precious hourglass and went out.
Zhao Shuai helplessly slapped her chubby little hands. This paw of mine, why do I owe it so much? Isn't this giving myself a hard time?
She searched for the name of this emotional mentor and the matrix numbered over 100.
How long is this going to be reported? Besides,
such big verses who earn black money can bring a lot of revenue to the platforms,
which usually favor them. With no other choice, Zhao Shuai picked up the phone. Hey, Special Assistant Chung, can you do me a favor?
Zhang Wei's hoarse and tired voice rang out.
Speak. Zhao Shuaoai,
my sister asked me to report a video of an emotional mentor,
saying she's poisonous chicken soup, but I can't report it. Zhang Wei, give me the name.
I'll contact the platform to block her.
10 minutes later, Zhang Wei's message was sent. Done. Zhao Shuaoai excitedly called over. Special Assistant Zhong. Thank you. You're too kind. Zhang Wei hesitated for a few seconds. Can you let me sleep for a while? I'm really sleepy. Zhao Shuaoai. Hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before Shen Lingyun returned. Zhao Shuaoai doggedly said, Sister, that big V has been blocked. Brother Shao sent me the surveillance of the office in the morning. So see if it's true. Shen Lingyun's little nose wrinkled. Humph. Who wants to watch the video of him and his ex-wife eyeballing each other? Whoever looks at it is a dog. 1 hour later, Zhao Shuaoai thoughtfully reminded. Sis, you've already watched it 5 times in a row. Don't you need to take a break?
Protect your eyes. I don't know who just swore that they wouldn't watch it. This moment wraps the video fast disk. Zhao Shuaoai is really afraid that she will find some evidence of guilt from it and somehow count it on Xiaomo's head.
After all, the matter of making Mr. Xiao memorize the text and admit his mistake was already shameful. You come here. Shen Lingyun waved at her and said mysteriously. Look at this sentence. He said your aunt and uncle, blah 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 is oppressing me. This one, do you see something? It means Ji Ningyan's relatives ostracized him. There's nothing wrong with that. Zhao Shuaoai was confused. Shen Lingyun shook his head. Could he be playing word games? Embedding keywords? In actuality he's saying, you saved me. He's asking Ji Ningyan for help, meaning I've got him under house arrest. Holy, Zhao Shuai was greatly speechless. How can you even make a connection like that? Missy, you call the police. I can't solve it with this pretty little assistant.
Shen Lingyun was jealous again, and turned to the screen, her teeth clacking. Despite her reluctance, she had to admit that Ji Ningyan was indeed an outstanding great beauty. Not to mention in Cloud City, even if it was placed in the capital city where there were so many beautiful women, it was also a very conspicuous existence. Moreover, Ji Ningyan was born with a cool and sad temperament that could easily stir up a man's protective desire. This was not the same as the softness she acted out, and it was right up Xiaomo's alley. Shen Lingyun suddenly felt that her chances of winning were not so great.
Zhao Shuaoai proposed. Sister, I think, if you're not sure, when we have dinner together in the evening,
you ask Brother Shao.
Shen Lingyun instantly exploded. Who wants to eat with him? He's gone to see his ex-wife and I'm still spoiling him? He doesn't want to gain my forgiveness. A new age independent woman like me will never sacrifice her dignity for love. You remember well, Shen Lingyun, will never be a slave. As he was talking, Xiao Mo pushed the door in and said to Shen Lingyun, Lingyun, things are done, let's go. Do you want to eat at home or go out to eat?
Shen Lingyun immediately smiled like a flower,
stood up, and ran over upside down. Go anywhere? I'll go with you. Then go buy some food and I'll make it for you.
The food outside is afraid to be unclean,
Xiao Mo said. Good, I'll give you a hand. Shen Lingyun happily followed Xiao Mo away.
Zhou Xinei was left to roll her eyes at the air.
What happened to never being a slave? Hop on, not a slave, but a servant? Ji Ningyan left Xiao Mo's studio in a daze. Fong Yuanda's mockery shamed her. She had discredited her grandfather and disgraced the Ji family. Her face instantly turned red, and her face felt like it was searing with flames. Ji Ningyan glanced back at the newly made nameplate at the entrance of the studio. Ink Rhyme Network Ltd. The words stung her eyes deeply. Chapter 100, another big problem on the keyline. Ji Ningyan tried to hold back her tears, and with vapid steps, she returned to Ji's. Walking into the public office area, she was constantly greeted by employees, and she wasn't half in the mood to respond. Ji Ningyan was lost in thought as she walked toward her office. Instead, murmurs rang out behind them. How did Mr. Qi get into such a mess? I heard it's a handover to Zhao's new company. I guess that side didn't give a good face. Xiao Mo has a new love now, and the new love is so beautiful. How can he possibly remember his old love? Indeed, not to mention him, but even an ordinary employee like me. I can't forgive you for finding another man to take my place. Ji Ningyan's heart ached like pins and needles. The incessant chatter added to her extreme embarrassment. She felt weak in her legs and light on her feet, and like a ghost, she floated lightly into her office. She covered her eyes with both hands, breaking down into tears that finally slipped through her fingers. In fact, this time when she went to the opposite side to look for Xiao Mo, deep down she had no hope anymore. After 5 years of living together, Ji Ningyan at least understood Xiao Mo's character. What he recognized, he would never turn back. She just doesn't want to face it and keeps lying to herself. Ji Ningyan knew that she had been emboldened in the past by the fact that her grandfather had been kind to the Xiao family, and by the fact that Xiao Mo was a man who knew how to repay. Xiao Mo's tolerance and favor towards her made her even more reckless. Now she tasted the bitter fruit she had sown with her own hands. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Ji Ningyan has already been defeated in the love scene. She is not willing to let others see her weakness and wretchedness again. She drew tissues from the table, quickly dried her tears, crumpled them up, and tossed them in the trash. She resumed her posture as a high-flying female president. Only the reddened circles and slightly swollen eyelids could show how sad she had been. The assistant, Dan Lee, came in. She would have been a girl without much initiative, timid and cowardly. It's been a week or so of chaos in the internet department and it's all about to blow up. Ji Ningyan is in bizarrely bad shape again. Everyone came to Li Dandan to report the problem. She cannot avoid. In order to help the leader Ji Ningyan stabilize the situation, the small assistant hard to learn, stiffening a little rookie in the workplace and forcing her to become a woman. Sister. Li Dandan hugged a pile of information and reported seriously. These are the programs submitted by the internet division side, and they need you to go through the purpose. She placed the foot-high profile on the tabletop. Ji Ningyan was startled and asked nervously, why is there so much information? What happened? Li Dandan looked embarrassed and awkwardly reported, Sister, there have always been a lot of programs over at the internet department, only that it used to be Xiao who handled them. They would have weekly video mini-meetings, and Xiao would solve all the problems that could be solved, and the ones that were submitted to you for approval were all the definitive versions, which is why it seemed like there was less information. So it is. Even after the colleague on the internet side said it himself, Ji Ningyan didn't think that Xiao Mo, in addition to dealing with the day-to-day maintenance of the project, also had to do the review and decision-making of the program. Xiao Mo is at least one person doing the work of 5. Instead, she thought Xiao Mo was eating soft food at home. Ji Ningyan couldn't help but feel angry. She angrily rebuked Li Dandan. If you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? What do you mean by hiding it from me? Did you want to see me laugh too? Li Dandan was afraid that Ji Ningyan would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, Sister, how dare I hide this from you? How would a small assistant like me know about these things? This is what I just went over, and the co-workers over there told me. Ji Ningyan pursed her lip line, the feeling of aggravation coming back. She relocated to her colleagues in the internet department. Then why didn't they tell me? Xiao Mo had already resigned and gone home at that time, yet they reported all the work to him to give instructions. This doesn't fit the process at all. Li Dandan patiently explained, Sis, that's because the internet department was originally established by Brother Xiao, and he's your husband, so everyone thinks there's no problem with this, and the point is, you didn't raise any objections either. Ji Ningyan took a deep breath and forced down her anger. It's not that she didn't raise an objection, it's that she didn't know that's how it was operated over at the internet department. She doesn't know anything about the line except that she can read a few statements. Her management and maintenance of the internet division was to open the OA system designed by Xiao Mo every month. Look at the reports and proposals submitted by the core staff cultivated by Xiao Mo. Review them and press the confirmation button. She was like a person who turned on a computer to play a game, thinking that she was performing high-end operations without realizing that Xiao Mo's existence was like the computer system. Now that the system had been uninstalled, she couldn't even open her game, much less play it. There is one more thing, Sis, Li Dandan then reported. Some of these programs were previously backlogged, because after Lu was parachuted in, he forced down the entire department's programs, and also did not allow those employees to report back to Xiao, and nor do they allow them to report to you, only to say that they bring experts to optimize, resulting in a lot of information processing is not timely, and new problems have arisen. Why didn't you report to me? Ji Ningyan questioned. Li Dandan, it's because Lu always you invited over, and gave him the identity of the head of the department. Everyone is forced by professional ethics. They do not dare to say, can only let. Hooliganism. Li Dandan didn't say anything about it, but Ji Ningyan heard it. Lu Ziyu. Again. Lu Ziyu hasn't done a decent job since he returned home. Ji Ningyan was now a little sick to her stomach when she heard Lu Ziyu. If Lu Ziyu hadn't blown it out of proportion, saying he had advanced management techniques and high-end connections that could help Ji's take off, Ji Ningyan wasn't so ruthless as to drive Xiao Mo away like that. She didn't want to admit that she was the one who had seen the good in the bad, and had put all the fault back on Lu Ziyu's shoulders. Ji Ningyan was ashamed and annoyed. Her face was red and she snapped at Li Dandan. No matter what, this group of employees are getting paid by Ji's salary. They actually gave all the contents of their work to a person who resigned to go over. This has violated the confidentiality agreement. This is their fault. I'm going to deduct their salary and bonus. Li Dandan said with difficulty. Sister, don't deduct money again. Shall last time to come like that. The core staff are gone. The rest of these employees, one by one, are also thinking of jumping ship. Several have typed a letter of resignation to the Ministry of Personnel. You also want to deduct the bonus. The department will have no one to work. If you don't do it, you don't do it. The big deal is to disband the internet department. Ji Ningyan said impulsively. Li Dandan reminded in a low voice. Sis, it's easy to dissolve the department, but we still have the contract in our hands, and the liquidated damages alone are an astronomical amount. Chapter 101, Ji Ningyan cannot do anything about it. Ji Ningyan was silent. Although, these words embarrassed her, what Li Dandan said was not unreasonable. Ji Ningyan felt her head hurt, full of anger with nowhere to vent it. The pressure of her heavy workload was more than enough to take her breath away. She also had no choice but to harden her heart and review the information herself. She casually flipped through a few scenarios, only to realize that I couldn't read any of it. Ji Ningyan's knowledge of the internet was limited to using social shopping software. No more than an elementary school student who had played with a cell phone. She launched into another tantrum. What's all this mess? Why haven't we seen these programs before? Although Li Dandan is an assistant, education is not high, but she is usually quite good at learning the operation of the internet knowledge. Follow the Department of Good Relations with colleagues to understand a little. One by one, she explained to Ji Ningyan. Sister, these two are the projects of the online store's representative operation. Currently brother Hui and sister Li are in charge. This one is the construction and maintenance of the website. Bill is in charge. These three are new media operations. A list pulled back just last month. What new media? How come I've never heard of it? New to the program? We're still testing the waters. Whoever was in charge before, just let him stay in charge. And you have to ask me about this? Ji Ningyan became even more irritated. Li Dandan reported with a bitter face. She always felt that sooner or later, she would become Ji Ningyan's punching bag. Before it was sister Xiaoru with two interns in charge. The planning program was made by Xiao. Now, without her saying it, Ji Ningyan understood. Chen Xiaoru left her job. Xiao Mo dumped her, leaving two inexperienced interns. Even if there is a program, it can't be implemented. Ji Ningyan pondered for a moment as she made her decision. Step up your hiring efforts. The new media piece. Hire two experienced operations back at a high price, and have the HR department do the hiring urgently. Li Dandan said stiffly. Sister, the new media has just emerged in recent years. The development momentum is fierce. The talent is scarce, and it is not good to recruit. Coupled with the fact that our matter has been spread in the circle. Now as long as there is experienced internet talent, they are not willing to come to us. Why wouldn't they? I can raise my salary by 30 to 50%. Are they still having trouble with money? Ji Ningyan didn't understand. Li Dandan couldn't bear to lie to her, so she had to go out on a limb. Everyone says that a genius like Xiao, or your husband, who has paid so much for G's, has been unloaded, and these ordinary employees of theirs don't dare to gamble with their future. Ji Ningyan was dumbfounded. Even outsiders can see Xiao Mo's excellence and dedication, but she can't. She was indeed, as Xiao Mo had said, blind in the eyes and blind in the heart. A strong sense of pain surged through Ji Ningyan's heart once again. She waved her hand, annoyed. Enough of this nonsense. I'll read these programs myself, so there shouldn't be any problems, should there? Li Dandan sighed. There is also a big problem. Sister, the colleagues in charge of e-commerce, the work pressure is all bursting, especially those who do the store group. They simply can't top it. Why is that? Isn't most of the e-commerce work outsourced? This is just entering the off-season. Ji Ningyan was shocked. Li Dandan, outsourcing is the customer service those. The background is our people operate. The software used by the previous store manager is Xiao designed and developed, a lot more powerful than the market, so that the store manager's work is 10 times more efficient. Today when the handover, Xiao took back the authority of the software. Colleagues cannot find a replacement store manager management software. One by one the workload has exploded. Ji Ningyan was struck by lightning and her body froze stiffly in place. She used to think that the internet department was functioning well without Xiao Mo, with a stable clientele and a united team, but she didn't know that the team had collapsed directly away from Xiao Mo. More painful to her was the termination of the software license. Just like her relationship with Xiao Mo has taken back all his goodness, no longer cared about her. Li Dandan watched Ji Ningyan's face turn white and her entire body was shaking, feeling so pitiful for her. This little assistant did not have a high education and originally could not get the position of assistant to the president of G. Her mother is sick and needs a large sum of money for hospitalization. Her father has abandoned his wife and children, and she has a young brother at home to support. The day she was eliminated from the interview, she didn't know where to get the courage to stop Ji Ningyan's car, kneeling in front of her, pleading with her to give her a job. There was no way out for her. At that time, Ji Ningyan took pity on her and gave her this job as an assistant, which solved her urgent problem. Li Dandan was grateful to Ji Ningyan. She couldn't bear to see Ji Ningyan upset like this and took the initiative to comfort her. Sis, don't feel too bad. At least Xiao has used us for such a long time for nothing. Ji Ningyan understood in her heart that if Xiao Mo did not have the slightest bit of affection for her, she would have struck out against Ji as early as the day she filed for divorce. He left her breathing room and she didn't appreciate it. Or maybe it's not that she didn't cherish it, but she simply didn't perceive the problem and wasn't capable of cleaning up such a mess. Guilty as charged. Ji Ningyan thought of these 4 words for no reason and felt that they could not describe her situation more appropriately. She suddenly felt tired. In addition to the online information to be processed, there are a bunch of offline documents to be approved. Her headache was about to explode. These 5 years, although she was assisted by Xiao Mo, step by step, she was able to sit firmly in the position of president. In actuality, her days were not good. The pressure of her heavy workload has left her with very little time to rest and almost as busy as a gyroscope. She wasn't a genius like Xiao Mo, born with the ability to be extremely focused and efficient. Every time Ji Ningyan dealt with heavy work, it was hard for her to concentrate mentally, and she analyzed slowly, feeling incredibly overwhelmed. She suffers from migraines as a result. Many times she wished that someone awesome would come out of the sky to help her with these complicated and tedious problems. It was only a pity that she, with her hindsight, did not realize that Xiao Mo had been doing his best to help her. Ji Ningyan's heart was getting more and more irritated, like a fire burning messy hemp. She felt like she couldn't stay in this office. One more second and she might have exploded. Ji Ningyan pushed away the piles of information and left the office with quick steps. Sis, where are you going? Li Dandan chased after her. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Today, I want to take a break, Ji Ningyan said with her last strength. She felt like she was going to pass out the next second. She couldn't hold it together. But, Li Dandan looked at Ji Ningyan's cheeks that had lost their blood color, feeling that she might be sick, and couldn't bear to say the rest of her words again. Looking at Ji Ningyan's distant back, Li Dandan sighed heavily. With the departure of Xiao Mo, the internet department is becoming more and more problematic, and the offline management is still not sure what hidden dangers. More questions will pop up tomorrow. What about dealing with today's problems tomorrow? Chapter 102 Ji Ningyan's painful childhood. Sooner or later, Qi will be dragged down by these problems, but Ji Ningyan's state was certainly unworkable. Li Dandan could only rush back to the internet department to report, and then run to the personnel department to convey Ji Ningyan's instructions on recruitment. How she wished for a savior to save Ji. It was a pity that not only would there be no new savior coming, but the previous one had been driven away by Chief Ji himself. Ji Ningyan returned to the villa. Wuma was startled to see her in a ghost-like state and asked with concern, "Ouch, my lady, oh, what's wrong with you? Your face looks terrible. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Fever, cough, runny nose there? Are you suffering from influenza, eh?" Ji Ningyan felt her head buzzing. Even Wuma's words were a little hard to hear. The voice became very distant, seemingly coming from the distant outer space. Wuma reached over to test the temperature of her forehead. Only then did Ji Ningyan react and gently pushed away Wuma's hand. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry," Ji Ningyan said against her will. "Go cook some sugar water for me. I want to eat something sweet." The truth was, she did feel physically ill. It was just that at the moment she desperately wanted peace and quiet. After supporting Wuma, Ji Ningyan went to her bedroom and sat on the single sofa, staring at the wall. 10 minutes later, Wu's mom came up with a cross-town delivery guy. "Miss O, Mr. Lu sent a gift outside. Is it convenient to come in?" "Come in," Ji Ningyan said.
the delivery man came in carrying a painting. Wuma directed the delivery man to unseal the painting and lean it against the wall. They left. Ji Ningyan stared blankly at the beautifully framed and delicately brushstroked oil painting in front of her. That's her portrait. Lu Ziyu hired someone to draw her. The young girl in the painting has long hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes are pure and her face is full of collagen, revealing a kind of youthfulness and innocence. The background is a purple romantic starry sky with floating flower petals and soft starlight, presenting a dreamy aesthetic sense. It wasn't the current Ji Ningyan, but the one from her teenage years. At that time, she hadn't yet become Ji's high-flying female president. Ji Ningyan couldn't help but think of herself at that time. Although she is also subjected to her mother's spell and heavy study pressure, she is beautiful, from a good family, and is the school beauty adored by most of the boys at school, and has a bright vision for love and the future. At that time, she did not experience the crisis of her family's bankruptcy, the fear of being threatened and forced by her creditors, the sadness of being abandoned by Lu Ziyu, or the heavy pressure of carrying a business alone. She hadn't been a high-flying female president, just a little girl full of naivety. The floodgates of recollection can't help but open, and childhood memories tumble in like a flood. Ji Ningyan remembered a lot of things from her childhood. She wasn't a smart kid growing up, and even seemed a little dumb. Other than being pretty, there was nothing at all noteworthy about her. She learned to speak later than the average girl, and was not as articulate as other little girls. The ability to learn, react and understand is also a whole lot weaker than the smart kids in their age group. Since kindergarten, she has struggled to read more than many children. She doesn't like to read and doesn't have any hobbies, except that she likes to fiddle with all kinds of dolls. Her passion for dressing her dolls in little homemade dresses, buying delicate trinkets and shoes, and trying to make outfits to match was the only thing that gave her pleasure. Under such circumstances, from the time she could understand the words of adults, Foamliping was constantly instilling in her the responsibility of carrying the Ji family. You're the daughter of the Ji family. You must have great achievements in the future, or else Dad won't want us mother and daughter. Little Ningy couldn't understand. Why doesn't Daddy want us anymore? Foamliping, if you don't get ahead, Dad will lose us. What's out of the way? It's about being able to read and earn enough money to be the chairman of the company. Why did Daddy drop us? I already said that. What's the head undertaker? Little Ningy simply couldn't wrap her head around it. Over and over again. Foamliping got annoyed and grabbed her daughter and beat her up. Because you're a girl, you can't carry on the family line. A girl has to pay for her family all her life. Foamliping yelled at her. Little Ning Yen didn't get it. She was scared of being beaten. With tears on her face, she didn't dare to say anything. The word responsibility has been embedded in her young heart for as long as she can remember. She wasn't allowed to play and her beloved dolls were confiscated by her mother in exchange for piles of tutorials. She also remembered that Lu Ziyu was her next-door neighbor's brother. The aunt with the pretty looks and a nice speaking voice who was always going out and sometimes didn't come home in the middle of the night. She had a good relationship with Foamliping, and often left Lu Ziyu, who was half a year older than Ji Ningyan, to come to Ji's house and go out to get high by herself. Ji Ningyan's parents are also often not at home. Ji Weijie is busy going to socialize. Foamliping is busy going to play cards. The two kids are lost to two babysitters most of the time. Little Ningyan could not read in the first place, and from the age of more than 2 years old, the child who could not even speak fully, was forced by Foamliping to learn literacy, arithmetic, and English, and suffered a lot. Lu Ziyu was quite a bit smarter than her, and when he came, he was able to teach her her homework so she wouldn't have to be beaten anymore. She relies heavily on this neighborly brother. When she was 3 years old, one day, Foamliping won money at cards and was in a good mood, so she bought a bunch of snacks and came back to them, and went out to get high in the ballroom again. Lu Ziyu picked up the jelly on the table and told Ji Ningyan what his mom had warned him. Jelly, sister, can't eat it. As he spoke, he waved his hand to emphasize, jelly, you can't eat it. Little Ningyan had a bit of a problem understanding other people's words. She hadn't seen shiny jellies before and was very greedy, biting her fingers and drooling, and she didn't pay attention to Lu Ziyu's words. Jelly, eat, was her understanding. Lu Ziyu, after all, is only 3.5 years old, did not pay attention to the discrepancies in the understanding of the little Ningyan. After the instructions, turned to sit on the sofa to play with his cell phone. Little Nimbus quietly picked up the jelly, pierced the package with a fork, and swallowed the jelly. As a result, the jelly got stuck in the airway, and the little Nimbus held her little face red and rolled off the chair. The two nannies were at their wits' end, seeing little Ningyan's life hanging by a thread. Or Lu Ziyu clever. Find out the first aid video sent to him by his mother. Teach the nanny to use the Heimlich maneuver. Save little Ningyan. Otherwise, Ji Ningyan might have gone to meet the king of hell at the age of 3. After Foamliping came back and heard the nanny talk about it, she didn't break out in a cold sweat like the nanny did. Instead, she realized that her daughter had nothing to do with being smart at all.
except for being exceptionally pretty. On the contrary, Lu Ziyu, who had grown up with a wit and calmness that surpassed his peers, was likely to inherit the family business in the future. She might as well suck up to the Lu family's overly smart little bastard while she still could, so that in the future her daughter could marry into a $10 billion family like the Lu family. So, Feng Liping took the opportunity to instill Xiao Ningyan. Do you like brother Ziyu, baby? Feng Liping was full of fake smiles. Chapter 103, she is just a pawn for her mother to climb up the rich family ladder. Little Nyonya, who had seldom seen her mother smile, and even more seldom had she seen her mother speak softly to her, was very happy and nodded her head vigorously. Love, brother, her brother plays with her, teaches her homework, and saves her from being beaten by her mother, and she especially likes him. Feng Liping followed her advice. Then when you grow up in the future, you'll marry brother Ziyu as a bride. The little Nimbus asked, what is a bride? Feng Liping found out the photos of the bride wearing a wedding dress and coaxed Xiao Ningyan. It's being a wife. Like mom. Who is dad's wife? Who can have kids when they get married? The same way you play house. Why as a wife? Little Ningy still didn't understand. Feng Liping displayed unprecedented patience and gentleness, stroking little Ningyan's head and coaxing her. Because, brother Ziyu saved your life. If brother hadn't saved you, you would have been stuck dead, and would have become a brat that no one in the netherworld would accept. It's horrible. Feng Liping choked herself and made a hiccup sound like a chicken clucking, rolling her eyes as if she was the one who died. Little Ningyan was too scared to say anything. Feng Liping smiled and asked, brother saved you. You have to marry brother. Your life is given by brother. Do you know? Little Ningyan nodded. I know. Marry brother Ziyu. Be a wife and have children. Feng Liping praised her and gave her a kiss and sweet-smelling popcorn. My baby is so smart and good. That was the happiest day for little Ningyan, and it was also the time when she engraved in her heart the beliefs that brother Ziyu gave her life and marrying brother Ziyu. After that, Feng Liping had to rehash this matter every now and then to strengthen little Ningyan's impression. As if marrying the Lu family's second young master was little Ningyan's mission, Ji Ningyan stopped reminiscing. She and Lu Ziyu were childhood sweethearts, and she did like Lu Ziyu. But at this point, she realized that the idea of marrying Lu Ziyu when she was very young was actually not because of her own will, but rather Feng Liping's brainwashing of her. Ji Ningyan suddenly had a creepy feeling. She had always known that her own mother resented her for being a daughter because her father resented the fact that daughters couldn't carry on the family name. She also knows that her mom resents the poor and the rich, but she loves her mom. So, she worked hard to move up the ladder, wanting to fight for her mom, to prove that she wasn't inferior to the boys, that she could give her mom some face, and that she could give her mom a rich life. But what kind of selfish mother would instill the idea of marrying when her own daughter is 3 years old to fulfill her desire to climb the ladder of luxury? Ji Ningyan was too sad to speak. She never seemed to have much of an idea herself, just a puppet for her mom. When her mother told her to marry Lu Ziyu, she fell in love with him, and if he hadn't abandoned her, she would have married Lu Ziyu long ago and become the Lu family's second youngest grandmother. When her mother asked her to marry Xiao Mo, she married him. When her mother disliked him, she hurriedly divorced him. How did I do that? Am I a thoughtless puppet with no opinion? Ji Ningyan remembered again that when she was a child, although she was mute and well-behaved, there were times when she disobeyed her mother's will. The exchange is often a severe beating. She remembers that for her 5th birthday, her grandfather gave her a doll and a dress. Ji Inghua teased her with the doll. Ningshan, answer a question and I'll give you the doll if you get it right. Little Ningyan especially liked the pretty dolls and nodded her head in a hurry. Grandpa asked, Ningyan, what kind of person are you going to be when you grow up? Where had the little Nimbus pondered such a profound question? She opened her mouth and said, pretty people. Grandpa smiled with a loving smile. No, little Ningshan, a person's appearance isn't the most important thing, it's what's inside that counts. You have to be a kind and selfless person, someone who contributes to society. Got it? The little Nimbus didn't understand, but she nodded her head vigorously for the sake of the doll. Ji Inghua was very satisfied. However, as soon as Ji Inghua left after dinner, Feng Liping immediately forced Xiao Ningyan to hand over the doll. Give it to me. Little Ningyan hugged the doll and shook her head vigorously. Grandpa gave it to me. I told you to give it to me. Feng Liping roared. Little Ningyan cried, but still refused to let go. Feng Liping picked up the ruler and fiercely whipped her daughter's little hand. Little Nimbus's little hands were red from being pumped, and she cried so hard that she still clung to the doll with a death grip. Not for me, are you? Come here. The spirited Feng Liping dragged the little Ningyan toward the utility room, walked to the door and pushed the child in along with the doll. You're not coming out until you get rid of this, and I'll starve you to death. Little Ningyan, after all, is only 5 years old, afraid of the dark, locked up for half an hour and then honest, crying and shouting for her mother to let her out. Satisfied, Feng Liping opened the door, snatched the doll, and used scissors to cut the doll's clothes,
and then cut the doll's head. Little Ningyi wailed. Feng Liping slapped her in the face. No crying. I'm telling you, don't listen to your grandfather. People live for themselves. You live for your mom, for the Ji family, for your younger siblings, or you are a white-eyed wolf. Ji Ningyan didn't know how long she had been sitting on the sofa, nor did she know when she had fallen asleep. When she's awake, it's already dark. The room was dimly lit, reminding her again of how she felt when she was locked up in a small dark room. She remembers being terrified, but she didn't hate her mom at all, because, every time after beating her or physically punishing her, Feng Liping would hug her and cry, "Baby, mommy didn't want to do this to you. Mommy did it all to make you a man. Who made you a daughter? If you were a son, we wouldn't have to suffer so much." To hold up the Ji family, to live for her mother, is a belief that Ji Ningyan has engraved in her bones since she can remember. It's amazing that she has selective amnesia for all the things her mom abused her for. As far as she can remember, she only remembers her mom being strict in order for her to be a success. Ji Ningyan touched her cheeks. Perhaps the dream was too realistic. Her face was covered in cold tears. Sad? Is it hard? She asked herself, only to find that her insides had long been numb, like an empty shell without a soul. When Lu Ziyu came back, she didn't remember the pain of him abandoning her at all, and ran to him with joy. She had grown up loving him and depending on him, with the belief that she had to marry him that her mother had instilled in her for 20 years. She forgot the responsibilities of marriage, forgot Xiaomo's kindness to the Ji family, his care for her. If it wasn't for her grandfather waking her up that day, or if she hadn't really fallen in love with Xiaomo, she probably wouldn't have come to her senses until now. Does a life like this really make sense? I was just a pawn for my mother to consolidate her position and climb up the ladder of luxury. How ridiculous and how pathetic is it to live to the age of 27 and have my life dictated to me by my mother? Just as he was thinking, Feng Liping's phone call came. Ningshan, your aunt and uncle are here, and both of your brothers are back, so come over for dinner. The tone was one of non-negotiable command. Chapter 104 Returning Lu Ziyu's Gift. Ji Ningyan had a terrible headache by now, thinking of all the abusive behavior her mother did to her as a child, thinking of her mother's preference for sons over daughters, and also thinking of her mother's constant chatter about Xiao Mo bad-mouthing her and destroying her marriage. Ji Ningyan felt sad and chilled. She didn't want to go back to that so-called home. Mother doted on her two younger brothers and would fulfill any request they had, but to her, the daughter, there was nothing but reprimands and reproaches. It wasn't her home. She was just a mobile blood bank for her family, and the villa was a family of vampires. Ji Ningyan felt exhausted and she didn't want to suffer any more pressure from her family. She excused herself over the phone. Mom, I seem to be a little sick today, so I won't be coming over tonight. Uncomfortable? What are you uncomfortable with? When Feng Liping heard this, she immediately became alert. You're not really pregnant, are you? Is it the seed of that loser Xiao Mo? That's fine. I'll take you to the hospital now for a checkup, then take a trip back to the old mansion. First cheat the antiques and land in the old master's hands, then you divorce the marriage, go sleep with Ziyu, and say that it's his child. Mom, are you crazy? How could I possibly do such a thing? Ji Ningyan was once again shocked by Feng Liping's three views. This is something that Feng Liping has said before. At that time, Ji Ningyan thought that Feng Liping was just talking and wouldn't really carry it out. After all, it was too destructive. I didn't realize that she was really planning to do that. Ji Ningyan said angrily, Mom, if I'm pregnant with a child, it's your own grandson. It's still in my stomach and you're thinking of using it? You don't have any heartache for it. You just treat it as a tool for you to achieve your goal? Taking a step back, even if we don't consider Ji Ningyan's feelings, are the Lu family's people cuties? Are they? A lot of multi-billion-dollar families like theirs will have paternity tests done when their children are born, just to make sure the bloodline is pure. Feng Liping herself was stupid, so she thought that the gentry and nobles were just as stupid as she was. Seeing Ji Ningyan resisting, Feng Liping was not happy. What are you doing? Yelling at me as your own mother? I've worked so hard to bring you up, and I've raised an enemy, right? I'd rather have a barbecued pork than you. Feng Liping no other skills, watching TV and listening to books and watching skits to learn a lot of cursing words. All over the world cursing dialect are skillfully mastered. Ji Ningyan was originally a filial daughter, being reprimanded by her mother. Her heart was condemned by her sense of morality. Her tone immediately softened a few points. Mom, I didn't mean that. Then hurry up and do as I say, Feng Liping said firmly. Ji Ningyan had to reason with her. I'm not pregnant. I didn't have sex with anyone. Feng Liping froze for a few seconds and chided. You're not pregnant, what are you talking about? I was happy for nothing. There's no way to get my hands on that antique and land again. Ji Ningyan, after what happened during this time, clearly knows that Feng Liping only has wealth and status in her heart, and doesn't care about her feelings at all. She was saddened and tried to discuss with Feng Liping. Mom,
I'll rest at home for a night and go back next week. Fong Liping got angry. Her tone was as sharp as glass scratching a blackboard. You're big now. Your wings are hardened. And you don't listen to your mother's words? Your aunt and uncle came on a rare trip, a family gathering. You were not there. What's the point? You must come over. Crawl over here even if you have to. Ji Ningyan had no choice but to agree. She forced herself to stand up with a headache, and her eyes fell on the painting leaning against the wall that Lu Ziyu had given her. It wasn't as if the painting was delivered without a touch in her heart. After all, growing up with Lu Ziyu, the feelings were there, and Lu Ziyu knew her especially well and knew her preferences. Giving her a portrait of the past is also an attempt to evoke in her heart memories of the beautiful and pure love of the past. But what Lu Ziyu had done during this time had disappointed her so much that she found herself more and more resistant to dating Lu Ziyu. Ji Ningyan called out to Mrs. Wu, Mr. Lu, this painting, please return it for me and tell him not to contact me again. I don't want to see him, Ji Ningyan said with certainty. Mrs. Wu, however, was in a bit of a bind. She had watched Ji Ningyan grow up and had deep feelings for her, so it was inevitable that she would worry about her happiness. G, you have to think clearly about what you do. Don't just make a decision when your head is hot. Mr. Xiao isn't coming back now, and you kicked Mr. Lu out. When the time comes, how can you explain on the wife's side? Ji Ningyan's fire came up when she heard her counseling. Weren't you the one who was talking about Lu Ziyu being bad before? Now that I want to cut ties with him, why are you discouraging it again? I really don't understand you guys. Wu Ma awkwardly said. Miss I'm not thinking that Mr. Lu is not good. I just think that he is not as good as Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao has already left. That Mr. Lu is also okay. Miss, you always have to consider for your own happiness. Alright, stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Ji Ningyan raised her hand to stop Mrs. Wu from speaking further. No matter how good Xiao Mo was, wasn't he also kicked out by Fong Liping and Lu Ziyu jointly? You return the painting as I said, and I'll take care of the rest myself. Ji Ningyan said coldly. Her feelings for Lu Ziyu had changed a long time ago. I was counting on him to give Ji a hand, but I never imagined that he was an embroidered pillow himself, only boasting and talking, with no real talent at all. Lu Ziyu made Ji's into this situation. Ji Ningyan did not pursue his responsibility, already remembering the past love. In the future, she didn't want to have any contact with Lu Ziyu. Got it. Seeing how bad Ji Ningyan's face looked, Wu Ma hurriedly called for the delivery man and asked them to pack up the painting and send it back. Ji Ningyan returned to the villa at the Hentaying Villa. When my uncle and aunt's family came over, Ji Weijia should have already found an excuse to slip away. Ji Weijia did not treat the poor relatives of Fong Liping's family, believing that they were city folk, greedy, stingy and vulgar, and could not be on the stage at all. It was only because Fong Liping had given 2 sons and a daughter to the Ji family that Ji Weijia did not go too far in the open. Grandpa had long since returned to the old mansion to recuperate. Ji Ningyan remembered the last time she came back with Xiao Mo and visited her grandfather, and suddenly had a feeling that things were different. She felt deep regret. At that time, Xiao Mo should be giving her a chance to redeem herself, even if she couldn't save her marriage. As long as she was willing to admit her mistake and her parents were willing to be kinder to Xiao Mo. With Xiao Mo's kind of sentimental character, it was absolutely impossible for him to take a shot at Ji. Otherwise, he could have complained to his grandfather that day, and it would have certainly made a mess of the house. The funny thing is that Ji Ningyan did not wake up at that time, and Fong Liping was still desperately trying to flatter Lu Ziyu, giving Xiao Mo a face, and insulting and satirizing Xiao Mo with the most unpleasant words. That should be when Xiao Mo decided to flip out. Now, Ji's successive loss of a few large orders, profits have been cut by a large part of the operation of the various departments successively appeared some problems. They are to blame for everything. Ji Ningyan was curious to know how Fong Liping would react if she knew that Ji's internet department had been hit so hard after Xiao Mo left. Chapter 105, A Family of White-Eyed Wolves. Ji Ningyan had just walked to the door when she heard her Aunt Wang Xiaomei's enthusiastic voice coming from her. "Ayo, Smoke is back. Come on in. Auntie made your favorite sweet and sour fish today. Come and try Auntie's handiwork." Wang Xiaomei is ordinary looking, but especially good at things, and always has that hypocritical face to useful people. She came over and took Ji Ningyan's arm affectionately. Ji Ningyan froze. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Her own taste was spicy, and although Xiao Mo had made her abstain from eating only light-flavored foods for her health when she was there, she didn't really like sweets either. Heavy sweets like sweet and sour fish are even less of a favorite. Wang Xiaomei was a little embarrassed. Where did she make it for Ji Ningyan to eat? She and her husband, Feng Ziqiang, brought their son, Feng Yaozu, over, and a table full of dishes was made for their own son to eat. Wang Xiaomei's miserliness, compared to Feng Liping ever, purely want to come to Feng Liping's side of the white horror meal. How can she remember Ji Ningyan loved to eat? But Wang Xiaomei is a human spirit, especially good at talking. A turn of the eye. Beautiful words come out of the mouth. Smoky, you say this? What kind of girl doesn't have a sweet tooth? You must be usually too love beauty. Maintain the body shape habitat. No wonder, like you such a natural beauty of great beauty, are focused on diet management. Come, let's not talk about this. Come in and sit down. Just waiting for you to start dinner. Wang Xiaomei pulled a meal and actually let her round it off. Ji Ningyan was troubled by the company's affairs and saddened by Xiaomo's departure. She didn't have much emotion to think about this. She was woodenly pulled by her aunt and sat in the middle of her third brother Ji Wenyu and her cousin Feng Yaozu. Ji Wenyu is 21 years old. Because the grades are too poor, high school graduation is not school. Spend money to buy a college diploma. After that, nesting in the home to play games. He is particularly lazy. Cannot move as much as possible, not move. Only know to eat and play. The height of 1.75 m people. Hard to fat to 200 pounds. The whole thing was like a bulging leather ball. This only son of the uncle's family, Feng Yaozu, is 3 years older than Ji Wenyu. Just like Ji Wenyu, he is lazy, full of fat, nesting in the house to play games, only knowing how to eat, drink and have fun. The two can be described as the crouching dragon and the phoenix. At this time, Ji Ningyan was sitting in the middle of these two fat ball of a brother, and they were still networking to play king. You zoomed in. Why don't you protect me? You blame me for your own misalignment? You go with the fielder. Don't follow me. It affects my mending. Cut. Talk as if who wants to protect you. Dish as hell and still won't admit it. Don't take a shooter in the future. Ji Wenyu grumbled and maneuvered the support hero away. Ji Ningyan was inexplicably distracted when she saw the two of them. She was not even allowed to play with dolls since she was a child. Always writing endless homework. Feng Liping beautifully said, under the stick out of filial piety. Strict teaching into a talented person. But Ji Ningyan's two real brothers and a cousin. But by the family unlimited indulgence. Uneducated is also good. The reason is that the boy understands late. Grow up after it is good. Even if the second brother Gxinyi was 18 years old and got pregnant outside with a girl, Feng Liping still boasted that it was the family's good genes that could give birth to a son. Later, the girl unfortunately miscarried. Feng Liping immediately changed her face, said that the girl is not lucky, thanks to not married into the door, but also in the other side of the small month period door scolded the girl a meal. She was scolded for her indiscretions, lack of self-love, and wreaking havoc on her son, originally promising to let her in the door, and then stiffly backtracking on her promise, dumping someone else, not to mention not even giving them nutritional money. Ji Ningyan, what are you standing there for? Why don't you quickly serve your two younger brothers their food? Feng Liping glared fiercely at Ji Ningyan. Feng Liping also doted on Feng Yaozu, no worse than her own biological son, because Feng Yaozu was her old Feng family's account book. At family gatherings, the underlings have to avoid suspicion to prevent the conversation from being overheard. For most of the family gatherings over the past 5 years, Xiaomer has been there. Xiaomo's careful heart, understanding at home when he was a child, studying to be the student council management and excellent class officer, and being the boss of a startup company during his college years, has developed his habit of trying to take care of everyone in any occasion. In the past, rice and soup were all served by Xiaomo, and everyone just sat down and ate. Now that Xiaomo was gone, Feng Liping herself was too lazy to move, so she started instructing Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan suddenly felt a strong sense of unfairness. She retorted in annoyance, Mom, I've been busy at the office all day and the two of them have been playing games at home all day, so how come I'm the one who serves them food? Shouldn't they serve themselves? Feng Liping was not happy and glared at Ji Ningyan in reprimand. You child, how do you talk? Yaozu is a guest. Of course you should be the one to serve the food. If it were before, Ji Ningyan had been obedient to her mother and would have given in long ago. Instead, today she's going to fight to win or lose. Ji Ningyan argued with reason. Yaozu is a guest. It makes sense to let the host family serve the food. So why doesn't when you go and serve the food? Why must I serve the food? Feng Liping was even more displeased. When you is still young, you are the older sister. Shouldn't you take care of your younger brother? Ji Ningyan felt amused as she pointed at Ji Wenyu, who had fattened up to 200 pounds, and asked coldly, he's up to 200 pounds, shouldn't he be working out? Do I have to take care of him as his sister who was busy working all day? Besides, he's already 21 years old, and at his age, I would have carried the burden of the Ji family long ago, working my ass off to pay off the family's debts. Mom, have you forgotten? Feng Liping snapped her chopsticks on the table, and her eyes daggered fiercely at her daughter, lecturing her like a dog. Ningshan, now that you've become the president of Ji clan, you're not putting everyone in the family in your eyes. You've already started yelling and slapping the table and glaring at me and your brother. How did I give birth to such an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf like you? Liping, don't talk too much. It's not easy for Ningyan to come back. I'm an uncle. I forbid you to scold the child. Uncle Feng Zichang pretended to be a good person and advised. Feng Zichang is 50 years old this year. Has been toppled. Usually good food. Do not worry. White and fat like a big hairy bread. He only said this to give Ji Ningyan a step down. After all, she is still the president of Ji Clan and owns 50% of Ji Clan's shares in her hands. After offending Ji Ningyan, where will Feng Zichang's family go to get some oil? Feng Liping did not mention the white-eyed wolf stump was okay. Mentioning it, Ji Ningyan became even more angry. The biggest white wolf is Feng Liping. Ji Ningyan finally understood Xiaomo's feelings now. She had lived for 27 years with no hobbies, no ego, just like a learning and working machine for the Qi family. She did whatever Feng Liping told her to do. As an adult, she dedicated everything to the Ji clan, not even taking time off, in order to revitalize the family business and give everyone in the Ji family a privileged life. Ji Wenyu and Feng Yaozu are both hanging supervisory positions in Ji's. Do not come to work, only get money, eat empty salary. Chapter 106, Ji Ningyan's Resistance. Ji Ningyan's uncle is a purchasing manager and his aunt is a treasurer, specializing in fishing for oil. Second brother Ji Xin Yi in the company as deputy manager of operations. Nothing to care. Work a card on the line. Treatment is ridiculously high. The hands of the shares, this year, but also to give him a rise in deputy general manager. They are all assholes who just get paid and don't work. The pressure of running the company was on Ji Ningyan alone. Just by not serving food to her two lazy brothers, she was wrongly accused by Feng Liping of being a white-eyed wolf. Thinking of Xiao Mo, the only man who had ever truly given his life for her, Ji Ningyan's heart ached even more. Ji Ningyan sneered. Mom, who are you to say I'm ungrateful? I think it's you who are ungrateful, right? How much has Xiao Mo done for our Ji family? If it wasn't for him, the Ji family would have gone bankrupt long ago, and Ji clan would have closed down long ago. How can you live comfortably here? But how do you treat him? You don't give him a good face at home. You belittle him, you insult him, and you ostracize him in the company. He's our Ji family's greatest benefactor, yet you treat him like a thief. Ji Ningyan remembered the things they had done to Xiao Mo, and tears of grief and indignation couldn't help but flow down her face. Feng Liping was even more annoyed when she heard Ji Ningyan talk about Xiao Mo, and her voice went up another octave, displaying her level of shrewishness. What kind of assholes are you talking about? How did I give birth to such an asshole thing like you? Xiao Mo has been freeloading in our Ji family for 5 years, and you're still aggravated on his behalf. Before the words were finished, Ji Ningyan's second brother, Ji Xin Yi, in a suit, brought his wife, son Mei, and his son, who had just turned 100 days old, over. Ji Xin Yi is the same as Ji Ningyan, inherited the good genes of his parents, 1 meter 8 standard height, born suave. After arranging for his wife and children to be seated, he walked over to Feng Liping's side, put his hands on her shoulders, and began to say nice things. Mom, what are you doing? Sister is also under pressure at work. Don't get angry over this little thing. Look at you. You're not even pretty when you're angry. Feng Liping's face immediately blossomed with joy when she saw that her son had brought her grandson. It's still my Xin Yi who knows best, knows that he cares for his mom and doesn't let her worry. Unlike some people, Ji Xin Yi hurriedly said to Ji Ningyan, Sister, come over here and apologize to Mom. Let's have a nice dinner as a family and all be happy. He didn't say these nice things out of filial piety. He was purely defending his own interests. In the end, uncle and aunt are outsiders, can fish for oil and water, but do not dare to be too blatant. The company also has Ji Ningyi and other small shareholders to stare at. Ji Wenyu and Feng Yaozu are neither outstanding nor ambitious, and at best they are just raking in some salary and benefits. Ji Xin Yi was different. He's shrewd and greedy. He wants to swallow the whole of Qi. This sister, who is empty of beauty, has neither wisdom nor heart, and knows only foolishness and filial piety, is the best instrumental person to manage the business. If my sister had married a rich man, she would have been even more valuable for him to suck his blood. He just needs to coax his patriarchal mom and dad and defeat his brainless brother Ji Wenyu, and sooner or later, Ji's will be his for the taking. Ji Ningyan coldly looked at Ji Xin Yi. She knew this brother too well. He appears to know best, but is actually more selfish than anyone else. Ji Ningyan asked back with a cold smile, why should I admit my fault? What fault do I have? Feng Liping had thought that Ji Ningyan would go along with the steps given by Ji Xin Yi and obediently come to admit her fault. I didn't expect Ji Ningyan to be so rebellious today. Feng Liping was used to being arrogant at home and directly copied the chicken feather duster on the sofa and pushed up her sleeves to hit Ji Ningyan. Against all odds, you're lawless, aren't you? I'll beat you to death. You unfilial daughter. Ji Ningyan is already 27 years old, but Feng Liping treats her like a 3-year-old child and whips her hard with a chicken feather duster. Feng Liping hit hard. A red mark immediately appeared on Ji Ningyan's white and tender arm. You kneel down, Fong Liping ordered.
Ji Ningyan had never resisted Fong Liping's abuse, but this time, she no longer held her tongue. She pulled the chicken feather duster from Fong Liping's hand and threw it to the ground with force,
saying angrily, "Mom, you've had enough. How much longer do you want to bully me?"
Fong Liping was startled by her sudden outburst of anger and froze in place. Ji Ningyan's eyes reddened as she painfully said to Fong Liping,
"You blame me for everything. No matter how much I do for you, you can't see it as if you were blind. You are also like this to Xiao Mo. Now it's good. You drove Xiao Mo away. The company's online department has a big problem. It loses at least $60 million in profit every year. The employees are still leaving. I'm afraid that the department is going to be disbanded. Now you're satisfied. Are you happy? What? Losses of over $60 million? You're kidding, right?" Fong Liping, Xin Yi and her aunt and uncle froze. They all knew that the internet sector was lucrative, but they usually couldn't get any oil, so they didn't pay much attention to it and only focused on the dividends that came into their hands. Now Ji Ningyan is actually saying that the department is being disbanded?
That's a lot more than $60 million in damages. Aunt Wang Xiaomei squeezed out a forced fake smile on her face and took Ji Ningyan's hand, coaxing her with feigned concern.
"Smokey, don't talk nonsense.
Auntie knows that you're just having a tantrum to scare your mom. Auntie knows that you're just upset and trying to scare your mom.
But how can a mother and daughter be enemies? Your mom has suffered so much to bring you up. If she hadn't educated you strictly, would you have been able to become successful?"
Once Fong Liping heard Wang Xiaomei say this, she also felt that it made sense, and she came back with vigor,
pointing at Ji Ningyan's nose and cursing.
"When you were a child you were a fool, only fiddling with rag dolls.
No talent at all.
If I hadn't educated you with all my heart and soul,
would you be where you are today?" Ji Ningyan felt funny. Fong Liping's so-called education is the physical punishment and beating of her. Fong Liping always wanted to go out and play poker when she was young. She spent very little time at home, and even less time with Ji Ningyan, and both Wu Ma and the Lu family's nanny took more care of Ji Ningyan than Fong Liping did. By the time her brother was born, Fong Liping was somewhat restrained,
but her mind was also devoted to taking care of her brother. Her motherly love for Ji Ningyan was really only reflected in the sticks. Where did Fong Liping think that Xiao Mo had been harboring at home for 2 years and could still have such a big impact on the company's internet department? Her finger was poking Ji Ningyan's nose.
Fong Liping angrily scolded.
"I said how you became a white-eyed wolf,
calling me out. It turns out to be Xiao Mo, that loser, abetting you.
That loser other skills no.
Coaxing women are quite powerful. Just rely on a white boy to charm you is not good in bed. Fong Liping's quality is not generally low, and she can say any unpleasant words,
even in front of his son and his own brother and sister-in-law. He did not mince words about his daughter and son-in-law. Ji Ningyan heard her mother's humiliation and was even more sad and angry.
She was so angry that she forcefully knocked Fong Liping's hand away and cried, "You are still wronging him and insulting him. Each and every one of you relies on the kingdom he fought for you and feeds off of him, and in the end, you call him a wimp. How could I be so stupid as to believe your words and drive him away?"
Fong Liping has always been strong and has a strong desire to control her daughter. Where can she tolerate her daughter's resistance?
She slapped Ji Ningyan across the face. Chapter 107, The Ji Family in Flight.
Ji Ningyan was dumbfounded by Fong Liping's big slap. She was already in bad shape, and with a slap, her head started buzzing like a swarm of bees. Fong Liping slapped Ji Ningyan several times, directly hitting Ji Ningyan's eyes. Half of her face was red and swollen. She broke into a fit of rage.
"You white-eyed wolf, you still want to put on my head? Wasn't it your own idea to divorce Xiao Mo?
I didn't even know when you signed the divorce papers.
If it wasn't for that true Xiao Yalan coming to trouble me, how would I have known that you were divorced? You made your own decision and you want to blame me for it?"
Ji Ningyan's long hair was spread out, and a few strands of it were muddled on her face by her tears, and her fair cheeks were red and swollen from the beating. Her appearance was in a sorry state. Fong Liping's words, however, stuck right in her heart.
Yeah, in any case, it was her own decision to divorce Xiao Mo. Even if she chose to divorce out of foolishness, it was her own fault. Who could she blame? Today it can only be described as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Xin ignored Fong Liping's anger and didn't care about Ji Ningyan's injuries. He grabbed the key point and asked, "Sis, you said that after Xiao Mo left, the online department lost more than $60 million, and the department is going to be disbanded. So isn't the remaining $20 million in profit gone as well? Is this true?" He's not very interested in managing the company, only thinking about how to please his parents and enjoying an 8-figure dividend every year. Recently, his wife gave birth to a son, but also busy with his son back to make his parents happy. The company's business has been ignored for a while. It's amazing that he didn't even know about such a big change in the company. Seeing such a large amount of profit flew away, he lost at least 20 million dividends. Xin Yi, do not mention how much meat pain.
Ji Ningyan saw that her mother only cared about controlling her for her own benefit. Her brother had no basic concern for her, only caring about the profits that could be pocketed, and the others didn't appreciate what she had given, but instead had a lot of resentment towards her. Her heart finally died for this family. Ha, ha, Ji Ningyan seemed to become a little abnormal. Her eyes were lax and a cold laugh kept coming out of her mouth. It's my fault. It's me that listened to you heartless white-eyed wolves and drove away Xiaomo. I did it to myself. Feng Liping was still scolding her. You bastard are really lawless, aren't you? You scolded me and your brother even if you even dare to scold aunts and uncles. It's you guys I'm scolding. Ji Ningyan's slender fingers, pointing at their noses, sneered. Your blood is cold. Your hearts are made of stone. And you only treat me and Xiao Mo as tools to extract benefits. Your family, sooner or later, will get retribution. No one can think of a good time. After saying that, Ji Ningyan looked like she was retaliating. Her hands violently grabbed the tablecloth and pulled it with force. All the dishes on the table knocked over on Ji Wenyu and Feng Yaozu who were concentrating on playing the game. Are you crazy? You dare to hit your brother. Kneel down and apologize. Feng Liping came to pull Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan pushed harder. Feng Liping was pushed to the ground and pressed her hands on the glass slag, wincing in pain. Ah, against you ungrateful daughter. Her palm was cut by the glass slag and blood flowed. The two brothers were stunned for a few seconds. You dead. You're crazy. The old man's game is about to flip. Being splashed with vegetable soup, Feng Yaozu, who had only just regained his senses from the game, cursed profusely. Ji Wenyu was also very annoyed at being covered in grease, and he took it out on Ji Ningyan. You damn well don't look after your own lick spill, and come back to use us as a punching bag. Don't think I don't know. You hooked up with Lu Ziyu. See Xiaomo, that licking dog found a prettier than you. You are not balanced in your heart. You this kind of fairy. I've seen too much. Really AT0. Disgusting. Ji Ningyan didn't speak again. She looked at the cold, oddball family with immense disappointment, a self-deprecating smile on her face. I won't let you guys have a good time. The 50% shares in my hand. I would rather sell them cheaply than give them to you guys. You bunch of vermin, white-eyed wolves, sitting on your asses. When Ji's closes down, I'll see where you'll go to suck blood. This family initially thought that Ji Ningyan was talking nonsense off the top of her head, and they didn't even put Xiao Mo, a code knocker, in their eyes. However, when Ji Ningyan said these words with scarlet eyes and gritted teeth, they panicked a bit. Gxine had just secretly sent a message to confirm with his subordinates the shock that Xiao Mo's departure had caused to the company's departments. Looking at Ji Ningyan's posture, she was afraid that she had been moved by Xiao Mo's true feelings and wanted to tear her face off with them for Xiao Mo. He tried to stabilize Ji Ningyan. Sister, we as a family don't talk about these hurt feelings. I know you and brother-in-law are not divorced yet, so go coax him. Brother-in-law loves you so much, he won't care. Mom, don't you think so? Feng Liping had always favored this resourceful son, and hearing him say this, she knew that things might really not work without Xiao Mo. Not caring about the blood on her hands, she climbed up from the ground and hurriedly changed her face, coaxing Ji Ningyan. How can a family have an overnight grudge? Silly daughter, don't you know that your mom has a sharp tongue and a soft heart? Quickly make a call to my good son-in-law. Mom personally apologized to him. Ji Ningyan felt amused, and she literally burst out laughing. Looking at the mess, the angry brothers, the sudden panic of mom, aunt and uncle when they heard the news that Ji was going to be finished, and the groveling that tried to cajole her and lick back Xiao Mo. She was feeling the big show. Everything they do is for the word money. This family, without any semblance of conscience or affection. Ji Ningyan wiped a handful of tears from her face and said with a cold smile, now you guys are calling him brother-in-law. Good son-in-law? Do you know that in my eyes? You guys are really pathetic and ridiculous. I am also pathetic and ridiculous. I ruined my love with my own hands, drove away the man who truly loved me, and I deserve all the pain. Ji Ningyan stopped paying attention to them and stumbled out of the villa. Hey, why are you leaving like this? You can't leave. You come back to me. I don't care what tactics you use. You call Xiao Mo back. The company can't have such a big loss. Feng Liping still wanted to boss Ji Ningyan around. Ji Ningyan just left indifferently. Sis, Gxin wanted to go after Ji Ningyan, but was pulled by his wife Sun Mei. Sun Mei is a woman with a gentle character. She saw Ji Ningyan's appearance. She felt that this great aunt is too pitiful, become a blood bag of the family, but also be harsh, be instigated to divorce. They still only think of using her. Hubby, leave your sister alone. It's hard for her right now too. Before Sun Mei could finish her words, Gxine had already torn the mask of hypocrisy and slapped her on the top of the head. She froze, her face burning with pain, but it didn't make her realize what she'd done wrong. The child in the woman's arms was frightened and wailed. Gxine said viciously, shut up, you don't even have a job, relying on my old man to support you. My sister flipped out. Where are you going to go to live your life as a riceworm? Sun Mei looked at him in shock. She used to have a job. Her company had a partnership with G's. She was a salesperson and her performance ranked in the top 5 in her department. It was Gxin Yi who wooed her into quitting her job and having a baby at home. The baby was just 100 days old, and the C-section scar on her stomach hadn't even completely healed yet. So Gxin Yi actually hit her. Feng Liping was so angry. Feng Ziqiang and Wang Xiumei were in a hurry, and Ji Xinya was even pouring several mouthfuls of wine and cursing in his mouth for the loss of profits. The two grease-covered younger brothers, both arrogant and used to it, had no place to vent their anger and actually fought. Sun Mei ducked out with her baby in her arms. Chapter 108, Missed Deep Love. He won't come back again. Sun Mei felt funny and chilled. Without Ji Ningyan's shelter, this family that only eats and drinks for fun can maintain Ji's operations? For the first time, Sun Mei realized that she didn't seem to know Gxin Yi or his family at all. They, cold-blooded devils, were still doing this to Ji Ningyan, the longtime blood bag. But what about her? Will she be better off in the future? She even developed a feeling that her lips were dying. Sun Mei secretly resolved to leave a way out for herself and never trust this family of heartless white-eyed wolves. Ji Ningyan walked out of the villa with her arms wrapped around her, not paying any attention to the chickens flying behind her. It was clearly entering summer, but she felt like she was soaking in ice water, and her limbs were permeated with coolness. It was only now that she saw her own family's face completely. She could no longer deceive herself. Her parents, brothers, and other relatives only see her as a tool for enrichment. They never loved her. Growing up, the little love she received came from her grandfather. Her grandfather had always tried to teach her to be a kind, decent, responsible, and grateful person. But she abandoned Xiao Mo and did unkind things for the sake of her foolish filial piety to her mother. For the sake of profit, and for the sake of the white moonlight's flowery words. It's all self-inflicted today. I don't know when the drizzle started, and the air was damp and cool. Raindrops fell on Ji Ningyan's red and swollen face, mixing with tears running down her face. She returned to the Riverbend Villa and sat in front of the floating window of her studio, staring woodenly out the window. The raindrops were like an infinite net, enveloping everything in heaven and earth in chaos. She recalled one night when she had just secured the position of G's president, and it was raining so heavily. She went to meet a client and came back, but her car broke down on the road and she was waiting for help. The location was not far from home. She was in a hurry to get home to catch up with the program. 20 minutes away. Hard wearing high heels. In the pouring rain, hard to walk home. She came back like a drowned chicken and startled Xiao Mo. Why don't you call me to come pick you up? Xiao Mo hurriedly helped her get a dry bath towel over and wrapped her whole body in it, and went to make ginger tea for her. It's too late. I have to rush the program. It's a $50 million project order. Interior and exterior wall tiles, floor tiles, all of these are ordered from us. It's very lucrative. Ji Ningyan said here. Her beautiful eyes glowed. This is the first independently negotiated list since she took office. The other party respected her, appreciated her, praised her as a strong woman. She felt her own value. She dried herself off, dove into the studio, and began tapping away at the keyboard. Xiao Mo gave her the ginger tea to drink and picked up a dry towel to wipe the water from her hair. Blow dry your hair or you'll catch a cold, Xiao Mo admonished. Ji Ningyan shook her head. The first draft must be handed in at 12. Xiao Mo didn't say anything and brought a hairdryer. His fingers gently passed through Ji Ningyan's wet black hair and carefully dried it for her. Ji Ningyan only felt that Xiao Mo was very annoying. She thought the ginger tea was hard to drink. She thought the sound of the hairdryer was too noisy. She thought that Xiao Mo was delaying her in designing the renovation plan. She did not realize that his gentle gestures and the dribs and drabs of love. She lowered her eyes to the green plant on the desktop, which was given to her by Xiao Mo, saying that it could improve the air quality, increase the humidity of the air, and also regulate her mood while working. Ji Ningyan does not know how to take care of plants, and Wu Ma is careless and negligent. After Xiao Mo left, the greenery gradually withered. She then realized that those tender feelings that she had once ignored, like this pot of greenery, eventually withered in time. At the time it was only unusual. Now I look back again, but it is like the sand on my fingertips hastily disappearing, and I can't catch anything anymore. Ji Ningyan hugged her knees, her body constantly shivering. She felt so cold and chilly. Xiao Mo, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. You come back to me and never leave me, okay? Ji Ningyan muttered as she cried. A curtain of rain from heaven and earth swept over her like an infinite loneliness. Ji Ningyan was afraid of the silence in the room. She opened her cell phone's music player and tried to play a random song to listen to. The song Xiao Mo listened to some time ago, Like the Wind, was once again recommended by Big Data. Sentimental melodies and songs that echoed through the room. Aren't you like the wind? The invasion rustled, and then declaring it clear again. It's like the two of us never loved each other. Ji Ningyan's emotions suddenly collapsed and her hands covered her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. However, the song in the rain outside the window muffled her sobs of sadness and remorse.
Xiao Mo won't be coming back.
The deep love she missed turned into a sultry sigh that dissipated into the wind and rain. Shen Lingyun accompanied Xiao Mo to finish the meal, and because there were some matters to be dealt with over at the branch, she reluctantly left. When I got back to my apartment, I realized it was pouring rain outside my window.
Xiao Mo's voice call followed.
Shen Lingyun opened her computer to read her emails while chatting with Xiao Mo on the phone without a beat.
Xiao Mo, it's raining. Shen Lingyun, aha. Xiao Mo, didn't get wet, did you? Shen Lingyun smiled.
Just these few steps.
I would have been home long ago. Xiao Mo, are you afraid of thunder?
Shen Lingyun snorted.
I'm not a child.
I've traveled all over the world all these years.
All alone. Would I be afraid of thunder? Underestimate me. There was silence on the other end of the line.
Shen Lingyun then reacted that he was concerned about her and intended to come over to accompany her. She wanted to smack herself 2 big biker pockets.
What's the point of showing off at a critical moment? Besides, it's raining. We're here. Why don't we take a shower? Next, not. You deserve to be single. Shen Lingyun, IQ is always dropping at critical moments.
Shen Lingyun felt like she needed an electric slapper, or else at the frequency of her offenses,
her own hands were going to whip off. Xiao Mo, it's good that you're not afraid, Shen Lingyun said weakly. Is it too late to be afraid? Xiao Mo laughed. Too late, warrior woman.
Shen Lingyun stopped acting and said in a furious fufu,
I don't care. You come over and accompany me. Xiao Mo decisively refused. Not coming. I have to work overtime. Ignore you. Oh, I'll pick you up in the morning. See you tomorrow.
Xiao Mo cut off the phone with a watery sigh.
Shen Lingyun, in fact,
she is not intentionally uninteresting. She will automatically switch sealed heart absolutely love strong woman state when she works.
So many years have been used to it.
This time it was also a subconscious automatic switch. Shen Lingyun felt like a bunch of trolls popping up in front of her eyes.
Chapter 109, A Love Song.
Lingyun sweetly swooned.
666. Single on merit.
The strings of marriage that the moon god gave you to beat to death, you were able to cut them with strength.
Cupid fired 10,000 arrows,
and you raised your shield to the sky.
No, why does it feel like these pop-ups have voices? It seems to surround the ear in 3D. When she looked back, it was Zhao Shirai walking around her, spitting audibly next to her. Shen Lingyun glared at her fiercely. No spitting, say it again and I'll poison you dumb. Zhao Shirai rolled her eyes crickets.
The power of love was horrible. Yesterday she was a sweet girl yearning for love. But today she has become a poisonous woman with more hearts than a beehive and more ruthless tactics than a court battle.
But so what? You get up in the morning vowing to the world over, and then you get ed by your man? I just know how to bully me. A white, beautiful, chaste, icy, chaste, understanding, resilient, and well-groomed little assistant. The emperor's heavens are above. And the believing girl Zhao Shirai I praise in her real name that Missy and the man she loves will become long-lost brother and sister.
Shen Lingyun guessed that she might be dissing and hummed. I'm going to take a shower.
You watch here. She's gone.
Zhao Shirai had a head full of questions. There's not an object in this latter sentence.
Either. What am I looking at? Never mind. Whatever you're looking at, just look at it first. Zhao Shirai turned on the TV.
The video phone rings.
Zhao Shirai picked up with gusto. Special Assistant Zhong. A puzzled expression appeared on Zhong Wei's lean face,
and he visibly froze for a moment as he asked,
Shin AI, how come it's you? Weren't you the one who called for me?
Zhao Shirai was puzzled.
Zhong Wei was also puzzled. I dialed Missy's video call.
It was only then that Zhao Shirai realized that she had taken Shen Lingyun's cell phone. Her cell phone and Shen Lingyun's cell phone were placed side by side on the coffee table.
She saw Assistant Chun's note light up, and with a brainwave, she answered it straight away. Zhao Shin AI, that, is the phone stringing the station? This happens often in our building. You dialed Missy's video phone, but it was sent to me. Don't say anymore. I'm still busy. Bye. Zhong Wei had an incomprehensible and shocked expression on his face.
Zhao Xiao AI hurriedly dropped the phone and said to Shen Lingyun,
who walked out wrapped in a bathrobe, Missy, Special Assistant Chung is looking for you.
Shen Lingyun said as she wiped her hair.
I heard you, classmate Zhao Shirai.
You have to know that Special Assistant Zhong isn't an ordinary assistant.
He's the Vice President's exclusive assistant, a 1 in a million talent, so you can't help but treat him as a little cutie. Zhao Shirai AI. Shen Lingyun changed into casual clothes, in retaliation for Zhao Shirai spitting on her just now. In front of her, she picked up the phone and dialed back the video call to Zhong Wei. Special Assistant Chung, was it Shin Ae who answered my call just now? Yes. What did she say? Zhong Wei answered honestly.
She said that the stage was strung.
Shen Lingyun scoffed. There's actually such an excuse. Zhao Xia AI wimped out for a second, feeling like she was going to die of community. Special Assistant Chun will surely spit on her stupidity.
Shen Lingyan looked at Zhao Shirai proudly.
Zhong Wei was a very straightforward person and rarely lied. Let's see how he sprays Zhao Shirai this time.
Zhong Wei pursed her lips,
probably afraid that Shen Lingyun would blame Zhao Shirai. Zhong Wei hesitated for a few seconds and said with determination, Mr. Shen, when I made the video call just now, I observed that it was a thunderstorm day on your side. I've read a report that network signal crosstalk occurs on thunderstorm days, and what she said is not unreasonable. Zhao Shirai was stunned. Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes were also glaring into lychees. Zhong Wei, who has always been unsmiling, was so blatant in covering for Zhao Shirai?
Leaving aside the fact that the theory has no scientific basis, just based on that 1 minute 29 seconds of video phone records in her cell phone WeChat,
cannot make up such an outrageous reason.
Shen Lingyun looked at Zhong Wei,
who had a serious face, and then at Zhao Shirai, who was full of fluke. So I'm part of your play, huh?
Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes as she listened to Special Assistant Zhong's report about her work and hurriedly hung up the phone.
Blasted away Zhao Shirai again. She needs to speed things up.
It's not just work. Don't wait until the assistants are talking and she still hasn't succeeded in rating Xiao Mo.
She called over to harass Xiao Mo. What's wrong? Xiao Mo's gentle, low voice rang out.
Shen Lingyun thought that his voice was so good that just hearing it made his legs feel weak.
I don't know if it's a lover's eye, but she feels that Xiao Mo is good everywhere, just like when she used to study.
When she washed his uniform and brushed his sneakers, even if the smell of sweat was so overwhelming that the laundry detergent couldn't cover it,
she felt happy. Shen Lingyun said, it's fine, I'm a bit bored alone. Looking for you to chat. Xiao Mo, good. Shen Lingyun, no charge, right? Xiao Mo smiled up. I'll accompany you if you want to chat, but I'm a boring person and not very good at talking, so I'm afraid you'll find it boring.
Shen Lingyun secretly rubbed thought.
Brother or inexperienced lips so good looking, the main use is for chatting? That's for kissing. Of course, other places can. Shen Lingyun asked as she struck the keyboard. What songs do you listen to when you're working? Song list recommendation. Xiao Mo replied seriously. I either listen to light music,
or some foreign niche songs with light melodies,
or pop songs, basically what the system recommends. It doesn't affect my work. Shen Lingyun, send me the song list. Xiao Mo logged into Penguin and sent over a few song lists. Shen Lingyun's eyes were also sharp,
catching sight of his profile's recent listening.
Like the Wind.
She remembers it as a very sad song.
Shen Lingyun screenshots over and asks, you've been listening to this one lately? Xiao Mo, the system recommended it. Listen to it a few times. Is it good? Great to hear.
Shen Lingyun knew what the song meant, and was afraid that Xiao Mo was still thinking about his condensed smoke and was a little jealous.
Xiao Mo saw that she didn't say anything and screenshot a picture of the music app over. Xiao Mo, I rarely use Penguin to listen to songs. Here's a list of Chinese songs I've been listening to lately. Shen Lingyun hurriedly took a look.
Topping the list by number of listens is Zhou Dong's Confession Balloon,
like a single song loop,
with the numbers shaking off second place Simple Love by a wide margin. Shen Lingyun knew that this song was a very popular sweet song for couples and could be found everywhere on the streets.
She tapped the song to play.
A light and sweet melody spilled out of the speakers.
Darling, in love with you. From that day on, sweetness comes easily. Darling, don't be a prude. Your eyes, in saying I do. The songs a person is listening to basically represent their recent mood state. If Xiao Mo is really stuck in the shackles of a failed marriage, it is impossible to listen to such romantic sweet songs. It means that he is carrying her Shen Lingyun in his heart. Shen Lingyun was happy. She knew the techie guy wasn't very expressive and had his own unique way of being romantic. It doesn't matter. She'll just install a set of exclusive antennas that specialize in picking up his signal. The sweet lyrics made her feel like the whole world was bubbling pink. Still, she wasn't satisfied enough. There's a line in the song, you say you're kind of hard to chase, trying to get me to know what's going on. Shen Lingyun felt that this was too unrealistic. She's still hard to catch? Her kind of desperation for nothing is a pretty bombastic presence in the whole backwards world. Shamo asked, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Shen Lingyun thought for a moment.
No, wear Bluetooth headphones. Just throw your cell phone aside. I just want to hear the sound of your work over there. Xiao Mo nodded. Acting as white noise? Aha, good.
The rain outside the window gradually stopped.
Only the sweet sound of the song, accompanied by the sound of the two of them tapping on their keyboards, could be heard echoing through the room. It's Sunday again.
After working overtime for a week straight,
Xiao Mo gave himself a vacation today, intending to stay home with Shen Lingyun. Chapter 110, Broken She.
Xiao Mo was a workaholic when he started his business. He basically didn't take much time off that time he started his business in college, and when he was tired, he would hit the floor at the office just to make sure he got his work done. When G was in trouble,
Xiao Mo brought his team to G to build the internet division, and he was just as desperate. Those later employees used to complain that the boss was in the company 24 hours a day, making them feel embarrassed to touch the fish, and always felt hot-blooded and eager to do something big. Now that he's doing his own business, Xiao Mo was definitely more on board. It was in order to accompany Shin Lingyun that Xiao Mo took the initiative to take a vacation. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Mo sent a message to Shin Lingyun and Zhao Xiao AI, asking them to go to the apartment while he went out to buy food and prepared to cook and treat them to dinner. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Mo hadn't returned yet, Zhao Xia AI, who was sitting on the sofa of the apartment, eating popcorn and watching TV, hurriedly whispered to Shin Lingyun, "Sis, have you heard?" "Heard what?" Shin Lingyun was reading emails on her cell phone and casually asked. Zhao Xiao AI's chubby little face hung a mysterious smile as she whispered, "Don't care what you've heard. Just ask if you've heard it." Shin Lingyun threatened in a cold voice, "Where's that lousy stunt from?" Zhao Xiao AI, "If you want to deduct your paycheck, just say so." Zhao Xia AI spat out her tongue and didn't dare to play the rotten stunt anymore, taking the gossip she had heard and inviting Shin Lingyun to take credit for it. "I'm telling you, Missy, I just got fresh news. Ji Ningyan had a hell of a time last week." "Oh." Shin Lingyun had an indifferent look, but her body took the initiative to move towards Zhao Shirai's side to make it easier to continue listening to the gossip. Zhao Shirai AI spoke eloquently. "Last week Ji's people came over to do the final handover of work. Didn't Ji Ningyan come to the company? When she returned, she found that the company had a pile of information to approve. She was originally a vase. Unlike Missy, who was so smart and talented, she couldn't understand those programs at all. As a result, guess what?" Shin Lingyun rolled her eyes widely. "You're pretty thorough, Zhao Shirai AI. I'll let you tell a gossip. You're so good at kissing ass and laying hooks. You're really good at whetting people's appetites." "What?" Shin Lingyun had to cooperate. If it wasn't news of a love interest, she didn't care to hear it. Zhao Shirai AI said happily, "She Hall Big President. Cannot read the program? Not finished? I heard that the company department to be dissolved. Anxious fire. Directly on the sick. Lying at home for 3 days. It is called a cold and quiet. Miserable and miserable. Ji Ningyan is sick?" Shin Lingyun raised her eyebrows. Shin Lingyun had heard that Ji Ningyan's health was not very good, and during the time that Xiao Mo was at home, he would stew various medicinal dishes for her every day, and her body was well adjusted. "How did you suddenly fall ill? It's not a bitter trick, is it?" Shin Lingyun asked, biting her nails. She still has her childhood habit of biting her nails when she's nervous. Zhao Xiao AI's body also moved next to Shin Lingyun, and the two of them were almost next to each other. "I said, sit over a bit, don't be next to me, it's hot," Shin Lingyun complained. "Oh." Zhao Shirao AI reluctantly moved back to her original position. "My pretentious, hypocritical Missy O." When he sat with Xiao Mo, he was so close to him that he was almost sitting in his arms. "If I'm hot, I'm a 5 feet 6 inches weakling. Can I have the high body temperature of a 6 feet 2 inches man?" Zhou Xinai is very dedicated and goes on with her gossip. "Not only sick, I heard that Xiao Ji and her family fell out. Not come to the company to work. The company is one of her brother in charge. And now Ji's up and down the chicken flu. A lot of employees are making noise to resign." Shin Lingyun's showy frown tightened. Ji Ningyan looked as if she was really miserable now. "And after 3 days?" She caught the point. Zhao Xiao AI, 3 days later she went to work. Listening to the company people said, she lost a big circle, then before emaciated quite a lot, completely not as radiant as when Xiao was by her side. So that is, once a woman does not have a man's care. Shin Lingyun, cough. Zhao Xia AI knew she had slipped up and hurriedly skipped this part. The internet department has gone a large part of the staff. The customers are only a few left. The staff cannot withstand the pressure. Yelling resignation. If they cannot recruit new employees, they may face a breach of contract, to pay a lot of liquidated damages. The management, apart from relatives, are some small shareholders who are doing offline work, and they all put the blame on Ji Ningyan's head. Ji's share price dropped a lot as a result, and the shareholders are condemning her. Zhao's departure. Everyone is speculating that there are problems in their marriage, and combined with Lu Ziyu's behavior a while ago, everyone else is saying that it's Ji cheating on her, and that Ji's having a tough time. Shin Lingyun didn't say anything. "I also heard that Ji Ningyan's parents, uncle and brother are blaming her, saying that she stabbed this basket, forcing her to clean it up herself and preventing her from divorcing Xiao Mo." Now the Ji family can be summed up in one sentence. Cranky dad, broken mom, anxious brother, broken her. Shin Lingyun coldly grunted. "Yes, broken she is. Who will help her if he doesn't?" Zhao Shirao AI's brain twitched. "Sis, who do you think is going to help her? What do you think?" Shin Lingyun hugged her fair legs. Her small face was full of grudges. "My brother likes the hero-saving beauty scene the most. Xiao Ji has gotten herself into such a state. Do you think he's going to go and be a savior to save the broken her and the G family that's facing bankruptcy? Zhao Xiao AI panicked a batch. It seems like it. How is this situation similar to 5 years ago?
Xiao couldn't have intentionally shouted for me to accompany you and went to look for Xiao Ji himself,
and come back later to appease you. Master of time management.
Shen Lingyun was so angry that she used her small white foot and kicked Zhao Shirai's increasingly plump ass.
Did I ask you to analyze? Did I ask you to make a rumor? What kind of military division? Can we talk? If not, get lost. No. Ugh.
Poor Zhao Shirai rubbed her kicked butt and didn't dare to speak.
Where did you hear that? Is the news reliable? Shen Lingyun asked. Zhao Xiao AI, bitchy man said
every day after work, his Zhou Jiannan melon eating workstation went to work. He is good at heterosexual relations, and G's side of a few little girls close to each other.
Every day to our company to carry gossip. Shen Lingyun was disheartened. Is this tiny condensed smoke a hidden boss? Why can't it be defeated? Is it going to make a comeback?
Zhao Xiao AI comforted her.
Don't be blindly suspicious. When Xiao comes back, won't you just ask him? Yes. The doorbell rang. Shen Lingyun was instantly anxious. Why did he ring the doorbell? Did he leave the key with his old lover? What should I do?
Zhao Shen AI pressed her shoulders.
Don't panic. I'll go explore the situation. Chapter 111, the correct answer to the question of delivery. 2 minutes later, Zhao Shirai returned. From the neighborhood association, come to hand out promotional materials. Shen Lingyun scared me to death. As he was saying this, the sound of a key turning rang out. Xiao Mo was back. What's the chatter?
Xiao Mo teased as he came in carrying a bunch of plastic bags.
Oh, I'm talking about. Zhou Xin'e reported positively. It was a pity that before she could finish her words, Xiao Mo went into the kitchen and went to put away the ingredients. Coming out from the kitchen,
Xiao Mo walked to Shen Lingyun's side and reached out to touch her slippery little face.
He leaned over, smiled and asked her, "What are you talking to Xin AI about?"
Zhao Shirnai was greatly speechless.
No one paid any attention to her existence. Is she here to serve as a foil? She felt the two mushy people getting less and less eye candy.
Shen Lingyun was still jealous, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at him accusingly.
What's wrong? Xiao Mo was surprised.
I sent her a message this morning to come over.
There's nothing unusual about it. Shen Lingyun sighed, her tone grudging. I heard that your family, Ning Yan, is sick. Did you go to see her? Xiao Mo pinched her cheeks. She goes to the doctor when she's sick. That's common sense. None of my business. I've also heard that your family Njek is being ostracized in the company.
Relatives and shareholders are making things difficult for her.
So poor. Xiao Mo looked at her for a few seconds, not figuring out her purpose for a moment. Is it sympathy, or gloating, or something else?
Xiao Mo thought about it and replied frankly. I don't care about these. In the past when I was at G's, those people treated me like this, and it's not unusual to treat her like this when the company is in trouble.
Oh, Shen Lingyun trailed off. That small, clear, beautiful face was taut, as if it would explode the next second.
Xiao Mo saw Zhao Shirai gesticulating with her hands in the air and looked at her in puzzlement. I only saw Zhao Shirai's finger point at him and draw a circle in the air again before waving her hand desperately.
Me? House? No? What do you mean? Xiao Mo didn't understand at all. Zhao Shirai covered her forehead and collapsed on the sofa. It can't be resuscitated. Call 120 for a tow. Xiao Mo was still asking her. Xin AI, what do you mean? Are you asking me how much it costs to rent this house? Or is there something wrong with the house and it's not a good rental?
Zhao Shirai saw that Xiao Mo did not comprehend her meaning at all, and Shen Lingyun's side was smoking with anger.
She had to say it out loud to prevent it from getting any worse. That's not my family Njek. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Mo heartily let out a hilugo. Turns out that's the correct answer to the giveaway question. The fuse is buried here. No wonder the more you coax, the angrier you get. But that's an angle that a straight guy like him, who's never been in a serious relationship, couldn't think of in 3 days of beating him up.
Shen Lingyun sighed quietly.
Alas, Ning Yan is so pitiful.
My brother must be heartbroken again.
Hurry up and go to see it. Take it in your arms and coax it, kiss it, give her a little bit of courage to live. Xiao Mo whispered. You girl, all the vinegar you eat is brewed by yourself. All the reasons for being jealous are made up by yourself. The main fight is a self-sufficient one, isn't it? Shen Lingyun didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Spinning around, he pretended to still be angry and tensed his little face.
Xiao Mo turned around and went to the refrigerator and took 2 boxes of strawberry mousse out and placed them on the coffee table. I bought it this morning when I went to breakfast.
Don't you girls like dessert?
Taste the flavor.
Shen Lingyun looked at the cake sadly, instantly possessed by Daiyu, and was gloomy. You don't need to buy me anything in particular. I know that you have a sister in your heart, but just seeing my sister, I forgot my sister. I also heartbroken brother is not easy, coaxed the sister. Only afraid of cold again sister. Not only is Xiao Mo going crazy, Zhao Xia AI was on the verge of foaming at the mouth and passing out. In the end, we're so familiar that we don't even avoid people when we show our love. Xiao Mo took a spoon and dug a piece of cake and sent it to Shen Lingyun's mouth. Shen Lingyun immediately cheered up and opened her mouth Inaba waiting to eat. Xiao Mo, however, didn't move and said, "If you promise me that you won't talk nonsense, I'll give you food." Shen Lingyun's expression immediately became resigned. Zhao Shuai wrapped her arms around the pillow and looked at them with a subway old man face. I thought to myself, shall you hurry up and feed her? She took the Stepford Wives heroine script. She can't eat by herself. Her hand has long been broken. Now it just serves as a decoration. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's small mouth toot high. Not blah blah blah. Before feeding her the cake, Shen Lingyun's eyes lit up. The mousse cake was silky and sweet in her mouth. Just like her mood at this moment. Zhao Xia AI was already stuffed with a mouthful of dog food next to her. Shen Lingyun pretended to be ferocious and spat. Hey, Shin AI, what do you mean by that blank stare? Do you dislike us? Zhao Shuai shivered. No, who let her mouth be in arrears, sharing Ji Ningyun's gossip. And now Shen Lingyun was like eating dynamite. Zhao Shuai felt that she had done this to herself. Xiao Mo helped her out. Lingyun, don't bully her. Shin AI, eat it yourself. Don't be polite. Zhao Shernai was helpless. You didn't leave me alone either. Is double-teaming singles your specialty? Shen Lingyun was in a good mood after eating the cake and ran into the kitchen to help Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo said to her, bring me the apron and hang it behind the door. Shen Lingyun came over with the fine plaid apron and took the initiative to say, I'll help you tie it. Aha! She hung her apron around Xiao Mo's neck and didn't come around behind him to help him tie his apron strap. Instead, he was in a face-to-face position, with a pair of small, white, glistening hands cupping the straps and threading them through his waist, as if hugging him from the front. Xiao Mo smelled the special fragrance emanating from her body, and when he lowered his eyes, he could see her long curly black eyelashes trembling slightly, casting shadows on her warm jade-like skin. I don't know whether it was because of nervousness or shyness, but girl's delicate white cheeks flushed a light pink color. Her appearance was delicate and cute. Xiao Mo's heart was beating like a drum. Shen Lingyun gently let go of him, raised her moist peach blossom eyes and asked with affection, what are you looking at me for? Xiao Mo smiled and replied, no, you smell so good. Is it the smell of perfume? Shen Lingyun shook her head. I won't use perfume on informal occasions. It should be the smell of shower gel. What brand? I made it myself. If you like it, I'll make a bottle for you next time. Shen Lingyun replied. Good. Shen Lingyun suddenly wanted to tease him and took the initiative to come over, revealing her slender white swan neck, and said petulantly, guess what flavor it is? She had thought that Xiao Mo would be embarrassed. His skin had always been thin and not very amused. Who knows? Xiao Mo smiled and came close to her swan neck. The man's warm breath, spraying thin on Shen Lingyun's skin as fine as beautiful porcelain, seemed to be able to feel the temperature of his lips through the air. Shen Lingyun's body suddenly stiffened. The whole person became tense. Her hands unconsciously grabbed Xiao Mo's arm, where his breath dabbed. It seemed as if there was a surging electric current passing through. Half of her body became tingly. Xiao Mo left her. Looking at her instant red warmth, his tone was relaxed. I don't know. It just feels like it smells good. Shen Lingyun glared at him in exasperation. I was trying to flirt with this straight guy, but who knew he'd flirt back? Chapter 112, Xiao Yalan's Confession. Zhao Shernai stretched her neck on the sofa to watch the show. Missy reckons she's online again for a facepalm. She would love to write a book about Missy's face-punching routine. It would be wonderful. Zhao Shernai secretly spat. What's the point of flirting with someone, miss? She was married and recently divorced before she got some feelings for you. You've been in love with her for 13 years, and she's your first white moonlight. You're teasing each other. Isn't that the same as the other guy's 98k level 3 armor and you pull a fling cannon out of your pocket and yell at them to line up against each other? Shen Lingyun was blasted out of the kitchen by Xiao Mo. The reasoning was that the fumes were bad for her skin, so she should just go watch TV and wait for dinner. Shen Lingyun sat on the sofa, recalling the feeling she had just experienced when Xiao Mo was near, and gradually her heart blossomed. Zhao Shuai couldn't look at that gorgeous look of hers. Daddy's boyfriend, don't smell too good. Look at how she's spoiled, beautiful as she is. Zhao Shuai silently prayed, the letter of the girl life to eat cilantro durian screw powder. Please God give us such a man to me. Xiao Mo was busy for more than an hour and made 6 dishes and 1 soup, which could be described as colorful and fragrant. Zhao Shuai was nonchalantly the first to start and feasted. She had received a 100,000 point storm from Xiao Mo and Missy today, and needed to eat a full meal to soothe her wounded heart. Xiao Mo hadn't even taken his seat when his cell phone rang. The note is Mom. Xiao Mo pressed the answer button. Xiao Yalan's passionately concerned voice came. Son, are you busy at work? It's the weekend. Are you free to come home? Xiao Mo said. Not busy. I'm on vacation today. Xiao Yalan, should be. Entrepreneurship should not be too much pressure. The body is the capital of the revolution. She said a few more words of concern. Since the last time Wu Guodong scolded Xiao Yalan awake, Xiao Yalan felt that she had owed Xiao Mo in the past. She began to feel sorry for what happened to Xiao Mo, and her attitude towards Xiao Mo changed 180 degrees. He called Xiao Mo every other day to show his concern, and also asked Wu to send some herbs and specialties to Xiao Mo to replenish his body. Xiao Mo asked, "Mom, is something wrong?" Xiao Yalan cheerfully said, "It's fine. Hasn't it been a while since I've seen you? You come back. Mom has something to say to you." "Okay, I'll be back after dinner." Xiao Yalan seems to be a little nervous. "You, don't eat too much. Just mean it, there is food at home." Hanging up the phone, Xiao Mo sat down, took 2 mouthfuls of rice, and said to Shen Lingyun, "My mom asked me to come back. Maybe there's something going on at home. I'm going to go check it out. Be back soon." Shen Lingyun nodded and did not object. After Xiao Mo left the apartment, Shen Lingyun said to Zhao Shirai with a thoughtful look, "Why is his mom calling him back at this moment? She's also not letting him eat. It's not like she's calling up Ji Ningyun's family to get them back together, right?" Zhao Xiaoai was gnawing on the braised pork ribs. Her small hands were oily, muttering, "I don't know. We have a popular saying in our country. It is better to tear down 10 temples than to spoil a family. Persuading to merge but not persuading to separate is the concept of the older generation. Theoretically, there is indeed this possibility." Shen Lingyun froze. "Why are you talking more and more like Special Assistant Zhong?" Zhao Shirai, cough cough cough. "Sorry, I choked on my food." Shen Lingyun rested her chin in her hands. "He won't eat back grass. If he had that thought, he wouldn't have given me a promise. I know how he is. I'm teasing him by being jealous." Zhao Shirai continued to mutter, "I think you're teasing me. A single dog." "What? Nothing. Go on." "I'm mainly worried about Ji Ningyan, that shrew of a mother. Bullying him, you know that person he is. He was educated by his grandfather to be of high moral character, repaying grudges with virtues all day long. Plus he won't fight with women. The Ji family might stomp on him." Shen Lingyan's beautiful eyes blossomed with certainty and she pinched her small fist and swore, "I've decided. I'll go over and ambush him across the street from his house. And if Ji's family bullies him, I'll leave Ji's family with no chickens and dogs left behind. I'll be a chicken and dog. Missy is mighty." Zhao Shirao AI also got excited. The two of them packed up the table and said they were leaving. Shen Lingyan and Zhao Xiaoai each had a book in their hands, blocking their faces as the two of them sat at the cafe across from the Xiao family pharmacy. It didn't take long to see Xiao Mo's figure appear. The two of them came by taxi, while Xiao Mo went to the supermarket to buy some nutrients and came even later than the two of them. Zhao Shirai raised her mini binoculars. Yangtze River to Yellow River. Target has appeared. No abnormality for now. Over. Oh your ass. Shen Lingyun knocked off her binoculars. It's only about 10 meters across the street. Don't make these weird and wacky things. You'll be found out later. Boing. Zhou Xinai commiserated. Concentrate. I'll keep an eye on the left and you keep an eye on the right. Make sure you spot the Ji family at the first opportunity. Xiao Mo walked into the drugstore and found the facade was very cleanly tended to, and there were several more shelves, and posters were hung up for promotional activities. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong were indeed much more attentive to the operation of the medicine store than in the past. He also felt relieved. Walking up to the second floor, I found the living room cleaned up as well. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong were sitting on the sofa waiting for him, and there were a lot of fruits and snacks on the coffee table. Upon seeing Xiao Mo, Xiao Yalan waved happily. "Son, come here, Mom wants to talk to you." Xiao Mo walked over and placed the nutritional supplements on the coffee table and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Yalan took out a bank card and stuffed it into Xiao Mo's hand. "This is?" Xiao Mo was surprised. "Some time ago, I heard that he started his own business. Xiao Yalan has taken $100,000 to him, saying that it is to buy financial products to earn. The Xiao family wasn't rich. And where did Xiao Yalan get the money for this?" Xiao Mo's first reaction. The old couple has not encountered a killing plate. The other side is preparing to put a long line to hang a big fish. Xiao Yalan, however, said guiltily, Mo. Before it was Mom's fault. Mom was afraid that your brother, who was not born sexually, would have no future, and without your consent, she took the money you gave us both to buy a house for your brother." "Mom, don't say this," Xiao Mo hurriedly interrupted. "Parental favoritism this thing, in society is the norm. Do children's hearts understand? But to pick apart to say, both sides will be a little embarrassed, but also easy to get angry." Xiao Mo didn't care about that little bit of money. His adoptive parents had raised him, and he had spent more than $200,000 just to go to college, so he couldn't possibly be bothered with that. Xiao Yalan but insisted, "Mo, I sold the house. Now the price of housing is almost the highest point, compared to the time of entry. After deducting the taxes and fees those, but also earn more than 300,000. which more than 1,300,000 you are holding, are your money, I and your father to support you to start your own business. That is, don't you be too tired. Mom said, the road of entrepreneurship can't go. You'll come back to open with your parents' medicine store, can't starve. Xiao Mo did not expect Xiao Yalan's repentance, not on the lips, but to prove it with practical actions, directly sold all the houses given to Xiao Tianji, and even the money earned from the sale of the house was given to him. He froze in place, not knowing what to say for a moment. Xiao Yalan sighed when she brought up Xiao Mo's divorce and her seeking compensation for him. Chapter 113 Arranging a blind date for Xiao Mo. M.O. I called phone Liping every day to scold her, but I know in my heart, it's useless. They have a big family. We are a small family. How can we fight with others? If they really don't give compensation, we can't afford to file a lawsuit. If you feel aggrieved, I'll push your senile grandfather to find Master G there to give you justice. Xiao Mo patted his mom's hand and comforted her. Mom, don't be angry about this. The compensation is something I voluntarily gave up. But what's mine? I'll get it all back. When I received the divorce certificate, this matter should also let Grandpa know. What Grandpa does, let his old man decide for himself. Xiao Yalan nodded. You're right. Elder G has an upright and strong character. He values love and justice. He won't owe you anything. Let's not talk about this. You've come back once in a while. Let's go downstairs and eat something nice. As he was talking, Xiao Tianji came in. He just turned 20 this year, did not do well in school, went to junior college, and dyed a head of yellow hair, because Xiao Yalan was judged by the doctor to be unable to bear children. Accidentally conceived Xiao Tianji, and since childhood he has been held in the heart, pampered and spoiled, and he is arrogant in character. He had already received the information that his mom had sold the house, and when he walked in and saw the bank card in Xiao Mo's hand, he guessed that he had given the money to Xiao Mo. Xiao Tianji was furious and made a fuss. Mom, you said the house was bought for me to get married. How could you sell it? How did you give the money back to my brother? Xiao Yalan glared at him fiercely and reprimanded him. What are you arguing about? The money to buy the house is your brother's. That's your brother's house. Where did you get the house? Xiao Tianji is used to being favored. Where can he be so aggrieved? Crying. It's mine. This house thing, whose name is written is whose. I don't care. Brother is so rich. You guys can't favor brother anymore. Give the house back to me. Wu, who hadn't said much on the sidelines, opened his mouth at this moment. You child, let you study more. You play games every day. The money your brother took to buy you a house, that's at most a gift. If your brother fights you to take back the house, the court will have to support him. Xiao Tianji struggled to pass the exam, much less understand the law, and he didn't know if Wu's words were true or if they were scaring him, so he froze for a moment. Xiao Yalan said irritably, stop it. Your brother is now starting his own business and needs liquidity. Your house your father and I will buy it for you. The university is not finished yet. What's the hurry to get married? Xiao Tianji was spoiled since childhood. This will be admonished. Skimming his mouth, puffing and glaring at his mom. His eyes are about to drop small pearls. Xiao Yalan look at him like this to come angry. I just did not control you before. Let you become so unreasonable. Can you learn your brother? Understand a little bit. Less let points heart? She used to have a pro-mom filter, and she was afraid that Xiao Tianji would not be able to make a good living and would not be able to earn money and live well in the future. So she was especially loving to Xiao Tianji. Since she was awakened by Wu, she realized that she could no longer indulge Xiao Tianji. 20-year-olds who have to carry their underwear back from school for their parents to wash, can't do anything right, the whole giant baby. She wanted to teach Xiao Tianji well. As a result, such a big person is not educated at all. And the more Xiao Yalan teaches, the more heart attacks. Xiao Tianji was scolded even harder, reddened his eyes, stomped his feet, and went into the room in an aggravated manner. Wu Guodong was used to being a good old boy inside as he stood up. Wife, M.O., you guys chat. I'm going to check on Tianqi. Xiao Yalan, what do you care about him for? Let him cry. Don't give him food. I have to wrench him over this nature. Wu Guodong was helpless. Wife, what are you doing? Take your time with your child's education. Are you under some kind of curse that you can only love one son? Xiao Yalan's face was reddened by his words. She did seem to be like this. She used to favor Xiao Tianqi. Now she is favoring Xiao Mo again after seeing that Xiao Mo repaid the favor for the Xiao family and ended up with nothing. Wu went to coax Xiao Tianji. During this period of time, Xiao Yalan's attitude towards Xiao Mo allowed him to feel the change in her outlook and to feel the love of her adoptive parents and the warmth of her family again. After all, growing up, they never treated him poorly in life. There have been some cracks in the relationship in the past due to the adoptive parents favoring the younger brother, and they too will be erased with the ebb and flow of time. Xiao Mo took the initiative to tell Xiao Yalan about the studio. When she heard Xiao Mo say that he had scooped up G's big client, Xiao Yalan was a little worried. Son,
It's good to have business, but don't develop your business too fast. It's easy to cause jealousy, and don't easily dig up other people's customers, lest you get retaliated against. The robbery back then, which nearly broke the family. Xiao Yalan was still having palpitations today. Xiao Mo suddenly remembered something and asked, Mom, when I was a kid, I heard that the group of punks who smashed Grandpa's medical center might have been instructed by the Liu family. Is there such a thing? Xiao Yalan shook her head. There is such a speculation. Your father also thinks so. The Liu family invested more in the medical industry at that time. There were medical halls, pharmacies, and later opened private hospitals. Your grandfather implemented charity clinics, volunteered to popularize the knowledge of Chinese medicine and healthcare, and had a high prestige among the public, which was a threat to them, the capitalists who earned black money. But if you insist on saying that these two things are connected, there's no evidence. It's hard to say. I know. Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of things at work, and when I make some money, I'll get you a new house. Xiao Yalan interrupted Xiao Mo's words. Son, in the past it was Mom's fault, thinking that you hitched a ride on G family. Money can't be spent in a lifetime. I always get some from you. I now understand. Rely on the mountain fall. Rely on the water dry. Rely on the temple collapse. Rely on God flash. People only rely on themselves. You don't worry about the family. You manage yourself. Have money, you buy a house for yourself. Or later you marry a daughter-in-law. Xiao Mo thought of Xin Lingyun. When the two of them formalize their relationship, Mom will probably be shocked, right? Junior high school period, as thin as bean sprouts like a little girl, grew into a watery beauty, but also to be her daughter-in-law. I do not know what feelings in the heart of the old mother, Xiao Mo thought. His handsome face reddened, and he vaguely answered twice. Xiao Yalan stood up, her eyes flashing with excitement, and said to Xiao Mo, Son, your father and I will go and coax your brother. Let's find an upscale restaurant for dinner today. You go wait for us downstairs at the cafe. We'll be there in a minute. Good. Xiao Mo agreed. He didn't expect any problems and went straight to the cafe. When Xin Lingyun and Zhao Shirai saw him heading this way, they hurriedly switched to the corner, near the bookshelf. By using the bookshelves to cover them, Xiao Mo didn't pay attention to them, found a card seat against the wall and sat down, ordered a cup of coffee, and waited for his mom, dad and brother to arrive. He opened his favorites on the phone app and looked for a long video to watch. After just 5 minutes of watching, a female voice was heard. Hello, are you Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo looked up at the woman in front of him. The woman is relatively young, should be 24 or 25 years old, with long hair draped over her shoulders, beautiful features, gentle and skillful temperament, and a look of knowledge. Xiao Mo searched his memory bank and did not recognize this woman. Yeah, and you are? The woman guffawed, sat down opposite Xiao Mo, and said frankly, I'm Peng Fangyan. My father is Peng Guangming. Our two families are neighbors, and the parents on both sides discussed it, said we are of similar age, and asked me to come over for a blind date with you. Xiao Mo's pupils quaked. A blind date? No wonder Mom had just laughed out of place, clearly saying that the whole family would eat together, but then asking him to come to the cafe and wait first. Surprisingly, he was set up on a blind date. It's so outrageous his mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. Chapter 114, Dad, I finally found you. Xiao Mo pondered in his heart how it would be better to talk to the woman across from him. After all, it is his own mother did not understand the situation. The other girl asked to come. It is the family is at fault first. Xiao Mo certainly will not be under the other side of the face. The woman across the table initiated the conversation. Introduce yourself. I also graduated from Yuncheng University. I should be considered your schoolmate. I'm currently a history teacher at the 10th grade school, with hopes of transferring to the 3rd grade school in another 2 years. And the job is, how can I put it? It's quite stable. It's the kind of iron rice bowl that parents prefer, the kind that you can see at a glance. The good thing is that there are winter and summer vacations every year, and the benefits are not bad, so you can spend more time with your family. I heard from my aunt and uncle that you are currently starting your own business, right? Xiao Mo nodded awkwardly. Yes. Peng Fangyan smiled gently. That is going to be harder. If we become, I will take more time to do housework, to be able to take care of you in life, and my cooking isn't hard to eat. I have to say, this is a very likable girl, gentle and beautiful, with a high emotional intelligence and great empathy. Xiao Mo organized his language in his mind and said to Peng Fangyan, Miss Peng, in fact, today is a mistake. Peng Fangyan held her chin with one hand and laughed. I've been here for so long, and you haven't invited me for coffee yet. Xiao Mo was a little embarrassed and hurriedly asked the waiter to serve coffee and dessert. Peng Fangyan said graciously, thank you for the coffee and snacks. I know a Japanese restaurant that's very good. Next time I'll treat you to a meal somewhere. Xiao Mo was speechless throughout. What's going on with Mom?
The next second, Xiao Yalan's WeChat message came over. Son, did you meet her? Your father and I have seen this girl. She's very nice. What do you think? Reply from Xiaoma, Mom, can you stop messing around? I don't do blind dates. Xiao Yalan, son, you don't have to be embarrassed. The G family treats you like this. Do they still want you to stay married for the rest of your life? I asked the girl. She doesn't mind that we are married for the second time. And she supports us in starting our own business and doesn't mind that we don't have a stable job. She is also very hardworking, cleaned the house, cooks a good meal. Cannot find such a good girl. Xiao Yalan, children. Mom knows that this girl is not as beautiful as Ji Ningyan, but you can't just look at looks in life. You still need to have good character, and the key is to be able to treat you well. You suffered so much anger in the Ji family in the past, and Mom doesn't want to let you suffer anymore. When you get married, I will sell that house in the suburbs and buy you a new house with a down payment. Xiao Mo looked at WeChat and didn't know what to say. If I had known, I would have asked for clarification first, so as not to cause such a big mess, which made the girl embarrassed. And Uncle Peng's side is not good to explain. He planned to show his cards to Peng Fongyan first, and then stabilize his parents. As for Uncle Peng's side, bring some gifts to the door to apologize. Peng Fongyan saw that Xiao Mo was replying to the message and guessed that it was a message from his mom. Xiao Mo's situation, Xiao Yalan had told Peng Fongyan. Peng Fongyan is only 24 years old. Love have not talked about. Would not have wanted to find a second marriage and no stable job man. But she looked at Xiao Mo's photo and was a little shaken. Plus her parents were saying good things about Xiao Mo, so she thought she'd come to meet him, and if she didn't like him, she'd forget about it. I didn't expect that Xiao Mo was even more handsome in person than in the photo, and he spoke gently and politely. She was satisfied as hell. Xiao Mo tried to explain that, Miss Peng, today my mom called me back and told me that there was something going on at home. I didn't expect. Peng Fongyan smiled. You can just call me Fongyan. Xiao Mo, no, I meant to say, Peng Fongyan, this coffee tastes pretty good. The store seems to be newly opened last year, right? I haven't seen it before. Xiao Mo could only concur awkwardly, thinking to find a chance to explain. Shen Lingyun in the corner was bubbling with vinegar. The eyeless love warrior is still on the sidelines desperately trying to analyze it. Aya, is this some kind of shura? Brother Xiao came out behind your back today just to come on a blind date? This girl is not bad. She's a good girl. Brother Zhao's peach blossom luck is quite prosperous. There was Xiao Ji's high cool imperial sister. There was Miss Big's soft and sweet girl. And now there's a gentle and virtuous wife. TSK. Children only make choices. Adults say I want them all. As she spoke, she picked up the pen and paper she had ordered from the table and wrote down the types of the three men, followed by a 33% probability for all of them. Let me. The love world looks like a flower female zhugu. To calculate your grasp, love is like a chess game. I'll help you line up. She started doing the increase and decrease calculations. Xiao Ji made a death. High cold imperial sister probability minus 10%. Virtuous wife appeared at the right time. Soothing Zhao's wounded heart. Gentle virtuous wife probability plus 5%. Brother Xiao was called back by his mom today, indicating that after the consent of his parents introduced the virtuous wife to another plus 5%. The good and soft sweet sister. Missy, you don't seem to have any advantage. Not increasing or decreasing. So it seems that the virtuous wife has the highest probability of winning. Yay. Shen Lingyan gritted her teeth, clenched her small pink fists, and stared viciously at Zhao Xia AI, the top of her head almost smoldering. Zhao Sure AI, did I pay you to piss me off? Ha, if you want to die, keep writing for me. Shen Lingyan threatened in a cold voice, her teeth cackling. This little assistant who didn't know how to die, actually wrote that the probability of success of this new beauty was higher than she, the boss. Moreover, Ji Ningyan had committed suicide to that extent. Zhao Xia AI surprisingly didn't eliminate her, and there was a 23% probability of success written on the paper. Oh, I know. Zhao Xia AI shrunk her neck and quietly scratched out Shen Lingyun's good and soft sweet girl on the paper and changed it to cold and colorful killer. Shen Lingyun stretched her head and looked around. She was nervous as she watched Xiao Mo chatting with that beautiful woman. Xiao Mo's character, Shen Lingyun certainly did not doubt, and also knew that he was not philandering. However, she had once had her home stolen by Ji Ningyan, and at this time, she had the feeling that once bitten by a snake, she was afraid of a well rope for 10 years. It's like a game where you win a group battle and prepare to push the high ground. Then look back and see that you've been stolen by Millet's crystals, and you'll inevitably ban Millet the next time you start the game. Shen Lingyun anxiously asked Zhao Shurai, aren't you the military counselor? You quickly think of something. What should I do in case this one really sees eye to eye? I waited 13 years for my chance. I don't have the next 10 years to wait. It won't be my turn to get married 3 times. Will it? Zhao Xia AI looked at Shen Lingyun, who had broken the great defense,
and suddenly felt the heaviness of the responsibility on her shoulders. With firm eyes, she said to Shin Lingyun, "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll be there for everything." Shin Lingyun felt that something was wrong. Why was there a sense of dying in Zhao Shiroai's eyes? Zhao Xinai suddenly stood up and said sadly, "Sister, I'm leaving, remember." "Remember what?" "Never mind remembering anything. You just remember it." Shin Lingyun. She hadn't even had time to spit out how many more times Joshua Noah would have to play this lousy stunt before she had enough. Suddenly, she saw Zhao Shirai's round little body rushing out like a cannonball. With the momentum of swiftness, he swooped over, flopped down to the ground, and hugged Xiao Mo's thighs. Xiao Mo was shocked as he looked at the little fat sister who looked like she had violently emerged from the ground. "Why is she here?" I only heard Zhao Shirai say crisply. "Dad, I finally found you." "Xiao Mo, you wait a moment. What's the situation?" The whole thing about mom helping him set up a blind date is already outrageous. Now Zhao Shirai appeared out of nowhere and called him dad. It's really outrageous that his mom took outrageous to grandma's house. Chapter 115, Stirring Up His Blind Date. Xiao Mo looked dazedly at the playwright Zhao Shirai. Zhao Xia raised her cute little chubby face, and tears unexpectedly rose under her eyes. "Dad, don't abandon me and mom. We mother and daughter can't do without you." Xiao Mo's face was full of questions. What the hell is going on here? If Zhao Shirai was afraid of Xiao Mo coming on a blind date and wanted to stir up the pot, she would have found a decent reason, right? She's almost 22. In terms of age, Xiao Mo was only 5 years old when Zhao Xiaoai was born. Pang Fangyan, who was sitting opposite Xiao Mo, similarly rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't even have time to think about it in detail in the first place, and asked Xiao Mo in surprise, You have such a big daughter?" There weren't many people in the cafe. They were all neighbors. At this point there was a lot of looking over. Even the few waitresses at the front desk of the coffee shop stopped what they were doing and stared at the farce in bewilderment. It's like the pause button has been pressed. The crowd waited for the following, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of missing the exciting drama. Xiao Mo seldom came back in the past 5 years, and the store's customers and waiters, who were young, did not recognize him. But now, he's famous, Xiao Mo explained. "No, not really, she's He wanted to say a friend's cousin. Before the words could leave her mouth, Zhao Xia climbed up from the ground, huffing and puffing as she rushed Pang Fangyan to complain. "Sister, I'm just growing up in a hurry. I'm only 12 years old and I just graduated from elementary school." Pang Fangyan looked at her dull and naive little face, and for a moment she didn't know if it was true or not. She was a teacher and she did see this. Some of the kids were born at a young age. Zhao Shirai reached back and pointed. "Sister, this is my mom." Shin Lingyun walked over helplessly. She finally understood what was going on with the look of death in Zhao Shirai's eyes. As it turns out, it was the death of the community that died. The moment Pang Fangyan saw Shin Lingyun, her eyes went wide. Shin Lingyun was originally born extremely beautiful. After returning to Beijing, the family has a person in charge of her nutritional diet and beauty. Raised water tender, looks just 20 years old. This little fat girl even said Shin Lingyun was her mom? Pang Fangyan was really powerless to accept it. Zhao Xinai put on an innocent look and explained. "Sister, my mom is just young looking. She's already 42 years old. She raised me, and the heavy burden of life has bent her spine." Shin Lingyun hurriedly bowed low and made a hunchbacked appearance. "Zhao Shirai, my father abandoned us, and it was hard enough for my mom to pull me up all by herself. But then my father came back on New Year's Eve and left her with another child." Shin Lingyun hesitated for a second. Looking at Pang Fangyan's gentle and beautiful face, the fear of being stolen from her family prevailed over her reason and she hesitantly placed her hand on her abdomen. Zhao Xinai added, "Sister, my mom just doesn't show her pregnancy, and the baby in her belly is already 5 months old." Xiao Mo now figured out that these two girls were indeed here to wreak havoc. He just wanted to explain to Pang Fangyan. Pang Fangyan, however, was so angry that her face turned red and she stood up prancing, pointing at Xiao Mo's nose and cursing. "This sister brought up your children all by herself. She has a little one in her belly. You're irresponsible to come out on a blind date pretending to be single. Scum." Saying that, Pang Fangyan angrily left. Everyone around them froze. What kind of abstract plot is this? Has the world turned upside down like this? Xiao Mo sighed and called the waiter. "What can I do for you, sir?" Xiao Mo pointed at Shin Lingyun and Zhao Shirai and said to the waiter, "Give these two playwrights in front of you the signature set menu of your store. By the way, adjust your surveillance for me, starting from the time I enter." The waitress patiently asked, "Okay, we have the newest addition to the store, the sea salt latte. Would you like to try it?" Xiao Mo replied mockingly, "No need, they're already idle enough." Shin Lingyun, Zhao Shirai, Pang Fangyan left the cafe and was so angry that she went straight to the drugstore. "Welcome, may I help you with?" "I'm looking for Auntie Yellen." "Oh,
Upstairs please. Peng Fongyan rushed into the second-floor living room. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong are still waiting for the good news. Instead, they saw the prospective daughter-in-law they had fallen in love with. Running up in a huff, Xiao Yalan asked strangely, Fong Yan, why did you come back alone? Where's my family IMO? Peng Fongyan's aggression into tears release, crying, Auntie, Uncle, you do not know what Xiao Mo did. He has a 42-year-old woman outside, gave birth to a child. The child grew up with me the same height, and now that the woman's belly there are 5 months of the fetus. Me. Xiao Yalan and Wu Guodong were stunned. Xiao Yalan said with certainty, impossible, absolutely impossible. My son has always been obedient. When he was studying, he was the most understanding child in the countryside, the heart of the teachers, with a good reputation. Year after year, he would not do such a thing. Wu Guodong pondered for a moment and followed suit. Yes, Fong Yan, you said the child is the same height as you, so I'm afraid he's in his late teens or early 20s, right? Then, according to time, my family IMO was only in elementary school at that time. Peng Fongyan sobbed. That child said, she is only 12 years old, just old looking. Xiao Yalan and Wu looked at each other. To be 12, that would be when Xiao Mo was in junior high school and got a woman 15 years older than him pregnant. That's not impossible. Xiao Yalan still didn't believe it. It must be a misunderstanding. Maybe the kid recognized the wrong person. Or there's just someone who wants to blackmail my IMO. Or it could be the traffickers' tactics. Peng Fongyan was confused. Human traffickers, robbing a 27-year-old man? Wu Guodong concurred. Yes, society is not safe now. A few days ago our 60-year-old grandfather next door was forced to be dragged away by 2 widows and tricked into going to northern Burma to Kawazi. Peng Fongyan. Xiao Yalan said. Fong Yan, don't be anxious. I'll send a message to let this brat come back and explain clearly. Chapter 116, Where to Go Wrong. In the cafe, soothing and soft light music is playing in the pavilion. Shen Lingyun and Zhao Shirai, however, felt that a heavy aura permeated everywhere here. Xiao Mo sat in the seat against the wall of the card table, with a stern face, silent. The air pressure around us became very low. Shen Lingyun and Zhao Shirai were too scared to squeak. Xiao Mo was usually good-tempered and basically didn't get angry much, and Shen Lingyun was indulged by him in a heavenly manner. But if he were to get really angry, he would be as cold as he was now, with an unruffled, oppressive brow. The air is quiet. The spoon in Xiao Mo's hand stirred the coffee, touching the walls of the cup with a crisp rattle. It seemed to knock on Shen Lingyun and Zhao Shirai's hearts one by one. They were so afraid that Xiao Mo would have a seizure next. The two of them guessed that the blind date was arranged by Xiao Mo's parents, but they weren't sure if he knew or not. After watching the surveillance and listening to the full conversation between the two, their hanging hearts finally died. From the surveillance, Xiao Mo was completely lulled over and was planning to talk to the woman. With the two of them stirring things up like this, the neighbor's side is even more difficult to account for. Shen Lingyun cowering next to her didn't dare to move. Zhao Xia felt as if the atmosphere was like a taut string that could snap at any moment, and she even had a thought of running away. Or I'll dash out now and leave this horrible place. Is it really a good idea to leave Missy here alone to get hurt? Whatever. Dead friends don't die of poverty. I'll run for it first. She was just about to leave when she heard Shen Lingyun bashfully say to Xiao Mo, I've heard that there's a private kitchen over here that tastes great. Why don't we go eat? Xiao Mo said coldly, not going. I'm full of gas. Shen Lingyun curtly proposed again. I know that a new amusement park has recently opened over in the western suburbs, and I would like to. Xiao Mo, I don't want to. Shen Lingyun looked blearily at Xiao Mo, gently pulled down the corner of his coat and hummed. That look was like a kitten abandoned by its owner, not to mention how pitiful it was. She came a little closer and whispered petulantly, Brother, don't be angry, okay? No good. It's useless to call out to the Jade Emperor. The wind of Xiao Mo's eyes swept over coldly, frightening Shen Lingyun to shrink her neck. Sit back down, he ordered. Shen Lingyun honestly retreated half a foot, sitting upright like a schoolboy, obediently waiting to be lectured. Xiao Mo took a sip of coffee, looked askance at Shen Lingyun, and faintly asked, Wrong yet? Wrong. Shen Lingyun's voice was smaller than a mosquito. Xiao Mo continued, What's wrong? Shen Lingyun, wrong everywhere. Xiao Mo's tone became clipped. How can you be wrong? It's me who's wrong. I was 14 years old when I knocked up a 29-year-old woman and gave birth to an old child whose looks were 10 years older than her actual age. Then I left my wife and abandoned my daughter and went back to school to study in junior high school. And then earlier this year I let my 42-year-old old lover get pregnant with my second child, and then once again I played disappeared. And when my child was 5 months old, I came to the blind date pretending to be a single person. Zhao Shirai listened to this familiar script and prayed constantly for fear of woe to her. The tonic said it, please, the tonic said it. Shen Lingyun lowered her head, not daring to retort, and said softly, I'll reflect on this. Zhao Shirai's heart ached for Missy,
and her heart was deeply self-condemning. Missy had been secretly in love with Xiao Mo for 13 years, and was already at a disadvantage in the relationship. After a long time, Xiao Mo's ex-wife jumped out from time to make a demon. Xiao Mo's heart was a bit indebted to Missy, and he made up for it with favor. And Missy's status improved a bit. Ed to the center of the earth by her. Straight back to liberation. It's so hard to play into the wind and then give a wave to lose. Now, Missy's family status is as low as it can get. Zhao Xiaoai's heart was in the end toward her master and tried to explain. Brother Xiao. In fact, this was all my idea. Xiao Mo looked at her calmly, his eyes cold. Zhao Shine's heart crossed. Brother Xiao, if you don't forgive my sister, I'll kill myself here to thank you for my death. Xiao Mo was finally exasperated by her and laughed. He sighed. This is between me and Ling Yun. Shin Ai, you go back first. Zhao Shernai struggled. Brother, no, Shen Lingyun was afraid that Xiao Mo would get angry and take it out on her again, so she hurriedly kicked Zhao Shirai gently. Go back when your brother tells you to. She desperately gave Zhao Shirai a wink. Can't you figure out who's in charge here? Zhao Shinai panicked and oh so fast, pulling her legs out and running. Only after she left did Xiao Mo coldly ask Shen Lingyun, say, what are you doing here? Shen Lingyun said timidly, I'm worried that Auntie called you back. It's the Ji family coming to cause trouble. I'm afraid that your former mother-in-law will bully you. Xiao Mo was also infuriated by her. Shen Lingyun belonged to the type of person who opened a dye house when given some color. Seeing Xiao Mo smiled, moved his body and came back over, his pretty soft little face against Xiao Mo's shoulder, his watery peach blossom eyes, looking at him in a good and gentle way, his voice soft. It's my bad, don't be mad, Xiao Mo said helplessly. Ling Yun, you should know what kind of person I am. It's impossible for me to do something that goes against morality. You've watched the surveillance. The reason why I didn't explain clearly right away was that the other party interrupted me. I thought that in the end, they are neighbors. The two parents are close friends, so I can't make a scene. I need to give the other girl a little bit of face. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? This point of social etiquette you do not understand? Shen Lingyun's heart was weak. Xiao Mo's approach is perfectly fine, generous and decent. Not only can reject the matchmaking arranged by the parents, but also maintain the face of the girl, not to mention not destroying the feelings of the elders of the two families. Instead, she followed Zhao Shirai around like this, making the scene embarrassing. Shen Lingyun had been in the workplace for 5 years, but she wasn't any real stupid white sweet. She immediately took a stand. This time it's entirely my fault. I shouldn't have accompanied Shinai's nonsense. I'll go buy some gifts. You take me to the girl's house, and I'll come to the door to apologize for my mistake, she said, using her little finger to hook Xiao Mo's palm, looking at him blearily. The soft light sprinkled on her delicate little face, her long eyelashes lightly trembled, the clear pupils of her eyes seemed to have aggrieved tears, and her pink lips were slightly pouting, with a few hints of pettiness. That little expression of I see pity, no one who looked at it could bear to blame her anymore. Xiao Mo looked down at his cell phone WeChat and said in a deep voice, no need to come to the door. Here's your chance to admit you're wrong. Ha, MS. Pang tattled on me at home. I'm taking you home now. Ha, you're taking me home? Shen Lingyun was violently nervous, a pair of small hands rubbing in front of her body, her face reddening into a tomato. In what capacity? Xiao Mo slapped her head and teased with a smile. Vermin. Shen Lingyun. Chapter 117. Shen Lingyun meets her parents. Xiao family living room. Shen Lingyun felt that there was no moment more awkward than now. She had fantasized countless times about going home with Xiao Mo to meet her parents as his girlfriend, but never expected it to be in this form. Sofa for 3. Shen Lingyun sat on the right side near the door. Pang Fongyan sat on the left side against the kitchen. Xiao Mo sat in the center. Xiao Yalan clasped her hands on her chest and sat on the single seat, while Wu Guodong stood behind Xiao Yalan with a sad face. Although, Xiao Mo, in WeChat, had already told Xiao Yalan that he would bring Shen Lingyun back, there was still an invisible pressure in the air. The silence was like a moldy quilt, so heavy you couldn't breathe. Shen Lingyun, who had gotten into a big trouble, was even more careful with her breathing, for fear that a carelessness would even involve Xiao Mo being scolded. After a long time, Xiao Yalan sat up straight, took out her parental stance, cleared her throat, and asked Xiao Mo, say, what's going on? Xiao Mo touched his nose. The corner of his mouth barely pulled out a smile in response to his mom's question. Mom, it's like this. Just now in the cafe, the one that Miss Ping saw, who claimed to be my child, is actually Lingyun's distant cousin. That person is more of a joker. So, offended Miss Peng. Sorry. Peng Fongyan blackened her face, always good-tempered. Being teased like this by Zhao Xiaoai and Shen Lingyun, she also vomited a breath of air in her heart. She didn't say anything as she turned her head away. How shrewd Xiao Yalan was. She knew what was going on at a glance. She remembered Shen Lingyun, the little girl who used to come to Xiao Mo in middle school. Although her family is not well off and she is an adopted orphan, the girl is a good student, sweet-talking, hard-working, and comes to know how to help with household chores, and she has always been quite fond of Shin Lingyun. Xiao Yalan also remembered that Xiao Mo was on good terms with just this one girl during his studies, and his other friends were basically boys. In high school she even asked Xiao Mo how come that skinny little girl didn't come to play at home anymore. Xiao Mo answered that she was subsidized and went to the capital to study, so Xiao Yalan didn't mention this matter again. She looked at the situation now. Her son was afraid that he had gotten good with Shin Lingyun, and as a result, she had arranged a blind date for her. And that girl's cousin must have wanted Peng Fanyan to know what to do and make such a farce. Xiao Yalan's emotional intelligence wasn't low, pretending to reprimand Xiao Mo. Look at you. How old are you? Still conniving at your friend's nonsense. I'm sorry, Ms. Peng, it's my fault. Xiao Yalan took Peng Fanyan's hand and smiled to compensate. Fangyan, this is my fault. I didn't arrange it well. Auntie apologizes to you. Peng Fangyan was originally a girl who knew what she was doing, and after hearing her elders say that, she busily said, Aunt Yalan, don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yalan gave Xiao Mo a wink. Xiao Mo busily said, Ms. Peng, I just booked a box at the Golden Joy Hotel, so I'll ask you and your uncle and aunt to show your face. Tonight. Peng Fangyan was still angry and said coldly, we won't go. You take this mission, so as not to seem like I'm being redundant. She was holding her breath in her heart because this was a game that Xiao Yalan had saved up, and she did have her eye on Xiao Mo. It turned out that people were seeing someone, which made her feel like her self-esteem had been hurt. Shen Lingyun, who was usually eloquent, reddened her little face, not knowing what to say. As the eldest miss of the Shen family, what scenes had she not seen before? It was a scene she hadn't really seen before, and she was picking her toes out of Disney. Xiao Yalan hurriedly defended her future daughter-in-law and said to Peng Fangyan, Aya, Fangyan, you said this, we are all misunderstanding. Peng Fangyan stood up. Auntie Yalan, I'll go back first. With that, she headed for the door. Xiao Mo hurriedly took out a shopping cart from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yalan. Xiao Yalan panicked and chased out, stuffed the shopping cart into Peng Fangyan's hand, and said with a smile, Fangyan, it's all Auntie's fault. You blame Auntie. This is a shopping cart from Rainbow Mall. Take it and swipe it. Buy something you like. Peng Fangyan didn't want to take it and excused herself. Xiao Yalan said, this is a shopping card sent by Amo's partner. Child, if you don't accept it, Auntie feels bad in her heart. Take it. Peng Fangyan recalled that when she met with Xiao Mo, he tried to explain several times that it was a misunderstanding, only because she fell in love with Xiao Mo, and did not know that he had a favorite. Thinking of more understanding to understand, and repeatedly interrupted Xiao Mo's words. The heart of the anger also subsided, except the face value of 1,000 yuan shopping card, said a few words of thanks, left. Xiao Yalan retraced his steps back to the living room. Shen Lingyun's neck shrank, fearing a scolding from her elders. Xiao Yalan said to Xiao Mo with a stern face, Mo, there are herbs downstairs that need to be organized. Come over and help. Coming. Xiao Mo stood up. Wodong, you come too? Yes. Xiao Yalan smiled and said to Shen Lingyun, Lingyun, sit here for a while and eat some melon seeds. Just treat it like your own home. Don't be polite. Thank you, Auntie. Shen Lingyun had a red face and stuttered a bit in her speech. She won't scold Xiao Mo, will she? Shen Lingyun was inwardly apprehensive. Out of the living room, Xiao Yalan walked to the first floor, but didn't stop at the lobby and turned into the backyard. Xiao Mo followed. Wu Guodong was afraid that his wife would lose her temper, and hurriedly went forward to persuade, wife, this cannot blame the child, the main rely on me, and the old Peng blindly mixed with, you go up to the side, it's none of your business, Xiao Yalan said irritably. When she looked at Xiao Mo, her face was already smiling. Son, I did not expect you also hide a hand. Xiao Shen such a big beauty, you also give to fool home. Xiao Mo? The corners of Xiao Yalan's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK, and he slapped Xiao Mo on the shoulder. Since I was a kid, I've always seen that this kid is good. He knows how to be polite, and he's also handsome, with a clear brow, and now he's even gotten so beautiful. Quickly tell me, how did you hook up? Xiao Mo blushed. Wu Guodong sked. Wife, what you said, people must be in free love. What do you mean by hooking up? Xiao Yalan glared at him. Go to one side. There's no room for you to talk. Mo. Mom is asking you. When did you get involved with Xiao Shun? How far has it gone? How much does her family want for the dowry? And when are we going to her house to propose? Xiao Mo was speechless. Xiao Yalan is so aggressive in urging marriage. She can't wait to get there in one step. Xiao Mo briefly talked about Shen Lingyun's situation, including her previous work, and now she was starting a business together. Xiao Yalan was simply satisfied and slapped her face.
This is also too suitable. You see, you two study when you have to be good. Every day put aside together. And now also a piece of entrepreneurship. Really a match made in heaven. Before Xiao Mo could say anything, Xiao Yalan had already begun to urge the birth. Son, Xiao Xin is such a good girl. You have to hold on tight. In a few days you'll receive a divorce certificate on the front foot. And then we'll get a marriage certificate with Xiao Xin on the back foot. Your father and I are still young and can bring you a child. So hurry up and have one. Otherwise, in a few years, when we get old, we won't be able to help even if we want to. Chapter 118, Xiao Mo takes Lingyun to meet Grandpa. Xiao Mo's head was a good-sized drop of cold sweat. He had no choice but to bring Shin Lingyun back today. I didn't realize that it was still just meeting the parents, and Xiao Yalan had already fast-forwarded to helping them with the kids. Xiao Mo had to show his cards. Mom, not so fast. I'm just starting my career now. Nothing can give her. In a few months commission to the account. I'll buy the house car 3 gold, and then discuss with her about marriage. Xiao Yalan's face was full of smiles. That's fine. We're in a second marriage, so we can't treat other people's daughters poorly. After saying that, she also praised Xiao Mo at Wu Guodong. Still, our son is great. He found a good daughter-in-law in junior high school. A daughter-in-law raised by himself is sure to be even closer in the future. Xiao Mo. Xiao Yalan dragged Wu Guodong to buy vegetables, and had to show her hand to Shin Lingyun, intending to make a few specialty dishes. Shin Lingyun sat on the sofa and looked at Xiao Mo in shock. Xiao Mo walked over and sat beside her, asking teasingly, "You know you're scared now?" Shin Lingyun said timidly, "Boing. I was wrong." Xiao Mo did not know that Shin Lingyun followed Zhao Shirai to make this whole thing up, was really afraid that he would be snatched away again, and thought it was because she was childish. He smiled and squeezed her soft little hand in his palm, chortling softly, "No more fooling around." Shin Lingyun hummed honestly like a docile kitten. She pressed her small face against Xiao Mo's shoulder and looked at him with a smiling face. Xiao Mo touched her head and told her what had just happened. When Shin Lingyun heard that Xiao Yalan not only agreed, but also wanted to propose marriage earlier, she was overjoyed. "This time, I came too hastily. I didn't prepare anything." Shin Lingyun was a bit rushed. Xiao Mo laughed. "Didn't you prepare a big gift? This is a good show. Enough to impress my parents and the neighborhood." Shin Lingyun, I thank you. Shin Cho. Far away from her apartment, Zhao Shirai sneezed heavily. Xiao Yalan and Wu got a table full of dishes. Shin Lingyun had actually just finished eating not long ago, but couldn't argue with the old couple, so she had to sit down and eat some more. Xiao Tianji was originally having a disagreement in his room, but he heard that Xiao Mo had been kicked out by the Ji family and was really going to get a divorce, and feeling that his brother was being bullied, he stopped throwing tantrums and came out to eat together. After dinner, the time was just shy of 4 in the afternoon. Shin Lingyun took the initiative to help Xiao Yalan wash the dishes, and Xiao Tianji continued to hide back in his room to play games. "Azumi, come here." Wu mysteriously called Xiao Mo to the balcony. "What's wrong, Dad?" Xiao Mo asked curiously. Wu Guodong took Xiao Mo's hand inside. Mo. Dad also knows that you've been busy lately, but you really need to take the time to go back and see your grandfather. This matter can't be delayed any longer. The old man's situation is really not good. He's getting more and more confused, always saying one thing over and over again. "What is it?" Xiao Mo asked. "Wu Guodong, he likes to call you young master, always asking if you're back yet. This I told you before, but lately he seems to have gotten worse, chanting that he's going to die, saying that in case he dies, no one will know about your birth, so let's hurry up and call you back. How come I haven't heard my mom talk about it?" Xiao Mo was surprised. During this time, Xiao Yalan called him several times. Whenever he asked about Grandpa, Xiao Yalan just said that Grandpa was old and confused, and that his body was still strong. It didn't say anything about the body. Wu Guodong shook his head and said, "Your mom is a person with stubborn concepts. She thinks that if your grandfather really knew about your birth, it would be impossible for him not to say anything for such a long time. It's unreasonable that he had to wait until he was old and confused to say anything." She didn't take it seriously. Moreover, she was afraid that the old man would make a bunch of nonsense and make you feel even worse in your heart. Xiao Mo nodded. Xiao Yalan's worries were justified. Xiao Mo is the child that Grandpa picked up from the mountains, and has long known that he is an orphan and has accepted this fact. In case Grandpa is really old and confused and rambles on and gives him hope and ends up despairing, that would make it harder for him. Xiao Mo said, "Dad, it's still early. I'll take a cab over to see Grandpa later." Wu asked, "Is Xiaoshin going over with you?" Xiao Mo, "This doesn't have to be so fast, does it?" Wu Guodong full of smiles. "Sked, alas. This child of yours, how old is the person? Talk about an object, what is embarrassing? Besides, your grandfather also knows Xiaoshin. If you don't want to say, just say it's a friend." "The same." Xiao Mo understood. Although Wu is a door-to-door son-in-law and his character is rather feckless, He is kind-hearted and affectionate. Grandpa was good to him. He was afraid that the old man was getting old and said that if he left one day, he wouldn't even see his real grandson's daughter-in-law. Okay, I'll bring Lingyun back to the old mansion later, Xiao Mo promised. Xiao Mo called a cab, took Shen Lingyun, and set off for the old mansion. Along the way, Shen Lingyun was nervous and uneasy. What's with the sudden need to meet Grandpa? I haven't prepared anything yet, Shen Lingyun muttered. She had made a huge fool of herself in front of her future in-laws today, and she was still trying to make a good impression on her grandfather. Xiao Mo comforted her. Don't worry, it's just going back to have a look. It's not a formal meeting with the parents. My grandpa is old and a bit confused. I'm going back to see him. Okay. Shen Lingyun didn't say anything else, but she rested a pair of small hands on her knees, her slender white fingers clenched tightly, so it was evident that she was still flustered inside. For Shen Lingyun, she had seen many big scenes in the shopping mall, and there were almost few times when she was nervous. Even meeting with the president of the M country, Shen Lingyun didn't put it on her mind. At this moment, to see the most important person in Xiao Mo, her heart thumped like a drum and she couldn't calm down at all, especially since she knew that Xiao Mo's grandfather had the strongest relationship with Elder Ji, a lifelong friendship. She was worried that he wouldn't accept her as his new grandson's daughter-in-law. Make sure you do well and try to get Grandpa's approval. To the old mansion, an earth dog that looked like Big Yellow, wagging its tail, came out to greet him, rubbing its body against Xiao Mo's pants leg to show its welcome. Shen Lingyun was shocked. Did the rhubarb ate the immortality pill? It is said that a dog's first year is equivalent to a human's 7th year. Shen Lingyun has not seen rhubarb for at least 10 years, but it is still so robust? Xiao Mo laughed. No, this is a stray dog that Uncle Nyo picked up 2 years ago. It's called Xiao Huang. Yellow. Did you miss me? Xiao Mo teased it. Rhubarb was too old to walk, and had passed away in recent times. Xiao Huang is a small clay dog picked up by Uncle Nyo, the maid, 2 years ago. Just because it looks so much like Big Yellow and can't bear to let it wander outside. Xiao Mo has been back a few times, and this puppy is especially close to Xiao Mo. Did you come up with all these names? Shen Lingyun asked with a smile. Xiao Mo shook his head. No, it's all from my grandpa. The way my grandpa named the dogs is by the color. So, our family has fed some stray dogs. Little white, little black, little gray, little flower. Shen Lingyun. Turns out grandpa was the naming waste. Uncle Nyo, the servant, walked out. He joked with Xiao Mo. Mo, you've come back. Your grandfather has been chanting about you every day. If you don't come back, the old man will be chattering about the young master every day, saying that he wants you to return to the family. If you had come back any later, I guess in his mouth, you would have ascended to the throne and become the emperor. Chapter 119, The Mystery of Xiao Mo's Life. Xiao Mo asked, Uncle Nyo, where is my grandfather? Cooling off in the yard. Go over there. This is, friend, Shen. On the way here, Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun discussed it, thinking that Xiao Mo's side of the divorce certificate has not officially come down, and it is laborious to explain to the old man, so it is better to simply say friends first. Oh, inside please. I'll go make you guys some tea, Uncle Cao said. Xiao Mo led Shen Lingyun inside. Xiao Jinan sat on a chaise longue in the backyard to cool off. His hair was all gray, and he was thinner than before, but he seemed to be in good spirits. Grandpa, I'm back and I brought a friend to see you. Xiao Mo held Grandpa's withered hand and said affectionately. Xiao Jinan lazily opened his eyes and when he saw Xiao Mo's face, he looked excited. Young master, you're finally back. Xiao Mo cried and laughed. Xiao Jinan raised his eyes to look at Shen Lingyun and was stunned for a few seconds, then said clearly, Little Lingyun, this is Little Lingyun, right? I shouldn't have seen you for 10 years. Ouch. You've grown so tall. Oh. Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun were stunned at the same time. How could Grandpa not recognize his grandson, but instead recognized Shen Lingyun, who he hadn't seen in 10 years? At a glance, Shen Lingyun walked up to the old man and sweetly called out to Grandpa, Good boy, so good. Grandpa remembers you as the most obedient. Come on, Grandpa will give you candy. The old man went to feel his pocket and took out a crumpled ball of paper and handed it to Shen Lingyun. I remembered that your favorite food is liquor heart chocolate, and this is what Grandpa saved especially for you. Shen Lingyun did love eating wine heart chocolate, because at that time the family was poor and there was nothing to snack on. Xiao Mo saw that she had a sweet tooth and often brought her wine heart chocolates, but when she unfolded the ball of paper, it was a $5 bill that she hadn't seen in a long time. Xiao Mo shook his head at Shen Lingyun. It seems that Grandpa did have problems with his memory. Older people are prone to this. I remember clearly things that happened a long time ago, but not so much those that happened in recent years. Xiao Mo coaxed Grandpa. Grandpa, I thank you for Lingyun. Are you feeling better? Xiao Jinan hummed stubbornly like a child. I'm fine. Let's see. The old ox's body isn't even as strong as mine. Who says I'm physically inferior to you? I'm the one who has to serve you all day long.
The simple Uncle Bull came forward,
protesting. Xiao Jinan hemmed and hawed and didn't argue. Uncle Neo was not clear about Xiao Mo's divorce and asked him enthusiastically, "Mo, why didn't Ningyan come back with you?" At the mention of Ji Ningyan, Xiao Mo's heart went cold. He had been unwilling to bring up this topic, lest he make Grandpa worry, and he was also unwilling to make Shen Lingyun's heart uncomfortable, but there was no way to avoid Uncle Cao mentioning it. Xiao Mo planned to tell a small lie and say that Ji Ningyan had something to do and couldn't come for the time being. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jinan's eyes glared and fiercely said to Uncle Neo, "What condensed smoke? Where is the condensed smoke?" Uncle Neo was happy. "You old man, you don't even recognize your own grandson's daughter-in-law?" Xiao Jinan shook his head even more stubbornly. "I don't know any smoke. I only recognize Xiao Lingyun." Uncle Neo shouted into Grandpa's ear, "Ningyan, Mo's wife, your good friend, Ji Yinghua's granddaughter. Go away. It's noisy. I'm not deaf." Xiao Jinan laughed like an old child. He, Lao Ji I know, often play chess with me, my defeated player. But what smoke I don't recognize? Where did the wild woman come from? Go away. My Amo's wife is Xiao Lingyun. Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun. Could it be that Grandpa had awakened some kind of prophetic ability? Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun saw that Grandpa's health was still good and put their hearts down. Uncle Neo chatted with them for a while and then went to prepare dinner. The evening clouds dyed the sky red, and the twilight slowly leaked into the old courtyard like fine sand. The quilts drying in the yard smell like sunshine, a quiet gentleness. Shen Lingyun's delicate and beautiful goose-egg face was gilded with a light layer of rose gold. Xiao Mo looked at everything in front of him and remembered accompanying his grandfather in his childhood, as well as the happy times he spent with Shen Lingyun, and his mood improved a little. Grandpa seemed extraordinarily happy, holding Xiao Mo's hand and talking a lot. Then, he mysteriously told Xiao Mo, "Azumi, I'm telling you, in fact, you didn't pick it up." "Well, how did that come about?" Xiao Mo asked following the old man's words. Xiao Jinan looked around and saw that no one was around, and beckoned to Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun. "Dolls, come here, let me tell you, Mo is the young master of a big family, not an orphan. Mo was very good when he was little. I put him in the basement and he didn't cry or make trouble." The more Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun listened, the more confused they became. "Isn't Xiao Mo the one Xiao Jinan picked up from the mountains?" At that time, Xiao Jinan told Xiao Yalan that he had gone to the mountains to practice medicine, picked up an abandoned baby, and returned home to Xiao Yalan as an adopted son, naming him Xiao Mo. "How come they're now saying they're putting Xiao in the basement?" Xiao asked. "Why did you put me in the basement?" Xiao Jinan's expression, as if Xiao Mo had asked a silly question, sked twice. "I didn't want to put you in the basement. You're so cute and tiny and obedient, but I couldn't help it. The basement is humid. You have a rash. I got you some soup and medicine, but it doesn't help. It hurts me so much, like a painful memory." As Xiao Jinan spoke, his old face wrinkled into a bitter melon, and the wrinkles on his forehead and at the corners of his eyes became deeper and deeper. Xiao Mo felt that Grandpa was talking upside down and was not able to answer questions accurately. "Even if I wanted to ask something, I couldn't. It is impossible to capture valid information this way." "Grandpa, I know. You rest first." Xiao Mo was worried that the old man was too tired. Grandpa, however, said nervously, Mo, you have to remember, it's not that your mother doesn't want you, it's that she doesn't have a choice. She's been waiting to take you back." "Then, who is my mother?" Xiao Mo once again followed Grandpa's words and asked. Grandpa was confused in the end and said in a pre-verbal way, "The jade pendant and gold bricks that your mother put here with me. I am keeping them, for you to go and recognize your relatives when you grow up, but you must remember to wait for your mother to come to you. Don't go to recognize your relatives rashly, otherwise, there will be disaster." Xiao Mo felt incredible. He couldn't be sure if Grandpa had watched too many TV shows. What jade pendant, gold bricks, are all plots from dog-blooded mansion dramas and costume dramas. Who uses this in the modern world? Even 27 years ago, when Xiao Mo was born, the internet was not even popularized, but it was still the streets singing Come on Meet 98. What age is it? Big families still use gold bricks? But Grandpa spoke like a man, so Xiao Mo couldn't help but wonder if it was indeed true. Xiao Mo couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, then the jade pendant and gold brick my mother gave you, are they at home?" As long as we confirm whether or not we have these two objects, we will know whether Grandpa's words are true or not. Chapter 120, Finding the Pawnshop Owner. Xiao Jinan's withered hand shivered as he fumbled in the pocket of his tunic, pulling out a jade pendant and stuffing it into Xiao Mo's hand. "This is the jade pendant your mother left you, the gold brick. I buried it under the old acacia tree in the yard." Xiao Mo spread out his palm to take a look. It was a piece of jade pendant that just looked cheap, a sense of plastic coming out of it, at most $5 a piece at the stall.
Xiao Mo sighed deeply. It seems that what Grandpa said should be all in his own imagination. So maybe he really did get sidetracked by the TV show. Child, collect the jade pendant properly. Don't lose it. It's your proof of recognizing your relatives. Xiao Jinan exhorted. Xiao Mo helplessly glanced at Shen Lingyun. Sure enough, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Shen Lingyun's small hand gently gripped Xiao Mo's big hand and clutched the cheap jade pendant. Together, in the palm of her hand, she softly comforted Xiao Mo. It's alright. It might be a clue. I'll help you find your family in the future. Xiao Mo said dejectedly. Searching for relatives like this is similar to looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible to find it. Xiao Jinan was in a hurry, waving his hands repeatedly. Make it not, make it not, make it not. You can't search for your relatives. Remember, let your mother come to you. Okay, I remember. I'll wait for my mother to find me. Xiao Mo coaxed the old man. The term mother is so dated. Xiao Mo felt more like the plot of a TV show than reality. In the end, he was old and his head had been operated on, and after chatting for a while, Xiao Jinan dozed off. Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun walked out from the courtyard and said goodbye to Uncle Nio. Uncle Nio asked with concern, dinner is ready. Don't you two want to eat some before you go back? Xiao Mo, just ate. Uncle Nio, we'll leave first. You can tell Grandpa later. Good. Uncle Nio used to be the servant of the Xiao family, and the year of the disaster, the foreigners could not afford the salary, and could only give a little resettlement fee to let Uncle Nio go back to his hometown. When it was time for Grandpa to have his surgery, Xiao Yalan invited Uncle Nio back again. Could he possibly know about this? Before leaving, Xiao Mo held the mindset of trying it out and spread out his palm to ask Uncle Nio. Uncle Nio, my grandpa said there are jade pendant and gold bricks at home. I have the jade pendant here. Where are the gold bricks? Uncle Cao took one look at it and was happy. Not this. This is what I bought for your grandfather last year. He was always chanting about the jade pendant, so I bought a cheap one to coax him. No? Xiao Mo was disappointed again. Uncle Nio, however, said, no, there used to be a jade pendant and a gold brick, the expensive-looking kind, in a velvet box. But the year your family's medical center was smashed, your grandfather was desperate. In order to protect you from those bad people, he had taken it to the pawn store to pawn it, and lost a lot of money to those people. What? Pawn it? Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun exclaimed at the same time. They hadn't expected that there were really these two things. In which pawn shop? Is there a voucher? Can it be redeemed? Xiao Mo asked eagerly. In the past, he had always guessed that he had been abandoned, or that something had happened to his parents that had left him in the mountains. If what Grandpa said was true, then his mom probably had no choice but to entrust him to Grandpa, and there was still a day for mother and son to be reunited. Uncle Bull shook his head. Vouchers, I've never seen these before, and your grandfather can't remember them. However, I know that back then he went ahead and mortgaged both with the idea that he would have to redeem them if the crisis passed, and he looked for someone reliable. So, I guess this person might be related to Elder G. Elder G has a wide range of connections and the strongest relationship with your grandfather, Xiao Mo said in surprise. Uncle Nio, thank you so much. I'll go ask Grandpa now. The two left the old mansion. On the way back, Xiao Mo had a preoccupied look. Shen Lingyun held Xiao Mo's hand tightly and thoughtfully asked, are you going to go to Elder G? This matter concerns your birth. You don't have to worry about my feelings. Xiao Mo shook his head. It's fine. I can ask by making a phone call. He'll know about my divorce soon enough, and I don't owe him anything. Aha. I'm just wondering, if all this is true, what happened back then for my birth mother to entrust me to Grandpa? And I'm a little worried. A worried light flashed under Shen Lingyun's eyes. According to Grandpa, Xiao Mo's family is a big family. The jade pendant should be a token. The gold bricks are almost equal to alimony, and hiding the baby in the basement could be the result of some major disaster. Grandpa also said that Xiao Mo's birth mother waited to pick him up, but Xiao Mo is already 27 years old and there is no news yet. In that case, it seems possible that Xiao Mo's birth mother is no longer alive. Shen Lingyun softly consoled, don't think bad about everything. Let's try our best to look for clues first. I've been working for the past few years and still have some contacts. I'll help you. What Grandpa said in his mouth about the credentials to find relatives, in modern society, in fact, cannot be used, as long as a paternity test can be done. The key is that Grandpa's brain is confused and can't tell the information of Xiao Mo's real parents, and Xiao Mo has no clues on his side, so he doesn't know how to find his family. Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's soft eyes and said comfortably, thank you, it's good to have you with me. The two returned to Xiao Mo's apartment. Xiao Mo immediately dialed Ji Yinghua's number. Ji Yinghua was happy to receive the call and was continuously concerned about Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, you can call Grandpa. Have you been busy lately? How's the company's business? Grandpa will help you pull in a few more clients if needed. Business is good. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me. How's your health? Ji Yinghua, the usual. It's not bad, I'm still relying on you, kid, for my old bones to pick up a life. Xiao Mo, Grandpa, I went back to the old mansion to see Grandpa today. Ji Yinghua, that old Xiao guy, how's it going? Xiao Mo, Grandpa's body is still quite strong. He's just a bit confused. Ji Yinghua, tell him to hold it together for me. Don't leave too soon. I don't want to eat the mat yet. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mo chatted with his grandfather for a few moments and gradually turned to the main topic. Xiao Mo, Grandpa, there's something I want to ask you. Kiyomi, what's wrong? Xiao Mo, my grandfather used to pawn a jade pendant and a gold brick. Do you know about this? Ji Yinghua, I know. Xiao Mo's heart rejoiced. Then do you know which pawnshop it was pawned in and can it be redeemed? Ji Yinghua, redemption is possible, but the owner of that pawnshop, who transferred the store some years ago and followed his son abroad, has not been heard from for a long time. Xiao Mo, how long has this been going on? Ji Yinghua thought for a moment. It's been 7 or 8 years. Anyway, before my brain hemorrhage, he left the country. Xiao Mo, can we find this guy? Ji Yinghua, it is difficult to say. I will help you ask, but do not guarantee to find. His own personality is very strange, not with others deep friendship, probably because it is a pawnshop. Always feel that people are all benefits interchangeable. He seldom have friends. Xiao Mo sighed. The lead we just found is broken again. Ji Yinghua asked curiously, child, this jade pendant and gold brick of yours, is it important? Although Xiao Mo knew that his grandfather really loved him, but Grandpa had instructed him not to search for his relatives, and he couldn't tell Ji Yinghua about this matter. Xiao Mo replied, these two things are very important to Grandpa. I don't know the exact reason why. He misses them and I thought of helping him get them back. Ji Yinghua, okay, I'll try my best to help you contact. As long as you contact this boss, you should be able to redeem it. His son earns a lot of money, and he's a fan of antiques. At least the jade pendant he shouldn't be able to sell it. Xiao Mo, Grandpa, send me a copy of that person's information. I also want to try to find him. Ji Yinghua, no problem. Chapter 121 Xiao Mo, he is very vindictive. Hanging up. It didn't take long for Ji Yinghua to send the contact information of that pawn store owner. The old man is old and not so slick with his cell phone, or handwritten information. Shen Lingyun said, send me a copy, and I can also ask my friends to help you find it. Good. Xiao Mo sent her the picture. I'll ask my parents again to see if they know about the token. As a result, neither Xiao Yalan nor Wu Guodong were clear about this. It seems that Xiao Jinan secretly went to be, and even his daughter and son-in-law did not tell him, and Uncle Nil accompanied him for many years to be clear about this matter. Shen Lingyun secretly sent a message to Zhongwei, help me find someone. Yes, is there much hope? It's a bit difficult. If it's okay in the country, as long as you have an ID number you can find out. He is abroad, just by virtue of the name of the store and the name of the person. This is a needle in a haystack. There is little hope. Search this man for me as best you can. Yes, if the leader is looking for someone, the subordinates certainly can't talk too much. Zhong Wei didn't ask anything and said about arranging the search. But what Zhong Wei said was also exactly Shen Lingyun's concern. Now Master Xiao is confused. Xiao Mo's adoptive parents are not clear about the inside story, and Uncle Nyo only knows that there have been these two things. If you can't find the owner of the pawn store, the trail is directly broken. How long will Xiao Mo have to wait before he learns of his origins? Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's worried face and pinched her little nose. What are you thinking? Shen Lingyun blushed. It's nothing. Instead, Xiao Mo consoled her. Seeking my real parents. This matter I originally did not hold much hope. Let's just let it be. Shen Lingyun nodded. Good. After a busy day, you should also be hungry. Let me cook for you. Xiao Mo laughed up. Where is it that I've been busy all day? Not eating all day? I feel like eating everywhere I go. Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo, no more. Let's go downstairs and eat something random. Call Shin Ai. He thought that Zhao Shirai was Shen Lingyun's cousin and was still taking better care of her. Shen Lingyun made a call to Zhao Xiaoai and said that Xiao Mo had called her to join him for dinner. Zhao Shinai answered, her voice dying. Hey, sis, I should be dying. You guys eat. Shen Lingyun was on speakerphone and she asked, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shinai, the fortune teller said that I've been possessed by an evil spirit lately, and I always have some weird behavior. If you guys see that I'm not normal, don't be afraid. It's just a demonic evil possessing me. Shen Lingyun and Xiao Mo were speechless. It was probably because this guy was afraid that Xiao Mo would lecture her and actually made up such an outrageous reason. Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo also remembered the asshole thing the two of them had just done and said faintly, oh, not feeling well are you? Let your mom go back to see you. Zhao Shernai exclaimed. What? Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun and said, but you also need to be mindful of your mom. Don't let her get tired. After all, at 42 years old, she still has a 5-month-old baby in her belly. Shen Lingyun, Zhao Shirai, oops, why can't I hear anything anymore? There's no signal. Hey,
Hey, the phone cut off. Shin Ling-yoon weakly asked, is it too late for me to kneel on the rubbing board? Xiao Mo, humph. It's too late. Maru Spice. He's got a little grudge book too, doesn't he? Shin Ling-yoon could fantasize about the future. Her little book probably reads, 10 points for not saying you love me today, 50 points for not buying me milk tea, not a single message, 100 points deducted. And his little book is, blind date churning kills me socially, 1,000,000 points. Go eat. Xiao Mo stepped away from his long legs and walked out, and Shin Ling-yoon suddenly reacted. That's not true. Wasn't he the one who went on the blind date? Why are you holding her responsible? Shin Ling-yoon huffed and puffed and followed up. Xiao Mo, you went on a blind date. Why did you condemn me backward? Xiao Mo responded indifferently. I'm anti-Tiangan Ah, after all, I was 14 years old when I knocked someone up. What kind of good person can I be? Not convinced. You call the police. Shin Ling-yoon, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. LOL. Another day of being held to death. Next day, Xiao Mo and Shin Ling-yoon came to the company early in the morning. In other companies, Mondays are filled with resentment, with coworkers coming in with dark circles under their eyes, like wandering, grumbling souls. But here, no similar situation can be seen. Being a startup, the base salary and benefits are not as good as big companies, but the atmosphere is good and the bonus commission is high. In addition, Xiao Mo's side of the business is more lucrative. Commission is naturally high. The employees are motivated to do. Early in the morning it's like chicken blood, a fighting spirit. Brother Xiao, Sister Ling-yoon, good morning. Morning. Everyone greeted Xiao Mo and Shin Ling-yoon. Wang Hao brought up 2 cups of steaming milk tea. Good morning, 2 bosses. You two have worked hard. Come and try my homemade stocking milk tea. Zhou Jiannan yawned. Howsy are wearing stockings. Washed cannot be used. Not washed to make milk tea taste authentic. Wang Hao resisted with disgust. Get lost. Why are you everywhere? Xiao Mo and Shin Ling-yoon looked at the 2 cups of milk tea and suddenly felt a taste for it, waving their hands in succession. No more drinks. I control my sugar. I'm quitting milkshakes. Wang Hao was speechless. The craft that he had specially learned from his female ticket over the weekend was destined to go unappreciated. The 2 men gathered the heads of the various programs for a brief morning meeting. The company currently has a lot of projects and a serious shortage of manpower. Shin Ling-yoon cooperates with Hu Man in doing recruitment. With Zhang Mingyang's help, some skilled hands were introduced and are being arranged to be on board. The team is expanding faster than expected. The branding of the Rice phone is the company's current focus. When they took over Mac Mobile, they were past the peak season at the beginning of the year and into the summer off-season, and still lost a big chunk of their profits. Moreover, the development of smartphones is rapidly changing and the competition is fierce. The life cycle of Netflix phones is only 2 to 3 years. After a breakout period for the Mac phone, I wonder if it can stabilize sales. In case you enter a recession, the profits will be drastically reduced. They do programs for online shopping malls on their behalf, and the commission is drastically reduced. The only way to make a lucrative profit is to make the Rice phone, which targets working professionals, a Netflix brand, and launch it as soon as possible. After the meeting, colleagues returned to their posts. Chen Xiaoro, however, stayed behind and said to Xiao Mo and Shin Ling-yoon, Brother Xiao, Sister Ling-yoon, I have something to report to you. The 2 men looked at each other. Chen Xiaoro, with her strong business skills and meticulous mind, has always been Xiao Mo's right-hand man, and Shin Ling-yoon also likes her very much. Xiao Mo nodded. Go ahead. Chen Xiaoro, General Manager Ji called me this morning. She said that there were some work matters she wanted to discuss with Brother Xiao and wanted to set up a time to talk. Chapter 122, You're asking me to work with my ex-wife? Shin Ling-yoon immediately understood after hearing this that Chen Xiaoru was deliberately leaving her here as well to report this matter to the 2 of them. Just because she was worried that Ji Ningyan would come to Xiao Mo again and she and Xiao Mo would be at odds because of this. Shin Ling-yoon gratefully glanced at Chen Xiaoru. Xiaoru, it's not in the way. If it's a legitimate cooperation negotiation, you can arrange it according to Mr. Zhao's wishes without having to go through my consent. Xiao Mo said coldly, we have nothing to talk about with Ji's cooperation. I don't see it. Help me push it off. Chen Xiaoru hesitantly looked at Xiao Mo. Shin Ling-yoon took the initiative to ask, Xiaoru, just say what you have to say. Chen Xiaoru patiently explained, the cooperation proposed by General Manager Ji's side is very favorable to us. She is trying to take the entire internet department and outsource it to us to do the work, letting her former colleagues dock with us, so that it won't take a lot of effort. But the profits are substantial. Xiao Mo didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't want to have any more dealings with Ji Ningyan, or at least he didn't want Shin Ling-yoon to misunderstand. Shin Ling-yoon was listening attentively. Xiaoru, go on. Chen Xiaoru, these businesses were previously the responsibility of our team. As long as the agreement is signed, colleagues can get started directly. Even the process of friction is not needed. It is equivalent to saying that we are a team. Just separate two places of office. Xiao Mo interrupted her.
The important customers on G's side have basically signed agreements with us, so there's no need for us to bend the rules.
Shen Lingyun, however, said to Qin Xiaoru, what is the profit distribution like?
She knew that Chen Xiaoru was more cautious, and if there wasn't a large profit margin,
Chen Xiaoru wouldn't have repeatedly tried to convince Xiao Mo. Chen Xiaoru reported, Ms. G said that after deducting the operating costs, all the profits can be given to us,
and we can completely let the original responsible colleague to follow up. That way we are equal to a direct extra annual profit of nearly $20 million.
Brother Xiao, this is not a small amount. I think the program she proposed is feasible
and can help us get through the pre-startup financial constraints.
After the team came over,
Shen Lingyun took the time to learn about their scope of business. Most of the tasks that remain on G's side are e-commerce orders,
as well as some fractional small orders for website construction, new media operations, and so on.
The team also outsourced most of their work when they were at G's. The key reason why G's internet department is bursting at the seams with stress is that the previous systems and software don't work anymore.
If you take over this batch of orders to do,
and let these colleagues replace the original system and software,
it will work smoothly. Shen Lingyun thought about it. From the company's point of view,
the benefits of cooperation still outweighed the disadvantages.
She immediately said, that's fine with me. Xiao Mo wanted to push back,
but Shen Lingyun pulled down his shirt sleeve.
Take it. We need that profit. Don't get emotional. Xiao Mo looked at her helplessly.
This girl works too rationally.
What kind of person forces their prospective boyfriend to meet their ex-wife? Chen Xiaoru has finished the debriefing. Looking at the state of the two,
she knew they needed a little space. She was clear about Xiao Mo's nature.
Even if Shen Lingyun agreed, he wouldn't want to give Shen Lingyun any aggravation. Chen Xiaoru immediately said, I haven't replied on Mr.
G's side, so you guys can take your time to discuss. I'll pack up the conference room.
Xiao Mo said to Shen Lingyun.
Then come to my office.
Shen Lingyun followed Xiao Mo into the office. Xiao Mo closed the door and Shen Lingyun immediately became dishonest.
She came closer to him. Her small white hand grabbed his shirt collar and tugged, her upturned peach blossom eyes looking at him with affection,
asking in a delicate voice, what are you doing with the door closed? Trying to sneak up on a female subordinate.
She leaned in close, her sweet and warm breath poking at Xiao Mo's lips.
Xiao Mo's body stiffened,
helplessly catching her restless little paw and lightly reprimanding.
Stop it. Say something serious. Just kidding. Why so serious? She spat with a smiling face. Xiao Mo thought to himself, fortunately not determined relationship. If officially together, into the office absolutely cannot close the door. Otherwise there is this goblin in the office door cannot get out.
Shen Lingyun smiled and sat down on the chair opposite the desk,
patted the chair armrests, raised her eyes to look at him, and said with certainty, my opinion has already been stated. I think this batch of orders can be taken. A profit of $20 million is indeed not a small number. Xiao Mo walked over to her and leaned on the desk, saying in a low voice, you have to understand that if we choose to work with G's, it means that we have a lot of things that we need to hand over to their side. I know, at a minimum, regular weekly reports, meetings, and maybe even daily handovers for menial tasks. And if it's 1 or 2 months, forget it.
The point is that they still have sheets that are signed for 3 years now.
So what?
Shen Lingyun lifted her small face indifferently and looked at him with a smile.
Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with her, so he had to say it straight. You have to think clearly. If we work with G, we can't get around Ji Ningyan. I just need to hold out for a few more days, get a divorce certificate, and I'll have nothing to do with her at all. You want to establish a partnership now. Do you want to be facing her every day in the future? Shen Lingyun stood up, hands hold his collar to play, said with a smile, handover on handover. The company so many pairs of eyes watching. What can she do? She can still push you down in public. I've spent so much time and energy, and I haven't even pushed it down yet.
Her hands were playing with the buttons of Xiao Mo's collar,
talking about undoing one,
staring at the knot of his throat and studying it, and gently caressing it with her warm and soft fingers.
Xiao Mo once again squeezed her restless little paw. This little bastard, after going back with Xiao Mo to meet his parents, like he was emboldened, he obviously let loose a lot. Xiao Mo asked sarcastically, Shen Lingyun, is it your hobby to color your male bosses? Shen Lingyun was a little embarrassed. Geez, don't be so direct. I'm just, Xiao Mo said with a straight face. Lingyun, I'm not joking. I don't want anything to ruin our relationship. $20 million, to me as a civilian, it might be a lot.
But if earning this $20 million requires sacrificing your feelings,
I'm not willing.
Shen Lingyun listened. Her heart was sweet. She stopped being playful and also explained herself seriously.
I understand that you take my feelings into consideration, but I will likewise look out for you. No matter what kind of achievements you had in the past,
You have after all invested all of your 5 years of time and energy into G's. Now that you've come out to start your own business, relying on the support of old clients such as Mr. Fong, the initial development is fine, but it won't be so easy for you to continue to develop your business. Shen Lingyun rebuttoned the button on Xiaomo's collar and her expression became serious as she continued. Chapter 123, Woman, you're playing with fire. It's very difficult to recruit and manage talent for a small startup like ours. Some of the regular big programs have resources that we simply can't allocate. Businesses with good conditions don't see us. The miscellaneous list is low margin, problematic, and difficult to break in. Anymore. Back in the day, you started a small business on the windfall of the internet. The competition is far more intense now than it was 5 years ago. Cloud City's market is so big. Enterprises come and go, only that small group. The scale is still small. It is difficult to rise quickly in the short term. If you take all of Key's orders, at least this year our profit can be guaranteed. And for our subsequent development, we can also lay the foundation. Shen Lingyun said, her hands once again wrapped around Xiaomo's waist, her voice gentle. Although, I am a woman and I love to be jealous, I understand more about the importance of career to a man. In today's society, achievement is the dependence of a man's value, which is the main theme of social thinking. I don't want you to delay your career for my sake. Xiao Mo sighed. How could he not understand? In modern society, deep love is a licking dog, repayment is a favor, and forbearance is a wimp. As long as there is money, no matter how morally corrupt the person is, there is a large following. Back then, if he hadn't valued his family, known how to be grateful, and made concessions for Ji Ningyan, the Ji family wouldn't have dared to step on his head like this. Xiao Mo thought for a moment. His black eyes stared at Shen Lingyun's beautiful eyes and asked a crucial question. Lingyun, you should know that I'm more than a partner with you. I'm planning to spend my life with you. Are you sure you want me to work with my ex-wife? Shen Lingyun smiled, released him, and tucked her small hand into his, saying thoughtfully, I am well aware that marriage is not like a relationship. While love is a matter of two people, marriage is an entanglement of two families. You've spent the last 5 years with family, work, and interests all mixed together. And it's not that easy to draw a complete line in the sand. There are some things that have to be faced. Just take your time. If you can't break it off with her, can I break it off by not letting you see her? On the flip side, if you're all about me, you won't cross the line with normal job handoffs. I believe you. Xiao Mo was silent for a moment. How could he not want business delivered to his door? He just didn't want a gap to develop between him and Shen Lingyun because of Ji Ningyan. More than anything, he didn't want to make Shen Lingyun sad. But Shen Lingyun was so considerate. How could Xiao Mo not be touched in his heart? After a long time, Xiao Mo gripped Shen Lingyun's small hand hard and was moved to say, Lingyun, you're so good to me. Don't worry, I'll try to arrange for Xiao Ruanao how to do the work handover. Even if I have to approach Ji Ningyan, I will ask to be in the company's conference room to ensure that a third person is present, and I won't be alone with her. Shen Lingyun laughed. Xiao Mo vaguely felt that something was wrong. This guy, why is he smiling like a thief? Sure enough, in the next second, Shen Lingyun wrapped her hands around Xiao Mo's lean and strong waist, and her fragrant soft red lips came close to Xiao Mo. Warm breath pressed against his ear with her unique fresh aroma, like a deliciously tasty marshmallow. Her fingertips slid around his waist if anything. Feel his well-defined muscles through the thin shirt. Xiao Mo's body became visibly stiff and hot. Shen Lingyun smiled slyly, her nice eye-tails rising, her eyes flowing, and she said delicately in that crispy and teasing tone, Brother, go and explain to your wife. Explain to sister for what? Wait a minute, sister scolded. Sister is green tea mistress, said sister seduced brother. Xiao Mo really couldn't bear it. This girl had been bouncing in his no-go zone since she walked in the door. When I tell her something serious, she talks nonsense and moves her hands without any seriousness. And now addicted to acting, she's just showing what it means to say, women, you're playing with fire. Xiao Mo usually did a good job of managing his emotions, but at this time, he couldn't help but go to his head. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pressed her whole body against the desk. His hot breath enveloped the delicate little woman, and Xiao Mo whispered a threat. Shen Lingyun, if you keep fooling around, I'll turn you into my wife right now. Shen Lingyun pretended to be alarmed. Mr. Xiao, the security camera is not turned off. Do you want to broadcast it live in front of your colleagues? Xiao Mo subconsciously looked at the surveillance. Shen Lingyun got out from under him and flirted with him with a smile. Just kidding, I'm going out. I still have a few more interviews to do today, so take your time to catch up with your family's Ningyan. Xiao Mo gritted his teeth. Little bastard, come back here. Shen Lingyun said bye-bye, and she had already slipped to the door, opening it smoothly and drilling out. In the afternoon, Shen Xiaoru brought Ji Ningyan to the conference room. Mr. Ji, please wait for a moment. Brother Xiao went out to eat with our Mr. Shen and will be back soon, Shen Xiaoru said with a smile. Girls are easygoing,
but that doesn't mean they're weak. Her words were clearly a reminder for Ji Ningyan not to cross the line. Ji Ningyan lowered her eyes. I know, thank you. She placed the delicate bamboo basket in her hand on the tabletop and quietly waited for Xiaomo's arrival. Ji Ningyan recalled that during the first 3 years, in order to protect her personal safety, Xiaomo would accompany her except for the time she took care of her grandfather. She also remembered once again that when she had Xiaomo's company, she had relied on him so much, and he could always make her feel incredibly at ease. But at that time, she still had her white moonlight Lu Ziyu in mind. These days, she refused to listen to Lu Ziyu's phone calls and took out the group photo embedded in her bed and tore it up. How she wished to go back to the time when she didn't believe in Lu Ziyu and Xiaomo was still by her side. However, she can never go back. Thinking about it, Ji Ningyan's tears wet her eyelashes. Ji Ningyan's re-arrival caused the entire company to whisper. The situation is now obvious. 2 women vying for a husband. The ex-wife who used to be with me through thick and thin for 5 years, supporting and accompanying the honeycombed incumbent at a low point. Everyone takes out the energy of chasing after love synthesizers and predicts the final direction of Xiaomo's relationship. When Xiaomo walked into the office, he heard Zhou Jiannan, who had his back to him, whispering Bibi, come on, Zhao's ultimate big prediction for the emotional ending. By Mr. Shin to win at 1-0. 5. By Mr. G to win at 1-10. 000. The crowd objected. What kind of black dealer are you? Buying the right one and dumping half of it on you. You're a sure thing. Xiaomo walked over. What are you guys doing? Zhou Jiannan shivered in fear, then raised a big doggy smile. We are high on CP. Xiaomo knew his temperament and chided in a low voice. Don't fool around. Don't let Lingyan hear these things. Good Lu. In the next second, Zhou Jiannan drew a sudden change. The current international situation is complex and volatile. The crisis in Ukraine has not yet eased. The Middle East is in frequent conflict. The global energy supply is facing uncertainty. Climate change, food security and other global challenges are becoming more and more prominent, and we need to seek a new strategic balance and opportunities for cooperation from it. The crowd turned around and saw Shen Lingyun smilingly walking over and slapping a red ticket on Zhou Jiannan's desktop. $100. I'll take key. Zhou Jiannan lost his voice and exclaimed, how did you hear that? Shen Lingyun, that voice of yours? You can hear it from the elevator entrance. Hurry up. I'm placing my bets. Don't delay me from getting rich. Xiao Mo. Kenan Chao. Ji Ningyan heard footsteps and raised her eyes in delight. Instead, he saw Xiao Mo enter the conference room with Shen Lingyun. Chapter 124, Go talk to him alone. The light under Ji Ningyan's eyes instantly went out. The last time we talked alone in the office, she pleaded with Xiaomo to see her change. However, Xiaomo did not give her a chance to repent. Xiaomo and Shen Lingyun took their seats one after another. Ji Ningyan had thought that Shen Lingyun would tea-talk and squeeze her like before, but Shen Lingyun didn't have that kind of intention and just sat quietly on the side. Her delicate eyebrows were tinted with coldness, her red lips pursed slightly, her eyes cold, as if everything was within her grasp. For the first time, Ji Ningyan realized that when Shen Lingyun was sitting upright, the aura of a strong woman in her body was far more powerful than her. Shen Lingyun was not at all some green tea that would only feel sorry for her brother. Ji Ningyan used to be pissed off by Shen Lingyan's tea ceremony, just thinking that she was an orphan girl who relied on her beauty to gain benefits, completely ignoring her glamorous resume as a graduate of a prestigious university and an executive of Hongshang. Ji Ningyan was a woman. She knew very well that Shen Lingyun must have liked Xiao Mo a long time ago and came to Cloud City just for him. If it wasn't for that, Shen Lingyun would be better off than she is now. Therefore, Ji Ningyan, who had originally thought of competing with Shen Lingyun again, felt that she was already half a cut shorter before she even opened her mouth. Xiao Mo looked at Ji Ningyan coldly, his tone rusty and polite. Mr. Ji, the cooperation proposal handed over by your company, Lingyun and I have already read it, and we also feel the sincerity of your company. However, I have one request for cooperation. You say it. Ji Ningyan looked at him expectantly. Xiao Mo smiled politely. If your company cooperates with us, I would like to be approached by the head of the department. That's all I ask. Ji Ningyan understood what he meant. He didn't want to see her again. There is not even room for negotiation. Ji Ningyan tried to adjust her emotions, nodded her head, and said to Xiao Mo in as calm a voice as she could, I came over this time, also want to talk about our cooperation. The online side was built by you and has been managed by you, and I don't know anything about this piece of business, so I'm going to pack up all the business online and give it to you, and I'll let you have all the profits. I'll specialize in offline from now on. She showed her sincerity to the fullest extent. However, Xiao Mo just coldly interrupted her. Mr. G, it's all written in these plans. There's no need for us to waste time talking nonsense. Moreover, it is also necessary to explain to us the direction of your company's operations. If there's nothing else, Mr.
Ji, please go back and let the head of the department come and sign the contract with us.
Xiao Mo gave the expulsion order. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan wanted to say.
Xiao Mo turned his head to look at Shen Lingyun, and the indifference on his handsome face disappeared, replaced by a doting gentleness.
Lingyun, do you have any more comments?
Shen Lingyun smiled and shook her head.
No. Good. Then it's settled, Xiao Mo said.
Ji Ningyan felt very redundant as she looked at the harmonious picture of the two. Xiao Mo is still the same as in the past. His love is focused and deep and will only be given to one woman.
Once she was the lucky one. It's just a shame she didn't appreciate it. The current Xiao Mo gave all the good to Shen Lingyun.
Ji Ningyan thought and lowered her head, her heart like a knife.
Xiao Mo stood up. Mr. Ji, our startup is small and has a lot of things to do. I'll go and get busy first. Xiao Mo.
Ji Ningyan stood up in a hectic manner, cupped the bamboo basket on the desktop with both hands, and looked at Xiao Mo with tears in her eyes.
Can I talk to you alone? There's no need. I have nothing to say to you. Lingyun, let's go. Shen Lingyun stood up. Xiao Mo decisively left and went into his office without the slightest bit of lingering. Shen Lingyun, however, did not leave immediately, but instead looked at the wretched-looking Ji Ningyan without a word.
Ji Ningyan wiped her tears and smiled to herself.
You came to see me laugh, didn't you? You won.
She thought Shen Lingyun would definitely taunt her with the most hurtful words.
However,
she never thought that Shen Lingyun did not fall on her sword, but instead calmly said to her,
go talk to him alone. What did you say?
Ji Ningyan looked at her in shock. The corners of Shen Lingyun's lips hooked into a light smile as she looked at the bamboo basket in Ji Ningyan's hands. I smelled the aroma of baked pastries when I came in. I think you made them with your own hands,
right? I'm also a woman, and with what you've been doing these days, I can tell that you've moved on to him. You haven't officially divorced yet, so if you have anything to say it clearly while you can, and I'll give him the right to choose.
Ji Ningyan was unable to accept it for a moment and mumbled,
why are you helping me? You obviously love him so much.
Shen Lingyun's beautiful eyes were glowing with confidence.
I love him, so I want me to be his firm choice, not the second best choice because you abandoned him. Ji Ningyan's body shook violently.
Shen Lingyun's words had touched her greatly. She seemed to understand at once why Xiao Mo had guarded her for 5 years and suddenly became so desperate, whether facing the white moonlight Lu Ziyu or her family.
There was never a moment when she firmly chose Xiao Mo.
Ji Ningyan was sad in her heart, and she lowered her eyes and said,
thank you, you are indeed a good woman. You are better than me, and you saw his goodness earlier than I did, and you are the one who really deserves his love. But, I'm sorry, I have no way to just let go. Shen Lingyun sighed inwardly. At first she thought Ji Ningyan was a two-footed, vain and snobbish scum of a woman. After this period of contact, she also saw that Ji Ningyan is not really bad. She is just foolish and filial, controlled by her family and the bamboo horse brainwashing, and does not have her own ideas. But Ji Ningyan's tragedy was her own handiwork, and Shen Lingyun would not sympathize with her. For the company, Ji Ningyan made the right judgment. If she doesn't give up her online profits, there will be bigger problems internally, and sooner or later she will be dragged down by this piece. Now, for feelings, she must also make a trade-off.
Shen Lingyun said lightly,
you don't need to tell me these. I won't sympathize with my love rival. I just don't want the man I love to regret it. Moreover, once you have received the divorce certificate, it is impossible for me to give you another chance, and at that time, I hope you will never come to disturb my life with him. I know. Ji Ningyan choked. Come with me, Shen Lingyun said and brought Ji Ningyan to Xiao Mo's office door. She pushed the door open. Xiao Mo's dark eyes lit up when he saw her. Lingyun, just in time, come over and help me look. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ji Ningyan behind Shen Lingyun and his face sank. She has something to say to you. I told her to come. Shen Lingyun pushed Ji Ningyan. Go inside. Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with her, so he had to turn on the surveillance. Ji Ningyan walked in and Shen Lingyun closed the door and left. Xiao Mo, she called out timidly. In the past, Ji Ningyan did not understand why some people would give up their dignity in order to win back their lovers. It turns out that when you truly love someone, you will unconsciously become humble. Xiao Mo said coldly, I'll give you 5 minutes to say something as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Your Confession. It means nothing. Ji Ningyan placed the bamboo basket in her hand on the tabletop, lifted the crushed cover cloth, and said softly with a humble curtness, Xiao Mo, you said before that I never cared about you. No, I did too poorly. I will change. This is a pastry I baked with my own hands. I learned it for a long time and burned my hands several times. You taste it to see if it's to your liking. I'll do anything for you. Xiao Mo glanced at the back of her hand and saw that there were a few obvious burns, ugly scars on her fair and delicate skin. But she didn't mind. She just placed the plates holding the pastries, one by one, on the tabletop and looked at Xiao Mo with eyes full of begging. Seeing Xiao Mo's silence, Ji Ningyan continued, Xiao Mo,
I will learn to be a good wife. It's my fault I didn't speak up for you when my family bullied you in the past. Now that I've broken with them, I won't be under their control anymore. My mom has been calling me to come home for the past few days and I've ignored her. I won't forgive her until she apologizes to you. Also, a few of the people who ostracized you in the company have already been demoted by me. And you know what's going on at G's right now, so I can't fire all of these people for now. But as long as we get through this, I won't keep them. My aunt and uncle, and my brother, the shares in their hands, I will find a way to get them back. I strive to control the shares in my hands at more than 70%. All the properties in my name, your name will be added, and I will give you half of the shares, which you deserve. Ji Ningyan said, her emotions involuntarily agitated, her beautiful eyes tearful, urgently pleading. I know I've owed you a lot in the past, I'm begging you to give me a chance. I will do it to your satisfaction. No need. Xiao Mo interrupted her lightly. In the face of Ji Ningyan's strong ups and downs in her emotions, Xiao Mo was calm inside without any ripples. He said coldly, don't you understand? From the moment you chose Lu Ziyu and signed the divorce papers with me, our marriage was already suspended. Everything you're doing now is redundant in my opinion. No, Xiao Mo. I've already drawn a line with Lu Ziyu. I just listened to his lies about taking flying G's. I don't have any improper relationship with him. You believe me? Xiao Mo shook his head. Ji Ningyan, I understand your character. To say that you would not do anything untoward within the marriage, but don't forget, when the Ji family was in trouble, he mercilessly abandoned you, and I almost put my life on the line to save the Ji family and support you. As a result, you decisively chose him and abandoned me when he reappeared, and I don't think your repentance has any value. Xiao Mo looked at the burns on the back of her hand and smiled. You know what? The biggest thing I've learned in my 5 years of marriage is not to be self-motivated. If the other person genuinely loves you, a little bit of small effort will make the other person value it, but if the other person's heart isn't in you, even if you give everything, it's all worthless in other people's eyes. Ji Ningyan still wanted to explain. Xiao Mo said, back then, in order to take care of Grandpa, manage the company, and establish the internet department, I was tired of being in the ICU and almost died in the hospital. All of this, didn't I get a sentence from you that you don't think about progress? Ji Ningyan was speechless. Xiao Mo pushed back the pastry she had placed in front of her and sneered. These pastries, for a little bit of money, can be made by the store's baker, and not only will they sell and taste great, but they won't get themselves hurt. From the customer's point of view, they will only pay for the flavor, not for the baker's poor baking skills, and burns are not a plus. Ji Ningyan's heart suddenly shrunk. The intense heartache was so intense that she couldn't breathe. She always forced herself to be rational in order to be a competent manager. She used to dislike Xiao Mo for being too sentimental and liking to surround herself with pots and pans. Now she realizes that, whether it's work or life, the desperate man knows more about decision-making and how to maximize benefits than she does. Xiao Mo looked at his cell phone time. 5 minutes are up. Mr. G, please return. Remember to take your gift away. I don't eat these cheap things. Thank you for your kindness. Ji Ningyan woodenly carried the bamboo basket and left Xiao Mo's studio disoriented. Walking downstairs, she threw the bamboo basket into the trash in frustration. When he no longer held a deep love for her, all this cheap giving on her part, he didn't give a damn. She walked back to G. Just as he entered his office, a call came from his assistant, Li Dandan. Sis, Manager G wants to see you. Look, said her brother Gxinye. Ji Ningyan asked indifferently, what's his business? Li Dandan, I don't know, just said I wanted to see you. Ji Ningyan, not see, something to go OA report. At that moment, Li Dandan's panicked voice came. Manager G, Mr. G is busy. You don't have an appointment. It's not in line with the process. Get out of here. Gxinye roared. He pushed open the door to Ji Ningyan's office and huffed in. You've outsourced the entire internet department to Xiao Mo? Ji Ningyan looked at him calmly. Yes. Gxinye pointed at her and scolded. We've been building for 5 years to get the network department up and running. Before that you gave away $60 million of profit. Now $20 million of profit and you're just going to give it up to Xiao Mo as well? I now suspect that you're doing this on purpose. I'm going to unite the shareholders to kick you out of management. Ji Ningyan laughed coldly. The internet department was built by Xiao Mo. What does it have to do with you? The shares in the hands of the few of you add up to about 30%. What are you going to kick me out with? Just because I have regard for my kinship, can I let you guys do whatever you want? Ji Xinye snapped. His sister, who had always been weak and at the mercy of her mother, had a cold light in her eyes at the moment. For the first time, he realized that this soft sister didn't seem to be so easy to deal with. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Ji Ningyan's voice was undeniable. My decision to outsource the internet business has been supported by the majority of shareholders. It's not your turn. A minority shareholder, to be in charge of my decision. Get the hell out of here. You, Gxin Yi left in a huff. Just after walking out the door, he called and cried to phone Liping. Mom, my sister gave all the company's business to Xiao Mo, and the money was all earned by her loser husband, and she scolded me. What? She dares? It's against her. If she really dares to do this, I'll skin her. Phone Liping was instantly enraged. Ji Ningyan received a call from Phone Liping. Phone Liping cursed loudly. Could you Ji Ningyan? You have the guts to be fat. Dare to give all the business to that punk Xiao Mo, and dare to tell your brother to roll. Ji Ningyan sneered. I'm just telling Gxin Yi to get lost. What's wrong? Phone Liping, you unfilial daughter. Ji Ningyan's voice was ice cold. You too. Get out. Phone Liping was too shocked to speak. She thought Ji Ningyan would be angry for a few days and then immediately go back to being her good daughter. I didn't expect Ji Ningyan to really tear her face off. Ji Ningyan hung up the phone and also pulled the plug on Phone Liping and Gxin Yi. Xiao Mo. These people who have bullied you, I won't let them get away with it, but no matter what I do, you'll never come back to me, will you? Tears of remorse slid down her face. Chapter 126 Lingyun. Which form of confession do you like? Xiao Mo came out of his office. He asked Chen Xiaoru, where's Lingyun? Chen Xiaoru pointed to Shun Lingyun's office, pursed her lips and snickered, and reminded in a low voice. It's inside, but she seems to be jealous again, so be careful what you say. Xiao Mo smiled. I know, 1 vinegar a day. Reserved program now. He walked over and knocked on Shun Lingyun's office door. Lingyun, in there? Shun Lingyun's cool and arrogant voice came out. Not here. Xiao Mo asked again. May I come in? Shun Lingyun, no. Xiao Mo. There's nothing to be done with this Grinch. Zhou Jiannan stretched his neck and said loudly. Ru, Howsy, did you guys see just now that mister? Ji's back was so forlorn as he left. Chen Xiaoru disliked him. Have you drunk too much Windex? Net talk sarcasm. Wang Hao, next time, don't put salt in the notes for his order. He's too idle. Zhou Jiannan pulled his neck and sang. Stop crying? I guess I'm the one who should be crying. You've confessed that you're in love with him. What can I do? Xiao Mo? Zhou Jiannan stomped his legs on the ground, grinding his chair next to Xiao Mo, and sang in his direction, pretending to be deep in his heart. So be it. Love again all sayonara. Give me another hug. Smell your long hair. Stop crying. Wipe your tears. Let's put it this way. Love me again if I'm meant to. Wang Hao frowned. Bitchy man, if you're going to sing this, I can't even tell for a moment if you're an enemy or a friend. Xiao Mo. Singing at the drop of a hat. Am I running a karaoke bar? Zhou Jiannan pretended to see Xiao Mo and greeted him warmly. Yo, Mr. Xiao is here? Looking for Mr. Shen, why don't you go in? Xiao Mo was finally exasperated by him and laughed. Wang Hao picked up. Bitchy man, what's the name of that show that's been playing on the internet lately? Zhou Jiannan, Hard to Coax. Wang Hao, oh yes, it's Hard to Coax. Xiao, have you read it yet? Xiao Mo thought to himself, Shun Lingyun is hard enough to coax right now, and I'm going to see Hard to Coax? Sure enough, Wang Hao didn't spare him either. Xiao Mo said helplessly. No, is my office built on the Bagua? Are you also capable of yin and yang one by one? Zhou Jiannan reminded in a low voice. Mr. Shen didn't lock the door and is waiting for you. Push the door in. Xiao Mo smiled. Thanks. Zhou Jiannan shouted in full voice. By Shen 1-0. 1. By fixed away. Xiao Mo. He ignored Zhou Jiannan and directly pushed the door in. Shen Lingyun's cheeks puffed out and her peach blossom eyes glared at him with thinly veiled anger. She also turned the walking hourglass upside down in front of him and started the clock. Xiao Mo closed the door and walked over, leaning over to sit on the edge of the desk, looking at her condescendingly and tapping her nose with his finger. I found you. You are looking for vinegar to eat by yourself. If there are no conditions, you create conditions. If there are no difficulties, you create difficulties. Jealousy is your beauty regimen, isn't it? Shen Lingyun grunted. Just eat. Love it. Xiao Mo looked at the hourglass. 10 minutes? Shen Lingyun's chin went up to the sky. Right. Xiao Mo thought about it and took the initiative to ask her. Lingyun, I want to ask you about some important life moments. Do you have any special requests? Ha? Xiao Mo looked at the pupils of her clear eyes. His tone was gentle. For example, confession, marriage proposal, where would you like it to take place? Is there a designated location, ceremony or something? Talking about this, Shen Lingyun forgot to get angry. After all, her greatest wish was to marry her white moonlight. Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun cheered up, her bright peach blossom eyes glittering with anticipation, tilting her head back to look at Xiao Mo, her face full of speak quickly. Speak quickly. Xiao Mo pulled over her small hand and rubbed it in his palm. I know you girls focus on rituals, and I don't want to be too casual, so I've been reading some tips online and put together a few better versions. Do you want to hear them? Or do you have your own ideas? Tell me. Shen Lingyun's face was full of want to hear.
Want to hear.
Xiao Emo looked cute at her smiling face and pinched her smooth little face.
Let's start with the confession. I want to be formal. If you want cozy, we'll set it up at home. With lights, balloons, roses, cake, and I'll make you dinner. And we can videotape the process. If you want to be romantic, you can pick a starry night, an observation deck at the top of a mountain, a Ferris wheel at an amusement park, an upscale restaurant on the beach. If you want a vacation, we can do a 7-day tour. Out of the country is fine, depending on what you like. You determine the location, and I will do the travel strategy. Everything to me.
Package your satisfaction.
Okay, what about the wedding? Shen Lingyun asked expectantly.
Xiao Emo, if the wedding is not yet decided, I want to hire a specialized wedding planning company to do it. The result will be better. He gently squeezed Shen Lingyun's hand and said pleadingly, Lingyun, I have nothing. You've already suffered a lot by following me to start a business. I don't want you to suffer in these matters. I will try to make it as good as possible for you. He was originally in a second marriage, much less want to aggravate her. Shen Lingyun's heart was sweet as she listened. Though there's not much new in these confessions, they're the ones that everyone has used to death. But the fact that he, a straight guy who usually just knocks out code, was able to collect so many cheats shows that he put in the work. She was happy and impressed. Still, she said with a twist of her tongue, what kind of person confesses and discusses it with the person they're confessing to ahead of time? Xiao Emo smiled and replied, communicate with the customer before designing the program to confirm the needs and improve customer satisfaction. Why not? Shen Lingyun was so angry that she hit him and pouted. You think you're doing a project? Well, Xiao Emo replied seriously. Marriage is a major project in life. It needs to be managed with care for a lifetime. It's always right to put more effort into it. Shen Lingyun's white and tender cheeks were dyed a happy pink. Delicate. She was touched and said, Xiao Emo, you're so nice. Yes? Xiao Emo pointed to the hourglass in front of her. 10 minutes have passed. Have we made up? Shen Lingyun looked down. Sure enough, all the sand leaked down. Not a single piece left. Holy, it's been set up. Xiao Emo, you bad guy. You lied to me. Shen Lingyun was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Xiao Emo patted her head. Look at you. One moment you say I'm good. The next moment you say I'm bad. The words are all yours. You women are just fickle. Shen Lingyun was frantic. Obviously you were the one who set me up. And now you're hitting me upside down. When Xiao Emo accompanied Shen Lingyun to have dinner, he unexpectedly received a call from phone Liping. It's because Xiao Emo has blacked out all of Ji's family's phone numbers. She's calling from a new number. Phone Liping's hypocritical and attentive voice came out. Aya, Xiao Emo, my good son-in-law, how come you haven't come home this time? Come back with Ning Yan tomorrow. I've made your favorite dishes. Xiao Emo felt amused. Really? Then you know what dishes I love to eat? This. Oops. You'll know when you get back. Phone Liping simply couldn't tell what kind of dishes Xiao Emo loved to eat. She had always resented Xiao Emo in the past and wanted to climb up the $10 billion mansion. So where would she care what Xiao Emo loves to eat? Xiao Emo guessed that she called this time, mainly because Ji's entire internet business had come to him, which was equivalent to him using a ready-made team to generate tens of millions of dollars in annual profits out of thin air. Money is Phone Liping's life. Removing such a large piece of flesh could still kill her? Chapter 127, Phone Liping's Secret Affairs. Xiao Emo wanted to see what Phone Liping was up to. In front of Shen Lingyun, it was on speakerphone. Xiao Emo asked, what's your business? Phone Liping, good son-in-law, what can I have to do? Hasn't it been a while since I've seen you? Your father and I have missed you. Xiao Emo laughed coldly. Don't be so hypocritical. I can tell you that I don't have half a relationship with your G family anymore. And you don't expect me to earn you a single penny anymore. You might as well go lick your Lu shell when you have time. I'd like to see how much profit he can contribute to you. When this matter was mentioned, Phone Liping immediately shortened. She did want to climb up the Lu family and had been brainwashing her daughter to marry Lu Ziyu for so many years. However, Lu Ziyu had returned to China for so long without any actual action, said he'd help G pull in clients, and instead of pulling in a single one, he made a mess of G. Except for that bit of healthcare, Lu Ziyu hadn't paid for anything. Only then did Phone Liping turn her head back to lick Xiao Mo. She had a thicker skin than the bottom of a shoe anyway, and didn't care about Xiao Mo's cold words as she said to herself, good son-in-law, don't say that. No matter what, my daughter's heart is in you. I heard that she recently burned her hand for you. You don't know to feel sorry for you. Xiao Mo felt that Phone Liping could not say any new information, and faintly said a word to her. Get out. With that, he hung up. Phone Liping called from a different number. Xiao Mo answered, and when he heard it was her voice, he blacked out the number. For blackouts and all. I guess Phone Liping doesn't have a new cell phone number, so it's always clear. Shen Lingyun nibbled on the cola chicken wings Xiao Mo had made for her while asking, what are you going to do about her? Xiao Mo snorted and said disdainfully, People like her, who have no ability but are arrogant and domineering, will sooner or later eat their own fruit. I'm too lazy to care about her. Aha! Shin Lingyun smacked her lips. That's right, stay away from trashy people. Xiao Mo put down his cell phone and looked at her and asked, you want to ask about Ji Ningyan, right? Cough. Shin Lingyun was vain. Xiao Mo said, we'll get a license after this week. It's already been agreed. I won't contact her again in between. We're almost relieved. Shin Lingyun smiled sweetly. What's the point of talking about this? I wanted to ask you, are you still working overtime tonight? Why not? Xiao Mo picked up his chopsticks and chucked a piece of spare ribs to Shin Lingyun. The project has to go on as soon as possible. It also has to go through testing to see the market feedback. And after that, it's the warm-up for the peak season. So the time is very rushed. Aha! I also want to get busy quickly and have more time with you, Xiao Mo said sincerely. Shin Lingyun smiled. It's fine. It's good for us to work together every day. She saw that Xiao Mo didn't say anything and took the initiative to comfort him. Don't always look like you owe me. Even if I'm alone, I still spend most of my time at work. Now at least I have you with me. Xiao Mo smiled. Fighting for a living is also the heartache and helplessness of ordinary people. But with the company of a gentle and considerate girl like Shin Lingyun, Xiao Mo felt that he was already very lucky. After dinner, the two of them divided up the chores. Then they turned on their respective computers and worked in the living room. The Ji family. Feng Liping was annoyed that Xiao Mo had blacked out all her numbers. Stinking beggar. Villainous. If it wasn't for that dead girl Ning Yan being useless and refusing to climb into the bed of the broad young man, would I be subject to your anger? She cursed all the time. Gxinye sounded annoyed. Mom, don't try to be fast-talking. Hurry up and think of something. My sister is really flipping out right now. There's no hope for me to get promoted, and she might even kick us all out of G-Clan. Feng Liping was even more annoyed by his words. She brainwashed Ji Ningyan from a young age and controlled her to death, so that Ji Ningyan would not dare to go west. Even if she asked Ji Ningyan to die for her, Ji Ningyan would probably agree. It is poor to such a point that Feng Liping is relieved to let Ji Ningyan hold 50% of the shares. In this way, at a certain time, Ji Ningyan can be allowed to marry and become a young grandmother, and give the shares to her two younger brothers, so that Feng Liping and her two sons will have a solid position. Now that Ji Ningyan had flipped out, Feng Liping felt incomparably panicked. She always believed in her heart. Married out of the daughter, splashed out of the water, shares pinched in the hands of the daughter, will ultimately be cheap others. Feng Liping reprimanded her son. Don't argue. Aren't I thinking of a solution? She called Ji Ningyan. The phone doesn't work. Ji Ningyan also blacked her out. Feng Liping exploded. This unfilial daughter. I really raised a white-eyed wolf. Gxinye said anxiously. Mom, stop scolding. If you don't think of a solution, the entire G-clan will be swallowed by Ji Ningyan and Xiao Mo. This is what Feng Liping is most afraid of. Ji Ningyan is a member of the Ji family in the end. She won't do anything to her father, and her grandfather still has land and antiques in his hands. None of them can starve. But Ji Weijie is a constant lover outside. In case Ji Weijie was bewitched by some vixen and kicked her out of the house, Feng Liping would never be able to live the life of a wealthy wife again. She was in such a mess with Ji Ningyan, and Ji Ningyan would care even less about her. For the sake of her hoity-toity broad's life script, Feng Liping came up with a solution. Son, call your sister and tell her I had a heart attack and am in ICU, and tell her to come back. Gxinye, I don't think she'll believe it. You don't have a heart condition. Take care of yourself in general. She's no cutie pie. Feng Liping's eyes twinkled. In that case, you can say that I'm depressed and ask her to come back. She will definitely come back. Ji Xinye was half convinced. Alright, I'll give it a try. He picked up his cell phone, changed to a new number, and called Ji Ningyan. Hey, Ji Ningyan's tired voice rang out. Gxinye big talent did not. A bunch of small smarts. He knew that if he opened his mouth, he would be hung up by Ji Ningyan, and directly threw out the key information. Mom's sick. Ji Ningyan froze and was silent, but didn't hang up the phone. Gxinye said, Mom has been having a hard time for the past few days. The day you hit Mom, she was sad for a long time and cried and shut up in her room and didn't come out. Ji Ningyan interrupted him. This afternoon, when she called to scold me, I saw that she still had a lot of mid-air. Gxinye, sis, it's not. Ji Ningyan's voice was emotionless, as if she was talking to a stranger. I'm warning you, don't pull this kind of trick. If you still want to live a peaceful life, be honest, get a paycheck at G's. You won't starve for a while. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for not remembering my family. Chapter 128, Ji Ningyan was counted by her own mother. Gxinye was usually skillful with his tongue, but in the face of Ji Ningyan's tough attitude, he didn't know what to say. He and his mom have always used affection to morally kidnap Ji Ningyan.
They don't really have any other way to go besides this one.
Ji Ningyan was ready to hang up the phone.
Feng Liping suddenly grabbed her son's cell phone and said loudly to Ji Ningyan, "Daughter, it's mom who is sorry for you. These days,
the more mom thinks about it,
the harder it is.
In the past mom was too greedy for money and misunderstood Xiaomo. Now I realize that Xiaomo has done so much for us.
You come back. I want to call Xiaomo back. Let's have a good meal as a family. What's so good that a family can't sit down and talk about it?"
Ji Ningyan's voice was cold.
"In the past, you bullied Xiaomo like that, provoked my relationship with him, and abetted my divorce. What makes you think that Xiaomo will come back?" Feng Liping cried. "Daughter, why don't you believe that mom already knows her mistakes and repents? You tell Xiaomo to come back.
I'll kneel down and apologize to him.
He'll definitely come back." Hearing this, Ji Ningyan hesitated.
She knew that Feng Liping's attitude towards Xiaomo had hurt him and had been a knot in his heart.
Xiaomo came to the Ji family mainly to repay his grandfather's favor, but Feng Liping's ungrateful behavior broke Xiaomo's heart. If Feng Liping was willing to kneel down and admit her mistake,
Xiaomo's kind of character that respected elders and valued love and justice might really be forgiven. Ji Ningyan herself did not forgive Feng Liping,
but she really wanted to get back together with Xiaomo so badly.
After she realized that she was in love with Xiaomo,
she fell asleep every night holding those notes of Xiaomo, dreaming of the bits and pieces of being with Xiaomo.
That illusory coziness often made her unwilling to wake up.
"Every time I woke up,
my heart ached violently and my tears wet my pillow."
As long as there was a 1% chance that Xiaomo would turn back, she was willing to try, even at a heavy price. Ji Ningyan agreed. "Okay, I'll come back now, but you have to remember what you said yourself. If you backtrack and don't admit your mistake, I'll never forgive you." Hanging up the phone, Feng Liping was ecstatic. Knowing your daughter is like being a mother.
Ji Ningyan was indeed still held by her.
Ji Xin was a bit worried. "Mom, that punk Xiaomo, now that he's a villain, how can he possibly come back?"
Feng Liping sneered, her eyes flashing with a grim light.
"He definitely won't come back for us."
But he loved Njek so much in the past. As long as Njek is back and the bait is there.
"Are you afraid the fish won't take the bait?" "Mom, what do you mean?"
"There's no cat in the world that doesn't cheat.
And there's no man who isn't horny. So use your head." Ji Xin came to a realization. "Okay, I know. I'll go get ready. You figure out how to trick Xiaomo into coming over." Half an hour later, Ji Xin had 2 kinds of medicine sent over. "The one for my sister is a sleeping pill. Give Xiaomo that punk this kind of hypnotizing, erotic medicine. This is surely foolproof." Ji Xin shook the medicine bottle in his hand and said. Feng Liping sneered. "As long as he has slept with them, he won't dare to disown them. Besides, they are still young. Maybe they can get pregnant at one time, and even the things in the old man's hand can be gotten together." Ji Xin was a bit worried. "Mom, sleeping pills are okay. What we're giving Xiaomo now is a forbidden drug, which is against the law."
Feng Liping glared at him. "You're so afraid of things.
What big things can you do? Starve the timid. Support the bold. He is a man. Your sister is so beautiful. Give him to sleep for nothing. He still have opinions? In case Xiaomo doesn't come back, Feng Liping, then ask Ziyu to come over. In any case, a man is just responsible for your sister." Ji Xin put down his heart. "Alright, then let's split up. You stabilize my sister first, then call Xiaomo."
Ji Ningyan drove to Henteing Mountain Resort.
With trepidation, she walked into the neighborhood.
Feng Liping said she would kneel down and apologize to Xiaomo.
Will Xiaomo come back or not? What if Xiaomo doesn't care about anything anymore? Ji Ningyan was also just taking a gamble.
Gambling on those 5 years of love in the past.
There is still a little bit of status in Xiaomo's heart. Ji Ningyan stepped into the villa. Feng Liping warmly greeted her. "Good daughter, you are back. Have you eaten yet?"
Ji Ningyan impatiently interrupted her.
"Don't talk nonsense.
You remembered that you said you would kneel down and apologize to Xiaomo.
You call now." Ji Xin was displeased. "Sis, why are you doing this to mom? She's an elder." Ji Ningyan said expressionlessly. "First, she brought it up herself. Secondly, as an elder, she utilized kinship moral kidnapping to destroy my marriage with Xiaomo. How is she right?" Ji Xin Yi, you. Feng Liping hurriedly stopped Ji Xin from opening her mouth. "Stop talking. You go get a bowl of lotus seed tea for your sister. Daughter, bring me your cell phone. I'll call Xiaomo now."
Ji Ningyan unlocked her cell phone and handed it to Feng Liping. Ji Xin brought over a bowl of lotus seed tea and handed it to Ji Ningyan with a reluctant expression.
Feng Liping said, "Daughter,
mom made it with her own hands. Try it." Although Ji Ningyan knew that her mother and brother were greedy for money, they were after all her closest relatives. How could she have thought that they would have drugged the tea?
After Ji Ningyan drank it, within a few minutes, the sleeping pills kicked in and she felt intensely sleepy. She wanted to rest against the couch.
Gxinye called out to the servants and helped Ji Ningyan to rest in her room upstairs. He even personally followed him over and hid in the doorway to check. Realizing that Ji Ningyan was indeed asleep before he was relieved, Feng Liping took Ji Ningyan's WeChat and dialed Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was startled when he saw Ji Ningyan's voice call. After confirming the cooperation today, Ji Ningyan also assured Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun that she would not send messages to harass Xiao Mo except for work. It was only then that Xiao Mo added Ji Ningyan's WeChat back. I can't believe the call came right after dinner. He didn't want to answer it, but Shen Lingyun said, "You answer it. She knows I'm with you and she wouldn't call you if it wasn't important." Xiao Mo thought about it and answered the phone. It was actually Feng Liping's voice. "Good son-in-law. Ningyan is back. Come over quickly." Xiao Mo was puzzled in his heart. Ji Ningyan said that she had broken with Feng Liping and the others. How could she suddenly run back? Why was Ji Ningyan's cell phone in Feng Liping's hands again? Xiao Mo asked. What does she want me to go over there for? Feng Liping, you gambled with Ningyan and ran outside alone to open some kind of studio. Why do we need to split two companies as a family? Ningyan said to transfer the shares to you. Xiao Mo said. I said I'm not interested. Don't call to harass me again. Before the words were finished, Gxinye's voice could be heard. Mom, took care of my sister. Now, shoo. Feng Liping was afraid that Xiao Mo would hear it and hurriedly stopped Gxinye. Xiao Mo thought for a moment. Okay, I'll come over now, but there's a bit of traffic on the road. I'll be there as soon as possible. Feng Liping, okay, good son-in-law. We're waiting for you to start dinner. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Mo hurriedly opened the villa surveillance of Hentaying Villa. Shen Lingyun looked at his grave face and asked, did something happen? Xiao Mo sighed, Feng Liping, this person, for the sake of profit, she will do anything. Ji Ningyan may be in danger. I checked the surveillance and called the police immediately. Chapter 129, Feng Liping and Gxinye were arrested by the police. Hearing Xiao Mo say this, Shen Lingyun also became nervous. Xiao Mo pulled up the surveillance of Ji's villa. Feng Liping and Gxinye were still plotting in the living room. Feng Liping asked worriedly, is your medicine reliable? Don't wait for Ningyan to wake up before anyone arrives. Gxinye assured with a swagger. Don't worry, Mom, I've given her several sleeping pills. 10 men would not even wake up if they came to gang up on her. Feng Liping patted her chest and sighed in relief. That's good. Wait, you put this bottle of medicine into the tea. Xiao Mo, that person is very refined. It's impossible to drink the soup I made. At most, drink some water. Make sure it's foolproof. Gxinye caricatured, leave it to me well. Later I will pour tea for him to recognize his mistake. I posture a little lower. When he drank the medicine, it's not up to him. Feng Liping was still uneasy. Why don't I call Lu Ziyu again? If Xiao Mo doesn't come, it'll be cheaper for Lu Ziyu. Xiaomer saved the surveillance and called the police. Feng Liping and Gxinye's cold-bloodedness was far beyond his imagination. Shen Lingyun was equally shocked. When she was in the capital, she had heard about some dogged mansion fighting dramas from her circle. I've even heard of a mistress who, in order to get to the top, hires a hitman to plot an assassination and then helps her lover take the bullet to increase the lover's guilt. But drugging your own daughter and getting men to rape her, and not just to one man, such a thing is unheard of. Xiao Mo sent the security footage to his cell phone and stood up. I'm going over to the Key's house. Take evidence? Yes. Shen Lingyun also stood up. I'll go with you. I'll wait for you outside. Yes. The two of them arrived at the Yunding Mountain Resort. Shen Lingyun hid in the stone pavilion not far away. Xiao Mo walked into the Ji family alone. When Feng Liping saw Xiao Mo, she immediately greeted him attentively. Good son-in-law, Mom has brought you back. Come in and sit down. Where's Ningyan? Xiao Mo asked indifferently. Feng Liping laughed, changing clothes upstairs. We'll soon come down. You first sit down and have a cup of tea. No more drinks. Call Ningyan down and sign the share agreement quickly. Xiao Mo said falsely. He took a seat on the couch. Gxinye walked over with the tea and handed over the steaming tea. Brother-in-law, tired. Have a sip of tea to moisten your throat. Xiao Mo took it, but didn't move it and put it on the coffee table. Seeing this, Feng Liping attentively advised. Son-in-law, this is the finest bilyukan that your brother brought back from Suzhou, specially cooked for you. Gxinye hurriedly followed. That's right, brother-in-law. This tea tastes great. Try it. No need. Seeing Xiao Mo push back, Feng Liping gave Gxinye a wink. Gxinye immediately admitted his mistake. Brother-in-law, we were wrong in the past. Now we realize that nothing is as important as being happy together as a family. Be generous and forgive us. Feng Liping lifted the tea bowl up. Yes, good son-in-law. It's Mom's fault. Mom personally poured tea for you to admit your mistake. You forgive Mom, okay? Xiao Mo took the tea bowl. Feng Liping and Gxinye exchanged a look and waited for Xiao Mo to drink in the drugged tea. But to my surprise, 3 police officers came straight to my door. The police officer in the lead stared sharply at Fong Liping's mother and son, his voice cold and serious. We have received a report that you two are suspected of illegally using prohibited drugs, using drugs to control other people's behavior, and illegally imprisoning other people, and we are now asking you to cooperate with the investigation and hand over all suspicious items. Fong Liping and Gxinyi immediately panicked. Fong Liping shouted, "We didn't do anything, officer, we're innocent." Gxinyi tried to argue, "Officer, this must be a misunderstanding. I'm familiar with your director. Make a call." The policeman interrupted in a cold voice, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we will investigate clearly. The two of you come back to the station with us." Xiao Mo handed the police officer the tea in his hand. Officers were on the scene taking evidence. Xiao Mo tapped on the cell phone monitor. Fong Liping and Gxinyi's voices immediately came. "The one for sister is sleeping pills. Give Xiao Mo that punk this kind of hypnotic, erotic medicine. Your sister is so beautiful. Give him to sleep for nothing. He still has a problem? 10 guys would come and gangbang her and she wouldn't even wake up. If Xiao Mo doesn't come, it'll be cheaper for Luziyu." The three policemen watched and were shocked. It's hard to imagine such words coming from my own mother and brother. Moreover, it was clear from the monitored conversations that it had been Ji Ningyan who had earned the money to support the family. They actually did this to Ji Ningyan. Fong Liping exclaimed, "How did you get the surveillance of my house?" Xiao Mo replied sarcastically, "Because you're heartbroken about the money you spent on hiring workers. I set up all the surveillance in your house. Have you forgotten?" Fong Liping's anger went to her head and she cursed at Xiao Mo. "I said how come the police came to arrest us? So it's you, this murderous punk. Who called the police? You." She lunged over to hit Xiao Mo, but was firmly restrained by the nearest police officer. Fong Liping shouted, "Comrade police, this Xiao peeped into the privacy of my home. You arrest him." The police officer replied, "We investigated before we came here. Mr. Xiao is Miss Ji's legal husband, and the administrator of the surveillance system is also Mr. Xiao. Calling up his own surveillance does not involve breaking the law." The two were taken away by the police. One of the policewomen stayed behind and, together with Xiao Mo, went to the second floor to check on Ji Ningyan's condition. "Ms. Qi, wake up." The policewoman shook Ji Ningyan awake with all her might. Ji Ningyan opened her eyes in a daze, saw Xiao Mo, and was overjoyed, saying vaguely, "Xiao Mo, you really came back. Great. My mom didn't lie to me. She said that as long as I kneel down and apologize to you, you will forgive me." Ji Ningyan's consciousness was still unclear, and as she spoke, tears flowed down her face. Xiao Mo didn't say anything. "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming again? Xiao Mo, why do you refuse to forgive me even in your dreams?" She sobbed sadly. The policewoman didn't know what had happened between the two, but listening to what Ji Ningyan said, she could guess that it was probably because she had wronged Xiao Mo. The policewoman said to Ji Ningyan, "Ms. Ji, are you better now?" It was only then that Ji Ningyan realized that there was another uniformed policewoman present and climbed to her feet in surprise. The policewoman explained, "We received a call from Mr. Xiao reporting that your mother and brother are suspected of illegal use of banned substances, and you are to go to the police station to make a statement." What? Ji Ningyan was completely stunned. A drug ban? She recalled how she had suddenly felt sleepy, and after that she knew nothing more, and saw Xiao Mo and the police standing in front of her again. Immediately understood what was happening. She cried incredulously, "They're the closest thing I have to people. How could they do this to me? Go make a statement. I will also cooperate with the investigation." Xiao Mo dropped a sentence and headed for the door. "Xiao Mo," Ji Ningyan called out to him, "I don't know about this matter at all. Don't blame me, okay?" Xiao Mo turned his back to her and said in a faint voice, "I know that you are a victim. I came here today to stop Fong Liping and Gxinya's criminal behavior. Xiao Mo, you can't let go of me, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly come?" Ji Ningyan looked at him with tears in her eyes, with careful anticipation. However, Xiao Mo just said coldly, "You're overthinking it. Fong Liping called me and I realized something was wrong before I called the police. Normal people with some sense of morality would have done so. Get some rest." Ji Ningyan's sobs sounded behind her. Xiao Mo, however, did not turn around. He knew that the Ji Ningyan of today must hate her family and regret not seeing the face of this rotten family earlier. But at the end of the day, it's still her selfishness and her inability to distinguish between right and wrong for the sake of her own family. Xiao Mo wouldn't sympathize with her either. Walking to the stone pavilion outside the door, Shen Lingyan looked at him with a smile. "Deal with it?" Xiao Mo nodded. "Well, I got tact to say hello over at the detention center. This time it should be enough for the mother and son to drink a pot of water, and they can still leave a record." Chapter 130. Gxinyi greeted ruthlessly at the detention center. Shen Lingyun tilted her head and asked, "You found someone to greet you?" Xiao Mo, "Yes,
De said that he went to arrange for someone and would give Gxinye a little lesson. What's that look on your face?
Xiao Mo saw that Shen Lingyan's face was not quite right and reached out to pinch her cute little face.
Are you thinking I've gone too far? It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Let's go back, Shen Lingyun said. Not angry? Xiao Mo asked tentatively. Shen Lingyun smiled. Not angry. It's a normal person who can't stand by and do nothing. You did the right thing. If Xiao Mo ignores this matter, Feng Liping and Gxinye, the mother and son of the lower head, will certainly find Lu Ziyu to do violence to Ji Ningyan. No matter what Ji Ningyan had done wrong, in the end it wasn't unforgivable. She and Xiao Mo couldn't stand by and watch Ji Ningyan being persecuted. The reason why Shen Lingyan didn't feel too good was because she didn't know that Xiao Mo had already asked Mr. Feng to give Gxinye a little lesson.
While she waited for Xiao Mo in the stone pavilion,
she also looked for Zhang Mingyang and asked him to arrange for the people in the detention center to greet Gxinye. She was torn between whether Gxinye had carried the beating so well or not. Being greeted twice on the same day wouldn't cause any problems, would it? Come on, let's go to the police station and get a statement.
Shen Lingyun changed the subject.
Xiao Mo walked side by side with her on the gravel road. The night was gentle.
Silvery moonlight spilled over the quiet neighborhood,
and the soft streetlight stretched the shadows of the two men.
Ji Ningyan stood in front of the window on the second floor, silently looking at their harmonious and taciturn figures.
The two did not act too closely, just walking side by side like that, chatting a few words every now and then, but giving people a cozy feeling. Even looking at the back from afar, it seemed to be able to feel Xiao Mo's deep tenderness and doting towards Shen Lingyun. Ji Ningyan's tears fell once again. Intense heartache tormented her, making her unable to breathe.
The man who had tolerated her and doted on her with endless patience had left her and never looked back. It wasn't until the policewoman beside her reminded her that Ji Ningyan retrieved her thoughts and went to the police station with the police to make a statement.
Arrived at the police station, witnesses and material evidence. Feng Liping and Gxinye confessed.
Since there was no actual injury, the two men were not guilty of a serious offense. Feng Liping was guilty of abetting,
educated, fined some money,
and drove her back.
Gxinye,
on the other hand, is using prohibited drugs and needs to be detained for 15 days.
The police of the detention center took Gxinye to the detention room. Gxinye was usually a man of the world outside,
but here he still knew how to bow his head and act like a grandson.
Comrade police.
He rubbed his fingertips together and whispered to the police, I'm the heir to the G family, and tomorrow my mom will send some of this to thank you for your discipline.
So look at it, don't you? He meant to try to bribe the civilian police. The police officer snorted, coldly,
in front of the other inmates in the holding cell.
Like you,
who drugged your own sister and can sell out your own sister for profit.
You'd better reflect honestly here. Gxinye's face changed.
He was wheeled into the holding cell. What the civilian police had just said was deliberately addressed to the suspect inside. Prisoners also have a chain of contempt, and at the bottom of it is undoubtedly the strong room inmates, because criminals tend to revere violence. The strongest among the strong are the ones who bully the weak and are most despised.
The situation at the Cloud City Detention Center is similar to that of a prison. The crowd looked at Gxinye, a little white boy,
and hadn't treated him very well in the first place. Now that he heard that he drugged his own sister for the sake of profit, he was simply the scum of the earth and despised him even more.
Gxinye had just entered the detention room when a quilt came down over his head.
Before he could understand the situation,
countless punches and kicks landed heavily on his body. Gxinye was beaten to the point that he was grimacing and in pain.
He shouted at the top of his lungs,
but no one came to care about him.
The more they shouted, the more these men fought.
After a punch and kick, Gxinye guessed that this is the rule in the detention center, and also honest, did not dare to say more, lying in the rancid quilt dying.
Little did he know that his nightmare
was just beginning. Two stout prisoners,
with sardonic smiles on their faces,
approached Gxinye and ripped off the covers covering his head. Don't hit me, I'm G's crown prince, I'll give you money, Gxinye shouted. G counts as an ass, even pro-sister scourge, dirty thing like you, say it is all insulting. The heavenly king would beat you up if he came.
One of the brawny men grabbed him by the hair and slammed him hard against the wall,
only to hear a duong sound. Gxinye was hit to the eyes, brain buzzing, feeling like his head was being opened like, severe pain unbearable.
Without waiting for him to catch his breath, the other big man lifted his foot and kicked Gxinye hard in the stomach.
Gxinye stifled a grunt of pain as the taste of blood welled up in his mouth. Immediately afterward,
a new round of punches and kicks landed on his face and body, hurting 10 times more than if he had just been wrapped in a blanket.
Gxinye was clear that there were no rules here, only the weak and the strong,
and he could only endure. But he resented Xiao Mo fiercely in his heart.
If it wasn't for Xiao Mo,
he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. After the second round of beatings, Xin Yi leaned against the waterlogged corner, his body aching as if it were falling apart. The air smelled damp and musty, and the pampered man was unaccustomed to it. But he can only wait for the 15 days of detention to pass and get the hell out of here, before he could rest for a few minutes. The thin man who had been in the corner and hadn't moved, stood up. The thin man walked up to Xin Yi, his face grim. Xin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and said contemptuously, "You're a skinny bamboo pole and you want to beat up old me? Get the hell away from me." The other man sneered without retorting, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up like a chicken *******. Xin Yi, a little astigmatism, just now did not look carefully, only now realized that the man just looked thin. The actual body of the tendon meat, arm strength is amazing. "You, don't hit me, I'll give you money, my mom will come to deliver the money tomorrow." The man didn't even bother to pay attention to him, dragging Xin Yi over to the toilet and pressing his entire head into it. The tip of his nose was only half an inch from the urine in the bucket. The strong smell of urine smoked Xin Yi's eyes and made him nauseous. He coughed violently. "Wait a minute." One of the big men who had just punched Xin Yi spoke up. "Dude, who's the man?" The man asked back. "What about you guys?" The man who scratched his hair said. "We were instructed to do so by TAC." The man sneered. "Young Zhang." The big man laughed instead. "It's still young Zhang who is ruthless, finding a murderer like you to teach him a lesson." Xin Yi exclaimed. "What? A murderer? You guys lied to me. How can there be a murderer in the detention center?" The big man was happy. "How is that impossible? The case is still on trial. We all know he killed someone, but the court hasn't officially ruled yet and he's locked up here with us. Are you legally illiterate, buddy?" Another big man who kicked Xin Yi in the stomach said. If he wasn't legally illiterate, how could he do such a thing as drugging? Watched too many TV dramas, didn't he? The skinny man, however, said nothing and pressed Xin Yi's head into the urine, smothering him for a full 2 minutes before dragging him out. Looking at the dying Xin Yi, the skinny man said, "Tonight you'll sleep holding the toilet. If you dare to move, I'll break your arms and legs." Xin Yi's face was full of urine, so disgusted that he vomited one after another, but he didn't dare to resist. Tonight was destined to be a difficult night. The big man who grabbed his hair laughed. "Man, I really want to know who you've offended. To make two big brothers, Da and Zhang Xiao, find someone to greet you at the same time. You're quite a rowdy." Chapter 131 All-Pair Banquet. Must not leave. That night, Xin Yi was in agony. Skinny man rules he can't leave the toilet. He also had to hold the toilet when the others were having a hard time and splattered all over his face. It was hard to make it to the morning. And finally I was able to get through it without having to get intimate with the toilet. The skinny man woke up and beat Xin Yi severely again. Xin Yi was so anxious that he defended with a sobbing voice. "I did exactly what you said. Why are you still hitting me?" The skinny man said irritably. "Do I need a reason to beat you just to beat you?" The two dudes who cleaned up Xin Yi yesterday also woke up, and when they heard this dialogue, they couldn't help but join in and give Xin Yi another beating. Fong Liping spent some money to visit her son. Seeing her beloved son bruised and swollen, covered with a foul odor, Fong Liping was heartbroken. "Xin Yi, who did this to you?" Xin Yi became angry when he heard her cry. "You still have the nerve to say that? If you didn't have to offend Xiao Mo, would I be so miserable?" Yesterday, he had heard it all. The so-called Tak and Zhang Xiao, both of whom were Xiao Mo's collaborators. The two big brothers were looking for someone to clean him up to take it out on Xiao Mo. Fong Liping gritted her teeth. "It's this trash Xiao Mo again. Just shut up," and scolding Xiao Mo. "Do you want your son to die in prison?" Xin Yi cursed. Don't look at Fong Liping in front of Ji Ningyan and Xiao Mo, arrogant like a queen mother. In front of her son she was similar to a lackey. Being scolded by her son, she immediately said curtly, "Xin Yi, don't worry, Mom will definitely find a way to find someone to get you out." "Then why are you still nagging here? Hurry up and think of something." How could Xin Yi not be anxious? He gets beat up several times a day in prison and sleeps with only a toilet in his arms, and he doesn't want to be here for a second. Fong Liping hurriedly left. She went to call Ji Ningyan's phone, and Ji Ningyan didn't answer at all. She went to the company to look for her, and Ji Ningyan also closed her office door and didn't see her. Fong Liping asked Ji Weijia to think of something. Ji Weijia scolded her again, blaming her for not controlling her son. Fong Liping became an ant on the hot pot and was in a hurry. It's the weekend again. It's been a big week. Shin Lingyun and Xiao Mo also worked overtime at the company on Sunday. After all the business of Ji's internet department was handed over, Shin Lingyun took the initiative to propose that 2 new departments be set up to separate the e-commerce and new media business. For the new staff, Hu Man and Shen Xiaoru are responsible for doing the training,
Work efficiency has increased quite a bit. The company is running well and has successfully passed the early stage of capital constraints, manpower shortage and market development difficulties. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaomo finished the meeting with the backbone who worked overtime in the company and went to find Shin Lingyun to have dinner together. No, I'm going to work overtime and work all night today, Shin Lingyun said with certainty. Why? Xiaomo didn't understand at all. Startup companies have a lot of affairs, and overtime is the norm, but the work Xiaomo assigned to Shin Lingyun was not to the point of staying up all night. Besides, she's mainly in charge of personnel at the moment. Working all night and interviewing who? Shin Lingyun hugged the hourglass Xiaomo had given her and said sullenly, I'm apprehensive in my heart and need work to ease it. Seeing Xiaomo's face with a question mark, Shin Lingyun had to announce the answer. Who knows if you'll back out tomorrow? Xiaomo suddenly realized. He made an appointment with Ji Ningyan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get a divorce certificate. Shin Lingyun was worried that he would back out. What's there to backtrack on? Told you that my marriage to her was over the moment I signed the agreement. Xiaomo thought for a moment and added, it's also a contractual relationship in itself. A farce. Really? Shin Lingyun asked uneasily. Xiaomo rubbed her hair. What do you want to eat? Go to my place. I had Shin Ai order takeout. Xiaomo returned to the apartment with Shin Lingyun. Zhao Shernai excitedly set the dishes on the table. Brother Xiao, these are just ordered. Small hanging pear soup, ice sugar stewed snow pear salad, pear pudding, pineapple goulash, pineapple fried rice, and this pineapple pizza. How is it? Do you like it? Xiaomo looked at Shin Lingyun speechlessly. Zhao Shernai must have done this at her behest. A table full of pears. He's got to leave. Thank you for the all-pear feast, Xiaomo said with a smile. Shin Lingyun raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything. Xiaomo sat down at the table. Let's eat. Which one to start with first? Instead, Zhao Shernai became embarrassed. Well, these are desserts. I'll go to the kitchen now to get the dishes. She rushed to the kitchen. Xiaomo shouted at the kitchen. I won't eat it if it's not a pear. Zhao Shernai. Shin Lingyun sat beside Xiaomo, who took her hand and coaxed her. The Civil Affairs Bureau doesn't work on weekends. That's why it was delayed until Monday. Don't get angry over this little thing. Shin Lingyun's watery peach blossom eyes, containing a ghostly grudge, sighed quietly. If brother has such an attitude, it would be better to just ignore me and look like I'm being a bit unreasonable. Xiaomo, familiar with her attributes of this Dayu possession, picked up the stew pot of ice sugar stewed snow pear on the table and fed her a bite. Is it sweet? Xiaomo asked. Shin Lingyun was clearly sweet to the heart, but her mouth was still unforgiving. Brother treats sister like this. How can sister's heart not be touched? Sister is only afraid that brother saw that sentimental sister turn around and forget sister again. Xiaomo put down the stew pot and said as if offhandedly, I went to look at the house. Shin Lingyun immediately closed her mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. Xiaomo explained, here's what I'm thinking. We'll buy a set of 3 rooms and 1 hall in the city. Both of our parents are on this side. We'll settle on this side for the wedding house first. When the second half of the year, the company's profits roll out, we can consider buying a villa. If you want to go back to the capital, when our company's operation is stabilized, we will buy a set over there, and it's okay for me to go over there. The house is written in both of our names, and when the funds are generous, then we can buy a house for your parents. Do you think this is okay? Shin Lingyun didn't expect him to say this. After all, when he started the business, he had given up half of his shares to her. Now that I'm considering marriage, I'm going to add her name to the real estate license straight away. Shin Lingyun was suddenly too moved to speak. This bit of real estate, of course, is nothing to the capital circle's great lady. What moved her was the man's heart. He would give her everything he had. At that moment, Xiao Yalin's phone call came. Xiaomo went to the balcony to answer the phone. Zhao Xiao came out with the dish tray, looking at Shin Lingyun's tearful appearance. Panicked a batch. Sis, he didn't propose, did he? I just turned around and missed such an important episode? Shin Lingyun was said by her to laugh. No, he wants to buy ready house to get married. Write my name. He said that after the profits came out, buy me a villa, buy a set for my parents as well. He also said that if I want to return to the capital, buy a house over there, go over there to develop. I go to. Zhao Xiao remembered that no wonder Xiaomo had been going out for a few hours every day for the last week, so it turned out that he had gone to look at houses. Xiao doesn't say anything. He only looks at the house silently. He's really practical. Zhao Shernai was envious. Chapter 132, I'll only play with you. Zhao Xiaoai and Shin Lingyun were talking when Xiaomo walked back. My mom called and asked me about the divorce papers and I told her not to keep interfering. Xiaomo sat back down and explained with a smile. However, my mom has tortured Feng Liping quite badly during this period of time, coupled with the fact that Feng Liping's son is in the detention center. She has already suffered a nervous breakdown.
and she has to take sleeping pills at night in order to fall asleep.
Zhao Shirai said cooperatively. What a great pleasure. Xiao Mo glanced at Shen Lingyun. Don't worry, the bad things are all in the past.
This time to give them mother and son such a big lesson.
In the future Foam Liping won't dare to make a scene again.
Shen Lingyun smiled and helped him serve a bowl of chicken soup.
That's good. Drink the soup.
Xiao Mo looked at her jade hands glowing with cold white light and suddenly asked.
I heard that there are 2 waves of people greeting Gxinyi in the detention center, and the other wave was arranged by you?
Shen Lingyun's soup bowl in his hand all nearly fell,
and hurriedly put the bowl on the table, and said sheepishly, that. I looked for Ming Yang. I think that's such a good opportunity. Cannot be cheap to that underbelly, or not to give him a little lesson. He dares to next time, so that your family Ningyan will be in danger. Xiao Mo was finally still exasperated by her and laughed. That last sentence is a big no-no.
Shen Lingyun bit her nails.
Sorry, it went off the rails.
Xiao Mo pinched her small hand and lightly reprimanded with a smile.
No more talking. Oh, got it. Shen Lingyun, who knew she was in the wrong, immediately conceded. Drink soup. Drink soup. Xiao Mo, however, stared at her and spoke in a deep voice. You and Ming Yang are very close? Shen Lingyun, when did I get attached to Zhang Mingyang? If it weren't for chasing you, he'd be nothing to me at all. So? Asked Shen Lingyun tentatively.
Xiao Mo's eyes were calm, but his tone was a bit light and sultry.
It's like you only yell at him to make out.
Shen Lingyun was a bit frantic.
Xiao Mo was jealous. She didn't mean to shout at Ming Yang either. On that day,
Zhang Mingyang introduced himself with a very low posture,
saying just call me Ming Yang.
Plus Zhang Mingyang in her pursuit of her husband
did make a significant contribution. She subconsciously always shouted so. Ahem. Actually, Ming.
Xiao Zhang this person.
Quite enthusiastic. He is married. Xiao Mo said faintly. Yes, all married. Still have time to play games with you. How not to bring a baby? Shen Lingyun's heart said I've gone. So it's vinegar for this.
Shen Lingyun seldom plays games after work.
Zhang Mingyang is a game fan. Human vegetable addiction. Playing the game is always continuous kneeling. Last night, Shen Lingyun approached Zhang Mingyang and asked Gxinyi about his situation in prison.
But Zhang Mingyang lost on his head and told Shen Lingyun to wait,
saying he would win a hand before reporting back. Not only is he a dish himself, but he has to bring along Chan Ka-heng, who is even more of a dish than he is. I ended up playing for 2 hours and didn't win a single game. Shen Lingyun really cannot stand it. On their own on the number, pulled Zhao Shirai and pulled a circle of a professional player to play the field, which led Zhang Mingyang and Shen Jiaxing won a hand, and successfully listened to the report. Shen Lingyun explained to Xiao Mo. That's what happened yesterday. I only played a handful of times and Shin Ai was there, not alone. She saw that Xiao Mo didn't say anything, and her voice was soft and pouty. If you don't like it, I won't play games with the opposite sex in the future. Okay? Xiao Mo rubbed her hair. It's not like you're not allowed to play with other people. If it's a game, it's fine if I'm there. He always felt that Zhang Mingyang had an inexplicable balking at Shen Lingyun. So, he wasn't a big fan of them being alone, even if it was a game. Shen Lingyun's head shook into a weighty drum. No, I won't play with anyone else in the future. I'll only play with you alone. Xiao Mo had always been emotionally stable and wouldn't get angry over trivial matters. It was rare to be jealous for a time, and Shen Lingyun's heart was sweet as if she had drunk honey. Zhao Xiaoai couldn't hold back. Brother and sister, I'm still here. Can't you see me? This handful of stuffed dog food. Press the head plugs. Just stuff it hard. Zhao Shirai is all full. Xiao Mo was a bit embarrassed. Shen Lingyun was Zhao Xiaoai's boss anyway, and her face skin was already thick. Shen Lingyun rebuked Zhao Shirai in turn. Then why don't you think about why you're still here? Well, my bad. Excuse me. Zhao Xiaoai then remembered that there was really no need for her to appear as a big light bulb, and hurriedly fled with her bag. In fact, she wanted to stay and see what the two of them were going to play. It was just a shame that Missy was sure to get mad if she continued to stay. After Zhao Xiaoai left, Shen Lingyun became even more well-behaved and soft, asking Xiao Mo in a pouty manner, tell me anything you think I'm doing wrong and I'll change it. Xiao Mo mercifully pinched her small face. You're fine. You don't need to change anything. Instead, it's me. Where do I do something that makes you unsatisfied? You have to tell me. He's straightforward and not very good at reading girls' minds. Well, enough about that. Drink the soup. It's getting cold. Before the words were finished, Xiao Mo's cell phone rang. It's Ji Ningyan's phone. Xiao Mo pressed the hang-up button, but Ji Ningyan called again. He simply muted his cell phone. Shen Lingyun glanced at him, bit her lip, and hesitated for a few seconds. Still, she offered. Why don't you answer it? Maybe she's up to something? I've already handed over the cooperation aspect to Xiao Ru to take charge of. She's calling now. The probability is that it's for Gxinye's matter. That would have been their own family's problem.
I can help. Call the police has already been benevolent and righteous.
I don't want to care about the rest. Xiao Mo picked up the soup bowl, not intending to continue talking about this.
Shen Lingyun thought about it and shook her head.
No, since she has already broken with her family,
and her brother treated her like that,
how could she be pleading for him? I guess it should be about your divorce. Xiao Mo's tone, devoid of the usual gentleness towards Shen Lingyun, said coldly, the license will be issued tomorrow. I have nothing to say to her. Shen Lingyun sighed. You pick it up, see what she really wants to do, and if there's anything, it's all dealt with during the cooling off period, so as not to pull it off later.
Xiao Mo felt that it made sense when he heard Shen Lingyun say this.
He pressed the speakerphone button. Ji Ningyan's voice was a bit hoarse,
and her tone was timid and pleading.
Xiao Mo, can you come back here? Xiao Mo strangely asked back. Why should I go back? Ji Ningyan, I still have some things I want to tell you. Xiao Ma, then you can say it on the phone. Ji Ningyan hesitated for a few seconds and softly begged Xiao Mo. We're officially divorced tomorrow, and I called Grandpa to the house, and I wanted to make things clear to him today so that the old man wouldn't be irritated then. Xiao Mo decisively refused. I'll explain clearly to Grandpa on his side. There's no need to go over there. Do you have anything else?
Ji Ningyan suddenly brought a bit of a crying voice.
Xiao Mo, Grandpa's body really isn't very good. Just think of it as for the sake of Grandpa. Can we explain it face to face? Xiao Mo, alas. Ji Ningyan, you don't use Grandpa to pressure me anymore. What's the matter? Tomorrow after receiving the divorce certificate, it's not too late to talk about it. Ji Ningyan cried. Xiao Mo, don't be like this. I know it's all my fault. Chapter 133, Ji Ningyan's entanglement. Xiao Mo didn't want to keep pulling with her. Now that you know it's all your fault, take care of it yourself. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan didn't know what to say and just cried. Xiao Mo hung up the phone. Suddenly,
Xiao Mo saw Shen Lingyun and waved her hand at him.
Xiao Mo looked at her suspiciously.
Shen Lingyun held Xiao Mo's hand and softly said to Xiao Mo,
you'd better go back.
She's not above making fun of Grandpa's health.
Xiao Mo sighed. These can be put to later. Tomorrow's divorce. What's the point of going back tonight? Besides, I don't want you to misunderstand anything. Shen Lingyun shook her head. You go over there. In case what she said is true and the old man is really irritated, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Xiao Mo, are you sure you want me to come over? Shen Lingyun firmly nodded. Well,
I believe you will take care of things. She is not much of a talker and will only be anxious when things happen.
If you are there, you will at least be able to control the situation. If the old man has an accident because of this matter, can we not feel at ease for the rest of our lives? Xiao Mo thought for a few seconds and nodded. Okay, I'll go and explain to Grandpa and come back. I won't get too involved with her. Xiao Mo's fingertips gently rubbed Shen Lingyun's cute little face. She was so gentle and considerate and always had his best interest at heart. How could he possibly live up to this precious sentiment? I'll eat with you when I get back. He softly coaxed her. Aha!
Shen Lingyun didn't want him to be embarrassed and raised a bright smile.
However, after Xiao Mo left,
Shen Lingyun immediately lost her gentle,
considerate, and reasonable appearance.
She panicked a batch and called Zhao Shirai up.
Dead. I let him go back to see his ex-wife. They won't be rekindling their old feelings, right?
Shen Lingyun was so anxious that she spun around next to the sofa and pulled her hair with her hands.
Zhao Shirai I didn't understand and was greatly shocked. Then why did you let him see his ex-wife?
Shen Lingyun briefly described what had happened.
Zhao Shirai Missy, although I understand your understanding, there's a reason why you've been single for so many years. How can you give your love rival a chance? Shen Lingyun hung her head and sat on the sofa. Am I being too martial?
Just now before he left I should have given him a lingering hot kiss to make him think of my goodness and he wouldn't.
Zhao Shirai had a question mark on her face. You gave him a hot kiss and teased him with desire before going to meet your ex-wife?
I'll give you 82 points for this wave of operation and return the rest in the form of 666.
Shen Lingyun.
Ji Ningyan hung up the phone and wiped away her tears. She hadn't wanted to morally kidnap Xiao Mo in this form, but there was nothing else she could do.
Tomorrow is the official day for the divorce papers. If she doesn't redeem Xiao Mo, she may never get the chance. Ji Ningyan sat alone on the sofa,
her body shaking slightly from nervousness. She kept looking toward the door, her eyes searching for the handsome figure. It wasn't until Xiao Mo's familiar figure reappeared at that doorway that Ji Ningyan realized that the person who had haunted her had become so unfamiliar. Xiao Mo walked in with a cold face and froze when he saw the candlelit dinner and roses on the table. The scene before me resembled the day of my 5th wedding anniversary. The difference was that the food and decorations today were set up by Ji Ningyan, and the person waiting at home was also Ji Ningyan. He became the one who was expected. Ji Ningyan was wearing an elegant white dress, outlining her slender figure, and her body seemed to have less of the usual coolness and more gentleness. She walked towards Xiao Mo in a graceful manner, her beautiful eyes containing tenderness and anticipation, and said gently,
Xiao Mo. You haven't had dinner yet, right? These are all made by me. Try my handiwork. Xiao Mo lowered his eyes and looked at Ji Ningyan. She wore delicate light makeup, her beautiful melon face with earnest expectation, that pair of always cold almond eyes, but at this moment condensed with watery affection, urgently looking at him, praying for his forgiveness. However, Xiao Mo's eyes no longer had any ripples in them, and his gaze looked at her faintly, as if he was scrutinizing a distant memory. The feelings that were once there, like dust blown away by the wind, have long since disappeared without a trace. Xiao Mo shook his head. No need. Where is Grandpa? We'll have a showdown with Grandpa now. But I've studied for a long time. I won't be a poor baker now. Try it. I promise it tastes good. Ji Ningyan softly begged. She wanted to go for Xiao Mo's hand. Xiao Mo, however, avoided it. If you don't want Grandpa to blame you, we can say it's a personality disagreement and not mention anything else, and Grandpa will understand. And I don't want him to be irritated. Xiao Mo, I promised you that I would learn to be a good wife, and all those years in the past, when we had a famous marriage, I didn't think about what I really wanted. Don't say this to me again. Xiao Mo coldly interrupted her. You know, I'm a person who is hard to listen to. I'll leave if you talk about this again. Ji Ningyan's eyes reddened. She knew that Xiao Mo's feelings for her had stopped the moment she ran to Luzayu. She was also very conscious of the fact that she was doing all this in vain. Xiao Mo had a better woman by his side, better than her, more dazzling, and better able to cherish his goodness. She's not willing to let go just like that. Ji Ningyan wiped her tears and said softly, you sit on the sofa and wait for a moment. I'll go and call Grandpa. Xiao Mo sat on the couch and swiped his cell phone. Ji Ningyan left. Xiao Mo felt that there was a strong fragrance in the air, and when he looked at the incense burner on the coffee table with an ancient shape, a wisp of green smoke rose up. He didn't care, and continued to watch the short video, mentally organizing his language, thinking about what he could tell the old man later that would be more acceptable to him. It wasn't long before he heard the sound of light footsteps. A slender white jade hand was gently placed on his shoulder. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan softly called his name. Xiao Mo raised his eyes, but realized that Ji Ningyan was still the only person in front of him. She changed into a white halter lace nightgown. Soft silk fabric wrapped delicate curves, white glistening skin in the lace lining. Through a few hazy temptation, she sat on the sofa, wrapped her arms around Xiao Mo's waist, and looked up at him, her delicate red lips with an ambiguous invitation. Xiao Mo felt a strange agitation in his body. What did you incense? You do? Just a little promotion of erotic fragrance. It is a formal aromatherapy. You can rest assured that it is harmless to the body. Ji Ningyan's voice was soft. Her slender jade hand climbed onto Xiao Mo's collar, trying to help him undo the buttons. Xiao Mo pushed her away with force. Ji Ningyan, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Chapter 134, A Belated Deep Love. Cheaper than grass. Ji Ningyan's expression was hurt. Her hands were on her knees, rubbing her fingers nervously. Her cheeks flushed with blush. Her body shivered slightly and her voice carried a light tremor. It was the first time she had ever done anything like this, and she was already nervous in her own right. Xiao Mo's reaction embarrassed her even more. Ji Ningyan said arduously, Xiao Mo, it was all my fault in the past. I listened to my mom's instigation. I never fulfilled my responsibilities as a wife. I will change. You believe me. She stood up and took a step towards Xiao Mo, once again embracing him tightly. I'll really change. I'll give you anything. Don't you like kids? I'll give you children. I'll give you the shares of G's and you'll manage the company. Or, if you want to live a quiet life, I'll sell all the shares in my hand and we'll find a secluded place to live in seclusion. You let go of me. Xiao Mo once again pushed her away with force. Ji Ningyan fell onto the sofa in a sorry state, her long hair messily covering her beautiful face as tears slipped from her beautiful eyes. Ji Ningyan, you told me to come back and talk to Grandpa. You lied to me, right? Xiao Mo was incredulous. He didn't expect Ji Ningyan to tell such a lie in order to win him back. Ji Ningyan sobbed. I'm sorry, Xiao Mo. I know it's my fault, but if I didn't say that, you wouldn't have come back to see me at all. Xiao Mo walked to the door of the villa in big strides and pulled it open, letting the penetrating wind pour in. The restlessness in his body was relieved by a breath of fresh air. Xiao Mo angrily questioned Ji Ningyan. You're doing this kind of thing now. What's the difference between you and that underling mom of yours? Ji Ningyan cried and explained. I don't mean that. I just have no way out. Xiao Mo, I don't want a divorce. I can give it to you. As long as you don't leave me, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Mo laughed coldly. You think I'm trying to figure this out? Ji Ningyan, not only did you trample on my sincerity towards you, you also insulted my personality. At first, in order to pay off your debt, I sold my company cheaply to get $15 million to fill the hole for you. Do you think that I can't find one of your caliber with this money? As for me to bet my youth and future on you,
His tone was tinged with intense disappointment and anger. Ji Ningyan's behavior made him feel that the past 5 years had been even more worthless. Ji Ningyan's tears, like broken pearls rolling down. She once again walked to Xiaomo's side, her hands tightly gripping his arm, pleading, her broken voice carrying endless remorse. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. It's me who was stupid enough to let my mom manipulate me. It's me who couldn't see my own heart. It's me who was too backward to appreciate what you've given me. I have no other relationship with Lu Ziyu. I just believed his empty promises. I thought he could bring glory to Ji. I was the one who was greedy. After you left, I realized that you were the one I should cherish the most. I don't want anything right now. I just want you to come back to me. Will you give me another chance? If you are unable to let go of Xin Lingyun, I don't mind her existence. All my possessions are yours, and I can make peace with her. Xiao Mo looked at her in shock. Ji Ningyan, just how many more ruinous words are you going to say? Even if you don't have an illicit relationship with Lu Ziyu, it doesn't hide the fact that you saw the benefit of the doubt in the first place. Ling Yun is in love with me. Why should she share her husband with a selfish woman like you? Xiao Mo, you listen to me. Enough, let this farce end here. I wouldn't have come to see you today. It was Ling Yun who was worried about Grandpa's health and asked me to come. But unfortunately, she's still too kind and actually trusts people like you. Ji Ningyan, you have to understand that belated deep love is cheaper than grass, so don't make me resent you again. Ji Ningyan saw that Xiao Mo was about to leave, and she unexpectedly knelt in front of him with a flutter. She clutched the corner of Xiao Mo's pants and cried and begged, Xiao Mo, don't leave me. I really can't live without you. You don't want to aggravate Xin Lingyun, then I'll be your lover. I don't fight for anything. I'll give you everything. Large tears rolled down her pale face. Her eyes were filled with despair. Her heart seemed to have a big invisible hand clenching it tightly, and the intense pain caused her entire body to constantly shake. At the moment, she looked like a fragile glass doll that seemed to be falling apart at any moment. Xiao Mo had no sympathy for her. It was all her own doing. Feng Liping had brainwashed her into a tool person who paid for the Ji family. It didn't teach her to love herself, much less how to love people. Everything she does is from a selfish point of view. The current redemption is only because Xiao Mo is more valuable to her. His eyes were calm, and he looked down on her remorse-filled face, and said faintly, I know you and Lu Ziyu grew up together. Also know that he's the white moon you can't get enough of. If you would have taken a little time when he was back in the country to realize how much I really gave you, or maybe if you did a little bit of deliberation before you chose, maybe we wouldn't have gotten this far. But the scales of your feelings are tipped in his favor. That was the moment our relationship ended. Xiao Mo looked at her sexy clothes. Her thoughts were still the same that Feng Liping had instilled, believing that a woman's body was the best weapon against men. Xiao Mo's disappointed but calm voice sounded above Ji Ningyan's head. Ji Ningyan, I have emotional cleanliness. Unfaithful love is too dirty for me. Don't say anything about being my lover. I won't sleep with you even if I sleep with anyone. Xiao Mo broke away from Ji Ningyan's hand and left in large strides. His back was, as always, determined and unfeeling. Ji Ningyan knew that she could never get Xiao Mo back. Despair overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, and her heart ached as if it had been torn hard. She had thought that Xiao Mo would always guard her fondly, and that no matter what she did, he would wait silently behind her. It turns out that even the deepest love has an expiration date. Stop at betrayal and disloyalty. Ji Ningyan crouched on the cold floor, emotionally broken down and lost her voice. It's just a shame that no one will ever pity her tears again. Xiao Mo returned to Shen Lingyun's apartment. Shen Lingyun had just been in a hurry in her room, worshipping all the gods and praying that they wouldn't get back together. The moment Xiao Mo entered the door, Shen Lingyun immediately changed into a gentle and considerate smile. Back? Xiao Mo let out a hum and rolled up his shirt sleeves. I'm going to go make dinner. The meal is not. Ouch. Zhao Xia AI just wanted to speak, but Shen Lingyun pinched her, signaling her to shut up. Shen Lingyun could already tell that Xiao Mo was in a very bad mood, and cooking was just to alleviate the negative emotions. The dishes are in the refrigerator. Just get whatever you want, Shen Lingyun said. Xiao Mo didn't say anything, went to the refrigerator and took a few dishes and went into the kitchen. The sound of dishes being washed rang out. Zhao Xia AI found an excuse to slip away. Shen Lingyun walked into the kitchen and hugged Xiao Mo from behind, her face pressed against his shoulder as she asked with concern, What's wrong? Chapter 135 Congratulations on the divorce, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Mo sighed. Ji Ningyan lied to me. She didn't even call Grandpa over. Xiao Mo couldn't say any more. He never dreamed that Ji Ningyan would do such a ruinous thing. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Shen Lingyun smelled the perfume on Xiao Mo. Combined with the fact that Xiao Mo was in such a bad mood, she could probably guess what Ji Ningyan had done. It was nothing more than trying to use physical seduction to keep Xiao Mo. Looking at the current situation, Xiao Mo must have rejected her, but he also felt Ji Ningyan's trampling on his true heart. Shin Lingyun had mixed feelings for a moment and didn't know what to say. Xiao Mo softly said, I'm fine, go sit in the living room. I'll make you something delicious. Good. Shin Lingyun didn't say much and silently left the kitchen. She knew that Xiao Mo needed a little space to digest the negative emotions. Xiao Mo made a few home-cooked dishes, and the two of them finished eating in silence. Shin Lingyun suggested watching a movie. The two sat on the couch, turned off the living room lights, and turned on the TV. Lean in and watch a movie like you did in middle school. Shin Lingyun picked a classic comedy movie, their favorite when they were kids. Laughing and smiling, the two seemed to go back to the carefree days of middle school. Xiao Mo remembered these 5 years, in the Ji family, facing heavy responsibilities and work pressure, phone liping, Ji Xin Yi and other people's blank stares, and Ji Ningyan's merciless betrayal. He lowered his eyes and looked at Shin Lingyan beside him. The girl was smiling like a flower, her beautiful face full of meekness and good behavior. He reached up and rubbed her hair. She narrowed her eyes like a cute kitten whose fur had been smoothed, her smile dripping with happiness and contentment. Xiao Mo suddenly felt that all the bad things in his life had passed in this moment of having her with him. The past is like a cloud. Monday, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Mo brought up his documents and information and waited at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ji Ningyan walked slowly. She had no makeup on, had lost her old radiant beauty, and her face was haggard. Her eyelids were puffy and there were deep bruises under her eyes, and she seemed to have shed tears all night. Xiao Mo, however, didn't sympathize with her and just said calmly, go in and get the license. The next step in the process, take a picture, wait for a number to be called, go through the divorce process and get your license, all in one go. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Mo barely communicated with Ji Ningyan, didn't even look at her. Finally the book of divorce is in hand. Xiao Mo felt completely relieved. Ji Ningyan held the divorce certificate, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. She finally destroyed her marriage with her own hands and made the one person who loved her the most disappear. Xiao Mo left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan called out to him with tears in her eyes and quickly chased after him. Xiao Mo stopped in his tracks. Anything else? Ji Ningyan choked and said, Xiao Mo, I am sorry. Yesterday is my ghostly mind. I should not do that. Just so you know. Ji Ningyan's tearful eyes gazed at his familiar side face and pleaded in a low voice. Xiao Mo, can we still be friends in the future? Xiao Mo smiled faintly and shook his head. There's no need. When he finished, he left at a quick pace. He still hasn't turned around. Ji Ningyan looked sadly at his determined back. Not far away, Shin Lingyan stood playfully under the shade of a roadside tree, quietly waiting for him. Ji Ningyan watched Xiao Mo walk toward Shin Lingyan and watched them smile at each other. If she had known that the person she couldn't let go of was herself, no matter what, she wouldn't have trampled on Xiao Mo's true heart. However, there are no what-ifs in life. It was all her own fault, and she had no one else to blame. Ji Ningyan lowered her head, wiped her tears, and left this sad place. Xiao Mo arrived in front of Shin Lingyun. Shin Lingyun looked at him with a smiling face. Don? The girl asked, cocking her head. Aha! Xiao Mo took out the divorce certificate and raised it, but Shin Lingyun snatched it away. Hey, what's there to see here? You control me? As if she couldn't believe it, Shin Lingyun looked at it several times over and over again until she confirmed the information on it. Then she hooked her lips and smiled at Xiao Mo. The pictures are awesome. Xiao Mo took back the divorce certificate and pocketed it. Although, documents mean the end of a wrong relationship and herald the beginning of a new life. But there is, after all, the message of marriage on it. Shen Lingyun's upturned peach blossom eyes, watery, looked at Xiao Mo and said happily, Congratulations, Mr. Sha. Xiao Mo nodded and smiled. Ditto, MS. Shun. Shin Lingyun took a step closer, her bright eyes filled with eager anticipation. So when are you going to send me a boyfriend? Xiao Mo said. Wait a while. The smile on Shin Lingyun's face disappeared and she asked eagerly. Why? Xiao Ma asked back suspiciously. You think it's today? Shen Lingyun was speechless. She's just thinking about establishing a relationship, forgetting that today is Sha Mo's divorce day. If they finalize their relationship today, then in the future, the anniversary of their relationship will be the same day as Xiao Mo's divorce day. Every time he has an anniversary, he has to think about the fact that Xiao Mo divorced Ji Ningyan, and then review his 5 years of failed marriage. Nimbus will always be with you. Shin Lingyun pursed her lips and reluctantly said, Alright. Xiao Mo patted her head. Let's go. Back to the office. There are things to do. Shen Lingyun followed him upside down. Are you just going to leave? Xiao Mo wondered. Then what else? Shen Lingyun stretched out her small white and pretty hand, meaning to let him hold her hand. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow and said faintly, Haven't established a relationship with you yet. MS. Shun. You. Asshole. Shen Lingyun gritted her teeth in anger. Just don't hold hands with her. Surprisingly, she even laughed at her. You're a straight man of steel. You got divorced for a reason. Xiaomo is tall and long-legged and walks fast. Shen Lingyun shook his head and fell a long way behind. She caught up with him at a quick pace and, without a second thought, took his arm. Xiaomo smiled and asked, "What for?" "Social etiquette, Mr. Xiao." Shen Lingyun skimmed her pretty little mouth and said slyly. Xiaomo scratched her little nose. "Let's go." The two returned to the office. Shen Lingyun entered Xiaomo's office. Xiaomo had just closed the door and was ready to start working. Shen Lingyun then stuck up, wrapped her hands around his waist and said softly, "There's always a deposit, right?" Xiaomo pursed his lips and smiled as he pulled her into his arms, tenderly embracing the girl's fragrant and soft body. Chapter 136, Who's actually at the sales office? Xiaomo quietly wrapped his arms around Shen Lingyun. His arm encircled her slender, beautiful back. Her head rested against his chest. The sound of his steady, strong heartbeat in her ears. It made her feel incredibly at ease. They didn't speak, just quietly embraced each other. Already worth 1,000 words. All the worries and clamor seemed to be isolated. At this moment, time stood still, and only each other's body heat and heartbeats intertwined between heaven and earth. Love flows gently. After a long time, Xiaomo gently let go of Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun's pretty little face flushed red as she raised her soft peach blossom eyes and looked at him with affection. "Is it enough?" Xiaomo asked with a smile. Shen Lingyun nodded. Xiaomo turned around, intending to go to the desk to get the information for approval, but Shen Lingyun hugged him from behind again. "What's wrong?" He took the small, soft hand that was wrapped around his waist. Shen Lingyun pouted with him. "It's not too much to ask for an extra deposit, right?" Xiaomo laughed, by letting her get tired of him. After a few minutes, Xiaomo reminded, "It's work time, ms. Shun." Shen Lingyun grunted. "It's going to be a paid relationship. If you don't want to put up with it, you call the police." "No." Xiaomo squeezed her soft little hand and said softly, "Can't bear to part with it." Shen Lingyun smiled sweetly. Jokes aside, Shen Lingyun still obediently let go of Xiaomo. Xiaomo sat down at his desk and began to deal with the piles of proposals and the piles of emails in his mailbox. The project was rushed online. Time was tight. Xiaomo basically had to work overtime until late at night every day. Shen Lingyun sat on the chair across from him and worked with him. 3 hours later, Zhou Xinai, who had been sitting on the sofa for 10 minutes, looked at the two of them without understanding. Xiaomo was checking out the information, looking intently at the page on the computer screen. Shen Lingyun finished handling her work, resting her cheek with one hand and looking intently at Xiaomo at work. Zhao Shernai looked at them with a questioning face. What rehab is so awesome that they can still hold back from being together? Xiaomo finally finished checking the information and opened the program plan by his phone, and while tapping the keyboard, he asked Zhao Shirai, "Shin AI, what's the matter with you?" Zhao Shirai scratched the back of her head. "Does being high on CP count?" "That, just asking my sister what she's having for dinner." Xiaomo, "Oh, then you guys go discuss it." Shen Lingyun knew that if Zhao Shirai said that, it should be that there was something to report from the branch, and she led Zhao Shirai back to her office. Xiaomo had some things about the project to discuss with Chen Xiaoru. He walked out of the office and came to Chen Xiaoru's workstation. Before he could open his mouth, Zhou Jiannan leaned on the window and said quietly, "Alas, I just saw Mr. G come back." His figure was so forlorn. How pathetic. Xiaomo looked at him breathlessly. Zhou Jiannan sang again, "I broke my wings to keep you warm. I suffered all those hardships and you didn't care." Xiaomo? He couldn't help but ask Chen Xiaoru in a low voice. Where in the world did this guy's habit of soaring into song at the drop of a hat come from? Chen Xiaoru pursed her lips and snickered. She beckoned to Xiaomo, signaling him to come closer, and lowered her voice. "The day you took Sister Lingyun to the company and got trapped inside the elevator. That video, the property management side sent it to General Manager G to see, and at that time there was an employee who was also checking out that video, and saw that half of it was deleted by General Manager G. So, both sides are spreading the word that you and Lingyun's sister sang and flirted in the elevator, and General Manager G got angry." Cough. Xiaomo coughed awkwardly, then announced, "Everyone pay attention. We are a startup company, not a bar KTV. No singing at work in the future." After that, he went into his office. Zhou Jiannan hemmed and hawed. He's in a hurry. He went on to sing, "We love so hard. We love so hard. Why are we just strangers? Bye-bye." Weinhao pushed his glasses and said in a serious manner, "This song list of yours, it's a bit of a waste just to sing it here in our place. Isn't it better to send a copy to Mr. G? Zhou Jiannan stroked his chin. "That makes sense. I'll send it now." Chen Xiaoru picked up the critique of pure reason on the table and hit the back of Zhou Jiannan's head. "Can you stop? You've taken all the bamboo shoots in a 10-mile radius, and the pandas will starve to death." Zhou Jiannan wailed. "You guy, why do you never read the books you buy and use them exclusively to beat me?" "Chen Xiaoru, while it lasts,
As he was talking, Xiao Mo's call came over. Ru, the conference room, come here. Looking for you to discuss something, just now I forgot. Call up Hao. Roger, Chen Xiaoru replied. Chen Xiaoru and Wan Hao stood up and walked towards the office. Zhou Jiannan rested his hands behind his head and continued to sing his song. You left without a trace. My heart hurts. What to fight the tears? Su Miao, who was working on the design, said, if Mr. G listens to your song, his heart will be stabbed into a beehive coal. So what? Zhou Jiannan grunted. Anyway, our boss is doing well now, so who cares about her as a backstabber? He added. I'm a professional mage and I don't like assassins anywhere. Su Miao. Friday. Xiao Mo called out to Shen Lingyun early in the morning to go look at the house with him. Shen Lingyun ran to the apartment to find him. Just after entering the door, she pounced towards Xiao Mo. The fragrant soft body was just caught firmly in his arms. Shen Lingyun let out a soft hum of satisfaction and tightly embraced Xiao Mo. Feeling the solid warmth of his embrace, she's been getting tired of him more and more lately. She should have just taken a shower, and her hair gave off a distinctive fresh scent of shampoo. The slippery little face rubbed slightly on Xiao Mo's shoulder. Missed you, she murmured. Xiao Mo felt that his self-control was being worn down a little bit by this Grinch. Well, I missed you too. He patted her back. Okay? Nope. Hold me a little longer. Shen Lingyun buried her head in his shoulder and pampered him. Xiao Mo teased her. This deposit of yours? You've collected a bit too much. If this continued, Xiao Mo was really going to be unable to hold it. Wait for the full plus advance. The baby is coming out. Shen Lingyun hummed, raised her pretty little face and said arrogantly, just take it. The final interpretation of the event belongs to MS. Shen Lingyun, nice guy, not even acting. Xiao Mo rubbed her hair and coaxed her. Be good. Go look at the house today. Try to settle early. And go buy a car next week. Shen Lingyun pretended to be angry. Just so do not want to care about me? It's just that. Just that. Brother is tired of sister. In the future I will not dare to bother. Xiao Mo tightened his arm around her waist and sighed. You little bastard. You talk nonsense every day. What am I buying a house and a car for? Who's in a hurry then who? Shen Lingyun still pretentiously twisted her body and said, how do I know what you're doing it for? Day after day you rush to the sales office. Who's actually at the sales office? Xiao Mo took a deep breath. This guy is making a lot of noise every day. He couldn't gag the pretty little mouth that could talk now. Hold on for a few more days. Let's see what I'll do to you later. Shen Lingyun messed around with Xiao Mo for a while and obediently followed him downstairs. Zhao Shirai had already called for a car and was waiting downstairs. They sat in the trunk, and Zhao Xia AI immediately put her hands on her little chubby face and made a flower shape, saying with a smile, cute light bulbs that take pictures and carry bags. You guys don't mind, do you? Xiao Mo pinched Shen Lingyun's hand. As long as your sister doesn't mind. Zhao Xia AI especially wanted to slap herself in the mouth. Shouldn't have volunteered for this dog food. The house Xiao Mo is looking at is in the newly built Longhu Tianqi neighborhood, not far from the office location. Good location and easy access to the office. When they came to the sales office, Shen Lingyun went to buy milk tea with Zhao Shirai. Xiao Mo had originally planned to contact the previous salesman, but suddenly heard a gentle female voice. Senior Xiao Mo. Chapter 137. Senior Xiao Mo is the white moonlight of many schoolgirls. Xiao Mo turned around. A woman in uniform, with long hair and delicate light makeup, walked over quickly. Xiao Mo didn't recognize who she was at once. The woman looked at Xiao Mo, her gentle and beautiful face written with surprise. It's really you. I'm Yao Bingqian, your schoolmate. Do you remember? Xiao Mo remembered. She is 2 terms lower than Xiao Mo, although she is also a student of Yunshine University, but the college entrance examination selected to obey the transferred to the Chinese language and literature major. I guess I graduated from a bad job situation and ran into sales. Yao Bingqian said excitedly, it's been 5 years since I've seen you. Senior Xiao Mo, are you okay? It's okay. Xiao Mo smiled and replied politely. Yao Bingqian asked enthusiastically, then are you coming to see the house today? Do you have a need to buy a house? Xiao Mo nodded. Yes. Yao Bingqian pointed to the work tag on her chest. Senior, I'm the sales manager here. I have lower discounts on hand. Which set do you like? I'll take you to see it. Xiao Mo smiled and said, thanks then. Yao Bingqian was really excited. She didn't expect to meet Xiao Mo here. She took her annual vacation a few days ago, and when Xiao Mo came to see the house, she happened to be away. She hadn't seen Xiao Mo for 5 years. She met Xiao Mo in her sophomore year. At that time, Xiao Mo was the man of the hour in the school, and she was just a little transparent. There would have been no crossover. That year her mom was seriously ill and needed surgery urgently, but had no health insurance and needed $200,000 for the operation. The family managed to scrape together 100,000 yuan for the operation, and the school raised 50,000 yuan.
hard short of the 50,000 yuan hole. Yao Bingxian's father was so anxious that his head was white all night. Relatives have borrowed all over. There is no way. Xiao Mo had already started a successful business at the time, and when he heard about it, he directly donated $50,000 to fill the hole in the surgery cost. After the operation, her mother recovered well, and she was so grateful to Xiao Mo that she took the initiative to go to Xiao Mo's company and thank him in person. It was also from that time that she admired Xiao Mo and secretly had a crush on him. Xiao Mo was also her white moonlight back then. Soon Xiao Mo got married to Ji Ningyan, and Yao Bingqian didn't even have a chance to express her feelings. Time has changed. Yao Bingqian has become a wife. Since Xiao Mo has no more non-desired thoughts, but that deep gratitude remains. Xiao Mo waited for Shen Lingyan to come back and chatted with her about her recent situation. Seeing that he was waiting for someone, Yao Bingqian took the initiative to say that she would go and take care of some problems first, and then contact her when they had discussed the matter, and she could give the lowest discount. After saying that, Yao Bingqian went back to her office. As soon as Xiao Mo turned around, he saw Shen Lingyan standing at the entrance of the sales office, holding the milk tea and skimming her small mouth with a look of jealousy, followed by Zhao Shirai who was carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Xiao Mo walked over. Met a friend. She said she could give us the lowest discount. Shen Lingyun asked sourly, where did the friend come from? Xiao Mo, a schoolmate from my college days. Shen Lingyun's eyes blinked. She likes you, doesn't she? Xiao Mo, who is a straight man and doesn't quite understand women's sensitivity to their feelings, laughed and said, how can that be? She's already married. Humph. Seeing that Shen Lingyun didn't believe it, Xiao Mo talked about the process of getting to know Yao Bingqian. Shen Lingyun was even more certain that this woman had liked Xiao Mo, as if she lived in a lemon. Her small white hand reached over and straightened Xiao Mo's shirt collar, saying sourly, Aya, our handsome and helpful senior Xiao Mo should be the white moonlight of how many schoolgirls? Xiao Mo just wanted to explain, but he heard Zhao Shirai next to him chime in. Sis, you're wrong. Isn't it just the white moonlight of a schoolmate? Shen Lingyun said quietly, or maybe it's a female classmate's white moonlight. Zhou Shinei, isn't it okay to have an outside school? Xiao Mo looked at the two of them singing together, getting more and more outrageous, and hurriedly changed the subject. Where's the milk tea for me? Shen Lingyan took the bag from Zhao Xiaoai and waved it in front of Xiao Mo. See this milk tea? Xiao Mo reached for it. Shen Lingyan swooshed and threw the milk tea into the trash can, saying arrogantly, throw it away and not give it to you. Zhao Shirai was so anxious that she stomped her feet. She thought, sis, don't lose it. Give it to me. It's not like I can't have a couple of drinks. Xiao Mo was stunned for a second. Looking at Shen Lingyan's beautifully soft little face, a smug look was written all over it. Immediately afterward, Xiao Mo calmly took the cup of milk tea that Shen Lingyan had been drinking in her hand and said with a smile, I'll drink yours then. You. Shen Lingyan did not expect him to come to this trick. In reaction, he bit the straw she'd been drinking from in his mouth and took a swig. Then he raised the cup in his hand at her. Extra sweet. Shen Lingyan's little face turned red with shame. It's indirect kissing. He went so far as to blatantly molest her. Careless. Face and milk tea are both lost. Being chagrined, Xiao Mo again stuffed the straw of milk tea into Shen Lingyan's small mouth. Taste for yourself. Shen Lingyan's face reddened into a small apple. Shyly glanced at Xiao Mo and softly hummed. Come on, go look at the house and finalize it today if you can. Xiao Mo took Shen Lingyan's hand and walked inside the sales office. Zhou Shinei was left behind to break the big defense. She had one less cup of milk tea and one more handful of dog food. It's a big loss. Xiao Mo held Shen Lingyun over, and Yao Bingqian knew what their relationship was at a glance. Buying a house is probably for marriage. Yao Bingqian didn't say much and focused on helping them introduce the house. Finally finalized a 180 sq ft, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. Yao Bingqian helped them make a good purchase contract at the lowest discount, saving Xiao Mo hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shen Lingyun then remembered that she hadn't had a showdown with her family for the time being. Family members will definitely be suspicious if there is suddenly an extra house in their name. Shen Lingyun had originally planned to talk to her family after she had established a relationship with Xiao Mo and her company's career was on track. At that time, there was also a period of time before Xiao Mo's divorce, and everything was negotiable. Now that the family has found out, it seems like Xiao Mo is seamless and looks like a scumbag, and that's not good. At this juncture, she didn't want to make trouble. Shen Lingyun attached herself to Xiao Mo's ear and whispered, you write your name alone first. Why? Xiao Mo was puzzled. Shen Lingyun said, I don't want people to think that I'm trying to figure out your money. There's nothing on my parents' side that requires it, so after we get married, you can buy it for me, okay? Xiao Mo thought about it and Shen Lingyun's words made sense. He also didn't want his family, friends and neighbors to have any bad comments about Shen Lingyun. He nodded. Tell you what then, I'll set it up first, And when we've given your family the dowry and we go get a marriage license, I'll add your name to it. Is that okay with you? Good. Shen Lingyun agreed. After signing the contract, paying the deposit, and completing the process, Xiao Mo left with Shen Lingyun. Zhao Xinai followed them ass backwards. Yao Bingchen looked at their departing backs and smiled as she thought, Senior Xiao Mo, you are such a good person. You must be happy. With the house in place, it was the car's turn next. Xiao Mo's funds are rolling in the company's account. I just made a down payment of almost $3 million, and all of a sudden I'm out of money and have to wait for the next service payment to arrive. He brought gifts and the purchase contract and accompanied Shen Lingyun to meet the parents. Shen Lingyun's adoptive parents were overjoyed to hear that Xiao Mo was going to marry Shen Lingyun. Chapter 138. Xiao Mo sat in the noodle shop owned by Shen Lingyun's adoptive parents. As usual, Yu Qingshan brought him up a steaming bowl of beef noodles and some tasty small dishes. Eat more, there's more if you don't have enough. He cheerfully greeted Xiao Mo. Sun Xiaoyun also brought out the tiled soup. It simmered for 4 hours. To replenish the body. You guys are usually busy at work. You should also pay attention to your health. Thank you uncle and auntie, Xiao Mo said. Yu Qingshan slapped his palm. Oops, still so outgoing, all about to get married. Sun Xiaoyun secretly pinched him. It means that the two are not officially married yet, so they must be too embarrassed to change their words, so that he should not be too anxious, lest it will be bad. Yu Qingshan laughed nervously. What are you afraid of? Mo's own people. Watched growing up from a young age. Sun Xiaoyun glared at him again. Xiao Mo smiled and took out the purchase contract, explaining it to the two elders. Uncle, auntie, Ling Yun and I have already looked at the house and paid the down payment. Ling Yun means to add her name to the list after we get married. The car is probably going to be looked at next week and should be finalized in one sitting as well. Also, when the company's profits come out next year, I'll buy you two a suite over here. On the bride price side, do you think 688,000 is enough? Sun Xiaoyun said happily. You two will be happy. We don't want a bride price. Yu Qingshan also said. Right. We don't need a dowry. And we don't want you to buy us a house. It's more important than anything that you two live your lives well. Xiao Mo didn't expect them to say that. He glanced at Shen Lingyun in surprise. Shen Lingyun thought to herself that Xiao Mo didn't know her specific situation yet. Long after she had entered Hongsheng, she had taken the two old men to the capital to enjoy their lives. Only, they were not used to living over there and thought of going back to Cloud City. So Shen Lingyun bought a house over here to settle the two old men down. They were already very kind people, and adopting Shen Lingyun was originally to see the child's pity, without expecting anything in return. In that case, it was even more unlikely that they would want Xiao Mo's bride price. Shen Lingyun said to her adoptive parents, Dad, Mom, Xiao Mo has a lot of heart, so take it. Yu Qingshan and Sun Xiaoyun exchanged a look. Shen Lingyun picked up the tea on the table and sipped it slowly. I only heard Yu Qingshan say bitterly to Xiao Mo, Mo, when we adopted Lingyun, we have always treated her as our own daughter. We didn't expect anything in return. Besides, our two families aren't very well off and didn't give our child a good life. Lingyun understands, has bought us a house, and gives us a large amount of living expenses every month. This return is already a lot for us. We are not selling our daughter. Lingyun has loved you since she was a child. As long as you are happy, we are satisfied. Hearing the latter sentence, the water in Shen Lingyun's mouth puffed out onto the ground. Cough. How did it blow up about her liking Xiao Mo since she was a kid? Xiao Mo didn't seem to pay attention to the special meaning of this sentence as he thought for a moment and said, the house is definitely going to be bought for you. The bride price, if you insist not to, I'll save it for Lingyun first. Uncle and auntie don't worry, after the marriage, you're my parents. I'll carry whatever happens at home. Okay, let's family not talk about two families. Eat noodles and eat noodles. Otherwise the noodles are all lumpy. Sun Xiaoyun greeted with a smile. As he was talking, a young man in his 20s walked in. Yo, boss, I finally see your house open. Serve me a bowl of fried noodles. Yu Qingshan waved his hand and said, Sorry, young man, we're not open today. The young man was dumbfounded. Why are you closed again? I've only been here twice in total, and you closed both times. This is against me. Yu Qingshan was happy. I'm greeting my daughter-in-law. The young man took a look at Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun. The two were extremely impressive. He had seen them last time and had an impression. Puzzled, he asked, Didn't you say daughter and son last time? Then, he suddenly realized, is such a thing? So it is a son-in-law. No wonder. Okay, I wish you a happy family. He's gone. Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun smiled at each other. It was evening when I came out of the noodle shop. The twilight was dyed, and the clouds burned the whole sky like flames. Xiao Mo held Shen Lingyun's hand and strolled along the secluded path behind the school with a warm feeling of satisfaction in his heart. They looked at the street behind the school not far away.
with students in 2s and 3s, remembering the time they spent together in junior high school and feeling cozy. Stepping on the fallen leaves on the boulevard,
Shin Lingyun said softly,
Xiao Mo.
I can't believe that a dozen years have passed. Sometimes I would feel as if the time still stays in junior high school period.
We go to school and leave school together every day, living a carefree life. Thinking of this,
Shin Lingyun was however a little heartbroken. She had once studied and trained day and night so that she could be with Xiao Mo,
and quickly adapted to the family's requirements,
becoming a true young lady, a qualified heiress.
However,
she ushered in Xiao Mo's marriage because of her negligence. There were many nights that she spent in intense pain and remorse. She regretted not having a showdown with Xiao Mo earlier, and even more regretted that she had missed the love of her life.
Luckily, there's a chance for redemption. Xiao Mo. She stood still, raised her peach blossom eyes, and looked at him fondly. Xiao Mo, however, smiled faintly. Shout out to brother.
Shin Lingyun was molested by him and glared at him with a puff of air,
saying as she did in middle school, nasty. Xiao Mo is a nuisance. I hate you the most. With that,
she ostentatiously shook off his hand and walked quickly forward.
Xiao Mo laughed. Ugh, yesterday you called someone a good brother. Today you called him a nuisance. Women are just fickle.
He quickly caught up with her and retook her small,
warm hand. If you don't yell, then don't yell. Why are you angry?
Shen Lingyun smiled triumphantly.
Xiao Mo asked her good-naturedly. When you get married in the future, you'll be angry every day too? That's not true?
Shin Lingyun raised her pretty little chin and said arrogantly.
You big dummy. What's angry? Who's really angry with you?
It's clearly a love interest.
Okay? Xiao Mo, however, hooked her little finger. Then let's pull the hook. In the future when you get angry, you must be coaxed once. You can't drag it out for 10 minutes. At most 1 minute.
Shen Lingyun broke her defense. You've only been here a minute,
Xiao Mo said with a straight face. Impossible. Shen Lingyun, it's not right. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. Just let me out of the car.
Shen Lingyun's small face reddened,
and she glared at Xiao Mo in anger fufu, pretending to enjoy the roadside scenery. Go back, Xiao Mo proposed.
Shen Lingyun still wanted to walk with him for a while, and said petulantly, walk with me for a while longer.
Xiao Mo said, there are still a lot of things to deal with, and if you get married, every aspect has to be prepared, and I also want to marry you home as soon as possible. Hearing this,
Shen Lingyun cheered up and squeezed his hand.
Alright then. At this time, Xiao Mo received a call from Chun Xiaoru. Brother Xiao,
we're planning to do a live broadcast tonight to test the waters.
Are you and sister Lingyun coming back? Chapter 139, Xiao Mo and Lingyun live streaming together. This is a new e-commerce program with clothing brands, both men's and women's.
The other party invested $5 million to build a full platform online store with a significant commission.
At the same time,
that boss saw the development of the live broadcast piece and asked Xiao Mo's company to help them build a live broadcast room. The team deliberated and thought that the initial period according to the mainstream of the e-commerce platform,
using their own staff to do the recommendation, save money, get the platform traffic.
When the live room has a certain fan base,
get the conversion data, cultivate the pop-ups, and then ask the netizens to carry the goods. Xiao Mo asked Shen Lingyun for her opinion. Shen Lingyun nodded. Go back. This is the team's first attempt at independent live streaming to test the waters, and there is a possibility of moving into the live streaming industry down the road. For such an important scene, Xiao Mo, as the team leader, definitely had to be present. Xiao Mo said to Chen Xiaoru, let's go back and wait for us. Shen Lingyun proposed. Today is also considered an employee initiative to stay behind and work overtime. I'll go buy some coffee, milk tea and snacks. It's considered an overtime benefit. Xiao Mo pinched her little face. You're so nice to everyone.
Shen Lingyun smiled and came closer to him.
Jealous? No. Xiao Mo's mouth was stiff.
Shen Lingyun's small hands played with his shirt buttons.
Those are your teammates. Of course I have to be nice to them. You know, in the company,
she has the nickname of the cold-faced female devil.
Whenever she steps into a new company,
she fires an average of 1 employee in 2 days up front.
She's not some ideal boss. Even Zhang Wei, the special assistant, usually stayed away from her.
Xiao Mo touched her hair and said softly,
I know you are good to me. I hope you're only nice to me. He laughed, chuckling to himself. Isn't that a childish thought? Shen Lingyun happily took his hand.
It's too childish for a small child, and just right for an adult about to enter the marriage hall.
Then I'll let Shin Ai get ready. Sis, I thank you. Zhao Shirai,
who had received the mission, rolled her eyes widely. She was about to leave work and go back to video with Special Assistant Chung.
Zhong's special assistant is abroad. Shen Lingyun's domestic work. He cannot smoothly assist, can only teach Zhao Shirai to deal with some daily essentials. Because of the time difference,
Special Assistant Zhong often woke up before dawn to video discuss work with Zhao Shirai.
I've seen him at 4 a.m. every day.
Zhao Xia AI had no choice but to go to the coffee and milk tea dessert store downstairs, order a whole bunch of things, and move them up with Human, who was in charge of personnel. With 2 spare desks, a dining table was put together and filled with delicious drinks and snacks. Chen Xiaoru walked over to Xiao Mo and said to him, "Brother Xiao, there are a few clothes here. Please help try them on." Zhou Jiannan called from the side, "Why don't you let me help try it on?" Chen Xiaoru said in bewilderment, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Brother Xiao has a standard figure." Zhou Jiannan, 6. Wang Hao was happy to see that Zhou Jiannan, who had the most damaging mouth, was defeated. "You're making a fool of yourself. Who is the company's face bearer? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Su Miao Miao was helping to arrange the cupcakes, covering her mouth and snickering. She said, "Our brother Xiao, 27 years old, earns $80 million a year, the boss of a startup company, 1 meter 82 standard body, male star looks, novels don't dare to write like this." Chen Xiaoru also chimed in, "Let's just shoot the bosses. Both bosses are face kings. Appearances are guaranteed to be read." Xiao Mo took the clothes and looked at them. "Don't you guys make fun of me? Or you can hire a professional model to come and try them on for a better effect." Chen Xiaoru waved her hand. No. We are mainly testing this background. Just try it on and I'll take a few photos for you and send them to the ADADs to see the effect." "Good." Xiao Mo agreed. Wang Hao's side is already preparing for his appearance. Today's trial live. Only invested $1,000 in diversion fees. Most visitors should be store marketing. Conversion to the team is to arrange for Wang Hao and Chen Xiaoru live. Playing workers' image is more pro people. Wang Hao saw that there were about 100 people in the live broadcast room. Thinking that he could not let it go empty, he went out early and interacted with the visitors. "Families, welcome to Fashion Gravity Clothing Live. I'm your anchor, Hao." Visitors are mostly customer conversions, with a majority of female visitors. Seeing that Wang Hao is a bit shy, he took the initiative to encourage him. "Little brother is cute. Is this the first time you've gone live? He seems to be very nervous." "Little brother is good looking. A little bit handsome." Seconded. "It should look better without the black-rimmed glasses." Wang Hao was average looking, not good or bad. Usually he never thought he was handsome, but he didn't bother about his looks either. He was still a little excited when so many people complimented him for being a little bit handsome. "Does it mean that my face value sealed by my glasses is going to be unlocked? Am I about to go red?" He moved a few steps to the side and offered an introduction. "You can take a look. This is our working environment. What about today's live broadcast? It's in our usual office location. In 5 minutes, my colleagues and I will introduce you to the new products of this season." Suddenly, the pop-up picture changed. "So handsome. Ah, it's awesome. Goddamn human traffickers. I recognized it right away. It's my long-lost husband. Husband looking at me. Husband, come back to my bed. Don't mess with the live broadcast. Asterisk. That model in the back is just piss poorly handsome. What kind of face is this? No, why didn't you tell me you had such a handsome male model? I'll push him to my girlfriends right away. Sis has money. Come in front of me to try on clothes. We're all family. Why are we being so formal? What's the point of wearing clothes?" Wang Hao was surprised at first. Even if he's a little bit handsome, he doesn't make his fans this crazy, does he? After taking a closer look at the pop-up screen, he realized that it was when he was walking around that he accidentally captured Xiao Mo as wearing a trench coat. Wang Hao suddenly realized. No wonder they all complimented him on being a little bit handsome at first. It turns out that Pooh's name is Little Handsome and Handsome's name is Husband. Got it. I'm not going to be the last little handsome one on the net, am I? Wang Hao saw a pop-up floating by. "Your earthy hipster brand has been hardened to the level of luxury because of the appearance of this male model in the back." Wang Hao was happy. "What male model? That's our boss?" The pop-up is another. It feels like the rich and handsome are being personified in this moment. Novel Overlord has a face from now on. Doesn't the country advocate marriage? I want this husband. Send him to me by mail. I'm from Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai, so the postage is cheap. I'm from Cloud City. I'll pick it up at my door. Everyone is flirting with Xiaomo's high face value, and the popularity of the live broadcast room is rising, and the visitors have already broken the 1,000 mark. Wang Hao was old and happy. The original plan was to use $1,000 to drive traffic, and with the store's marketing campaigns, you'd feel good about having 500 live people. I didn't realize there were over 1,000 people just after the show started. At that moment, another pop-up passes by with a screaming sensation. Oh my god, is the young lady in the back a fairy? It's so pretty. Chapter 140, Xiao Emotion Ling Yun accidentally becomes popular, followed by a large rainbow of farts. Miss Fairy, the young lady is mine. Everyone here draw their swords. What kind of company is this? I want to come to work. Isn't this my wife on the air? Honey, come back soon. I've warmed up the comforter for you. I just found my long-lost husband, and with my online wife Ben now.
Socialism is good. Monogamy is happiness. Don't worry about what people say. It's most important for the three of us to live a good life. Wang Hao looked back. Shen Lingyun was talking to Xiao Mo, and the image of the two of them in the same frame simply had the quality of an international blockbuster. Wang Hao immediately moved to the side, aimed the camera at Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun. The two are unaware of this and are doing further exploration in response to tonight's selections. As a result, because of the two people's high color value in the same frame, the live room was pushed by the platform operation to stream, and more than 5,000 people instantly flooded in. Live visitors from e-commerce companies don't get as much traffic as pure live platforms. However, this group of visitors are basically customers and have more purchasing power. They had their eyes on that trench coat on Xiao Mo, still just entering summer, and already grabbing fall pieces. There was also the summer dress held in Shen Lingyun's hand, which was also exploded by customers. Before Wang Hao even started to introduce the product, he sold more than 300 pieces, and there is already a trend of explosive orders. Wang Hao is interacting with visitors to the live stream. Miss is a model, isn't she? She's so pretty. Either it is which capital force to promote the network read. This face value. In which platform can be put bar fight? MS. Bones is so superior. Her side face is killer. I don't lick the screen unless I can't help it. Yuck, Wang Hao said. This young lady is not a model. She's also our boss. Asterisk. Do all your company bosses have this face value? Where's the company's address? I'll come to work tomorrow. It's a bit presumptuous, but I'd like to say that your two bosses are really well matched and very much a couple. Husband and wife +1. Eyes are dilated. I'm already high. Is there a CP name? I just checked this company. The company name is Mo Yun Network, and the names of their two bosses are Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun, each with 50% of the shares. 50% shares each. This is a lifetime partnership. Family members, isn't that a punch? Isn't the CP name the company name? Okay. I'll carry the banner for Mo Yun. Family members, click my avatar to join the group. We Mo Yun CP fans are going to support each other. Don't worry. I'm in. Wang Hao, no. That, not CP. Ugh. He felt like he had gotten into trouble. Although, it was known in the company that the two bosses were very close and were supposed to be together. However, the relationship has not been made official yet. How is it that this little while he's live streaming, he's already become a Netflix CP? There's also a bunch of cult fans that are crazy high on CP. Mind you, they're not artists. They don't even have a body of work. The netizens are already high on just one side-by-side shot together. Wang Hao scratched his head and tried to salvage it. Families, our two bosses are very good friends. Don't mess with CP. I don't listen. The CP I'm high on must be real. Getting high on everything will only balance my nutrition. The doors are locked. The keys are cremated. And anyone who comes in must get high. If the CP of the two bosses is fake, don't you have any responsibility, little brother anchor? When you're in the same frame, it's sugar. And when you look at each other, it's marriage. Where's the head pressing squad? Get them to kiss up. I can't wait. Ink Rhyme CP is the sweetest in the universe and does not accept rebuttals. Ink Rhyme CP. The world is invincible. Ink died years. Rhymes around the heart. Hand in hand. Love knows no bounds. Wang Hao inwardly said I've got a bean. With this turn of events, CP names were available. CP fan groups were established. And official CP slogans were out. Is it that crazy? The point is, without the knowledge of the two bosses, the number of people on the air is still going up. A screen full of Ink Rhyme CP slogans swiped up. Dare not open my eyes, hoping it's my hallucination. In that instant, Wang Hao had even ventriloquized his resignation letter. He hurriedly moved his cell phone camera out of the way to keep the picture with just him out of it. The pop-ups began to protest heavily. Where's the CP I'm high on? Little brother, I want to see your two bosses. 3 billion people in the country. I'm only informing you of one. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Chen Xiaoru walked over to monitor the backstage and suddenly gave a strange eep. Xiao Mo, Shen Lingyun, and the other co-workers looked at her at the same time. Chen Xiaoru pointed to the background and asked the operations specialist, why is the visitor traffic reaching 8,000 without any promotion? Moreover, we have been promoted on the front page of the platform, as well as our sales are good, currently top 3 in small categories. Xiaoma, so? Chen Xiaoru said awkwardly, but we haven't even started showcasing the new products yet. She felt incomprehensible. It was just Wang Hao alone on the air, and he wasn't exactly a social cow per se. Where's the popping point? Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun looked at each other. This was indeed a problem. Xiao Mo, let's see what's going on. Operations specialist Xiao Lu spoke up. Brother Xiao, it's actually because you and sister Lingyun accidentally appeared in the movie and attracted the attention of the netizens. As far as the current internet environment is concerned,
It's normal that people with high face value are the ones who are more likely to eat the dividends. He pulled up the recorded replay of the live broadcast. Xiao Mo and Shin Lingyan saw that the screen was full of high CP declarations. In just a blink of an eye, the CP name, fanbase, and CP slogan were all in place. Those in attendance felt a bit out of touch. But when you think about it, the internet does have randomness, and some people are just koi bodies, hot search bodies, and inexplicably on fire. Chen Xiaoru was very happy. Brother Xiao, sister Ling Yun, if you guys can really become popular, we can make you into Netflix personas. That way our Mo Yun's development can totally go up a level. Zhou Jiannan came to his senses. Yes. Come to some characteristics, such as a certain entrepreneur who has never touched money, such as a certain host of the North University is still good. We shall will come to a mantra, like how are you? We translate it as are you okay? And then get a brainwashing song, and viral in the short video platforms. Cannot be really. We come a do not know wife beauty but specialize in pure female university persona. Xiao Mo looked at Zhou Jiannan speechlessly. He's not even married yet, and the object is standing in front of him, giving him some kind of messed up persona. Sooner or later, this family will fall apart with you in it. At this time, Xiao Mo realized that Shin Lingyan's pretty face was pale and she was biting her nails, looking like she had gotten into a big trouble. What's wrong? Xiao Mo asked with concern. No, nothing. I'm a little sick and want to go home first. Chapter 141, Can't Even Handle a Man. Shin Lingyun's appearance looked really bad. Xiao Mo took off the windbreaker he was trying on and thoughtfully said to Shin Lingyun, I'll send you back. No need. I'll take a taxi back myself. I have Shin AI to accompany me. You can just stare at the live broadcast here. Shin Lingyun refused. Come here. Xiao Mo called out to Shin Lingyun to the balcony. Seeing Shin Lingyun's small pale face as if she was sick, Xiao Mo was distressed and touched her forehead with his hand. Are you sure you're okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Shin Lingyun's head shook into a weighty drum. No. I really just need to go back and sleep. Xiao Mo asked tentatively, do you not like our information appearing on the internet? If you don't want to be disturbed, I'll just find someone to delete the post. Shin Lingyun thought for a moment. That's fine. I don't want to face internet violence. Okay, I'm going to take care of it now. Let Shin AI send you back. Send me a message when you get home, Xiao Mo said. Since Shin Lingyun insisted that she didn't want him to send it, Xiao Mo didn't force himself. Shin Lingyun left accompanied by Zhao Shirao AI. After returning to her apartment, Shin Lingyun closed the door behind her and frantically scratched her hair. How to do? I can't believe he and I accidentally caught fire on the platform. If my family sees it, won't I be dead? Shin Lingyun has been hiding her true identity from Xiao Mo. In addition to fearing that Xiao Mo will have an inferiority complex because of it, she is also worried that her family will not be able to accept Xiao Mo smoothly. After all, the difference between the two men's identity backgrounds was too great. Shin Lingyun intends to wait until things have made some progress before showing her cards, and both sides will be more receptive when their feelings and careers take off. I didn't realize that now that it's accidentally on fire. Wouldn't it be all over? Zhao Xiaoai sat on the sofa and comforted her. Sis, don't worry, your appearances are only for a short while. As long as Xiao doesn't do any promotion, the public will soon chase the next hotspot and forget all about you. The internet has no memory. Shen Lingyun, poor ha? Zhao Shirai corrected. The internet has no memory most of the time. I don't believe it. I'm so square. Shen Lingyun continued to ravage her hair. Zhao Shirai, sister, don't pull your hair. You won't get stronger if you go bald. Really, don't pull your hair. If you pull your hair bald, brother Xiao won't like you. Have you ever seen a man who likes a woman with a bald head? Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun finally listened to advice and stopped abusing her hair. She took a seat on the couch and muttered. Xiao Mo told me that he would find someone to do the deletion. We're not celebrities, so everyone should disperse after a little lightheartedness, right? Zhao Shirai shook her head. Not necessarily. Some people have an obsession with the CP they're high on. Maybe the private students will come to your door tomorrow and force you to get married. Don't you scare me. Shen Lingyun's face went white. Zhao Shinai then hemmed and hawed. Don't be nervous, sis. I'll take care of everything. If any illegitimate children come to the door, watch my face kick them out. Shin Lingyun was in no mood for jokes. If the family saw her running out privately and then found out about Xiao Mo's divorce, they might have a bad impression of Xiao Mo, and that would be the worst case scenario. At this time, Shin Lingyun's cell phone rang. She glanced toward her cell phone, immediately scared out of his wits. A video invitation was sent by the person whose note on his cell phone was Shin Jichuan. Hurry up, my little uncle, Shin Lingyun shouted with a sobbing voice. Oh, got it. Zhao Shirai immediately jumped up from the sofa, her round body rushing towards the guest room, immediately dragging out a set from the side. The background was made according to Shin Lingyun's study in M country. Shen Lingyan spread her hair and wrapped a thick towel material robe around herself like a dumpling. Looks like he just woke up. She put her cell phone on the desktop and hit the answer button. A mature and handsome face immediately appeared on the screen. Looking closely, the man's eyebrows were 3 times similar to Shen Lingyun's. Shen Lingyan yawned, looking like she hadn't woken up. Little uncle, it's you. What's up? Shen Jichuan looked at her with a playful expression and asked in a faint voice. Still sleeping? Yeah, it's only a few o'clock. What can I do if I don't sleep? Oh, Shen Lingyan yawned again. Inwardly, she prayed that her Uncle Junior's check-in would hurry past, and any further conversation might wear off. Shen Jichuan asked, You're in M country? Shen Lingyun squinted her eyes and said sleepily. Yes, where else could it be? Shen Jichuan sneered. Stop acting. Your background is too fake. I can't believe it even if I want to. Shen Lingyun and Zhao Shirai, who was not in the picture next to her, winced at the same time. Shen Jichuan added, The one next to you is your assistant, right? Come out. I saw you from the reflection of the glass. Zhao Shirai resentfully walked out, fearing that Shen Lingyun's little uncle was angry. Shen Lingyan suddenly saw Zhong Wei standing in the backlit dark place behind Shen Jichuan. She pointed in the direction of Zhong Wei on the screen and said excitedly, Oh, Assistant Zhong, it's you who betrayed me. Special Assistant Zhong hurriedly defended. Missy, I didn't. I was also just called back home today. Shen Lingyun didn't believe it at all. Although Special Assistant Zhong had also entered Hangxing through the normal recruitment process, in reality, he was not an ordinary employee. The Shen family had an independent charitable foundation and invested a lot of human and financial resources in charity every year. From the orphans and underprivileged children who are recipients, the director will select a distinguished group for special sponsorship. This group will have better educational resources. When they reach adulthood, they will be tested again. Those with excellent learning and execution skills will work for the Hangxing group and serve the Shen family. Those with outstanding service abilities would enter the Shen family as servants and housekeepers. Those with superb physical strength and fighting skills will become Shen's bodyguards. Zhong Wei used to be Shen Jichuan's special assistant, and was the best one among the same group of children. And Shen Jichuan paid attention to him when he was very young. Although, in order to help Shen Lingyun to the throne in these years, Shen Jichuan deliberately assigned Zhong Wei to Shen Lingyun as a special assistant. But Zhong Wei's heart was still toward Shen Jichuan. After all, he was the one who had watched him grow up since he was a child. Therefore, Shen Lingyun thought that Special Assistant Zhong had betrayed her. Shen Jichuan tapped his fingertips on the desktop. I've known about your movements for a long time. You put aside your position as an executive of Hangxing not to sit down, and ran to Cloud City to start a business with a man who has nothing, and also threw your face on the internet. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Shen Lingyun timidly asked. You know everything? Shen Jichuan's cold face. Right, Shen Lingyun said with a red face. Did I embarrass you guys? Shen Jichuan's face was cold, and his voice was even colder. Yes, it's embarrassing. Shen Lingyun's eyes were sore and she hung her head sadly. Shen Jichuan's words were a twist. My Shen family's first lady, vice president of Hangxing, went all the way to chase a man who was so good that he slept under the same blanket in junior high school, and now I haven't even gotten it done. I don't even know where I should put my face. Shen Lingyun? Chapter 142 Shen's little uncle's strong support. Shen Lingyun suddenly felt that things seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Does it mean that Uncle Junior, today, is not here to raise hell? Shen Jichuan sat on the wide boss chair, his expression still serious. Shen Lingyun weakly argued, that, didn't sleep in a comforter, it was a bed, each sleeping in his own. Zhao Shirai beside him was greatly speechless. Sis, did you get the point wrong? Is this the time to argue about that? Shen Jichuan looked at Shen Lingyun expressionlessly and shook his head in disappointment. No, that's not the point. The point is that this speed of yours in chasing after men is not the efficiency that our Shen family's children should have. Shen Lingyun secretly spat. Who can compare with you? This little uncle of hers, a notorious diamond bachelor, changes girlfriends very quickly. In the past, Shen Jichuan had a childhood friend who grew up together and had a good relationship. The two fell in love during college and planned to get married upon graduation. Door to door, golden couple, a match made in heaven. Who knows that at the engagement banquet, the woman suddenly ran away to a foreign country, saying that she was running to the white moonlight, and released Shen Jichuan's pigeon. No one knows when the female side got an extra white moon. Shen Jichuan lost face because of this and became a joke in the circle. He can't believe that his girlfriend, who has been in love for years, would betray him and chases her abroad, only to find that she is already living with another man. Disheartened, Shen Jichuan returned home and let go of the relationship. From then on he played the world. Each woman's freshness period is only 30 days at most. He kept changing girlfriends, and never gave his heart again. Shen Lingyun lowered her head to give an account. Little uncle, don't laugh at me. We've almost settled. He doesn't want to condemn me. The house has been bought. The car, the dowry are all there. and the company's shares have been given to me in half. Shen Jichuan was greatly perplexed. My Shen family's eldest young lady, she still looks at this stuff? Shen Lingyun tried her best to help Xiao Mo put in a good word. Little uncle, he's an ordinary family. He's already given me what he has. To the best of his ability, Shen Jichuan raised his black eyebrows, playing with an exquisite mahogany ornament in his hand. This is the start of the husband protection? Shen Lingyun's pretty face reddened and she stomped her foot, not knowing how to argue. Shen Jichuan hooked his lips and smiled coldly. To be our Shen family's son-in-law is not an easy thing. It needs to go through an extremely harsh examination. Shen Lingyun's heart was in her throat. That was her biggest worry. Although after returning to the capital, the family feels indebted to her. She is the Shen family's regimental favorite young lady. Everyone gives her the deepest love. But loving her is one thing. Whether the family can accept Xiao Mo is another. Shen Lingyun was thinking about how to convince her little uncle. However, I heard Shen Jichuan say quietly. However, I've already helped you assess it. This kid you chose has a very outstanding character and ability, is responsible and dedicated in his love, and should treat you well in the future. At least I'm satisfied, and I think on your parents' side, there won't be any problems either. Shen Lingyun was dumbstruck. Her inner cricket, Uncle Junior, can you stop talking in a big breath next time? Scared the out of her, Shen Jichuan suddenly said with a face full of disdain again. TSK, is that he was married, although it is in order to repay the favor contract marriage. But that nothing brain stupid ex-wife, it is estimated to be his black material. I need to deal with the information. Try to cover up this black history. Don't let the dorky goose throw our Shen family face. Shen Lingyun, I'll thank you for nerdy goose key. Zhao Shirai was beside him with a question mark on her face. She thought to herself that the Shen family had a few drama queens in them after all. Don't look at Shen Jichuan's seriousness and standard boss face. It is clear that he is using his life to be funny, with someone else's life. Of course, behind him, Special Assistant Zhong, with pursed lips and deep frowns. I'm afraid they were all frantically pinching their thighs to stifle their laughter. I was afraid that if I accidentally laughed out loud, I would be blamed by the two Mr. Shens. Shen Lingyun asked weakly. Junior uncle, what exactly is it that you're looking for me today? You don't blame me for going AWOL? Things didn't seem to be what she thought they were. Originally, she thought Uncle Junior had come to chastise her for leaving her business and behind to come after a man who had nothing to offer. But instead of blaming her, Uncle Junior seemed more like hypnosis. Blame you for what? The M side of the business. It's dispensable to us. Sending you there just to exercise you. Shen Jichuan finally collected all his drama and resumed his usual doting look towards Shen Lingyun and smiled. Okay, I won't tease you. Lingyun, are you and this Xiao surnamed kid in some kind of trouble? I've checked, and you've started a business with a bit of a hodgepodge of projects to do, and the company is underfunded and understaffed. Why don't I invest $1 billion in you first, and transfer a team of 100 people from the subsidiary over here for your dispatch, and you let the boy surnamed Xiao think about the company's future development direction. I have no doubt about his ability. The planning he has done, I have shown it to professionals and it is considered to be in the excellent category. The system he built, which I also evaluated for top foreign experts, is impeccable. What he needs to think about is the strategic direction of the company. In the future, the Shen family will be handed over to you couple to take the helm. I'll just be responsible for assisting. Our Shen family doesn't need miscellaneous people. Shen Lingyun felt even more pressured when she heard her little uncle say this, and hastily refused. Little uncle, don't be so hasty. I've only been here for a few days. The relationship hasn't even been formalized. And you're taking the liberty of giving people strength. No matter how talented Xiao Mo was, he had given up the opportunity to go to a first-tier city to study and develop for the sake of his family, and was harboring in a small place like Cloud City, where he couldn't come into contact with good resources. If Shen Jichuan forces him to speed up, and the funds and team given to him don't match Xiao Mo's current abilities, it's likely that something will go terribly wrong. At that time, Shen Lingyun's parents and the elders at home would not be able to explain. It is likely to give them a bad impression of mediocre ability. Shen Lingyun was still thinking of letting Xiao Mo exercise for a while longer. Shen Jichuan was a human savant and immediately heard Shen Lingyun's meaning. Alright then, you love playing house. I'll give you another half a year, and you can properly train your future husband. I'll let Zhong Wei go over to assist you. I'll give him a new identity so that it will be easier for you to start your business. He leaves tomorrow morning. Really? Special Assistant Chung is coming over? Before Shen Lingyun could reply, he heard Zhao Shirai's excited voice ringing out behind him. Shen Jichuan also looked at her curiously. Zhao Shen AI scratched her brain and forced an explanation. I'm just casually asking. You guys talk? Ha! Shen Jichuan went on to say. On your parents' side, I'll temporarily help you hide. It's, Shen Lingyun, why? Are you afraid they won't agree? Shen Jichuan frowned. You want to be rushed into giving birth now? If they knew, believe it or not, They would buy the neighborhood where your wedding house is tonight and fly over specifically to rush you into having a baby.
Shen Lingyun, that's troublesome little uncle. Shin Jichuan, okay, it's so happily decided. Goodbye. Snap. The video call cut off abruptly. It was in line with Shin Jichuan's usual thunderous behavior. Shen Lingyun was speechless. Zhao Shernai tugged at the background and asked, "Then this background. Throw it away. It's all your fault. Making such a fake background. Who would believe it?" Shen Lingyun spat. "Zhao Shernai, it's my fault too? Didn't you ask me to find someone to design it? It's true that people sit in their apartments and pots come from the sky." Zhao Shernai put away the background cloth and called the scrap collector to come and haul it away. "You go back. There's nothing wrong with me. I want to rest for a while." Shen Lingyun rubbed her temples and said. In fact, she had a bit of a headache. "I was just scared into a cold sweat, and the wind was blowing." "Okay, I'm going down. Give me a shout if anything happens." Zhao Shirao hurriedly slipped away. She was afraid that if she accidentally laughed out loud here, she would be scolded by Missy. She went downstairs to her apartment and rolled around on her bed in anticipation of tomorrow. Shen Lingyun took a shower, changed into a nightgown, and lay on the bed. The doorbell rang. A message came from Xiao Mo, "Open the door." Shen Lingyun hurried over and opened the door. Xiao Mo carried a bag and walked in through the door. "Are you better?" he asked as he pulled his laptop and clothes out of his bag. "What are you?" Shen Lingyun looked at him in disbelief. Xiao Mo patted her head. "Aren't you sick? I'll stay over here tonight to make it easier to take care of you." Shen Lingyun, Chapter 143, Sleeping in the Same Bed. You want to stay at my place? Shen Lingyun panicked a batch. Xiao Mo looked at her strangely. "Yeah, didn't I just say that?" Shen Lingyun's face was red. She was so nervous that her brain gave out and she asked a nonsense question. How come Xiao Mo is giving her strength too? Are we going further tonight? Isn't it a little too soon to be mentally prepared? She had just gotten out of the shower and was wearing a cotton nightgown and underwear for comfort. Is it too late to change into sexy lingerie? Xiao Mo looked at her expression and pinched her little face. Thinking about what? "I'm worried about your health. I'm working late at your place. You sleep your way through. I'll see that you're okay." "You're leaving?" Shen Lingyun asked as she took his hand. That nervous little look, as if he was afraid he'd run away just as his eyes closed. "I'm not going." "So you were saying?" Xiao Mo laughed. "I said to see that you're fine before saying anything. When did I say I was leaving?" Shen Lingyun. Xiao Mo saw her expression become more complicated and squeezed the flesh on her small face with both hands. Her features were scrunched together and her eyes blinked, boo-booing and looking dopey and cute. "Are you letting me go or not? Think clearly and give me a final decision." Xiao Mo said. "No go," Shen Lingyun said with certainty. "Wouldn't that be nice? You go lie down on the bed." He picked up his clothes and changed his slippers. "I'm going to take a shower." Shen Lingyun? After saying that, Xiao Mo walked into the bathroom in Shen Lingyun's room by himself and turned on the faucet. Shen Lingyun scratched his hair. This guy, kinda doesn't think of himself as an outsider. But also, although there is no confession ceremony yet, no official together, but the wedding house was bought. The parents met, the bride price was set, the relationship between the two is there, and it does and can move forward. No, a big step. Shen Lingyun bit her nails in a tangle. The mood has been set here. Isn't it logical? She stood torn in the living room. Xiao Mo had already finished his shower and came out with his hair blow-dried. "What are you still standing in the living room for? It's windy over there. Come over here. Don't catch a cold." "Oh, here it comes." Shen Lingyun walked quickly into the bedroom. Xiao Mo brought the laptop and placed it on the table and opened it, casually saying to Shen Lingyun, "You go to sleep. If it's too noisy, I'll go in the living room." "It's not noisy, and I don't have to sleep so early." Shen Lingyun looked at the time. "It's only after 8. Aren't you not feeling well? If you're not feeling well, you should rest earlier. Quickly lie down. I'll take your temperature." Xiao Mo took out another small medicine bag from his bag, and then out of it came the cold medicine and the forehead warmer gun. Shen Lingyun sat on the bed and watched him busy and happy. "Are you Doraemon? Everything?" she asked with a smile. Xiao Mo pressed her shoulders and tucked her under the covers before aiming the forehead warming gun at her forehead. Shen Lingyun couldn't help but give a bio and dubbed for him. "Xiao Mo, temperature is normal. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Probably too nervous." He finished taking her temperature, put the things away in his bag, and pinched her little nose. Such an adult, still acting like a child. He. Shen Lingyun looked at him with a smile. "I have to work. There's some paperwork to take care of." Xiao Mo sat back down at the computer desk. Shen Lingyun watched him work peacefully. Xiao Mo was busy for half an hour and looked back, noticing those beautiful peach eyes peeking out from under the covers, still sneaking glances at him. Seeing his gaze sweep over, Shen Lingyun immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. That look was like a kindergartner who was caught by his teacher not sleeping on his lunch break. "Lovely." Xiao Mo closed the computer. walked to the bedside and sat down, touching her warm and soft little face. Why aren't you asleep? Shen Lingyun protested softly. It's also too early now. Where do young people go to bed before 0 o'clock? Xiao Mo smiled and asked softly, want me to accompany you? Shen Lingyun did not answer, the bright pupils of his eyes, looking at him expectantly, as if asking can it. Xiao Mo stood up. Okay, I'll go get the quilt. I'll hit the floor tonight. Shen Lingyun sat up anxiously. Why are you hitting the ground? The ground is cool. Don't catch a cold at night. Xiao Mo looked at her. Then I'll sleep on the bed. Shen Lingyun was even more anxious. Her small face brushed red. I didn't say I'd let you sleep on the bed. I didn't mean that. Xiao Mo puzzled. What then? Shen Lingyun, Xiao Mo asked her. Do you want me to sleep on the floor or on the bed? Give an answer. Shen Lingyun pursed her lips, blushing into a cute little tomato, and did not speak. Her eyes looked toward the spot beside her. Then she moved to the other side of the bed with the quilt in her arms, leaving this side empty for Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo smiled and spat. Isn't this still the same thing? What are you excited about? It's not like you haven't slept together before. You, humph. Shen Lingyun got angry. What a cheap shot. She wrapped herself tightly in her little quilt and turned to lie down, refusing to pay him any attention. The little heart, however, was pounding. Xiao Mo drew an air-conditioned quilt from the cabinet, turned down the cold air by 1 degree, and laid himself down on the bed. Shen Lingyun's eyes were closed tightly. She knew the odds were that a man would be dishonest when he slept in the same bed as a woman. She waited nervously and expectantly for something to happen. As a result, half the time there was no movement. She couldn't help but turn her head. It was found that Xiao Mo had a Bluetooth headset in his ear and was watching a long video seriously, named New Media Operation Course Advanced Edition Lesson 3 User Growth and Community Operation. Shen Lingyun. She really wanted to send him a 666. Not bad for someone who could be a big brother to Ryu ***********. Xiao Mo saw her turn her head and asked curiously, why are you still looking at me? Hurry up and go to sleep. Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. So, when he said sleep, he really meant it literally. A flash of cunning flashed under Shen Lingyun's eyes, and her body squeezed next to Xiao Mo. A small, white, soft hand reached out from the quilt, trying to pry Xiao Mo's quilt open a crack. She was going to sneak under Xiao Mo's covers. Unexpectedly, just as the plan was underway, that restless little paw was pressed by Xiao Mo. What do you want? Xiao Mo asked with a smile. Chapter 144, The First Kiss. Shen Lingyun, whose plan was defeated, gave a cry and could only allow Xiao Mo to stuff her little paw back under the covers. She tilted her head at him sullenly, her pretty little mouth aggravated. Xiao Mo pinched her nose. Where's the promised sleep? Can't you even give me a hug? Shen Lingyun spat. No. Xiao Mo tucked her in and softly coaxed her. Although you don't have a fever, you are indeed in a poor state today, so if you don't want to get sick, you must sleep honestly. Shen Lingyun pretended to be angry. Okay, you're right about everything. Straight man of steel. You've worked hard. You go back to the steelmaking plant. The plant needs you. I'll drink hot water myself later. Xiao Mo was all angry and laughing. You heartless little thing. I'm heartbroken and you mock me? Humph. Shen Lingyun looked away. She thought Xiao Mo would come to coax her. As a result, people went on to watch the course. Shen Lingyun, who was wrapped into a dumpling, moved her body towards Xiao Mo's side, her face pressed against his arm, and raised her watery eyes to look at him. Xiao Mo freed a hand and rubbed her hair. Be good. Seeing that Xiao Mo ignored her, Shen Lingyun began to gain an inch. You didn't say good night to me. Well, good night. You're still looking at your cell phone. You're not sincere at all. Shen Lingyun protested. Xiao Mo smiled, gazed down at her eyes that were falling full of starlight, and said gently, good night. Shen Lingyun saw that he was really hopeless, so he had to take the initiative to ask for it himself. I want goodnight kisses. She had thought that Xiao Mo was embarrassed. Who knows? Xiao Mo laughed, picked up his cell phone and sent her a goodnight kiss emoticon on WeChat. In front of herself, Aqua sent that freshly searched emoji. You. Shen Lingyun was too angry to speak. Xiao Mo slyly said, didn't I give this to you? Humph. I'm never going to talk to you again. The girl huffed. Xiao Mo deliberately asked her. Why? Shen Lingyun glared at him. Am I some kind of a very cheap person? An emoticon is dismissed. I'm designated to have some big disease, masochism, to like such an exasperating bad guy like you. Before the words were finished, Xiao Mo leaned over and dropped a gentle kiss on her bare forehead. The goodnight kiss came unexpectedly, and the girl who had been so open-mouthed just a moment ago, red-warmed in a second. Xiao Mo patted her head. Can we sleep now? Boing. Shen Lingyun's mouth made a petulant sound. I still want one more. Xiao Mo teased her. You're charging a bit too much for this deposit. Shen Lingyun, I'm going to take it. Xiao Mo, traitor. Shen Lingyun's body arched and her hands poked out from under the covers.
pulling Xiao Mo's lapel and pulling him closer to her. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mo was on alert. Shen Lingyun smiled, and her pink lips gently pressed on Xiao Mo's cheek. The kiss with fragrance and warmth made Xiao Mo feel as if there was an electric current passing through the location of his cheeks. Tingling. He lowered his eyes to look at the clear and lovely girl in front of him and reached out to caress her delicate little face. Shen Lingyun said happily, "I gave you my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me." Xiao Mo grunted through his nose and retorted, speaking as if who isn't? Shen Lingyun? Xiao Mo was a bit mortified by her surprised gaze and spat. "What are you looking at? Go to sleep." Shen Lingyun couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, you've been married for 5 years and you still have your first kiss?" Xiao Mo was so angry that he pinched her little mouth up. "No more talking." Shen Lingyun's eyes blinked. Although, she also knew that Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan didn't have anything happen within their marriage, but hearing him admit it in person, her heart was still sweet like drinking honey. Sure enough, women still have to take the initiative to get meat. Xiao Mo saw that she was smiling thievishly, let go of her and asked, "What are you smiling about?" The newly liberated Shen Lingyun giggled. "It's worthy of you, pure love warrior. Little bastard. Me what me? I'm already a version ahead of Ji." Shen Lingyun said complacently. Xiao Mo was frantic. "What Xiao Ji? Where do you get that strange name all day long? You control me?" Humph. The more Shen Lingyun thought about it, the happier she became, closing her eyes and humming a song. "Go to sleep." Xiao Mo put down his cell phone and casually turned off the bedside lamp. "Sleep sleep sleep. Are you a repeater?" Shen Lingyun spat. Xiao Mo gave an oh so quiet sleep. Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun reapproached and drew circles with her fingertips at the location of his heart. "That. We'll chat for a while," Shen Lingyun said with a smile. "What do you want to talk about?" Xiao Mo reached over and wrapped his arm around her, letting her rest comfortably on his arm. Through the covers, wrapped around her fragrant soft body, he could still feel the restlessness inside. Xiao Mo planned to talk to her about some random topics to divert her attention. Instead, the guy tried to lift his covers and get under his covers. Xiao Mo once again pressed her restless little paw. "Stop it." "Why?" Shen Lingyun, who had failed to break through the defense line, was super unhip. Xiao Mo replied with a straight face. "The limit." Shen Lingyun understood for a second. Her small face reddened and she burrowed into his arms, sleeping under the same covers. He couldn't help himself. Shen Lingyun pouted. "Oh, so you have limits too. I thought you were ironclad." Xiao Mo pinched the back of her slippery hand. "Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't crave my body." "Who craved you? You've wronged me." She broke her defense. Xiao Mo coldly grunted. "Who has to rent across the street from me and spy on me every day?" Shen Lingyun retorted. "Didn't I put dimmer glass on you?" When she finished, she bit her nails. "It seems to be a no-brainer." She quickly changed the subject. "I was trying to talk to you about the development of the company." "Xiao Mo? What's with the sudden change of subject? Trying to push my boyfriend in the last second. Next talk about company growth. Talking about the international situation next?" Shen Lingyun, however, got serious. "You said last time that you went to talk about the cooperation of intelligent medical care. How come there is no more follow-up?" Today, little uncle's words had caught Shen Lingyun's attention. "Suppose, she is still the orphan girl who was trafficked and adopted by the two families of Yu Shan. Xiao Mo's current accomplishments were already enough for her to live a good life. But she's the daughter of the Shin family, the vice president of Hongxing. The younger uncle's intention is also the parents' intention. Hongxing will be handed over to her to take the helm in the future. Xiao Mo is a man with a strong sense of self-esteem. He may not be able to tolerate a woman being strong and a man being weak. The best way was for her and her little uncle to hold up the operation of Hongxing, while Xiao Mo went to vigorously develop some new projects and achieve noteworthy accomplishments, which would not only satisfy the elders of the Shin family, but also plug the long mouth. Xiao Mo sighed when he heard her ask about this. Went to talk about it, but resources at this stage are far from adequate. Cooperation is difficult, and plans have been put on hold for the time being. What resources do you need? Tell me about it. Shen Lingyun asked as she lay on his chest. Chapter 145, Woman, can you stop playing with fire? Xiao Mo caressed her hair with his hand and slowly opened his mouth. If it's apps, small programs and all that, I've worked with some of the private hospitals 5 years ago. There's not much new in this piece and the profits are so low that it's not worth investing too much time and effort. My idea is to make intelligent medical robots that can realize remote consultation, offline consultation, surgical assistance, rehabilitation therapy, nursing companionship, etc. The idea of artificial intelligence is just now emerging, and this piece is still a blue ocean. If this program comes to fruition, not only will it be profitable, but it will also help more patients in need. Shen Lingyun looked at him quietly and listened to his story. Xiao Mo thought of the past nursing elder Ji in the hospital and said rather emotionally, I've been running to the hospital almost every day for the past 5 years. Healthcare resources in the country are strained. and doctors and patients are under a lot of pressure. The hospital corridors are perpetually packed, long lines at the door of the diagnostic rooms, exhaustion and numbness on everyone's face, and it's a dark ordeal, especially for some of the patients and their families who need long-term treatment. I think it would be a good thing if intelligent medical robots were popularized to minimize the cumbersome process of seeing a doctor for the benefit of the patient, as well as to reduce the pressure on doctors and improve the quality of medical care. Through the moonlight leaking in through the window, Shin Lingyun's moist peach blossom eyes glowed with excitement as she gazed at him in fascination.
Oh, my God, he's so idealistic, so like him, such a kind, dedicated and caring man belongs to me, and it's so exciting to think about it. As Xiao Mo spoke, he realized that something was wrong. Looking down, Shen Lingyun, who was lying on his shoulder, was looking at him with eyes full of peach hearts. He was a little embarrassed by her blazing gaze and pinched her little face. What are you looking at? You speak well. Shen Lingyun grunted, rubbing her cheek against his fingers. Xiao Mo was happy. You are an executive of Hongsheng. In Hongsheng, aren't people with my kind of ability at the grassroots level all over the place? What's the fuss? It's not. Shen Lingyun sophomorically argued. Xiao Mo was right. In Hongsheng, all kinds of master's degree and doctor's degree from famous schools, and dozens or hundreds of department heads have this concept. But she just looked at Xiao Mo as being good everywhere. Shen Lingyun skimmed her small mouth. Those people aren't as handsome as you. Xiao Mo realized that when he talked to her about seriousness, she started to lose her seriousness again, slapped her on her upturned little ass. Through the covers. Well, Q-tip in the hand. Great. Xiao Mo lengthened his tone. Oh, you still pay attention to the looks of your male subordinates when you're listening to reports in the company, right? Playing quite flowery. MS. Shun, how did I? Shin Lingyun pulled Xiao Mo's lapel and tried her best to defend. I only looked at you. When did I ever look at another man? Just now the sensitive part was beaten. Shen Lingyun's face was red, but her mouth was not honest. However, if my male subordinate is you, then it's not impossible for me to go down the subterfuge reluctantly. Xiao Mo realized that it was not a wise choice to lie in a bed late at night, alone, talking about such a sensitive topic. The evil fire in my body was so strong that I couldn't suppress it anymore. Especially Shen Lingyun, like a cute kitten, obediently snuggled in his chest, the warm aroma of his body drilling into his nose, full of pure desire sense that tempts people to commit crimes. Xiao Mo gave the little good cat a kiss on her soft cheeks. Go to sleep. I have to be up at 6 in the morning and I have a lot of work to do at the office. Shen Lingyun continued to tire of him. I'll yell at you to get up tomorrow, and you haven't finished your speech yet. What resources do you need? Xiao Mo sighed. The technology and some of the resources are not difficult to solve. The difficulty lies in the funds, channels and medical resources. The boss I met last time, he has funds and medical resources on hand. But there are two problems with cooperation. What? Shen Lingyun secretly unbuttoned 2 buttons of Xiao Mo's shirt while he was talking about serious matters. Her white, soft fingertips, like a light feather, traced over his firm pecs. Xiao Mo's voice sounded above her head, seemingly coming from a very far place. On the one hand, he's asking for a new company that he'll invest in, with 70% of the shares, in which case our team is reduced to cattle and horses, losing control, and could be struck out at any time. On the other hand, he demands to turn a profit as soon as possible, and doesn't want to benefit doctors and patients as long as he makes money. I didn't feel the philosophy was compatible and declined to collaborate. Xiao Mo's words entered in Shen Lingyun's left ear and came out of his right ear. Shen Lingyun stared at his firm pecs and sighed in her heart. He's so fair-skinned, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, mermaid line, good figure. The shape of the muscles is also nice. Pectoral muscles are so elastic when pressed. What would it feel like to kiss them? So, as if Shen Lingyun had been compelled, she approached his chest and her fragrant soft lips pressed up. The unique scent that belonged to the man was heavy on her, a plant-like crispness that mesmerized her. She reached out her slippery little tongue again and licked it gently where his heart was. Xiao Mo's head cracked open with a buzz. He hurriedly scooped her up off his chest and jammed his hands into her small face, questioning with mild anger. Shen Lingyun, I'm already having a hard time. Can you stop playing with fire? Shen Lingyun saw Xiao Mo explode and knew that she was in trouble, so she quickly put on a pitiful appearance and wooed. Brother, I was wrong. I don't dare. She faked a sob and said. Xiao Mo couldn't do anything with this little goblin who repeatedly teased him. How could he not want to? He had more than just a spiritual love for Shen Lingyun. He also had a strong physical liking. With shallow intimacy, you can't help but want more. Every time I get close to her, the blood in my body seems to boil, and it's as if I can hear every cell in my body screaming in my ears. Want her, want her, want her. But it's a critical time for a new cell phone project to go live, and you can't afford to drop the ball. That's why he's careful even to kiss her, for fear that he won't be able to control it and get out of hand. If you're stuck with this demon, you're sure you won't be able to get out of bed, so what's the point of going on the program? Xiao Mo had no choice but to take Shen Lingyun in his arms and softly ordered, no more chit-chat, hurry up and go to bed. After catching up with the company's program tomorrow, I still have to go and communicate with the renovation company. Let's finish the house as soon as possible and get the marriage license. Well, when she heard that she wanted to get a marriage license, Shen Lingyun was immediately honest. She was just about to go to sleep when she heard Xiao Mo's voice ringing above her head. According to surveys, the average life expectancy for men in this country is 75 years. I'm now 27 years old and have 48 years to go, which is roughly 520 days a year based on 365 days. Shen Lingyun tilted her head in puzzlement and looked at him. Xiao Mo's black eyes were as deep as the sea, and he said gently, so, in these 17,500 days, I will be by your side. We are not short of 1 or 2 days. Your task today is to sleep well. Shen Lingyun understood. A lifetime of data expression. Not bad for a straight polytechnic man who does the math so finely. Shen Lingyun, however, favored eating this unique romance of his. She moved closer to Xiao Mo's face and gave him a gentle kiss on his chin that was sprouting green stubble. The voice is good and soft. Good night, brother. Then she shrank into his warm, secure embrace and closed her eyes blissfully. Shen Lingyun slept very deeply this sleep. When he woke up the next day, Xiao Mo was gone. Handwritten notes sit on the nightstand. I'm off to the office. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Just warm it up in the microwave. See you later. His characters are like his person, with strong and vigorous strokes, giving people a sense of calmness and solidity. Shen Lingyun's little heart overflowed with happiness as she hugged and kissed the note. The doorbell rang. Zhao Shirai is here. Sis, have you had breakfast yet? When is Special Assistant Chung coming over? Chapter 146 Special Assistant Zhong's New Identity. Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. You're not concerned about me at all. You're only concerned about whether your Special Assistant Chung can make it. Shen Lingyun hummed. You still remember me as your boss. Ha? I thought you only had Special Assistant Zhong in your heart. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Zhao Shirai quickly ran to the kitchen to help her heat up breakfast. The milk sandwiches Xiao Mo prepared for her with blueberries and nuts. After Zhao Shirai heated up the breakfast, she hurriedly brought it up. She was now getting 2 salaries. Shen Lingyun had increased her salary to 20,000 a month, and Xiao Mo's side had offered her another 5,000 a month after she was regularized. $25,000 for this job. She can't afford to lose it. Shen Lingyun cats on the sofa and sends a message to Xiao Mo. Zhao Shirai was anxious inside. Sis, eat quickly. Shen Lingyun gave her a big blank stare. Could it be that if I eat faster, Special Assistant Chung will come faster? Zhou Shinoa's chubby little face was redder than a tomato in a sandwich. I didn't mean it like that. Shen Lingyun walked over to the dining table and started eating breakfast unhurriedly. I just told Xiao Mo that I won't go to the office in the morning and we'll wait at home. By the time, Special Assistant Zhong will arrive at noon. Zhao Shirai was visibly agitated, and her little chubby face turned even redder. Shen Lingyun sent Zhao Xiaodi off to watch TV in a few words, while she herself opened her computer and organized the problems encountered by the intelligent medical robot that Xiao Mo had said yesterday. With the financial power of her Shen family's eldest daughter, it was not difficult at all to invest 300 to 500 million and mobilize resources for this project. The hard part was how she was going to help him in a way that was reasonable and didn't hurt the man's ego. Zhao Xia came over and looked at the document on the computer and asked Shen Lingyun curiously. Shen Lingyun briefly spoke his thoughts. Missy, you're really a virtuous assistant. I don't know how touched brother Xiao will be when he learns the truth later. Shen Lingyun was coaxed by her. Little mouth cha da honey like, don't expect me to give you a raise. Zhao Shirai immediately demonstrated the smile disappearance technique. Go away and don't disturb my work. Shen Lingyun gave the order. Zhao Shirai inner crickets, also just yelling at me. In front of Xiao day after day like a cat, but also hate to stick to him. My double standard missy. Zhao Shirai still walked away honestly. Shen Lingyun bit her nails and fretted. At this time, Xiao Mo's message came over. Xiao Ma, what time is it and you're not coming to work? Shen Lingyun, didn't you just agree to give me the morning off? Squeezing employees. Boss, Xiao Ma, missed you. Shen Lingyun saw this message and turned red warm for a second. Is that something a veteran steel mill employee could say? What's with the disbelief? Shen Lingyun asked tentatively. Bitchy man, give your brother back his cell phone. Xiao Ma, what are you thinking? Shen Lingyun, okay, sure it's you. When did you become so clingy? Hee emoticon. Xiao Mo, don't like it? Then pull black. Something drift bottle contact. Shen Lingyun, 6. Super not hee ha emoji. Xiao Ma, just kidding. I came to ask you if you want to have lunch together at noon. Shen Lingyun thought about it. Zhongwei came all the way over with his little uncle's hopes. There should be a lot of things to discuss. It was definitely necessary to bring Zhao Shirai along for lunch. She replied. Shen Lingyun, no need. I only go to the company in the afternoon.
I can just eat casually by myself at noon.
Xiaoma, I can come back and stay with you.
Shin Lingyun recalled that Zhou Jiannan often said in the company. They were in the early stage of the business. Everyone's work pressure is bursting, so busy that there is no time to eat and go to the toilet. So they can't wait to sit on the toilet with a boxed lunch and eat while tang. It was a delight for her to hear.
Shen Lingyun, there's no need to make a special trip.
You'll be busy with the company first and we'll be together in the evening.
Xiaoma, sure?
Shin Lingyun, well, I have a friend coming over later, so it's a good time to eat together. There was silence there for half a minute.
I don't know if I'm torn either.
Still, he sent in his most wanted question.
Xiaoma, a friend? Male or female?
Shen Lingyun, male.
Xiaomo, super not hi emoji. Shin Lingyun was happy when he took a look at it.
He actually sent back that little yellow cat emoji she had just sent over.
This man is really, now,
even the title of King of Jealousy is up for grabs.
Inexplicably cute. Want to kiss him so bad.
Shen Lingyun thought that her little uncle's side had said that he would give Zhong Wei a reasonable identity, so there was no need to rush to explain now.
She replied, Shen Lingyun, that's vinegar? Schmidt, aha.
Shen Lingyun, I'll bring Zhao Shirao AI with me.
It's in the restaurant downstairs from us. I'll explain it to you later.
Xiao Mo put down his cell phone. The look on his face is also super unhip.
According to Shen Lingyun, it was a friend who came over from the capital, and it was probably a more important network. Xiao Mo could not hinder Shen Lingyun's normal socialization because of his inexplicable possessiveness. He decided to go out for some air and distraction. Walking out of the office,
I heard Zhou Jiannan and Wang Hao blowing water with a new male colleague.
Kenan Xiao, the average person who wants to turn over quickly,
then must sleep on their side.
Wang Hao, if you want to understand the underlying logic of business, you have to visit more underground malls. Zhou Jiannan, ordinary people want to be successful.
The efforts of the latter are the most important.
So, rest today and tomorrow.
Wang Hao, if you want to see where the stock market is going, first get a big monitor.
New co-worker, 6. Chen Xiaoru walked over and gave Zhou Jiannan and Wang Hao a chestnut each. If you have nothing better to do, go and scrub the toilets. Zhou Jiannan smiled playfully. Relax and enjoy the pain. Look, Brother Xiao didn't even say anything about us.
The new co-worker saw his boss coming and hurriedly found an excuse to sneak back to his workstation.
Xiao Mo couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he had to say, it's nothing to take it easy after work, but you guys don't scare the newbies. Chen Xiaoru asked Xiao Mo, Brother Xiao, did you come to see us for something? Xiao Mo shook his head. No, I'm just asking you guys, do you want some coffee? I'll go buy it. Zhou Jiannan, thank you boss. Boss atmosphere.
Xiao Mo counted the number of people and went to the coffee shop downstairs. Wang Hao pushed his glasses.
Have you guys noticed that Brother Xiao has a much livelier personality now? Not as serious as before. Zhou Jiannan rested his hands behind his head.
Yeah, I haven't seen the president smile in a long time. The power of love is so great. Chen Xiaoru smiled and nodded at the table in front of them.
Alright, you two stop being poor. Hosey, get your license when you have time. Bastard, go find a date sometime.
The two men looked at each other and slipped away in a hurry.
Oops, lots of unfinished work. We're working late again today. 12 noon.
Zhong Wei appeared at the door of Shin Lingyun's apartment on time and rang the doorbell. Zhao Shirai leapt up from the sofa and dashed to the door.
Special Assistant Chung.
She pulled the door open, stars in her eyes with excitement.
Zhong Wei, whose perennial poker face had little expression, nodded at her and walked in. Great miss. Zhong Wei bowed.
He had always called Shin Lingyun as Mr.
Shin in the company,
but now that he had come to Cloud City, he had still changed his mouth. Shin Lingyun hummed and asked,
Special Assistant Zhong, what kind of identity did my little uncle give you? Zhong Wei hesitated for 2 seconds,
her eyes looking at the floor as she answered seriously.
Your business partner,
the head of the Hainxing subsidiary, has come to Cloud City to seek business opportunities for cooperation,
as well as Zhao Shirai's fiancé, Shen Lingyun, Zhao Shirai. Chapter 147, Strength and Means. Meet Missy and her fiancé's little assistant's astonished gaze. Zhong Wei, who had always been emotionally stable, couldn't help her cheeks reddening and said in embarrassment, Mr. Shen said it would be easier to act that way.
Shen Lingyun understood the bitterness of his younger uncle. Beside her, a sudden extra person of the opposite sex with resources is likely to cause Xiao Mo's suspicion,
which is the most taboo in the relationship. In relationships, there are some things that are not explained, and the most important thing is to keep your distance from the opposite sex. Zhao Shirao AI's identity was Shen Lingyun's cousin,
and it was much more reasonable for Zhong Wei to appear as a prospective cousin's husband and then go to talk about cooperation with Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun.
Shen Lingyun waved her hand. Fine, you can use this identity. I don't think Shen AI will object. Zhao Shirao AI nodded frantically. Zhong Wei once again hesitated for a few seconds and said awkwardly, Mr.
Shen said that in order to make the effect more realistic, he asked me to temporarily cohabit with Zhao Shirai.
Zhao Shirai. Zhong Wei explained to Zhao Xiaoai. But don't worry, it's 2 separate rooms. I won't affect your normal life. Shen Lingyan looked at Zhao Shirai's red, chubby face with a meaningful expression. I don't think she should mind. Zhao Shirai put on a professional fake smile. Where's the not minding? I'm just so happy, okay? Love comes fast like a tornado. Shen Lingyun booked a private room in the upscale hotel across the street and took Zhongwei and Zhao Shirai to dinner. Zhongwei had a lot of things to report to Shen Lingyun on his side. Zhao Shirai was present, so she picked up what she could say. Shen Lingyun thus learned that, in fact, as early as when she first returned to China, her younger uncle had already known about her movements. With the acumen of years of shopping mall immersion, Shen Jichuan noticed that Shen Lingyun's state was not right and conducted a follow-up investigation. It was only then that I realized she had come from a 1,000-mile run to the White Moon of middle school. Shen Jichuan, as the youngest uncle, had already loved this niece who had been lost at a young age. He didn't stop Shen Lingyun's act of chasing love for thousands of miles, but instead, he made a point of helping her hide it from the elders of the family and giving her cover when it came to the branch. It was also for this reason that Shen Lingyun had left for more than a month, and the elders of the Shen family had not yet realized that she had disappeared. Zhong Wei also said that Xiao Mo's ability was highly regarded by his younger uncle, and this time he was sent over with the intention of strongly supporting Xiao Mo's career development. Determining Shen Jichuan's intentions, Shen Lingyun even let go of her heart. After eating, Shen Lingyun returned to her apartment. Zhong Wei, on the other hand, went out to purchase clothes and daily necessities for her cohabitation with Zhao Shirai. Zhao Xiaoai followed Zhong Wei to the supermarket with a nice name of counselor. Shen Lingyun sat alone on the sofa, thinking of last night and Xiao Mo bed together. Heart not to mention how sweet. Moreover, Xiao Mo even kissed her face. She desperately wanted someone to share this sweetness with. Shen Lingyun dialed Ling Wei's number. Ling Wei was supposed to be playing a game, her keyboard crackling as she shouted at her cell phone. Baby, what do you want with me? Shen Lingyun hemmed and hawed. Bao. I came to report to you. I've made significant progress in my relationship with him. Ling Wei's tone didn't rise or fall. Really? Already almost into the drilling for fire session, right? Tell us the specific details. How long did it last? How many times was the highest record in a night? And how many positions were unlocked in total? Shen Lingyun? What kind of rocket speed is that? Is it still necessary to say that Xiao Mo kissed her face last night? Seeing that Shen Lingyun didn't say anything, Ling Wei guessed that it was because she was shy. Ling Wei couldn't care less. We're all adults. What's there to be embarrassed about? Isn't that what male-female relationships are all about? In the beginning, I wanted to know what your name was, and soon it was to know what you called. Shen Lingyun was greatly speechless. The voice of White Flaxseed on the other end of the phone rang out. Who? Ling Wei, pure love female warrior. Bai Qi, oh, Miss Shen. Ling Wei was happy. Buckle one turned human wife. Bai Qi, impossible. This isn't old Zhao's speed. Shen Lingyun, cough. Sure enough, it's still the White Flaxseed that sleeps out of a nest that understands Xiao Mo. Ling Wei was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly snapped at the phone. Bao, your old Xiao is so handsome. It can't be that he can't work in that area, right? Shen Lingyun. Bai Qi's voice sounded again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My old Xiao that size. When I was in the dormitory in the past, I looked at it and wanted him to me. Ling Wei, get lost. White chick, wife, what are you kicking me for? Ling Wei suddenly got excited. Milk me. Beautiful. 5 kills in hand. White Qi pleases. Wife. See I just this wave of key-bearing injury. Asterisk off to the side. You almost killed me when you hooked Dong Huang Tai E over. It's a good thing I flashed. Ahead of time. Ling Wei finished disliking Bai Qi and said to Shen Lingyun. Baby, what the hell did you just look for me for? Shen Lingyun said in a nonchalant manner. Oh, it's just that I want to find you to study how the sharing desire disappears. Ling Wei, hang up. There was no harm without comparison, and Shen Lingyun began to resent her own progress. Humph, I'm not a dainty condensed smoke with all the strength and means. Shen Lingyun muttered and decided to immediately push Xiao Mo down immediately. She tweets to Xiao Mo. Shen Lingyun, I finished eating and am ready to come over to the office. Xiaomer, good. Shen Lingyun, I'm cleaning up my room. Are you still staying over here tonight? Blushing cat emoticon. Xiao Mo, no, I have to work overtime tonight. Shen Lingyun, what about tomorrow? Xiaoma, I have to work overtime tomorrow too. Xiaoma, the project is coming up, so I'm going to catch up this week, and I'm going to sleep at the office. Shen Lingyun, wow, where can I find a boyfriend like you who is so elegant, suave, handsome, looks better than Panin, has outstanding abilities, is talented, and is so diligent and hardworking? Xiao Mo, drinking honey? Little mouth so sweet. Shen Lingyun was so angry that she closed her eyes. Her small fists pinched and clicked.
Can't understand her yin and yang, he doesn't understand even if. Talking about her sweet little mouth day in and day out and not coming to taste it for herself. Shen Lingyun finally realized that this holy monk treated queens and goblins equally. Without another word, she grabbed her bag and took a cab to the office. Stepping into the studio, Shen Lingyun went straight to Xiaomo's office and pushed open the door to his office. I'm coming. Have you eaten yet? Shen Lingyun asked as she closed the door. The next second, her entire body was pulled into a warm embrace. Xiaomo wrapped his arms around her slender soft waist, his lips kissed on her white and slender swan neck, and complained in a low voice in her ear. It takes so long to have a meal? Chapter 148 Red Warmth After a Kiss. Shen Lingyun almost laughed out loud when she heard this jealous voice of his, pretending to be serious. So you're a jealous man too? Shen Lingyun's fragrant soft lips rubbed against his cheek and deliberately asked. Angry? Xiaomo didn't say anything. The hand around her slender waist tightened hard, like he wanted to strangle her into himself. Shen Lingyun immediately snuggled into his arms, feeling his body heat, her breathing and heartbeat a little messy. She explained in a soft voice, talked about some business. And guess, who came? How would I know? It must be someone very important, Xiaomo said sourly. After all, Shen Lingyun hadn't even eaten with a rich and powerful man of Zhang Mingyang's level. Shen Lingyun wrapped her arms around Xiaomo's neck and pampered him. It's Shenai's fiancé. Look at you. What's with the jealousy? With that, she pouted her cute little mouth and came over to, who knows? Xiaomo's index finger pointed on her lips, stopping her from getting closer. So it's the future cousin's husband. Then I'll meet him tonight and invite him to dinner. I'll work first. Shen Lingyun? Shen Lingyun watched as the bastard left her where she was, and ran to sit behind the boss's desk himself, waking up the computer, opening the file, and his long, slender fingers, crackling and tapping the keyboard. Shen Lingyun was greatly speechless. Can't you use your lips for kissing if they're that good looking? Can't you play something else with such nice fingers? Shen Lingyun suspected that this one was getting back at her. She patted over and asked, Hey, what do you mean by that? I don't call feed. Xiaomo's face didn't change color, as he knocked on the keyboard. Shout brother. Shen Lingyun, your sister. Xiaomo was happy. My sister is you. Shen Lingyun, look up to the heavens and meditate. Kiss your husband. You chose it yourself. You chose it yourself. Xiaomo deliberately asked her, what are you doing? Shen Lingyun didn't have the good sense to say, memorize the poem. Xiaomo? Shen Lingyun, if I get angry, who will like it? Besides, it hurts my mind and effort. Other people angry, I do not angry. Angry out of the disease to Xiao G4. Xiaomo. I thank you. Shen Lingyun no longer joked with Xiaomo. Her body leaned on his desk and took the initiative to chat with him about last night. This cousin's husband of mine. He used to be an executive of Hongxing as well, but later went to be the management of a newly established subsidiary, and currently he has a great interest in the intelligent medical piece. Or, you can talk about cooperation. Xiaomo looked at her a bit puzzled. We just had this conversation with her yesterday, and so soon a self-resourceful cousin's husband drops out of the sky? The odds are that she is using her connections to support his career. The man you're looking for? He asked bluntly. Shen Lingyun nodded. Sort of. He came to see Shin Ai. During lunch, I mentioned it to him in passing. Xiaomo squeezed her hand, looked into her gentle and charming eyes, and said softly, Thank you. Thank me for what? Xiaomo said seriously. Not only have you been good to me, you've also wholeheartedly helped me develop my career. What's the point of being so polite? Shen Lingyun's face was full of shyness, and suddenly her words changed. Since you want to be thankful, come up with some practical actions. Xiaomo smiled and squeezed her small paw tightly, and on the back of her smooth white hand, he dropped a gentle kiss. Enough? Shen Lingyun went red warm for another second. Her little face was flushed, her eyes looking at him with affection, the corners of her mouth pressed together. Xiaomo thought to himself, why is this girl so easy to coax? Give her a kiss and she'll get that super satisfied look on her face, like the world is full of happy bubbles. I'm going to work, catch up, hurry up and finish the project, we'll go to the beach, Xiaomo said with a straight face. Oh, no, Shen Lingyun nodded. Seaside, definitely getting ready for a formal confession. It's one step closer to pushing down this super hard to tackle straight man of steel. Shen Lingyun was coaxed away by Xiaomo in a few words. Just as he walked out of the door at Xiaomo's office, he heard a burst of exclamations coming from the public office recreation area. Is that the heroine? So pretty, 100 times prettier in person than on camera. Where's the little fairy? Love it. The two owners of this company are indeed divine faces. What a heifer in the bullpen, awesome to the core. I don't care. The CP I'm high on must be real. Shen Lingyun? Chen Xiaoru was afraid that she would misunderstand, so she hurriedly came over and explained in a low voice. Sister Lingyun, yesterday you and brother Zhao's live broadcast went viral. and today all the local CP fans ran over to the company under the pretext of wanting to interview, but actually came to see you. Shen Lingyun, didn't you say the information was all processed? Chen Xiaoru, Xiao has already found someone to delete the posts. These are from the WeChat group. If there is nothing to follow up, their enthusiasm will disappear in a few days. Shen Lingyun nodded. Alright then, greet them and explain to them that Xiao Mo and I don't mix with the netizen circle, so there's not much use for these fans to come. Chen Xiaoru, got it. I'll take care of it. You go and get busy. Good. Shen Lingyun pushed open the door to her office. A few CP fans behind them were still talking with both eyes. So she was just coming in and out of the main man's office? What were they just doing that was so hard to guess? Office play. Is this something I can watch without charging money? Office romance is exciting. It must be what I think it is. Don't explain. I won't listen. Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. I was thinking the same thing. But how hard is this male lead to raid? You guys are not road. Shen Lingyun entered the office and isolated the murmurs. According to Zhong Wei's report, the program implemented over at the branch has begun to see results. The difference in the effectiveness of program implementation between the two groups is significant. In the face of the data, the voices of those in opposition weakened. Shin Jichuan has already arranged for new management to take over, and Zhong Wei is over here to fully assist her in Xiaomo's development. Shin Lingyun sent a message to Zhong Wei. Getting a reply, he had prepared his living supplies and smoothly moved into the apartment rented by Zhao Shirao. Shen Lingyun communicated Xiaomo's side of the idea about intelligent medical treatment to Zhong Wei in general, and said that they were going to have dinner together in the evening, and asked him to book a hotel. Zhong Wei replied with an okay gesture. After a few minutes, he sent over the information about the box he had booked. Shen Lingyun finished explaining the relevant matters and opened the day's work. In the pantry, 2 female employees, serving milk tea, were talking. Have you heard? Mr. G has outsourced his entire internet department to his ex-husband's studio. Isn't that the same as doing someone else's work? You came late. You don't know. When G's was about to collapse, it was her ex-husband who carried it. But after the company stabilized, Bai Yueguang returned to China, and disliked people's bad origins, and found a reason to kick them out. As a result, layoffs cut to the aorta. The department with nearly 9-figure profits collapsed directly, which was outsourced. This doesn't make sense at all. The white moonlight is that Lu Xiao, right? That playboy is inferior to her ex-husband in every aspect except his family is better off. Is she blind? They didn't realize that Ji Ningyan was standing not far behind them, and their words fell on their ears. They still gossiped with great devotion. Chapter 149, Xiaoxi's invitation to Ji Ningyan. That Lu Xiao, foreign gold-plated back. Although it is said that the hardware is not good, but the facade is finely decorated. The surface work is done very well. Hardcover doesn't make sense either. According to you, when Ji was about to go bankrupt, it was ex-husband brother who saved the day. So such a great credit can be unloaded? A normal person wouldn't be able to understand that, right? Not only that, I heard that Mr. G, her mother, has always disliked her ex-husband's brother's bad background, and Mr. G and that White Moonlight seem to be childhood friends. So after White Moonlight returned to China, Mr. G couldn't look at her ex-husband's brother. Wow, there are so many hidden agendas? Luxury family fights are really more bloody than dramas. After a few seconds of silence, the new female employee took a sip of her milk tea and sighed. I am not understanding these rich people's thoughts. I've seen my ex-husband brother once. He's old and handsome. He's also very polite. I've heard that he's very good at taking care of the feelings of his team members. He looks like the kind of person who's low-key and capable, and has particularly good breeding, while that Lu Xiao, with his hair combed greasy every day, he's always got a feeling that I'm the most handsome in the whole world, and he's so greasy that he's dying. If I had a husband like brother ex-husband, I wouldn't change it even if I were given $10 billion. The old employee revealed an expression that you are still young, you still have little experience. Later you will realize that many people are always able to pick out the worst of a bunch of options in front of a major life decision. There is also a kind of woman who possesses a keen sense of smell, and can pick out the scummiest one from a sea of people, or even a bunch of good men. Not, such a binary choice can be wrong? It's barely understandable that you can't tell gold from copper, but you can't tell a watermelon from a sesame seed? Harm. Or why is there an idiom called fish eyes for pearls? Ha 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 ha, laugh your ass off. Now Mr. G is probably gutted. Ji Ningyan stood in the corridor not far away, her red lips pursed, her expression ugly. Assistant Li Dandan immediately said, Sister, do you want me to notify the personnel to punish them? Chatting at work and discussing the leader's private affairs. No need. Ji Ningyan shook her head. Li Dandan froze at that. One must know that the former Ji Ningyan was not so good-tempered. During the heyday of Ji's development, many small and medium-sized enterprises were tied to this big tree and wanted to cooperate with Ji. Job seekers are even stepping over the threshold. and many are proud to have made it into G's 3 rounds of interviews. This high-flying female president can be described as scenic and domineering. Back then she could drive whoever she wanted. Anyone who dared to talk about her in the company would definitely be in for a rude awakening. Now the 2 female employees were on the verge of jumping in her face to trample on her dignity. Why doesn't she have any semblance of a temper? Li Dandan just wanted to ask something, but she saw Ji Ningyan's eyes with tears in them as she quickly left. Where did the little assistant know that Ji Ningyan had long been in a deep state of remorse? Even 2 grassroots employees can see what's going on. As the president of G's and the one who benefited the most, she couldn't see Xiao Mo's dedication. She hated herself for being larded. Ji Ningyan walked into her office. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face as she sat in her wide boss chair. In fact, only 40 days had passed since the day she filed for divorce. To her, however, it seemed like decades, long as if she was going through her whole life. The year Ji Ningyan graduated from college, her family fell on hard times, and in her early 20s, with no social experience, she was forced to carry Ji's and the family's burden. She wasn't a smart person by nature, and it's been an incredibly difficult journey to support the company's operations by putting in the hard work. However, it wasn't until Xiao Mo left that she realized that without Xiao Mo's support, it was impossible for her to take on such a heavy responsibility. Qi's family started out as building materials, and she was indoctrinated by her parents' concept that offline socializing was more important. 2. A cocktail party, a dinner party, a business negotiation, can achieve tens of millions of hundreds of millions of orders. They looked down on the newly emerging internet business, and even more so on Xiao Mo, who could only play the keyboard. At that time, Ji Ningyan was too young and only knew how to follow her elders blindly, and she simply did not have the ability to analyze and judge. She had always thought that Lu Ziyu, who had connections and resources, was good at socializing, and was able to be smooth on all sides of high society, would be more able to help her develop Ji. She hadn't thought about the fact that those seemingly insignificant efforts of Xiao Mo were the cornerstone of Ji. Now, Ji, whose foundation had been moved, was in danger. Ji Ningyan raised her tearful eyes and looked across the desk at the parlor sofa. Vaguely, it was as if I saw the shadow of Xiao Mo at the time, sitting on the black leather sofa, with a laptop resting on his long legs, quietly and intently browsing through the information. At that time, Ji Ningyan just took over the company. A lot of things she did not understand, relying on their own theoretical knowledge cannot deal with. Her grandfather is in a coma, her father is drinking away his sorrows, and the company's shareholders and management are opposed to her rise to power. Xiao Mo, who is also young, utilizes his entrepreneurial experience and superb learning skills to help her with the massive amount of paperwork required to keep the company running. As Xiao Mo said, in order to help her to the top in the first place, in order to deal with all the problems of the Ji family and the company, he tired to go into the ICU, only to get a sentence from her that she does not think about progress. Who was she to beg for Xiao Mo's love again? There was a knock on the door. Sis, I have something to report. Li Dandan's voice sounded again. Ji Ningyan retrieved her thoughts and quickly dried her tears. She's still keeping Qi running, simply because Ji was like a belief, a value to her. Yet, she didn't know what she was living for. Come in. Li Dandan walked in and handed over an itinerary. Sister, this is your schedule for this afternoon. Si Xiao's side agreed to your invitation. Dinner is set at the newly established 5-star hotel, Platinum Hyatt Hotel. This is the box information and dishes. Ji Ningyan took the itinerary, double-checking the information. She was puzzled. On Si Xiao's side, it was me who invited him to discuss cooperation. So why was this box booked by him and paid for by him? Li Dandan explained. Si Xiao's assistant said that at the moment he can't schedule to discuss cooperation with you individually, and today's dinner party is a banquet for some of his business friends, and you're also in the invitation line. Ji Ningyan wrinkled her eyebrows as she sensed the abnormality in the message. This is not in line with common sense, Li Dandan reported seriously. Si Xiao's assistant also explained, saying that he is very optimistic about our Ji's potential and wants to cooperate with us. Moreover, he has an industrial park project on his hands that he is approaching, and the ones invited today are also important investors. Chapter 150, Why are you looking at male models? Ji Ningyan heard the little assistant say this and thought it was reasonable. She promised, okay, I know, I'll be on time for the feast. Si Xiao, the crown prince of the 7th-ranked family in Cloud City, the Situ family. It was also an important network that Lu Ziyu had introduced to her after he returned home. At that banquet, Ji Ningyan got the contact information of 2 key people, one of which was manager Zhang of Xingtai Real Estate, and the other was Si Xiao. Xingtai Real Estate Cooperation. Because the crown prince has a partnership with Xiao Mo, the other party directly rejected Ji Ningyan's bid. Although the Situ family was not as powerful as the Zhang family, if they could cooperate with them, they would be able to make huge profits on the real estate project. and they wouldn't have to worry about the subsequent orders. You can't afford to miss out on working with Zi Xiao. Ji Ningyan rubbed her swollen temples. After Xiao Mo left, her job was more stressful than before. She had more negative emotions, and her migraines got worse, but these were her own deaths, and she couldn't blame anyone. Just more often than not, she felt intensely confused. These days, she's more like a muddled robot carrying out specific running instructions. If she didn't have to use her time and energy for work, she wouldn't know what to do at all. Sometimes, she even thought that she was superfluous to live in the world. After taking care of the company's business, Ji Ningyan changed her clothes. She thought that today's dinner party was of a business negotiation nature, and purposely selected a set of dignified and competent white professional suits. Looking at her pale and tired face in the mirror, Ji Ningyan's heart was saddened. In the past, when she was with Xiao Mo pampered her as much as he could, and all kinds of soups nourished her skin to the point that she could not see that she was already close to 30 years old. Those ordinary, peaceful times, once something she resented, were now the most extravagant of memories. Ji Ningyan didn't continue to think about it and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She summoned a driver and took a car to the Platinum Hyatt. 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Mo, who had finished his work, arrived at the Platinum Joy Hotel accompanied by Shin Lingyun. "Why are you booked here?" Xiao Mo asked. Shin Lingyun smiled and explained. "A coupon from Xiao Zhang. This is the hotel he invested in?" "Aha." Shin Lingyun didn't say more. She was afraid that Xiao Mo didn't like her mentioning Zhang Mingyang too much, and changed the topic. "This future cousin husband of mine belongs to the practical school, and isn't very talkative, so I'll take a precaution in advance with you." Zhong Wei was perennially poker-faced and had little expression most of the time, and Shin Lingyun was afraid that Xiao Mo would think he was arrogant. Xiao Mo smiled up. "That's quite good. It should fit with me, and I don't like socializing." The two entered the box. Zhong Wei immediately stood up. "Duh." Just one word was said and he immediately stopped talking. Habitually, he wanted to call out to Missy, only to realize that Missy's identity could not be revealed for the time being. Zhong Wei bowed and said respectfully to Xiao Mo, "Big brother, I am Zhong Wei, Zhao Shiraoi's fiancé. It's my first time meeting you, so please teach me more." Xiao Mo had a question mark on his face. Zhong Wei has a thin figure and a poker face with no expression, but he does not look young, at least 30 years old. "Why do you call him Big Brother? Just like Zhang Mingyang?" Zhong Wei helped Xiao Mo pull back the seat. "Big brother, please sit down." Then Zhong Wei went to get the waiter to serve the food. Xiao Mo breaks guard. "Does he look that old?" Xiao Mo looked at Shin Lingyun beside him. The girl's skin was hydrated and tender as a peeled egg, full of collagen. "If you dress up a bit more youthful, some people will believe you if you say you are 18 or 19 years old." And he'd spent the last few years fighting day and night for the Qi family, feeling like he'd built up his skin. It won't be another 2 years before someone recognizes him as Shin Lingyun's father, right? Shin Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's face full of embarrassment, not quite understanding, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Mo couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Do I look that old?" Shin Lingyun guessed that he was autistic from Zhong Wei's shout of "Big Brother," and he didn't realize that it was because she was the eldest miss of the Shin family that Zhong Wei shouted like that. Shin Lingyun smiled and teased, "He's a year older than you, but he's my cousin's fiancé, so he should rightly call you brother-in-law. And it's not wrong to call him Big Brother, right?" Xiao Mo didn't say anything. Shin Lingyun tickled his palm with her little finger and looked at his somewhat frustrated expression and asked with a smile, "What? You still have appearance anxiety, ah?" "No, don't be ridiculous." He was in a hurry. Shin Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo's sullen appearance and tried to coax him, so he pulled him over and nipped his ear quietly, flirting with him. "You are the most handsome. The row of male models I just saw in front of the hotel, combined, are not as handsome as you." Xiao Mo decisively grasped the point. "Why are you looking at male models, Shan Lingyun?" Xiao Mo's tone was cool and whooshing. "I'm old after all. I don't have the fresh meat to attract you, do I?" Shan Lingyun, when did she look at male models? She keeps her eyes glued to him, okay? Just playing a stunt, trying to cajole him, and he caught on. "It's so wrong that it's going to snow in June." Seeing Shan Lingyun panic a batch, Xiao Mo smiled and said, "Teasing you. Harm." Zhong Wei walked back and took the initiative to sit beside Xiao Mo and opened the door. "Brother Xiao, about the idea of intelligent medical care, my cousin told me about it. In fact, the purpose of my coming to Cloud City this time is precisely to investigate new projects. Our leaders have increased their investment in the medical industry over the past few years, and it's been quite fruitful. Dongsheng Medical, you should have heard of it, right? If your project planning can be favored by the leaders, Dongsheng could possibly invest in this project." Xiao Mo nodded. "Dongsheng belongs to Hongsheng, has the domestic top laboratory, advanced medical equipment and drug research and development technology, the development of day by day, with hundreds of hospitals across the country have in-depth cooperative relations. Xiao Mo is going into the smart healthcare industry and has done his homework and knows a bit about Dongsheng. Only, with his current resources, he didn't even think that he could cooperate with Dongsheng. After listening to Zhong Wei's self-introduction, Xiao Mo felt that it might not be impossible to cooperate with Dongsheng through his introduction. Zhong Wei's practical personality and Xiao Mo quite compatible. For the project, the two talked very much. Xin Lingyun herself is the vice president of Hongsheng, not some grassy little sweet girl. She also collected all the drama and listened carefully to the discussion between the two people on the side. Offer your own insights from time to time. The three chatted animatedly. Zhou Xin'e was left feeling bored. She really couldn't understand it. Workplace little chicken mistakenly into the Big Brother high-end bureau. Xin'e heart bitter. Xin'e do not say. She had to play with her fingers on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Ji Ningyan arrived at the Platinum Hyatt Hotel. Walking outside the Tianzino one box, she was surprised to see Lu Ziyu. Ningyan, you're here. Lu Ziyu saw her and walked over with a smile on his face, trying to take her hand. Ji Ningyan ducked away angrily. Why are you here? Lu Ziyu didn't mind, patiently explaining. Xiao's bureau today was saved by me, and it was also me who suggested that he invite you to. Ji Ningyan's pretty face was like ice and her tone was cold. What do you mean by that? You made a mess of our G-clan and now you want to meddle in G-clan's business? Chapter 151. Ji Ningyan was given a hard time. Seeing that Ji Ningyan didn't want to talk to him at all, Lu Ziyu hurriedly stopped in front of Ji Ningyan and said curtly, Ningshan, we've been in a relationship since we were kids. How do I treat you? Don't you understand? Everything I did was to help you. Ji Ningyan gave him an angry look and said in annoyance, Lu Ziyu, you have to stop acting. I know, I'm stupid, I'm easy to fool, and I've always believed whatever you said since I was a kid, but I already know what you've done, and there's no way for you to come back and fool me again. Lu Ziyu was shocked. What do you know? What did I do? Ji Ningyan's lips hooked up the arc of ridicule. The bottom of her eyes are all disappointment. You went abroad for those 5 years. You told me that you were under house arrest by your family, and when you came back, I immediately believed you. A few days ago I investigated. Your WeChat is still in use. You also sent messages to your former friends. Only to me. You blocked me. This is what you call house arrest? Lu Ziyu was even more alarmed when he heard this. Indeed, as Ji Ningyan said, she didn't have a high IQ and was naive and very gullible as a child. From a young age he had coaxed her with all sorts of flowery words. You have to listen to your brother or he'll ignore you. This threatening spell has been tried and tested 100 times. It is also because Ji Ningyan has always been obedient to him, even if he abandoned her to go abroad. After returning to make up a random excuse, she immediately believed it. However, after Xiao Mo left, Ji Ningyan's IQ seemed to go online. She's nowhere near as gullible as she used to be. Lu Ziyu's brain was alive and he quickly thought of an explanation. Ningyan, yes, I lied to you. At that time it was my family that didn't allow me to interact with you. They cut off my financial resources. I couldn't help you. I could only do what my family said. I also did it for our future. Ji Ningyan's heart sank violently. To this day, he is still full of lies and delusions of grandeur to deceive her. Lu Ziyu, I don't have any relationship with you, and for the sake of the past, I'm not pursuing you for the damage you caused to our G-clan. In the future, let's not come and go. Lu Ziyu wanted to say something else. However, he heard Situ Lin's voice coming from inside the box. Yo, isn't this our Cloud City's famous golden flower? Ji Big Beauty? Come in and sit down. Ji Ningyan was trying to get rid of Lu Ziyu's pestering, and when she heard Situ Lin's voice, she hurriedly walked in. Although Lu Ziyu's family power was stronger than Situ's family, he was after all a bastard, with no real power at all, and he still had to flatter Situ Lin, the authentic crown prince. He saw that Situ Lin had given the word and didn't dare to disobey, so he also followed him in. The box was not crowded. Situ Lin sat upright and said to Ji Ningyan with a smile, Ningyan, come, sit next to me. Whatever you like to eat, just order. Ji Ningyan was somewhat disgusted by Situ Lin's enthusiasm. She had only met Situ Lin once, and was not familiar enough to call her by name. However, she was also too embarrassed to lay down Situ Lin's face, so she could only walk over and sit next to him. She looked at the people sitting there. There were 4 or 5 rich youngsters, basically no one over 30. All of them were rich sons of the family. The one with the highest status should belong to Zhang Mingyang, the crown prince of the Zhang family, who sat on the other side of Situ Lin and was even more prestigious than the Situ family. Seeing Zhang Mingyang, Ji Ningyan was startled. To think that she once worked so hard to flatter Zhang Mingyang, trying to take the cooperation project of the resort mountain, but ultimately lost her face. Ji Ningyan's pretty face flushed red and she lowered her head in shame. Zhang Mingyang was also shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that Situ Lin's comment about inviting a great beauty was actually Ji Ningyan. To this ex-wife of Missy's beloved, Zhang Mingyang was respectful.
He is now unsure of Missy's attitude towards Xiaomo's ex-wife, and is afraid that if he makes Missy unhappy, the cooperation will all go down the drain.
What was even more annoying was that he had just made a point of telling Miss Shin that he was eating here in order to please her,
saying that he would go over to meet Xiaomo and Missy's friends later. Wouldn't it suck to meet up? Situ Lin, however, proudly held his wineglass and said to Ji Ningyan, Ningyan, I haven't seen you for a few days. I asked you out today, and you're still late. Come on, I'll punish you with a drink.
Ji Ningyan excused herself.
See Xiao,
I just ran into a friend at the door and chatted for a few moments.
I didn't mean to be late. Situ Lin's face darkened. Not drinking, right? Not giving face. Ji Ningyan has no choice.
She knows the rules of the drinking field.
The words to this point, it is necessary to drink.
She had to take the glass and dry the white wine.
Situ Lin led the applause, his tone greasy. Good. No wonder people say that Ji's female president is a strong woman. She's really a woman of honor. He beckoned his assistant to refill Ji Ningyan's wine. He wore a playful expression, toying with the glass in his hand. Ningyan, I feel your sincerity, but we're sitting on so many VIPs, and you haven't made amends to them yet. Ji Ningyan was secretly surprised. This is to get her to toast from person to person and hit the pass. However, she was here to talk to Situ Lin about cooperation. At most a partner, not an escort girl. How could Situ Lin let her drink so much as a woman?
Ji Ningyan looked at the people in the audience,
hoping that someone would speak up for her. However, even Lu Ziyu, everyone was silent and none of them spoke up for her. Ji Ningyan looked at the white wine in her glass. The guests present, counting Lu Ziyu and Zhang Mingyang, totaled 5. That means only 5 drinks. Ji Ningyan had more than just this amount of alcohol. In order to get the cooperation,
Ji Ningyan gritted her teeth and raised her wine glass.
Shen Lingyun sat in the box, slowly picking at the fish spines. She hadn't interjected in a while either. Xiao Mo and Zhong Wei simply met at first sight, with similar personalities and business concepts, and the more they talked, the more they got along.
Zhong Wei had assisted Shen Lingyun for several years, and Shen Lingyun didn't even know that he was so talkative. Zhao Shirai also rolled her eyes beside her. During this recent period, she had been messaging and calling Zhong Wei almost every day,
asking for advice on work-related matters.
She slowly fell in love with the quiet but superbly executed man. Rarely did he come to Cloud City, or in such an ambiguous capacity as her fiancé. Zhao Shirai thought about whether she could have a chance. It would be best if Missy and Xiao Mo helped to assist during dinner.
Wouldn't it be logical? As a result, Xiao Mo and Zhong Wei have been chatting about work-related.
From the development of the internet to artificial intelligence, look at the situation. Hate to talk about the full 5,000 years up and down.
Zhao Xia AI secretly spat.
She quit with Missy. Forget it and let the two of them be together.
Shen Lingyun was beside him and also got up a blessing.
She had come back to Cloud City for so long, and she had gone to great lengths to raid Xiao Mo every day, and the words he said to her didn't add up to what she said to Zhong Wei tonight. At this time,
Shen Lingyun received a text message from Zhang Mingyang. Winning a handful of sleep. Missy, I can't come over. There's something going on over here. MS. Ji and Sito Lin are in conflict. Shen Lingyun's face was full of questions. MS. Key? Which MS? Key? Holy, isn't it our old acquaintance Key? She stood up prancing, striding out the door. Xiao Mo asked, Lingyun, where are you going? Shen Lingyun walked forward without looking back. Going to see a friend. You guys talk first, I'll be back later. Chapter 152. Ji Ningyan slaps Lu Ziyu in the face. Shen Lingyun left behind Xiao Mo who had a confused look on his face. Alone, he came outside the sky character No. 1 box. Before he could cross the corner, he heard the sound of arguing coming from the hallway in front of the box. It's Ji Ningyan and Lu Ziyu. Shen Lingyun hid on the sidelines and secretly observed. Ji Ningyan seemed to be very angry. Her hair was a bit messy. Lu Ziyu came to pull her, but she pushed her away fiercely. What are you doing? I just wanted to see if you were hurt. What's with the tantrum at me? Lu Ziyu was filled with displeasure. Ji Ningyan's voice choked. Aren't you also looking at me as a joke? In a situation like that just now, you didn't say a word for me, and now you're here to pretend to be a good person? Lu Ziyu patiently approached Ji Ningyan and coaxed her with flowery words. Ningyan, don't be too sensitive. These are normal social etiquette. So many people are here. What can people do? Showing a little intimacy to you and livening up the atmosphere is just. Ji Ningyan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. How dare you say such things? I was your childhood friend. We had a relationship. I was bullied. It's even if you didn't help me. You actually helped that kind of person to justify it. Why didn't I see that you are such a person? I didn't mean that. Yen, I'm also heartbroken that you've been doused with alcohol. But isn't this for the sake of the project? Otherwise, why did I save the bureau? Just to let Si Xiao give you a chance. Lu Ziyu wanted to go to hug Ji Ningyan. Ji Ningyan, however, took 2 steps backward, her voice sad. Xiao Mo never used to make me suffer like this. Every time I came out to socialize, he would help me block the drinks. With him by my side, no one ever dared to bully me. I was blind and actually believed your words and drove him away. When Lu Ziyu heard Ji Ningyan say this, his fire jumped up and he said in annoyance, Ji Ningyan, don't go too far. It wasn't you yourself who disliked Xiao Mo's lack of advancement and wanted to divorce him, saying that you were considering getting back together with me. So I came to Ji Clan to help you. Otherwise, what's the size of your Ji Clan? Besides, you've been married for 5 years. Who knows if Xiao has ever touched you? Didn't Mr. Z just touch your hand? That's because he thinks highly of you. Why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? Ji Ningyan was so angry at Lu Ziyu's insulting words that she was trembling. She raised her jade hand and slapped it hard on Lu Ziyu's face. Lu Ziyu felt half of his face hot and painful and looked at her in shock. You hit me? I've been in love with you since we were kids. And you're hitting me? The tears in Ji Ningyan's eyes couldn't be controlled. You've come back these days, messed up my life, messed up Ji Clan, and I haven't even really blamed you for looking at the past. But you actually said such underhanded words. Lu Ziyu had been scolded by Ji Ningyan at this moment and sobered up a bit. He understands Ji Ningyan's character. Although the person is straightforward and silly, but she does focus on spiritual love, and regards chastity as very important, unlike those loose warblers he slept with outside. Thinking of this, plus the fact that he did have some feelings for Ji Ningyan, his anger subsided and he said curtly, Ningyan, I don't mean that. Ji Ningyan's hand trembled as she pointed at him, desperately trying to restrain her inner anger. Get out and don't let me see you again. Gazing smoke. Get out. Lu Ziyu left in a huff. Ji Ningyan leaned limply against the wall as if all her strength had been drained away. She closed her eyes and tears rolled down her face like broken beads. Shen Lingyun walked over. Ji Ningyan was startled when she heard the footsteps and hurriedly dried her tears with her hands. When she saw that it was Shen Lingyun, her mood was a little complicated. Shen Lingyun handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. Ji Ningyan took it, hesitated for a few seconds, and spoke arduously. You were the one who made Xiao Mo come back last time? Aha! Shen Lingyun did not deny it. Ji Ningyan's pretty face reddened and said sadly, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I shouldn't have done that. Shen Lingyun pursed her lips and shook her head. You don't need to apologize to me. You also just want to save your marriage. Ji Ningyan looked at her in surprise. Aren't you angry? Shen Lingyun laughed, with a few self-deprecating, the means to rob a man. The luster does not go anywhere. I'm not also in your divorce cooling off period rushed back. Afraid of prying the wall corner? Ji Ningyan lowered her head in shame. She didn't expect Shen Lingyun to not only not fall on her sword at such a time, but in turn comforted her, and her heart was actually touched by a trace of emotion. They stood in silence in the corridor and the atmosphere became subtle. They loved the same man in what is supposed to be a saber-rattling relationship. And yet, because of this man, there was a wonderful link, a little more empathy. Shen Lingyun sighed and took the initiative to break the silence. Xiao Zhang told me that you had a conflict with Situ Lin. Aha! Shen Lingyun looked at Ji Ningyan's slightly red and swollen tearful eyes and spoke in a deep voice. This socializing thing is about the exchange of benefits, and the basic law of high society is the law of the jungle. Only those who are evenly matched have the capital to socialize. This scale of G's is nothing in front of these big families of theirs. A beautiful woman like you, without the support of a strong family power, you socializing with these princelings is like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. You're their prey. This shallow truth. Don't you understand? Ji Ningyan looked ashamed. These truths, she did realize only today. She is the school flower of a superior family at school, and the lover of the second youngest member of the Lu family. A star-crossed existence. After her family falls on hard times, Lu Ziyu abandons her, but she finds Xiao Mo to rely on. Relying on Xiao Mo's escort, she had a smooth ride. It wasn't until what happened today that she understood what Xiao Mo had said before, and why Xiao Mo had been preventing her from socializing with those powerful families. Instead, she thought it was Xiao Mo who was uninspired. Ji Ningyan said sadly, he has reminded me many times. It's my own stupidity. I'm overly ambitious. I don't understand his hard work. With that, her tears flowed again. Shen Lingyun naturally knew that the he she was talking about was Xiao Mo. She approached Ji Ningyan and reached out to gently touch Ji Ningyan's red and swollen cheeks. Ji Ningyan drew a cold breath in pain, and the look of shame in her eyes increased. Who hit you? Sordran? Ji Ningyan let out a hum. Sito Lin took advantage of the toast to touch her hand and tried to drag her into his arms, and she pushed him away with all her might. As a result, Situ Lin was not accustomed to her bad temper and slapped her in the face. Shen Lingyan's eyes flashed with anger as she pulled Ji Ningyan's arm. Follow me. What are you doing? Ji Ningyan asked in panic. Don't ask. Just follow. Shen Lingyun pulled her and angrily walked into the box. Zhang Mingyang saw Shen Lingyun barging in with a dark face and exclaimed in a low voice. Holy, Missy is fuming. Chapter 153, Ji Ningyan. no one will protect you forever. Situlin was getting high when he suddenly saw a super pretty big beauty barging in at the door and was still wondering. Just heard Zhang Mingyang's words. He giggled inwardly. Just now, when Zhang Mingyang said that he could possibly work with the Shin family in the capital, Situlin thought that he was bragging. Hearing him call out Missy, Situlin's mind spun fast and immediately understood what was going on. Could it be that this idiot beauty, Ji Ningyan, is Miss Shin's bosom friend? Situlin immediately panicked and hurriedly changed into a smiling face. Missy is here in a big way. I don't know. Without even finishing her words, Shin Lingyan grabbed a plate of food on the table and directly pasted it on Situlin's face. Situlin! Without waiting for Situlin to react, Shen Lingyun lifted his collar, threw him to the ground, and raised her foot to kick him hard in the chest. Situlin let out a muffled grunt and collapsed in the corner with a face full of vegetable soup. Shen Lingyun glanced at Zhang Mingyang and said in a cold voice, "Call your men to beat him up for me." Zhang Mingyang immediately stood up. Yes. He walked over to Situlin and reminded him in a low voice, "Missy is losing her temper, so bear with it, or else your entire clan will be doomed." Then, Zhang Mingyang greeted the bodyguards behind him. "Do it!" 2 bodyguards came over and punched and kicked Situlam. Naturally, Situlin didn't dare to make a move and was honestly beaten. Although the bodyguards didn't dare to lay a heavy hand on him, with Shin Lingyun present, they didn't dare to touch the fish and beat up Situlin in a regimented manner. Situlin took a beating and grimaced in pain as his body felt like it was falling apart. The pampered prince, where has he suffered this kind of pain? It feels like half of his little life has gone. Shin Lingyun pointed at Situlin's nose and scolded, "Let's see if you still dare to bully women in the future, lower-headed man." After saying that, Shin Lingyun pulled Ji Ningyan and left the box in large strides. When they reached the corridor, Ji Ningyan's entire body was still confused. She had investigated Shin Lingyun, an orphan girl, and the old couple who had adopted her, who were farmers by birth, had later started a small business. Even if she had a beautiful face, even if she had been an executive of Hongsheng, she wouldn't be able to command Zhang Mingyang to beat up Situlin, right? The only possibility was that Shin Lingyun herself had a heavenly background that could completely crush the Zhang and Situ families. Ji Ningyan looked at Shin Lingyun in surprise, unable to speak. Shen Lingyun, however, ignored this surprise of hers and said indifferently, "We women, in society, are already prone to discrimination, and we have to be strong on our own in order not to be bullied." She turned her head, looked at Ji Ningyan's shocked expression, and said seriously, "Tears of a tender beauty are very easy to arouse the sympathy of others, and this trick works especially on the strong. I admit, if I hadn't seen your tears today, I wouldn't have been able to stand up for you, but you can't always rely on the protection of others, and there won't be anyone who will always take their life to guard you, so do yourself a favor." Shin Lingyun didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Ji Ningyan looked at Shin Lingyun's departing back, and tears fell again. She knew that Shin Lingyun's words were ostensibly about herself, but in actuality, she was talking about Xiaomo. Her heart ached like pins and needles. Sheepishly, between her teary eyes, she remembered an incident from long ago, when the Ji family was in trouble. A certain time when Xiaomo sent her to meet a client. The car was blocked on a small road, and 7 or 8 yellow hairs armed with iron bars came to teach her and Xiaomo a lesson. Even though those were just ordinary punks, not much kung fu, not practiced, she hid in the car shaking with fear and let Xiaomo deal with those 7 or 8 punks alone. Although Xiaomo was able to fight and drove away those yellow hairs, he himself was injured. Ji Ningyan jumped into his arms and cried, and he softly coaxed her. "It's okay, Jack. I'll protect you." Xiaomo wasn't much of a talker and said this to her the most. The man who had guarded her with his life was finally broken and would never return. Ji Ningyan covered her face and suppressed her voice to sob lowly. Zhang Mingyang came to her side and said to her, "Let me send you back." Ji Ningyan raised her eyes in surprise, and Zhang Mingyang urged her with a straight face, "Don't let anyone else know about what happened today, especially Xiaomo. Do you understand?" Ji Ningyan guessed that he was talking about Shin Lingyun's identity. Although, Ji Ningyan was not sure what exactly Shin Lingyun's origin was, nor did she know why Shin Lingyan was hiding it from Xiaomo, but she nodded anyway, because she knew in her heart that no matter what the reason was, Shin Lingyun would never do anything to hurt Xiaomo. Shin Lingyun returned to the box. Xiaomo looked at her with a sullen look and squeezed her soft little hand, asking with concern, "What's the matter with you? It looks like you're in a bad mood." Shin Lingyun shook her head. "It's nothing." Xiaomo looked at her uneasily. Shin Lingyun tried to squeeze out a smile. "I'm fine." Xiaomo sensed that she was in a bad mood and took the initiative to end the discussion with Zhongwei. "Cousin husband, Lingyun is not feeling well. I'll send her back first. Tomorrow you come to my company and we'll talk about it in detail." Zhongwei saw that Missy's face didn't look right, so she busily stood up. "I'll see you guys off." Zhao Shirai sat in Cullinan's co-pilot, in an agitated mood. Although, in the past,
She also followed Missy to rub the limousine ride, but now that she was one level closer to Special Assistant Joan, the ride felt different. Xiao Mo pulled out my xian from his pocket and handed it to Shen Lingyun.
Have a slice? Shen Lingyun gave him a curious look. Xiao Mo laughed. When you're in a bad mood, chewing gum can relieve anxiety. Really? Shen Lingyun didn't believe it. Really? The guys at work quit smoking. That's what I told them.
Xiao Mo peeled off the candy paper and fed the gum into her mouth.
Shen Lingyun forced a smile, signaling him not to worry. This made Xiao Mo even more worried. After returning to the apartment,
Shen Lingyun sat on the sofa with a bitter little face and didn't say a word, completely losing her usual liveliness. Xiao Mo sat beside her and reached over to put his arm around her,
asking softly, "What's wrong?"
Shen Lingyun stifled a grunt before voicing her heartfelt concerns.
Xiao Mo, yes, if one day you found out that your ex-wife had left you and was having a terrible time, and the whole Qi family was having a terrible time, and they couldn't do it without you, would you turn back?
She lifted her small face,
those clear peach blossom eyes, no more confident demeanor, replaced by a deep concern. Her expression was a bit afflicted, and her eyes stared at Xiao Mo without blinking.
It was as if he was afraid that if he blinked, he would disappear from sight.
Xiao Mo didn't understand her clueless question and rubbed his cheek against her bare forehead. Why do you ask? I'm just saying that if.
Shen Lingyun buried her head in the nest of Xiao Mo's neck, and her voice was also muffled.
She's having a bad time. Very, very bad. Maybe she needs you more than I do. What would you choose? Chapter 154. Shen Lingyun was inwardly apprehensive. In the past, she didn't really understand why Xiao Mo would fall in love with a woman like Ji Ningyan. However, today she had seen Ji Ningyan's brokenness and vulnerability, and she realized how the tears of a cool beauty could kill. If Ji Ningyan wasn't her love rival but her bosom friend, a strong character like her would have gone out of her way to protect the other party in order to not let Ji Ningyan get hurt. The weak, by nature, are more likely to receive sympathy. It is especially easy to satisfy the strong man's desire for protection. Shen Lingyun can't play green tea anymore. Whether it's her exceptional work ability, her strong inner core or her family background, she's destined to be a real underdog. She wanted to know Xiao Mo's answer. Xiao Mo's lips gently rubbed down her smooth and tender face, his voice soft but firm. Lingyun, you have to understand that since I have decided to spend my life with you, you are the only one for the rest of my life to come. Anyone else is not an option. You don't need to worry about that. Shen Lingyun looked at him in surprise. Always knew he was an uncomprehending straight man who would tell her to wear more because he was worried about old cold legs. Never thought he could say something so sweet. Or maybe he wasn't intentionally saying anything affectionate, just expressing what was firmly in his heart. This was already greatly satisfying to Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun originally had a stomach full of words to say. She also has many worries and concerns. However, after Xiao Mo made a firm statement, she felt as if those troublesome sorrows of hers were blown away by the wind as if they were fine sand. She was sweet in her heart and wrapped her arms around Xiao Mo's neck, softly saying, "Xiao Mo, you're so nice." Xiao Mo kissed her chin. "I have nothing better to do to you, because you are the best." Shen Lingyun was tickled by his words and couldn't help but move over and kiss the corner of his lips. Seeing that he did not refuse, Shen Lingyun gave an inch and pressed her fragrant soft lips gently on his thin lips. Xiao Mo's body visibly stiffened. The warm orange light overhead was like a light veil, and the girl's sweet, warm breath was on her lips. Her delicate white cheeks floated a shy light red. Fragrant lips if anything tried, like a dragonfly. When she let go of him, Shen Lingyun looked at him with affection. Her clear peach blossom eyes filled with watery tenderness. Xiao Mo carried her delicate and soft body onto his lap, his palms steadily resting on her not-so-slim waist. Shen Lingyun wrapped her hands around his neck again. The two men's breaths intertwined, and an ambiguous temperature filled the air. Xiao Mo came close to her warm and attractive red lips and tenderly covered the soft, with fresh fragrance. At first it was a light touch, then he deepened the kiss. The male-specific crisp and hot scent enveloped Shen Lingyun, her heart beating like a drum. She obediently closed those charming peach blossom eyes to feel his tenderness and possession. The two of them kissed each other in a lingering way, as if the world was only left with each other's breath and heartbeat, and it was hard to part with each other. After a long time, Xiao Mo let go of the girl in his arms. Shen Lingyun's white and tender face was dyed rose red, shyly looking at him. The bottom of her eyes was an inextricable affection. Xiao Mo said with a forehead against his forehead, rather guiltily. Actually, there's a lot of things I'd like to save for after the official confession because I don't want you to think I'm with you because my marriage is failing, and I've never taken you as some kind of backup stand-in, but I don't seem to have a good grasp of the scale right now. Shen Lingyun laughed. Xiao Mo felt the girl's body tremble slightly, and her laughter was light and pleasant. Shen Lingyun understood his character. He was the eldest son and a child picked up by the Xiao family, and the care he received was never unconditional. He was different from a lucky kid like Xiao Tianji. Xiao Tianqi could have all the favor of his parents as long as he was born. As for Xiao Mo, since he was a child, the only way he could get attention and praise from his foster parents was to be perfect in everything. Shen Lingyun's small white and tender hand gently stroked Xiao Mo's cheek and softly comforted him. You don't have to be the best at everything. You can be your truest self in front of me. Xiao Mo's forehead rubbed against hers. Getting on the bus before making up the ticket. You don't blame me for that either? Blame you for what? Shen Lingyun's soft voice sounded like it had a teasing little hook in it, saying coquettishly, since I've already gotten on the bus, I'm here all the way. Xiao Mo's arm tightened her soft slender waist, once again seized her fragrant lips. The unfinished words were engulfed by surging affection. Unlike the careful and gentle temptation just now, this kiss carries a domineering and strong possessiveness, prying open the girl's lips, teeth, attacking the city, greedily sucking her sweet scent. Entwined, love and desire intertwined, their breathing involuntarily messy. When Xiao Mo let go of Shen Lingyun again, the girl's cheeks turned even redder from the fervent and deep kisses, and the corners of her eyes flooded with tears tinged with spring. Shen Lingyun shyly crouched on his shoulder, not daring to look into his dark eyes that contained a fiery affection. I have to go, Xiao Mo said softly. Ah, going to leave now? Can you stay a little longer? Shen Lingyun couldn't let go and complained in a soft voice. Xiao Mo laughed and pinched the soft flesh on her waist. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Humph. Excuse. Shen Lingyun hummed arrogantly. Xiao Mo kissed the little goblin's face and softly coaxed her. Be good. You have to earn money to support your family. Aha. Shen Lingyun obediently let go of him, but the bottom of her eyes were still lovingly affectionate. Walking to the door, Xiao Mo reached out and touched Shen Lingyun's head and admonished. You get some rest and take you on a beach vacation this weekend. Shen Lingyun asked curiously. Didn't you say that you were waiting for the project to go live? Xiao Mo smiled and said. Can't wait. It's expedited. Shen Lingyun understood what he meant. A formal confession prepared for her, and with a red face, she kissed him on the cheek. Xiao Mo sighed. This gentle land. Who wants to leave? If it weren't for the move. After Xiao Mo left, Shen Lingyun sat on the sofa, reminiscing about the minty kiss just now. It suddenly occurred to her that when she was in the car, Xiao Mo handed her the gum. Was that when you wanted to kiss her? It says it's decompression, but it's actually premeditated? In order to confirm her guess, Shen Lingyun opened a small group. Inside were the four of them, her and Chen Xiaoru. Shen Lingyun, families, I've been feeling so stressed lately. Is there any good way to relieve stress? Chen Xiaoru, the decompression trio. Didn't Xiao send them to you? Wang Ho, yeah, we all have. Shen Lingyun, Su Miao Miao, gum, Rubik's Cube, and fingertip euro. Photo. Chen Xiaoru, there are also Minesweeper and Solitaire. The boss said that these small things decompression effect is good, not addictive, and will not waste energy. We use every day. Zhou Jiannan, don't you know the boss well? He's so stuffy, he has to memorize the Tao Te Ching even when a dog passes by the door. Shen Lingyun, well, daddy's boyfriend solid. Straight mannequins stand tall. Chapter 155, Broken Feelings, can't be put back together again. Zhang Mingyang's car, parked in front of the Zhangwan villa. Ji Ningyan had not yet completely calmed her mind. Her mood was complicated. Coupled with the alcohol intoxication, she stepped out of the compartment with a little bit of lethargy in her footsteps. The car window was lowered and Zhang Mingyang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, barked. Just remember, you mustn't say anything to anyone about tonight. Ji Ningyan nodded woodenly. Zhang Mingyang added, don't worry, since Missy has this intention, I will greet my friends in the circle, and I can guarantee your safety in the future. At least in Cloud City, no one will dare to touch you. Ji Ningyan stared at him in a daze. She felt very ridiculous. Once thought that by leaving the unthinking Xiao Mo, she would be able to use her own efforts and lose Ziyu's connections to make Ji soar. In the end, he himself needed Xiao Mo's protection, and even the blessing of Shen Lingyun, his love rival. Zhang Mingyang originally had no interest in Ji Ningyan, but she was the person that Missy wanted to protect, and even though she didn't understand it, in order to please Missy, Zhang Mingyang still had to do his duty. He sighed as he watched Ji Ningyan's stupidity and took the initiative to remind her. Don't blame me for talking too much. That Lu is not a good thing. If you don't want to be sold and still count the money, don't interact with him anymore. He's not an ideal companion. Moreover, he's also a frequent visitor to nightclubs, and there are no shortage of wild bees and butterflies around him. So don't think that he's some kind of a dedicated person. I won't deal with him again. Ji Ningyan reacted and explained in a panic. I did have some feelings for him in the past, but that was a long time ago, and now he's nothing more than a stranger to me. Zhang Mingyang raised his hand, interrupting Ji Ningyan's defense. You don't have to explain to me. I'm just looking at Missy's face to remind you that there are some things that I can't possibly help you with. So behave yourself. Ji Ningyan understood what he meant. He was tantamount to being Shen Lingyun's follower, protecting her personal safety at most. How could he help her to explain to Xiao Mo? The little hope that inexplicably rose in Ji Ningyan's heart was once again dashed. Zhang Mingyang was far less pleasing to her than he was to Shen Lingyun, and after explaining a few things, he asked the driver to drive away. Ji Ningyan returned to the villa in a state of disorientation. Wu Ma was old and went back to her room to rest after doing her chores. The large villa was empty, and there was no longer the familiar figure of Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan had been poured a lot of wine tonight and was dizzy. She sat on the sofa, and in a haze, she seemed to see Xiao Mo's warm and long figure again, cooking sober soup for her in the open kitchen. Unfortunately, she never cherished that affection, but instead repeatedly disliked his lack of advancement, believing him to be self-indulgent, surrounded by pots and pans, and unproductive. Now she realizes that after the divorce, the one who soared to the sky was Xiao Mo, who had a broader career space, a better life partner, and crushed her in all aspects with 360 degrees without a dead angle. She was the one holding him back. Ji Ningyan stood up, her body a little shaky as she touched the stair railing to walk up the stairs. Back in her bedroom, Ji Ningyan leaned back and sat on the end of her bed. Dropping her eyes, she saw the small ornament on the nightstand. It was Lu Ziyu's birthday present to her. At that time, it was when they first got together. Ji Ningyan had a birthday and Lu Ziyu gave her a crystal ball, a little gift for girls. The glass cover shows a couple standing in the snow with an elaborate cottage and Christmas tree behind them. Tighten the clockwork of the base. The crystal ball will automatically play music. Light up. Snowflakes. Looks very romantic. She still remembered Lu Ziyu saying to her affectionately, "Ningyan, I love you. Thank you for giving me this chance to take care of you for a lifetime. You like to see snow? Every year in the future we go on vacation. I'll take you to the Alps to see the snow. We'll go snowshoeing and sledding. We can also walk in the forest and watch the snowflakes fall. I'll hold your hand, and I'll spend the rest of my long life with you until my white head." She was so touched at that time, and with her childhood love, she thought he was the true love of her life. However, she didn't wait for him to fulfill his promise, and when the Ji family fell on hard times he immediately abandoned her and left for another country. Ji Ningyan felt stupid. A small gift of $100 or so, a few light and sweet words, let her foolishly deliver her heart, and Xiao Mo took life to protect her for 5 years, but she because Lu Ziyu a few words decisively give up Xiao Mo. Ji Ningyan picked up that crystal ball, twisted the strips, looked at the romantic snow scene inside the glass cover, and smiled to herself. She recalled what Zhang Mingyang had told her, that Lu Ziyu was a regular at nightclubs, and sleeping with flowers was a common occurrence. She still thought how devoted and deeply in love Lu Ziyu was with her. He abandoned you and you still believe in him. Ji Ningyan, people like you don't deserve true love. She closed her eyes and let the tears slide down her face. Hasn't Xiao Mo's true heart been trampled on by her? Small low-cost gifts and flowery words that she took to heart and remembered for so many years. 5 years of dedication. She abandoned as grass. How ridiculous. She slammed the crystal ball hard against the wall. The glass cover shattered in response, shards and base tumbling to the ground. Wu Ma heard the sound and rushed over, panicked and said, "Ouch. Miss, what are you doing? You quickly don't move. I'll clean it up, lest I scratch you." Ji Ningyan just sat on the bed and shed tears, her eyes closed tightly as she cried silently. Wu Ma put away the pieces and was heartbroken to see Ji Ningyan in this state. In the end, she was brought up from a young age with a deep bond, and Wu Ma walked over to her, stroking her hair and comforting her. "Miss, I know that you've been sad since Mr. Xiao left, but you have to take care of your health as well. There are some things that can't be turned back. One must always look forward." Ji Ningyan wrapped her arms around Wu Ma and cried sadly. Her relationship with Xiao Mo was ultimately like broken glass that could never be put back together. Ji Ningyan didn't know how she fell asleep. Half asleep, she thought she heard Wu Ma's sigh, also felt Wu Ma washed a warm water towel, carefully wiped her face, wiped off the light makeup on her face, and found an ice pack to ice her red and swollen cheeks. The little care she had received in her life turned out to be from this servant of the Qi family. The next day, Ji Ningyan woke up and went to the company after washing up. Sitting in her luxurious office, Ji Ningyan felt a deeper sense of bewilderment. More and more, she felt as if she were a programmed robot, not knowing what she was living for. Just after opening the statement, the assistant Li Dandan ran over. "Sis, it's bad. Something has happened. The building materials project that Mr. G is in charge of replaced superior products with inferior ones, and was caught by the other party's quality control department, and now the other party wants to claim compensation from us." Chapter 156. G's in big trouble again. After the drugging incident, Ji Ningyan has already done some demotion to those relatives who have bullied Xiao Mo, and the shares in their hands are also trying to find a way to get them back. I didn't realize that it still blew up so quickly. Ji Ningyan's beautiful eyes looked at Li Dandan faintly.
Her mind was numb to these questions, and she felt nothing more. Or, time and time again, the reality of the blow let her understand that the company away from Xiaomo is really unable to function properly. Although she was the president of G, even if someone told her now that G was finished, she wouldn't fluctuate anymore. She just felt that she deserved all of this. When she had hurt Xiaomo, how desperate she had been, how wretched she was now. Ji Ningyan nodded. I know. I'll take care of it. Li Dandan didn't expect her to react like this. She had expected Ji Ningyan to panic. She reminded, this order is a nearly $200 million engineering order. If the other party wants to claim, I'll take care of it. Ji Ningyan was still calm. Li Dandan was taken aback by her appearance. She didn't quite understand why the workaholic, female president who valued G more than her life, would be so calm after such a big mistake in the company, but she was an assistant, and it was not convenient for her to ask more questions, and she left after her report. Ji Ningyan smiled bitterly to herself. Instead of dealing with the unexpected problem immediately, she opened a folder on her computer. Inside there was the information that Xiaomo had compiled for her 2 years ago. There might be a bit of a problem with the product side of the company. Check it out. My uncle and brother are in charge of the supply. What could go wrong? It's all family. Could they still harm me? I don't mean anything else. I'm just reminding you. Xiaomo. I'll say it again. My aunt, uncle, and brother, and I are family. They won't harm G no matter what. Don't you be paranoid. She reprimanded Xiaomo. Xiaomo didn't say anything else. Only after that day, he slowly let go of the projects in his hands, and later simply left Ji. Ji Ningyan realized only when she thought of this. Turns out, everything was foretold. Xiaomo had tried to remind her many times, but she was bent on having her own way, and as long as there were no problems with the company's books, she never scrutinized the sources of goods that her uncle and brother were responsible for. She had always believed that blood was thicker than water, and the Ji clan was all she had built for her 2 brothers, so how could her brother harm her? And Xiaomo, always an outsider. Ji Ningyan covered her face as tears once again slipped through her fingers. Her most trusted relatives, one by one, backstabbed her. Her good brother, who drugged her and used her as a tool for profit. Ji Ningyan's shoulders trembled as she muttered, retribution. This is all retribution. I am truly blind in my eyes and heart. She was tempted to call Xiaomo to help her deal with the problem, as she had done in the past. She just never had the face to do it again. Wiping away her tears, Ji Ningyan did her best to restrain her emotions and carefully read the information Xiaomo left her. 2 years ago, Xiaomo checked the product aspect and made a detailed record. He also thoughtfully gives specific actionable solutions to minimize losses. After reading the information, Ji Ningyan realized that her uncle Feng Ziqian was the purchasing manager and had long been tampering with the product. Brother Ji Xinyi is the deputy manager of the operations department. This year to promote the deputy general manager. On the surface of what do not care. In fact, fishing for oil and water have not been less worried about. During these 2 years, as long as Ji Ningyan was willing to put some effort into checking the information given by Xiaomo, problems in the supply chain could easily be caught. It is nothing more than cutting corners, substituting the best for the best, taking kickbacks or eating the difference in the middle, and there is no such thing as a high-end maneuver. Even those who came without any experience, as long as they had normal intelligence and could read the text, they could deal with these problems according to Xiaomo's information. Instead, she relied on her blind trust in her loved ones and only looked at the financial statements without verifying the information on the source of the goods, which led to her uncle and brother's growing appetite, which led to the big mistake. Ji Ningyan eliminated her distractions and carefully read the solution Xiaomo had written out a few times. Then she called a meeting with the relevant heads of supply chain departments, managers of production, quality control, warehousing, logistics and procurement. The company made such a big mistake. A group of management naturally did not dare to come out of the atmosphere, waiting to be chased by the female president. The question is simple. This batch of building materials for the project order, sent samples, signed the contract, but Ji Xinyi and Feng Ziqian transferred a batch of goods from the outside back, labeled to send over. They bought out the customer's quality control department to make the difference by substituting the best for the best. It would have been easy to catch out this little trick, and the client side would not have been easily fooled. The other side of the chairman of the sudden stroke hospitalized, only 22 years old son, or a college student without much work experience, from abroad to study back in a hurry to take office, the company's affairs in a mess, no time to verify, only to let them take advantage of the opportunity. Ji Xinyi and Feng Ziqian both have shares in the company, and the annual dividends are quite a lot. They are still greedy and unrestrained, and they even dare to get their hands dirty in terms of the source of goods. Xiao Yan, the supply chain director, explained the situation to Ji Ningyan. Mr. Ji, now that such a big problem has occurred, I know that those of us are to blame, and we will take the responsibility. However, I hope you will consider our difficulties. Ji Ningyan calmly asked. What are your difficulties? Xiao Yan seriously said. Xiao Ji is always the deputy manager of the operations department. You have handed over all these projects to Xiao Ji in manager phone. Xiao Ji's hand has reached out to the production department and you have never stopped it. With the decentralization from your side, what else can we do but carry it out? We are also acting according to the instructions of our leaders. Ji Ningyan took a deep breath. Xiao Yan was right. Who is she to blame these subordinates when she herself is dim-witted and incompetent and wrongly trusts the traitors? She couldn't even blame these people for not going over the top to report on the shenanigans Ji Xinyi and Feng Ziqiang had done. Who doesn't want to keep their job? Who knows if you'll get yourself burned by suing your relatives? Ji Ningyan used to be very confident in her management strategy, and she had listened to a lot of high-end management courses and thought she was using people. Unbeknownst to me, the prerequisite for employing people is to know them well. She can only be a joke when she talks about using people when she doesn't know them well. Ji Ningyan said to the crowd. I know. This time the problem, my responsibility cannot be shirked. You cooperate with me to deal with it properly. I will use my discretion to reduce the punishment, as long as we try to minimize the loss. Xiao Yan immediately proposed a remedial program. Ji Ningyan laughed bitterly. It turned out that everyone was clear about the problems here. Even Plan B was ready. Only she, the brainless one, was kept in the dark. This week, Ji Ningyan had a scorching time. However, according to the solution given by Xiao Mo 2 years ago, together with the remedial measures taken by Qiu Yan and the others, the problem was still solved. Ji Ningyan wanted to personally visit the other party's newly appointed chairman, Mr. Xiao Yu, but was refused by the other party. The other side just called, Mr. Ji, although you can be exempted from paying the high liquidated damages, I will still pursue the damages you caused us this time. Ji Ningyan panicked and said, I know. All the losses are borne by our Ji clan, and we will also provide you with some compensation, which are written in these programs. General Manager Xiao Yu's words were sharp, and he didn't give Ji Ningyan any face on the phone, rebuking her without mercy. Mr. Ji, you have to understand that we have worked with you for so many years for 2 reasons. First, my father started from nothing and had been favored by old Mr. Ji when he was in the most difficult times, and we should not forget our roots even if we make a fortune. Secondly, when your Ji family suffered a bankruptcy crisis, it was your husband, Mr. Xiao, who came to discuss cooperation with us. It is because we feel the favor of Elder Ji and trust in Mr. Zhao's character and workability that we gave you the $200 million project order, yet you condone your relatives to fish in the water, take inferior goods and pass them off as good, and rip off our Yu family as if we were the wrongdoers. After this project, we will never work with your Ji clan again, and we will also avoid your family in the circle, so behave yourself. The phone hung up. Ji Ningyan was lost in thought as she looked at the blacked-out cell phone screen. Chapter 157, Feng Liping intercedes for her son. Ji Ningyan recalled those past years when her grandfather was hospitalized and didn't spend much time awake, but every time he saw her, he would urge her to cherish Xiao Mo and live a good life with him. Feng Liping, however, said, charity does not palm soldiers, righteousness does not palm money. Ji Master is because of the mercy of the soft hand. The scale of the enterprise is not big. Want to make the enterprise bigger and stronger, cannot be emotionally involved. Ji Ningyan felt foolish. She didn't trust her grandfather, who had built up keys from nothing, made it to hundreds of millions of dollars, and had a lot of prestige in the area. Nor do they trust Xiao Mo, who has been a genius since childhood, who was competed for by countless large corporations when he was in college, and who has had successful entrepreneurial experience and revitalized businesses on the verge of closure. But go to believe Feng Liping, a housewife who became a rich wife by her beauty and played mahjong and watched TV dramas all day long, and listened to her talk about business management and the world of human affairs. She also trusts all sorts of experts and the smooth-talking Luziyu. In short, there were real people she never trusted. Over the years, Feng Liping taught her nothing more than how to cling to the rich and powerful, fishing for a golden son-in-law, fantasizing that her daughter inherited her mother's business, relying on her beauty to climb up to the rich and powerful. Only, Feng Liping under the banner of love, want to sell their daughters at a good price, and then in the name of affection in exchange for benefits. If he hadn't relied on the foundation laid by Xiao Mo, Ji would have been finished long ago. Ji Ningyan retrieved her thoughts and her eyes fell to the folder on the screen once again. It turned out that Xiao Mo had already left a way out for her at such an early stage. However, at the time, he had seen the problem existed, and instead of forcing her to turn her back on her loved ones, he chose to back off. He deserved the benefits. He didn't fight for them. He just quietly paid for her, supported her behind her back, encouraged her, and guarded the Ji family for his grandfather. She, however, did not remember half of the favor, and when Lu Ziyu returned to China,
She kicked Xiaomo away in the name of dislike. The initial reluctance may be the dependence on being taken care of, the habit of enjoying giving, and the difficulty of parting with a true heart. Later on, it was the company that kept encountering crises and longed to be sheltered by Xiaomo again. At that time, she was more interested in continuing to take from Xiaomo. It was only now, when she saw Xiaomo's true ability, saw his every step of forethought and determination, and saw his patience and concessions, that Ji Ningyan completely understood what kind of deep love she had missed. Ji Ningyan couldn't stop her tears from falling. I'm the one who deserves to die in this world, right? An ungrateful white wolf like me. Li Dandan's phone call came in. Sis, your mom's on the phone. She says it's important to see you. Take it in. Ji Ningyan wiped her tears. When Ji Xinyi was detained, he got into a fight with someone in the detention center and was locked up for a few more days. It's going to be released today. Feng Liping probably came here for this. Ji Ninja was going to see what she was up to. Feng Liping's fawning voice came over the phone. Good daughter, busy at the office? Mom made your favorite. Getting down to business. What are you looking for me for? Ji Ningyan coldly interrupted. Feng Liping hesitated for a few seconds and chose to cut to the chase. Your brother was cleaned up in the detention center, and it was Xiaomo who found someone to do it. You should know clearly that we are the family. Are you sure you want to turn your back on us for a heartless man like Xiaomo? Ji Ningyan sneered. If you want to talk about this, we have nothing to talk about. Feng Liping was anxious. Don't. Good daughter, you can't be annoyed with your brother. We would do that. Isn't it also for you to get back together with Xiaomo? Your brother is also afraid that you will be sad. Ji Ningyan, looks like you guys really treat me like a little cutie. I was fooled by you guys in the past. Not anymore. Ji Xinyi and Feng Zicheng's two families. The kickbacks and difference they ate at Ji's. I will double it back. Otherwise, wait for the lawsuit. Feng Liping broke her defense. You child, how can you treat your relatives like this? That's your uncle and brother. Ji Ningyan directly cut off the phone. Loved ones, even the maid, Mrs. Wu, would care for her in small gestures. This mom, who was full of affection, had never used her as anything more than a tool in exchange for favors. Ji Xinyi, who had been beaten up and limped, finally returned to the villa at the Hentaying Villa. These days in the detention center, he had to be punched and kicked several times a day, and at night he had to sleep with the toilet, with an urine splashed on his face, which was not a human life at all. Feng Liping hurriedly greeted her. Tears of heartache soared out of his eyes at the sight of his precious son's wretched state. Aya, my son, how did you get it like this? Poor Ji Xinyi was so annoyed that he pushed away the crying Feng Liping and angrily rebuked. Didn't I tell you to help me figure this out? And you're just going to let me be greeted in jail? Feng Liping cried in aggravation. Xinyi, your father doesn't care about this matter, and your sister doesn't answer the phone, so I'm a housewife. Where can I find a relationship? You also sympathize with mom. Ji Xinyi became even more fed up. You know you're a housewife now? If it wasn't for your stupid idea, how could I suffer like this? Piss off. Don't look at Feng Liping every day riding on her daughter's head as a blessing. From childhood to her daughter is not hit that is scolded. A variety of corporal punishment. Finished casually coaxed a couple of sentences. She didn't dare to say a word when her son scolded her. The more Ji Xinyi thought about it, the more angry he became and asked Feng Liping, where is my father? Where did he go? Feng Liping rolled her eyes. Your father doesn't leave the house all day, don't you know? And you're asking me. Ji Xinyi heard her say this and became furious. You don't even know where your own husband goes. My dad already likes to dabble in women. What if the vixen outside gives birth to a son and he kicks us all out? Why don't you use your brain to think about it? Chapter 158 Mutual Military Counselors. Feng Liping was stifled enough. How can I control him? The leg is on him. What can I control? Don't worry, I have you and one you. Your sister and 50% of G's shares. The vixen outside can't move our position. Ji Xinyi thought about it. Regardless of all this, the most important thing right now is to obtain my sister's forgiveness. You find a way to coax her back. I'll go make a cake to make amends and apologize. She looks at me as a man who never does housework and makes her a cake. She must be very touched. Feng Liping chagrined. It's useless. Your sister isn't stupid now. These little tricks can't fool her. What then? I'll lose my promotion and my shares. As he was talking, Ji Xinyi received a message. He dropped his cell phone and cracked up. Damn, Ji Ningyan, this stinking. She even threatened me, saying that if I don't spit out the embezzled money and make up for the company's losses within a month, she's going to sue me in court. How is that possible? You're her own brother. Feng Liping exclaimed. She thought Ji Ningyan was just talking, but she didn't expect her daughter to get real. She never believed that her daughter, who had been pooed by her for years, was capable of such a desperate act. Ji Xinyi threw the cell phone message to Feng Liping to see. See for yourself. It's not just me. It's even my aunt and uncle she's going to sue together. Why is it like this? Feng Liping looked dumbfounded. Pua Ji Ningyan is her only means of controlling the Ji family's property. Ji Ningyan no longer accepts her mind control. She can't make waves as an aged housewife. Ji Sun Yi himself was the most refined of the three children. Even if Feng Liping brainwashed Ji Ningyan every day, saying that the Ji clan belonged to the two younger brothers, Ji Xin Yi didn't completely believe it. He believes that the money that gets into his pocket is his property. That's why he took advantage of Ji Ningyan's trust and joined forces with his uncle to get his hands on the product. Ji Xin Yi was furious. What bad luck! She kicked Xiao Yu and her cousin out of the company the other day, not letting them hang on to their empty paychecks, and demoted a few other relatives. And now she's coming to mess with me and my uncle. For a doggone thing like Xiao Mo? This woman is crazy. Feng Liping used to scold Xiao Mo with a mouthful of waste, and this time when she saw that Xiao Mo had found someone to beat her baby son like a pig's head, Ji Ningyan was dead set on defending Xiao Mo. She dared not make another move for the time being. Feng Liping's eyes turned. If I can't, I'll go and beg Xiao Mo. I'll kneel in front of his house. Ji Xin Yi looked at her with the eyes of a retard. Last time we sent my sister to him, he not only didn't want it, but also gave me a whole detention center. My sister is so beautiful, can't even tie him down. What's the use of you going to beg him? What's the use of begging him? He's divorced. Will he still look at you as his mother-in-law? Don't you think about how you treated him before? He took off, and you're trying to flatter him. Is it too late? Don't treat people all as cuties. Feng Liping couldn't say anything. Although her interests were paramount and she didn't care about moral boundaries, face or anything else, she really didn't have much power if the other party didn't take care of her. Another message came in. Ji Ningyan saw that Ji Xin Yi didn't reply and had the legal department draft a lawyer's letter to send over as a warning. She's not really going to sue you guys, is she? Isn't that the end? Feng Liping panicked. Daughter flips out. Son is done again, and her own broad life comes to an end. Ji Sun Yi kicked his foot on the trash can. I'll think of something. I can't let this threaten. Feng Liping kindly begged him. Xin Yi, you calm down a little. In the end, your sister, that person's mouth is hard heart soft. We first dragged to slow down for a while, slowly talked to her. She is also angry at their husbands and other women ran away. After a few days to eliminate the anger, certainly will not be really difficult for you and uncle. Ji Xin Yi grunted coldly. She better be. Otherwise, I won't let her have a good time. Friday evening, Shamo worked an extra shift for a week. He worked with his staff to catch up on the cell phone project. This piece of business Shen Lingyun did not intervene, and clocked in and out on time every day. She was bored out of her mind. Zhao Xia AI sat on the sofa in her apartment, diligently reporting to Shen Lingyun about Ji's situation. Zhao's side of his career is going like clockwork. The words are divided into two, but Xiao Ji's side is miserable. Shen Lingyun had already heard Zhou Jiannan gossip about Ji's problems. She wasn't much of a gossiper to begin with. If it wasn't for the white moonlight she was pining for, she wouldn't have paid attention to Ji Ningyan's movements. She greeted Zhang Mingyang, but also just to avoid Ji Ningyan's stupid fufu to engage in any socialization and sheep into the tiger's mouth. At best, in social occasions to protect her personal safety. The rise and fall of the Ji clan had nothing to do with her. Shen Lingyun, unwilling to hear any more. Shen Lingyun raised her hand to stop Zhao Shurai. Come on, let's not talk about others. Everyone has their own karma to bear. Let's not focus on others. Oh, that Missy, didn't you say you were going on vacation for the weekend? Zhao Xiaoai stopped gossiping about Xiao Ji and started gossiping about her own master. Shen Lingyun, who was picking sunflower petals, rolled her eyes and said in an unfavorable manner, isn't this waiting for an arrangement? He's been sleeping at the company for a work week. Zhao Shurao AI, Xiao Mo is really treating a relationship like a project. However, she could understand Shen Lingyun. Not every woman likes a flamboyant scumbag. She also likes this kind of practical straight man. The downside is that it's really hard to tease. As if in the past few days, Zhao Xia AI washed and perfumed every night, sprinkled some perfume on her body, put on pretty clothes, and sat in the living room to watch TV. She also learned how to make sugar water and praised it every night for Special Assistant Zhong to drink, trying to get closer to Special Assistant Chung. As a result, Zhong Wei got a desk near the balcony in the living room, highly focused on either working or studying. Last night, Zhou Xinai was snacking on a TV show. Zhong Wei took a thick specialized book and was reading it. I can't believe it's still in a foreign language. Zhao Shurai asked him what he was reading, and he closed the book and gave a serious 10-minute professional answer. Zhao Shurai's brain decoded a bunch of garbled codes. At that moment Zhao Xia AI couldn't wait to kneel down and beg to be spared. I'm just a little cutie who didn't even go to college. Missy made me a living assistant out of sympathy. Can you not treat me like a 985 doctor? Shen Lingyun threw away the bare sunflower disc and asked Zhao Shurai, don't just talk about me. How's it going with you and Special Assistant Chung?
After Zhao Shirai came to Cloud City, she became Missy's love warlord, and the two of them became very close to each other. Her little bit of heart towards Zhongwei was not hidden from Big Miss Shen. She sighed and said rather sadly, "It's still like that? Don't you understand straight men? I'm lucky if I don't make you drink hot water." Shen Lingyun laughed with a giggle. "I don't believe it." Zhao Xiaoai told the story of last night, and Shen Lingyun covered her stomach and laughed. "People, that's to help you progress. As I recall, Special Assistant Chung is fluent in 8 languages. Zhao Shernai rolled her eyes. You have no idea how outrageous it was. He asked me if I had any plans for self-improvement outside of work, and I just blurted out that I'd been writing a novel lately. He then asked me what subject I was writing about, and I said it was online, and that I had just started writing it. My 28-year-old male tenant. Wasn't my hint obvious? As a result, guess what people said? Chapter 159, Transfer of Experience. Shen Lingyun, how so? Zhao Shirao, he said he hadn't read much online writing, but he could help me find some information. I thought he was just saying that, so I went downstairs to buy some dessert, and when I came back, he handed me a USB flash drive, which collected 20 writing-related books and 100 online writing strategy posts, and he also told me that these were screened by him, and after I finished my study, he would then help me formulate an enhancement plan suitable for me according to my actual situation. Shen Lingyun was about to burst out laughing. It was really hard for Zhao Shirao, this dorky little girl. Shen Lingyun advised her, "There's nothing wrong with him thinking about your career." Zhao Shinai hung her head in shame. "I'm not saying he's not good. Then I just want to have a sweet relationship. Why must we have a deep spiritual exchange and not just a superficial physical exchange?" Shen Lingyun laughed. "A military master doesn't go to the battlefield. You're taking a detour on your own. You all know he is a straight man. Workaholic one. Can't you play straight ball with him? You discuss problems with. He will provide you with solutions. You just tell him you like him. Directly a flat A kiss up." Zhao Shirao watched Shen Lingyun's pretty little mouth open and close as she began to act as a warlord for her. Crickets inside. Looking so beautiful. 13 years of secret love, and hard strategy for more than a month, which only kissed a mouth. And also flaunted on. "I wanna have your face, your breasts, your waist, your legs. What kind of man can't be pushed down by me?" Zhao Shirao. Before she could retort, Shen Lingyun took a look at the WeChat. Her beautiful little face smiled and bloomed, and she said prettily, "He's coming back to eat with me. He'll be here in about an hour. I'm going to go cook now. You go back to your own side." Zhao Shernai was greatly speechless. The most lethal sentence for singles. He triple X. Shen Lingyun shooed Zhao Xiaoai away and hummed her way to the kitchen to prepare a loving dinner. Xiao Mo came back from the company and went straight to Bai Qi. He arrived at the door of Whitechapel's apartment and rang the doorbell. The white flaccid voice came. "The door is unlocked. Open it yourself. I'm in the middle of something." Xiao Mo pushed the door open. The white slacks were found kneeling on the keyboard next to the balcony. "Xiao Mo, Bai Qi has a thick skin," and he smiled. "My daughter-in-law is angry. I coax my daughter-in-law. Can it not be a serious matter?" Xiao Mo asked him. "What happened?" White Qi awkwardly replied, "The new season. My daughter-in-law on my number to help me rushed points. She stayed up all night. To my king's number rushed to 40 stars. After the ban and help my LOL rushed diamonds. Played 12 hours in a row. Has killed the red eyes. I feel sorry for her. Fed her a mouthful of strawberries. The result she ate choking. The key group battle lost. The opposite side of the Jedi flopped. And also taunted the daughter-in-law. The failure to promote. Daughter-in-law old angry. My last auxiliary robbed her 5 kills. She did not blame me." Ling Wei's angry voice came from the bedroom. "Less there Lai Bibi. Shut up and give me a good knee to reflect." Bai Qi hurriedly replied loudly. Yes, daughter-in-law, I'm on my knees. I'm just chatting with old Xiao. I didn't touch any fish at all." Then, Bai Qi knelt on the ground and whispered to Xiao Mo. "I'm a man. Can I bother with a woman? I let her go. My own daughter-in-law. She has to be spoiled. If I get angry, she'll be scared." It's really the most rigid thing to say in the most wimpy tone of voice. Xiao Mo rubbed his jutting temples. Of all his friends, Ling Wei and Bai Qi had the best relationship. However, they have some patterns of getting along that outsiders can't understand, and they themselves enjoy them. White Chick asked again, "What did you want to see me about?" Xiao Mo himself was taller than Bai Qi, and Bai Qi was still kneeling on the ground, tilting his head to talk to him, which looked weird. Xiao Mo rushed to the bedroom and shouted, "Ling Wei, lend your husband a hand. I'll return it to you in 20 minutes. Ling Wei's voice came out, "Okay, for your sake, let him rest for 20 minutes, and continue to kneel for me when the time comes." "Okay, thank you daughter-in-law." Bai Qi hurriedly got up from the ground. As a result, after kneeling for a long time both legs became numb and once again knelt in front of Xiao Mo. "Xiao Mo." Bai Qi struggled to climb onto the couch. Come on, tell me what you want to see me about." Xiao Mo sat beside him, opened his cell phone WeChat, and sent a PDF to him. White Chill opened it up. Wow. Vacation plans? Progressing to the honeymoon phase? Xiao Mo blared at him. Take a look at the process yourself and help me analyze if there are any problems. Bai Chi didn't understand. You want to confess your love? You ask me for advice? If I'm that good at coaxing women, why would I kneel on the keyboard? Xiao Mo explained helplessly. I mean, your wife and Lingyun are BFFs, so ask her to analyze it for me. Oh, so that's it. Go you. The white slacks ran into the house carrying a cell phone. 10 seconds later, he ran out again. My wife says there's nothing wrong. Did this? Her look at it? Xiao Mo was shocked. White Chill shook his head. She said no need to look. You can do whatever you want. Just be safe. Shamo, what security? White Chick, drive safely. Xiao Mo puzzled. How did you know I just picked up the car? White Chi take him no way. Expression lewd. Close to say, not the reality of the car. Is that aspect? Xiao Mo was a little embarrassed. I wasn't thinking that fast. White Chick didn't understand. So when are you going to wait? Xiaoma, wait until you get married. White Chi hissed. Well, I respect people like you who hold love sacred, but let's save for a rainy day. I'll pass on the experience first. I have a good handle on intensity and technique. Xiao Mo was happy. I see you have good skills at kneeling on the keyboard. White Chick, not being humble enough to learn from married people like us. When you go into battle and she asks you if you've already started, you'll just have to say sorry. It's over. Shamo asked. Your experience? White Child scratched his head. No, don't be ridiculous. I have a friend. Xiao Mo returned to Shen Lingyun's apartment. Shen Lingyun received the message and started serving the food. In a hurry, she made a 3-course, home-cooked meal, but it was a good hand. Xiao Mo had just closed the door behind him when Shen Lingyun jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. Xiao Mo wrapped his arms around the girl's warm and soft body, and originally wanted to ask whether you miss me. Before the words even left her mouth, Shen Lingyun sent her fragrant soft red lips over. Passionate kisses are sweet and lingering. Chapter 160. Sir, you don't want your wife to know about our relationship either, do you? After a long time, Xiao Mo let go of Shen Lingyun. The girl's cheeks flew a rosy blush and she looked at him with a shy face, a pair of peach blossom eyes brimming with water. The flow of the eyes is unable to hide the love. Seeing that Xiao Mo wanted to push her away, Shen Lingyun did not comply and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Just hold me a little longer. The girl softly pouted. Xiao laughed and tugged at the shirt he was wearing. I smell like smoke, he explained. I do not smoke. Recently more overtime. These guys stay up all night like to smoke. So that the office pandemonium. I passed from the public office. I stain some smoke. Shen Lingyun smiled and asked, why don't you smoke? Xiao Mo had a question mark on his face. You want me to smoke? Shen Lingyun obviously knew what he meant, and still hugged his waist and said with a smile, go ahead, cough. Xiao Mo blushed slightly and cleared his throat. Smoking affects fertility. Shen Lingyun tilted her clear and soft little face. Then how many do you want to have? Xiao Mo froze. Is it going that fast? You're not even married and you're already talking about how many babies you're going to have. He said frankly, I hope it's 2. But I'm not going to force you because I know that childbearing is a lot of work and if you don't want to. Shen Lingyun moved over. Her fragrant lips pressed against his thin lips and kissed them. Fool, how could I not want to? You don't know how much I want to give you children. Her pretty peach eyes blinked. Do you want a son or a daughter? Xiao Mo stroked her slender, beautiful back. Anything. I like whatever you give birth to. Oh, Shen Lingyun lengthened her tone. Her clear pupils flashed with a sly light. Then I'll give you 2 sons. No, Xiao Mo decisively refused. Hey, I knew you. You must be a daughter slave. Shen Lingyun's slender white jade finger pointed at Xiao Mo's nose. Xiao Mo pulled her small hand and kissed it. Depends on fate. A son and a daughter is definitely the best. In case it's all sons, then I'll admit it. Oomph, as if having a son has wronged you. Shen Lingyun barked a kiss on Xiao Mo's face and released him. Xiao Mo patted his backpack. I brought clothes. I'm going to take a shower. 10 minutes later, Xiao Mo took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and blew dry his hair and came out. Shen Lingyun jumped over and hugged him again. That pretty little mouth, and began to talk nonsense. Aya, look at you. You're all your own people. So outgoing. Why are you still wearing clothes? Xiao Mo was happy. Little jerky wolf. He kissed Shen Lingyun's glossy forehead. I lifted the car, bought a Mercedes E300, landed 46, a little more convenient to commute to and from work. When we get married and then change a good. Shen Lingyun had no interest in the car, and her mouth mumbled casually, her small nose buried where his shoulder was, smelling the fresh men's shower gel scent of his body. Xiao Mo cupped her small face, and said with a few moments of guilt, it can't be compared to cousin husband's Cullinan. Lingyun, now that the company is just starting out, there are a lot of places where money is used.
so I've wronged you. He still didn't know that Zhong Wei was driving the Shen family's car.
Shen Lingyun grunted and wrapped her arms around Xiao Mo's neck,
coming closer to him and protesting daintily. You think I'm after your money? Am I that shallow? Xiao Mo hurriedly explained. I don't mean that, Shen Lingyun said triumphantly. I'm trying to figure out your color, Xiao Mo.
The little bastard. Her white and soft little claws went to lift the corner of Xiao Mo's t-shirt, and her mouth began to be unsavory.
Show me the abs so I can check them out.
Xiao Mo caught that restless white tender little paw and placed it on his lips and kissed it.
Good boy. Be honest. Humph. Shen Lingyun gave up harassing Xiao Mo, took his hand,
came to the dining table, and pressed him into the dining chair. The rice and soup had been served and placed in front of Xiao Mo.
Shen Lingyun's small hand pressed Xiao Mo's shoulder and said softly in his ear, the time is too hasty. It's all home cooking. Try my handiwork. Xiao Mo was touched in his heart.
As the adopted son of the Xiao family and the leader of the startup, he was used to taking care of others, also used to being ignored for feelings. Xiao Mo had lived with Ji Ningyan for 5 years, and when the meal was served in front of the other party was not touched at all. He did very little for Shen Lingyun, but she thought of him in every way. Xiao Mo held Shen Lingyun's hand and flirted. Good man, am I living the life of an emperor? Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes glared at him with a slight anger. Then, she brought the spoon to Xiao Mo's lips. Her eyebrows were affectionate and her tone was delicate.
Your Majesty, this soup is hot to the mouth. Let the slave girl blow cool for you first. If you like, I'll serve you like this every day.
Xiao Mo reached out and pulled her over, holding her in his arms, his face buried between her hair.
What's wrong? I was joking. Shen Lingyun did not know what was going on.
Only Xiao Mo's voice choked a little as he said in a deep voice,
Lingyun, you're so good to me.
Shen Lingyun realized that it was touched.
She laughed and responded, big dummy, what kind of relationship am I with you? If I'm not nice to you, who am I nice to? Then what is my relationship with you? Xiao Mo looked at her and asked with a smiling face.
Shen Lingyun peach blossom eyes upward,
looking at him a bit bad. You have not even confessed to me. What kind of legitimate relationship can we be? Of course it's a relationship that can't see the light. Xiao Mo?
Shen Lingyun came close to Xiao Mo and blew her breath like orchids. Her white jade fingers gently traced the shape of his collarbone and said badly, Sir, you don't want your wife to know about our relationship either,
do you? Well, the relationship hasn't even officially begun.
Have learned to play taboo.
Xiao Mo laughed and slapped her on the ass. Flirting to death, huh? Shen Lingyun stood up. Alright, eat first, or the food will get cold. Xiao Mo planned to talk to her after dinner about the plan to go on a beach vacation. Shen Lingyun, however,
saw Ling Wei's message sent over.
She tapped directly on the voice.
Ling Wei's excited voice came.
Bao, hurry up and open. Shared a link to you.
188 black leather sports student.
Sexy hot dance revealing abs. Husband is not at home to secretly enjoy.
Shen Lingyun hurriedly clicked close,
but it's already too late.
She glimpsed Xiao Mo's face was ugly.
You see the rubbing man?
Xiao Mo's face was darker than coal.
Shen Lingyun panicked a batch. I didn't. Wei sent it to me. Xiao Mo's tone was cool. She sends it to you, so you read it, right?
Shen Lingyun once again felt the snow flying in June. Xiao Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a playful expression as he began to yin and yang.
Well, I can't blame you. After all, I'm old and short. Unlike the fresh meat that can satisfy you. Shen Lingyun wanted to cry. I'll kneel down for you now. Can you give me a chance to explain? Xiao Mo slowly sipped his soup. Yeah, you say it, I'll listen. Chapter 161, Shen Lingyun, do you see the rubbing man? Shen Lingyun actually didn't know what Ling Wei had sent her.
She had loved Xiao Mo for 13 years and had no interest in other men at all.
Normally they never do this kind of communication.
Coupled with the 5 years of Xiao Mo's marriage, Shen Lingyun was in a bad mood,
and Ling Wei was even more afraid to make any excessive jokes.
I don't know if it's because Shen Lingyun is with Xiao Mo and Ling Wei,
a married woman, started to prank her.
Shen Lingyun raised a big doggy smile and rubbed over,
sitting on Xiao Mo's lap and said curtly, you do the network, you come to see the big data. The big data will never lie. I usually never read rubbing men. The system will not even recommend to me. Xiao Mo still didn't say anything.
One hand wrapped around her waist and nudged at her cell phone,
signaling her to start the show.
She hurriedly turned on Shakeology.
Unexpectedly, the first one that jumped out was the abs-bearing, ambiguous expression rubbing guy.
Shen Lingyun hurriedly paddled over. The second is the dancing scrub man. Shen Lingyun was going crazy when she heard the BGM handsome big boy.
Perfect body, as handsome as he can be, and his skin is very white.
Xiao Mo's hand on her slender waist tightened with force, his tone still cool, like both white and black leather.
Shen is really not picky. Shen Lingyun's small hand raked quickly across the screen. The more you end up brushing, the more you end up. She gave up struggling and went into knee surface mode.
Shen Lingyun cried her pretty little face and said in an aggravated manner.
I was wrongly accused. I swear to God. I never had any of this on my phone. Don't believe me, look at the browsing history.
She opened her browsing history to prove her innocence.
It's all warm healing, funny videos,
and some talk about relationships and psychology and how to be a good girlfriend.
Xiao Mo was dying of laughter in his heart. Can he do the internet and not know this principle?
It was because of Shen Lingyun's age,
interest and spending power labels, coupled with the constant triggering of keywords in the chat just now,
that the big data recommended these to her. But he still put on an angry face.
I want to see your search history.
Shen Lingyun hurriedly clutched her cell phone to her chest.
That's not allowed.
Xiao Mo had a look of I knew there was a ghost.
Shen Lingyun was afraid that he would be angry, and after tangling for a while, he obediently sent the cell phone to him. Then you're not allowed to laugh at me when you watch it. Xiao Mo took his cell phone and typed the word man in the search box. A piece of the system popped up. Guess what you like? What kind of women do men like? What kind of wife does a man want? Do men ever get tired of being with women?
He changed the search term to boyfriend and again a bunch popped up.
What boyfriends like their girlfriends to do? What kind of gifts do boyfriends like? How to coax your boyfriend when he's angry? How to comfort your boyfriend when he's stressed out? Why does my boyfriend like to touch my head? What if your boyfriend has a first love? Can a boyfriend forget his ex? In fact, these were normal.
It must be that she often searched and browsed similar topics, and it was within Xiao Mo's expectation.
But what is she shy about? When Xiao Mo opened the search record, he understood.
A sudden change in the picture.
What kind of mentality is it when a man likes you a lot but doesn't sleep with you? A man's physical instincts when he likes a woman. Do men like the Thai ones or the innocent ones? Do men prefer women's breasts or legs? What position does my boyfriend like to be in during sex? What special services do boyfriends like? What is the full set of healthcare? What kind of mentality is it when your boyfriend doesn't touch your big boobs? The last one, how to please your boyfriend,
seemed out of place in a crowd of colorful topics.
Xiao Mo looked meaningfully at Shen Lingyun who was sitting on his lap.
The girl blushed like dripping blood, biting her lower lip tightly and not knowing where to put her small hands. Seeing him look over, she tried to take the moral high ground.
You promised not to laugh at me. Xiao Mo touched her head. I'm not on very good terms, am I? Want to sleep with me that badly?
Shen Lingyun was anxious and felt that she should say something. Sitting up straight and moving her lips, she finally decided to give up her sophistry. She said fiercely, can't I? Is it against the law to sleep with your boyfriend? Then call the police to arrest me. Xiao Mo looked at the dying girl and felt so cute that he kissed her cheek.
I appreciate your kindness, but this content you're looking for shouldn't be searchable on Jitterbug. It'll be harmonized. Shen Lingyun, it's not like Xiao Mo, Zaya Hongshu, Q&A, Jihu. None of these official websites can be found. Shen Lingyun, no wonder I haven't gotten started after all this learning.
Xiao Mo kissed her on the lips and whispered in her ear.
Teach you after you get married.
Shen Lingyun was so shy that she pushed him away.
Hate it. Ignore you. Xiao Mo asked back. How can you blame me? Wasn't it you who wanted to sleep with me? Shen Lingyun. Shrimp and pig's heart. A meal that Shen Lingyun ate in a different way. Browsing records caught in the act. Super not he. After eating,
Shen Lingyun went to wash the bowls with a small red face.
When she came back, she saw Xiao Mo sitting on the sofa,
still fiddling with her cell phone.
She's now posed with her most unseemly search history having been seen. She walked over and sat next to Xiao Mo, wrapping her arms around him. What are you looking at? What's there to see? Voyeurism so strong? Xiao Mo was happy. Little mouth is quite poisonous. Xiao Mo shared the screen with her. To install a small software for you.
I designed it myself.
After installing it,
your cell phone and my cell phone are connected.
In the future, you can check my location anytime and anywhere. Don't worry,
I go to tea houses for business socializing.
I won't go to messy places.
It is clear to me that it is not enough to restrain my desires,
but I must stay away from temptation in order not to make a mistake of principle.
Shen Lingyun didn't expect him to be willing to do this. She guessed that she had just been looking at her search history and saw that she had searched for do guys go to PC when they have girlfriends. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his face in a touching way.
You're so sweet.
Her voice was soft.
Aha. Xiao Mo tapped on Lingwei's dialogue box. Since I'm so nice,
join me in enjoying the 188 black-skinned gym students' abs and hot dance.
Shen Lingyun, still coming? This one is really holding a grudge. As a result, Xiao Mo clicked on the link and this screen popped up. Xiao Mo.
Shen Lingyun came on the spirit and touched Xiao Mo's cell phone from his pants pocket and forcefully swept his face to unlock it.
I'm also going to check today to see if you look at scrub girls. Let's see if you like pure women or sexy young women. Xiao Mo thought to himself that it was over. Turn on Shakeology and sure enough, it's the trigger keyword.
Up pops a female anchor in a tight pink dress with a face so PD up her mom doesn't recognize it and a body that smells like plastic.
Winking and shaking at the same time. Did the brothers like it? What a boomerang. Xiao Mo awkwardly explained. Is it too late for me to explain?
Shen Lingyan pounced over with her teeth and claws open,
straddling Xiao Mo's leg and biting on his shoulder. Xiao Mo's shoulder was immediately imprinted with 2 rows of small teeth marks.
Shen Lingyun grabbed his shoulders and shook them desperately,
gritting her teeth. Surname Xiao, you bastard. My breasts are so big you still look at rubbing women. I'll bite you to death, bite you to death, bite you to death.
Xiao Mo smiled and hugged the fried kitten tightly, coming close to her ear with a bit of teasing in his tone.
Well, bite wherever you want. I won't resist. Chapter 162, The Love Affair. Shen Lingyun laughed. Her fingers touched the small teeth marks she bit on Xiao Mo's shoulder and said in a delicate voice, no more games. Where's the promised vacation? Plans sent. Xiao Mo rubbed her face. Go to bed early. Go over tomorrow after lunch and I'll just take you there. So mysterious? Just follow along. Okay.
Shen Lingyun reluctantly pulled on his clothes.
So are you leaving again?
Well, there are still some things to prepare,
so I can stay with you tomorrow and the day after. Shen Lingyun cheered up,
her pretty little face smiling as she rubbed her little nose against his face.
Say yes. You can't go back on your word. She didn't get tired of Xiao Mo anymore and put him back.
Shen Lingyun also knew how busy Xiao Mo had been at the company recently.
The team is about to explode with stress.
Chen Xiaoru frantically spat about staying up too late with crazy pimples on her face.
Zhou Jiannan stayed up with black eyes and dizziness, and he could not distinguish between humans and animals 5 meters away.
Wang Hao girlfriend who man spit. She and Wang Hao has retreated from male and female friends to pure male and female relations. Sleep abed for a month straight, nothing happens.
Su Miaomio said she enjoys the feeling of out-of-body experience every day.
The group doing the cell phone project had an air of apocalyptic zombies about them.
Shen Lingyun lay on the windowsill,
trying to see Xiao Mo's figure from this side.
As it turned out,
thanks to her own blessing, she couldn't see anything after the dimmer glass was installed.
Shen Lingyun,
who defended himself against wolves and was created to fly by himself. Xiao Mo's message was sent over.
What are you still staring at? Rest early. Shen Lingyun sent a cute emoticon. Xiao Ma, your WeChat name. Shouldn't you change it? Shen Lingyun is still using the same WeChat name of Lonely Shadow at the window.
She had previously kept this crush hidden in her heart,
hoping that one day he would pick up on the clues in her WeChat name.
But this mind is still too girly. Today she realizes that straight guys simply don't have the delicate minds that girls do.
If you like him, you have to say so directly or he'll never think of it. Shen Lingyun asked, what name do you want me to change? Xiao Ma, whatever. Don't want this one anyway. What are you so sad about now?
Shen Lingyun bit her nails and fought and typed with a bad smile.
Shen Lingyun, I'm going to call Mr. Zhao's beloved pet. Xiao Ma, yeah. Shen Lingyun, I'll change another one then. Xiao Mo, what? Shen Lingyun, he. I'm going to be called Mr. Zhao's 36D little petite wife.
There was silence across the room for a few seconds.
Xiao Mo, you change. You change now. Every day I at you 100 times in the company group. Shen Lingyun,
digging a hole and jumping in it myself. Shen Lingyun was glad that she had removed the word boobs when she typed.
Otherwise, society dies in an instant.
She also just got high on her mouth and honestly changed her WeChat name to her own.
Shen Lingyun, changing love heads? Mr. Xiao Ma, yes. You go ahead and choose. Shen Lingyun, you don't have to think about personal image. You're the boss, yeah? Xiao Ma, can't the boss fall in love and get married? Shen Lingyun, 6. Any requests?
Xiao Mo, just be normal and not too childish.
Shen Lingyun, this way.
I'll change a pea shooter.
You change a zombie. I'm going to sanction you. I'll ask you if you're afraid. He. Xiao Ma, did you shoot me? Xiaomer, does this make sense? Shen Lingyun, she inwardly uttered a mea culpa. Old Xiao, where's your righteous persona? It's also letting go. Shen Lingyun, I was wrong. Calling, cute emoticon. Xiao Mo, take your time to think about it.
I'll go to sleep first. I'm so tired after staying up for a week.
Shen Lingyun, good night. Cat blushing emoji.
Shen Lingyun began to look forward to tomorrow's date.
She was going to go to the beach tomorrow and take some pictures for her avatar,
so she wouldn't have to use the online love heads.
She didn't close the dialog box right away, reading it back and forth several times. Then,
she opened the photo album and found a photo of Xiao Mo that she was most satisfied with, and her pink lips came close to the screen and kissed it. Even when she saw his appearance from the cell phone photos, Shen Lingyun felt her heart was full of sweetness.
She called Zhou Shinei. 2 minutes later,
Zhao Shurai appeared in Shen Lingyun's bedroom. Shen Lingyun had set up a bed of sexy pajamas, and in her hand she also held a red and a white 2 silk halter nightgowns that she was comparing to her body.
Come on, help me pick. Which one do you think looks good? How about red? Red means passionate as fire. More sexy. How about white? You should be subtle the first time. Men love innocence. Zhao Xiaoai looked at her helplessly. Sis, can't you just ask brother Xiao about this kind of thing? It's not like I'm a man. Why go through the extra process of slaughtering a cute little single dog like me? I don't get to see the bed scene. Shen Lingyun gave Zhao Shirai a blank look. Do you know what surprise means? Zhao Shirai, I think the red color is better. The visual impact is stronger. Shen Lingyun, is that so? Zhao Xin Ai, seems like white is not bad either. Men like the pure one. Shen Lingyun got angry. I asked you to help me counsel, not to repeat my words back to me. I'm not at the age of Alzheimer's. Zhao Shirai. Shen Lingyun thought for a moment. Forget it, I'll try them all on. You help me see. Zhao Shirai. Her whole being was bad. Shen Lingyun's body was to the point where it could make even a woman's nose bleed. Zhao Shirai thought that the title of her novel should be changed to, Missy Tries to Break Me Every Day. No, sis, it's still white. Aren't you the innocent white moonlight persona? Shen Lingyun froze, her expression a bit dull and naive. Am I not a sexy little wildcat? It seems that I'm not good enough. Zhao Shirai was completely defeated by her. Shen Lingyun finally took Zhao Xiaoyi's advice. It's better to be subtle for the first time. Don't be too spontaneous and scare Xiaomo, that straight guy. Zhao Shirai suddenly remembered something and asked vigilantly. Sis, you say, like Zhao's kind of character. If he goes on vacation tomorrow to get a room, will he open a king-sized room? It won't be a double bed, right? Shen Lingyun scoffed at Zhao Xiaoyi's concern. Cut. What's wrong with a double bed? Don't I have long legs and can't walk over and climb into his bed by myself? Can this difficulty still be hard for me? Brave Lingyun? Zhao Xiaoyi got excited. Go Missy, we must push Xiao down tomorrow. Must. Wait for my good news, Shen Lingyun boasted. However, the next day when we arrived at the resort, Shen Lingyun still fell into speechlessness, because she found out that the hotel Xiaomo booked was a vacation villa, but he put his luggage, separately, in 2 rooms. Shen Lingyun, it's still your old 6. I'm being treated like a thief. Chapter 163, Love Talk on the Beach. Xiaomo went to put away his luggage. When he came back, he saw Shen Lingyun standing in the living room of the room and froze, with a very dumbfounded look. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and kissed her soft hair. Thinking about what? Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. What else could I be thinking? It can't realize what I want. Shen Lingyun teased without any good humor. You are guarding me tightly. I should have known to learn the craft of locksmithing. It's true that the old ancestors were right. More skill is not more important. Xiaomo understood her sarcasm and explained with a smile. Fool, said we'd wait until we were married. Don't test a man's self-control. Shen Lingyun's peach blossom eyes glared at him, grudgingly grimacing. How can your copper-walled defenses break through? Why doesn't the country invite you to study national defense security? The walls you designed are probably impenetrable by missiles. How many dais do you want in one meal? Xiaomo knew she was joking and scratched her nose. Get changed. Let's go play on the beach. Shen Lingyun opened the small bag on her body and took out the sunscreen. I'm going to wear a skirt. Help me apply sunscreen. She changed into a halter beach dress out, with a long hemline and brightly colored floral dress, lining her delicate muscles like snow, and revealing her beautiful collarbone, which was very charming. Xiaomo had also changed his clothes, wearing a loose t-shirt and beach pants. Both were dressed for a beach vacation. Shen Lingyun sat on the sofa and tucked her hair aside, revealing a large area of delicate white skin on her back. Start applying it here. She pointed to her shoulder. Xiaomo poured the sunscreen into her palm and rubbed it well before applying it on her delicate jade-like skin. Well, Shen Lingyun hummed softly. Her petulant grunts became more and more pronounced as he slowly moved his palm down. Xiaomo felt that the painting style was gradually running away from him. He patted her on the shoulder. Finished painting my back. There's still the front. Shen Lingyun pouted. She turned and raised her swan neck, signaling him to apply it to her chest. Don't want to go out, huh? Xiaomo laughed and tossed her the sunscreen. Put it on yourself. Making a bad move. Shen Lingyun smiled and took the sunscreen. I'll wipe it off and help you. I don't use sunscreen. I'll go out and wait for you. He just went watery. Shen Lingyun sighed as she looked at the sunscreen in her hand. Another day of raider failure. In fact, she doesn't really value men and women, but she understood Xiaomo's character. In his marriage with Ji Ningyan, even if he slept with her once, according to his kind of character that recognizes death, he will be responsible to the end. If the two had a child, they might have turned around and forgiven Ji Ningyan. She calculated that it would take at least 3 months to renovate the house and move in and complete the wedding. And with the company project stuff, it could be another 6 months. Who knows if there's a change in the middle? It's better to find a way to make a baby as soon as possible, preferably with a child to solidify the relationship. Although this idea was silly, Shen Lingyun had no other way. Like Ji's family is now in a chicken and dog situation. He still has 5 years of feelings for Ji Ningyan. It is not guaranteed that someday Xiaomo will look at elder Ji's favor again and go back to Ji Ningyan as a cow. She'd always had a really bad gut feeling lately, and couldn't quite put her finger on why. Shen Lingyun applied sunscreen and walked to the door. She suddenly hugged Xiaomo and buried her face in his shoulder. What's wrong? Still not happy about coming out to play?
Xiao Mo asked as he stroked her hair.
Xin Lingyun lightly hummed, tilted her head and looked at him pitifully. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with worries. Mo.
Xin Lingyun bit her lip and squeezed out a few words through her teeth.
Will we be separated? Xiao Mo didn't understand and looked at her with a questioning face. What do you mean? Xin Lingyun summoned up courage. Can we progress a little faster? Don't you want a child? We can get pregnant first and then make up the wedding. What's the rush? Xin Lingyun thought for a moment, then raised a bright smile. It's nothing. I'm just kidding. Let's go. What are you rambling about? Xiao Mo asked.
Xin Lingyun didn't say anything and arched her face over his shoulder. Maybe it's a very surreal dreamy feeling that a 13-year crush is coming to fruition. She was terrified that she would suddenly open her eyes and wake up and realize that everything was a dream.
Xiao Mo is not divorced and lives happily with Ji Ningyan. Maybe not exactly happiness, but he was willing to go with it. She's still alone.
Xin Lingyun gathered all her bad emotions and pulled Xiao Mo's hand, smiling and bending her eyes. It's just chartreuse.
I'm not a female jerky wolf persona, am I? Come on, let's go play.
Good. The two held hands as they made their way to the villa's lavish gardens.
Xiao Mo chose a high-end resort hotel with a private sea area of 3 kilometers in circumference,
where he could enjoy a romantic private time. The brilliant sunlight gilds the white sandy beaches with a mellow lagoon color.
The entire bay is a marvelous shade of sapphire,
and the tumbling waves break into snow-white pearls. The sea breeze blowing in the distance had a damp fishy saltiness to it.
The two strolled in the shade of the beach. Xiao Mo took out his cell phone and asked Xin Lingyun, Lingyun, can I take some pictures of you?
Yeah. Xin Lingyun started posing for the camera.
Xiao Mo took a lot of pictures of her. In the camera, the girl is smiling like a flower,
looking at his watery eyes with affection.
Behind the blue sky and white clouds and the blue sea, Xiao Mo takes a close-up of her face. How about an angry one?
Xin Lingyun did not understand.
Why? Today's vacation was so happy. Why are you still angry? Don't you love to be angry? Xiao Mo laughed.
Xin Lingyun pouted her pretty little mouth and pouted.
When was I really angry with you?
It's just a joke.
I know.
Xiao Mo disliked the camera to her delicate and beautiful little face and softly said, I just wanted to take a picture to record it.
Xin Lingyun glared at him daintily. Well, couples routine. I'm not mad at you. I'm only happy to be with you.
Xin Lingyun smiled and approached Xiao Mo and kissed him on the cheek.
Then think of something unhappy. Xiao Mo smiled.
The cell phone's lens was still pointed at her. Xin Lingyun tried to think of things he couldn't be bothered with in order to fulfill his little wish. She thought of how Xiao Mo used to take pictures all the time. All the pictures were of her life with Ji Ningyan, and her cell phone wallpaper and friend circle background were all Ji Ningyan.
Vinegar on himself again. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes, overflowing with tears in an instant, stared at him accusingly. Xiao Mo clicked a few shots,
then take the fried kitty into his arms.
What for? Still angry.
Xin Lingyun's body twisted.
Xiao Mo kissed her lips. Promise, one kiss and you won't be angry. You're the one who made me angry. How can it be so easy to let it go? Xin Lingyun did not compromise. So what's it going to be?
Xiao Mo strangled the girl's soft waist.
Xin Lingyun gave an inch. 2 kisses are required. Xiao Mo was happy, turned over and became the master. Want to negotiate, right?
Xin Lingyun's pink lips barfed on Xiao Mo's lips, her eyes drawn and her voice sweet and soft.
You'll always be my master if you want to be. Master, please command rhyme as much as you like.
Xiao Mo kissed the little ruffled spirit's forehead and pulled her to the outdoor lying bed to rest.
Chapter 164, Commitment. The golden sunlight at 4 p.m. shattered into gold leaf in the rolling surf. Listening to the sound of the waves ebbing and flowing, watching the shadows of the trees sway slowly on the beach with the breeze, the two lay on 2 outdoor lounge beds under a parasol. The waiter brought up juices, fruits and delicate canapes, which were placed on a small square table in the center. The attendant then stepped aside, ready for the call. Xiao Mo rested his hands behind his head to look at the clouds. Xin Lingyun was fiddling with the few beautiful shells she had just picked up. She arranged the shells next to her dinner plate and asked Xiao Mo, what are you thinking about? Xiao Mo was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I was thinking about the project. He sat up. Don't want to. I'll keep you company. Xin Lingyun was happy, her jade finger pointing at the shells. Look how beautiful these shells are. Xiao Mo tilted his head and didn't say anything.
Xin Lingyun protested. Oh, you came out on vacation with me and took the silent warlock script.
Did you? Xiao Mo smiled and said, I'll chat with you.
Xin Lingyun lay on her side on the reclining bed, her face resting on the back of her left hand,
smilingly looking at him. It's going to be my responsibility to find a topic, isn't it? He asked. Aha! Xin Lingyun laughed badly.
Xiao Mo looked at the shells she had placed on the coffee table,
thought for a moment, and spoke seriously.
Shells are biomineralized masterpieces of 400 million years of molluscan evolution, where, through an epitaxial crystallization mechanism, outer coat membrane cells precisely regulate aragonite and calcite crystalline shapes to construct composite structures with strengths exceeding those of ceramics on a framework of organic matrices, fracture toughness up to 10 times that of artificial materials.
Shell growth follows strict geometrical laws, with gastropods showing perfect logarithmic spirals and bivalves realizing laminar growth through periodic secretion.
Behind them was the waiter, stunned. He hadn't expected this kind of picture at all.
As a waiter in a high-end private hotel, the waiter can be said to have seen a lot of people. Although Xiao Mo's temperament is well-cultured, the ID card is from Cloud City, and his speech and demeanor don't look like an aristocrat. On the contrary, Shen Lingyun not only is the identity card of the capital, the kind of nobility between the hands and feet, at first glance, is a long time cultivated by the luxury family. The waiter was beside himself with the idea of learning pickup techniques on how to get such a beautiful luxury woman. As a result, Xiao Mo was there for the science. The waiter was even more perplexed when he saw that they were about the same age and didn't look like professors or students. What kind of newfangled flirting tactic is this? If it wasn't for his good looks, he would have thought Dong Yue was here. But the waiter took a look over to Shen Lingyun's side and found that the amazingly beautiful girl, with peach blossom eyes full of light of appreciation and admiration, was listening with great interest. The waiter did not understand and was greatly shocked. Xiao Mo chatted for a while, then suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked Shen Lingyun somewhat guiltily, "I'm just looking for something to talk about. Isn't that a bit boring?" Shen Lingyun smiled and went to take his hand, asking him, "Isn't this our first official date?" Xiao Mo nodded. "Aha, Shen Lingyun, that's fine. Dating would be fun, and I'd love to listen to whatever you have to say, whatever you like to say." Xiao Mo, "I'm not very good at coaxing girls." Shen Lingyun, "Why should I coax? Besides, you speak well." Xiao Mo, "But," Shen Lingyun interrupted, "where did you read this knowledge?" Xiao Mo, "Aren't you coming to the beach for vacation? By the way, I searched for some marine knowledge." Shen Lingyun smiled and kissed the back of his hand. "Look, aren't you carefully preparing for your date with me? You're so good to me." She picked up the watermelon juice on the tabletop and fed Xiao Mo a sip. Then she took his hand, her tone so gentle it was dripping, and the love in her eyes. "I love everything you say, Xiao Mo, that." Shen Lingyun's pretty little face was filled with curiosity, her eyes full of stars. "Keep talking," Xiao Mo asked rhetorically. "Where was I?" Shen Lingyun was like an attentive pupil listening to the lesson. "You spoke from the evolution of shells to the law of growth, and then to mechanical properties, optical properties, and adsorption properties, and on and on." After getting the test results and realizing that Shen Lingyun was indeed listening carefully and not mouthing off, Xiao Mo nodded his head in satisfaction. "Good," followed by, the waiter was completely devastated. Not only did this beautiful woman listen carefully, she took shorthand notes. Emotional value is pulled right up to the fullest. The waiter rolled his eyes in envy. Can't stop crickets inside. This guy took the ironic male lead script, straight like this, and still have such a beautiful and generous, gentle and understanding in money girlfriend. And, you heroine, just coax. Hurry up and coax him into a placenta and forget about it. Don't come and abuse us poor world NPCs. The two spent a relaxing afternoon at the beach and went back to the villa for a 2-hour break and dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Mo pulled Shen Lingyun back to the beach. The hotel staff had already set up the venue. A circular open-air stage built of logs holds a white piano and microphone stand, and underneath are rows of swing chairs with entwined greenery. At this point, the entrance is a white beaded balloon archway with pink tulle and romantic starlights wrapped around the stage. The front of the stage is sprinkled with pink rose petals. From afar, the lights, moonlight and starlight mingle together like a river of bright stars falling from the sky. The orchestra began to play soft, romantic music. The waves lapped rhythmically against the edge of the beach, and in the middle of the beach, a heart shape was arranged with large red roses, and in the center was a candle flame spelling out the initials of Shen Lingyun's name. Shen Lingyun wore a white halter lady's dress, revealing delicate white muscles and exquisite collarbone. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders and her eyes were gentle. "It looks innocent and beautiful." Xiao Mo pulled her over to the roses, taking out a platinum necklace with a diamond pendant. He thoughtfully put it on Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun looked at him with a smiling face. Under the starry sky, Xiao Mo looked at Shen Lingyun's beautiful eyes that were filled with starlight, held her soft little hand and said seriously, "Lingyun, you've been my best friend since middle school. When I was most disillusioned, you came to me like an angel, accompanied me, encouraged me, and gave me warmth, and I am so grateful. I don't know anything about romance and I don't know how to sweet talk, but I'll spend the rest of my life pampering you, spoiling you, and giving you everything I have. Lingyun, will you spend the rest of your life with me?" Shen Lingyun's eyes glistened with shallow tears. Her face was full of shyness, and she nodded her head. "I do." Xiao Mo smiled. Ling Yun, I love you. I love you too. Shen Ling Yun moved closer to Xiao Mo and kissed his cheek. Xiao Mo felt especially happy. The feelings that have been suppressed for a long time finally resonate with the harmony of the piano. The wandering soul, from now on, has a harbor to more. I don't know if it's the reason why I had a good relationship with Shen Lingyun when I was a teenager. With a sudden, middle-aged impulse, he rushed out into the deserted bay and shouted, Shen Lingyun, I love you. A reply came from not far away. Xiao Mo, I love you too. Surprisingly, it was Zhou Jiannan's unserious voice. Xiao Mo? Shen Lingyun looked at him with a smile, and Xiao Mo said in shock and not embarrassment, I didn't inform Ken and Ah. How? Is it such a coincidence? I showed them the program. Could it be that he followed me here for the fun? It doesn't make sense. His genius brain couldn't comprehend it either. Shen Lingyun smiled like a flower, raised her affectionate peach blossom eyes, and said petulantly, Oh, only you are allowed to confess. Can't I prepare a program? Xiao Mo hadn't reacted yet. Immediately afterward, brilliant fireworks rose from the ground, and countless points of light soared into the air like a shower of meteors and fire, blasting out in the silent and deep night sky. Chapter 165, Xiao Mo, you are my first white moonlight love. Colorful fireworks in full bloom, blossoming brilliantly in the darkness, decorating the night sky in a picturesque manner. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire world was immersed in that brilliant light. Then, the shape of the fireworks changed and arranged the first letter of Xiao Mo's name, XM, then solid-colored fireworks were arranged to spell out ILY, the acronym for I love you. ILY lit up a total of 3 times. The first time it was pink, the second time was blue, the third time is red. Xiao Mo stared blankly at the meteor-like beautiful fireworks in the night sky, like a gorgeous and grand dream. The first time he planned a confession in his life would have been his 5th anniversary with Ji Ningyan. At that time, Ji Ningyan gave him a big gift, a divorce agreement. There was also a flurry of dislike and disparagement. Now he's planning a confession for Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun goes to the same lengths for him, wanting to give him an unforgettable night of confession. How could he not cherish this affection? Xiao Mo was moved to look at Shen Lingyun. Lingyun. Shen Lingyun smiled crookedly. It's not over. Not far away. Zhou Jiannan carried a cloth bag on his shoulder and scampered all the way over. Behind them followed Chen Xiaoru, Wang Hao, Su Miaomio, and Zhongwei and Zhao Shirai. When Zhou Jiannan ran over and shook the bundle open, Chen Xiaoru and Su Miaomio laughed and held the piece of cloth up, enclosing a small private space. Zhao Xia AI handed the backpack to Shen Lingyun. Shen Lingyun dove headfirst into the cloth curtain. When the cloth curtain was lowered, Shen Lingyun had tied up her youthful ponytail, changed into the same school uniform from junior high school, and was holding a diary in her arms. With light steps, she walked over to Xiao Mo. The sea breeze was blowing her long hair and her eyes were gentle and deep. Xiao Mo had seen the diary she was holding, a beautiful diary with a lock, which she had saved her allowance for quite some time to buy. In middle school she often treated it like a treasure and didn't know what she was writing about from one day to the next. Those teenage feelings, Xiao Mo at that time had little idea to explore. Shen Lingyun smiled and said to Xiao Mo, because my family was poor and I was skinny, I was bullied a lot growing up. In my first year, you were on the rooftop, stopping those bad girls from bullying me, and by that time, I already liked you. The fireworks light up 3 times to represent 3 periods of I love you. The first I love you was pink, and it was romantic and sweet for a young girl's heart when she was a student. It is because of you that my gray life has light and color. The second I love you is blue. It was during my junior year of college. I was planning to come back to Yunqing and find you to confess my love, but I received the news that you were going to get married. At that time, I experienced the feeling of a dead heart, living like a walking corpse. I thought that I would end my life alone. I never thought that I would have the chance to be with you, probably because that experience was too painful. When Shen Lingyun said this, she paused for a moment and tears of sadness overflowed from her eyes. Xiao Mo took her in his arms heartily. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He felt that he used to have a bubble in his brain to go to the Ji family to fulfill some marriage contract with a savior sentiment. Not only did you screw yourself out of everything, but you indirectly hurt the people who love you the most. Shen Lingyun tried to adjust her emotions, and when she looked up again, her pretty little face was brightly smiling again. She flirted, I should be the one to blame. I was too weak in the past. I always felt I didn't deserve you and didn't fight for it. If I had asked one more time, maybe everything would have changed. She would have come back and fought for it if she had known at the time that it was a contractual marriage. Xiao Mo let go of Shen Lingyun. She continued, the third time I love you. It's red. All the bad things in life have passed, and for the rest of my life to come, I want our love to always be warm and fresh, and I'll watch over you, love you, and be there for you until the moment my heart stops beating. Shen Lingyun cupped the diary with both hands and handed it over, speaking in a student tone. Senior Xiao Mo, I admire you. please accept my confession. Xiao Mo took the diary. The lock had been removed. He flipped open the book, and on the yellowed paper, the beautiful writing was densely filled with crushes on him. Although, during this period of time, Xiao Mo also guessed that Shen Lingyan had feelings for him during her middle school years, but he assumed it was a teenage girl being nice to her best friend of the opposite sex. But I didn't realize that it was a deep and heavy love that had traveled through 13 years of time. The beautiful girl in school uniform in front of her eyes overlapped with the youthful figure in her memory, and Xiao Mo realized, turns out he was Shen Lingyan's first love. White moonlight, long hours wrapped in countless memories come flooding back. Xiao Mo saw Shen Lingyan's unspoken love in the past, and also saw his own, uncontrollable but unaware fondness for her all those years. Feelings like wine. In the years of fermentation, more and more mellow and strong flavor, Xiao Mo was moved to take the girl in his arms and kissed her soft lips through the gentle starlight. Shen Lingyan patiently kissed him back. Behind them came the applause and cheers of the small crowd. Zhou Jiannan, exhausted baby. The hero and heroine are finally together. Wanghao, it's good that it's a happy ending. It's not worth it that I've been chasing it for so long. Su Miao Miao, our world isn't going to end just like that, is it? Chen Xiaoro, NPCs don't make blind guesses about the plot. It affects the main quest, and the revenge hasn't been completed yet. A few people burst into laughter. Zhao Shiroi was simply knocked off her feet by the waves of romantic love. Missy's love is so sweet too. The process has some twists and turns, but the result is a two-way run to a world full of pink bubbles of happiness. Zhao Xinai secretly glanced at Zhong Wei to see if he was touched by anything. Maybe, seeing Missy so sweetly in love, he would want to fall in love too. After all, they're almost 30. As a result, Special Assistant Chung looked at the time and tapped Zhou Jiannan's shoulder with a kind reminder. The ceremony isn't over yet, and it's getting late, so go remind your brother that he needs to move on to the next part. Otherwise the band will have to call it a day later. Zhou Jiannan's black question mark face, pointing at himself and asking, me again? The little ones nodded. Zhou Jiannan didn't understand. Why should he be forced to go over there and take the fire when the other couple is cuddling and talking about love? Zhou Jiannan walked over with his head hanging down, his face looking at the sea, and patted Xiao Mo's shoulder. Boss, Chung reminds you that it's time for the next session. Zhao Shiroi rolled her eyes widely. Special Assistant Chung, you deserve to be single by strength. Shen Lingyun was in Xiao Mo's arms and raised her eyes to ask him, what other programs do you have? Xiao Mo kissed her cheeks, took her small hand and went to the front of the stage, pressed her into the swing chair and said tenderly, I'll sing you a song. Chapter 166, If Your Happiness Is Not For Me. The band changed the accompaniment. Shen Lingyun stared at Xiao Mo on the stage. With romantic starlights, gossamer and soft piano sounds, he held the microphone in both hands. His eyes focused on the girl as he sang softly, how to go about having a rainbow, how to embrace a summer of wind. The stars in the sky laugh at the people on earth, always can't get it, can't feel enough. The name of the song is Contentment. When she was in middle school, Shen Lingyun would often listen to this song. She also shared it with Xiao Mo. Only, Xiao Mo was so focused on his studies that he didn't realize that the lyrics had teenage feelings. Now, look at the girl in the school uniform on the stage and gaze into her eyes filled with burning love. Xiao Mo's heart was also full of satisfaction. This clear and pure figure in front of her overlapped with the young girl in her memory. It's like stepping through the thick of the years and reliving the carefree days of middle school. It's like they've never been wrong. When Shen Lingyun used to listen to this song, there would be both sweetness and sadness in her heart. By the time Xiao Mo got married, she hardly dared to listen anymore. She was afraid to hear the regret that filled her, and thus welled up with intense heartache. Now that the two are talking to each other and no longer separated, she goes to listen to the song and feels happy instead, accompanied by Xiao Mo's melodious singing. Past events crossed in front of Shen Lingyan's eyes scene by scene. It was like going back to the days of warming up books together and watching the stars back to back on the grass in the school playground. A couple of guys from Keenan Zhou sat in a swing chair in the corner, discussing in low voices. The other day, Xiao Mo asked them to look at the options for confession, and they all gave their advice. Xiao Mo also invited them to dinner. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, Shen Lingyun approached them again, invited them to dinner, and asked them to divulge Xiao Mo's program and plan a confession ceremony themselves. So, these 4 guys decisively fell back, ate from both ends, and sold Xiao Mo. Zhou Jiannan exclaimed, Boss sings love songs so well, is he going to enter the music industry? Wang Hao taunted Zhou Jiannan, didn't you call yourself a small Chinese song library? Look at others and then look at you. Chen Xiaoru, the boss used to learn a bit of opera, but he didn't learn it properly, and this song should have been practiced on an ad hoc basis. Zhou Jiannan shook his head frantically. I can't compare. I still run out of tune even after practicing every day. The boss just casually learns and stays up for so many nights, and still sings so well. Effort is worthless in front of talent. Su Miaomio thought for a moment. Say, Have you guys ever heard Xiao sing a love song? Zhou Jiannan's head shook into a wave drum. Zhao Xiao AI was puzzled. Haven't you guys been to a KTV before? There's a company reunion, right? Wang Hao, been there. Zhao Shirai, then how come I haven't heard of it? Wang Hao said. We used to have company gatherings. Xiao would take care of every member of the team, taking care of the food and drinks. Then he would sit on the sidelines and ask him to sing. And he'd say it's good for you young people to have fun. When the stage was almost over, he would stand up and sing a song called Friends and then give everyone some encouragement. Zhao Shirai exclaimed in shock. Worthy of being him, steel straight manhood steady. Zhong Wei fell back on a question mark. What's the problem? Isn't that a quality and personality expected of a startup leader? Why do you still want to diss? Zhou Jiannan looked at Xiao Mo's handsome figure on the stage and sighed. Boss, where can we find such a good man? Handsome, devoted, considerate, and rich. I want such a husband. It's also Mr. G, who is blindly original and unique. Wang Hao indignation. I also do not understand. To be honest, if the G general manager chose the Lu family's eldest young Lu Tianming, at least people are the bloodline of the luxury family, in a high position, but also extenuating circumstances, buy a bastard to cheat. Su Miao smiled and said, you can't say that. Lu Ershao's appearance is still good, and he can talk and coax women. If a face dog like me were to find me, it would be hard for me to resist, and a bad character isn't written on his face. Wang Hao, anyway, I've already blacked out Mr. G, the boss's enemy is my mortal enemy. Zhou Jiannan stretched. What's the point of pulling black? Wang Hao asked rhetorically. What's the point of keeping it? Zhou Jiannan, I'll have to sell her healthcare products later when she's old. Wang Hao, 6. Chen Xiaoru was so annoyed that she gave them a blank look. Why are you guys so noisy? Can't you listen to the song properly? Wang Hao and Zhou Jiannan made a face and scrunched their necks, not daring to speak. Chen Xiaoru held a glow stick in her hand and swayed her body slightly to the rhythm. Her eyes were focused on the man on the stage. Although, his smile, his deep love, his gentleness, were all exclusive to Shen Lingyun alone and would not belong to her. But Chen Xiaoru was also happy for his happiness. A sweet sadness flooded her heart. She recalled that she had initially entered Xiao Mo's company as a college girl full of clear-eyed stupidity. A newcomer to the workplace who couldn't do anything right. It was Xiao Mo who patiently taught her by hand and took her through the program, guiding her when she's lost, encouraging her when she has low self-esteem, comforting her when she's depressed, holding her feet to the fire when she screws up. Although Xiao Mo was only 1 or 2 years older than Chen Xiaoru, his mind was far more mature and responsible than his peers. He did his best to help her grow as a little rookie in the workplace. To her, Xiao Mo was also a teacher and a friend, a bright light on her life path. Chen Xiaoru remembers the early development of the company. In order to train them to be independently responsible for the project, Xiao Mo takes her to a nightclub to meet a client. However, when Xiao Mo left the compartment to answer the phone, that brain-filled, thuggish boss began to open his yellow mouth to Chen Xiaoru, saying unsavory things. He also said that his favorite pure female college students, as long as accompanied him for one night, 300,000 single immediately signed. Chen Xiaoru was still young at the time, and the first time she encountered such a thing, she was so scared that she cowered in the corner of the sofa and shivered. When Xiao Mo came back, he found that Chen Xiaoru was not right, and when he asked about the situation, he flipped out on the spot and directly took Chen Xiaoru away. If we encounter something like this again, we'll call the police. We're a decent company and we don't work with people like this. There's no need for you to settle for less, Xiao Mo said to Chen Xiaoru. Also from that time onwards, Xiao Mo talk business, no matter who he brings, is to go to the restaurant, tea house, and never went to the nightclub, that kind of ambiguous place. The gentle song echoes along the beach. If I fall in love with your smile, what to collect, what to own, if you're happy not for me, will letting go actually be owning? The corners of Chen Xiaoru's mouth rose as she recalled the past. In her youthful years, to be able to have a crush on someone as outstanding as him was already a great happiness for Chen Xiaoru. She remembered the lyrics to the song. The last line is, the joy of contentment calls me to endure heartache. Chen Xiaoru didn't feel any heartache, or, never expecting to have it, there will be no heartache. She only hopes that Xiao Mo and Shen Lingyun can be happy until old age. Chapter 167, Good night, girlfriend. Shen Lingyun looked at Xiao Mo with quiet concentration. This song is about the regret of not being able to have it. You could say that's how she's really felt for those past 5 years. With intense heartache, she too once chose to be blessed and live on the remnants of her memories. But at the end of the lyrics, Xiao Mo made some changes. If you're happy just for me, never letting go is actually owning the joy of being content. Tell me to feel the heartbeat. Only a few simple words were changed. The story has ended differently. There is no florid rhetoric, no subtlety, just plain old vernacular. To Shen Lingyun, it was the most precious romance.
That was his determination to stay with her for the rest of his life. The last note falls. Shen Lingyun could no longer hold back and rushed onto the stage to tightly embrace Xiaomo. Her small face pressed against his shoulder as hot tears rolled down her face. The two kissed deeply to the applause of their young friends. The little ones are planning to go back. Xiaomo pulled Shen Lingyun over and asked them, "What do you guys want? Play over here and I'll arrange accommodation for you." Zhong Wei immediately stood up. "Brother Xiao, you send your cousin to rest. I've already arranged a hotel. I'll send them there later." Xiaomo nodded. "Then I'll trouble you." He pulled Shen Lingyun in the direction of the villa. Shen Lingyun looked at him with a dark face and flirted with him with a smile. You don't want to be so stressed every time Zhong Wei calls you brother." "I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." Xiaomo resisted. Zhong Wei's identity, less than 30 years old, highly educated, strong ability, Hengqin branch head, opened the Cullinan travel. It was impossible to say that there was no pressure to call Xiaomo a brother. Age, career, every aspect of anxiety. But he can be tough-talking and not admit it. Shen Lingyun coaxed him. "You're just senior, not older." Xiaomo watched Shen Lingyun start talking nonsense again and laughed as he scraped her little nose. "My cousin's husband is my equal." Shen Lingyun rolled her eyes. At all times and in all places, logic cannot be lost. When Zhou Jiannan saw Xiaomo and Shen Lingyun enter the villa, he stood up and said loudly, "The hero and heroine are together. The main quest is complete, and we NPCs are retiring." Wang Hao resisted. "And you know we're NPCs? Su Miao Miao, that's right. I think I have my own script for a female lead. I just haven't gotten my turn yet. I have proof." Zhou Jiannan pointed to Su Miao Miao, often repeating meaningless things or fidgeting for long periods of time. "Su Miao Miao, clam?" Zhou Jiannan points to Wang Hao, modeling is simple, wearing basic clothing, with only plaid shirts in the closet. Wang Hao, Zhou Jiannan pointed to his pale and thin face, very low life value, no special interests, and no girlfriend. Finally, he cocked his head and surveyed Qin Xiaoru. "You're better off. Since you have an emotional line, you might be a supporting character." Chen Xiaoru gritted her teeth. "Damn man. You wait, go back and I'll smash you to death with Harry Potter hardcover." Zhou Jiannan exclaimed. "You can't do this to me. You're committing domestic violence. The last person who was hit by a Harry Potter hardcover has passed away. Hosey, you're my incumbent. Mind your business." Chen Xiaoru sneered. "It's better if you're dead. So I'll go run in the rain and set up a deep love persona to circle money. Only those without a conscience can live a good life." Wang Hao's expression became even more playful. "Then I, as the current vampire, will write a small essay to pretend to be infatuated, and then share your inheritance and pat my ass and leave, so that you can feel what it means to be a good person who doesn't pay for his life, and a scourge who lives for 1,000 years. Zhao Shernai was mad. "Are you all devils? Such a netherworld joke. No more bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhou Jiannan laughed loudly, hooked Qin Xiaoru and Wang Hao's necks, and sang, "Go, go, go, good man with me." Wang Hao asked, "What's your song?" Qin Xiaoru, "The theme song of an old-time TV drama. My eldest uncle is in his 50s, and he sings it every time he goes to KTV on New Year's Eve." Wang Hao, "Bitchy man, U00, is it 1900? Zhou Jiannan, questioning the strength of my small library of Chinese songs? "What songs don't I know? Whatever, the most important thing in life is to be happy." He sang again at the top of his voice. "Moya, don't look back. Whatever the yellow crane goes to the building. Share a glass of wine. Human love is inherently difficult to find." Shen Lingyun returned to the bedroom of the villa, took a shower, and changed into a beige homey nightgown. She sat against the bed. Xiaomo helped her adjust the brightness of the wall lamp. Warm orange lighting gives the room a cozy vibe. "Want to keep you company for a while?" Xiaomo asked. Shen Lingyun looked at him with a smiling face, took his hand and nodded. "It seems as unreal as a dream. Will I wake up tomorrow and be the only one?" She sighed. Xiaomo touched her brain. "It's not a dream. It's real. After we wake up tomorrow, we'll still be together. Every day after that, we'll be together." Shen Lingyun stopped talking and looked at him stupidly. Her cheeks were red and her appearance was cute. "What's wrong?" Xiaomo asked. Shen Lingyun bit her nails and hesitated for a few seconds, but still said what was in her heart. "Xiaomo, we are now officially boyfriend and girlfriend. So, can you not be intimate with other women in the future? Otherwise I am going to care." As if she was afraid that Xiaomo would get angry. Shen Lingyun's voice was very soft and carried a cautious tentativeness. Xiaomo understood what she meant and squeezed her hand, coaxing her. "I know, I will keep my distance from the opposite sex." Shen Lingyun happily pressed her small face against his shoulder. Her pink lips kissed him on his face. Her peach blossom eyes just looked at him with such a watery look, as if she couldn't get enough of him. Xiaomo avoided her blazing gaze and spoke in a deep voice. "Spiritual rhythms. If one day you get tired of my dullness and uninterestingness,
You can just tell me and I'll let you go. Shin Lingyun looked at him in disbelief. Xiao Mo, however, was serious, but don't betray me, I can't accept it. Shin Lingyun laughed. Fool, how could I? I've liked you for 13 years. She thought of something else and said with a smile as her chin rested against Xiao Mo's shoulder. I'm not as generous as you are. If you get tired of me and find a demonic outside, I'll trick your little goblin out and rape and kill her first. Xiao Mo was surprised. You still have this function? Shen Lingyun, then I'll get the guy DDT to rape you instead. Or I'll kill you first and then rape you. Xiao Mo was even more incomprehensible. A man can still commit adultery when he's dead? Unable to justify herself, Shin Lingyun was so angry that she bit him on the shoulder. Do you have to be logical? I'm your girlfriend. Let me die? Xiao Mo smiled and pressed her down on the bed, tucking her in before kissing her on the forehead. Go to sleep. Good night, girlfriend. Shin Lingyun's pair of small hands gripped the quilt. Her watery eyes were imploring, and her voice was delicate and soft. Good night, boyfriend. After Xiao Mo left, Shen Lingyun pinched herself hard on her leg. It hurts. Not a dream. She felt immensely happy and closed her eyes with a sense of fulfillment that she had the whole world at her fingertips. Back from their beach vacation, Xiao Mo and his team members got back to their busy schedules. The mobile program is not yet live, and team expansion has slowed. After the completion of the e-commerce department, Shin Lingyun is responsible for the recruitment work, temporarily come to an end, by the person in charge of personnel who man alone management of recruitment matters. Shen Lingyun, who was idle, began to cook and eat for Xiao Mo, bringing it to the company every day at noon. Friday, when Shin Lingyun was ready to leave, she received a message from Zhongwei. Missy, there are clues to what you asked me to track down last time. The owner of that pawnshop has been found. However, by the time we found him, the jade pendant pledged by Elder Xiao had already been bought by someone Elder Ji had found, and the jade pendant returned to Elder Ji's hands. Shin Lingyun felt a headache. Sure enough, her premonition was fulfilled. She replies to tweets. Shin Lingyun, so what's Ji Lao's situation now? Chapter 168, The Whereabouts of the Jade Pendant. Zhongwei, Master Ji is retired over at the old mansion. Shin Lingyun, didn't he go back a long time ago? Since he got the jade pendant, how come he didn't tell Xiao Mo about this matter? Zhongwei, according to the information I inquired about, Master Ji's health is not good, and he is recuperating over there. And the servants confiscated his cell phone according to the doctor's orders, so it is estimated that he will look for Xiao to talk about it after a while. Shin Lingyun, Elder Ji still doesn't know about Xiao Mo and Ji Ningyan's divorce? Zhongwei, it should be unclear. Zhongwei, there's one more thing. Missy, when we were investigating Zhao's life, we found that we couldn't find a lot of information. Not only that, even the information about Zhao's grandfather was vague. Only the experience of setting up a store in Cloud City, and the experience before the marriage was very generalized, and it seemed that it was intentionally erased by someone. Shin Lingyun, your analysis? Zhongwei, it is possible that what old man Xiao said is true. Xiao may be from some big family. Perhaps he fell on hard times back then before entrusting the baby to someone he trusts. Shen Lingyun, conclusion? Zhongwei, if it is Zhao's family that deliberately hides the clues, it will be difficult for us to trace them. If it is the work of an enemy family, even if we trace the results, we cannot recognize the family in a hurry, and there will be a great risk. Shen Lingyun, okay, I know. Shin Lingyun stared at the dialogue box on the screen. That bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Master Ji's health is so poor, how can he be stimulated? However, if you want to take a jade pendant to investigate Xiao Mo's birth, you have to go through Elder Ji. Shin Lingyun could of course find Zhongwei to ask the pawnshop owner to describe the jade and draw it, and could investigate the clues just as well. But then Xiao Mo might get angry and think she's reaching too far and interfering in his affairs. Moreover, Ji Lao has the jade pendant in his hand and doesn't know about their divorce, so he must be looking for Xiao Mo. In that case, won't you get entangled with the Ji family again? Shin Lingyun felt very tired. Over these days, because of the legal requirement that there is a cooling-off period for divorce, Ji Ningyan has already pestered Xiao Mo many times. It was hard to wait for the divorce cooling-off period and the official divorce, and Shin Lingyun and Xiao Mo were together. And yet there's this kind of thing stuck in the middle of it. After thinking for a moment, Shin Lingyun decided to put this matter aside. Give him the choice. Even if he chooses to remarry Ji Ningyan for the sake of Elder Ji, I'll admit it. If he chooses that, I'm out. No big deal. Shen Lingyun consoled herself, and the worries in her heart lessened a lot. She set off with her insulated lunchbox. Coming to the company, Zhou Jiannan flirted. Gu, Sister Lingyun, here to warm up the boss again? Shen Lingyun smiled and said, don't worry, the coffee ordered for you is on its way. The writer is bringing it over. Zhou Jiannan, well, listen to me say thank you, because you have warmed the driver. Wang Hao spat. Sister Lingyun, don't pay any attention to him.
He loves to dabble with food and drink with this mouth. He has to nibble on 2 bites when he passes by the toilet.
Zhou Jiannan retorted, where you eat, I won't go to get together.
Shin Lingyun knew that they liked to dislike each other after work and smiled.
Carrying the lunchbox into Xiao Mo's office, Xiao Mo was reviewing the program on the computer.
Shin Lingyun walked in with a smile on her face.
Good noon, boyfriend, have you eaten?
She asked knowingly, and Xiao Mo replied with a smile.
Didn't eat, waiting for you.
Shin Lingyun put the lunchbox on the coffee table and opened it. Inside were 3 dishes and 1 soup. She prepares it every day with great care,
and the dishes are never repetitive, colorful or delicious. She picked up the sasankwa and jade bamboo old pigeon soup, walked over, and placed it in front of Xiao Mo. Drink some soup first, to replenish your qi and blood. You stay up late every day. Good. Xiao Mo pulled her into his arms and kissed her face. Did you miss me? If it were usual, Shin Lingyun would have already started pouting. But today, when she heard that the jade pendant was at Ji Lao's place, there was a lump in her heart in the end, and her mood wasn't very high as she tried to squeeze out a smile. We just met yesterday. Oh, Xiao Mo tone a little yin and yang. Saw yesterday, do not want to? Feelings fade, right?
Shin Lingyun covered Xiao Mo's face with both hands and teased with a smile. Worthy of being a genius, learned all my yin and yang set. Having formulas to do problems is fast.
Xiao Mo was originally teasing her. The atmosphere is active. See the good. Let's eat together. I've eaten. I'll get your food.
She tried to stand up and Xiao Mo strangled her soft waist with both hands.
Why are you running? Can't you give me a hug for a while? He didn't understand.
Shin Lingyun was usually very tired of him, but today it was strange.
Nothing, not feeling too well. I'll go back and rest later. You eat first. She made an excuse. Xiao Mo let go of her.
Shin Lingyun brought the meal over and handed the bowls and chopsticks to Xiao Mo. She turned on the game herself and sat on the couch to play.
When Xiao Mo finished eating,
Shin Lingyun walked over to pack up the lunchbox,
pretending not to care and said, the last time I commissioned a friend to help me track down the pawn store owner, I've got a lead.
Xiao Mo raised his eyes to look at her.
Shin Lingyun smiled and said,
my friend said that the jade pendant in the hands of the pawnshop owner has been bought by Elder Ji and is currently in his hands.
But Grandpa didn't tell me. Xiao Mo was a bit strange. Shin Lingyun explained, Elder Ji is not in good health. He should be recuperating. He will talk to you soon. Xiao Mo thought for a moment. Let me make a call to Grandpa. My friend said that Elder Ji's cell phone is under the control of the servants, so it's not always possible to answer it. Oh, I'll try. He dialed Ji Yinghwa's number. As expected, as Shin Lingyun said, no one answered. I'll make a video call to Uncle Chen.
Uncle Chen was the Ji family servant, responsible for taking care of the old man's living and eating.
Uncle Chan answered the phone. Xiao Mo said, Uncle Chen, is Grandpa there? I'm looking for Grandpa for something. Uncle Chen knew that Ji Yinghua favored Xiao Mo the most, so he quickly said, yes, the old master is taking a walk in the backyard. I'll go call him. Xiao Mo, wait, Uncle Chen, why is Grandpa controlling his cell phone during this time? Uncle Chen sighed. It can't be helped. The old man's health is not in good condition. He can't accept stimulation. The doctor asked me to take away his cell phone and not let him surf the internet, so as not to be affected. I know. I'll get him. 5 minutes later, Ji Yinghwa's wrinkled face, piled high with laughter, appears on camera. You wanted to see me, kid? Xiao Mo, well, Grandpa, are you in good health? Ji Yinghua, ha, thanks to your blessing, my old bones can't fall apart for the time being. Don't worry, I still have to watch you and Ningyan have a doll. Shin Lingyun was not in the shot, and after hearing this, she took the initiative to stand up and wanted to leave. Xiao Mo pulled her hand, signaling her not to go. Xiao Mo didn't answer and directly asked, Grandpa, have there been any results for what I asked you to do last time? Ji Yinghua was even happier. Yes, I looked for a few old friends to ask, and I didn't expect to find that boss without any problems. That jade pendant of yours is in my hand. Xiao Mo, then I'll find you tomorrow. Ji Yinghua, no. I'll just shoot this jade pendant for you to see. There's not much useful information. There's no need for you to make a trip. Xiao Mo, but, Ji Yinghua, I know you're busy with entrepreneurship. At the end of the month Wei Jie will organize a birthday banquet for me. You can just come over with Ning Yan at that time. Xiao Mo squeezed Shin Lingyan's hand tightly and smiled at the camera. Grandpa, I'll bring a friend over then. Kiyomi, are you going to introduce me to them? Xiao Mo nodded. Well, it's someone very important to me.